Crossing into the world of cultivating immortals, you became a lonely locust tree. Although you were withered and powerless, you were still worshipped by the Chen family as a divine tree. However, when the Chen family fell into dire straits, you remained silent because this family was simply too weak. Even if you rooted yourself here, you might not have the strength to help. It's better to watch quietly and wait for the right time. At this moment, as you look at the two people talking at your feet, you activate your skill, the Eye of Insight. Name, Chen Xingjin. Age, 62. Realm, late stage of blood condensation realm. Introduction, Patriarch of the Chen family. How is the situation of casualties today? Chen Xingjin asked slowly. In response, the Patriarch said, today, 5 members of the family are seriously injured. 10 are slightly injured. Second uncle Chen Tianyu injured his arm, and third uncle Chen Tianjing also suffered some internal injuries and is currently recuperating. It seems that both of them may not be able to exert the full strength of the blood condensation realm. Listening to Chen Xingyu's account, Chen Xingjin sighed. There were a total of 5 blood-refining realm warriors in the family. 1 had been lost in the previous conflict with the Li family, and now 2 more were injured. At this rate, the decline of the Chen family was inevitable. Without some changes, the Chen family might become infamous. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjin's eyes gradually became firm. He then spoke to Chen Xingyu. Spread the word. Tomorrow, have the younger generation of the family move out through the secret passage. After saying this, Chen Xingjin seemed much older. Chen Xingyu was stunned by his words. What about the others? Chen Xin Town shook his head. The others and the Li family are preparing for a decisive battle. Even if we die, we cannot let the Li family off easily. You are the strongest among the younger generation of the family. You should come with us. As long as there are people in the Chen family, there is still a chance to make a comeback. I'm not leaving, I will stay. Chen Xingyu said decisively without hesitation. Chen Xingjin sighed again, but said no more. The two looked at the tablet above the ancestral hall in silence for a long time. Chen Xingyu withdrew his gaze, but caught a glimpse of the family sacred tree out of the corner of his eye. In that moment of looking at the family sacred tree, Chen Xingyu seemed to remember something, and a hint of disgust appeared in his originally calm eyes. Thinking about the recent situation of the family, Chen Xingyu picked up an axe from the corner of the ancestral hall and walked towards you aggressively. You, who had been observing the two of them all along, also noticed Chen Xingyu's actions at this moment. A sense of unease arose in your heart, and at the same time, you shouted in your mind, what are you going to do? Don't come over here. Unfortunately, your words did not get through, as Chen Xingyu accelerated his pace and quickly arrived in front of you. Seeing Chen Xingyu raising the axe high to chop down, Chen Xingjin on the side hurriedly shouted, stop, what are you doing? Hearing the reprimand, Chen Xingyu's hand paused, but did not put down the axe. Instead, she said in a dissatisfied tone, of course, I'm going to chop down this useless tree. Chen Xingjin immediately became angry. You must not be rude. This is the ancestral sacred tree. Hurry up and apologize by kowtowing. Apologize? It's just a tree. Now that the whole family is facing extinction, who cares if it's a sacred tree or not? This tree has been planted in the family ancestral hall for many years, and the amount of animal blood offered to it is not small. Why hasn't it shown any divine power? What kind of sacred tree is this? Since the family can't be saved, what's the point of keeping this useless tree? I might as well chop it down for firewood, so it can at least cook a meal for the clan. Chen Xingyu's resentful words made Chen Xingjin let out a sigh. At this point, I won't hide it from you. In fact, my Chen family used to be a very brilliant family in the past. However, after losing in the family struggles, we ended up here, which led to the current Chen family. We worship our ancestors in the Chen family, and the secret method of preserving the ancestors' bodies and combat power also comes from this. As for this divine tree, it is the spark that the family barely managed to preserve back then. If the family wants to grow stronger, it must rely on the divine tree. The power of the divine tree is beyond human reach, which is why my Chen family has been continuously worshipping this tree for the past 20 years. Listening to Chen Xingjin's narration, Chen Xingyu slowly put down the axe in her hand, but still frowned and said, but Patriarch, as you have seen, this divine tree has looked the same for the past 20 years. Has there been any change in worshipping it for 20 years? We might as well do without such a divine tree. Do not talk nonsense. As long as I am still the clan leader, the worship of the sacred tree cannot be stopped. As long as the sacred tree is still there is hope for the clan. Seeing Chen Xingjin using the title of team leader, this made Chen Xingyu's face turn red, wanting to speak but stopping herself. But in the end, she still succumbed under Chen Xingjin's stern face. I will go check on second uncle's situation, Chen Xingyu said, pushing the door and leaving. Watching Chen Xingyu's departing figure, Chen Xingjin looked up at the withered clan sacred tree in front of him, with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Was I wrong? But if we lose the god tree, won't the family never have a chance to rise again? Looking back on these 20 years, the sacrificial beasts offered by the family have also been numerous. The key is that the blood of the sacrificed beasts has been drained. Not only does it fail to temper the bodies of the family's warriors, but even the flesh becomes tough and impossible to swallow. Perhaps he was really wrong. Over these 20 years, too much of the family's energy has been spent on this god tree. Chen Xingjin remained silent for a long time and left the ancestral hall in the endless night. Chen Xingjin left. The ancestral hall has been listening to the two talk. Ji Yan also heart-long sigh. It was true that 20 years of sacrifice was hardly enough for him to be familiar with it, but he hadn't been able to eat it in those 20 years. According to the tattered memories in his mind, the Li clan didn't have a totem. Otherwise the Chen clan wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. In other words, there was a high probability that one could survive after the demise of the Chen family. He lamented what was happening to the Chen family today, but he also had to consider his own survival. The collision of reason and reality, and the intertwining of inner emotions made Ji Yang fall into contemplation for a while as well. The night was still, the moonlight bright, and the acacia trees withered and silent. Ta-da! A light footstep soon woke up Ji Yang from his contemplation. Soon, the sound of two subtle words came from outside the shrine. Well, is anyone there? A teenager's voice took the lead. No one. You can go in. Another jarring voice quickly replied. A thief? Ji Yang, who had heard the two men talking, was a little nervous as his heart froze. Now that he was unarmed, he could neither move nor speak, and he had no strength to protect himself. This would be the end of him if he ran into a thief. At this moment, Ji Yang can only pray in his heart that these two thieves are here to steal the old ancestor of the Chen clan and not at himself. After all, this ancestral hall seems to be the only two valuable things. It can't be here to steal the spirit of the ancestor of the Chen clan, right? With the end of the conversation between the two, the shrine's green stone board soon came thump to sound when landing, as the two of them tumbled over the outer wall of the shrine and entered the shrine. Ji Yang also got a good look at the two figures that entered the shrine. These were two teenagers in rough clothing, about 10 years old. One of them was showy, with soulful eyes, and the other had a simple, slightly chubby face. After seeing the two teenagers, Ji Yang's hanging heart dropped a large portion. He remembered these two teenagers, and in the daytime these two kneeled in the last row, so he thought that they were the descendant clansmen of the Chen clan. I just don't know what these two were doing sneaking into their own shrine in the middle of the night. To steal the tribute? Or what are you here for? Ji Yang, who was secretly peeping, was quite interested, and for a while, he even forgot about what he had just pondered. In order to confirm the identity of the two, Ji Yang threw an eye of insight towards each of them. Name, Chen Xinghe. Age, 14. Realm, Early Body Tempering Realm. Introduction, the Chen family Qing Z generation clansman. Name, Chen Qingmeng. Age, 13. Realm, Early Body Tempering Realm. Introduction, the Chen family Qing Z generation clansman. Sure enough, the young man who came in first was named Chen Xinghe, and the other slightly fatter one was called Chen Qingmeng. Both of them were from the Qing generation of the Chen clan. From the nervous looks of the two, it was obviously the first time they had ever done such a thing, which made Ji Yang even more curious about what the two were up to. The two did not rush into the shrine after landing smoothly, but looked around to make sure no one was there, and only then did the two let out a long breath of relief. Xinghe, are we really going to do this? What if the matriarch and your father find out? The slightly chubbier teenager asked with an apprehensive face. Chen Xinghe, who was a year older, said with a firm gaze. What does the family care at this point? The clan god tree. It should have been destroyed a long time ago. How much effort has the clan chief spent on the clan over the years in order to sacrifice the tree? Think about it. The other clans don't develop today without the divine tree. I think the family's decline today is because of this tree. As long as we cut it down, the family will definitely be able to get through this crisis peacefully. We're not doing something bad. We're saving the family. My father? He'll naturally understand when he's our age. Hearing save the family, Chen Xingming's eyes instantly became quite resolute, and then he nodded his head vigorously. That's right. It's definitely this tree. We'll get rid of the family tonight. After saying that, both of them took out the mountain opening knives they had with them, and then quickly walked towards the isolated Ji Yang in the ancestral hall. Ji Yang, who was originally curious, was instantly confused when he heard the two talking. It felt like the purpose of these two boys sneaking over into the shrine in the middle of the night was to cut themselves down. He had only just dodged Chen Xingyu's axe, and now he had to face the two men's open swords. Looking at the two men who were holding open knives and gradually approaching, Ji Yang's heart wanted to cry, especially this time. Chen Xingjin, the patriarch, was still absent, so there was even less people to speak for them. Soon, the two of them had arrived at Ji Yang's feet, looking at Ji Yang's dry body with a determined gaze. Kyo ha, where to cut first? You're silly. Of course you're cutting roots, Chen Xing has said without any good humor. Seeing the two of them holding open knives ready to slash towards the roots of his tree, Ji Yang let out a helpless sigh in his heart. Don't have to think about it. If he didn't bind his family and transform his life force, he would by and large not see the sun tomorrow. When the two raised their axes left and right, Ji Yang's consciousness was faster and quickly transformed his qi and blood into life force. The familiar reminder showed up again the moment Ji Yang transformed. But this time Ji Yang didn't hesitate and quickly tapped yes. And after Ji Yang began to transform, the original 5 points of qi blood quickly began to fall, and in the blink of an eye, it had returned to 0. But in its place, Ji Yang's vitality began to rapidly increase, all the way up from the original 0, 5, 0, 6, 0, 7, 1, 5, 1, 6. When the life force was raised to 2, 7, the growth rate this slowed down and finally settled at 3, 0, 5 points of chakra translated into only 2, 5 vitality, or 2 to 1. But before Ji Yang could experience the changes, a crisp slashing sound came from beside his ears. Looking down, the open knives in the hands of the two men below had landed at the roots of the Jiyang tree. Done. Ji Yang's heart was cold, but then he realized that he was unharmed, and where the two men's mountain opening knives had cut, only a layer of bark had fallen off. Without waiting for Ji Yang to think, in the next moment, an energy containing vitality within his body quickly surged through Ji Yang's parched body. This vitality is like a light in the night or an oasis in the desert. Vitality surged, and Ji Yang's roots buried deep underground began to expand rapidly at this time, soon spreading over half of the shrine. The spreading of the roots made Ji Yang feel like he could see farther. The changes go far beyond that. After the underground roots stopped expanding, the originally dry tree trunk on the ground also changed. The old bark slowly faded away and a new layer of bark grew, and on the branch in the middle of the tree trunk, a green shoot began to grow rapidly. Below, Chen Qingmeng, who had once again raised the mountain opening knife in his hand in preparation to slash down, noticed the change in the divine tree above him. Watching the dry tree trunks in front of you sprout and grow young branches in the blink of an eye, Chen Qingmeng was instantly staggered in place, and the mountain opening sword in his hand even fell to the ground without him realizing it. The scene in front of him exceeded his perception. Qingmeng, don't just stand there, keep chopping, this bark is hard. Chen Xinghe, who was about to slash out a second blade below, saw that he had dropped all the tools in his hands and urged with his mouth. The tree is sprouting. Chen Xing fiercely pulled Chen Xinghe's sleeve, pointing at Ji Yang who was in the process of changing above in a shocked voice. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Xinghe frowned tightly, but still followed where Chen Qingming's finger pointed. After Chen Xinghe saw the rejuvenated and vibrant divine tree, his mouth was even more unconsciously wide open. This, how? Chen Xinghe muttered with disbelief in his eyes. After a few moments of stagnation, Chen Xinghe abruptly reacted and hurriedly pulled Chen Qingmeng, who was still in a daze, aside and ran towards the outside of the ancestral hall. Run! The two of them looked flustered, unable to accept the scene in front of them, not to mention not knowing how to deal with it. Fleeing was the best way. Wait, knife! Chen Qingmeng, who was pulled away, cried out from his mouth. What do you care about the sword at this time? Go! The doors to the shrine were locked, and the two men followed the path from which they had come and tumbled out again in haste, faster than they had come in. After the two left, the shrine became quiet again, with only the mountain opening blade left underneath the sacred tree proving that the two had been here. Ji Yang inside the shrine was currently feeling the sensation of his entire body being filled with vitality. There wasn't much life force, but it was several times what it had been before. Ji Yang tried hard to stretch his body, but all he got in return was a slight tremor of the branches. But being able to do this still made Ji Yang very satisfied, which meant that as long as he had enough life force, sooner or later, he could make the branches turn into his own arms. Looking below again, the place that had just been slashed by the two men's mountain opening knives was quickly restored as before while the life force was boosted, which represented an extremely strong ability to recover itself, which made Ji Yang delighted. One is worthy of being a divine tree. Surely there is something unusual about it. And just now, when his qi and blood were transforming his life force, his roots were already deep in the ground and spreading out quite a bit, while his sight was able to see farther and clearer. However, at this time, Ji Yang also discovered the drawbacks. After binding the family, he rooted deep into the ground and was unable to move. If one were to forcefully move, one's life would probably die out. This means that Ji Yang needs to grow here all the time, live and die with the Chen clan. Once the Chen clan was exterminated, his own end was probably no better, although he had rooted himself because of the two bears he had just been with. On the other hand, he didn't seem to have a choice. In response, Ji Yang didn't have too much irritation or complaints, but instead had a sense of relief. Who made him a tree? Ji Yang then seemed to have thought of something, and his own information was revealed once again. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Feats, none. Battle techniques, none. Blood, 0, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 2. Deduction points, 28. Each realm breakthrough in the family can increase the corresponding points. +1 for the hardened body realm. +2 for the blood condensation realm. Unpredictable. Note, requires 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy, and 5 deduction points to deduce. Status, you barely regained a little bit of life as an offering to the divine tree, but it didn't do much. Apart from the increase in vitality, Ji Yang was soon caught by the extra deduction function after binding the family. Although he didn't know what this deduction was for, Ji Yang could feel that this might be the only way to save the Chen clan at the moment for himself. Not just the Chen clan, but also for himself. But after seeing the prerequisites for the deduction, Ji Yang's mind was once again in trouble. The prerequisites for deduction, on the other hand, required sufficient chi and spiritual energy as well as extra deduction points. Among the deduction points he directly had 28 points, and according to the introduction behind it was not difficult to realize that these points were probably the results brought about by the martial artists in the family today. The number of deduction points was enough, but his chi and blood and spiritual energy were quite poor, so how could he deduce? To obtain these two things, the only channel that Ji Yang currently knew of was the Chen clan sacrifice. Absorbing the blood of the beast would increase these two attributes, but could the Chen clan of today still sacrifice enough beast corpses for themselves? If he could, Ji Yang would want to shout Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, up to sacrifice himself right now, but he could neither speak nor walk, and the only thing he could do was to pray silently in his heart. Hopefully, Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, would not let him down. The night is like ink, and the bright moon hangs high. Apart from the 3 or 2 people patrolling the area, there was no more movement within the Chen clan. The 2 Chen Xingha Chen Xingmeng who left have not returned again, and it seems that they have already hidden back in their own rooms. The next day, the sky was a shade of fish belly white. Chen Xingzhen walked out of the room with a tired face. The family is at stake, and he sleeps through the night, but after thinking about it all night, he still couldn't find where the family's way out was, which made Chen Xingzhen physically and mentally exhausted. Patriarch, matriarch, something bad has happened. Listening to the sounds of panic coming from the doorway, Chen Xingzhen's heart was startled, and his face immediately became solemn. Did the Li family hit the door again? But yesterday, they sacrificed the old ancestor, and they also made the Li clan fail to retreat in one piece, so it's only been less than a day. So how could they hit the door so soon? With a youth running in hot and bothered, Chen Xingzhen said immediately, "Gather the clan and prepare to meet the battle." The youth waved his hand hastily at this. Patriarch, it's not the Li family, it's the god tree. The clan's divine tree has sprouted. Patriarch, go and take a look. Chen Xingzhen, who was still frowning, could no longer maintain the composure on his face after hearing the news of the divine tree sprouting, and this news was even more difficult for him to calm down than when the Li clan beat him to the door. Are you telling the truth? Chen Xingzhen suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked again. Patriarch, it's true. I found it this morning when I went to clean the family shrine. Quick, come with me and see. Chen Xingzhen's face was complicated as he ran towards the family shrine in a panic. At this time, there were already quite a few people gathered outside the family shrine, but none of these people dared to approach the shrine and just stood at the entrance to watch. The matriarch is coming. The matriarch is coming. Move over, everyone. Facing the curious gazes of the clan members, Chen Xingzhen didn't say much, but walked straight through the gate of the ancestral hall and towards the interior of the ancestral hall. After Chen Xingzhen walked into the ancestral hall, he was greeted by the sight of the refreshed sacred tree. Although the divine tree is not lush, that just grew a new branch looks even slightly thin, but at this time Chen Xingzhen is a body shock. The excitement in his heart is beyond words, a time-old tears. He was still a bit incredulous after hearing the news of the divine tree sprouting earlier, and it was only now that he had seen it with his own eyes that he expressed the emotions in his heart. He had thought that he would never see the divine tree revitalized again in his life, but he never thought that he would be able to see this scene at this moment. Recalling the greatness of the family divine tree back then, a hint of hope appeared in Chen Xingzhen's eyes, and his mouth murmured in a low voice, "Great! Saved! The family is saved!" However, Chen Xingzhen froze for a moment when he looked down and saw the mountain opening blade beneath the divine tree. Looking at the obvious traces of the match between the mountain opening blade and the roots of the divine tree, Chen Xingzhen's brows fell into contemplation. At that moment, the rest of the family arrived at the shrine one after another. Chen Xingyu, who had learned of the news of the divine tree's germination from other people, was even quicker to come straight from the morning training ground to the ancestral hall, his gaze full of skepticism. The divine tree had been silent for decades. How could it have changed today? He definitely didn't believe it. Perhaps this was the patriarch's way of cheering up the people? But what's the point? However, after Chen Xingyu walked through the crowd and into the ancestral hall and saw the sprouting divine tree with her own eyes, the shock on her face was no less than Chen Xingjun's. Surprisingly, really sprouted. Chen Xingyu looked up at the divine tree and muttered to herself under her breath. Looking at the revitalized divine tree, Chen Xingyu quickly regained her composure. It's just a tree sprouting. Not much of a miracle, even if the tree grows faster. He had always been indifferent to the family's divine tree, and instead of placing the family's hopes on top of a tree, it was more reliable to rely on the sword in his own hands, even if it really is a divine tree sprouting. So what? Is it hard to believe that this will save the family? And since it was not good for this divine tree to germinate at any time but at this critical time, Chen Xingyu did not feel that this was a good omen. If he were the clan leader, the first thing he would do would be to cut down this divine tree that was confusing the minds of the clan. However, looking at the delighted look on the patriarch's face, Chen Xingyu did not reveal her inner thoughts. Xingyu, you're just in time. Go gather the rest of the clan and come gather at the ancestral hall. Chen Xingjun's face had excitement on it, and he, who was over 6 years old, looked particularly excited today. Chen Xingyu nodded his head in agreement, and he didn't want to strike the patriarch at this time. Soon, everyone in the family was gathered. In the crowd, Chen Xingha and Chen Xingmeng were interspersed amongst them, only that compared to the curiosity in the gazes of the others, the two appeared to be extraordinarily restrained and didn't even look at the family's divine tree much. Especially after the two saw the mountain-opening sword beneath the divine tree, they unanimously cast their heads aside. When the number of people had arrived, Chen Xingjun stood below the divine tree and swept over the others in the shrine. Looking at the few clansmen in the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjun sighed in his heart. The family had declined to such an extent that he, the patriarch, was really ashamed of himself, but now there is hope for the family. The divine tree sprouted and would definitely be able to lead the family out of its current predicament. Quiet. Chen Xingjun withdrew his gaze and raised his hand, and the shrine quickly quieted down. Looking at the many clansmen who were looking at the divine tree, Chen Xingjun slowly spoke. Today is the moment of the family's life and death. It is good that the family's divine tree has sprouted. As long as the divine tree is still there is hope for the family. Under Chen Xingjun's narration, the Chen clan members below also listened intently. Ji Yang above, on the other hand, was silently watching everything in front of him. The scene at hand was naturally what he wished to see. And although he had regained some of his vitality now, it was still far from enough. He needed to obtain more beast blood, which could only be obtained by having the Chen clan worship themselves. And with Chen Xingjun's support, he thought that there should be no major problems, and he only needed to wait quietly. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjun silently recounted the once glorious deeds of the family's sacred tree. And Chen Xingjun's most important purpose this time was to borrow the germination of the divine tree to stabilize the hearts of the clansmen. As long as the people in the family worked together, coupled with the sprouting divine tree, the family might actually have a glimmer of hope. If the hearts of the family were scattered, even the divine tree would not be able to save them. As patriarch, he knew the importance of that. In Chen Xingjun's narration, back then, the clan's divine tree was infinite in its glory, and not only could it bless the clan, but it could also allow the clan to enhance its strength. Some of the clansmen below listened with a firm gaze and a look of hope in their eyes. As long as the divine tree was allowed to grow, there would be hope for the family. However, there were some people who had questionable faces, obviously not listening to what Chen Xingjun had said, and most of these clansmen were the younger generation of clansmen. Chen Xingjun's face was somewhat helpless at the sight. Of course he knew what was in the hearts of this part of the clan. After all, they had never seen the light displayed by the divine tree, and the crowd would not believe in empty words. But as things stood, he couldn't explain it. After some explanation, Chen Xingjun did not forget the most important thing, the sacrifice. Back then, it was written in the family clan rules that in order to obtain the help of the divine tree, the clan members needed to make a sacrifice. When the family had just planted the divine tree, it was a small sacrifice for 3 days and a large sacrifice for 5 days. But then the divine tree did not change for a long time. Coupled with the dissatisfaction of the clan, the latter is a weekly sacrifice, or even once a month. But now that the divine tree had sprouted, it was obviously the critical moment, and Chen Xingjun decided to offer it 1 day at a time. And most of all, the family has very little time left today. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjun immediately said to the two below, Tian Lu, Tian Ma, you guys go and catch the spirit-tailed chickens that the clan feeds. Use it to worship the divine tree. Yes, matriarch. At this moment, Chen Xingyu, who was on the side, spoke up after hesitating. Matriarch, the clan is down to the last 2 spirit-tailed chickens. Spirit-tailed chicken, a flying bird rich in chi and blood power, was a beast that many clans loved to raise due to its gentle character and ample chi and blood. The biggest function of such flying birds was to enhance the martial artist's own chi and blood, while also healing wounds. This kind of flying bird was also extremely precious in a small family like the Chen clan, and after sacrificing the divine tree, the flesh and blood of the spirit-tailed chicken would lose the power of chi and blood, and the meat would become difficult to swallow, and much worse than ordinary dry food. This was the reason why Chen Xingyu was hesitant, not to mention the fact that there were quite a few injured people in the family nowadays, making these 2 spirit-tailed chickens all the more important. Well, I know. Chen Xingjun's reply caused Chen Xingyu to fall into silence. Apparently the matriarch had decided to sacrifice the 2 spirit-tailed chickens after all. Chen Xingyu silently glanced at the divine tree in front of her and whispered in her heart, "You'd better show godly power." Ji Yang at the top was also moved in his heart after hearing the spirit-tailed chicken. The block in Chen Xingyu's words also made Ji Yang even more interested, and he wondered how much chi, blood and spiritual energy the spirit-tailed chicken could provide for him. Soon the 2 who had left returned again. The 2 returning men each carried in their hands a large rooster weighing about 10 pounds with maroon tail feathers. It appears to be the spirit-tailed chicken of which it speaks. Seeing this, Chen Xingjun once again prayed with his face toward Ji Yang, and then he had the 2 of them sacrifice these 2 spirit-tailed chickens. Cluck cluck cluck. Seemingly sensing their dangerous situation, the 2 spirit-tailed chickens let out sharp cries from their mouths. When the sharp blade sliced through the spirit-tailed chicken's neck, blood instantly gushed out and splattered in the dirt below the divine tree, and the spirit-tailed chicken's voice grew fainter and fainter until it disappeared. Ji Yang, who once again felt the emotion of longing, no longer hesitated, and endeavored to stretch out his roots buried under the ground to absorb the blood that had seeped down. As he sucked in the blood, Ji Yang didn't forget to open up his information and pay attention to the changes. Blood, 1, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 2. The original chi and blood that had long since returned to 0 was also growing rapidly from 0 after Ji Yang's root whiskers drew in blood. 1, 2, 3. The same was true for spiritual energy, only that compared to the speed at which chi and blood increased, spiritual energy grew slightly more slowly. However, judging from the growth rate of the 2, this sacrifice had gotten more chi and blood than the last one. Soon enough, the chi and blood had broken through to 5 points, and the spiritual energy had also broken through to 4 points. As the blood was absorbed as much as possible, Ji Yang's chi and blood and spiritual power growth rate also slowly stagnated. And when Ji Yang looked at the information column again, the display column above also changed. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Feats, none. Battle techniques, none. Blood, 14, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 6. Deduction points, 28. Can be deduced. Status, you barely regained a little bit of life as an offering to the divine tree, but it didn't do much. Sure enough, the previous notes column had disappeared, and the imponderables had become imponderables. Ji Yang was delighted to see this, while no longer hesitating. This deduction consumes 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Ji Yang chose yes without hesitation, while both his chi and blood and aura plummeted. In the next moment, the world before Ji Yang's eyes transformed. The surrounding shrines disappeared and were replaced by a dense jungle. Surprised in his heart, Ji Yang's consciousness dispersed, only to find that not only was he in a different place, even his original trunk was much thinner, and at first glance, it was a skinny sapling. Before you can figure out what's going on, a line of captions quickly sketches in front of you. You were born in the middle of a dense forest. In order to become a big tree, you started to grow hard. As the handwriting slowly disappeared, it was as if the timeline in front of Ji Yang's eyes had turned on and accelerated. The sun rises quickly in the east and sets in the west. The sun and the moon keep changing, and the seasons shift beside you. It was as if time had been pressed the accelerator button, and it didn't take a moment. He had then gone from a sapling to a small tree as thick as his arm. Time was suspended and the second line of subtitles soon appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. A spring and fall cicada chooses to perch on top of your trunk. Your choice? Remove him, ignore him. Ji Yang's consciousness spread out, and he soon noticed a thumb-sized cicada resting on top of his tree trunk. Is this the spring and autumn cicada? But what surprised Ji Yang was that he was able to actively choose. It's kinda funny. Ji Yang pondered for a little while and nodded down to ignore it. The timeline lengthened again as Ji Yang's trunk grew taller and his body grew thicker. Not a moment later, time stops again and a new subtitle resurfaces. Because of the spring and fall cicada's habitat, you gradually developed a spirit, and in order to accelerate your growth, you decided? Absorbing the essence of the sun, absorbing the aura of the moon. Ji Yang froze for a moment when he saw this, feeling that he didn't have a spirit before this. Is there a difference between the two options though? After hesitating for a while, Ji Yang chose to absorb the aura of the moon. There's no other reason to mainline a messy pick. When Ji Yang finished choosing, time began to speed up once again. Not a moment later, another line of subtitles appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. Your sap is sucked up by the spring and fall cicadas, and you're dead. Under the subtitle, Ji Yang's thick tree trunk shriveled down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in no time at all, there was only a dried bark with yellowed and withered leaves left. That's dead? Damn springtime cicadas. No quality. Ji Yang's consciousness quickly blurred, and the world in front of him collapsed in an instant. When Ji Yang came to his senses again, the family members within the shrine had already gotten up and started to leave. Ji Yang consciousness dispersed. He was still the original branch, did not change, and everything he had just experienced was like a dream. Just as Ji Yang was pondering, new subtitles surfaced before his eyes. End of push. You have comprehended a new technique in this deduction, lunar eclipse. You have realized a new aptitude in this deduction, reversing Dan Xing. Lunar eclipse, swallowing the essence of the moon and transforming it into life force. Reverse Dan Xing, you may actively overflow your life force to help someone recover from their injuries. Looking at the newly obtained techniques and divine abilities, Ji Yang pondered. This one feat and one divine ability were not without cause. If one's guess is correct, it has something to do with the choices one makes when pushing. One of them, lunar eclipse, was a technique that he had acquired by choosing to absorb the essence of the moon. As for reversing the Dan line, Ji Yang was a bit puzzled. Could it be that it was because one sap was being sucked by the spring and autumn cicada? This left Ji Yang somewhat speechless. It's really a success or a failure for spring and autumn cicada. But all in all, Ji Yang was still extremely pleased with the harvest this time. Lunar eclipse would allow him to gain vitality without having to stick to the Chen clan sacrifices. Except that he would need to gulp down the essence of the moon, meaning he could only draw on it at night, and the effects were unclear for the time being. As for reversing Dan Xing, looking at its introduction, it should be an auxiliary divine ability. This divine ability was useless to Ji Yang himself, but it was extremely beneficial to the Chen clan today. Only Ji Yang still had to consider whether the overflowing life force and the harvest were proportional. Between Ji Yang's thoughts, all the other people in the shrine had long since dispersed, and the entire shrine had once again become empty and devoid of people. The family was now in great trouble, and they had many other things to do. Ji Yang's consciousness looked remotely at the sky above. There was still some time before night. This free opportunity, Ji Yang could only lament alone. How he's a tree. As night approached, a white moon was already hanging in the sky at some point. Under the moonlight, Ji Yang began to run the feats obtained from the daytime deduction. Lunar eclipse. As the gong method worked, the moonlight in the sky was gradually attracted to it. With every breath of the seasonal sun, the branches and leaves on the trunk of the tree gained a glittering white light. The two reflect each other. Under the illumination of the moonlight, not a moment later, the whole tree is a white glittering piece. In the night looks extremely bright, like a dream. Fortunately, with the walls of the shrine blocking the way, this scene was not noticed by the others. Under the operation of the gong method, Ji Yang's consciousness spread out and checked his information. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 3. 1. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. Feat, lunar eclipse. Battle techniques, none. Blood, 4, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 1. Extrapolation points, 23. Unpredictable. Status, absorbed in moonlight. After seeing that his life force had increased by 0. 1 more, Ji Yang's face was elated. According to his calculations, about half an hour would increase his life force by 0. 1. Which meant that the gong method could probably increase his life force by about 1 point in one night of operation. Although the growth rate is quite slow, the victory is lasting. Moreover, with this technique, he would not have to be completely limited by the family's sacrifices, and his own survival rate was a whole lot higher, which made Ji Yang very happy. Immediately after that, Ji Yang devoted himself to the pleasure of absorbing the moonlight. At this time, after dealing with the family matters, Chen Xingjian slowly walked towards the ancestral hall. The family situation is more and more straight down. Chen Xingjian went to the ancestral hall a lot more times. However, today, after Chen Xingjian pushed open the gate of the ancestral hall, his body froze in place, only to see the plain and ordinary family god tree in the daytime shining with a bright white aura all over its body under the moonlight. The flickering fluorescent leaves were a bit blinding, but the joy in Chen Xingjian's heart at this time was difficult to express. The sacred tree manifested itself. This was what his Chen clan's divine tree should look like. After so many years, he finally saw the light of the family divine tree once again. Chen Xingjian closed the door of the ancestral hall and walked quickly to Ji Yang's body. then fell on his head and worshipped, with some inexplicable words in his mouth. Ji Yang had since discovered Chen Xingzhen's arrival, but Ji Yang didn't have much to show for it. Although he had consciousness, he was not able to speak, so naturally he could not communicate with Chen Xingzhen. As for the wonders of his own gongfu, it didn't matter if he was seen. Anyway, he was the family god tree. Without showing some miracles, how would this Chen clan offer to him? Sacrifice to him? After being bound to the Chen clan, he was on the same rope as the Chen clan, and while the gongfu could certainly allow him to enhance his life force, he still needed to use the Chen clan if he wanted to survive in this world. Not to mention that the conditions for deduction were quite difficult, and without the Chen clan's sacrifice, he probably wouldn't have been able to grow fast enough. After a burst of chanting, Chen Xingzhen below raised his head slightly, then slowly prayed, "Divine Tree Lord, I know you must be able to hear my words. I am Chen Xingzhen, the current head of the Chen clan. Now that the clan is in decline and the clan's survival is at stake, I pray that the Divine Tree Lord will give the clan a hint of guidance to allow the clan to get through this difficult time. I hereby pay my respects, and if the family manages to get through this crisis, I will definitely make a 3-day sacrifice for the Divine Tree Grandmaster." Listening to Chen Xingzhen's words below, Ji Yang's heart became clear. In the daytime, he had a clear view of the reactions of the people present. Apart from this patriarch who still had the family's sacred tree in mind, few others were believers, or else it wouldn't have been the case that those two boys had entered the shrine in the middle of the night to secretly cut down the tree. The other part of the people who had a hopeful face was only because Chen Xingzhen was still the patriarch. Once Chen Xingzhen was gone, the odds were that he himself was going to end up in the fire pit being used as firewood. So whether it was to protect the Chen clan or himself, Ji Yang had to show something. If it was the previous Ji Yang could only stare dryly. After all, he had no half of the other means except for a green body. But times were different nowadays. Nowadays Ji Yang had an additional avatar in his hands. In the next moment, Ji Yang performed his divine ability, reversing the Dan Xing. As the divine ability was performed, some light green spots of light emerged from amongst Ji Yang's leaves, and the moment the green light spot popped up, Ji Yang's vitality, which had just reached 3.2, decreased by 0.1. There was no doubt that these green points of light were another form of one's life force. At the moment, Ji Yang was able to feel the existence of these green light points and could manipulate them. Under Ji Yang's control, these green points of light quickly surged towards Chen Xingzhen's body below, and Chen Xingzhen, who was kneeling with his head bowed at this time, also noticed the abnormal sensation coming from his body. Chen Xingzhen looked up and saw countless green points of light lingering around his body, and for every green point of light that entered his body, he felt that his state was 1 point better. Even the fatigue of the previous many days had vanished at this moment. Faced with the scene in front of him, Chen Xingzhen still do not know that this is the divine tree manifestation. Immediately, he kowtowed and knelt. "Many thanks to Lord God Tree. Thank you, Lord God Tree. My Chen clan is saved." Chen Xingzhen, who was absorbing the green points of light, cried out in joy. It took a long time before he detached himself from his excitement and began to experience the efficacy of this green point of light instead. This green light spot could not only eliminate fatigue, but it was also able to make the qi and blood in his body active again. Chen Xingzhen, who had sensed this, was overjoyed. People who practice martial arts, the early stage relies on the power of qi and blood in the body. When the power of qi and blood reaches a certain level, it will be able to break through the realm, change their potential. Every high-realm martial artist had extremely powerful qi and blood in their bodies, and Chen Xingzhen is now over 60 years old, but only a blood condensation realm martial artist. This realm is not high, and can only be in the chaotic burial mountain. This kind of small place is not bad, but the distance from the real strong man is 100,000 80,000 miles. At his age, it was much harder to make another breakthrough because as he grew older, the qi and blood in his body would slowly decline and decay, as well as lack of energy and other problems. But this green point of light was able to enliven the qi and blood in his body, which meant that as long as he absorbed enough, he might be able to ascend another realm? Even absorbing it myself had this effect. So what if it was an even younger member of the clan? Chen Xingzhen, who thought of this, silently clenched his fists. The excitement in his heart was hard to express. If the family god tree has such divine power, why would he worry about the Chen clan not prospering? Not only that, after absorbing enough green points of light, Chen Xingzhen felt that some of the darkness left over from practicing martial arts in his youth also disappeared at this moment. As Chen Xingzhen's state improved, the green spots of light underneath the divine tree disappeared. But Chen Xingzhen was extremely satisfied at this point. Thinking of the family's situation today, Chen Xingzhen could not help but sigh. If he had been able to bring the divine tree back to life earlier, why would he, the Chen clan, be here? But on second thought, it's not too late. Now that the divine tree has come back to life, it is displaying its divine power. There is still hope for his Chen clan. Chen Xingzhen's eyes exuded a strange color and his expression was filled with confidence. Chen Xingzhen, who had recovered his state, didn't bother Ji Yang again, but instead knelt down again before slowly leaving. Now that the divine tree had this effect, he needed to plan for it and use it to solve the current plight of the family. Looking at Chen Xingzhen, who left the ancestral hall alive and well, Ji Yan nodded slightly. It seemed that the effect of reversing the Danxing was good, although it was a drain on one's life force. 1 life force wasn't too much, it was still within the acceptable range. After Chen Xingzhen left, Ji Yang continued to devote himself to absorbing the moonlight, and the shrine became quiet once again. Only the white leaves of the trees rustled in the breeze. Patriarch, my great sword is already hungry and thirsty. When will we overthrow the Chen clan? Inside the Li clan's lobby, all the people were gathered, and a stubble-faced man took the lead in sending a question towards a middle-aged man in the center. The middle-aged man's face was majestic, with a slight coldness on his face. He is the patriarch of the Li clan, Li Yongcheng. The rest of the hall, however, were all core members of the Li family. Upon hearing the Hanyo's question, the others also looked towards Li Yongcheng in the center, waiting for the patriarch's answer. These 2 days of recuperation had allowed them to recover their state as well, so at this moment, the crowd couldn't wait to attack the Chen clan again. Fighting, just knowing how to fight all day long. Can you guys beat that Chen clan's old ancestor? Hearing the patriarch's rebuke, the others all lowered their heads slightly. Although there were a few blood condensation realm martial artists present, recalling the might of the Chen clan's old ancestor on that day also forced them to carry half a thought. Patriarch, that Chen clan's old ancestor already has only 1 arm and 1 leg left. We'll definitely be able to take him down if we fight again. At that moment, the man who had asked the question said again. The others also nodded their heads after hearing this. Although the dead old ancestor of the Chen clan was fierce, he was always dead, and after 2 more fights, they didn't believe that that old ancestor of the Chen clan would still be able to give birth to 2 more legs. Li Yongcheng sighed at the sight. Although his Li clan was quite numerous, and there were 2 more blood condensation realm martial artists than the Chen clan, it was as if the brains of the crowd had been eaten by the stone golem of that mass burial mountain. Li Yongcheng stopped beating around the bush and opened his mouth. There's no rush. Now that the Chen clan is in the bag, wanting to overthrow them is just a matter of time. But apart from our Li clan and Chen clan, there's still a Lu clan watching from the sidelines at the mass grave mountain. Didn't the Lu family make an agreement with us a long time ago not to get involved in this time? Han asked in disbelief. Idiot, you believe what he, the Lu family, says? His Lu family is just trying to make us and the Chen clan lose everything. If we lose too much by then, his Lu family will hit our doorstep the next day. That's why the matter of overthrowing the Chen clan can't be rushed. It has to be done slowly. Patriarch, so how long do we have to wait? Someone below asked. Li Yongcheng didn't answer, but just looked at one of them and asked, has anyone from the Chen clan come out recently? There was, but we found it and beat it back. Li Yongcheng nodded as he listened. Very well, his Chen clan is now cowering within the clan, neither able to go hunting at the mountain of mass burials, nor able to travel to the bazaar, which is equivalent to completely cutting off contact with the outside. Plus there is not much left of the grain and jerky that his Chen clan originally stored. In that case, we only need to surround but not fight, and simmer him for a few more days. Where will the Chen clan still have the strength to fight us? At that time, the Chen clan will naturally break without attack. Hearing this, the others nodded as if in a dream. Fighting isn't scary. What's scary is fighting hungry. The patriarch is wise. Under the barrage of compliments, Li Yongcheng's face radiated a faint smile before he once again instructed several people to look around the Chen clan, blocking off the various exits and not allowing a single person to be let go. After the clansmen left, Li Yongcheng thought carefully again and finally nodded slightly. Luckily for him, the Li family still had him, otherwise it would be no better than the Chen family. As long as he waited for his Li clan to engulf the Chen clan and receive the hunting range of the mass burial mountain as well as other resources, his Li clan would definitely be able to become stronger. In particular, the Chen clan's secret method of sacrificing the old ancestor's body had long made him greedy for a long time. Although the realm of the body would be 1 realm lower than it was before the sacrifice, this kind of secret method was rare in the mountain of mass burial. As for the Chen clan's old ancestor, he was originally in the realm of the innate, and although he was 1 realm lower after the sacrifice, he also had the late stage of the blood condensation realm. However, in the latter battle, that body had been broken quite a bit, and could only exert the strength of the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. But even so, it was indeed a good thing that it allowed the Chen clan to survive until today. Moreover, he had also heard that within the Chen clan's ancestral hall, there was also a divine tree planted, and after the Chen clan was breached, he himself might be destined to be able to take a look at what this divine tree looked like. If everything went well, perhaps in the near future, Only his Li clan would exist in this mountain of mass graves. Li Yongchen looked into the distance, a hint of latent ambition in his eyes. Matriarch, matriarch, something big is wrong. On the following day, the loud shouts of a youth once again came from outside Chen Xingzhen's room. Hearing this, Chen Xingzhen looked at the panicked visitor's face, once again becoming solemn. The Li clan hit the door again? After saying that, Chen Xingzhen's heart was a sigh. The Li clan did not give them the slightest respite. Even if the divine tree showed its divine power now, they were afraid that it would be very difficult to get out of danger and change the family's situation. No, it's something else. Early this morning, the clan wanted to go out to hunt at the mountain of mass graves, and then they were sneak attacked by the Li clan's people. Learning that it wasn't the Li clan that had hit the door, Chen Xingzhen's heart inexplicably sighed in relief, then asked again, "How are the casualties?" "Luckily we discovered their trail in advance and withdrew quickly. Only a few clansmen suffered minor injuries. Nothing serious." That's good. Chen Xingzhen muttered under his breath. But this caused the youth who had come to report the news to be stunned. How is it that the clan leader's mouth is still saying yes when the clan member is injured? If it wasn't for the fact that it was the clan chief, he would have suspected that the person who said this was a spy sent by another clan. "Matriarch, the clan's stocks of food and jerky are almost gone." At this time, another youth came to the front to report to Chen Xingzhen. How many more days can it last? It was about less than a day, and almost all of the clansmen who went out were attacked by the Li clan. With no harvest, Chen Xingzhen listened and instantly understood the conspiracy of the Li family. The old ancestor's blessing is still there. The Li family, in order to avoid damage, do not dare to come hard, turn to this approach. This is to trap them Chen family in it. This was considered a young plot, and he, the Chen clan, did not have a way to fight back yet. Yes, what a tactic. Chen Xingzhen sighed with emotion in his mouth. The two men who came to report were also in a low mood and understood the key. But Chen Xingzhen didn't care. The situation had already gotten this bad. It couldn't get any worse, and immediately waved his hand and said to the two, "Have everyone in the clan gather outside the ancestral hall. I have something to say. And those clan members who are injured come along with me." "Yes, matriarch." The two who heard the command immediately went far away. However, as they were leaving, both of them saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. "Have you noticed that the matriarch seems to be in good spirits?" the two men said in unison. And then they both froze, so it didn't seem to be their mistake. The two who didn't know the reason didn't say anymore, but went to inform the other clansmen. In the shrine, Ji Yang stood quietly in a corner of the shrine, bored. After practicing all night last night, his vitality now reached 4.1, and if he hadn't used the reversal Dan Xing once, his vitality would have been 4.2. It also translates to exactly 0.1 life force for half an hour. It was just a pity that he couldn't run his gung fu during the day. If he had chosen to absorb the essence of the sun at that time, the result might have been different, but then he wouldn't be able to cultivate at night, and it would still be the same result. Hopefully, he would be able to stumble upon the same choice again the next time he pushed through, but Ji Yang found it a bit difficult. "I don't know when the next Qin clan festival will be held. I only just showed my divine power yesterday, so I think it should be soon." But remembering the plight of the Chen clan today, this sacrifice didn't seem to be that easy. Just as Ji Yang was enjoying the rising sun, the gate of the shrine was slowly opened once again. Ji Yang looked fixedly, and not surprisingly, the visitor was still Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch. After closing the gate of the shrine, Chen Xingzhen turned his gaze to the divine tree in the shrine. Although the divine tree did not have the light of the night nowadays, the improvement in one's state could not be faked. Now that the family's situation is becoming increasingly dire, in the face of the Li family's approach, Chen Xingzhen also already has a plan in mind, but this plan is to communicate with the divine tree first. Without the divine tree's healing, then one's plans were just castles in the air. Chen Xingzhen, who was clear on this point, immediately spelled out his plan. After hearing Chen Xingzhen's narration, Ji Yang also couldn't help but turn his invisible sight to the old man in front of him who was over 6 years old. It seemed that Chen Xingzhen was betting all the family's retreats all on himself, but he didn't seem to have much of a choice. Now that he was living and dying with the Chen clan, at least for the time being, he couldn't get out of his immediate predicament on his own. Chen Xingzhen, who had finished his plan, turned his expectant gaze towards Ji Yang. He believed that the divine tree had a spirit and would definitely give him a response. Under Chen Xingzhen's gaze, the branches of the divine tree swayed slightly. Seeing this, Chen Xingzhen's face showed gratitude and he once again paid his respects. At this time, there were also a lot of noisy murmurs coming from outside the shrine, as if someone was arguing about something. Chen Xingzhen, who had finished paying his respects, frowned slightly before walking towards the outside of the shrine. "What's going on?" Chen Xingzhen, who had walked out of the ancestral hall, looked at the assembled clansmen and issued an inquiry to Chen Xingyu, who was in front of him. Chen Xingyu said with some exasperation, "Matriarch, recently quite a few clansmen who went out to prepare for hunting have suffered attacks from the Li clan, and now there is not much food left in the clan. At this rate, the clan won't be able to last much longer. The matter is known to me." Chen Xingzhen sighed back, but Chen Xingyu continued to speak. "Patriarch, according to my idea, why don't we gather out to hunt while the clan still has the strength to fight? Or else after a while, when the clan's chi and blood are insufficient and they can't eat enough, then their strength to fight will drop, and we won't have a chance at all." After Chen Xingyu finished speaking, quite a few people behind her nodded their heads slightly, thinking that this was a good idea. At this time, a middle-aged man with a slightly pale face was the one who stood out from the crowd and spoke out against it. "This is not a good thing." The crowd immediately looked. The person who spoke was not someone else, but the family's blood condensation realm martial artist Chen Tianjing. Looking closely, his appearance was actually similar to Chen Xinghe for a few minutes, only his appearance was much older. Seeing the crowd look at him, Chen Tianjing let out a sigh before continuing. "Nowadays, the reason why his Li clan didn't come to attack the family is all because the old ancestor is still inside the ancestral hall. If he rallies out to hunt, the old ancestor can't be brought out. Just with the family's existing strength, it's not a match for the Li clan at all. This will make the family's situation even more difficult." Some of the clansmen below nodded again. Chen Xingyu frowned slightly. "But third uncle, if we don't go for a fight, won't we have no chance at all? This approach is still too risky. If there is a slip-up, the family is afraid." Both sides argued, each with their own point of view. At the back of the crowd, Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng stood at the side, and after hearing the arguments of the clansmen, Chen Xinghe could not help but whisper, "I think my father is really senile. What a good idea for clan brother Qingyu. Xingmeng, don't you think so?" Chen Xingmeng scratched his head. "Ha, there. I'll say 2 words." As Chen Xingzhen spoke, the other clansmen instantly quieted down. "There isn't much food left in the family, so we have to go out and hunt. And he, the Li clan, has sent people to guard all parts of the mass burial mountain to attack us. So in order to find a way to survive, we need to find another way out that is invisible to the Li clan." After Chen Xingzhen finished speaking, the people present all voiced their questions. His Chen clan was built right on the ground, and the people couldn't fly, so how could they avoid the Li clan's guards to go hunting at the mass burial mountain? Then only the family secret passage will do. As one person blurted out his words, the crowd all turned their gazes to the person who spoke, and at that moment, he also realized that he had said the wrong thing. "No, the family secret passage is the last escape route for some clansmen. It cannot be exposed. Yes, once the family secret passage is detected by the Li clan, the family will no longer have a way back." The two who were originally still arguing instantly stood on the same side after hearing this proposal. "I'm just saying," the man who opened his mouth whispered. However, all of them understood at this time that according to what the patriarch had said, it seemed that this was the only way. "That's what I think." As the crowd fell silent, Chen Xingzhen slowly spoke. The two who had just objected to it all had stunned looks on their faces when they heard it. Due to the previous mutation of the divine tree plus other things, the younger generation of the clan hadn't transferred out yet today. But at this moment, the clan leader said that he wanted the clan to go out hunting through the secret passage. If the secret passage was once discovered by the Li clan and blocked in advance, it would completely cut off the family's back roads. The most crucial thing was that both the former and the latter's proposals were still from the patriarch's own words, which made it a little difficult for the two to accept for a while, not understanding what exactly Chen Xingzhen's idea was, even if it was what the matriarch had said. At this time, Chen Xingyu still couldn't help but retort, "But the patriarch, well, there's no need to say more. I have my own mind." Chen Xingzhen interrupted Chen Xingyu's words and said in a loud voice, how could he not understand the huge risk behind this idea? But he still wanted to take a gamble, simply because he didn't want to let the family that his old ancestor had managed to build up with great difficulty be destroyed in his own hands. The family's sacred tree, which has been re-energized behind it, is the source of Chen Xingzhen's confidence. Looking at the patriarch's fluctuationless eyes, the two did not retort. They could see that the patriarch had other ideas. It was just that the two could not guess what Chen Xingzhen's ideas were for a moment. As the two men observed carefully, at this time, the two men also clearly noticed that the matriarch's mental state seemed to be good, far better than in previous days, which made the two men even more puzzled. Have any of the wounded of the clan come? At this time, Chen Xingzhen looked at the person who had delivered the message earlier and asked. All of them have been brought. There are a total of 15 people in the family who were recently injured due to the battle with the Li clan. As the words fell, some injured people at the back of the crowd who were bandaged with white cloth came forward. Among the dozen or so, some were on crutches, some had their foreheads wrapped, and others were lying on stretchers, while the person at the front was in his 40s. One arm was tied with rough gauze. This person was Chen Tianyu, one of the 4 current blood condensation realm martial artists of the Chen clan. Only 2 days ago in the Li family's attack in the arm injury, although it does not affect the action, but a body strength now can only play half. Matriarch, Chen Tianyu nodded his head in greeting. Well, all of you follow me in. The others wait outside and are not allowed to enter the shrine for now. Halfway through his walk, Chen Xingjin looked back and said, Tianjing and Xingyu, you guys should come in together as well. Hearing Chen Xingjin's order, the rest of the clansmen all had puzzled looks on their faces, and for a moment they did not understand what the patriarch's intentions were in doing this. Chen Xingyu and Chen Tianjing were equally confused, but they did not refuse, and the two of them walked into the ancestral hall together. The rest of the clan could only wait outside in silence, watching the shrine doors slowly close. Hey, Kai Ameng! In the crowd, Chen Xinghe, who was standing at the back, shouted to Chen Qingmeng, who was at the side. Chen Qingmeng turned his head suspiciously. Kyo-ha, what's wrong? Do you want to see what the patriarch and the others are doing inside the shrine? Chen Qingmeng's eyes widened slightly at the words, understanding Chen Xinghe's mind for a split second, but immediately shook his head hastily. No, the patriarch just gave the order, and my father and the others are right in front of us. You want to be punished? We'll just sneak a peek through the fence from the last time we were there. The matriarch won't notice. This put Chen Qingmeng in a state of hesitation. That's not very nice. Chen Xinghe saw this and spoke again. Don't you want to save the family? What does this have to do with saving the family? Chen Qingmeng had a bewildered look on his face, but he still slowly moved his feet. The two of them silently snuck out from behind the crowd, sneaking towards the other side of the shrine. Inside the ancestral hall, after the crowd saw Chen Xingjin walking towards the family's sacred tree that stood in one corner of the ancestral hall, there was some doubt in their expressions. Chen Xingyu frowned slightly, and did not understand what the patriarch's intention was, but only scrutinized the family's sacred tree in a corner of the ancestral hall from the side, showing some contempt in his eyes, while considering in his heart that he must persuade the patriarch again later on about the importance of the family's secret passageway. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Chen Xingjin walked towards the bottom of the divine tree in large strides and slowly spoke to Ji Yang. Divine Tree Sama, this is the clan's current injured person. I hope you will show your glory. Divine Tree Sama. The faces of the people who heard this all showed a stunned expression, and there was even an incredulous gaze in their eyes. What is their patriarch doing? Praying for the sacred tree to heal their wounds? The patriarch is out of his mind, isn't he? Although they had learned that the family divine tree had sprouted, they didn't feel that the tree was able to heal them. Not to mention that the injuries that some of them had suffered were extremely serious, and even the family physician had said that it wasn't something that could be recovered in a short period of time. However, all of these thoughts could only be buried in the hearts of the people, not daring to speak them out. Chen Tianyu, who was at the forefront of the crowd, did not hide it, but quickly stepped forward and spoke in a low voice to the praying Chen Xingjin. Matriarch, have you not rested well recently? Otherwise, go rest for a while first. He had heard that Chen Xingjin had not rested for several days for the sake of the family's recent affairs, and although he was a blood condensation realm martial artist, it was not a good idea to go on for a long time, or else how could he speak such nonsense now, as a late generation of the family, right now? Of course he had to persuade. If the patriarch was crazy, then the family was really hopeless. Chen Xingjin looked at the worried Chen Tianyu, his face crying and laughing. Before he had seen the divine tree in all its glory, he had also felt like he was going crazy. But after experiencing it himself yesterday, he already knew the divine tree's current capabilities, and it was more than enough to treat the injuries of the crowd. Chen Xingjin didn't explain too much, and simply greeted the injured clansman present and sat down beneath the divine tree. Right now the explanation is all superfluous. When they experience it for themselves they will naturally understand. Chen Tianyu saw that the patriarch's face was serious and did not look like a symptom of madness. He also half-heartedly walked towards the bottom of the divine tree. The others did not refute it, but they also looked curiously at the family's divine tree in front of them. Ji Yangyao looked at the 10 or so people below, silently estimating in his mind the amount of life force he would have to give. I'm afraid it wouldn't be too little, especially the one who was carried in on a stretcher, and whose injuries appeared to be more serious. But with things having come to this, Ji Yang didn't have much of a choice. Prior to this, Chen Xingjin had already spelled out his plan, wanting to borrow his own light to heal the injured clansmen currently in the Chen clan, and then have some of the clansmen sneak off through the clan's secret passages to hunt deeper into the mountains of mass burial. The proceeds of the hunt were used to sustain the many clansmen within the family on the one hand, and for sacrifices on the other. For the sacrifice, Ji Yang naturally couldn't wait. The more things he sacrificed, the faster his qi, blood, and spiritual energy would accumulate, and he would also be able to perform his next push to enhance his strength. Although vitality was important, it was currently sufficient for maintaining one's growth, not to mention the existence of the eclipse technique, so there was no need to worry for the time being. The scene outside the shrine just now, Ji Yang also saw it all. The family's secret passage was the last road of the Chen clan, and right now Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, had personally spoken out, clearly placing all bets on himself. Now that the Chen clan was in dire straits, if he did not adopt this method, he did not even know how the Chen clan would respond to the Li clan's attack a few days later. At the same time, Ji Yang's heart was also secretly glad that this patriarch wasn't some old codger and didn't choose to give up the family, otherwise he would really have to explain himself here. So when Chen Xingzhen made his request, Ji Yang categorically had no reason to refuse. Not far away, Chen Xingyu detached herself from her contemplation. After seeing the matriarch's actions just now, Chen Xingyu sighed with a sigh on her lips. The matriarch must be crazy, otherwise how could he pin his hopes on this tree? Although he had known for a long time that the patriarch was extremely obsessed with the family's divine tree, he still didn't expect the patriarch to go crazy at this critical moment for the family. So it seems that the family may indeed not last. He, Chen Xingyu, the hope of the younger generation of the clan, had the need to think about the clan in advance. Uncle Sam, do you support me? Looking at Chen Xingzhen, who had a respectful face and was silently praying below the divine tree, Chen Xingyu inquired about Chen Tianjing, who was at the side. Chen Tianjing didn't reply, but only let out a light sigh, then nodded. He hadn't quite understood the patriarch's opening of the secret passageway before, but now it seemed that everything was explained. That would be the patriarch going crazy. No wonder the matriarch was in good spirits today, very different from the previous days. While the crowd was all sitting down, Ji Yang silently activated the divine ability of reversing Danxing. As the avatar was performed, the branches and leaves on Ji Yang's torso emitted slight oscillations in the air. Between the oscillations, countless light green points of light seeped out from the leaves, and the points of light seeping out from the leaves had filled a small half of the shrine in the twinkling of an eye. The crowd seated below looked at this unusual scene above their heads. All of them were dumbstruck. Before the crowd had time to speak, countless points of light spread out and then dipped into their bodies. The faces of the people whose bodies were invaded by the green points of light all changed as they sensed the wonders of it. My hands itch, a clan member with an injured arm said in astonishment. Me too, I can feel my feet. At this moment, all the people in the ancestral hall were wearing joyful faces. Although they didn't know what was happening, they could understand that this green point of light didn't look like a mortal object, and could actually heal their injuries. Chen Tianyu also had a shocked look in his eyes at this time. Other people might not understand, but as one of the family's 3 blood condensation realm martial artists, he had a much better control of his body's blood qi, and even though he couldn't look into his body internally, at this time, he could also experience something that ordinary people couldn't experience from this unique feeling. He felt that his wound was healing rapidly, knowing that after he was injured, the family physician told him that this injury would take at least half a year to recover and a year to heal. But right now, after just absorbing a small amount of green light points, he felt the blood qi of his arm surge back to life, radiating vigor. This was a level that could not be reached by unusual medicinal herbs, unless it was some kind of heavenly treasure with special effects. But that kind of thing, wouldn't it be something that a small family like the Chen clan could possess? At this moment, Chen Tianyu's eyes emptied, and he finally understood why the patriarch had not given up sacrificing to the divine tree for the past 20 years. It turned out that the family god tree had such great power. Not far away, the two of them, Chen Xingyu and Chen Tianjing, were already thinking in low voices about what to do afterward. But when countless green points of light into the eyes when, still in the discussion of the two men are stagnant. Beside the years of the crowd's joy and excitement is to make the two men's hearts are difficult to calm. Even though the two of them were far away from each other, there were still a few green spots of light floating towards them. Chen Tianjing curiously reached out to accept it, wanting to experience whether this green light point was that magical. Chen Xingyu, who was on the side, however, hurriedly dodged away. He never believed in them, nor would he absorb this unknown green spot of light. Maybe it's all just an illusion created by this tree. Don't try to fool him. However, as if the green point of light was conscious, it instantly drilled into Chen Xingyu's body when he was unable to avoid it. Chen Xingyu's face changed and she didn't continue dodging. However, after he carefully sensed the effect brought about by this green point of light entering his body, Chen Xingyu's complexion changed a little, and his mouth murmured, "How is that possible?" On the side, Chen Tianjing's eyes instantly glowed after absorbing the green light points. At this moment, he finally understood why the patriarch had been so bent on opening the family secret passageway earlier. Despite the opinions of the people, Chen Tianjing who thought about it couldn't help but move his feet closer towards the divine tree. he still wanted to absorb more green light points. As he moved his feet, Chen Tianjing did not forget to turn around and say, "That, Xingyu, you have the support of so many people. It's enough without me." Chen Xingyu fell into silence as she looked at the divine tree in front of her. Although he wasn't really a fan of this divine tree, but right now the facts were in front of him, so let's pretend that he hadn't just said anything. On the side, looking at the astonished clansmen in the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin had a smile on his face. The scene in front of him let him know that his perseverance for so many years had not been in vain, and that there was still hope for the family. Quiet. The divine tree has only just sprouted into life. Exerting divine power will not be a small loss to the divine tree, so you guys should absorb it quickly. Looking at the crowd that couldn't stop moving around in excitement, Chen Xingjin then scolded. Hearing the patriarch's words, the others immediately quieted down, suppressing the joy in their eyes and turning to concentrate on beginning to absorb the green light points around them. What's going on? What happened in there? The commotion inside the shrine was transmitted to the outside, and the people waiting outside the shrine at this time had puzzled faces, but the tightly closed door of the shrine prevented them from getting a glimpse of what was going on inside, and in the way of the patriarch's order, the people didn't dare to go up to investigate. Wait and see. Quick! I hear movement. Outside the fence on the other side of the ancestral hall, Chen Xinghe greeted Chen Qingmeng, and the two of them used the stones protruding from the bottom of the fence as a place to pad their feet, and leapt to the edge above the fence, revealing half of their heads, and then looked towards the inside of the ancestral hall. After the two saw the scene inside the shrine, their pupils involuntarily dilated. Qinghe, what is this? Chen Qingmeng inquired with a dull gaze. However, Chen Xinghe did not reply, only that he was also immersed in the strange scene before him at that moment, only to see the unusual family god tree below, sitting on a dozen or so clansmen. Around the bodies of these dozen or so clansmen, countless green light points like fireflies fluttered around. Every time the green points of light invaded the bodies of the people, the faces of the clansmen below radiated pleasure. The magical scene made the two men look away. Soon, the green points of light around them became less, and the people who were still tuned in were slowly opening their eyes. There, my hand's better. It doesn't hurt anymore. I can walk. Ha ha ha. All the people who had checked out their situation were elated and excited. Even though he was a martial artist, he still had trouble moving after being injured, but he didn't expect to be back to his old self in a flash. Chen Tianyu silently felt his arm nowadays, and then he slightly exerted force, and the white cloth that had originally wrapped the wound was instantly shaken away. He had once again regained the combat power of a blood condensation realm martial artist. When Chen Tianyu looked at the family divine tree above his head once more, there was a trace of awe in his gaze. Outside the enclosure, the two brothers who saw the scene inside saw that all the people were awake and did not dare to look at it again so as not to be discovered, then quietly lowered their heads and quickly left the way they came. However, the curiosity in the hearts of the two men at this time was difficult to express, and the visual impact of that scene just now to the two men was tremendous. They didn't expect the family god tree to actually be a god tree. Thinking of the two of them sneaking in the middle of the night to cut down the trees 2 days ago, there was a hint of panic in their eyes. Kyo-ha, what should we do? The god tree won't blame us, will it? Chen Qingmeng asked apprehensively. I suppose. No, Chen Xinghe said uncertainly. At this moment, he was also a bit flustered, not knowing how to respond. It's okay, as long as we don't say anything, no one will know it was us. Aha. The two consoled themselves with each other and then returned to the crowd outside the shrine. After that, the shrine is a forbidden place for the family, so you're not allowed to come over and disturb the divine tree's rest when there's nothing else going on, Chen Xingjin said to the clan members in front of him who were getting better from their injuries. If originally there were still people who did not think so, but now after personally feeling the divine power displayed by Ji Yang, the eyes of the people present were filled with fear and respect as they looked at Ji Yang and answered yes. Tianjing, Tianyu, and Xingyu stay behind. The others go out first. Chen Xingjin waved his hand, and all of them nodded in response, and before leaving, they once again worshipped the divine tree. But this time, the worship was much more serious than before. Looking at the three people left behind with different expressions, Chen Xingjin's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Although the family divine tree had this divine power, it was not enough to save the day with this alone. How to open the family's secret passage? How many people to send out to hunt? All of these needed to be discussed. In addition, the elders of the clan had even told them in advance that every time they asked for the divine tree, they had to make a sacrifice. The matter of hunting is even more important. Talk about your thoughts on this hunting trip out through the secret family tunnel. Chen Xingjin slowly spoke. As soon as his words fell, Chen Tianyu had already spoken. Matriarch, since the divine tree has this divine power, this matter is feasible, and it needs to be fast. As I see it, we can go out hunting tonight. Clan brother is extremely right. The Li clan is eyeing the tiger. We are in a hurry. After some deliberation among several people, a decision was quickly made. Now that the family has no more ways to solve the danger of extinction, it needs to be decisive. Above, Ji Yang was sighing repeatedly in his heart. Hiss, I can't believe I used one life force. Although he had known that the amount of life force consumed in treating the injuries of so many people would not be small, Ji Yang was still a little heartbroken as he watched his original 1 life force drop to 3-0. That's what you've been working on all night. However, when Ji Yang heard the deliberations of the few people below, the reluctance in his heart quickly dissipated. The green points of light that had penetrated into the bodies of Chen Xingyu and Chen Tianyu before was also something he had done on purpose, in order to increase his credibility in the Chen clan. It seemed to be working well so far, and even Chen Xingyu, who had previously wanted to cut herself down and use her as firewood, was much more silent. With the support of the 4 blood condensation realm martial artists of the Chen clan, his reputation in the clan would only be higher. And the decline in vitality is not just a simple reduction in numbers. Ji Yang can feel his perception of the outside world weakening. The original consciousness that could spread out beyond the shrine, at this time can barely break through the edge of the shrine. Not only that, but the underground roots had shrunk quite a bit, and their hold on themselves had likewise become much weaker. It seems that these are the negative effects of reduced vitality. Without sufficient vitality or an emergency situation, this skill is really harmful to you. But now, he could only pray that the Chen clan would give a little bit of effort and drag 2 big fat pigs over to sacrifice themselves earlier. With some deliberation among the 4, the result was soon realized. After a few people left, the shrine became quiet once again. Ji Yang looked around from afar, and a silent sigh resounded in the air. As night fell, the Chen clan was exceptionally quiet today. Under the color of the moon, Ji Yang worked hard on his Gongfu moon eclipse, constantly absorbing the power of the moonlight. Under Ji Yang's silent exhalation, the entire trunk of the tree emitted a white fluorescent light. Crunch! At that moment, the closed door of the shrine suddenly opened, and several figures came in through the door. The people who came were not Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng, who had sneaked in to cut down the trees last time, but rather Chen Tianyu, who had been discussing going out to hunt with clan chief Chen Xingzhen in the daytime. And in addition to these people, there were a few more figures this time. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't difficult to realize that these people were the strongest martial artists in the Chen clan. In addition to Chen Xingyu's blood condensation realm, and all of them had the strength of the late stage of the body tempering realm. The few people at the moment were the last of the Chen clan's platoon nowadays. After the few people quietly entered the shrine, they were greeted by the sight of the frilly divine tree. The few people who had never seen such a scene were all shaken, with a hint of wonder and awe in their gaze, while a hint of hope appeared in their eyes. However, what made Ji Yang feel puzzled was that in the daytime, wasn't Chen Xingzhen's few people going to discuss about going out hunting tonight through the family secret passage? Why would they come to the ancestral hall to gather in the middle of the night? Without waiting for Ji Yang to think more, another figure entered the shrine. The one who came this time was Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch. Ready? Chen Xingzhen opened his mouth and asked. Matriarch, the clan has already sent clansmen around the family to watch over the area, and will report immediately at the first sign of trouble. Hearing Chen Tianyu's reply, Chen Xingzhen nodded. Good. This trip is of great importance. Don't let the slightest bit of information leak out. In addition, the family secret passage leads to the depths of the chaotic burial mountain, which has a lot of blood condensation realm ferocious beasts. It is said that there are also innate realm ferocious beasts. You must be careful. Everything to their own safety. Yes, matriarch. Several people nodded with solemn faces as they listened. There is no time to lose, so go and return as quickly as you can. After saying that, the few people walked towards the room where the old ancestor was enshrined. After entering the room, Chen Xingzhen moved one of the lapis lazuli slabs in the room away, revealing a dark passageway. Outside, Ji Yang, who sensed the scene inside, was stunned. He didn't expect that the Chen clan's secret passageway was also in the ancestral hall, and although the roots that lurked underneath him spread over 10 meters, they didn't involve the underside of that room, so it was no wonder that he didn't notice it. Flop, flop. As blood condensation realm martial artists, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing were the first two to lead the way and jumped down without hesitation after seeing the passageway. Although it was pitch black inside the passageway, martial artists at the body tempering realm were already able to see in the dark, not to mention that the two of them were already blood condensation realm martial artists. Soon, the group disappeared into the secret passage. Outside the secret passageway, looking at the disappearing few, Chen Xingzhen came below the divine tree and prayed silently. This time, when the secret passage went out hunting, it had basically sent out most of the high-ranking martial artists in the family. And even though the family only had a total of 4 blood condensation realm martial artists, this was already all the strength of the family, and as the family patriarch, he naturally couldn't go out, but needed to stay in the family to control the big picture. In addition, there was still one person left in the family, and that was Qin Xingyu of the blood condensation realm. Leaving a blood condensation realm martial artist behind was naturally to prevent a sudden attack from the Li clan. Although this possibility was unlikely, it could not be avoided, and the 2 blood condensation realm martial artists would be able to hold out for a while. After some prayers, Chen Xingjun turned around and left the ancestral hall, leaving only Ji Yang, who was silently absorbing the moonlight in the ancestral hall. 3, 1, 3, 2. The bored Ji Yang could only quietly look at his slowly rising vitality, expecting in his heart that the few people who went out would bring him good news. Clan member Qin Xingyu breaks through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, plus 2 deduction points. The sudden prompt in front of him caused Ji Yang to freeze. Qin Xingyu actually made a breakthrough? It also contributes 2 deduction points to itself. Not bad, not bad. Ji Yang shook the branch with satisfaction. It seemed that the daytime vitality hadn't been in vain. In the room, after the breakthrough, Chen Xingyu's qi and blood erupted. The entire person was like a ferocious beast. Feeling the thick qi and blood in her body, Chen Xingyu had a joyful expression on her face. To be able to reach the late stage of the blood condensation realm at his age, it wouldn't be too much to call him a genius. One must know that Patriarch Chen Xingjun is only at the late stage of the blood condensation realm today. Unfortunately, it still came up short. The late stage of the blood condensation realm wasn't enough to save the family's situation today. It would be good if they could reach the realm of the innate, but to advance to the realm of the innate, one needs to have qi and blood like Mercury. Right now he had just reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm. There was still a long way to go from this point, and breaking through to the realm of the innate wasn't that easy. Otherwise the entire chaotic burial mountain wouldn't have been without a single martial artist in the realm of the innate. Chen Xingyu shook her head and no longer thought much about it, silently running the 3 turns Xian Gong to calm down the violent qi and blood in her body. The 3 revolutions Xian Gong was a Xian rank Gong method that had been passed down from generation to generation of the Chen clan, and could be used to break through to the innate realm. Like the small clans in the vicinity of the mass burial mountain, most of them were only yellow ranked feats. This is what the Li family covets today. According to the patriarch, this Gong method had 9 turns in the beginning, for the ground level Gong method, and could reach the 3rd realm of God concentration. But unfortunately, the family declined at the back, and the Gong method was crippled, and now there were only 3 turns, and even the battle skills that were attached to the Gong method were nowhere to be found. Nowadays, the Qin clan was only left with the last bit of blessing from their ancestors, and if the family did not rise again, it would probably disappear in the river of time. Thinking of this, Chen Xingyu's eyes radiated a resolute light. As one of the most promising people in the clan, he must save the clan from danger. But then Chen Xingyu quickly thought of the green points of light that had penetrated his body during the day. According to his previous estimation, it would take him some time before he could ascend to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. However, after coming into contact with that green light spot in the daytime, he felt that the qi and blood in his body had become much more active, which led to today's breakthrough. A sacred tree? Chen Xingyu's mouth murmured, and there was a hint of faltering in her eyes. But then Chen Xingyu let out another light hum. This elevation of his realm was ultimately dependent on his own accumulation. Even without the divine tree, he could still reach the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Everything is still up to you. A little later, a steely voice came out of the room. 3, 5, 3, 6, 3, 7. In the shrine, looking at his slowly rising life force and realizing the feeling of his consciousness gradually spreading, Ji Yang was like drinking a fine wine. However, when Ji Yang looked at the reclosed green stone slab, his mind fell into contemplation. It's been several hours. Why haven't a few people returned? He's still waiting for his offering. If he hadn't been unable to move, he would have hated to burrow out through the middle of this secret passage to hunt for himself. Ta-da! Sharp footsteps sounded beside Ji Yang's ears. Turning his head to look, Chen Xingjian was rushing towards the ancestral hall with a faster pace. This was already the 3rd time that Chen Xingjian had come to the ancestral hall this night, and it was evident that this patriarch was also very worried in his heart at the moment. The clansmen sent out were already the strongest fighting force in the clan, and he didn't even know what to do if there were any losses. What's more, a few people have not returned for a long time. If all of them have accidents, then he is afraid that the Chen clan will really be unable to return to heaven. Had he known, he would have sent more people forward. Unfortunately, it's too late for regrets. Chen Xingjian kept pacing and wandering under the tree, praying to Ji Yang from time to time that the few people would return safely. Regarding Chen Xingjian's prayers, Ji Yang just treated it as if he hadn't heard them. but there was inevitably some anxiety in his heart. After all, he wasn't really a tree. If something happened to a few people out hunting, he wouldn't be cold as well. Just when a person and a tree is difficult to endure. The family secret passages suddenly came a few light and messy footsteps. The voice was subtle. But for Chen Xingjian, who was in a state of anxiety, it was like a drought of rain. However, as the patriarch, Chen Xingjian did not rush to open the lapis lazuli plate above the secret passage, but stopped and listened carefully. Perhaps the ones who returned were not the clansmen who had gone out to hunt, or they could be ferocious beasts that had accidentally discovered the secret passageway, and it was necessary for him to be careful and watch out for them. Matriarch, it's me. It wasn't until after the familiar sound of words rang out beside his ears that the vigilance on Chen Xingjian's face disappeared, and he hurriedly moved the lapis lazuli plate above him away. After the green stone slabs were moved away, Chen Tianyu and his group immediately drilled out from the secret passage below. Seeing the few people who had returned, Chen Xingjian muttered something under his breath. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Unlike when they entered the secret passage, at this time, several people's clothes were broken, and there were several wounds on their bodies, with two of the body-tempering realm clansmen having a huge laceration wound on their chests. At this moment, the two of them were pale, and even the clothes wrapped around their wounds were dyed a scarlet color, and behind a few people, there was a ferocious beast dragging about 10 feet long, stout and tiger-like in appearance. It seemed that the wounds of several people probably came from hunting this ferocious beast. After Chen Xingjian saw the ferocious beast, his mouth set in surprise. Blood Condensation Realm's Iron Spine Tiger. Although the Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu sent out this time were both mid-Blood Condensation Realm martial artists, and there were even several late body tempering realm clansmen, but he didn't expect a few people to be able to hunt an iron buckthorn tiger back. Although this kind of beast is only in the Blood Condensation Realm, but the Blood Condensation Realm beast is exceptionally strong, all thanks to the beast's own talent. Coupled with the location in the depths of the chaotic burial mountain, the clansmen are not familiar with the terrain. It is very difficult to hunt to this kind of beast. According to Chen Xingjian's thoughts, it would be enough to hunt two body-tempering realm beasts on this trip. Patriarch. Just as Chen Tianyu was about to report the details of the hunting trip, he was interrupted by Chen Xingjian raising his hand. There's no rush. Later. After saying that, Chen Xingjian turned his gaze to the two clansmen who were quite heavily injured. When out hunting, injuries were inevitable. Not to mention the depths of the mass burial mountain where ferocious beasts were rampant. But now at the time of the family crisis, this kind of injury, I'm afraid not half a month time, is not good. Chen Xingjian turned his gaze to the family divine tree behind him, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. But after thinking for a moment, Chen Xingjian sighed again. The last time he treated so many clansmen's injuries, he hadn't even had the time to sacrifice the divine tree. Right now he was really not in a good position to open his mouth. Not to mention that the divine tree was in its infancy, and I'm afraid that it would be difficult to sustain it without their sacrifices. The power of the divine tree, of course, had to be used in the most critical moments. Sinking a little, Chen Xingjian said helplessly, "Go to the family treasury and get some good ointment. Go back and rest." Yes. Several people didn't say anymore, and immediately dragged their tired and injured bodies to prepare to go back to rest. At this time, the branches and leaves of the divine tree that emitted fluorescence on the side were suddenly shaking a little. In the next moment, many green points of light from the daytime reappeared in front of everyone's eyes, and then drilled into several people's bodies. Feeling the vitality brought by the green point of light, the original injured several people only feel that the body's injuries are rapidly improving. The two people who are seriously injured is like wandering in the gentle spring water. Their mouths cannot help but let out a comfortable murmur. When the green point of light disappeared, a few people felt a sense of relief. Not only the external injuries healed, even the fatigue after the big battle was also swept away. The two people who were the most heavily injured also had a much rosier face at the moment, and when the two people uncovered the clothes wrapped around the outside of their wounds, they realized that the previous wounds had actually begun to scab over. Although it wasn't good enough to be complete, the strength of the two men was no longer affected in this way. "Thank you, Lord God Tree." On the side, Chen Xingjian had a grateful face and immediately paid his respects. The rest of the few people also hastened to pay their respects after they reacted. With this sacred tree in the family, what's the worry that it won't prosper? The few people who had recovered from their injuries only felt a sense of grandeur, and had some thoughts of continuing to go out and hunt in order to offer up the divine tree. Chen Xingjian saw the excitement of the several people and hurriedly spoke. "Alright, it's almost dawn. You guys go back to rest early. You mustn't be detected by the Li clan as a breakthrough." Although the family secret passage was quite safe, right now there was no room for accidents, and hunting was best done at night. Hearing the patriarch's command, several people could only turn and leave. However, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing did not leave. but instead reported back to Qin Xingjian about what they had encountered during their outing and how they had hunted this iron buckthorn tiger. Above, Ji Yang listened to the conversation of a few people, but he did not move his gaze from the carcass of the iron thorn tiger below. The reverse dancing that he had just performed had consumed 0.5 of his life force, and what he had managed to absorb in the first half of the night was gone in an instant. And the reason why Ji Yang stepped in to help was certainly not for nothing. This iron thorn tiger, he had to get a piece of the pie no matter what he said. It was a pity that he couldn't speak, or else he would have just asked this iron thorn tiger over. Below, Qin Xingjian's brows furrowed slightly after hearing the two men's account. According to the duo, in the depths of the disorderly burial mountain, ferocious beasts were all over the place, and even at night, there were still many ferocious beasts. However, it was precisely because of this that the family secret passage had become safe. Only nowadays, with the family's weak power, it was a bit of a bad hunt. One slip-up might even fold a few people. Matriarch, this iron thorn tiger, what should we do with it? As he pondered, Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, opened his mouth and asked. Qin Xingjian looked towards the corpse of the iron buckthorn tiger on the ground after hearing this and inquired towards the duo. In your opinion, what should be done? Above, Ji Yang, who heard the three of them discussing how to deal with this iron buckthorn tiger, also listened attentively. Whether or not he could continue to extrapolate depended on Qin Xingjian's thoughts. Seeing Qin Xingjian's rhetorical question, the two fell into deep thought. A little while later, Chen Tianjing was the first to speak. Now that the clan has little food stored, the clan's qi and blood are failing, and this iron spiny tiger meat has plenty of qi and blood. I think that this iron spiny tiger can be split into two. Half of it can be used to sacrifice to the divine tree, and the other half can be provided to the clan to serve as food, to ensure that the clan's qi and blood will be plentiful. Qin Xingjian nodded after hearing this and looked towards Qin Tianyu. Tianyu, what do you think? What the clan brother said is very true, but as I see it, now that the Li clan is eyeing the family and may attack the family at any time, and there is still a day's worth of food left in the family at present, I do think that this iron thorn tiger can be sacrificed to the divine tree, so that the divine tree can display its divine power again, and so that the clan can have an extra glimmer of hope for a comeback. As for the clan's food, we can go hunting again tomorrow night, although it's a bit dangerous. As long as the divine tree is around, there's no need to worry. Qin Xingjian showed a satisfied look after hearing this and then said, Tianjing's idea is very good, but now that the family's situation has fallen into danger, even if the clansmen have enough qi and blood and all their battle strength, with the family's strength today it will be very difficult to defeat the Li clan. At most, we can delay it for a few more days. Since that's the case, why don't we take a risky move? Perhaps by relying on the power of the divine tree, there's still a slight chance of saving the family. Chen Tianjing turned his head to look at the family divine tree that was emitting fluorescent light. Soon, the sacrifice began again, and this time, Qin Xingjian didn't do too many tedious sacrificial rituals, but instead directly had the two men cut the iron thorn tiger's throat and bleed it out. Under the ground, Ji Yang's roots had long been hungry and thirsty. He'd been craving this iron buckthorn tiger for a long time. When the blood of the iron thorn tiger seeped through the soil and into the ground, Ji Yang's roots once again played its role. The blood of the iron buckthorn tiger was even more difficult to absorb than the blood of the spirit-tailed chicken from before. But Ji Yang's heart was extremely elated, and only because of this was the qi and blood on the panel was dabbling up at the time. It was evident that the blood of this blood condensation realm ferocious beast had extraordinary effects. Under the rapid absorption of Ji Yang's roots, the blood of a large iron buckthorn tiger was quickly absorbed. Ji Yang, who had finished absorbing the blood of the iron buckthorn tiger, once again turned his gaze forward. Name, Ji Yang. Race, weak acacia. Vitality, 3. 4. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. Feet, Lunar Eclipse. Battle techniques, none. Blood, 19, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 5. Deduction points, 25. Can be deduced. Status, you barely regained a little bit of life as an offering to the divine tree, but it didn't do much. Upon seeing that the qi and blood points had reached 19, Ji Yang gave his affirmation in his heart. 6 points more than the previous spirit-tailed chicken. However, when Ji Yang saw a mere 5 points of spiritual power, he pondered slightly in his heart. His previous spiritual power was 1, which meant that this blood condensation realm's iron thorn tiger had merely increased his spiritual power by only 4 points. If he remembered correctly, the blood of the two spirit-tailed chickens from before had contributed 4 points of spiritual energy to himself. According to the size and realm of the two, the ratio wasn't right. Thus, it seemed that it was not the larger the body size that provided more spiritual energy, and there seemed to be a reason for this that he was not aware of. But looking at the pushable buttons, Ji Yang no longer thought much about it. The last deduction was still fresh in his mind. and he wanted to see what he could gain from it this time. In the next moment, Ji Yang decisively tapped the button and began to deduce. This deduction consumes 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Familiarity struck again as the shrine in front of him disappeared and was replaced by an unfamiliar environment. Ji Yang, who had already had an experience of deduction for a long time, didn't panic, but just looked his gaze around, observing the environment. It was a barren sandy place, empty and lifeless all around, just him as a young sapling. Ji Yang secretly said that it was a pity in his heart. In fact, he would prefer to go back to that place last time. If he could run into that spring and autumn cicada again, perhaps he could obtain another kind of gong method different from the lunar eclipse. It probably seems hopeless now. Without waiting for Ji Yang to lament for too long, a line of subtitles slowly appeared before Ji Yang's eyes. You were born in the middle of a desert. To resist the scorching sun, you began to grow hard. As the credits fade, time begins to speed up again. And this time, Ji Yang was no longer bewildered, but began to carefully experience the process, observing the surroundings in passing. At this moment, he felt the scorching sun above him baking him, and felt the heat waves around him. The excessive temperatures caused his roots to instinctively extend underground to seek out the few drops of moisture on the moist soil deep underground. Maybe it was just a moment. Maybe it was a long time. The passage of time allowed Ji Yang to gradually grow from a sapling to a small tree as thick as a thumb. But looking at its own scorched leaves, things don't seem to be going very well. As time hit the pause button, another line of subtitles was revealed. As the desert temperature rises, water evaporates faster. To absorb more water, you choose to? Roots growing downward, roots growing in all directions. Ji Yang would smile at the sight. This is a question he would know. Even though it was an endless desert, the structure deep underground was no different from the rest of the world, except that there was an extra layer of sand outside the top layer of soil. That is, if the roots are inserted deep enough into the ground, there is bound to be water. Ji Yang decisively chose the roots to grow downward. He was convinced of his choice. When the credits disappear, the world starts moving again. But before Ji Yang's smile dissipated, he saw the few yellowing leaves on his branch gradually start to turn black, and then slowly fall off. Meanwhile, new subtitles resurface. Your roots grew downward and touched the dusty ancient ruins, and under the scorching sun, you died. Ji Yang fell into silence as he looked at the subtitles in front of him. He had counted on it, but he hadn't counted on it. As the desert world before him began to collapse, Ji Yang re-entered the familiar shrine. End of pushback. You have realized a new ability in this deduction, root strengthening. You have realized a new ability in this push, high temperature resistance. Root strengthening. You can use a certain amount of life force to strengthen a root to make it more responsive. High temperature resistance. You can grow in extremely high temperatures. Sure enough, this time, because he died so quickly, he didn't get the feats or aptitudes, but 2 new abilities. Ji Yang opened the panel and didn't even see these 2 new abilities displayed, but Ji Yang could feel the changes in his branches. It seems that these 2 abilities had been incorporated into his branches. Right now, the ancestral hall was empty, and the 3 Qinxingjin had long since left. Ji Yang was immediately ready to try this ability of root beard strengthening. Although his torso was not thick, below the ground, there were several roots growing, which were spread throughout the entire shrine below, just like his eyes, even more sensitive than his eyes. It was only that he was not able to actively manipulate these roots, and it was only when his life force had risen before that these roots began to slowly expand in all directions. Ji Yang picked one of the longest root whiskers, then silently used root whisker strengthening. As Ji Yang's mind moved, the underground roots gradually began to change. At the same time that the roots changed, Ji Yang saw that his few life forces were dropping rapidly. 3, 4, 3, 3, 3, 2. When the vitality fell all the way down to 2, 9, Ji Yang panicked in his heart. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to use much to strengthen the roots, but in the blink of an eye, it had already consumed 0.5 of his life force. Well, it stopped when it reached 2.9 vitality, and when Ji Yang once again sensed the root that he had strengthened, his heart was moved with it, only to see a thumb-sized root rising up from below under the manipulation of Ji Yang's consciousness. The root was about several meters long, several times the size of Ji Yang's current torso. When Ji Yang's mind flowed, this root beard was also able to respond in a timely manner, like an arm. After experimenting a bit, Ji Yang silently withdrew this strengthened root. Although the harvest from this deduction was not as good as last time, but it was not considered to be without gain. At least this root strengthening ability was still very useful. Nowadays he finally had some self-protection power and was not at the mercy of others. It was just that he didn't know how strong this strengthened root was, and whether it was able to fight against a blood condensation realm martial artist. He would have to wait until he had seen the strength of a blood condensation realm martial artist to know the answer to this. As for the other new ability, high temperature resistance, well, something is better than nothing. All in all, this time it was rewarding, but not very rewarding. And the most important thing was that the harvest this time would not help the Qin clan get out of their predicament. Ji Yang was a bit unwilling to do so, and opened the panel to check his remaining qi and blood as well as spiritual energy points, wanting to do it again. Blood, 9, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 0. Deduction points, 20. Unfortunately, apart from the sufficient number of deduction points, the other two were not enough, especially the spiritual power, which had already been zeroed out, and the only way was to wait for the next sacrifice by the Qin clan, and perhaps one time might not be enough. Ji Yang sighed in his heart and could only give up helplessly, and when Ji Yang saw that he only had 9 life force left, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed in his heart. Obviously with the Qin clan sacrifice and his own lunar eclipse technique, how did he feel that he was in turn somewhat unable to make ends meet? The drop in vitality had weakened Ji Yang in all aspects, a feeling that was extremely hard to bear. Looking at the remaining qi and blood, Ji Yang crossed his heart and simply converted it directly into life force. During the transformation, Ji Yang realized that he could control the exact amount of qi and blood to be transformed, which meant that he was free to choose how much to transform, thus leaving behind the qi and blood needed for the deduction. However, this time, Ji Yang did not hesitate and directly converted all 9 points of qi and blood into life force. As the life force rapidly increased, Ji Yang suddenly felt a powerful vitality flowing through his torso. This life force soon converged on the side of its own trunk, and a new shoot began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon the shoot had transformed into a new cluster of acacia branches that stood on top of the trunk, with 2 new branches sprouting green leaves. Ji Yang's trunk looked a little thicker after all, but the overall look is still slightly thin. The increase in vitality was far more than that, and underneath the ground, several roots were rapidly beginning to spread along the underside of the lapis lazuli slabs. It didn't stop until it spread to the entire shrine, and slightly beyond that. In the midst of the diffusion, a root went straight through the family secret passage, and Ji Yang sensed the family spirit seed in the room above the secret passage, as well as that old family ancestor lying in the coffin. When all the changes stopped, a flash of light slowly rose overhead. It's a new day. Feeling the changes in himself, Ji Yang was overjoyed. Sure enough, vitality is what makes him tick. As good as it is to push the envelope, you can't afford to be greedy. Inside the Li clan, Li Yongchang was sitting on the main chair in the center of the lobby, his gaze looking flatly ahead but unfocused, not knowing what he was pondering. At that moment, a clan member walked into it. Reporting to the patriarch, the Chen family has not made any movements for the time being. Li Yongqing's eyes gradually returned to his senses, and after hearing the report from the clansman below, Li Yongqing's face did not see any joy, but instead frowned slightly. He had speculated about several of the Chen family's current situations. He had thought that the Chen clan would fight to the death, gathering all the martial artists in the clan and charging a bloody path. He had also thought about the Chen clan secretly sending people out to look for outside help. If these two scenarios were true, it would mean that the Chen family indeed had no way out. But either way, it shouldn't be what it is now, motionless as if it were stagnant water. It was too quiet, so quiet that it made him a little panicked. But he didn't know what the Chen family intended to do by doing this. Is it hard to wait for something, or are they trying to boil them to death? With the Chen family's stock of food, they shouldn't be able to hold out tomorrow. On the contrary, his Li family, the martial artists have enough qi and blood, enough food, and if it continues for a long time, the situation of the Chen family will only get weaker and weaker. Li Yongqing thought left and right, but did not think of the reason. I wanted to find someone to confer with, but when I thought about the rest of the clan, I probably would only say one thing. Patriarch, there's no need to say much. Let's just charge straight in and kill him. Li Yongqing shook his head and broke off the thought. Go, send a few agile ones to poke around close by. It's best to find out what's going on inside the Chen family, and in the meantime, observe the situation of the martial artists in their family. Yes, after giving the order, Li Yongqing smiled to himself. Now the Chen family is already at the end of its strength. The destruction is only a matter of time. Perhaps he is too worried a little. Half a day later, news was conveyed. According to the clansmen's descriptions, the previously crowded Chen family square was now empty, and the martial artists seen were also tense, pale, and worried, just like a scene of qi and blood decay. Hearing this situation, Li Yongxing's heart was much more peaceful. Since this is the case, then we should wait for 2 more days, and then we can easily overthrow the Chen family. It just so happened that in these 2 days, there were 2 other people in the clan who were about to break through. At that time, he would see how the Chen clan would respond. Thinking of this, A smile appeared at the corner of Li Yongqing's mouth. Qing Meng, what do you think my father and the others have been doing so mysteriously lately? In the pavilion, Chen Xinghe opened his mouth and asked, his eyes filled with doubt. According to the past, everyone in the family should be on their own right now, and he still bumped into his dad and a few of his uncles and elders coming and going from time to time, but in the past 2 days, he had not seen them. This is so unreasonable. Without waiting for Chen Qingmeng to reply, Chen Xinghe said to himself, no, we have to go back tonight. Maybe my dad and the others are planning something unseemly. As a member of the family, although he was not very old and his realm was not very high, but this was a matter of the survival of the family, so he felt that he had the need to know the current plans of the family. The time was fast approaching night. The shrine, which was quiet in the daytime, seemed a bit crowded at the moment. In addition to the few people who went out hunting yesterday, there were a few more body-hardening realm martial artists from several clans today. Chen Xingzhen stood at the very front, and when he saw that the family divine tree had grown another cluster of new branches, it was hard to hide the joy in his heart. It meant that his sacrifice yesterday was right, and the change in the divine tree at the moment also represented the hope of the clan. So tonight he called out a few more clansmen in order to hunt more ferocious beasts. Matriarch, during the day the clan discovered people from the Li family coming to spy. Chen Xingzhen's face dispersed in delight upon hearing this, but he still nodded. No harm done. This situation was also expected by him. It would be strange if the Li family didn't make any moves, but he wasn't worried. After all, most of the clansmen didn't know the specifics about traveling to the secret passage to hunt, so as long as he acted the same as he did on a normal day, he would be fine. And after snooping around, the Li family did not attack, so it was evident that they did not notice anything and were still waiting for their chance. But this was not only an opportunity for the Li family, it was also an opportunity for his Chen family. The family may not be unable to bounce back if they can get a good handle on it. Today's hunt is even more important. Otherwise, the clan should run out of food tomorrow, and when the clan's qi and blood are not strong, it will be difficult to utilize their strength in hunting, and the situation will get worse and worse. The night is dark and windy, and a curved moon hangs far above. The branches and leaves of the family god tree once again emitted a faint fluorescent light. Chen Xingzhen's eyes slightly condensed, and without further hesitation, he immediately waved his hand. Depart, matriarch, I want to go too. Just as the crowd was about to enter the secret passage, a figure walked into the shrine. Qingyu, what brings you here? Chen Xingzhen, who saw the visitor, asked suspiciously. Today, the Li family sent someone to check it out, so I guess they probably won't come to attack tonight. Since that's the case, it's good for me to go out hunting together. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly after hearing this and said hesitantly. That said, Qingyu, you're in the late stage of the blood condensation realm? Chen Xingzhen was halfway through his words, but he suddenly turned his gaze towards Chen Qingyu, that thick qi and blood, even more so than him, which was clearly due to the elevation of the realm. Aha! After receiving Chen Qingyu's affirmative answer, Chen Xingzhen was filled with joy and nodded repeatedly. Well, you have this talent. My Chen family will surely prosper in the future. Since you want to go. The crowd on the side also had envious faces. Many of these body-tempering realm martial artists were still their elders, but the two were separated by a large realm. People really can't be generalized. Even the two of them, Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu, sighed. Big brother has given birth to a good son. Unfortunately, the two men had faces of remembrance, but then said no more. The family hadn't had a very good time these past 10 years, and in the middle of it, he didn't know how many clansmen had been lost. A hint of sadness flickered in the eyes of Chen Qingyu, who heard the two men talking. The other clansmen also fell silent, and the atmosphere in the arena seemed a bit gloomy. Chen Xingzhen was about to speak to break the sense of this sad atmosphere, but a miserable scream suddenly came from beside his ears. Ouch! The few people who heard the sound turned their heads and saw, only to see that under the fence not far away, two figures were lying on the ground, as if they had fallen down from above. The two were none other than Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who had come to eavesdrop on the conversation of the group. The two who were discovered at the moment had some panic on their faces, but they still got up from the ground and held their heads high. Matriarch, we're going too. Yeah, we're going too. This time, without waiting for the patriarch to open his mouth, Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, had already rebuked. Nonsense. This is a major family matter, not a child's play. Don't go back yet. Chen Xinghe did not flinch. Instead, he let out a light hum. We're also family members and want to contribute to the family, so why can't we go? You, how dare you talk back? Chen Tianjing looked around with some urgency before finally directing his gaze towards Ji Yang's tree branch, hesitated for a long time, but in the end, he didn't dare to do it. Qing Meng, go home quickly. On the side, Chen Tianyu opened his mouth to say, but there is no annoyance. His son can have this idea. His heart is doubly pleased. Just the third brother in this regard is a little too impatient. If clan brother Qingyu can go, why can't we go? Chen Xinghe said unconvincingly. Humph. If you have the blood condensation realm, you can go too. Well, it's getting late, so get going. On the side, Chen Xingzhen interrupted the two and spoke. Without further delay, the group entered the secret passage again. After a few people had left, Chen Xingzhen turned his gaze to the duo of Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingmeng and said with a smile on his face, hunting is a dangerous thing, and you are not strong enough, but since you all want to contribute to the clan as well, I do have other tasks for you here. I don't know if you can do it. Sure, Chen Xinghe said confidently. Chen Xingzhen, who had dismissed the two men, looked towards the family secret passage, then prayed to the divine tree once more. There were a few more people sent out to hunt this time, and with the addition of Qingyu, a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, it was thought that it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Above, Ji Yang silently observed everything while gaining a better understanding of the Chen clan. It seems that even a prudent person like Chen Tianjing can't avoid having a rebellious son at home. Just as Ji Yang was sighing, he suddenly realized that today's moonlight absorption seemed to be much faster. This time yesterday, he had only increased his life force by 0.1, but now that half an hour had passed, he had actually increased his vitality by 0.2. It may seem like only 0.1 more, but there is a twofold difference in it. This surprised and delighted Ji Yang. To confirm that his guess was correct, Ji Yang waited for another hour. When Ji Yang saw that he had increased his life force by 0.4, his face was elated. The speed at which he absorbed the moonflower had indeed gotten faster, and it was more than double. This meant that he could absorb 2.4 life force in one night, which was not a small boost. And the reason why it became faster, Ji Yang probably guessed the reason, and that was that he now had 2 clusters of flourishing branches, so the area to absorb the moonlight was doubled. That makes sense. And to grow more branches and leaves, that requires more life force. Now it seems that what he did yesterday was really right. If he had kept his qi and blood, he would not yet be able to have such a change. Up ahead is the exit of the secret passage, so be careful. In the secret passage, the group stepped softly, paying careful attention to their surroundings. Although it was a secret family passage, but considering the clan's transfer and the reasons such as not being good at carrying things, the secret passage was not opened up too small, and could accommodate 3 people to pass through horizontally. This also facilitates easy portability after the hunt without the need to break down the prey again. However, since the exit of the secret passage was built in the depths of the massive burial mountain, one also had to be careful if some ferocious beasts that were good at drilling the ground were hiding in the secret passage, especially near the exit. It is important to take precautions. The ferocious beasts had a keen sense of smell, and some of them did not have a low IQ, so they could not be used to discover the location of the exit of the secret passage. Soon, the group arrived at the exit of the secret passage. At the exit, there was a huge green stone slab blocking the front. Chen Tianjing, who was at the front of the line, had his qi and blood surging up his arms, and then he pushed with all his might, revealing the world behind the lapis lazuli slabs. At eye level was a sunken valley, and around the valley, a dense jungle, which was able to reduce the probability of the exit of the secret passage being discovered. Looking at the dark surroundings beyond the valley, Chen Xingyu had a slight excitement in her eyes. In recent months, he hadn't come to the disorderly burial mountain to hunt for a long time, and in the fights with the Li clan, he had fallen into a disadvantage from time to time, simply because the Li clan had 2 martial artists who had long since stepped into the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Today, he was finally able to show off his fists and feel the strength of the late blood condensation realm in the meantime. Just as Chen Xingyu was confidently preparing to walk out of the secret passage, Chen Tianjing called out to him from the side. Xingyu, wait, sprinkle some wood lily powder. After saying that, Chen Tianjing took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and sprinkled the white dust inside on top of everyone's clothes. Wood lotus powder, a powder developed from a medicinal herb, could be used to eliminate one's own odor so as not to be detected by ferocious beasts. Chen Xingyu frowned slightly, her face hesitant. He was already in the late stage of the blood condensation realm and was confident. He felt that there was not much difference between using or not using this wood lotus powder. Nay, he couldn't resist the persuasion of the Chen Tianjing duo, so he had no choice but to spill some. After the group was ready, they slowly walked out of the secret passage. On his way out, one man once again restored the lapis lazuli slabs blocking the secret passage to their original position. There were quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the depths of the mass burial mountain, although it was a bit more dangerous, but this could avoid the crowd from searching around. As long as they could stumble upon the right ferocious beasts, they could strike at any time. The group had walked for roughly half an incense stick of time, but they never saw any ferocious beasts, which caused Chen Tianyu, who was walking at the front, to frown slightly. No, there were quite a lot of ferocious beasts at this time yesterday. Why haven't we seen a single one today? Everyone be careful. Hearing Chen Tianyu's words, the crowd behind him also had solemn faces. Wait, this way. At this time, Chen Xingyu suddenly raised his hand in a gesture, and then with his eyes shining brightly, he took a quick step in a direction. The two Chen Tianjing's faces were bewildered as neither he nor Chen Tianyu sensed anything unusual, but they still greeted the others and quickly followed. Soon, the group stopped behind a few jumbled rocks. Under the faint moonlight, a ferocious beast with a panther-like form, a horn on its head, and its entire body covered with light red fur appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A predator beast in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm. The people who saw the ferocious beasts were all staring with a touch of delight in their eyes. None of the men were talking. The clan that had been hunting for a long time had long had a set of code words to use for communication, and the predator in front of him was just right to be the hunting target for a few people. Under the command of Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu, the crowd gradually began to retreat. The reason why they backed off was because they didn't want to disturb this predator beast, so that it wouldn't discover the crowd's whereabouts and thus escape. In the depths of this mass burial mountain, if one disregarded the surroundings because they were tracking their prey, accidents were highly likely to occur. After the crowd retreated to a certain distance, they began to slowly surround them from all sides. The predator that was currently lying on the ground taking a nap did not notice the crowd's figure, and was just licking its own fur. Chen Xingyu guarded one side, desperately suppressing her own qi that was about to erupt. As the person with the highest realm in the hunting team, the Chen Tianjing duo also used him as the main force this time. Later on, after the others approached, this predator would definitely flee towards an uninhabited place in a panic. And the gap that was left was where Chen Xingyu was, and when that predator panicked, it would be his turn to strike. Although the plan was simple, there was no room for distraction. Soon, several other people arrived at the agreed-upon location. When Chen Tianjing took the lead in revealing his form and approaching towards the predator beast finally reacted and hurriedly got up from the ground. A half a zhang tall predator stood up and was quite oppressive, but looking at Chen Tianjing, who had enough blood and vigor in front of him and was charging towards himself, the predator was still a bit flustered. Its figure backed up and immediately ran in the other direction. However, several people who had long been waiting in other places also appeared in their line of sight at this moment, simultaneously bursting out their own qi and blood. Seeing that it was surrounded by the crowd, this predator beast showed a fierce light on its face, revealing its sharp fangs, and letting out a low roar from its mouth. Even though it was an omnivore, it was not a soft target. Just as this predator was about to pick a weak direction to break out, it suddenly discovered a weakness in the encirclement of several people. In the direction of its flank, it was actually unguarded. Not being able to think much, this predator immediately ran towards the gap. The saying that a good man should not be forced to do anything is also applicable among the ferocious beasts. Watching the predator beast run towards the direction he was in, Chen Xingyu let out a cold snort from her mouth. A brute is a brute. Seeing that the predator beast was about to break through the gap, Chen Xingyu, who had long been ready, exploded his own qi and blood, immediately appearing in front. Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, the predator beast was incomparably flustered in his eyes as he sensed the threat of the figure in front of him. The predatory beast that sensed that it was in an unfavorable position did not reverse its direction this time, but instead revealed a ferocious light and rushed towards Chen Xingyu's location at a faster speed. When there was no way to retreat, the beast would also erupt into a more violent attack. Just in time, Chen Xingyu, who had read the predator beast's intentions, was not flustered, and at this moment, his qi and blood surged up his arms, his palms forming fists. As the predator beast lunged with its bloody mouth open, Chen Xingyu clenched her fists to meet it. In the next moment, a wailing sound came out of the predator beast's mouth, and the predator beast's body flew out backwards at that moment. The original ferocious attack was actually instantly disintegrated in the midst of Chen Xingyu's double fists. After striking the predator beast, Chen Xingyu also took a few steps backward to ease the impact he had just felt. Xingyu, well done. Bravo. At this time, Chen Xingyu's cries also came from beside Chen Tianjing's duo's ears. The predatory beast that was sent flying was not in the right mood, but still wanted to hastily climb up. Chen Tianjing and the others on the side saw this and quickly surrounded it, trapping this predatory beast in the crowd. Didn't give the predator too much time to react. The crowd combined their efforts to attack it. Just a few breaths of effort, the predator had already severed its breath. Seeing that they had hunted a mid-blood condensation realm predator so easily, the crowd was all excited. This was much easier than yesterday. The two of them, Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu, were also smiling. The hunt just now seemed easy. but that was only for them. As the first predator beast to attack Qinqingyu, if he failed to block the predator beast, then the crowd's plan would fail, and the first person to engage would probably be injured. It's like that situation yesterday. If it was barely blocked, then this predator would also explode into a notable combat power after being repelled. However, just now, Qinqingyu's punch had directly caused this predator beast to be agitated within its body. Its qi and blood were unstable, and it was difficult for it to get up, which allowed the crowd to easily resolve it. After settling the predator beast, several clansmen also hurriedly began to dispose of the bodies. Although the crowd did not use their weapons, under their fists, the hideous beast had already been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. The odor of blood emanates rather quickly, and the ferocious beasts have a keen sense of smell and need to be dealt with and moved away from the area as soon as possible. On the side, Qinqingyu operated her gongfu to calm her own agitated qi and blood. That punch just now seemed easy, but in reality, it was already his full strength, and it would be difficult for him to throw a second punch in a short period of time. If he hadn't been able to seriously injure this predator beast, there would probably be a vicious battle behind him. Good thing it turned out well. Looking at the fallen predator beast, a touch of confidence surfaced on Qinqingyu's face. Qingyu, how is it? Are there any injuries? Taking advantage of the time the clansmen were disposing of the predator beast's corpse, Chen Tianjing walked up to inquire. Uncle Sam, there's nothing wrong. Well, worthy of being a young genius of the clan. Chen Tianjing nodded repeatedly, a smile on his face, but after he thought of his own family's Chunxingha, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. Although the age difference between the two is quite a bit, the gap between them is a bit too big. Forget it. On the side, seeing that the clansmen had already disposed of the corpse of the predator beast, Chen Tianyu, who had been scrutinizing the surroundings, spoke to the crowd. Almost there. Let's go. Just as the crowd packed up the corpses and prepared to retreat, there was a sudden sound of galloping footsteps not far from the jungle. The grass and trees snapped where the sound passed through. Clearly an extremely powerful ferocious beast. Retreat. Chen Tianyu immediately said in a low voice as his group prepared to withdraw. Wait, second uncle. Why don't we just see what happens first? Qinqingyu spoke at this moment. Having just fought with the predator beast, he felt that he had not yet reached his limit. It seemed that a ferocious beast in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm was just like that. And this ferocious beast that had arrived at this time was much stronger in both qi and blood, but it wasn't so strong as to be outrageous. The probability was that it was a ferocious beast in the late blood condensation realm, and he had the confidence to fight with it. Chen Tianyu fell into hesitation after hearing this. Looking at the confident Qinqingyu, he had wanted to persuade him. After all, the hunt was also predicated on the need to keep the clan safe. But Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, also spoke up at this moment. In my opinion, why don't we just wait? This ferocious beast that's coming is at most at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Even if the hunt is unsuccessful, we can still retreat in one piece. After hearing this, Chen Tianyu did not say any more, and immediately greeted the clansmen beside him to hide their forms and observe what ferocious beasts were coming over. The crowd had just hidden their forms for a short while when they saw a movement in the grass not far away. As the crowd gazed at it, a huge object then appeared before their eyes. It was a gigantic tiger that was several feet tall, covered in variegated colors, and had the word king engraved on its forehead. Compared to the iron buckthorn tiger they hunted yesterday, the giant tiger in front of them was more than twice as big. Not only that, this giant tiger's entire body exuded a rich bloody aura. Lifting its feet and stepping, the king's demeanor was revealed. This was at least a ferocious beast in the late blood condensation realm, and it was by no means an ordinary blood condensation realm, and it was highly likely that it had already become a blood condensation realm grand completion. Even Chen Qingyu, who was full of confidence before, was hesitant at the moment. Although he had already broken through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, he didn't have the certainty of victory in his heart when facing this giant tiger in front of him. If it was just him, he would still have the guts to fight with him, but with the other clansmen beside him, he couldn't just focus on himself and disregard his clansmen. Chen Tianyu, who was hiding on the side, was relieved to see that Chen Qingyu did not make any moves. He was really worried that Chen Qingyu had rushed up in a hot-headed moment, and then it would not end well instead. After all, this giant tiger in front of him did not look like it was something to be messed with. As the crowd held their breath, the giant tiger slowly stepped forward and came to the place where the crowd had just tackled the hideous beast. This giant tiger first lowered its head and sniffed, then turned around twice in the same spot, and then it turned its gaze towards the direction that Chen Tianyu had just withdrawn a few people from. This string of actions came down, causing the hearts of the people hiding not far away to tighten. Not only was this giant tiger's realm not low, it looked like its intelligence was even higher. This was far more difficult to deal with than those ferocious beasts with empty brute strength. At this moment, The crowd did not dare to move, so as not to be detected by the giant tiger to their hiding place. But at that moment, a slight ringing sound came from the side of an unknown clan member. The voice was small, but it was especially bright in the quiet of the area at hand. Bad. Chen Tianjing sighed in the hearts of several people. Unsurprisingly, the moment the voice rang out, that giant tiger's gaze instantly looked towards the place where the crowd was hiding. The giant tiger had a wary face as it slowly walked towards the place where the crowd was hiding. Although there was wood lotus powder sprinkled on the people, if they were too close, it would be difficult for the wood lotus powder to mask the odor of their body, let alone a ferocious beast of this realm. Several of Chen Tianyu's faces were grave, while they had already gestured to the several people beside them. Once they were discovered, there was no reprieve, they needed to get a head start. It was just that against this giant tiger. They didn't have much hope of victory, so at this moment, they could only pray that this giant tiger would just leave. After all, it was feared that the only ones who could take on this giant tiger were their 3 blood condensation realm martial artists, and the other clansmen would most likely not be able to get close to it. Once the fight is over, they will affect the battle instead. Watching the giant tiger getting closer and closer, the hearts of the crowd were getting more and more tense. Chen Xingyu silently clenched her fists in her hands, a hint of wariness and agitation showing in her eyes. Even if it was a ferocious beast of the same realm, he was not afraid. If they really fought, it might not be easy to say who would win and who would lose. After all, he was the youngest genius in the clan. Just as the crowd was on edge, preparing to meet the battle, the advancing steps of the giant tiger in front of them suddenly stopped, while looking around with a wary face. Subsequently, this giant tiger did not know what it had discovered, and with a look of horror on its face, it immediately did not care about continuing to explore the traces of a few people, and pulled out its legs and ran. This series of operations by the giant tiger left Chen Tianyu and the others at a loss. Don't understand what's happening. But right now, the giant tiger was gone, which was good for them. Just as the crowd was about to leave, an invisible and powerful aura suddenly enveloped several people. As martial artists, all of them were extremely sensitive to qi and blood, and the owner of this qi, his qi and blood was even more like a blazing sun. Even in the night, it was extremely conspicuous. The crowd was so shocked that they didn't dare to walk around freely. Soon, several people saw the owner who possessed this thick qi and blood. It was a seemingly inconspicuous green wolf, but its green fur was like silk, shining under the moonlight. Obviously, its size was not even half as big as the giant tiger just now. But a touch of panic was born in the hearts of the people who saw the green wolf. This was by no means a ferocious beast of the blood condensation realm. Rather, it was the innate realm. In the innate realm, the sinews, bones, qi and blood are rounded and integrated, washing the body without impurities. And the probability was that a ferocious beast that could reach the innate realm also had its own innate skills. This kind of ferocious beast, only a martial artist of the same realm could fight against it. After noticing the disparity in strength between the enemy and us, everyone held their breath and didn't dare to move. The previous giant tiger and a few others still dared to fight with them. But if they were to face this innate realm green wolf, they had no chance of winning. The crowd didn't even dare to look at it more than once, lest they be detected by this green wolf. Even Chen Xingyu, who had the strongest strength, was also collecting his own qi and blood and holding his breath at this moment. Fortunately, this green wolf didn't stay too long, just glanced at the place where the giant tiger had just stayed, and then without hesitation, chased after it in the direction where the giant tiger had left. Phew! After this green wolf had gone far away, several people were unanimously relieved. It was only at this time that the crowd realized that their own backs were already in a cold sweat. Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing both looked at each other, both seeing a hint of fluke in the other's eyes. If they were discovered by this green wolf, they didn't even know what the family should do next. Let's go. It's not a good place to stay. Let's go somewhere else. The crowd didn't tarry and left quickly. Although the innate realm ferocious beasts just now stirred the hearts of several people, but considering the situation in the clan, several people did not return home, but chose to continue hunting. There were quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the depths of the disorderly burial mountain, and ferocious beasts of the innate realm were not something that one could just stumble upon. During the subsequent hunt, the crowd specialized in hunting ferocious beasts of lower realms. Even Chen Xingyu, who was full of confidence before, no longer said much and hunted silently. With 3 blood condensation realm martial artists plus other body tempering realm clansmen, hunting also seemed extremely easy, considering that there wasn't much food in the clan. Chen Tianyu and his duo didn't even let go of the ferocious beasts at the body tempering realm. Although the difference between the qi and blood contained in the flesh of a body tempering realm beast and a blood condensation realm beast was quite a bit, if there were enough of them, it would be suitable for the family's situation today. The key was that suitable blood condensation realm ferocious beasts weren't that easy to stumble upon. After resolving the last ferocious beast at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, it was already getting late, so Chen Tianyu and his duo decided not to hunt anymore. The group dragged their haul from the trip and hit the road. Before entering the family's secret passage, several people did not forget to sprinkle wood lotus powder around the area to mask the qi and other flavors. After properly packing up, the crowd then entered the secret passage and headed towards the family. In the shrine, Chen Xingjin wandered from side to side, looking at the sky from time to time. It's not too late. Why haven't the clansmen who went out today returned? Nowadays, the family's situation hadn't improved too much, so he couldn't afford not to worry. However, considering that there was an additional Chen Xingyu of the late blood condensation realm tonight, one would think that it shouldn't be too much of a problem. There shouldn't be any innate realm beasts in this mass burial mountain, right? Hey! Chen Xingjin sighed under his breath and once again prayed towards Ji Yang, only wishing for the family to pass through this crisis safely. Above, Ji Yang was in a good mood, simply because the life force harvested this night had doubled from yesterday. In this way, even if the person who went out hunting was seriously injured, he would not lose much. Soon, footsteps sounded in the secret passage. Chen Xingjin, who heard the footsteps, was relieved. It's good to be back. Soon, several people came out of the secret passage one by one. When Chen Xingjin saw that none of the returning people had been injured and had brought back 4 ferocious beasts, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face and he said under his breath, Good. This hunt was thanks to Qingyu. Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing laughed from the sidelines. However, Chen Xingyu had no self-satisfaction on her face and simply opened her mouth. Patriarch, I'll go back first. Good, get back to resting. Above, looking at the few people who had returned safely, Ji Yang was a little surprised. It seemed that he was able to conserve some life force today, and when Ji Yang saw the few ferocious beasts below, he once again had a small plan in his mind. This hunt had 2 blood condensation realm beasts, one of which was in the middle of the blood condensation realm, and the other had just reached the blood condensation realm. In addition, there were also 2 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts. Ji Yang easily sensed the difference in qi and blood on the several ferocious beasts. However, the current him didn't mind. Sacrificing any 2 ferocious beasts would be fine, and it would be better if he could gather enough 5 points of spiritual energy to allow him to deduce once more. Soon, several other clansmen left the ancestral hall one after another, leaving only Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing behind. What? There's actually a ferocious beast of the innate realm in the mass burial mountain? Hearing the 2 of them tell the story of the hunt, Chen Xingjin's brows furrowed. As the patriarch, he had of course seen the innate realm's ferocious beasts and knew of their power, but he didn't expect that the place of mass burial mountain was even there. And listening to the description of the 2, the strength of that green wolf should not be weak. Below the innate realm, the larger the size of the ferocious beast, the stronger it tended to be, but above the innate realm, size was not the only way to determine strength. After knowing that there were innate realm ferocious beasts in the depths of the mass burial mountain, a hint of hesitation appeared on Chen Xingjin's face. He had wanted to send a few more people out hunting tomorrow, but what if he ran into that green wolf again? This time it's luck, but luck won't always favor the Chen family. If you continue to go out, the risks will undoubtedly become greater. But if he didn't go out hunting, it seemed that things couldn't get any better on the family side. Matriarch, how will these few ferocious beasts be distributed? Hearing Chen Tianyu's inquiry from the side, Chen Xingjin put away the thoughts in his mind and turned his gaze to the several ferocious beasts at his feet. Today's harvest is richer than yesterday's, and these few ferocious beasts would allow the clan to not have to worry about the lack of food for 3 days. However, after Chen Xingjin turned his head to look at the thriving divine tree to the side, a tangle appeared on his face once again. Sacrifices are definitely offered, but how much is in question? Should we sacrifice most of the beasts to the divine tree, or should we leave most of the beasts behind as food? If it was before, he would have chosen the former without hesitation, but the existence of the innate realm ferocious beasts forced him to consider the huge risk of going out to hunt. On the side, Chen Tianyu and the 2 of them were also caught up in their thoughts. They were able to understand where the problem lay, but they didn't know how to choose. After all, both are now important to the family. Soon, Chen Xingjin no longer tangled. There was already an answer in his eyes, and then he said to the 2 Chen Tianyu who were on the side, sacrifice these 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts. Yes, since the divine tree was displaying its glory, he would go one way and directly sacrifice these 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts to the divine tree, while the remaining 2 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts would probably only be able to sustain the clan for a day's need. After all, most of the family were martial artists, and their need for food would be higher. Unless they broke through the realm of the innate, then their need for qi and blood food would decrease. But there was no better way for him to do it now. He could only hope that the divine tree would have more divine power. As he had said yesterday, Maintaining the status quo would only delay things for a few more days, so it would be better to pin their hopes on the divine tree while ensuring the daily needs of the clan. Above. Seeing Chen Xingjian's decision, Ji Yang also instantly felt pressurized. Nowadays, he seemed to be thriving, and the Chen clan was slowly getting better. But if he didn't solve the Li clan, he would probably end up being nothing but firewood. The offering began quickly, without too much fuss. When the blood of those two ferocious beasts penetrated the roots below, Ji Yang once again began to absorb it. The blood of the two blood condensation realm ferocious beasts directly caused Ji Yang's chi and blood to quickly start growing. When the sacrifice ended, Ji Yang opened the panel. Blood, 23, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 6. Deduction points, 20. Can be deduced. Yesterday, that iron buckthorn tiger in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm had contributed 15 points of chi blood to him. Today's two ferocious beasts, on the other hand, only had a total of 23 points of chi and blood, which was thought to be due to the fact that there was a ferocious beast at the early stage of the blood condensation realm. As for spiritual power, it was barely enough for one push, but when Ji Yang looked at the pushable buttons, he fell into hesitation. Was he going to wrestle with an uncertain projection, or does he go through the motions, transforming all his chi and blood into life force, thus making himself stronger? The former was too uncertain, and might be able to make the current situation of the Chen clan better, or it might make Ji Yang gain nothing at all. The latter boost was more stable, allowing him to greatly increase his vitality while being able to ensure that the Chen clan's people didn't have to worry about injuries. Any way you look at it, the latter is more dominant. After thinking for a little while, Ji Yang's mind quickly came to a decision. Where a child cries every day, where a gambling dog loses every time, look for him to wrestle a bright future this time. This deduction consumes 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Ji Yang's heart crossed, his eyes closed, and he clicked yes without thinking. When Ji Yang opened his eyes again, he only felt the wind howling around him. When Ji Yang looked at his surroundings, his heart couldn't help but go cold. Bad. Sky crashing opening. Right now he was still a weak sapling, only now he was growing on the edge of a cliff, and all around, the wind was howling, making its body sway from side to side, and the slightest bit of inattention would make it look like it was being scraped away. In such an environment, he would probably have a hard time surviving to adulthood. And according to Ji Yang's 2 previous projections, the longer he grew and the more episodes he experienced, the better the harvest would be. As things stood, Ji Yang had no other choice but to expect his life to be hard enough. Soon, a line of subtitles surfaced in front of Ji Yang's eyes. You were born next to a cliff. In order to become a big tree, you started to grow hard. As the credits disappear, time is once again accelerated. And Ji Yang really blended into the environment he was in at the moment, because he was on a cliff and there were no other trees beside him. Ji Yang could only grow slowly in the gusty wind. At this moment Ji Yang finally understood a sentence. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. But let Ji Yang feel lucky. No matter how the wind blew, his sapling is still strong, did not die prematurely. Despite being on a cliff, there was plenty of moisture and sunshine, accelerated by time. Ji Yang soon grew to the thickness of his arm and stood on the side of the cliff. At this point, a new subtitle slowly appeared. The wind is picking up below the cliffs. To withstand the gusts, you choose? Growing upwind, growing against the wind. When Ji Yang saw the choices in front of him, he then smiled heartily. That's too simple. As a tree, he wants to live. Of course he chooses to grow with the wind. Just as Ji Yang was about to choose the first option, his brain was starting to run at a rapid pace. And so on. Would it be a little too easy? Is this a normal world? Apparently not. Recalling the process of the last push, Ji Yang decisively chose to grow against the wind after thinking for a little while. It was an obvious trap question. And of course he wasn't going to fall for it. Although he was sure of his choice in his heart, Ji Yang couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive in his heart as he watched the subtitles slowly disappear. This was in case the wrong choice was made. The chi and blood as well as spiritual energy used for this deduction would be wasted. The point is that there is something he can't afford to lose right now. After the subtitles disappear, time continues to start flowing. At this moment, Ji Yang also felt the wind gradually becoming stronger below the cliff, which made it extremely difficult for him to grow against the wind, and at any time he could be broken by the gale. Sensing his gradually poor state, Ji Yang sighed in his heart. Got it. Wrong choice again. Just when Ji Yang has silently accepted the reality, but see not far from the cliff steeply collapsed. And Ji Yang around the terrain with the collapse of the cliff is also a huge change. Before the headwind, at the moment even turned into a tailwind. Can it still be like that? Ji Yang's expression was stunned, and then his heart was delighted. Luckily, I picked the right one this time. Choosing the right seasonal sun continued to grow steadily as time began to speed up once again. Soon, Ji Yang had grown to the thickness of a bowl and stood alone on the top of the cliff, with quite an impressive aura. New subtitles resurfaced. You find 2 new saplings beside you. Do you choose? Scrambling for water, letting go. Looking at the new choices, Ji Yang pondered for a little while, then muttered to himself in his mind. Sorry, this place is already on a cliff, and it is difficult to preserve the moisture below, just enough for Ji Yang to grow himself. So how can he let other saplings grow? For the sake of his survival plan, he could only tearfully choose to fight for moisture. Time continued to flow after Ji Yang's choice. Seeing the 2 saplings gradually dying, Ji Yang nodded in satisfaction, but at that moment, there was a sudden cracking sound beside his ears. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! This voice kept ringing beside Ji Yang's ears, which gave Ji Yang a bad feeling in his heart. Without waiting for Ji Yang to react, new subtitles appeared. You don't have enough roots to support a collapsing cliff. You're dead. In Ji Yang's last sight, the cliff he was on directly collapsed, along with the trunk of the tree that he had managed to grow up. He was buried. As his vision shifted, Ji Yang once again returned to the shrine, and when he thought about how it had just ended, Ji Yang couldn't stop shaking his head. It's too hard. But this time, how to say also live a while longer. Think the harvest should be better than the last time, right? End of pushback. You have realized a new ability in this push, perseverance. You have realized a new power in this deduction, one leaf blind. Perseverance, your skin is thicker and you can grow better in the face of adversity. One leaf, you can expend a certain amount of life force stored in a leaf to give a creature a brief boost in strength. Looking at the 2 extra new abilities, Ji Yang was silent. He always felt like the system was connoting him. However, after Ji Yang saw the effect of the new avatar, the luminescence on the branches and leaves shone much brighter. Although this was still a divine ability that consumed one's life force, right now it was extremely suitable for the Chun clan to get out of their current predicament. Only for this certain vitality, Ji Yang remained skeptical for the time being. After all, there must be a huge difference in the amount of life force expended between allowing a body-tempering realm martial artist to raise his strength and allowing a martial immortal to raise his strength. Ji Yang didn't look into the gap in detail, but this leaf blindness came at a very timely time indeed. In addition to this new avatar, there is also a new ability of perseverance. After acquiring this ability, Ji Yang did feel that his skin was a bit thicker. With the strength of the bark now, Chen Qinghe should not be able to cut through it with a mountain-opening knife. Overall, this deduction was still extremely successful, and it also gave Ji Yang a little more confidence in his heart. At least under his own augmentation, the Qin clan should have the power to fight even if they were not able to defeat the Li clan. Furthermore, isn't there an old ancestor in the shrine? Ji Yang had carefully observed the old ancestor who was missing a hand and a foot, and realized that his body seemed to have undergone special sacrifices and was very hard. It was only because he had been fighting for too long that this old ancestor had scales all over his body, which was why he started missing arms and legs, but his strength was still not to be underestimated. As the sky brightened, the fluorescent light on Ji Yang's body slowly disappeared. The life force absorbed last night was also not surprisingly doubled directly by Ji Yang. Right now Ji Yang's vitality reached 9.8. The remaining qi and blood and spiritual energy were no longer enough for a second deduction. Considering that a single blood condensation realm fierce beast would be able to replenish the qi and blood needed for the deduction, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and directly converted all of the qi and blood left over from the deduction into life force. After all, right now there were 2 divine abilities that both required the consumption of life force, and there was no telling how much the second one would require, so it was necessary for him to make some preparations in advance. In addition, Ji Yang also wanted to see if he could add a few more clusters of branches and leaves for himself after his life force had grown substantially, so that his rate of absorbing the moonlight would become faster and faster, which was simply a virtuous cycle. As the vitality surged out of his body, Ji Yang only felt that his entire body was soothed and refreshed, and even the underground roots began to spread rapidly, reaching out several meters beyond the shrine. After his life force broke through 10 points, Ji Yang was actually surprised to find that he seemed to be slowly growing taller. Not only did he grow taller, along with his branches, he seemed to have grown much thicker. From the original thickness of a bamboo pole, growing to the thickness of a fist. This kind of boost made Ji Yang overjoyed. It seems that as long as he has a higher life force, he will grow with it himself, rather than relying solely on the ear. In this way, it might not be long before he was able to turn into a heavenly tree. When all the changes stopped, Ji Yang opened his panel again. Name, Ji Yang. Race, juvenile acacia. Vitality, 16. 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. Feat, Lunar Eclipse. Battle techniques, none. Blood, 0, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 1. Deduction points, 15. Unpredictable. Status, as an offering to the divine tree you finally have some power to defend yourself, but it's not enough. After the vitality boost, his racial designation and status changed accordingly. Unfortunately, he didn't grow more than one branch this time. It seemed that this life force wasn't enough to lift him up. It seemed that the branches after that would require more life force. After this life force boost, Ji Yang's underground roots had spread several meters beyond the shrine. Along with that, Ji Yang's eyes were also able to see farther. So Ji Yang finally didn't have to be trapped in this small shrine every day. Near midday, in one of the family's hidden rooms, Chen Xingjun was pondering. Matriarch, you called me? Not a moment later, Chen Tianyu pushed the door in. Chen Xingjun nodded slightly and then spoke. Tian Yu. Later on, you take a few clansmen who haven't eaten out to hunt. Chen Tianyu froze upon hearing this, and then asked in puzzlement. But Matriarch, aren't there people from the Li clan watching around outside? Will it work if we just go out like this? And, why bring a clan that hasn't eaten? Of course it won't work. This hunt is just a show for the Li clan's people, thus delaying some time. Hearing Chen Xingjun's explanation, Chen Tianyu came to a realization and nodded his head immediately. I see. In a short while, the Chen clan had organized several pale-faced body-tempering realm martial artists with insufficient qi and blood. The person at the head of the group was Chen Tianyu, only compared to the others. Chen Tianyu's face was rosy and his qi and blood were much more plentiful, but there was a hint of annoyance in his eyes. After the group had finished packing, they immediately carefully exited through the family's back door. Matriarch, what's the panic? Looking at the clansmen who had happy faces and ran in a panic, Li Yongqing frowned and asked, Matriarch, just now, someone from the Chen clan tried to go out hunting while it was midday, only to be discovered by us and beaten back. Oh, hearing this, Li Yongqing's face showed a trace of astonishment as he continued to ask, which people from the Chen family came out? What is their status? Tell me everything. Don't leave out any details. The person in the lead is Chen Tianyu. In addition, there are also some body-tempering realm martial artists. After listening to the detailed description of the person in front of him, a hint of a smile flashed across Li Yongqing's face. Well. It seems that the Chen clan is indeed desperate, and they can't even guarantee food for their clansmen. In that case, in another 3 days, it will be time for us to strike. The clan member who came to report scratched his head in some confusion after hearing this. But I see that Chen Tianyu has plenty of qi and blood, beating back several of our clansmen. Li Yongqing grunted lightly after hearing this. Aren't you talking nonsense? If the Chen clan can't even supply food for blood condensation realm martial artists, then why do we need to wait another 3 days? What the patriarch said. The clan member smiled sarcastically and then retreated. Li Yongqing, on the other hand, took out a map from the side, and on that map, the various buildings of the Chen clan as well as the main roads were inscribed in detail. Li Yongqing held an ink brush and occasionally sketched on the map, and the places he sketched were the exits of the major roads of the Li clan. In the battle of the family, there is no room for carelessness, not to mention the possibility of leakage, even in this small place of Mass Burial Mountain. In the past, from time to time, there would be cases of sparing the juniors of rival clans because of compassion in the battle of the clans, and in the end, they would be exterminated. Unluckily, his Li family's old ancestor was that spared junior back then, and he was able to develop to the present day only after annihilating his former enemies. Therefore, he would never miss any person from the Chen clan. Even if it was the Chen clan's tree, he would have to split it in two. After confirming that the plan 3 days later was correct, Li Yongqing then put away the map in his hand. Clan chief, fifth uncle ancestor just broke through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Soon, another clan member came to report. Hearing this news, Li Yongqing's face was overjoyed. This is the real good news. His Li family originally had 2 late blood condensation realm martial artists, plus other blood condensation realm martial artists, for a total of 8. On the contrary, the Chen family was only 4 blood condensation realm martial artists nowadays, and if it wasn't for that old ancestor of his family, the Chen family would have long since been defeated. And now that there was another person in the clan who had broken through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, even if it was the Chen clan's old ancestor who had made a move, they would not be afraid. In this way, the family is really considered a sure thing. Even if they went to attack the Chen family now, they could still take them down. However, after thinking for a moment, Li Yongqing gave up on the idea. The Chen family was not to be feared, but the other family in the Mass Burial Mountain was something to be careful of. The Chen family couldn't run away now anyway, so let's minimize our own losses. At night, Chen Xingjun stood on the high ground of the family and wandered around, seeing that everything was as usual in the family. It looks like the clan strike today will stall the clan for a few more days. Chen Xingjun quickened his pace and walked towards the ancestral hall. when Chen Xingjin arrived outside the shrine. He had already glimpsed the glittering divine tree in the shrine through the gap in the gate. I don't know if it was his illusion. How he felt that the light emanating from the divine tree seemed to be a little brighter today. Chen Xingjin pushed open the door and looked towards the divine tree. And when he saw what the divine tree looked like nowadays, a trace of shock appeared on his face, only to see that the divine tree in front of him was not only much taller, even the trunk was a little thicker, and the leaves emitting fluorescence on the branches were like pieces of scattered jade, crystal clear. It was just that he had not come over to watch in the daytime, but he did not expect that the divine tree would undergo such a great change, which made Chen Xingjin pleasantly surprised. It seems this is a result of last night's sacrifice. But then Chen Xingjin seemed to have thought of something, and his face revealed a slightly difficult color. It was only because he had instructed his people during the day that there would be no hunting this night, and the reason was naturally because of the innate realm beast that several people ran into yesterday when they were out hunting. In case that innate realm green wolf still stayed nearby, the risk of the clan going out to hunt would increase. But now that the changes in the divine tree were obviously due to the fruits of his non-stop sacrifices, would this stop the changes in the divine tree if he stopped the sacrifices in the middle? He had heard from his family elders in the past that the family god tree needs to be sacrificed once a day if it is at a critical moment, and the more sacrifices are made, the stronger the god power shown by the god tree will be in order to better bless the family. He asked at the time what the moment of truth was. The family elders laughed without saying anything, just saying that you will naturally know when the time comes, and the scene at hand was extremely in line with what that elder had said about the critical moment. If that was true, and he stopped the sacrifice today, would he not become a sinner of the family? As for the two ferocious beasts left from last night, most of them have now gone into the clan's stomachs, and I'm afraid that it's not enough to be used for sacrifices. Is it hard to believe that the clan will have to take another risk tonight? But if we do go out hunting, who should we send? Chen Xingjin whispered to himself under his breath. If the clansmen sent out were too low in realm, I am afraid that hunting would be a problem. If Chen Tianyu and the others were still sent out, if they were to run into that innate realm beast again, there would be no return. Just as Chen Xingjin was getting tangled up, a faint voice of words suddenly came from behind him. Patriarch, I'll go. Qingyu, when did you come over? Just arrived. Chen Qingyu swept a glance at the divine tree that had changed quite a bit, but did not show any expression, only continuing. Tonight's hunt is enough for me alone. This, Chen Xingjin revealed a tangled face after listening. However, upon careful consideration, I'm afraid that this matter could not be replaced by anyone else except Chen Qingyu. There were only two late-stage blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, and besides him was Chen Qingyu. Although he was much older, the strength of a martial artist did not become stronger with age. If he was too old and his realm had not been broken through for a long time, the qi and blood in his body would instead decline rapidly. Nowadays, Chen Qingyu was considered to be the strongest martial artist in the clan, and his strength at the late stage of the blood condensation realm would allow him to navigate through the burial mountains with ease, and if he encountered a ferocious beast that he couldn't fight against, he could also detect it in advance and quickly leave. Any way you think about it, Chen Qingyu is extremely suitable. Without thinking for too long, Chen Xingjin quickly turned his gaze to Chen Qingyu while barking out instructions from his mouth. You must be careful on this trip, and once you realize that the situation is not right, you should immediately withdraw and not try to be strong. Aha! Chen Qingyu nodded, but clearly did not take Chen Xingjin's words to heart. This caused Chen Xingjin to sigh in his heart. Chen Qingyu is good at everything, but she's just a little too young and impetuous. But then again, maybe that's what young people are supposed to be like. Otherwise how could they have the ability to break through the realm? The reason, or the family of the fault, if the family is stronger, may not be able to give like Chen Qingyu this kind of genius to provide better resources and steps. Seeing the patriarch's promise, Chen Qingyu immediately walked in the direction of the family's secret passage. Patriarch, I'm going. Well, make sure you're a little more careful. Just as Chen Qingyu was about to enter the secret passage, the divine tree not far away from the two of them was steeply emitting a clattering sound. The abnormality of the divine tree caused the two to gaze away. In the sight of the two of them, a dazzling light suddenly lit up in the middle of the divine tree that emitted fluorescence at night. Between the swinging of the tree trunk and the branches, a dark green and glowing green leaf slowly floated out and fell from the branches. Soon, the blade landed in front of Chen Qingyu's eyes. Looking at the leaves that slowly floated before her, Chen Qingyu frowned slightly, while Chen Xingjin, who was on the side, had a happy face at this time, and hurriedly spoke out. Qingyu, take it, this is the divine tree's blessing. Chen Qingyu heard helplessly reached out to the fluttering down the leaves into the hands, but the look of disbelief. But an acacia leaf, everywhere, talk about shelter? If this divine tree could now rise from the ground and repel the Li clan, then he would feel that the divine tree was the true refuge. Just treating some injuries is nothing, and it won't save the family now. He wouldn't have wanted this acacia leaf if the patriarch hadn't been around. It's not about anything else. He, Chen Xingyu, could do just as well with his own strength. The dark green leaf fell into Chen Xingyu's hands and soon lost the light it had just shown, turning into a leaf that looked no more unusual. However, Chen Xingzhen, who was on the side, was overjoyed at this time. Great! With the blessing of the divine tree, this trip will definitely be safe and sound. Chen Xingyu casually put the blade away, not continuing to listen to Chen Xingzhen's words of gratitude to the divine tree, and then jumped into the secret passage below. Above, Ji Yang had a heartache. That acacia leaf just now, but he had invested 2 points of life force in it using the magic power of one leaf. It was more than he had ever healed a dozen or so of his clanmates before, and added to his already meager life force. Still, considering that this trip was too dangerous, Ji Yang didn't skimp, although he could also see Chen Xingyu's disdain and arrogance. But nay, the situation was too bad now. Not to mention that Chen Xingyu was already the pillar of the family. If this was gone, what else could he use to cope with the Li clan afterward? Whether it was for the Qin clan or himself, he had to show something. One could only hope that Chen Xingyu would be able to return safely this time, preferably hunting a few more ferocious beasts. One will do. If you can't, it's okay if the person comes back. Today's Chen clan can't afford to take a hit. After Chen Xingzhen left, the ancestral hall became quiet once again, and Ji Yang concentrated on starting to absorb the moonlight. Now that Ji Yang's roots had spread beyond the shrine, he could sense the clansmen patrolling outside the shrine from time to time. These clansmen worked in groups of 2, occasionally emitting conversations that gave Ji Yang some extra fun. But mostly, Ji Yang heard more of the clan's worries and lack of confidence. Come to think of it, it's also true that the clan can't be confident in this situation of the family today. But now that the dryness of the world has not yet been determined, the end is not yet known. He's not the same dead tree he was a few days ago either. If there were a few more days of buffering, so that he could absorb more qi and blood, and make a few more deductions, the family's crisis could be solved. Qinghe, do you think the Li family will call in tonight? Ji Yang couldn't help but pause for a moment in realization after hearing this slightly familiar voice. That was Chen Qinghe and Chen Xingmeng, who had been assigned the task of patrolling the family's surroundings by Chen Xingzhen. The 2 men were currently holding knives and sticks, and were carefully looking around. I don't know. Chen Qinghe shook his head. Qinghe, what are we going to do if the Li family fights their way in? Humph. Of course I'll fight them. Chen Qinghe's slightly boyish face had a hint of determination, but the hand holding the hilt of the sword was extraordinarily hard, and underneath the determined eyes, it was still hard to hide the panic in his heart. Still 2 teenagers after all. In the shrine, Ji Yang, who heard the 2 of them talking, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. At this age, it shouldn't be like this, but in this world, the rules are like this. It's not about age. Qinghe, I do have a plan. Chen Xingmeng stopped and said confidently. Ha, you have a plan too? Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghe could not help but turn his gaze towards this companion that he had grown up with a hint of surprise, incomprehension, and strangeness in his eyes, simply because it was the first time he had heard Chen Xingmeng say that he also had plans. My plan is that we go to the shrine again and cut down the divine tree. Maybe we'll be able to save the family. In the shrine, Ji Yang, who was listening intently to the plan, felt a pang of speechlessness. If these 2 boys still dared to come, he would make sure that the 2 would have a taste of his own power. On the side, Chen Qinghe was relieved. Fortunately, this was still the same Chen Xingmeng he knew and had not changed. I'm afraid this plan won't work for the time being. There have been a lot more clansmen patrolling outside the shrine since the last time we were there, and it seems like the patriarch has been staying at the shrine lately. Seeing that his plan did not work, Chen Qing sighed violently. That's a shame. Indeed, it is a bit of a shame. Ji Yang also sighed in his heart. Seeing this, Chen Xinghe patted his shoulder and spoke out to comfort him. But it's okay, we'll just go back next time. There's plenty of opportunities. That tree can't run away. The loss on the face of the comforted Chen Xingmeng instantly disappeared, and the 2 continued to start patrolling. I'll wait for you. In the shrine, Ji Yang's heart let out a ghostly word. How come we haven't seen a single blood condensation realm beast? Beyond the secret passage, in the mountain of mass graves, Chen Xingyu stood on top of the crown of a huge tree and looked around. It had been roughly half an hour since he had left the family's secret passage, but today it was a blood condensation realm ferocious beast that he hadn't seen. Although he saw 2 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts, they were also of a lower realm, and he somewhat despised such prey. After all, the qi and blood gap between the 2 wasn't small. Even as food for the clan was somewhat regardless of satiety. Recalling the green wolf from yesterday, Chen Xingyu was enlightened. Among the ferocious beasts, each has its own territory, and the green wolf of the innate realm from yesterday, I think its strength is also at the top of the chaotic burial mountain. Even if that green wolf didn't treat this place as its territory, it didn't hide its blood, aura and breath yesterday when it went after its prey. The mere scent left along the way was enough to make other ferocious beasts look away from this place. In this way, it made hunting quite troublesome for him. In order to make a gain, Chen Xingyu only had to watch the direction and move forward towards a more distant place. The uneven terrain of the mass burial mountain, coupled with the tall trees in the mountain, made it difficult to discern the direction. But as a family dependent on the mass burial mountain, Chen Xingyu had her own set of ways to discern the direction, so she didn't have to worry about getting lost. After walking a few hundred meters, Chen Xingyu's footsteps instantly stopped while he looked towards the dense forest not far away. He felt the aura of the ferocious beast and also sensed the emanation of qi and blood not far away. Since he was the only one on this hunting trip, he had to be even more careful in order to avoid startling the ferocious beasts into escaping. Chen Xingyu lowered her footsteps and slowly headed towards the front. After poking through a dense patch of vines, he finally saw the first target of this hunt. It was a Yujin beast commonly found in the mass burial mountain. Its fur was tough and dark brown. Its mouth had fangs and its back had ridges. Although its limbs were short, this beast was known for its strength. Even though this urchin beast in front of him was only at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, its level of threat was no less than the mid-stage blood condensation realm predator beast that he had hunted yesterday. However, in Chen Xingyu's eyes, there was no difference. The late stage of the blood condensation realm would allow his strength to be no weaker than that of the urchin beast in front of him. After observing the surroundings once more from all sides, Chen Xingyu no longer hesitated and groped his body to slowly approach towards the ooze beast in front of him. He was the only one on this trip, so the timing of his strike was especially important. It was best to make it a one-strike kill, not giving this urchin beast time to react. As Chen Xingyu approached, the ocelot that was feeding seemed to react, stopping its feeding and turning to look around. However, Chen Xingyu had long leaned behind a giant tree the moment it stopped, and had collected his own qi and blood. The urchin beast that didn't notice the abnormality continued to eat. But a moment later, this urchin beast seemed to have sensed something, and its entire body's hair stood on end. Its hind legs exerted force, and its pair of fangs fiercely struck backward. But where would the Chen Xingyu, who had already prepared for this, give it a chance to fight back? At the instant the Wulin beast realized it, Chen Xingyu on the tree's entire body erupted with fierce qi and blood, and his right fist was accompanied by whistling winds and residual shadows, aiming precisely at the back of the Wulin beast's neck. Boom! In the next moment, the body of the urchin beast had been sent flying to several meters away, even breaking a bull-thick tree in the middle. Chen Xingyu, who had scored a hit, no longer made a move, but just slowly walked towards the collapsed urchin beast. The ocelot beast that was sent flying let out a roar from its mouth as it tried hard to stand up, but the strike from Chen Xingyu just now was accompanied by a thick force of qi and blood, which had long since snapped its neck. No matter how much it struggled, it was never able to get up. Under Chen Xingyu's second punch, the hissing sound from his mouth became a final wail. Chen Xingyu, who had easily finished resolving this ooze beast, looked as normal. This kind of ferocious beast was not worthy of his joy. Moreover, he did not intend to return home now, but it was extremely inconvenient to bring this urchin beast with him on the hunt afterward. In the blink of an eye, Chen Xingyu had already taken out a porcelain bottle and poured the long-prepared wood lotus powder onto the body of this urchin beast to mask its odor. In order to avoid being detected by the other ferocious beasts, Chen Xingyu made some more coverings on its corpse before turning around and walking in the other direction. It wasn't long before Chen Xingyu stopped once again, but compared to her previous ease, this time there was more than a hint of gravity in her eyes. It was only because the ferocious beast in front of him was actually a ferocious beast at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Although he had the late stage of the blood condensation realm, he might not have a chance of winning against a ferocious beast of the same realm, let alone hunting. If it was an intact ferocious beast, he would have turned around and left without saying a word. But the beast in front of him was actually the giant tiger that he had encountered yesterday, and at this moment, this giant tiger was quite a mess. Above its right leg, there was a deep visible bone crack, which seemed to be an injury caused by an alternative claw mark. The wound on the leg made this giant tiger walk with a bump. The giant tiger was still as huge as before, only with a trace of its previous majestic aura missing. After seeing that the giant tiger was injured, a hint of joy appeared in Chen Xingyu's eyes. It wasn't that he liked to bully disabled ferocious beasts, but such an opportunity was hard to meet. If he could hunt this giant tiger successfully, the family's situation would be much better. After all, this one giant tiger was enough for the clan to not have to worry about food for 3 days. This kind of food with sufficient qi and blood could even allow many martial artists in the family to quench their flesh in qi and blood and raise their realm. Although the giant tiger was not lightly injured, Chen Xingyu was not reckless. If he remembered correctly, this giant tiger should have been chased by that green wolf yesterday. To be able to escape from the mouth of an innate realm's green wolf, even if he was injured, was an existence that he needed to deal with carefully. Chen Xingyu slowly stepped forward, wanting to use the way he had just done to sneak an attack, but before he could take 2 steps, the giant tiger in front of him that was licking its wounds stopped its mouth movements, while a pair of sharp eyes looked in the direction where Chen Xingyu was. Sensing that she was locked by the gaze of the giant tiger, Chen Xingyu no longer concealed her figure. This kind of ferocious beast was not comparable to the urchin beast just now. Once it was discovered by it, then one would have no possibility of sneak attack. However, just now he was only preparing to try it out and didn't hold much of a chance of success, so it made sense that he would be discovered now. He dared to fight with the giant tiger that had not been injured, let alone the fact that the giant tiger was still injured now. Chen Xingyu took large strides forward, passing through the obstacles, and soon arrived a few meters in front of the giant tiger. Unlike the other ferocious beasts, the giant tiger that saw Chen Xingyu's arrival did not hiss, but only looked at Chen Xingyu with fierce eyes. The giant tiger was in such a state, but instead, it caused Chen Xingyu to be a little more cautious in her heart, because only ferocious beasts that are not strong enough to think about drinking back their enemies by their voices may look fierce, but they are just afraid. And this giant tiger in front of him, both in terms of realm and intelligence, was higher than the previous urchin beast. Chen Xingyu did not rush to make a move, but rather, while observing the giant tiger in front of him, he coalesced his own chi and blood, ready to explode into a fierce attack at any time. At this time, the giant tiger on the opposite side also passed a measuring gaze. Although he had never seen Chen Xingyu, the flavor of his body was quite familiar. Most importantly, it felt a threat in Chen Xingyu's body. Chen Xingyu slowly approached, while the giant tiger was sitting on the ground, seemingly not reacting much to Chen Xingyu's proximity, but in reality, all of its limbs had been slightly plunged into the soil, revealing the sharp blades in its meaty claws that were flashing with a cold aura. Neither side took the initiative to strike, but rather, each side looked for a break in the other. After a moment of stalemate, it was finally the giant tiger that was somewhat unable to hold back. It was already injured, and the tightening of its limbs was making the wound on its leg bleed, and further delay would only make it more passive. In the next moment, the killing opportunity was revealed in the eyes of the giant tiger, and the moment its 4 legs bent, its huge body pounced towards Chen Xingyu like a spring. Its large body gave it a powerful explosive force, and if it was pounced upon, it would subsequently become food in its mouth. The giant tiger was fast, but Chen Xingyu's reaction speed was even faster. The moment the giant tiger made a move, Chen Xingyu rolled over and dodged the giant tiger's pounce in time. After Chen Xingyu dodged the blow, the back of the giant tiger was revealed to Chen Xingyu. Chance! Chen Xingyu's eyes lit up, and before he could stabilize his stance, he once again launched himself towards the back of the giant tiger. The giant tiger's injury was to its front leg. If he could injure the giant tiger's back leg with this strike, then this giant tiger at the late stage of the blood condensation realm would not be enough to fear. Chen Xingyu's speed was very fast, and in an instant, he was already close to the back of the giant tiger. But just as Chen Xingyu was about to prepare for his attack, a whistling wind sound came from beside his ears. The voice caused Chen Xingyu's heart to be startled, while he quickly closed his fist and retreated backward. Even though Chen Xingyu backed up quite fast, she was still being scraped by the wind that made her cheeks ache. Ka-ching! After the wind, a large, bole-thick tree fell with it. Chen Xingyu wiped the blood from her face. Only then did she see the weapon of the giant tiger just now. It was clearly the strong and powerful tail of the giant tiger. If he hadn't withdrawn fast enough just now, I'm afraid that at this moment, he wouldn't be injured in the cheek, but would have lost his head. And this strike from the giant tiger caused Chen Xingyu to put away the last trace of carelessness in his heart, simply because before this, he hadn't even noticed the giant tiger's tail, and it was obvious that the giant tiger was deliberately hiding its clumsiness, and the break that had just been revealed now seemed to be clearly a trap to lure him out. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, I'm afraid that he would have become food for the giant tiger by now. As the blow missed, the giant tiger also turned around quickly, and the one person and one beast were once again facing each other head-on. Although the first round completely fell into the wind, Chen Xingyu had no fear in her heart. Instead, there was more than a hint of wariness in her eyes. This time, Chen Xingyu did not choose to be passive, but took the initiative. Chen Xingyu's chi and blood converged on top of his legs as he quickly flanked towards the giant tiger. Noticing Chen Xingyu's intention to attack, the giant tiger turned with it, not giving Chen Xingyu the chance to attack. However, Chen Xingyu was not discouraged. Instead, he circled through this dense forest at an extremely fast speed. Giant tigers are huge and still have trouble with their front legs. In the midst of this dense forest of trees, even turning around would take some effort, and this was his chance. Under Chen Xingyu's frequent changes in position, the giant tiger had some difficulty in defending itself. and with a single slip of the tongue, it was blasted by Chen Xingyu's fist on the side and back of its body. Chen Xingyu, who had scored a hit, did not covet the momentum, and decisively retreated after the hit to avoid being struck by the giant tiger's backhanded attack. Although this strike did not cause the giant tiger to suffer too much injury, it caused a hint of anger to appear in the giant tiger's eyes. The angry giant tiger started to launch a fierce attack, and for a while, both the trees and boulders in the surrounding area were shattered by the giant tiger's huge strength. However, these attacks did not hit Chen Xingyu, who had a sensitive body. Instead, it allowed Chen Xingyu to find quite a few opportunities, leaving 2 more inconspicuous wounds on top of the giant tiger's body. Soon, the giant tiger in attack stopped, as if it sensed that it would not be able to cause harm to this abominable martial artist, but would instead put it in a more disadvantageous situation. Roar! A roar came out of the giant tiger's mouth, resounding all around. Chen Xingyu also had a hint of caution in her expression when she saw this, but the next moment, Chen Xingyu saw that the giant tiger was actually dragging its injured body towards the distance without looking back. This caused Chen Xingyu to be stunned. After sensing that the giant tiger wanted to escape, Chen Xingyu decisively chased after it. He had been entangled with the giant tiger for so long, how could he just let it leave? The giant tiger's legs and feet were injured, making it difficult for him to move, so Chen Xingyu was on fire and quickly chased after him. The moment Chen Xingyu was about to catch up, the tail behind the giant tiger swept across again. However, this time, Chen Xingyu was already prepared, and after dodging the giant tiger's tail whip attack, he grabbed a pair of its hind legs. Chen Xingyu, who had grabbed the giant tiger's legs, ran his entire body's chi and blood, and actually swung the giant tiger that wanted to escape in the air in a semicircle, and succeeded in wrestling the giant tiger back in one fell swoop. The giant tiger that was thrown to the ground was starry-eyed, and without waiting for the giant tiger to react, Chen Xingyu, who found the opportunity to do so, smashed a few more heavy punches on the giant tiger's head. The hard skull caused Chen Xingyu's fists to tremble and go numb, but Chen Xingyu did not stop. Instead, he attacked with increasing ferocity. Under his constant attacks, the giant tiger's breath gradually weakened, no longer able to resist. When Chen Xingyu saw this, a smile grew on his solemn face. Although the process was somewhat dishonorable, he had still managed to hunt this giant tiger. The engagement just now had left it exhausted, so Chen Xingyu let go of the giant tiger in her hands and prepared to take a rest. At that moment, a death crisis surfaced from his mind, sending chills down Chen Xingyu's spine. Without waiting for Chen Xingyu to react, a huge force came from behind. In the next moment, Chen Xingyu was like a kite with broken strings as she was heavily smashed against the giant tree in front of her and then fell to the ground. When Chen Xingyu looked up while enduring the excruciating pain throughout her body, a familiar green wolf appeared not far away. The green wolf stepped on the giant tiger and looked at Chen Xingyu with a disdainful gaze. This is yesterday's innate realm green wolf. Chen Xingyu's heart went cold and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. He had thought that he was the ultimate winner, but he didn't realize that this green wolf had long been hiding in the dark, not even revealing a bit of its breath, so much so that he didn't notice it in the slightest. Seeing the green wolf stepping slowly towards him, Chen Xingyu stood up with difficulty. However, the strike just now directly caused him to be seriously injured, and even the blood chi in his body was unable to operate smoothly. In this state, what could he do to deal with this innate realm green wolf in front of him? Seeing the green wolf gradually approaching, its fangs gradually exposed, Chen Xingyu let out a sigh in her heart. I didn't expect him to die today in this mountain of mass graves. If he died, the family's power would be greatly reduced. And would it still be a match for the Li clan then? Wouldn't the family be ruined in his hands by doing that math? No way, he couldn't just give up. Unwillingness surfaced in Chen Xingyu's eyes. He is young and has a bright future ahead of him. How can he give up just because he is desperate? But what can he do to survive now? Soprano leaves. At this moment, Chen Xingyu's eyes lit up, finally remembering the acacia leaf that had fallen into her hands on her way out. Although he didn't have a good feeling about that family god tree, but now we have to beat a dead horse. Hopefully, this acacia leaf can be of some use, even if it is to reduce one's injuries a little. Chen Xingyu panicked and took out the piece of acacia leaf from her bosom. This action also caused the opposite green wolf to pause slightly in his footsteps. Wolves were suspicious, and even after reaching the innate realm, they were still more than ever suspicious. It also wondered why, on the verge of death, the human had brought out a seemingly unusual leaf. Looking at the blade in his hand, Chen Xingyu suddenly had some confusion in his eyes. How should this thing be used? Whatever. Chen Xingyu directly crushed it and prepared to swallow it. However, at the instant it crushed the acacia leaf, a powerful force of chi and blood abruptly erupted from this seemingly ordinary acacia leaf, and then surged into Chen Xingyu's body in a brain. This power of chi and blood astonished both the man and the beast. As the chi and blood surged into his body, Chen Xingyu immediately felt his body boiling with blood and qi, and his recently injured body once again erupted with extreme potential. In a matter of moments, the qi and blood in his body was already running as normal. Not only that, at this moment, he even felt that the qi and blood in his body seemed to have thickened up a lot. It seemed that he had already taken a step further in the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Chen Xingyu's eyes in this state glittered, and a strong battle intent erupted in her eyes as she looked towards the green wolf. At this moment, the opposite side of the green wolf instead stopped in place. He did not understand why a person who was about to die, why would he recover as before in a matter of moments and go further? But the green wolf did not have much expression in his eyes, nor did he retreat. The gap between the two was not something that could be wiped out by a single leaf. He could feel the weakness of the human in front of him. The green wolf's eyes exuded a deep light as it prepared to attack again. However, at this time, Chen Xingyu actually had another leaf in his hand, and the green wolf who saw this was a bit hesitant for a moment, as he wasn't sure how many other similar leaves were in this human's hand. Ow! At this moment, a loud and clear wolf howl sounded in the distance, and the green wolf's expression changed slightly after hearing it, and he turned his gaze to the direction from which the wolf howl came. A little while later, the green wolf no longer stayed and slowly retreated after glancing at Chen Xingyu. Under the night, the figure of the green wolf burrowed into the forest and soon disappeared from Chen Xingyu's sight. Seeing the green wolf retreat, Chen Xingyu was relieved. Although this acacia leaf had restored him to his original state and increased his strength greatly, he did not feel that he was a match for this innate realm fierce beast. Confirming that the green wolf had left, Chen Xingyu casually threw away the blade in her hand. The leaf was nothing more than a piece he had just picked at random, so it was good to be in the dark. In order to avoid the green wolf from going and returning, Chen Xingyu no longer stayed and hurriedly carried the giant tiger's corpse on the ground, speeding towards the direction of the family's secret passage. On the way back, Chen Xingyu didn't forget to take the previously hidden urchin beast along with her. If it was him after a big battle, he might not be able to take away two huge prey at the same time, but after absorbing the acacia leaves, he felt like there was infinite power in his body, making him as fit as a fiddle. In no time, Chen Xingyu had returned to the family's secret passage. After he put down the lapis lazuli plate of the exit once again, the power that was still flowing in his body just a moment ago quickly began to disappear as if it had lost its source. Not only that, along with that, the blood qi in his body also began to drop rapidly, returning to the way it was in the beginning. It was as if the elevation he had just experienced was just an illusion. Even the injuries on his back were gradually starting to show at this moment. Chen Xingyu, who sensed her poor state, did not get angry. Instead, there was more than a hint of celebration in her eyes. If that green wolf didn't retreat, his life would be in danger this time. However, after remembering that acacia leaf, Chen Xingyu's face had an extra touch of complexity. Why aren't you back yet? In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen once again began to wander from side to side with a worried look on his face. This time, with the blessing of the divine tree, as long as he didn't run into the innate realm ferocious beasts, by all rights there shouldn't be any problem. But why are you so late at this hour? At this moment, Ji Yan also had a hint of self-doubt in his heart. Not long ago he felt that the acacia leaf he had given had signs of being used, but it had been a little more than half an hour. But no one was back. Could it be that his acacia leaf didn't give enough life force? The effect is not good? If he had known that, he would have injected more life force into that acacia leaf. While the two were worried, the sound of Chen Xingyu's words came from the secret passage. Matriarch, I'm back. Chen Xingzhen, who heard the voice, was finally relieved in his heart. When the lapis lazuli slab was opened, Chen Xingyu in the secret passage climbed up from below, and after Chen Xingzhen looked at Chen Xingyu's tattered clothes and bloodstains all over her body, his heart trembled. Xingyu, are you hurt? No harm done. It's all minor injuries. A few days of recuperation will do. After saying that, Chen Xingyu dragged the prey behind him out of the secret passage. When Chen Xingzhen saw the corpse of the giant tiger, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This is a ferocious beast in the late blood condensation realm? Aha! Receiving Chen Xingyu's affirmative answer, Chen Xingzhen had a reproachful face. AI, you're too risky. Luckily you didn't run into that innate realm ferocious beast. After Chen Xingzhen finished speaking, he saw Chen Xingyu's gaze that was hesitant to speak, which gave Chen Xingzhen a bad premonition in his heart, and he hurriedly pursued the question. You bumped into it? Bump. Chen Xingyu nodded and then spoke about the hunt. Hearing the process of Chen Xingyu's hunting, Chen Xingzhen no longer spoke much, and in the end, he simply said in a celebratory manner, it's good to be back. And when Chen Xingzhen heard the effect of that acacia leaf, his eyes erupted with a bright luster. Although according to Chen Xingyu, that acacia leaf could only last for less than half a tea, but as the patriarch, he could certainly understand the gold content of that acacia leaf, and also understood how much help that acacia leaf could give to the clan's current situation. If the divine tree could give a few more acacia leaves, perhaps the family would not only be able to lift the immediate crisis, but also turn the tide. Patriarch, I'm going back. Aha! Chen Xingjin, who was thinking about the matter of the acacia leaves, subconsciously nodded. Matriarch, I'm going back to nurse my wounds. On the side, Chen Xingyu spoke once again. Chen Xingjin froze for a moment at his words. Hadn't he already promised just now? Above, Ji Yang rolled his eyes in his mind. This is not giving Chen Xingjin a farewell. This is clearly pointing at him. But never mind. Seeing as Chen Xingyu had a good harvest this time, he wouldn't begrudge this bit of vitality. Ji Yang exerted his divine ability, and several green points of light floated down from the branches and leaves that emitted fluorescence. These green points of light quickly merged into Chen Xingyu's body. After being healed by the divine tree, Chen Xingyu finally didn't keep talking and turned around to leave the shrine. Chen Xingjin looked at this scene and didn't say much, but he was still quite happy in his heart. It seems like the divine tree is still extremely favorable to the young juniors of the family. Scratch that, I actually used 0.4 of my own life force, a night for nothing. If he had known, he would have just pretended he didn't hear it. Looking at the depleted life force, Ji Yang muttered to himself in his heart, but then he turned his gaze to the corpse of the giant tiger on the side. This ferocious beast at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. I don't think the chi, blood, and spiritual energy provided should be less, right? On the side, Chen Xingjin finally came back to his senses, while once again looking towards Ji Yang, or to be precise, towards those acacia leaves on the branches of Ji Yang's tree. But as the patriarch, he also knew very well in his heart that certainly not every acacia leaf had that kind of efficacy. Moreover, now that the divine tree was newborn, its divine power was definitely not much, and it was not sure how much help it could give to the family, all of which still needed him to discuss with the divine tree. It's a little hard to talk about, but it's a matter of family survival. Chen Xingjin turned his head to look at the two ferocious beasts that Chen Xingyu had returned from hunting, and then without saying a word, he personally sacrificed that giant tiger. As for the rest of the urchin beast, it was the one that needed to be left behind as food for the clan. Not bad, sensible. Seeing Chen Xingjin sacrificing the giant tiger, Ji Yang nodded in his heart and then quickly absorbed the blood from the giant tiger. A ferocious beast at the late stage of the blood condensation realm really did have plenty of chi and blood, and Ji Yang saw his own chi and blood rubbing up. In no time, Ji Yang had absorbed as much as he could, and when Ji Yang opened his panel again, the points on it had changed. Blood, 20, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 6. Deduction points, 15, can be deduced. This giant tiger had contributed a full 20 points of chi blood and 5 points of spiritual energy to him, which was considered extremely good, far surpassing the other ferocious beasts before it. And now the points have reached the condition of being extrapolable. However, this time, Ji Yang did not choose to push through, but instead prepared to convert all of his chi and blood into life force. The previous deduction was because at that time, he was not strong enough to enhance the strength of the Qin clan, but now it was different. With the one-leaf barrier plus the reversal of the Dan line after, he could briefly enhance the strength of the clan. At this time, what he lacked was not a new divine ability or anything else, but a large amount of life force. After all, both divine abilities cost life force, and the consumption was not small. In addition, just now, Chen Xingjin must have had some plans in mind after realizing the effect of his one leaf, and the next step, probably, was to come to himself. With the resolution of the Li clan imminent, these chakras become even more important, and things didn't go as expected for Ji Yang. As Chen Xingjin soon walked towards Ji Yang, only after half an hour did Chen Xingjin leave the ancestral hall. There was a hint of solemnity and determination on Chen Xingjin's face as he walked out of the ancestral hall. It's time to make a break with the Li family. Not long after, several blood condensation realm martial artists from the Chun clan as well as the late-stage body-tempering clan members headed towards the clan's secret room. In the shrine, Ji Yang directly converted all the chi and blood he had just gained into life force. The original 16.3 vitality was directly raised to 26.3, an increase of 10 points. Unfortunately, the 10 points of life force boost didn't allow Ji Yang to grow new branches and leaves. It only allowed Ji Yang's underground roots to expand by another few meters. Ji Yang had already felt that this 10-point boost was even smaller compared to the previous boost, perhaps because his previous self was too weak, so every point of vitality boost seemed big? Still, the increase in vitality made Ji Yang's state better and better. Even the acacia leaves on the branches were a little greener. It was hard for Ji Yang to comment on this, but if it could be better, a little green wouldn't hurt. Early the next morning, a drizzle fell from the sky. Raindrops on the bare acacia leaves in Jiyang, making a ta-ta-ta-ta sound. Outside the ancestral hall, The various clansmen of the Chun clan were patrolling in an organized manner, unchanged by the weather. However, all of the Chun clan members had less of a trace of worry on their faces from the previous days and more of a trace of determination. In the afternoon, the already small clan of the Chun clan looked even thinner. As night fell, the only thing the Chun clan had was a few dim lights shining out. Inside the Li family, listening to the clansman's report today, Li Yongqing's originally stoic face was slightly rippled. After learning about the Chen clan's situation today, Li Yongqing frowned even more. When was that? Li Yongqing patiently continued to ask. Back to clan chief. Around noon today, the Chen family's people became much less, and by nightfall, we didn't see any figures, and the surrounding exits didn't see the Chen family's people leave. We wanted to go in and check it out, but we were worried about being ambushed by the Chen family. After listening to the clan's report, Li Yongqing quickly turned the body in his hand, and in his mind, he also projected the cause of the current situation. A little while later, Li Yongqing's whole body movement was stagnant, and the body in his hand was also pinched into powder by him. Bad. Secret passage. I should have thought of it. His Chen family shouldn't be so calm, nor should they break out only once after the food is cut off. The reason why they are still able to consume is definitely because there are other exits. Nowadays, they probably know that they are not the family's rivals and choose to leave through the secret passage. Li Yongqing's face had remorse, and his mouth muttered to himself that perhaps he should have listened to the other clansmen that day, and quickly cut through all the trouble and directly rushed in. But soon Li Yongqing calmed down. Even if the Chun clan left through the secret passage, it probably wouldn't have traveled too far nowadays. Plus it would inevitably take the families old and young with it when it left, and the speed couldn't be too fast. It was still not too late to go over there now, find the Chen family secret passage, and then chase them all the way over there. Thinking of this, Li Yongqing immediately shouted to the clansmen at the side. Quickly, have all the clansmen at the mid-body tempering realm and above gather outside, prepared to attack the Chen clan. The news quickly spread. Many Li clan members had doubts, but after hearing that they were attacking the Chen clan this night, they also quickly gathered. Not a moment later, the Li family hall will be gathered 30 people. Standing in the forefront is the clan's several blood condensation realm martial artists. 3 of them, the whole body chi and blood is quite rich. This is the family's 3 blood condensation realm late-stage martial artists. This luxurious lineup was more than enough to deal with the Chen clan. Yongqing, why are you so eager today? Didn't you say you'd do it 2 days later? A middle-aged man asked with a puzzled face. 5th uncle, just now the clansman came to report that there is something unusual about the Chun clan. I suspect that the Chun clan has secret passages. After hearing Li Yongqing's explanation, the middle-aged man also nodded his head. If that is the case, then indeed there can be no delay. The crowd said no more. Soon, the group of people were in great numbers, quickly running towards the place where the Chun clan was located. The old and young of the clan can be arranged. Inside the Chun clan's ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin opened his mouth and asked. On the side, Chen Tianyu replied, there are a total of 42 people, old and young, in the clan, and all of them have already entered the secret passage. Chen Xingjin nodded slightly, and at that moment, Chen Tianjing also came forward to report. Matriarch, there are a total of 18 martial artists in the clan at the mid-body tempering realm or above, and all of them have arrived now. Chen Xingjin looked toward the front after hearing this, and countless familiar faces were reflected in his eyes. 18 people wasn't a lot, and it even seemed a bit crowded in the family shrine, plus their 4 blood condensation realm martial artists, making a total of 22 people. These 22 people were also the only glory left in the family, but unfortunately, there weren't many late-stage body tempering realm martial artists among these 18 clansmen, and quite a few of the body tempering realm martial artists were already old, with few of them being of a lower age. This shows that the Chan family is now green, and today's battle will determine the future of the family. Greeting the clan's expectant eyes, Chen Xingjin took 2 steps forward slightly, then spoke solemnly. My Chen clan has been in this mountain of mass burial for more than 20 years, and although there have been ups and downs in the middle of the journey, it has never died out. But these years, the clan is deteriorating. The situation is getting worse and worse, but also has a foreign enemy coveted, and now the family is even to the moment of survival. Today, it is the day when my Chen family and his Li family will have a showdown. If we win, the family will prosper. If we lose, the family will die. Hearing Chen Xingjin's generous words from the front, many of the clansmen below showed determination and resolve in their gazes, and the situation in the arena was silent. At this moment, we can only fight to the death. How can we say surrender? Seeing that the clan members were bloodthirsty and ready to fight to the death, Chen Xingjin then continued, although with the family's current power, it may not be a match for the Li family. Times are different nowadays because we are blessed by the divine tree. As long as the divine tree still exists, there is hope for the family. Before the great battle today, sacrifice the divine tree once more to be blessed by it. Chen Xingzhen's words caused many of the clansmen below to have doubts. Right now, in the face of a great enemy, shouldn't we be trying to find a way to deal with the Li clan? Why do we still need to worship the divine tree at this critical moment? Wouldn't it be better to pay homage after the Great War? If the family still exists? If the family is gone, what is there to worship? For a while, many of the clansmen had hesitant faces. At that moment, a figure suddenly stood out and began to worship the divine tree. Cheng Yu? Many of the clansmen behind them showed a hint of surprise in their eyes when they saw the person who took the lead in worship. One must know that before this, Chen Xingyu was the one who most resisted the divine tree, and had even proposed several times to cut down the family divine tree during the clan's general meetings. Although it didn't succeed when the patriarch blocked it, it didn't make many clansmen feel good about the family divine tree. The divine tree's display of divine power a few days ago had caused some of the clansmen to have a change of heart about the divine tree, but they didn't feel that relying on the divine tree would save their clan, which was now on the verge of extinction. But right now, seeing that Chen Xingyu was worshipping, the others no longer hesitated and began to worship the divine tree one after another. The several people on the side, Chen Xingzhen and Chen Tianyu, were even worshipping from the bottom of their hearts. After all, the three already knew that the family divine tree was where the family's hope lay today. Just as the crowd was worshipping, the divine tree in front of them once again emitted a blinding light, and for a moment, countless green points of light flew out from the branches and leaves of the divine tree, lingering around the shrine. All the clansmen who had absorbed the green points of light had a light in their eyes and a touch of confidence in their expression. Not only that, after the green points of light dissipated, the divine tree once again shone with 7 or 8 bright green auras. These green awns flew out from the branches and leaves, and then landed in the hands of several clansmen. When a few people fixed their eyes on it, the green aura that had just been transformed into a dark green acacia leaf. The only ones who knew about the effects of the acacia leaves were currently Chen Xingzhen and Chen Xingyu. And when Chen Xingzhen saw these several acacia leaves, a light smile appeared on his face. And acacia leaves are not randomly falling. A closer look. It is not difficult to find. With acacia leaves of a few people as the family is now the strongest strength of a few people. Among them, aside from Chen Xingyu's several blood condensation realm martial artists, there were also several late body tempering realm clansmen. The few people who got the acacia leaves had puzzled faces, not understanding what the acacia leaves in their hands were for. The other clansmen on the side were also observing the several acacia leaves with extreme curiosity, a hint of doubt in their eyes. Chen Xingzhen explained from the sidelines. This is the divine tree blessing. Just crush it at the critical moment and use it. Remember, the divine tree can only bless for a moment. It must be used at the critical moment. Seeing Chen Xingzhen this solemn, the few people who got the acacia leaves were also careful to put away the acacia leaves in their hands. On the side, Chen Xingyu lightly hummed, and when the acacia leaf fell in her hand, she had already put it away seemingly casually, but the movement in her hand was quite careful. Alright, the divine tree blessing has become a reality. All clansmen follow the previous plan and start moving. With that said, the various clansmen in the shrine had already begun to move in an organized manner. In no time at all, Chen Xingzhen was the only one left in the ancestral hall. The family's plan is simple. Invite the king in. The Li clan was constantly monitoring their movements and would notice if anything was wrong. And today, he had already sent most of his clan into the secret passageway, leaving behind only martial artists above the middle stage of the body tempering realm. Sensing that the situation was not right, the Li family was bound to attack. All they had to do was to attack after the Li family entered the clan. The plan is simple, but just be practical. Maybe they could catch the Li family off guard at first, but in the end, it would still depend on the strength of both sides, and with the disparity between the two families today, they probably wouldn't be an opponent even if they had the help of their old ancestor. Now he could only pray that the divine tree's blessing was useful enough. Looking at the branches and leaves of the divine tree, which were slightly shriveled due to the application of divine power, Chen Xingzhen bowed once more before walking towards the room in the shrine. The shrine, which had just been packed with people, was now empty. Above, Ji Yang also sighed. The survival of the Chen clan, as well as whether or not his own tree could survive, depended on the battle tonight. Ji Yang had also sacrificed quite a lot for this engagement. The original 26. 3 vitality was now a mere 6 points. As for those green points of light at the beginning, instead, they didn't consume too much of his life force. They just looked spectacular. What truly drained his life force was naturally the divine ability of one leaf blind that he then cast. And with each acacia leaf, the life force he infused varied. For example, Chen Xingyu, who was at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, as the seed-level player in this engagement, the acacia leaf in his hand, Ji Yang directly injected 5 points of life force into it. and like Chen Tianyu as well as Chen Tianjing, the acacia leaves in the hands of both of them were 3 points of vitality. The acacia leaves in the hands of the other few body-tempering realm clansmen were all infused with 2 points of life force by Ji Yang. He lost a lot of his life force and his state declined, but this time, his consciousness did not weaken, and he was still able to see the scene of the place where the roots extended, and the remaining 6 points of life force, on the one hand, was used to maintain their own needs. He was worried that the life force was too little. He directly GA. On the other hand, it was also to reserve some for the Chen clan's people and thus use it to perform divine abilities to reverse the downline. Since they were engaged, they were bound to get hurt. The Chen clan's clansmen were already small, so if they died because of untreated injuries, it would undoubtedly affect Ji Yang's own growth. It was important to realize that his deduction points could currently only be obtained from the clansmen of the Chen clan, and he'd already used a lot of it in the 3 previous thrusts. Whether it was for himself or the Chen clan, Ji Yang had done his best and the rest was up to them. With the engagement imminent, Ji Yang didn't even use the lunar eclipse technique to absorb the moonlight. He was worried that when they fought later, the enemy would not be able to resist when they saw their glowing selves. While this would reduce some of the life force absorption, safety was the first priority. When everyone had concealed their figures, the only sound in the Chen clan was the sound of falling rain, which incidentally buried the sound of everyone's breathing together. Ji Yang's roots had long spread outside the ancestral hall, but at this moment, he was able to detect the location where many of the clansmen were hiding. Chen Xingyu, for example, chose to hide on one of the eaves. Then again, not far away, under the cellar, there were 2 clansmen hidden as well. While his consciousness wandered, Ji Yang suddenly sensed 2 familiar figures in a corner. After seeing the 2, Ji Yang was speechless for a while, simply because these 2 were no one else but the duo of Chen Xingha and Chen Xingmeng, who should be hiding in the secret passage right now. Previously, Chen Xingzhen had ordered that all martial artists at the early stage of the body-tempering realm be sent into the secret passage. The reason for this was that most of the martial artists in the clan at the early stage of the body-tempering realm were generally not very old, and on the other hand, the clan members who had just tempered their bodies could not actually utilize too much of the strength of a martial artist, and participating in the clan's struggles was detrimental to the clan's well-being. The 2 of them at the moment were obviously sneaking out while the others weren't paying attention. It's done. Ji Yang also had no way to inform Chen Xingzhen, and could only let the 2 go, but hopefully the 2 would be a little more lucky later, or else the Chen clan would have to be downsized again. Qing Meng, don't run away when we fight later, or I won't be able to protect you. Looking at Chen Xingha, who was hiding behind himself, Chen Xingmeng still nodded. Good. The 2 men's faces were tense at this time, and their hearts were a little frightened. When they sneaked out of the secret passage before, the 2 of them had a great deal of bravado in their hearts, and by virtue of a rush of hot blood, they were going to save the family as well. But there was some shade in this corner, and on the way to waiting, caused the 2 men's hot blood to drop and their sanity to gradually return, especially after thinking about the tragic family struggle. A trace of panic and fear was eventually born in the hearts of the 2 teenagers, not to mention that both of them were only at the early stage of the body-tempering realm, and a martial artist engaging in battle was by no means a family affair, and a little bit of inattention would result in both of them dying under the enemy's fists and feet. But by now, there was no room for the 2 to back off. Outside the Chen clan, the Li clan's group had already arrived in front of the door, but the entrance of the Chen family, which used to have people on guard, was now empty. When Li Yongchang and the others arrived, there were immediately family scouts who showed themselves. Greetings, matriarch. What's the situation? Li Yongchang looked within the gate and opened his mouth to inquire. Back to the clan leader. There was some movement before, but now there's no movement at all. I wanted to go and see what was going on, but I was worried that it was a plot by the Chen family. Without waiting for Li Yongchang to reply, the big man on the side was coldly snorting. Conspiracy? His Chen family is nothing more than a lost dog now. Does he still dare to play any tricks? Even if it's a conspiracy, what do we have to fear? Don't you think so? Uncle Four is right. Yes, extremely. The group of clan martial artists behind him smiled and responded, their expressions filled with relief. After all, in the previous fights with the Chun clan, they had also been the ones who had the upper hand, and if it wasn't for that old ancestor of the Chun clan, they would have long since wiped out the Chen clan. Li Yongcheng frowned slightly at the sight, but didn't say much. In his heart, he also didn't think that the Chun family would have any plots. After all, the difference in strength between the two was still somewhat disparate. However, he had always been cautious, and even if the Chun family had fled with their clan, he still felt that he should first double-check it, so he opened his mouth. Gentlemen, just to be on the safe side, I think we need to be careful. In my opinion, we'll just charge straight in, find the Chen clan's secret passage, and then chase them all the way there. I'm willing to take the lead, the big man said with some disinterest. Fourth, it's better to listen to what the patriarch has to say. The middle-aged man on the side opened his mouth at this time. When the big man saw Li Yongqing's gloomy expression, he did not say any more. Second uncle, take some people and go in through the Chen clan's back door. Uncle 5, you take a couple of people and walk them sideways in. Soon, Li Yongqing had already arranged for the family members to be divided into 4 teams, each with 2 blood condensation realm martial artists, and surrounded them from the 4 directions of the Chen clan. In this way, even if the Chen clan had any plots, they would be able to block them, and the others would be able to support them soon. In addition, it was also possible to stop the various exits of the Chen clan so that no one would escape. After assigning the teams, Li Yongqing was much relieved. When they parted, Li Yongqing did not forget to exhort, "Elders, be careful when searching and don't miss any places." "Well, don't worry." Several people nodded in agreement, and then the group slowly stepped inside the Chen clan. Although it was only a small family next to the mass burial mountain, the Chen clan didn't cover a small area, and even if 4 teams searched, it would still take some time. Li Yongqing brought a few people behind him to explore carefully while examining the traces left behind when the Chen clan left. After seeing quite a few fresh animal bones, Li Yongqing's heart already believed most of it. It seems that the Chen family does have a secret passage to the outside world. No wonder there was not much reaction in these few days. The only breakout was probably only used to confuse him. It was only that he was a bit confused as to why the Chen family left through the secret passage only now, instead of picking a night. Is it trying to take advantage of the weather? Li Yongqing looked up at the light rain in the sky, but this amount of rain had little effect on martial artists. Just as he was searching carefully, he heard a loud ringing sound from not far away. The ringing sound made Li Yongqing's heart startled. Could there really be an ambush? A group of people with alert faces were about to rush towards the place where the sound came from, and then a loud shout could be heard beside their ears coming from the distance. "Little son of the Chen family, why don't you come out and die quickly?" Hearing this familiar voice, Li Yongqing's face was as gloomy as water. This 4th uncle of the family, who had obeyed orders in the beginning, had become a little disconcerted since he had led the family to a great victory and had eaten away at the Chen clan step by step, and from time to time, relying on his elder status and his own realm, he did not put him, the patriarch, in his eyes. If he wasn't still dealing with the Chen clan at the moment, he would definitely want to think of some ways to cure him. But right now, it's a bad deal. But the group didn't rush off again, but continued to search the surrounding area. On the other side, the big man swung his fist violently, directly shaking the rain and a wooden house in front of him with his thick chi and blood. After casually checking it out, the big man said lightly, "Why bother? And check room by room. It's not as dry and direct as my fists." After checking several rooms and seeing that there was still no luck, the big man's face gradually became a bit impatient. At that moment, a light shone in its eyes, beckoning the clan member next to it to open his mouth and ask, "Where do you think the Chen clan would have built the secret passage if they had one?" "Well, if it were me, I'd definitely choose to build it at the shrine." "Ha ha ha, just what I thought. Come on, let's go straight to the shrine." But 4th uncle, the patriarch sighed. "Humph, the Chen clan is now empty. What's the point of caring about him?" On Yongqing's side, "I'll go and talk to him myself," the big man said with full concern, and the group no longer searched around, but quickly headed in the direction where the Chen family ancestral hall was located. Soon, the few people had arrived outside the Chen family ancestral hall. At this moment, the gate of the shrine was open, and the situation in the shrine was clear at a glance, which made the only trace of caution in the big man's heart disappear. And when the big man saw the acacia tree inside the shrine, he was instantly captivated, especially after he saw that the acacia tree's branches and leaves began to emit a faint fluorescent light. A hint of surprise and shock appeared in his eyes. "4th uncle, look, that tree glows." "I'm not blind," the big man said in a no-nonsense manner. He had long heard that the Chen clan had a family divine tree, but he didn't expect it to be true. Only it seemed that the Chen clan couldn't take it with them when they left, so it could only be cheap. He or she was the first to discover it and perhaps take it into his or her hands to study it. The big man's face showed joy, while he no longer hesitated and walked towards the Chen family ancestral hall, wanting to take a closer look. But without taking 2 steps, he realized that the fluorescent light on the opposite acacia tree had suddenly disappeared. This caused the big man to freeze, a little unsure of the situation. At that moment, the big man's heart suddenly raced, and an intense crisis flared up in his mind. Not good, top of the head. At the same time when the thought surfaced in his mind, the big man decisively rolled on his donkey, trying to dodge the sudden crisis. But Chen Xingyu's long-planned attack would not be as simple as that. When the big man was about to dodge away, Chen Xingyu's fist that gathered the blood chi of his entire body had already bombarded the big man's back. directly sending him flying. With Chen Xingyu striking out, the various hidden places outside the ancestral hall also had Chen family martial artists scurrying out one by one, mobbing towards the several people in the vicinity. The people also picked their own targets and did not cross the ranks to face the enemy. The gap between the body tempering realm and the blood condensation realm was extremely large, and if there weren't enough people, the gap between the great realms would be very difficult to erase. And with the Chen clan's clansmen, it would be very difficult to use the Sea of Men tactic at the moment. Damn it, there's an ambush. Chen Xingzhen, how dare you? One of the remaining blood condensation realm martial artists of the Li family said with annoyance under his breath, obviously angry at this despicable sneak attack by the Chen family. But this person is also extremely decisive. After realizing that he was ambushed, he immediately wanted to shout and invite the rest of his Li family. But before he could gather his chi and blood, an attack had already come from his face. After noticing that his opponent was also in the blood condensation realm, the man decisively gave up shouting and started defending instead. Chen Tianyu. After seeing the person who struck, this person said with disdain in his mouth, and the two of them immediately entangled together. Although he did not shout loudly, the sound of the crowd engaging in battle could soon attract other clansmen, and then he would see how the Chen clan would respond. On the other hand, Chen Xingyu, who had been hit with a single blow, did not have any joy in his eyes, only because of the strange sensation that had just come from his fist, which was not a human body. After the big man got up from the ground, Chen Xingyu realized that on the big man's body, there was actually a layer of patterned and hard inner armor, and that punch just now, because he had calculated the change in advance, so he did not use 10% of his strength, resulting in the few forces, but also dispersed most of them by the defense equipment on the big man's body. But even so, at this moment, the big man was spitting blood from his mouth, obviously suffering from internal injuries. It's you, Chen Xingyu. The big man turned around and saw the face of the person who had struck before his eyes erupted with anger and a hint of happiness. Luckily, he wore an inner armor woven from the skin of the green sky python this time, or else this strike just now would have surely caused him serious injuries. No, you're in the late stage of the blood condensation realm? It was only then that the big man noticed the change in Chen Xingyu and said in surprise under his breath. If Chen Xingyu was only in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, he wouldn't put him in his eyes even if he was a little injured. But if he was in the late stage of the blood condensation realm, then he would have to weigh whether or not he was his opponent. Chen Xingyu did not say much, but continued to attack towards the big man with swift punches. Immediately the rest of the Li clan would discover the battle here, and he didn't want to waste too much time. Seeing Chen Xingyu attacking, the big man's face stared, and without further ado, he directly fought with Chen Xingyu. The two men's blood chi rose. Each punch had the strength of several stones, and with the speed of their strikes, the sound of explosions also came from the air. The commotion of the crowd engaging in battle quickly spread throughout the entire Chen clan. On the other side, the other three teams were still searching carefully at the moment, checking out the situation. After hearing the commotion coming from the other side of the shrine, the crowd did not think it was anything but a big man violently demolishing the building. However, when the sound became louder and louder, and the sound was mixed with the screams of the clansmen, the people then realized that something was wrong. Quick, get over there for support. Li Yongchang looked in the direction of the ancestral hall with a slightly alarmed face, commanding the others on the side to speed up their rush. Although he hadn't seen the specifics, he could guess what had happened. However, what surprised him was that the Chen clan really didn't run away and instead chose to ambush them with one hand. It took him by surprise. Although that fourth uncle was dissatisfied with himself, he couldn't let it go for the sake of the family's grand plan. On the way over, Li Yongchang still had a hint of sadness on his brow. He couldn't figure out what the Chen clan's bottom line was when they let the secret passage go and chose to engage them in battle. Is it hard to think that thinking that being the first to sneak attack would be a match for them? Late blood condensation realm martial artists were not so easy to sneak attack. Li Yongchang couldn't figure out the reason for this and chose to speed up his journey. But just as he was about to reach the shrine place, the sound of a sharp blade next to his ear stopped him in his tracks. Looking up, it was an old acquaintance, Chen Tianjing. Both of them had the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, and before, during the family battles, he also frequently went down to the field. And Chen Tianjing had not been less sparring, so he could be considered quite familiar. Patriarch, let's go together and finish this person off first. On the side, another blood condensation realm martial artist of the family spoke, but Li Yongchang just shook his head. No, this person will just be dealt with by me. You go help the rest of the family. Yes. Seeing Li Yongchang's solemn face, this blood condensation realm martial artist did not say any more and continued to approach the shrine. Chen Tianjing did not stop him when he saw this. It was his task to keep Li Yongchang here to fight with him. Li Yongchang, as the patriarch of the Li clan, Although his realm was not too high, he had repeatedly made his Chen clan suffer during the family struggles between the two sides. Li Yongcheng didn't know what Chen Tianjing was thinking, but he also had his own thoughts. Now that the Great War has begun, no plan will help, and ultimately, it will depend on the strength of the family. However, there were already quite a few blood condensation realm martial artists in his Li family, plus now there was an additional late blood condensation realm martial artist, so no matter how you looked at it, there was no possibility of his Li family losing. Even if we leave him here, what's the point? The two stopped talking and battled equally. Outside the shrine, the great battle was already on the verge of breaking out. After Chen Xingyu and the others made their move, the other three teams from the Li clan quickly rushed over. When a few people approached, they realized that Chen Xingyu, who was already in the late stage of the blood condensation realm, was pressing the big man down, and if they had come a moment later, they feared that the big man's life would be difficult to protect. The big man had the late stage of the blood condensation realm, and although he was injured, his life was still saved, while the first batch of other people who followed the big man to the shrine perished here, including another blood condensation realm martial artist. The person who struck out was naturally Chen Xingzhen, who was manipulating the remnants of the old ancestor's body with the method of refining corpses. In the battle of clans, it didn't matter if it was despicable or not. Solving the enemy and protecting the clan was their goal. And when the rest of the Li clan saw this tragic situation of their own clansmen, their eyes were also red, and then they rushed towards the people of the Chen clan with weapons in their hands. The battle between the two sides soon entered a white-hot stage. The blood mixed with the rainwater gathered into a red thread that flowed in the cracks of the lapis lazuli and finally invaded the soil along the cracks of the lapis lazuli. Below the soil, Ji Yang's roots made a move. With trepidation, Ji Yan used his root whiskers to slowly touch the rainwater mixed with blood. Fortunately, it can't be absorbed. Noticing that he was unable to absorb the blood in it, Ji Yang seemed to be sorry and relieved. Although he is a tree today, he is not really a tree. He was really worried that he could absorb any blood. In fact, he was more worried that he wouldn't be able to contain his inner desires. It was hard for him to hold back when the mouth of desire opened. Well, the experiment just proved that it didn't. Qinghe, have you chosen a target yet? In a corner not far from the ancestral hall, Chen Qingmeng gripped the mountain opening sword in his hands tightly and inquired about Chen Qinghe, who was beside him. Soon, Chen Qinghe looked at the battle in front of him through the fine rainwater, picking out opponents that suited both of them. But look left at a late stage of the body tempering realm, and look right at a late stage of the body tempering realm. Even the lowest martial artist had the middle stage of the body tempering realm. This delayed Chen Qinghe's response to his desire to save his family. The two of them were hot-blooded, yes, but Chen Qinghe wasn't stupid. Knowing that he was unbeatable, he definitely wouldn't choose an opponent that he couldn't beat. However, he didn't expect that this time, the lowest realm of the martial artists sent by the Li clan would be in the middle stage of the body tempering realm. This put him in a bit of a quandary for a moment. While the two were still hesitating, a figure suddenly scurried to the front of the two. This was a Li clan martial artist in the middle stage of the body tempering realm, and this person had just been beaten in by an undefeated opponent. Just as he was about to go out and fight again, he was the one who suddenly discovered the two auras hiding behind him. After seeing the appearance and age of the two, this mid-body tempering realm martial artist couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, actually let me catch two brats from the Chen clan. Die. After saying that, a large sword had been swung towards Chen Qinghe and the two of them. Both of their faces turned white at the sight, but their reactions were also extremely sharp, and they dodged away in a panic. After dodging, Chen Qinghe just wanted Chen Qingmeng to run quickly, but the sound of Chen Qingmeng's words was soon heard beside his ears. Qinghe, he's the one. Chen Qingmeng's gaze was resolute, and he rushed forward with the mountain opening sword in his hand. Chen Qinghe was stunned at the sight, but looking at Chen Qingmeng who rushed up, he could not think of anything else and clenched his teeth and rushed up as well. Anyways, the two of them were also body tempering realm martial artists, while the enemy was only one person even though he was in the middle stage of the body tempering realm. 1 + 1 = 2. It is thought that the two are enough to rival them. Looking at the duo rushing towards him with weapons in hand, that Li clan martial artist burst out laughing. It was only two brats who had just entered the body tempering realm, who hadn't even fully tempered their carapace, and they even wanted to fight with him. They really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. In just less than 3 rounds, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingmeng were kicked out one by one by this Li family martial artist. Looking at the Li clan martial artist who was approaching towards the two people in the corner with a large sword in his hand, Chen Qinghe's heart went cold. It seems that 1 + 1 may not equal 2. With the strength of the two of them, they were simply not strong enough to fight against an adult body tempering realm martial artist. Just as the Li family martial artists were preparing to resolve the two people in front of them, there was a sudden fluctuation below the ground. Without waiting for this Li clan martial artist to react, a rope-thick root suddenly extended out from the ground and instantly bound his body. Damn it! What the hell is this? The Li clan martial artist who was tied up by the sudden roots kept struggling. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes, and he couldn't help but break out in curses. Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who were on the side, were also stagnant when they saw this. However, looking at the Li clan's martial artist who was unable to move due to his body being bound, the two teenagers were both hot-blooded, sensing that this was a perfect opportunity. However, although the Li clan martial artist's body was restricted, his hands were not, and he looked at the two men who were preparing to attack him. Get the fuck out of here! This Li clan martial artist's eyes showed a fierce light, and he shouted under his breath while waving the large sword in his hand, so that the two people who were preparing to make a move could not get close for a while. This kind of life-sacrificing and crazy aura also made the two teenagers face fear. Qingmeng, leave him alone. Let's run! Chen Qinghe dragged Chen Qingmeng aside, and the two of them immediately prepared to bypass this Li family martial artist. The bound Li clan martial artist didn't stop him. Calming down, he turned his gaze to the roots on his body, and then swung his large sword, preparing to cut them off. Just as he was finding his way and preparing to release the bindings on his body, there was a sudden cold sensation coming from his back. When he looked down, he realized that the tip of one blade was going right into his chest, while the tip of the other blade was passing underneath him, and behind him, the two teenagers had tense faces, and then they quickly retracted the mountain-opening swords in their hands. Qingmeng, go! It's really gone this time. As the underground roots retracted, the Li clan martial artist slowly fell to the ground with a resentful expression. At this time, this Li family martial artist had not yet died of gas, but only looked at the two teenagers who had left, and let out a final cry from his mouth. What a dog! In the shrine, Ji Yang fell into silence. He thought the two were really scared out of their wits, but he didn't realize it was something else. Although the process was a bit hard to get into, the result was still good, and it was not in vain that he had come to his aid. However, Ji Yang had also discovered that although his strength and root whiskers were good, they could only deal with some body-tempering realm martial artists, and were still far from being a match for blood condensation realm martial artists. So if he wanted to rely on his root whiskers to help the Chen clan, I'm afraid that it would be a bit difficult. At this moment, in the center of the battlefield, was the battle between the two families' blood condensation realm martial artists. Chen Xingyu was the most courageous, blocking 2-with-1 at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. End of the day, she was infinite. However, even in the face of the constant attacks of two blood condensation realm martial artists, they were unable to do so. Originally deep in the ancestral hall of the patriarch Qin Xingzhen has also long been out, although over 60 years old, but the realm is there, coupled with rich combat experience. Against a blood condensation realm martial artist did not lose the wind. Apart from these two, the most outstanding one was the Chun clan's old ancestor who only had one hand and one foot left. Although this old ancestor's walk was a bit unsteady, with the feeling that he would fall to the ground at any time, his body was as hard as iron, and even if it was a middle-stage blood condensation realm martial artist who bombarded his body with all his might, he only knocked him back. The dents on his body caused by the attack did not affect this old ancestor's strength either. Ji Yang saw the sigh of wonder. If the Chen family has more than a few old ancestors, think the family status quo should not be so. In terms of blood condensation realm martial artists battling against each other, the Chen clan was still able to cope. But in the midst of the battle of the body-tempering realm martial artists, the Chen clan had fallen into a complete disadvantage. There were even more body-tempering realm martial artists from the Li clan, and among them, there were even more late body-tempering realm martial artists, and within a short while of the engagement, several clansmen were injured, resulting in a decrease in their battle power. If it wasn't for the previous sneak attack that built up to cause the Li clan's big man to be injured, and incidentally resolved a few people, I'm afraid that the Chen clan would have already suffered a great defeat by now. But even so, if this continued, Chen Xingzhen and the others wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Even that old ancestor was already a bit out of it, and if he broke another leg, I was afraid that the Chen clan would quickly fall. Right at this critical moment, a late-stage body-tempering realm clansman was finally unable to carry on after being knocked down by his opponent's punch and seriously injured. His palm fumbled in his bosom for a little while, and an acacia leaf soon appeared in his palm. When he crushed the acacia leaf, a powerful force of chi and blood surged steeply into his body. In the next moment, this body-tempering realm martial artist was like a martial immortal possessing his body. Dragging his injured body, he leapt up from the ground. His body strength exploded, and he actually killed his opponent in a single round. After killing his opponent, this late-stage body-tempering realm martial artist looked at his hands somewhat blankly. He couldn't believe that such strength was what he possessed. Not only did the chi and blood in his body grow, even his injuries seemed to be gone. After remembering what the patriarch had said earlier, that the divine tree could only bless for a moment, this body-tempering realm martial artist no longer hesitated, and actually turned around and attacked towards an enemy at the early stage of the blood condensation realm. That blood condensation realm martial artist who was tangling with the old ancestor of the Chun clan saw this and let out a cold snort from his mouth. Out of your depth. With that, he freed up his hands and prepared to settle this ungrateful late-stage body-tempering realm martial artist first. The two seemed to be only a small realm apart, but he had long condensed his entire body's sinews and bones, and the blood chi in his body added to his own body, which was not something that a body-tempering realm martial artist could resist. However, after the two of them exchanged one round of head-on combat, this blood condensation realm martial artist looked at both of his fists with some skepticism. Isn't he in the blood condensation realm? Why hadn't this body-tempering realm martial artist's body or arm been shattered with a single punch during the exchange just now? Seeing that he was actually able to fight with a blood condensation realm martial artist under the enchantment of that acacia leaf, his face was overjoyed and he once again rushed towards his enemy. At this moment, the other Chun clan members also discovered this scene, and one of the people in the warring group had suspicion in his eyes before he took out his piece of acacia leaf from his bosom and crushed it. The few people who used the acacia leaves instantly exploded in combat power, killing the crowd with a force of one man against another. For a moment, the people of the Li clan screamed miserably. The Chen clan, which was originally at the disadvantage, was actually instantly reversed in the midst of the body-tempering realm martial artist's fight. What the hell was that? A late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist from the Li clan's mouth let out shock and disbelief after seeing the situation in the battlefield. Seeing that the situation was not right, this late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist no longer delayed and prepared to quickly resolve the Chen Xingyu in front of him with another person from the family, thus helping to ease the pressure on the rest of the family. But suddenly, he was seeing a somewhat familiar acacia leaf in Chen Xingyu's hand. What the hell? When he saw Chen Xingyu's aura rising all the way up after crushing the acacia leaf, and even vaguely having a breakthrough into the innate, this late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist could no longer hold back the shock in his heart. What made it difficult for him to understand was why an acacia leaf was able to explode with such a powerful force, without giving him too much time to think. Chen Xingyu, who had sensed a huge increase in his battle power, attacked again. And this time, Samuel Leaf's power seemed stronger than he had imagined, even making him feel the threshold of the innate realm. Chen Xingyu was overjoyed in his heart, and with one previous experience, this time he quickly grasped this power that did not belong to him. After fighting with the Li clan's blood condensation realm martial artist once again, he even detected several breaks in his opponent's body, places that the previous him could never discover. After 2 rounds, the Li clan member who was just about to quickly resolve Chen Xingyu and go help the other clansman had his entire body shaken by Chen Xingyu's double fists. At this moment, he felt that his own chi and blood were not flowing well, and that was clearly due to the internal injuries he had suffered during the engagement just now. The other mid-blood condensation realm clansman who fought alongside him was even worse. His entire body was red, and if he were to take another round, I'm afraid he would be blown up by this dense blood chi. Not only was Chen Xingyu, even Chen Tianyu, who had been silent before, had at this moment erupted with a power far beyond his usual strength. With the use of acacia leaves by the crowd, the family situation changed completely. Seeing that the deaths and injuries of the clansmen were getting heavier and heavier, and that the figure of the patriarch was not around, this late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist no longer hesitated, and immediately shouted up to the sky, "Retreat! Retreat!" As soon as these words came out, the Li clan's crowd, who were already having palpitations, immediately began to frantically flee. Chen Xingzhen, who could see that the situation was improving, was not willing to let them go. The power of the divine tree was not infinite, or else there wouldn't have been only a few acacia leaves this time. This time with the blessing of the divine tree can still win, but if the next time the Li family come back, then the divine tree can still have this power? I'm afraid that the family is really in a dead end. How can you miss the opportunity now? Thinking of this, Chen Xingzhen roared angrily under his breath. "Kill for me, don't let anyone go." The patriarch's shouts made the clan's momentum. On the contrary, the Li clan, at this time, had lost all their momentum. The clan had not yet reached a desperate situation. Knowing that they were not the opponents now, why would they want to fight to the death? When two tribes fight, if they don't have the courage to put life and death at risk, how can they return with a great victory? Not far away, Li Yongchang, who was tangling with Chen Tianjing, heard the retreating shouts in the distance, and Li Yongchang laughed lightly under his breath. "Chen Tianjing, do you hear me? Your Chen family is already outmatched. Why bother to suffer? Why don't you just tie your hands and I can still let you live?" Chen Tianjing's face was ugly, but he didn't say much, only continuing to unleash a fierce attack. However, The two men's strength is equal and their state of mind is very different. And Li Yongcheng is also easy to use. He didn't need to defeat Chen Tianjing to prove himself. As long as the other side of the clan won, Chen Tianjing wouldn't be able to escape. Just as the two of them were fighting, Li Yongcheng also saw the figure running away in the distance, and his face was overjoyed. It seemed that the Chen family's decline was finalized. But as the figure in the distance approached, the joy on Li Yongcheng's face gradually disappeared. It was only because the person retreating was not the Chen clan as he had imagined, but his own fifth uncle Li Kailiang, who had just reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Moreover, at this moment, this fifth uncle of his own was white in color, with a lot of wounds on his body, and behind him, there were quite a number of injured and worried-faced family members. This scene of the clan's great defeat messed up Li Yongcheng's cautious and thoughtful mind, but he was pestered by Chen Tianjing and didn't know what was happening inside, so he could only open his mouth and ask, "Uncle 5, what's going on? What happened?" It's too late to explain. Yongcheng, go, or the family is in danger. Li Yongcheng frowned and wanted to ask again, but at that moment, he heard shouts of murder coming from behind the clan. At this time, Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, also silently took out an acacia leaf from his bosom and came out. Yang Sung, hurry up, or it'll be too late. The fifth uncle who saw the acacia leaf on the side had a horrified face and shouted under his breath. Li Yongcheng's face was unsightly, not understanding what this fifth uncle of the late blood condensation realm was fearing. An acacia leaf? However, when he saw Chen Tianjing, who had crushed the acacia leaf, erupt with an aura that far exceeded what he had just seen, and killed a blood condensation realm martial artist from a clan with a single punch, the doubts in Li Yongcheng's mind were instantly answered. Although there was the cause of that clan member's injury, this strength was a world of difference from the Chen Tianjing just now. At this time, Li Yongcheng also understood the reason for the clan's failure, and hearing the sound of pursuit getting closer and closer beside his ears, Li Yongcheng did not hesitate to fly towards the distance. Humph, where to? Seeing this Li family patriarch trying to run, Chen Tianjing could not let him go, and immediately chased after him at a faster speed. The original blood condensation realm middle stage Chen Tianjing, in the acacia leaf's support, at this moment actually has the blood condensation realm late stage realm, coupled with the state back to full. It is able to block 2 by 1. In just a moment, Chen Tianjing had already caught up with a few people. Seeing that he couldn't get away, Li Kailiang had an ugly face, but he still stood out and opened his mouth. Yongcheng, you're the patriarch. The clan can't live without you. You go, I'll block him. Li Yongcheng didn't say much, but only glanced at Li Kailiang as he was leaving, and then turned away without hesitation. He was the patriarch, and even with this great defeat, the family still had himself, and others, and as long as the family was still around, there was still a chance for everything. It was just that he couldn't figure out what had happened to the Qin clan in the past few days. That acacia leaf, where did it come from again? But the most important thing is not to care about this time. The family was defeated, even close to the total destruction of the army. He needs to quickly return to the family to make a response. As time passed, the sounds of fighting within the Chun clan gradually became smaller until they disappeared. A few miles away from the Chun clan, Chen Xingyu was leading a group of clansmen to chase and kill them here, and had wanted to continue the chase and finish off the few Li clansmen who had just escaped. However, the sound of Chen Xingzhen's words came from behind him. Don't chase after them. The big picture has been decided. Let's go back to the clan first to discuss what's going to happen afterward. Feeling the fading of their own power and the somewhat unsupported qi and blood in their bodies, Chen Xingyu and the others nodded. Upon returning to the clan, what met his eyes were the many corpses as well as the blood-stained ground. Most of these corpses were from the Li clan, but there were also members of his Chen clan among them, but more of them were seriously injured, and their bodies were still warm, so they could still be salvaged. Looking at the tragic scene in front of him, Chen Xingzhen was silent for a little while, and then quickly issued various orders. An hour later, everyone from the Chun clan once again gathered in the ancestral hall. The various clansmen who had previously been hiding in the secret tunnels had also been out dealing with the aftermath of the battle. Patriarch, in this engagement, the clan lost a total of 3 clansmen. 10 were seriously injured, and most of the others were lightly injured as well. There are a few clansmen who are more seriously injured, and if they are not treated in time, I am afraid. Hearing Chen Tianyu's report, many of the clansmen below looked sad. After all, the people who lost their lives were all family relatives, and might have been talking to them not long ago. Chen Xingzhen's face was stoic, and his face did not show much expression. The battle of clans is never a child's play, and deaths and injuries are inevitable. However, from his eyes, one could still tell that his heart was not as calm as it appeared. All the clansmen who died this time will be given a generous burial. and their spirit seats can be placed in the ancestral hall for future generations to honor. According to family rules, often only those who have made significant contributions to the family are allowed to place the spirit tablet within the family shrine. However, the family is no longer the same as in the past, and this battle is related to the survival of the family. So there is nothing wrong with placing the spirit of these contributing members of the family in the ancestral hall. That's the best comfort the clan can offer these dead clansmen. Hearing that the spirit seats of several people were offered in the ancestral hall, the hearts of many grieving clansmen below were calmed down a lot. Over the years of the family, there were not a few clansmen who were killed or injured, but there were not many whose spirit tablets could be placed in the ancestral hall. Quickly, carry up all the seriously injured people in the clan. After dealing with the loss of the clan, Chen Xingjin hurriedly opened his mouth. Soon, several seriously injured people were carried up one by one. These people are just a big battle when the more seriously injured people, two of them, the breath has gradually begun to fail, the other several people, the body is also more than blood flow. The situation is very tragic, although the family has a physician, but the clever woman cannot cook without rice. The clan these days trapped in the clan, the family medicine has long been exhausted, even if some of the hemostatic medicine has been consumed. Even if he went to the mountain of mass graves now, it might not be too late. The other clansmen looked at this tragic situation. Their faces showed a look of grief. This kind of injury, not to mention that the clan didn't have any medicinal herbs, even if they did, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to save them. Looking at the clansmen who were carried in, Chen Xingjin looked at the family divine tree again, his gaze filled with supplication. At this point in time, he was completely at his wit's end and could only place his hopes on the divine tree, praying for it to save these clansmen. Seeing this, the other clansmen also realized where hope lay, and they also knelt down one by one and began to pray to Ji Yang. Looking at the scene below, Ji Yang sighed in his heart. Luckily, he had left some life force behind, so it wasn't too much that he couldn't cope with it, but if he wanted to completely heal these clansmen, I'm afraid that the amount of life force needed was quite a lot. After all, a few of them were too severely injured. Although it can't be completely cured, it is not difficult to stop the bleeding temporarily and keep a few people alive. In the next moment, a faint fluorescent light once again flickered on Ji Yang's branch. The family crisis had been resolved, and he could continue to absorb the moonlight. In the branches and leaves covered in fluorescence, countless points of green light soon floated out from them, landing on the injured clansmen below. After the green points of light filled with vitality invaded several people's bodies, the clansmen who originally still had air coming out and no air coming in gradually let out moans from their mouths. The wounds of those few clansmen who were bleeding profusely gradually began to heal. Not a moment later, originally also seriously injured several family people, although did not recover as before, but is to save their own lives, and even able to get up to thank the divine tree. After doing this, Ji Yang's life value dropped another 4 points, leaving only 2 points, far exceeding Ji Yang's expectations. Simply because the injuries of these clansmen were so severe and required more life force, the current Ji Yang was in even worse shape than at the very beginning. As for the other injured clansmen, as long as they were not fatally wounded, Ji Yang simply stopped paying attention. If the Chen clan didn't sacrifice a few more ferocious beasts, he was worried about getting himself killed. Seeing the divine tree displaying its divine power again, the gratitude in Chen Xingjin's heart was already difficult to describe in words, and the only way to prove it was with actions. With Ji Yang's treatment, the hearts of the family are also excited. After all, the divine tree today showed the divine power has far exceeded their understanding. Even this kind of certain death, even can pull back. Doesn't that mean that as long as they still have a breath left, then they don't have to worry about dying? Some of the clansmen had a million thoughts in their minds, and there were even clansmen who couldn't wait to sacrifice themselves. Seeing that the atmosphere in the clan was just right, Chen Xingjin spoke again. Although the family has suffered heavy losses this time, however, in this battle, we have won. At these words, a silence fell over the shrine. After a short period of silence, many of the clansmen were overjoyed and couldn't help but raise their voices in cheers. Yes, regardless of the twists and turns of the process, but this fight against the Li family, in the end, they won. According to the clan's statistics, the Li clan lost 6 blood condensation realm martial artists in this engagement, and no less than 20 body tempering realm martial artists, and if not for the strong strength of the late blood condensation realm martial artist at the end, it could have been a total annihilation. But even so, the Li clan was too big to worry about. On the contrary, on his side, the price paid could be described as quite small, and even with the help of the divine tree, he had only lost 3 people, and among them, there were no blood condensation realm martial artists. This battle was not just won, it could even be said to be a great victory. Amidst the cheers, The gloom that had originally hung over the family's head also dispersed at this moment. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, even Chen Xingjin had a faint smile on his face. Soon after, Chen Xingjin raised his hand and the crowd quieted down once again, although everyone was injured. At this time, there was a light in the eyes of the clansmen, and they were radiant. Although this battle was a great victory, a 100-footed insect dies but never falls down. The Li clan has not yet been completely annihilated, so we must not be careless. The suffering the family has endured these days cannot be wiped out by a single great victory. After saying that, Chen Xingjin once again enacted the task. Tian Yu, you take a few people in charge of restoring the family. Yes, matriarch, Tian Jing, take a few members of the clan to check on the Lu family's movements, now that the family has not yet recovered. Attention is needed. Yes, matriarch, Qingyu, take the rest of the clan and head to the Li clan immediately. If you run into anyone from the Li clan, kill them without pardon. With the promulgation of the mission, the crowd gathered at the shrine quickly dispersed. Just as Chen Xingyu was about to leave, Chen Xingjin once again urged, if the Li clan has a captive beast, be sure to bring it back. Aha! Chen Xingyu nodded. After taking care of everything, Chen Xingjin then turned his gaze towards the family divine tree and then respectfully said, the family has this great victory today, all thanks to the divine tree. After tomorrow, the family will definitely make a great sacrifice for the divine tree for 7 days. Hearing Chen Xingjin's promise, Ji Yang's heart was then relieved a lot. No matter what, he shouldn't be used as firewood for the time being, and as for the remaining Li clan, it was thought that he wouldn't be needed to make a move. After the threat of the Li clan was gone, Ji Yang felt that his future was bright, and he could finally experience the wonders of the new world, and enjoy the life he deserved as a tree. The great battle with the Li clan was only a few hours ago, and at this moment, the sky was still dark, but the rain overhead had disappeared at some point. Several torches were lit around the Chun clan after the great battle, and many of the clansmen were working hard to build the houses that had previously been destroyed due to the great battle. In the distance, Chen Xingyu had also led the people of the clan towards the place where the Li clan was located, also located in the vicinity of the mass burial mountain. The distance between the two clans wasn't long, and it only took a quarter of an hour to arrive. This time, not all of the Li clan who had come to attack were eliminated, allowing Li Yongcheng as well as that late-stage blood condensation round Li Kailiang to escape. It was thought that the two had already returned to the clan now, but with the remaining strength of the Li clan today, the people that Chen Xingyu had brought with her had been able to deal with it easily. As the day dawned, the final curtain fell on this great battle. Ji Yang stood quietly in the middle of the ancestral hall, looking at the various clansmen who were busy outside the hall. Though disheveled and tired, the faces of the people were radiating new energy and vitality. Not long after, Chen Xingjin once again came into the middle of the shrine. This time he had a few more incense sticks in his hand. This time he not only got the blessing of the divine tree, in which there must also be the favor of the old ancestor's spirit in heaven, and after last night's battle, the last remnants of the old ancestor's body can no longer be used today. The family blessing. To this end, after that, the only thing left to do is to rely on themselves. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjin's face could not help but show some sadness. Unfortunately, although the corpses of the deceased members of the clan were intact, their realms were too low, and even if they were refined with the clan's secret method, it would be difficult for them to be of much use. In order to refine it with a secret method, the martial artist's realm before death had to be at least at the innate realm. It was said that when the family was in its glory, the ancestral hall was even blessed by an old ancestor of the third realm of God condensation. Unfortunately, his family had been in decline for a long time by the time he was born, and he had never seen such a scene before, only hearing about it from his elders, not to mention knowing how strong an old ancestor of the condensed spirit third realm was. Chen Xingjin no longer thought much about it, and after some worship inserted the joss sticks in his hands into the incense slot in front of him. At that moment, several footsteps also sounded from behind. Chen Xingjin looked back. It was Qin Qingyu and the others who had returned. Patriarch, the Li clan has been emptied of people, and when we went there were only a few unrelated servants left. Chen Qingyu took the lead in reporting. For such an outcome, it was also in Chen Xingjin's expectation. With Li Yongqing's caution, he must have transferred his clan immediately after returning to his clan, but even then, things still didn't end. Although the Li family has gone, but the family still has a lot of remnants of the clan, and even this attack did not see the Li family's younger generation of martial artists. If not to search, I'm afraid that in the future is another trouble. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. With so many people from the Li clan, it is by no means possible for them to disappear without a sound. Send a few resourceful clansmen to keep an eye on the avenues around the mass burial mountain, and once any trace of the Li clan is found, come and report immediately. Yes, In addition, the Li clan left in a hurry, and the clan's resources were definitely not able to be carried with them. Were there any gains from this trip? Chen Xingyu replied with a smile. Not only is there a harvest, but the harvest is not small. This time when we went to the Li clan, we seized a total of 500 pounds of blood rice, several acres of good land, and 7 captive ursine beasts, in addition to 10 spirit-tailed chickens. In addition to these, there is also the hunting zone of the Li clan's mass grave mountain and some small bazaars belonging to the Li clan. Chen Xingjian showed joy after hearing this. Blood rice is a specialty of the vicinity of the massive burial mountain. This rice is oval in shape, roughly 1/3 the size of a small thumb, due to the overall blood red color of this rice, hence the name blood rice. Mature blood rice contained a small amount of blood chi power and was easy to absorb. Most of the time it was even more suitable for martial artists than the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts at the body tempering realm. At the same time, blood rice was also a common bargaining chip used in some of the small bazaars around the mass burial mountain. The family had planted quite a few before, but unfortunately, this year's harvest was too poor, coupled with the fact that it had been surrounded by the Li family before, resulting in the grains of the blood rice planted in those acres of good land. He had been worried that there would not be enough food for his clan afterward, but the current harvest made up for it. In addition to the blood rice, the spirit beasts that the Li clan had captive raised were even more pleasing to Chen Xingjian, and he immediately opened his mouth. Quickly go and take half of the various spirit beasts and use them to sacrifice the divine tree. In this regard, Chen Xingyu's few people also had no opinion. After all, the merits of the divine tree in this battle were in everyone's eyes. Without the divine tree, I'm afraid the family would have ceased to exist by now. In addition, after the collapse of the Li clan, the hunting ranges and bazaars that were originally under the Li clan were naturally owned by them. Before the two clans had fought, the mass burial mountain had already been divided between their 3 great clans, each with their own hunting range, and once the Qin clan perished, the Li clan would naturally be stronger after annexing the Chun clan's resources. Because the resources of the mass burial mountain were limited, one less clan would make another clan more resourceful. Luckily, the Li family ended up stealing a chicken. Apart from the hunting zones of the massive burial mountain, it was the ownership of the bazaars below each family. Although Chaos Burial Mountain is remote, but in the Chaos Burial Mountain surrounding, but there are a lot of suitable for planting blood rice good land, and there are a lot of this living village, but these villages are not many martial artists. Most of them are ordinary people. Back then, when the Qin clan chose to establish itself here, there was also this reason, and the purpose was naturally to give the clan the capital to grow up in the future. Just things go against their wishes. The development of 20 years. The Chen family instead more and more decline, but also almost extinct. Tianjing, how about the Lu family side? Is there any reaction? Chen Xingjian looked towards the returning Chen Tianjing and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Tianjing shook his head. On the Lu clan side, there seems to be no reaction, not even sending too many clansmen over to check out the situation. Chen Xingjian's face calmed down slightly after he heard the words. His greatest fear was that at this time, the Lu clan would take advantage of the void in their war and raise their clan to attack. Now it seemed as if the Lu family didn't mean it. The only one of the 3 clans in the mass burial mountain that he, the Chen and Li clans, were afraid of was this Lu clan. From the establishment of the Lu clan, it was only a few years, and after becoming a member of the messy burial mountain neighborhood, there were no other actions. Clearly the family was not weak, but it was only seeking peaceful development. Even this time, such a good opportunity for their 2 great clans did not make a move, and it was not known if they did not want to get involved or for some other reason. But that's a good thing for them today, as long as they could maintain today's situation and wait for the Chen clan to develop for another 2 years. At that time, even if the Lu clan had ill intentions, it would be enough to deal with them. On the Lu clan side, it is not to be left unguarded, and someone still needs to be sent to watch. Yes, matriarch. By the way, starting tomorrow, the family will hold a 7-day Divine Tree Festival. This great festival is extremely important. It concerns the prosperity of the clan. Let the clansmen go down and all prepare. Xingyu, regarding the sacrifices needed for this divine tree grand sacrifice, you will be in charge of it. Tomorrow you will take a few members of the clan to go hunting in the mass burial mountain. Remember, just hunt within the clan's boundaries. You must not go deeper. Good. Chen Xingyu nodded her head, but Chen Tianyu, who was on the side, spoke up. Patriarch, the Li clan hasn't been completely annihilated yet. Would it be a bit improper to hold the Divine Tree Grand Festival at this time? What if the Li clan takes advantage of the Great Clan Festival to come and sneak attack? One must know that the Li clan still had 2 blood condensation realm martial artists today anyways. Chen Xingjian smiled at that. If they really come to sneak attack that would be great, but his Li clan still has a lot of residual martial artists. Although the realm is low, but in the coming days can also prosper. If the family at the moment to pursue and fight, perhaps it will also make the Li clan remaining people doggedly jump over the wall. Now that the family's power is weak, if there is another loss, it's too much, so we might as well take advantage of the divine tree sacrifice to confuse them, so that they will leak their own footage. If we find any trace of them then, we only need to gather our clansmen and attack them as a group, and then we can destroy them all. Chen Tianyu's few people had admiration after hearing this. They indeed hadn't thought about it that much. Patriarch, the urchin beast and spirit-tailed chicken to be sacrificed have arrived. At this time, the sound of the clan's report came from outside the ancestral hall, and Chen Xingjin was overjoyed when he heard it and hurriedly said, "Quick, pull them in and sacrifice them all to the god tree." Above, Ji Yang looked at the several spirit beasts below, a hint of longing showing in his heart. It was finally time for him to reap the fruits. Although these several woolly gold beasts were only at the early stage of the body-tempering realm, and their size as well as their chi and blood were much smaller than the one Chen Xingyu had hunted earlier, they couldn't help but be large in quantity. In addition, the effect of those 5 spirit-tailed chickens should be quite good, I suppose, at least a lot bigger than the 2 that were initially sacrificed by the Chun clan. Soon the sacrifice began. In order to more intuitively understand the amount of chi and spirit energy that each spirit beast had contributed to him, Ji Yang simply opened up the panel and kept an eye on the situation. As countless blood soaked into the dirt below, Ji Yang's chi and blood began to grow rapidly. 2, 3, 4, 6. When the sacrifice ended, Ji Yang once again looked at his panel attributes. Blood, 37, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 19. Deduction points, 15. Can be deduced. His chakra was previously 0 and his spirit power was 6. After absorbing the chi and blood of the 3 ursine beasts as well as the 5 spirit-tailed chickens, both the chi and blood and spiritual energy underwent significant changes. And after Ji Yang's observation, he realized that the 5 spirit-tailed chickens had contributed a total of 25 points of chi and 10 points of spiritual energy to him. As for the 3 urchin beasts, they had contributed 12 points of chi and 3 points of spiritual energy to him. The gaps are obvious, especially the gap between spiritual powers. Even the urchin beast was considerably larger in size than the spirit-tailed chicken. It's not that the urchin can't afford it, but the spirit-tailed chicken is more cost-effective. Whether it was this body-tempering realm's woolly gold beast or spirit-tailed chicken, the increase in chi and blood was much less than a blood condensation realm's ferocious beasts, and it would even take 2 or 3 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts to compare to a blood condensation realm ferocious beast. It was evident that the higher the realm of the ferocious beast, the more chi, blood and spiritual energy one would absorb would also be more sufficient. It was just that with the current situation of the Chen clan, I'm afraid that it would be difficult to sacrifice a higher realm ferocious beast for myself. If they ran into an innate realm beast, they would probably exterminate their clan if they were not careful. Ji Yang secretly estimated the chi and blood gap between the ferocious beasts and then discarded the thoughts in his mind. It doesn't matter if the quality is bad. It's not impossible to have enough quantity. Besides, isn't there a 7-day festival afterward? He was already looking forward to it. As for the chi and blood that he had just gained, Ji Yang directly converted most of it into life force altogether to enhance himself. Simply because his life force was so low, he always felt too vulnerable and somewhat less safe. The remaining 10 points of chi and blood were reserved by Ji Yang for deduction. After the transformation of chi and blood, Ji Yang's original 2 left from before and 5 from last night's absorption of moonlight, vitality quickly increased to 16 points. Looking at the once again double-digit vitality, Ji Yang instantly all felt much safer, and even his own acanthus leaves had regained the luster of the previous days. And after Ji Yang looked at the remaining 10 points of chi and blood reserved, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. Should we deduce it now, or is it better to extrapolate together after the sacrifice is made? Recalling the tragic situation of the second push, Ji Yang pondered briefly and decided to wait a few more days. A single deduction alone was too risky. If there were 2 more, then they could be padded twice more, and the chances of obtaining a divine ability or technique would definitely be quite a bit more. Under the concerted efforts of the clansmen of the Chun clan, the buildings damaged in the Great War were quickly rebuilt, and were even quite a bit stronger than before. On the other hand, Chen Xingyu had also taken a few of the family's stronger martial artists to the mass burial mountain, preparing the sacrifices for this divine tree great sacrifice. And this time it wasn't a secret passage, but a hunt on the outskirts of the massive burial mountain. After the great battle, Chen Xingjian directly closed the family secret passage. The reason naturally being because of the innate realm ferocious beast deep within the massive burial mountain. With the strength of the Chen clan today, it was definitely not a match for the innate realm ferocious beasts. Even the strongest Chen Xingyu, Divine Tree Festival, although the sacrificial objects determine the prosperity and seriousness of the festival, but the strength of the family is here. Chen Xingjian cannot do anything but to do the family's best efforts. When the family became brilliant in the future, it would definitely be able to provide better sacrifices for the divine tree. This was the big pie that Chen Xingjian had silently drawn for Ji Yang in his mind. With Chen Xingyu's strength nowadays, the body-tempering realm beasts were even more handy, and occasionally, he could even run into an early blood condensation realm beast on the outskirts of the massive burial mountain. Although the time was rushed, without the obstruction of the Li clan, on the second day of the great battle, the family had already prepared the things needed for the great sacrifice. It was just that the sacrificial ferocious beasts were still a bit insufficient, requiring Chen Xingyu to travel to the mountain of mass graves once a day. After all, this divine tree festival needed to last 7 days. However, this time, Chen Xingyu did not complain, but instead took quite the initiative. At noon on the second day, the ancestral hall was surrounded by people from the Chen clan. Below the sacred tree, there was an offering table with several porcelain bowls, and in the porcelain bowls, there was a lot of boiled meat, as well as a variety of fruits around the mass grave mountain. Although it was slightly humble, it represented the tribute of the Chen family. At the bottom of the offering platform, Chen Xingjian stood at the very front, his face solemn, wearing brand new coarse cloth clothes, holding incense and candles, looking respectful, his mouth still chanting something. Behind him, there were several blood condensation realm martial artists from the family, including Chen Tianjing. Behind them, there were the family's Tianzi generation clansmen and Qingzi generation clansmen, in order of age, regardless of gender. At the end, several children were looking at the scene in front of them with curiosity, their faces full of novelty, but their gazes were gathered more on the porcelain bowl below the divine tree. Meat in a porcelain bowl to be exact. Above, Ji Yang's sight swept over everyone in the Qin clan one by one, slightly speechless in his heart. It wasn't like he hadn't seen a big scene in his previous life, but this big scene, he really hadn't seen it before. The point was that the target of this great sacrifice was himself, which gave Ji Yang a strange feeling. It doesn't matter what the rituals are or anything, just have an offering. Unfortunately, Ji Yang was unable to speak and could only pretend that he didn't see it, but his eyes were directed towards the several ferocious beasts outside the shrine. That was what Chen Xingyu had hunted back from yesterday's trip to the disorderly burial mountain, which also contained 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts. Anyhow, it was also the first day of the divine tree great sacrifice, and the ferocious beast realm naturally couldn't be too low. After performing some tedious processes, Chen Xingjian then spoke loudly. My Qin clan has passed 20 years since the beginning of the establishment of the mountain of disorderly burials, and this day, I, Chen Xingjian, the head of the Qin clan, will sacrifice the divine tree at the mountain of disorderly burials on the 8th day of the 9th month of the 10,000 dragon calendar. I beg the divine tree to bless my Qin family and keep my Qin family prosperous and thriving. As Chen Xingjian finished speaking, many of the clansmen below also opened their mouths in unison. Pray that the divine tree blesses the Chen family and keeps the family prosperous and thriving. Sacrifice. When the words fell, several clansmen carried the ferocious beasts that had been prepared long ago into the ancestral hall and began to sacrifice them. Above, Ji Yang looked at the serious and sincere faces of the various clansmen of the Chen clan, and there was also a touch in his heart. Indeed, their purpose was simple, and at the moment, they were hoping that the divine tree would bless the family with peace and prosperity for generations to come. But does he have this ability? Ji Yang fell into doubt about this. For a little while, Ji Yang no longer dwelled on it, and was a monk for a day and a bell for a day. Today he is a sacred tree, enjoying the sacrifices of the people. Then he should return the blessing and keep the family safe. As the sacrifice began, light gradually began to flicker on Ji Yang's branches and leaves. In the next moment, countless points of green light floated out from the branches and leaves of the divine tree. This time, the green points of light were so thick and numerous that they soon dyed the entire shrine a dark green color. These green points of light merged into the bodies of each of the clansmen in the field, healing the injuries on the people. Even the uninjured clansmen felt their chi and blood rising within them at this moment, and their entire spirit was shaken. A few children saw this sight and wanted to reach out and grab the green light point above their heads, but the light point invaded their arms and disappeared. The children who didn't notice anything just felt strange, but didn't feel much. But they didn't know that these life forces were able to make the body-hardening realm smoother for them afterwards. In the crowd, Chen Xing has struggled to lift his head up and kept inhaling, trying to inhale the green points of light in the sky above into his body, while not forgetting to say to Chen Qingmeng, who was on the side, Qingmeng, suck it up. These points of light are treasures. When the green points of light slowly disappeared into thin air, a trace of respect was added to the gazes of the people present as they looked at the divine tree. Some of the clansmen who had not seen the divine tree manifesting even muttered in their mouths, "So this is the family god tree." Chen Xingjian was thrilled in his heart. The divine tree sensed their sacrifice, and that's why it sent down divine power. It was the divine tree's recognition of the family. In the future, the family, blessed by the divine tree, will surely go farther. In Chen Xingzhen's grateful gaze, unbeknownst to him, Ji Yang above him was cursing at the moment. Wipe, 10 points of life force gone just like that. What's he got nothing to do with manifesting? Doesn't it cost anything to manifest? Having said that, Ji Yang didn't have much remorse. Even if he didn't want to be this god tree, there was no way around it. Not to mention that with this kind of scene, if he didn't show some means of pulling the clan together, how could he get them to wholeheartedly offer sacrifices to him in the future? However, soon enough, Ji Yang's not so many emotions disappeared amidst the sacrifices of several ferocious beasts. There were enough 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts and 3 late body tempering realm ferocious beasts to be sacrificed this time. These ferocious beasts even allowed Ji Yang to replenish all the life force he had just used up, and his chi and blood rose all the way up. And based on Ji Yang's experience in absorbing chi and blood, he found that ferocious beasts in the body tempering realm tended to contribute between 1 and 10 chi and blood, while ferocious beasts in the blood condensation realm were in the range of 10 to 20 points. The exact number of points depended on the specific realm of the ferocious beast, and even ferocious beasts in the same realm might have a difference, but the difference would not be too great. For example, the ferocious beast at the late stage of the body tempering realm just now had contributed 8 points of chi and blood, while the other ferocious beast at the late stage of the body tempering realm had only contributed 7 points. As for spiritual power, it was impossible to distinguish it based on realm. After absorbing all the chi and blood, Ji Yang once again opened his attributes. Blood, 56, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 29. Deduction points, 15, can be deduced. This time, the amount of chi and blood obtained was even more than yesterday's, and it was even able to allow Ji Yang to push through several times. This feeling of instant affluence made Ji Yang a bit unable to adapt for a moment. It's still pretty comfortable though. Since he had just lost 10 points of vitality, Ji Yang once again converted 20 points of chi and blood to keep his vitality sufficient so that his state would not deteriorate. As for the rest of the chi and blood, Ji Yang was keeping it, ready to decide on its use after this great sacrifice. Today is only the first day of the great sacrifice, and there are still 6 days to go. Not to mention that at night, he could use the lunar eclipse technique to absorb the moonlight and replenish his life force, which would make it even less urgent to regulate his chi and blood. After the sacrifice, the family began to feast, and the food for the crowd was naturally the blood rice that had been seized from the Li clan earlier, as well as the blood and flesh of some body-tempering realm ferocious beasts. Both foods helped the clan replenish the body's chi and blood. Amidst the songs and laughter, the clan was at peace and an air of rapture was in the air. Not far away, Chen Xingzhen looked at the atmosphere in the arena, and a smile appeared on his face. The family is prosperous and enduring. The clan has faith and the family has power. So I guess this is the best state of affairs. It's just not enough at the moment, and the family needs to become stronger for that to happen. Also, the remnants of the Li family need to be dealt with quickly. On the second day of the great sacrifice, the sacrifice remained the same, but at this time, there were quite a few clansmen missing from the ancestral hall, and upon a closer look, it was not difficult to realize that most of these clansmen were the stronger martial artists in the family. However, today's offerings were no better than yesterday's, with only 2 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts. This made Ji Yang stop shaking his head. Fade out. Emotions fade. Having said that, Ji Yang could also understand that today's Chen clan was still weak, and there were still quite a few clansmen in the family to feed. Even if it was the disorderly burial mountain where ferocious beasts were all over the place, wanting to hunt during the weekdays would have to take some effort. 2 is as good as 2, and he can live with that. The 2 body-tempering realm ferocious beasts contributed 14 points of chi and 2 points of spiritual energy to Ji Yang. The blood has reached 50 and the spiritual power has reached 31. On the third day of the great sacrifice, Ji Yang harvested 15 points of chi and blood and 1 point of spiritual energy. Chi and blood reached 65. Spiritual power 32. On the fourth day of the great sacrifice, Ji Yang harvested 13 points of chi and blood and 2 points of spiritual energy. At the time of the Chun family's sacrifice, the Li family's territory had also been accepted in its entirety by the Chun family. Unfortunately, with the martial artists of the Chen clan today, they were not able to take care of the full range. On the one hand, it was necessary to send people to plant blood rice to cope with the following cold winter, and on the other hand, it was necessary to send out martial artists to search for traces of the Li clan. And after a few days of searching by the family's martial artists, a discovery was soon made. However, now that the great sacrifice had not yet been completed, the family did not act rashly after learning the news, but merely waited for the right moment. Outside a deserted cave, a figure quickly flashed by, and after seeing no special traces around, The figure drilled towards the cave in front and disappeared outside. Uncle 5. What's the situation? In the middle of the cave, Li Yongqing opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man in front of him. The middle-aged man was naturally Li Kailiang, who had broken the back for Li Yongqing that day. Although Chen Tianjing had the acacia leaf to add support that day, Li Kailiang himself had the late stage of the blood condensation realm, and although he was in bad shape at that time, he finally escaped under his struggle. Hearing Li Yongqing's inquiry, Li Chaoliang frowned slightly before he slowly said, "From what I've been able to find out, the Chen clan looks like they're holding a large festival right now, and haven't sent too many of their clansmen after us. Now that the family has lost its great power, in my opinion, why don't we take this opportunity to take the rest of the clan away from the mass burial mountain, and come back to take revenge later when we have the strength to do so? What do you think?" Li Yongchun lapsed into silence. Now that the family had lost its power, and most of the clansmen had fallen in that surefire battle, it had made it difficult for him to sleep for the past few nights, and had often awakened him from his nightmares. It would indeed be difficult to let the dead clansmen rest in peace without taking this revenge, but with the strength of the family nowadays, it is difficult to take revenge as if it were heaven. Not to mention that the Chen family even has that weird acacia leaf to help. Although he wanted to take revenge, Li Cailian's advice was more pertinent. Good. After a little silence, Li Cailian nodded. The family back in the day, also from a few people to today's appearance. If that was the case, why couldn't he? Not to mention that there were still a lot of clansmen. Although their realm was not high, but in time, these clansmen would be the key to the revival of the family. Seeing Li Yongchang revitalize his fighting spirit, Li Cailian's face had more than a hint of recognition. As a patriarch, one should be unyielding. Fifth uncle, this trip may not go too well. I think it's better to discuss it carefully. The mass grave mountain is remote, although there are some avenues, but the family has many remaining clansmen, but cannot go too conspicuous way. If you take the trail to leave the massive burial mountain, the road is rugged, and the old and young members of the family still need to be properly arranged. And after thinking for a moment, a hint of decisiveness appeared in Li Yongqing's eyes. Uncle 5, here's what I think. What? This? Soon, Li Cailiang, who heard Li Yongqing's thoughts, let out a voice of surprise from his mouth, and his face even showed hesitation. However, after seeing Li Yongye's resolute and determined eyes, Li Cailiang slowly nodded his head. Okay, just do as you say. On the 7th day of the festival, the Chen clan is like a different model. From time to time there are sounds of children laughing and joking in the clan, and the originally empty family plaza. There are often a number of clansmen quenching their muscles and bones, polishing themselves, wanting to break through to a higher realm. As for the blood condensation realm martial artists in the family, these days were even more extremely hurried, constantly running around outside. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen had already begun to preside over the closing ceremony of this divine tree grand sacrifice. At the end of the ceremony, the family once again offers the last day's sacrifice. Only after doing all this did Chen Xingzhen open his mouth to inquire about Chen Tianjing, who was at the side. The message can be accurate. Chen Tianjing nodded his head. I've personally checked it out and there's nothing wrong with it. It's indeed someone from the Li clan. Yes. Chen Xingzhen nodded vigorously and then said, immediately gather the clansmen and go with me to intercept the Li clan's people. On the family side, leave a few more people on guard in case something happens. On the Lu clan side, it's still necessary to send someone to check it out. With a series of orders following, the entire family began to get busy once again. This time, all of Li Yongchang and the others must be eliminated. Above, Ji Yang heard the conversation between the two, but didn't pay much attention to it. He was just a tree, and even if he was a divine tree, he couldn't control things too far away. At this time, Ji Yang was more concerned about his current state. After the completion of today's great sacrifice, Ji Yang's own attributes had also changed considerably. Name, Ji Yang. Race, juvenile acacia. Vitality, 30. 4. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind. Feet, Lunar Eclipse. Battle techniques, none. Blood, 104, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 36. Deduction points, 25. Can be deduced. Status, as an offering to the divine tree you finally have some power to defend yourself, but it's not enough. The original 16 points of vitality had reached 30 points after he had absorbed the moonflower for the past few days. The increase in vitality allowed Ji Yang's underground roots to spread out several meters outside the shrine once again. The 7 days of sacrifices had caused Ji Yang's chi and blood and spiritual power to reach new heights. In the 7 days, there were even 2 clansmen at the late stage of the body tempering realm who had broken through to the blood condensation realm, and another 6 clansmen who were further along in the body tempering realm, giving him a lot more deduction points. Looking at such an abundance of chi and spiritual energy as well as the pushable below, Even Ji Yang's unperturbed mood fluctuated a little. Enhancing one's life force was certainly the key to being strong, but he felt that deduction was the shortcut to having one's life force increase rapidly, and the foundation to making the Chen clan strong. And the column of battle skills was one he hadn't even touched so far. Figured I'd get something out of it this time. This deduction consumes 10 chi and blood, 5 spiritual energy and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? When the deduction conditions popped up again, Ji Yang was ready to habitually click yes, but just as Ji Yang was about to click down, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. And so on. Why were the colors of the chi, blood, spiritual energy, and deduction points different from before? If he remembered correctly, the first few times it had been black, but now, it was green, and there was even an inconspicuous plus and minus sign after the points. This unusual situation made Ji Yang pause and couldn't help but tap the plus sign behind the points. This deduction requires 20 chi and blood, 10 spiritual energy, and 10 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a double push, in which you may randomly bring one of your own abilities into the push. Note, the higher the deduction multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Double deduction? What the hell? Emotional extrapolations can still be invested twice as much? And the notes at the back also told Ji Yang that the higher the deduction multiplier, the stronger the abilities seem to be. Double push is even able to carry one of your own abilities into the push and unlock rare maps? Looking at the green plus sign, Ji Yang tapped it twice more. This deduction requires 40 chi and blood, 20 spiritual energy, and 20 deduction points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a quadruple push, in which you will randomly carry 3 of your own abilities into the push. Note, the higher the deduction multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Looking at the re-altered annotations, Ji Yang's expression was clear. For every doubling of the push, he could carry one more ability into the push. It's an ability, not an aptitude. But even so, it still improved his chances of survival by quite a bit. Ji Yang thought back carefully to the abilities he had gained in his deduction nowadays. They are root reinforcement, heat resistance, and toughness. 2 of these abilities are quite beneficial to one's growth, with the exception of heat resistance, which requires a specific environment to be useful. For example, during the last push, if he had root reinforcement, the cliff wouldn't have collapsed. The rare maps at the back are even more puzzling to Ji Yang. What is meant by rare maps? Soon, Ji Yang no longer dwelled on it. Instead of thinking about it, he should try it himself and naturally know the gap. Looking at his current point count, Ji Yang's heart crossed and he once again tapped on that green arrow. This deduction requires 50 chi and blood, 25 spiritual energy, and 25 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a 5-fold push, in which you will randomly carry 4 of your own abilities into the push. Note, the higher the deduction multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. He directly chose a 5-fold push this time, to play big. Anyway, nowadays, resources were still abundant and the Chun clan was free of external threats, so he could experiment. Even if it doesn't work out, you can still know the difference. After reaching the condition of 5 times deduction, Ji Yang also noticed that the green symbol turned gray. He tried, but he could not continue to add or subtract. It seems that this is based on his existing points. The next moment, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and nodded yes, and with the instant Ji Yang clicked down, the surrounding shrines quickly disappeared into thin air. This time, however, it was different from the previous times of deduction. After Ji Yang confirmed the deduction, he did not immediately enter the strange world. At this moment, a different picture suddenly appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes, and these images cycled through Ji Yang's eyes as if they were a walking light. Grasslands, snow, deserts, mountains, lava. With just a cursory glance, Ji Yang saw countless scenes, which even had the environment that he had grown up in during his previous deduction. And as the images continued to play, Ji Yang even saw special environments in these scenes that were different from the previous ones. It has an earthly paradise of fairy mist and flowers. It also has a bustling place with carved beams and buildings all over the place. There is even a dead land covered with white bones and devoid of life. The loop of the scene in front of him gradually sped up, making it impossible for Ji Yang to see the details of it. But then Ji Yang thought of the rare map that he had just described during the deduction. Apparently, he might get a better harvest if it was growing among these rare maps. Without waiting for Ji Yang to continue thinking, the walking map gradually began to slow down, and after skipping over deserts and valleys, a dark picture appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes and slowly came to a stop. Without waiting for Ji Yang to see the details of it, the image was as if it had come to life, instantly swallowing Ji Yang's consciousness into it. When Ji Yang opened his eyes again, he realized that he was already in a strange place. It was a dark space, with neither the sun nor the moon overhead, and like a black pall the mind unconsciously began to tense. Even the soil below is also a black. The surrounding vitality is silent. Not even grow a plant grass. This harsh environment made Ji Yang's heart slightly cold. Not waiting for Ji Yang to continue to check, the familiar subtitles appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. You were born in the middle of the underworld. In order to become a great tree soon, you began to grow hard. The underworld? The name sent a shock through Ji Yang's heart. It seems he did enter the rare map, and it sounds extremely unusual. However, after Ji Yang scanned the surroundings again, he suddenly felt that this rare map might not be a good thing for him, as the growing conditions were even harsher than the previous desert and other places. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang realized that he seemed to be different. Originally, he had entered the deduction as a sapling each time, but this time, he had actually entered the deduction with the size of a tree trunk in the shrine. He had not yet begun to grow and already had 2 clusters of branches and leaves, and his underground roots spread for several meters. And Ji Yang was able to sense the strength of a root underground. If it wasn't a surprise, that should be the root that he had strengthened. This time when he chose 5-fold deduction, he should have carried 4 abilities into the deduction world, but he only had 3 now, and it seemed that he had brought them all in. The slightly stronger body made Ji Yang feel a little more secure in his heart, but with the passage of time, after the sky was overcast as usual, the trace of security in Ji Yang's heart was gone. It is only because there is neither day nor night in this netherworld, and even the surroundings remain unchanged for eternity. And how would he survive as a tree without the sun? Under the passage of time, Ji Yang felt his own weakness. Even the acceleration of time did not allow him to continue to grow. If it wasn't for the ability of resilience, Ji Yang felt that he might have died, but he probably won't last long if this continues. Is this deduction going to end without a trace? Ji Yang sighed in his heart. This deduction had poured out all of his family's assets today. Just as Ji Yang was getting frustrated, a new subtitle appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The underworld is a harsh environment, difficult to survive. In order to adapt to the environment and continue to grow, you decide? Absorbing Yin Qi, absorbing Earth Qi, absorbing Soul Qi. After seeing the new choices, Ji Yang's heart stirred. Whether or not he could continue to survive depended on this choice. It was just that what gave Ji Yang a headache was that there was actually one more option today. Before, when there were 2 options, he still had a 50% chance, but now with 3 options, then he only had a 30% chance. Of course, there may not be only one right answer out of these 3 choices, perhaps all 3. Of course, Ji Yang still wanted to choose the most suitable one, the underworld. Ji Yang murmured in his heart, thinking slightly. He had been rooted underground for a long time, and he hadn't felt any ground qi, and he hadn't even noticed any nutrition in the ground. As for Soul Qi and Yin Qi, he didn't even know what they were. Ji Yang preferred to choose these 2, and after some brief agonizing, Ji Yang chose to absorb the Yin Qi. Let's hope he chose correctly. After choosing, Ji Yang began to pay full attention to the changes in his torso. If the situation turned bad, then he probably had nothing, but after choosing he couldn't seem to stop anything. One can only wait in silence. As time accelerated, Ji Yang's torso gradually changed, and the original brown trunk was slowly morphing into black. The changes don't stop, they intensify. First the trunk, then the roots, branches, leaves. In the end, Ji Yang branches on the dark green acacia leaves, all turned deep black, and in this black acacia leaves, there is a faint gray smoke around it. After Ji Yang's entire body metamorphosed, his heart snapped with joy because with the change in his body, the trunk of the tree that he had originally stopped growing had actually begun to grow once again. After the choice was made, there was also a great change in Ji Yang's vision. The originally empty surroundings were actually flooded with a rather dense gray mist. These gray mists were not suddenly born, but rather seemed to have existed here for a long time, only that he was unable to see them earlier. As Ji Yang grew, he could clearly see these gray mists constantly being absorbed by his acacia leaves. Yin Qi. These 2 words appeared in Ji Yang's mind. It seemed that his choice was not wrong. This was a product that belonged uniquely to the underworld realm, and could be used as a nutritional supply for his growth. And it's just not too comfortable with the endless Yin energy all around. Just as Ji Yang was immersed in the joy of growing up, he steeply saw a blurry figure in the distant Yin Qi. This discovery startled Ji Yang. Anomalies often represent choices, and choices represent danger. But in the midst of the danger there is also a glimmer of opportunity. The longer he lived in the world of deduction, the more benefits he would gain. Not to mention that he was just a tree now, powerless to change the situation that was to follow, so he could only be stoic. In the time that followed, Ji Yang saw more and more blurry figures and they were getting closer and clearer to him. With the passage of time, a figure soon appeared in Ji Yang's line of sight. which also allowed Ji Yang to see what this blurry figure was. It was a silhouette with a dull face, lifeless eyes, and a body constructed of grayish mist. Souls. This description suddenly came to mind in Ji Yang's mind. Soon, the silhouette approached towards Ji Yang, and new subtitles, once again, surfaced. You absorb a lot of yin chi and attract living souls. Your choice? Active sheltering, ignoring, root strangulation. A living soul? Ji Yang frowned slightly, showing a hint of hesitation as he looked at the three very different choices. It was just a single living soul that he could easily strangle with his roots. But after that dense yin chi, there seemed to be countless other living souls, and he was worried that he wouldn't be able to kill them. Moreover, he perceived that this living soul did not seem to have much attack power, and Ji Yang eventually chose to ignore it, as if it was the original spring and autumn cicada. It's the safest way, the middle way, and it might keep him alive longer. After the selection is made, time continues to flow. The living soul in Ji Yang's line of sight, after approaching Ji Yang, also chose to stop under the shade of the tree and not go, and as Ji Yang's acacia leaves gulped down the yin chi, that living soul would likewise be affected by the waves. Initially, it was just one living soul, but as time passed, more and more living souls gathered under Ji Yang's shade, and finally covered all of Ji Yang's vision. While Ji Yang's acacia leaves were gulping down yin chi, these living souls also had a strong reaction. Their bodies gradually began to solidify, and a trace of godliness gradually grew in their empty eyes. In particular, the living soul that initially approached the trunk of Ji Yang's tree had the most robust body under the nurture of time, while there was an extra hint of spirituality in its eyes. He began to disperse the living souls around him, leaving a clearing all to himself, and this living soul would also do a set of boxing in the clearing every day, and although it was not very spiritual, this seemed to have become its instinct. Ji Yang above silently watched all this, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if these living souls were not without memory. What is this underworld realm? Really? Under Ji Yang's daily absorption of yin chi, within a short period of time, Ji Yang began to grow rapidly, and before long, it was already about 10 feet tall, with a trunk as thick as a bucket, while the tree's crown flourished, giving birth to countless clusters of branches and leaves, and these living souls grew extremely fast, and gradually, more and more living souls had divine splendor in their eyes. With Ji Yang at the center, they actually formed a hierarchical hierarchy, slowly expanding towards the outside. Ji Yang watched the development of the living souls with new curiosity, and for a while, he found it quite interesting. After some more time, the living souls under the shade of Ji Yang's tree actually gathered together and seemed to be communicating in a special way. That's when the new subtitle surfaced. A large number of living souls have developed spiritual intelligence, and they have decided to go out on a campaign to expand their territory and offer sacrifices for you. Your choice? Give generously. Disregard. Persuade the living soul. Looking at the new choices, a smile appeared at the corner of Ji Yang's mouth. Interesting. After thinking for a moment, Ji Yang chose to give generously. Now that the living souls below him had gathered a huge number, and many of them had solid bodies, he thought that this kind of strength was not weak in this underworld, and he wanted to see how far these living souls could develop. After the choice, the luxuriant acacia leaves on Ji Yang's branches suddenly began to fall. Each acacia leaf, which fell into the hands of a living soul, then actually transformed into a set of black armor that wrapped around them. With the addition of the leaf armor, several of the living souls led the others towards the distance. Just as Ji Yang was quietly waiting for the results, the subtitles in front of him suddenly made Ji Yang's expression stagnate. The living soul in the shade of the tree went out on a quest to become stronger, but it invoked the shadow of war. And you died. As the subtitles disappeared, a hissing sound came from beside Ji Yang's ears. When Ji Yang let his eyes look, he saw a half-man, half-horse, dozens of feet tall, wearing silver armor all over his body, knight waving his sword and stepping in. Under its iron hooves, the living souls under the shade of the trees were crushed one by one. Even the armor made of Ji Yang's acacia leaves could not stop it. At the end, the long-handled scythe in its hand swung horizontally, directly chopping off the tree trunk that Ji Yang had strengthened. Returning to the shrine, Ji Yang's mind was speechless. It seemed that he had overestimated these living souls and thus made a wrong judgment. However, Ji Yang soon stopped dwelling on it. This time the survival time was not too short. I think the harvest should be quite good. End of pushback. You have comprehended a new technique in this deduction, gathering in. You have realized a new aptitude in this deduction, soul condensation. You have realized a new aptitude in this deduction, armor covering. You've realized a new combat technique in this exercise, Tazo long fist. Gathering in. You can actively shift your life form to absorb in energy. Soul gathering. You can consume a certain amount of life force to gather a living soul. Overlay armor. You can spend a certain amount of life force to overlay leaf armor for a living soul. Great Ancestor Long Fist, Yellow Order Upper Grade Battle Skill, can be transmitted 3 times. Looking at the series of prompts, Ji Yang was overjoyed. He didn't expect to reap a huge harvest this time, but he actually had a technique, 2 divine abilities, and a battle skill. And it wasn't hard to associate this technique and divine ability with his deduction this time. Thinking back to the many living souls in the underworld realm, if he could replicate it in this world, then the Chen clan would definitely become stronger. Finally, Ji Yang turned his gaze to that yellow rank upper grade battle skill. If not unexpected, this should be the battle technique practiced daily by the living soul that initially approached him. In this world, Qi and blood was the way, and it was complemented by battle techniques. Among them, there were 4 levels and 12 grades of both Gongfu and battle skills, which were Heaven, Earth, Xian Huang, and Yellow, among which there were 3 grades, Upper, Middle, and Lower. The power of battle techniques could greatly enhance the strength of a martial artist, and some powerful battle techniques were even able to explode beyond the strength of the martial artist himself, like the Chen clan. Now that it had been in decline for a long time, the clan actually didn't even have a decent battle technique, and even the body-tempering realm martial artists still relied on their own qi and blood, as well as some of the kung fu honed during the hunts, to fight against each other. At this moment, this great ancestor's long fist had already transformed into countless knowledge that flooded into Ji Yang's mind, regardless of whether it was the qi and blood operation of the battle technique, or which tendons and veins it took, or what techniques it had. Ji Yang was already proficient in it, and at the moment, he was the mastermind of this battle technique. Unfortunately, Ji Yang was just a tree now and was not able to use this Taizu long fist because he did not have hands. The top grade of the yellow rank could only be considered a general battle technique, but if the Chen clan obtained it, it could also enhance the family's combat power by a lot. The most crucial thing was that Ji Yang was still able to perform transmissions, although the number of times was a little less, but it was still not bad. Ji Yang's gaze skipped over the battle technique and redirected to the new technique this time, gathering Yin. That was what should be his biggest takeaway from this push. Absorbing Yin Qi might also allow him to rapidly increase his life force, and the more life force he had, the greater Ji Yang's enhancement would be. I wonder how this gathering of Yin compares to a lunar eclipse. Ji Yang no longer hesitated and directly ran the Yin gathering technique, and with the operation of the Gong method, Ji Yang's body slowly began to change, just as it had before in the underworld realm. First the roots, then the trunk, crown, branches and leaves. In the end, Ji Yang transformed into a deep black color, whether it was the trunk of the tree or its branches and leaves, and as long as when Ji Yang stopped his gongfu from running, he would be able to change back to his previous appearance. This was the transforming life form introduced in the kung fu. After transforming his form, a slight change also occurred amongst Ji Yang's vision, and at this moment, he could see things that he couldn't see before, such as Yin Qi. However, when Ji Yang scanned around the shrine, his face stagnated. Where's the promised Yin? Yin Qi is shaped like gray mist. When in the underworld realm, Ji Yang can be seen everywhere, even a few meters apart. Is the overwhelming Yin Qi, so that he cannot see in the distance, which also allows him to grow extremely fast. However, after returning to the real world, Ji Yang actually saw only a small amount of gray mist in the shrine. How little, compared to the underworld, is probably a drop in the bucket, and based on Ji Yang's previous experience of absorbing Yin Qi, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to rise much in vitality even if he absorbed all the Yin Qi around him. This caused Ji Yang to fall into silence, and his previous thoughts disappeared at this moment. But then Ji Yang once again pulled himself together. In addition to gathering Yin, he also had the divine ability of soul condensation. Soul condensation, condensing a living soul. But before using this divine ability, he needed to find a living soul to do so. Ji Yang looked around again, but it was still empty. This is the Chen family ancestral hall, not the underworld. Where are so many souls? Wait, the shrine. Ji Yang turned to extend his gaze to that room in the Chen clan's ancestral hall. Right in front of the room, there was a trapezoidal wooden lattice, while on each layer of the lattice, several spirit seats were placed on top, which were the dead ancestors of the Chen clan. At the bottom, there were 3 brand new spirit seats, the 3 clansmen who had died in the battle with the Li clan this time. What Ji Yang was looking at the moment was not these spirit seats, but the pale white figures attached to them. If it were usual, he would not be able to see it, but now that his life form had been transformed, he could see it clearly. And wasn't it the souls in the underworld? However, compared to the underworld, these living souls attached to the spirit seats were even more tattered, with broken hands, broken feet, broken heads, and bodies full of holes abounding, and even the color of their bodies was a bit more ghastly white. Instead of calling these living souls, it would be more appropriate to call them residual souls. And the more the family's upper spirit level, the more the living soul will be broken. The top few levels, and even none. On the contrary, beside the 3 spirit seats at the bottom, there are 3 clear-looking, dull-eyed living souls, and at this time, these 3 people are wandering away from the side, not knowing why. After finding the living soul, Ji Yang didn't hesitate and directly activated that underground root of his, drilling out from the soil below the tree trunk. Originally, Ji Yang's roots were brownish-gray in color, but now they were pitch black. But that was precisely how they were able to bind the living souls. Soon, the 20 or so living souls that were broken in the shrine were pulled in one by him. Although the introduction of the avatar was fairly clear, Ji Yang did not really understand how the specific effect of this avatar would be, so he could only experiment with it first. Ji Yang grabbed a living soul with his root whiskers and then used his divine ability to gather souls. After using it, the living soul in Ji Yang's hand disappeared without any reduction in vitality. This made Ji Yang wonder in his mind. Failure? Ji Yang did not believe in evil. Continue to experiment. Anyway, these living souls have no memory. Sooner or later they will disappear. It does not matter if you use it to experiment. Ji Yang continued to experiment, but after 5 failures in a row, none of them succeeded. Ji Yang once again studied the introduction of the avatar soul gathering. Didn't it say that it needed to consume a certain amount of life force? Then he hadn't consumed it himself, so he must have failed. Is it possible that it's because these living souls are too broken? Ji Yang was ruthless in his heart. With more than 20 living souls here, he didn't believe that he couldn't succeed with one. Soon, each and every living soul disappeared from Ji Yang's roots. When Ji Yang wanted to continue the experiment, he realized that there were no more living souls around the shrine, and all of them had been used by him. This filled Ji Yang's heart with disappointment. If you can't condense raw souls, then naturally you don't have an army of raw souls. As for the Yin gathering technique, the effect was also too poor. He absorbed all the Yin chi around him and failed to grow his vitality. So it was evident that this technique had little effect on himself at all, and could be said to be ineffective. If the gathering of Yin and the condensation of the soul do not work, then the final covering of the armor will become a castle in the air. After all, the introduction on this is to cover the leaf armor for the living soul. Ji Yang sighed in his heart. He thought that he had made a big profit, but he didn't expect it to be a blood loss. The most useful thing is instead that yellow-ranked battle skill, the great ancestor's long fist. The night is getting thicker and the autumn moon is like a hook. A faint fluorescent light once again flickered on Ji Yang's branches and leaves, but just as Ji Yang was about to absorb the moonlight, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something more on his branch. Wait, where did these 20 or so green fruits come from? Looking at the extra fruits on the branches and leaves, Ji Yang thought he had seen a ghost. When Ji Yang counted the fruits on his branches and leaves, his heart froze abruptly. Wasn't this the number of raw souls he had just absorbed? So, the divine ability to gather souls just now didn't fail. Instead, they all succeeded. And these living souls did not disappear, but were transformed into green fruits on the branches of their own trees. At this time, these green fruits were only the size of a grain of blood rice, but Ji Yang was able to clearly feel that they were growing rapidly. And after thinking about the introduction of the avatar, Ji Yang's heart tightened. Bad. His life force. When Ji Yang opened the panel again, the original 30 for vitality was actually 0. 2 less at the moment. Only 30. 2. These life forces were his fundamentals, so Ji Yang would never misremember, even if it was just a decimal point. This is not to mention. The most important thing is that when Ji Yang observed, his life force is 0. 1 less. Visible, these growing fruits are always consuming their own life force. At this rate, how much of one's life force must be consumed by these green fruits? Ji Yang was a bit unsure, but he didn't act rashly for a while. He could remove these green fruits one by one, thinking that it would not consume his life force that way, but it represented the success of the soul-gathering avatar. And with the scarcity of living souls all around, if he removed the green fruits, the avatar would surely fail. Not to mention that although the life force was decreasing, the growth rate of these green fruits was quite fast. Thinking for a moment, Ji Yang stopped worrying. He now had 30 points of vitality, and after the 5-fold push, there were even 54 points of chi and blood left, which translated into more than 20 points of life. Plus, he could still absorb the moonlight every night. So how much life force could these green fruits consume from him? In that case, it would be better to see what this green fruit could actually grow into in the end. The appearance of the green fruit also made Ji Yang not rush to undo the Yin gathering technique. He was worried that the change in life form would invalidate the avatar. Of course, one of the more important reasons for this was that he realized he was able to run both the gathering of Yin and the lunar eclipse at the same time, with no conflict between the two. The Yin chi gradually thickened at night, and the Yin chi absorbed by Ji Yang gradually became more and more. Although the vitality did not increase due to the increase in Yin chi, Ji Yang could feel that the green fruits on the branches and leaves grew faster under the convergence of yin qi. The night was tantalizing, but on top of the trail 10 miles away from the Li clan, it was a solemn atmosphere. In the middle of the trail, dozens of people were surrounded in place. These were people from the Li clan. However, a closer look reveals that there are no young people among these dozens of people, mostly old people and women and children. Surrounding them was the Chun clan who had sent out their family martial artists today. Patriarch, we didn't find Li Yongcheng and Li Kailiang, as well as the remaining martial artists of the Li clan. On the side, Chen Tianyu said with a grave expression. The clan had dispatched most of the clan members when the family's divine tree grand sacrifice was held before, in order to search for news of the remaining Li clan members. And a few days after the great divine tree sacrifice, the clan made a quick discovery and found the place where the Li clan was hiding. However, at that time Chen Xingjian did not rush to strike. Although the Li family has lost the momentum, but the remaining people's counterattack also need to be careful. After the great sacrifice of the divine tree, the clansmen were blessed by the divine tree. And not only did they recover from their injuries, but their confidence increased even more, which was just the right time to settle the Li clan once and for all, so he led the chase himself. But it had never occurred to me that the team discovered this time was just ordinary people from the Li clan, worthy of being the current patriarch of the Li clan, to directly give up a large portion of the clan. It does have courage, Chen Xingjian said under his breath, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. But the more this kind of enemy, he did not want to let go. Li family if not completely removed. I am afraid that in the future the family will still have a crisis. Send someone to keep looking and expand the range. Chen Xingjian issued another order. Matriarch, what about these people? Chen Tianyu pointed at the rest of the Li clan who were showing panic and fear on the side and opened his mouth to ask. Kill them all. Hearing the solemn voice coming from Chen Tianjian's mouth, Chen Tianyu's heart jumped and he hurriedly said, Patriarch, most of these people are just old and weak. They are not a big threat to the family. So in my opinion it would be better to expel them from the mountain of mass graves. Tian Yu, do not be merciful. These people seem to be no threat at all, but their relatives are all from the Li clan. Once they have the chance, they will never let go of the hatred in their hearts because of your good deed today. A battle of clans is never a child's play. If the victor this time is the Li clan, how many of my Chen clan's remaining clansmen do you think will be left? Listening to the heavy words in his ears, Chen Tianyu's mouth murmured. But the latter words never came out. He also understood that the battle of the family was not a war of one or two people, but involved the entire family. But he just couldn't bear it. You go back first, and let Tianjing handle things here. Yeah. Looking at Chen Tianyu's departing back, Chen Xingjian let out a sigh. Tianyu's character is stable, does not panic in the event of a major event, more able to plan, but in this regard, too kind-hearted. He was already old, and now although he was in the late stage of the blood condensation realm, the decline in qi, blood and energy still made him a bit overwhelmed, especially because of the family crisis this time, which had caused him to lose a lot of his mind and spirit. Even if you get the divine tree to heal you, you can't make up for it, unless the breakthrough in the realm of the innate, the body of qi, blood, sinews and bones rounded into one, in order to increase the life expectancy of dozens of years. But the realm of the innate, how difficult it is also. He did not have a chance. When the Li clan was completely resolved, it was time for him to consider who would succeed the next clan chief. However, it was still too early to think about this matter, and it wouldn't be too late to wait until the Li clan was resolved. Last time he was treated by the divine tree, he had 10 years to live. 10 years is enough, I think. Chen Xingjian turned around and left, turning a deaf ear to the voices coming from behind him. Matriarch, quite a few of the clansmen are injured. Can we stop and rest? In the mountain of mass graves, a Li clan member with tattered clothes and a tired face inquired about Li Yongcheng in the back. No, keep going. Another 20 miles must be traveled this night. I'll go ahead and open up later. Li Yongsung, who had broken the back, said decisively, while carefully checking the surroundings. From the time they left the family and entered the massive burial mountain, there had been 2 days, but in these 2 days, they had only traveled less than 100 miles, not even 1/5 of the distance of the massive burial mountain. And the reasons for this go without saying. The terrain of the mountain of mass graves is complicated. The road is rugged, sometimes thorny, and accompanied by ferocious beasts. The closer to the center of the mass burial mountain, the higher the realm of the ferocious beasts. Although the 20 or so people in the group were all of the younger generation of the family and had quite a few early-stage body-tempering realm martial artists, they did not have the experience of going deep into the mountain of mass burial. The harsh environment along with many other factors did not allow them to move forward quickly. But Li Yongcheng looked resolute and did not give up because of the difficulties in the road. There were quite a few roads leading out of the massive burial mountain, but when he discussed the escape route with Li Kailiang, he excluded all the other paths and chose to cross over from the massive burial mountain as a way to avoid the pursuit of the Chen clan. As for the rest of the family, if he brought them with him, he would most likely involve the entire family, so he could only choose to give up. The Chen clan must not have guessed that they would cross the mountain of mass graves, right? Even if they knew about it, they might not dare to send people after them. After all, the Chen clan didn't have many blood condensation realm martial artists. However, considering other factors, the family still needed to leave the mountain of mass graves as soon as possible. This was the only chance for the family, as long as they could safely leave the mountain of mass burial. With the remaining martial artists of the family today, they could start another stove and revive the family. In the past, the old ancestors of the Li family were able to establish the present Li family alone, and now the family conditions are better. Healy Yang Chang, the same can be done. The current difficulties of the mass burial mountain happen to be the cornerstone for honing the younger generation of the family. Matriarch, something is wrong with the divine tree. The next day, before he even stepped out of his room, Chen Xingzhen's ears were filled with the panicked cries of his clansmen. He returned at midnight yesterday and would have liked to get some rest, but after hearing that something was wrong with the divine tree, Chen Xingzhen's face panicked, and he then rushed towards the family shrine without stopping. Today's divine tree was the key to the rise of the family, and absolutely nothing could go wrong. When Chen Xingzhen arrived at the ancestral hall, a number of clansmen had already gathered beneath the divine tree. At this moment, these clansmen had panicked faces and kept whispering something, but they didn't dare to get too close. Chen Xingzhen's heart sank slightly when he saw this. If the family divine tree had problems now, it would be an absolutely fatal blow to the family. Make way. Everyone, the matriarch is here. Seeing Chen Xingzhen arrive, the many clansmen stopped talking and made way. Chen Xingzhen's gaze was calm as he slowly approached towards the divine tree. He was the family patriarch and the core pillar of the family, and even though he hated to run over to check it out at the moment, he still had to wear a calm and natural expression on his face. Even so, Chen Xingzhen's footsteps still couldn't stop accelerating slightly. After Chen Xingzhen walked underneath the divine tree, he was finally able to see the current state of the divine tree, only to see that the previously vibrant and energetic divine tree had actually changed drastically right now. Not only did even the trunk of the tree turn a deep black color, even the branches and leaves were not spared. Such a situation made Chen Xingzhen's heart go cold. Could it be that something had really gone wrong with the divine tree? But as the patriarch, why had he not received a prompt from the divine tree? By the way, yesterday he was so busy tracking down the Li family that he returned in the middle of the night and hadn't had time to come over. Chen Xingzhen felt remorse in his heart, but at this moment, he was the one who suddenly realized that on the branches of the divine tree, there were dozens of thumb-sized light green-colored fruits growing. This discovery caused a hint of shock to appear in Chen Xingzhen's eyes. The family divine tree, it actually bore fruit? In the past, it wasn't that he hadn't heard from his family elders that the divine tree results were often the chance for the clan to be nurtured by the divine tree when it was in its maturity stage. It was said that the family divine tree back then had also blossomed in born fruit, bringing great enhancement to the family. Unfortunately, he was still young at the time and rarely had the opportunity to enter the shrine, nor had he ever seen such a sight. Moreover, he had heard that for the divine tree to blossom and bear fruit, it would take as short as a few months and as long as a few years. But now, that's a little too soon, isn't it? Chen Xingzhen's heart was a little uncertain. At this time, the clansman behind him saw Chen Xingzhen was silent for a long time, once again began to discuss in a low voice. Silence, no clamor in the shrine. Chen Xingzhen interrupted the clansman's discussion, then turned and spoke. The family divine tree, nurturing the divine fruit, that's why it changed. This is the family's chance. You don't have to worry. Upon hearing Chen Xingzhen's explanation, the faces of the crowd were then soothed, and there was a hint of anticipation in their eyes when they looked at the divine fruit on the tree. Not knowing what kind of fruit the family divine tree could grow, they were very curious. After resolving this matter, Chen Xingzhen left the ancestral hall with quick steps. Just now, according to his observation, the divine tree had no worries in terms of vitality, only that some changes had occurred in various aspects. It was just that regarding the matter of the divine tree's results, he still needed to go back and look through some of the family's remaining information from the past to see what was going on. He had also thought of temporarily closing the shrine and forbidding the clan to worship. However, considering that the divine tree grand sacrifice was only a short time ago, it was not appropriate to close the shrine in order to unite the beliefs of the clan and strengthen their cohesion. Furthermore, wouldn't that tell the clan that something was really wrong with the divine tree? Since the divine tree had no warning, it meant that the changes were normal. But then, Chen Xingzhen still sent two people to keep an eye on the divine tree situation, and immediately tell himself once the divine tree had other changes, Only after returning to his room did Chen Xingjian start flipping through the remaining information in the clan. The fact that the divine tree bore fruit also caused a lot of fluctuations in the clan, causing many of the clansmen to go to the shrine every day to pay their respects, and in the process watch what the fruit of the divine tree looked like. Since they had not found Li Yongcheng and the others, most of the family's martial artists had not yet returned and were unaware of the changes in the divine tree. On the second day of the divine tree's fruit, the crowd once again went to watch. Then they were surprised to find that the fruit that was only the size of a thumb yesterday had grown quite a bit again today, and was already half the size of an egg, and the color of the green fruit was also changing towards an off-white color. Such a fast growth rate made the crowd even more in awe. It's worthy of being a family sacred tree. On the third day, the fruit had faded to a greenish color and was completely converted to an off-white color, and in the middle of this grayish-white fruit, some raised spots sprang up, as if something had been birthed from it. However, this did not deter the clan from watching and being in awe, but instead was filled with anticipation. In the shrine, Ji Yang was also staring at these gradually growing fruits, pondering in his heart. These fruits had already consumed 12 points of his life force in these 3 short days, an average of 4 points per day. In other words, the life force that he had gained from his hard work of absorbing the moonflower in these 3 days had all ended up being transformed into the nutrients of these fruits, and he also had to pay back 1/6 life force per day. Even so, Ji Yang still didn't take any steps. He could feel that the fruit would ripen in a few days. He also wanted to see what the fruit would look like after he used the soul-gathering avatar. On the 4th day of the fruit's growth, the spots that had surfaced earlier gradually took shape, and they grew out of one side of the fruit, making the soon-to-be fist-sized fruit look a bit ugly. Many family people see after the eyes is born a little surprised. At this time, as the family patriarch Chen Xingjian is still looking around the family residual information, want to find out the answer to the results of the divine tree. As for the increasing growth of the fruit of the divine tree in the past few days, he had heard about it, but had not personally gone to check it out. On the night of the 4th day, the moonlight shone brightly as Ji Yang absorbed the moonlight in Yin Qi while turning his gaze to the fruit on his body that had gradually turned pale white. By now the white fruit is the size of a fist and has a more defined, layered shape, and when Ji Yang looked at these white fruits again, he vaguely felt something bad in his heart. The first 2 days the fruit was still small and the spots were not prominent enough to see anything, but as the white fruit grew in the past 2 days, the spots on the fruit became a little more visible. Late at night, Ji Yang borrowed the illumination of the moonlight and once again looked towards these white fruits. But it's not a surprise. At some point, the spots on these white fruits had actually transformed into human features, and the fist-sized white fruit had now transformed into their heads. The human faces on the white fruit each had their own shape, their eyes were closed tightly, as if they were still waiting for the white fruit to ripen. Looking out from afar, the pitch-black god tree had disappeared in the darkness of the night, with only the luminescent leaves glistening in the moonlight. What shocked and horrified people was that underneath the countless shiny leaves, there were dozens of fruits with 5 senses growing. These fruits were illuminated by the moonlight, revealing the depths of the path. It was a good thing that no one was at the shrine, or else they would have been stunned in place by the scene at hand. After Ji Yang was surprised, his mind had returned to normal. It wasn't like he hadn't seen fruits with 5 senses, like that ginseng fruit, but growing out of his own body was still a little hard for Ji Yang to accept for a while. How could he be considered a family god tree, representing family glory? Now that he looked at it like this, he was more like a demon tree, and the Chen clan, the evil slaves who were offering themselves to this demon tree. Ji Yang secretly shook his head in his mind, shaking off this borderline thought in his mind. In fact, this fruit is like this. Ji Yang heart also has guessed. After all, this fruit had grown because he had cast the soul-gathering avatar, and it was obvious that it was related to the living souls from the previous shrine. The appearance of 3 of the fruits was also clearly the same as the 3 clansmen in the clan who had only died in battle. Perhaps after the fruit ripened, this soul-gathering avatar would be considered to have been performed. I wonder what the difference is between these once transformed fruits and the living souls that were in the underworld before. Even though it was a bit unpleasant, Ji Yang still had expectations in his heart. I just don't know what kind of waves the Qin clan will make tomorrow. It was good that several of the family's blood condensation realm martial artists had yet to return, and only Chen Xingjian was in the clan, so he didn't have to worry about being knifed by the clan. The next day dawned. Chen Xingsong took a broom in his hand, pushed open the door of the shrine, and began to sweep the not-so-much dust from the shrine. The family shrine, representing the face of the family, not to mention that there is now a sacred tree, of course, must be swept once a day. After the great sacrifice of the divine tree, there were quite a few other clansmen who wanted to trade jobs with him, but of course he refused. Now that the divine tree had manifested itself, how could he miss such a good opportunity? Perhaps he had a destiny with the family divine tree, and could even be blessed by the divine tree. This is what the matriarch said. that with reverence, one has a chance to be blessed by the sacred tree. Sweeping to the halfway point, Chen Xingzong walked towards the divine tree, ready to worship it again. And in the meantime, take advantage of the time of worship to peek at the fruits borne by the divine tree. The matriarch had said that one must not look directly at the divine tree on weekdays. It was a great disrespect to the tree. While worshipping, Chen Xingzong looked towards the divine tree above. But in the next moment, Chen Xingzong's face showed horror and his body stagnated. In his line of sight, a white fruit with 5 senses was quietly hanging on a branch. And although the eyes of the white fruit were tightly closed, he felt that the white fruit seemed to be looking at himself, locking eyes with himself. This sight scared him to the point where his heart suddenly tightened, and when he turned his head to look at the entire divine tree, he then realized that the tree was covered in white fruits with human faces. Seeing this sight, Chen Xingzong could no longer hold back the fear in his heart and hurriedly ran towards the outside, while letting out shouts from his mouth. What's going on? Chen Xingzong's shouts quickly attracted many clansmen to come and check. Cousin, uncle, shrine, divine tree. After seeing the visitor, Chen Xingzong pointed towards the ancestral hall with some alarm. Hearing this, the crowd stopped delaying, thinking that an enemy had come into the shrine to destroy the family divine tree. After arriving at the shrine, the crowd didn't find anyone else, and then they turned their gaze to the family divine tree. Ah, what's this? Hiss. How did these fruits grow like this? Seeing today's white fruit, there were sounds of shock from the clan and the crowd. Even if it was the family divine tree, there were still quite a few clansmen who were still showing panic at this moment, because this was simply a greater impact than the innate realm ferocious beasts had on them. Immediately, someone left the ancestral hall and went to report Chen Xingzhen. However, it was still the family divine tree anyways, and although the crowd was terrified, they did not retreat, and after taking a closer look, one of the clansmen looked at the white fruit on the tree with a frown. Why did he feel that the faces on these white fruits looked familiar? At this time, a light flashed in its eyes, and it hurriedly pulled another clan member aside and said, Tianquan, look at that fruit, does it look like your father? The Chen Tianquan on the side was still frightened in his heart because of the scene in front of him, but after hearing these words, his complexion suddenly changed. He lost his father at a young age. This is the pain in his heart. Now how can he tolerate the clan to make such a joke? Immediately furious. Why don't you say it looks like your dad? No, Tianquan, I didn't scold you. Look carefully. It's the one hanging from the rightmost branch of the sacred tree. Seeing that the clan member's face was sincere and did not look like he was joking, Chen Tianquan held back his anger and turned his gaze in the direction he was pointing. After he saw the unimpressive fruit in the branch, the anger in Chen Tianquan's heart was not there, and with surprise in his eyes, he then said in a shocked voice, Dad, it's really my dad. The shout that came out of Chen Tianquan's mouth also caused the others to be stunned. When they took a closer look at the faces on those white fruits, they all had shocked faces. That's, big bozo? That seems to be my aunt? That fruit kind of looks like my grandfather? Why is my dad hanging from a tree? Woo woo. The crowd was noisy and restless as countless clansmen heard the news and rushed to recognize their relatives. Although the family shrine has a spiritual seat, but there is no portrait of those dead family elders to remain. Now see the object. Let many clansmen heart is difficult to calm. What did you say? In the room, Chen Xingzhen abruptly stood up and looked at the clan members in front of him. Patriarch, go and take a look. Those fruits, they are so unusual. I didn't dare to look more. Chen Xingzhen, who had received confirmation from the clansman, immediately quickened his pace and darted towards the ancestral hall. Obviously, only yesterday did the clan come to report that everything was normal with the divine tree. So how did such a drastic change occur early this morning? In the past few days, he had consulted the remnants of the family's information and had found a tiny bit of information about the results of the family's god tree. But the descriptions therein were very different from the fruits on the god tree today. This made his heart more and more uneasy, and today it seemed to be fulfilled. Unfortunately, all of the former family elders are now in the ground, and he is unable to find out from the rest of the family why this happened. Plus, when the family moved to this place back then, they accidentally broke the secret technique of communicating with the divine tree, so he couldn't get any specifics from the divine tree. When Chen Xingzhen hadn't even reached the ancestral hall, the cries of many clansmen were already coming from his ears. He was still shouting words like uncle, grandfather. This made Chen Xingzhen frown even more. What exactly happened here? Make way. The patriarch is coming. The patriarch is coming. Chen Xingzhen's arrival slightly calmed the hearts of many clansmen. After all, the current situation was really puzzling, and they desperately wanted to know the reason for such a situation. Chen Xingzhen, who was being watched by many clansmen, did not care about his status as the patriarch this time, but instead took 3 steps and quickly rushed to the bottom of the ancestral hall. After Chen Xingzhen saw these white fruits with human faces in front of him, Even he who had seen many scenes could not help but freeze in place. That? Chen Qingjin swept his gaze over these white fruits one by one, the look on his face going from initially calm to now shocked and overwhelmed. Looking at the face on the white fruit, the corners of Chen Qingjin's slightly wrinkled eyes were even a little wet. It was only because he saw on these faces one of the dead clansmen and elders of the clan in the beginning, and a scene from the past surfaced from his heart at this moment. Those were the faces he used to run into in his dreams. After Chen Qingjin looked up at the white fruit at the very top of the divine tree, he could no longer hold back the grief in his heart, and immediately fell to his knees, crying out with a sad face, "Dad!" Ha! The many clansmen behind him were instantly bewildered in their eyes, but they saw that the patriarchs were all kneeling down and crying. The other clansmen couldn't hold back the sadness in their hearts at this moment, and together they looked at the face on the white fruit and cried out. For a while, the entire shrine was occupied by the sounds of grief from the clan. Outside the ancestral hall, Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who had heard about the big events happening in the family, also quickly rushed back from the fields. At the moment the two men were still holding the hose they had been digging with in their hands. The family was waiting to be revitalized, and while winter was yet to come, the family still wanted to plant a crop of blood rice, and the two also wanted to contribute to the family, so they volunteered to go planting, and in the meantime, they would hone their bodies to reach the middle stage of the body-tempering realm at an early date. But the two had just reached the gate of the shrine when they saw the scene of the matriarch kneeling down and crying. Faced with the scene before them, the two scratched their heads somewhat helplessly. They were still young, and they didn't recognize those faces on the white fruit, so naturally they didn't have the same emotions as the other clans. However, one of the white fruits bore some resemblance to clan brother Chen Qingyu. Just as Chen Qinghe was at a loss for words, Chen Qingmeng, who was on the side, suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "Qinghe, the patriarch's father, what should we call him?" After hearing this sudden question, Chen Qinghe could not help but be stunned. Although they called the patriarch on weekdays, according to the family hierarchy, they should call Chen Qingjin fourth uncle ancestor, the fourth uncle's father. What do they call it? Chen Qinghe pondered for a little while, and an answer came to his eyes. Call the ancestors. But then Chen Qinghe shook his head violently. Was now the time to think about this? Qingmeng, let's go. Let's quickly find the rest of the family. After saying that, Chen Qinghe pulled Chen Qingmeng and ran. The scene at the shrine had quite an impact on him. Even the patriarch was kneeling down and crying in pain. He didn't know what to do. In this situation, naturally, he had to go and call for help. Unfortunately, his father and his clan brother Chen Qingyu, several blood condensation realm martial artists, had been out searching for the Li clan for the past few days and had yet to return. Just as several people were about to go and inform the rest of the clan, they bumped into several dusty figures at the clan's main entrance. Chen Qinghe stopped to look. Then his face was happy. It was actually his father and Chen Qingyu who had returned. The two rushed towards a few people. At this time, as returning from the outside of Chen Tianjing, several people are also some wonder. Although now the Li family has not enough to worry about, but how the family gate even a guards or not. After returning to the family, but also did not run into a few clansmen. However, after a few people looked at Chen Qinghe and Chen Qingmeng who came running, they also stopped in their tracks. Phew, Dad, our old ancestor is hanging from a tree. Go check it out. By the way, Brother Qingyu, and your father, are also hanging from the tree, Chen Qinghe said in a slightly hurried and flustered manner, and Chen Tianjing's face changed as early as when Chen Qinghe's first words came out of his mouth. When Chen Qinghe said the second sentence, Chen Tianjing even felt bad all of a sudden. Turning his head to look, Chen Qingyu's face was low. Chen Tianjing immediately said with great anger, "Treason, you rebellious son, see if I don't beat you to death today." Saying that, Chen Tianjing had already undone the belt made of heavenly cow tendons around his waist and was ready to make his move. At that moment, Chen Qingmeng, who was on the side, also said with an anxious face, "What Qinghe said is true, they're all hanging from trees." Seeing that the two did not look like they were lying, Chen Tianyu, who was on the side, frowned slightly and stopped Chen Tianjing, who was about to make a move, and then said, "Tianjing, don't get too busy. Come on, let's quickly go to the shrine and take a look. Little brat, I'll clean you up when I get back." Chen Tianjing suppressed his anger as the few people quickly rushed towards the shrine. Before they even reached the shrine, the three of them could already hear the cries coming from inside the shrine. This made the trio's hearts go cold and quicken their pace. When the three of them walked into the middle of the ancestral hall, they even saw a number of clansmen who were kneeling down and crying. This made the three of them feel even more bad in their hearts, and when they looked at the white fruits born on the divine tree in front of them, all three of their faces changed. However, the three of them were also blood condensation realm martial artists anyways, especially after seeing this obviously abnormal scene in front of them. They were wary in their hearts and didn't fall into it. Where's the matriarch? Where did the patriarch go? Chen Tianjing asked as he grabbed the clansman who was still crying out at the side. Why isn't the patriarch here after such a big event in the family? It doesn't make sense. Matriarch? The clansman whose cry had been interrupted scratched his head as if trying to remember where the patriarch was. Soon, however, he remembered and pointed at the figure at the very front. That's not it? The three of them looked in the direction it was pointing, and a trace of shock appeared on their faces. They hadn't noticed it just now, but now that they took a look at the back, wasn't this the patriarch they were searching so hard for? But this is more let a few people heart cold. They a few days not in the clan, did not expect the clan happen so big things, and then look at the family god tree. The whole body is changed a mold. All this in the end, how is the matter? Has the matriarch gone mad again? Ahead. The emotions in Chen Xingzhen's heart gradually calmed down. When the family migrated all the way here, it was the father who led the family members all the way through thick and thin. From the time the family left the original site and arrived at the mountain of mass burial, it took a total of more than 20 years. During this period, the family also stayed in other places, but the latter all failed due to various resistance, and finally came to the mass burial mountain to flourish. Within those 20 years or so, the elders of the family had passed away one after another, and he had gone from being a teenager of about 10 years of age to his present age of flower and armor. Ever since he had become the family patriarch, he hadn't realized how much responsibility he was carrying and how many expectations he was carrying. Family responsibilities and expectations kept him from stopping for a moment. Every time he thought back to the old days of growing up under the wings of his father and many of his elders, it made him more and more nostalgic. It was because of this that it caused him to lose his temper for a moment at the sight of his father's likeness. Shirato. The emotion came so violently that he forgot who he was today as the patriarch. However, the inquiring voice of Chen Tianjing behind him just now was what brought him back to his senses. Now that he was the patriarch, how could he be so unlikable? Moreover, seeing his father as well as some of the family elders again today also allowed him to fulfill the last wish of his heart. Chen Xingzhen, who had resumed his patriarchal status, quickly wiped away the tears on his face, and then slowly got up, his face calm, as if the old man who had just covered his face and cried was someone else. Quiet. Chen Xingzhen, who had regained his composure, turned to look at the other clansman and slowly raised his hand, stopping the clansman's cries, then said with a solemn face, "The divine tree is nurturing the divine fruit. This is the critical moment. From today onwards, the shrine hall will be temporarily closed, and all members of the clan will not be allowed to disturb the divine tree. Anyone who needs to worship the divine tree needs to do so with my permission." After issuing several orders, Chen Xingzhen once again revitalized the majesty of the patriarch, and the clansmen below did not object, and today they were able to get a glimpse of the deceased elders of the family, which also calmed their hearts a lot. It was just that many of the clansmen were still a bit curious about these white fruits, but now that the shrine was temporarily sealed, they had no other way. At the gate of the ancestral hall, the three of them, Chen Tianjing, who were still a bit flustered, were relieved in their hearts when they saw this. Luckily, the patriarch wasn't crazy yet, and the family could still be saved. Tianjing, can you trace the whereabouts of the Li clan? After many of the clansmen had retreated from the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen inquired to the three who had returned. Hearing Chen Tianjing inquire about the main matter, the three of them also hurriedly replied back. Patriarch, I traveled all the way to the southeast and traced more than 100 miles, and did not find the remnants of the Li clan. Patriarch, I took the northwestern direction and searched all the way there, and I didn't find anyone from the Li clan either. Chen Xingzhen quietly listened to the two men's report, his face as normal. Although the Li clan had fled in defeat, they had at least operated in the mass burial mountain for a long time, and without some secret passages or sneaky places, he definitely didn't believe it. However, the two of them had traced for so long and still hadn't found any trace of the line, so it was evident that the Li family had another way. And when they were catching the batch of people that the Li clan had abandoned, they had also inquired, but they did not get any results, so it was evident that Li Yongqing had not told them, and even those people themselves did not know that they had been abandoned. The only way to hide it from the enemy is to hide it from the clan. I have some findings on my side. Chen Xingyu's words instantly attracted the gazes of the three. When we first discovered the hiding place of the Li clan, we only found one path, so it was evident that the Li clan had not yet dispersed at that time. So I traced along the footprints of the batch of Li clan members I found a few days ago, and finally found some traces of it in a fork in the road. Well, Xingyu, go on. Chen Xingzhen nodded as he listened. Although that trace was slight, and had even been actively disguised, it always left some cracks, and I tracked it all the way, ending up within the Li clan's hunting range of the Mass Grave Mountain. Hearing this, Chen Xingzhen came to a realization. So that's why he said why the family had sent so many people to search and still hadn't found a clue. It was important to realize that even though the Li clan had abandoned a group of people, there were still about 20 people left, and it was impossible to completely hide the traces of so many people. Now it seemed that everything had been answered, and they had actually entered the mountain of mass graves. Chen Xingjian did not think in this direction before. After all, there are a lot of dangers in the mass grave mountain. Not only are there a lot of ferocious beasts, there are even more snakes, insects, rats and ants, plus the terrain is complex, rugged and difficult to walk. Even a martial artist would not rush forward without some preparation. And although the Li clan had taken away a group of the clan's only remaining elites, they would not be too old and did not have much experience. Not to mention that the difficulties involved in taking so many clansmen with them to try to cross the mass burial mountain were not something that could be described in a single word. Thinking of this, Chen Xingjian sighed once again. This man, Li Yongchang, has great vigor. Matriarch, do we have to keep chasing? Chen Tianjing opened his mouth and asked. Although the Li family fled the mass burial mountain, but the family hatred may not wear off for 100 years. If not cut off the roots and roots, I'm afraid that the family will not be good for the future development of the family. Chen Xingjian sniffed and pondered for a little while, then slowly shook his head. Don't chase the poor enemy. The terrain of the massive burial mountain is complicated. There are quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the mountain. It is difficult to track them. In addition, Li Yongchang and Li Cailiang's two realms are not weak, and they are also good hunters, and it is very likely that traps will be planted in the middle of the route. Besides, it has been a long time, and I think they have already passed the halfway point of their journey, so chasing after them again will not be favorable to the family. Chen Tianjing frowned slightly. But matriarch, then just let them leave? We can completely enter the mountain of mass graves through the clan's secret passageway and stop them in their tracks ahead of time. Chen Xingjian smiled bashfully after hearing this. His Li family is nothing more than a defeated army. So what if he brings his clansmen with him? Now that my Chen family's crisis has passed, and with the help of the divine tree, is it possible that my future development will still be no better than his Li family's? Moreover, the disorderly burial mountain is infested with ferocious beasts, and there is that innate realm green wolf in the depths. So if they were to run into each other, what should they do? Hearing what Chen Xingjian said, all three of them were enlightened. Yes, they had nearly forgotten about the innate realm green wolf. Moreover, the family still had the divine tree. So even if they were to develop silently, how could his Chen family be weaker than the Li family? Thinking of the divine tree, several people couldn't help but turn their gazes to look at it. Patriarch, the divine tree this. Hearing several people's inquiries, Chen Xingjian also sighed. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to communicate with the god tree tonight and ask what's going on. If it was the other clansman, he would definitely give a reasonable explanation. But the Chen Tianjing trio, he didn't have to hide it from them. Seeing that none of the matriarchs were sure what this was all about, the three of them couldn't help but frown slightly. But looking at the fruits on the trees with familiar faces, all three of them stopped to watch and ponder for a long time. A moment later, Chen Xingjian spoke again. Alright, now that the Li clan has fled to the mountain of mass graves, let's withdraw the clansmen outside. Winter is approaching. Nowadays the food in the clan is not enough to support the entire clan through this winter. It is imperative to see if we can continue to grow a crop of blood rice. Tianjing, this matter is your responsibility. Yes, matriarch. Xingyu, the matter of hunting, on the other hand, is left to you. You can pick any martial artist in the clan and go into the mountains to hunt, but remember not to go deeper. Everything is based on the safety of the clan. If we do run into the Li clan, we must not rashly pursue them. When we return to the clan we will think long and hard about it. Aha! Chen Xingyu nodded. Tian Yu, Lu family side, you still need to pay attention. Nowadays only our two big families are left in the massive burial mountain, but the Lu family has no movement at all. I really can't rest assured. In addition, you are also responsible for this aspect of the family's martial artists' body hardening, especially the clan's teenagers, who need to be taught more carefully. I know. After the three left, Chen Xingjian once again turned his gaze toward the divine tree, but his eyes were unfocused, as if he was wandering out of the sky. Although the family seemed to have stabilized now, the previous battle with the Li clan had resulted in too much attrition, and now the family's stock of food had long been depleted. Even with the blood rice captured at the Li family and the domesticated beasts raised, it was far from enough to get the clan through this winter. Logically, with the state of the Li family, there shouldn't be only these stockpiles of food, but it was unknown if the Li family hid it somewhere or took it away, and the family didn't find any more blood rice. However, relying on the blood rice alone is not enough. Although the clan's martial arts realm is not high, the number also has a lot, especially body-quenching realm martial artists. More need to chi and blood enough meat nourishment. In this way, in order to make the quenching speed faster, so the matter of hunting, especially important, which is related to the future of the family. Plus, now that the sacred tree has been revived, it's time to resume worship. According to previous clan rules, the sacred tree needs to be sacrificed once every 3 days and once every 7 days. But things are not going well in the clan right now, so a 7-day sacrifice would be good. But even if it was a 7-day sacrifice, the number of ferocious beasts required would not be too small, especially after winter, when the snow sealed the mountain. At that time even blood condensation realm martial artists would find it difficult to hunt after entering the massive burial mountain, so it has to be prepared in advance. In this side of the world, the weather was particularly cold, and compared to other places, the mount of mass graves was even worse. Although the body-quenching realm martial artists have already quenched their muscles and bones and flesh, they also need to pay attention to the cold, otherwise they will fall into the root of the disease, and it will be difficult for the body's chi and blood to flow smoothly, and it will become more difficult to promote the blood condensation realm. Blood condensation realm martial artists were not much to be feared, but there were a few blood condensation realm martial artists in the family, and more of them were still clansmen who didn't even have the body tempering realm. Now that winter was only about 2 months away, the family still had a lot to prepare for, like warm clothing, firewood, etc. And I don't know if the time is right. Chen Xingjian gradually returned to his senses, and then looked his gaze toward the endless sky, a hint of sighing arising in his heart. Heaven's power is terrified. To the power of the individual is difficult to resist, which has the family. Only when the clan was strong would the clan's days become better and lead to a higher realm. Clansmen with a high level of realm, and then feed back to the family, and so on and so forth, ultimately creating a flourishing family. The road to family prosperity is a long one, but fortunately, the family was now sheltered by the divine tree, which was already a long way ahead of the other families. Confidence returned to Qin Xingjian's eyes as he turned around and left the ancestral hall. There were many matters, large and small, that needed to be handled by him and the clan. It's finally quiet. Looking at the shrine that was once again empty, Ji Yang's mind calmed down. The cries of the group of clansmen just now made his head spin, and he didn't know how many more days it would take for the fruit to ripen. Why did he feel, though, like he was forgetting something? The rustling sound of the leaves in the breeze came from the ear. Ji Yang was also caught in the memories. At the center of the mass burial mountain, the Li clan's martial artists were gathering within a sunken valley, looking around with vigilant faces. At this moment, the clothes of the clansmen were all cut by the thorns in the mountains, and their bodies were full of blood scars, and many of the clansmen let out groans from their mouths, with pained looks on their faces. The pain in the body could still be carried, but the fear in the heart was revealed in the eyes of every member of the clan. Young Chang, a few more clansmen have just been injured. What should we do next? Li Kailiang slowly approached and opened his mouth to ask Li Yongcheng, who was thinking at the side. Even though he was a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, it was still hard to hide the exhaustion on his face at this moment. Previously, when he was fighting with the Qin clan, he had been injured, and in the past few days, the clan rushed even more to need him to open the way in front. Even with his superior perception that allowed him to bypass the territory of those ferocious beasts, there would still be some accidents from time to time. Just now, for example, the clan had stumbled upon a ferocious beast in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm that was foraging for food. Although the ferocious beast was decapitated, a few clansmen were still slightly injured, and what made Li Kailiang feel even more uneasy was the loud and clear wolf howl that came from beside his ears when his group entered the center of the mass burial mountain earlier. That was a sense of oppression that a ferocious beast of the same realm couldn't give him, and it was also the source of the fear in the hearts of the clan. Although he didn't want to believe it, the facts told him that it was definitely an innate realm fierce beast. Not to mention that right now the family only had 2 blood condensation realm martial artists, him and Li Yongcheng. Even if there were 2 more, they would definitely not be its opponents. In addition, wolves were ferocious beasts that lived in packs, so if they were to run into each other, I don't know how many of the clansmen present would survive. This kind of thing that affects the confidence of the clan. He didn't say it out loud and only told Li Yongcheng alone. Hearing Li Cailiang's inquiry, Li Yongcheng didn't say a word and just silently looked at the incomplete map in his hand. It was a topographical map of the massive burial mountain that the clan had drawn earlier, based on their hunting. Unfortunately, it's only half, and presents a large blank space in the center of the map. This time, when he left by taking the mass burial mountain, he was not only holding the intention of getting rid of the Qin clan, but also the idea of perfecting the map in his hands. As long as they were able to perfect the map, afterward, they could completely kill the Qin clan from the back of the mass burial mountain and take the Qin clan by surprise. A few days ago, he had thought that although it was difficult to cross the mass burial mountain on this trip, with him and his 5th uncle, Li Kailiang, there would definitely not be any major problems. But after he really went deep into the mountain of mass graves, he realized that he had overestimated himself and his clan before. There were quite a lot of ferocious beasts in the depths of the disorderly burial mountain, and their realms were not low. With blood condensation realm ferocious beasts abounding, the clansmen were not in a high realm and had not yet experienced the baptism of blood, and the successive rushes over the past few days coupled with the complex environment had caused many of them to lose their confidence. The sound of the wolf howling earlier was more than the last straw that overwhelmed the clan. When he learned that the wolf howl was made by a ferocious beast of the innate realm, Li Yongchang was also in a state of confusion. But being the patriarch, he recovered quickly. But he also understood that if he didn't do something, not to mention revenge, even whether the family would be able to leave from this mass burial mountain was a question. Once again surveying the map in his hands, Li Yongchang already had a decision in his mind. Reroute. Detour. Although this would delay a lot of time, compared to running into that innate realm beast, the delay was nothing. Of course he could have chosen to gamble that they wouldn't run into that innate realm ferocious beast when they went through, but he no longer had the capital to gamble. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance of bumping into that innate realm beast, he couldn't afford to gamble. The good news was that they hadn't sensed anyone tracking them in the past few days. Either the Chun clan hadn't realized that they had left by taking the mass burial mountain, or they hadn't come after them. Li Yongsung felt that the latter was more likely, but it meant that they had plenty of time to go around. Li Yongchang stood up, ready to explain the next path to the clan, and in the process, inspire the clan, letting them know that there was a high hope for the clan to leave the mountain of mass burial this time. But just as he was about to make some arguments, Li Kailiang, who was on the side, suddenly changed his color and hurriedly opened his mouth. Yongchang, there is a ferocious beast of the late blood condensation realm in the southeast that is approaching us. Li Yongchang's face changed slightly, and not being able to think about painting another pie for his clan, he hurriedly put away the map in his hand and signaled his clan to evacuate the original location. Today's team might be able to take on the late blood condensation realm ferocious beasts, but this was definitely the next best thing. Although the clansmen who were preparing to rest on the side were full of reluctance, they also understood that this was a matter of life and death, and hurriedly climbed up from the ground and quickly moved away. Phew, okay, it's gone. Li Kailiang carefully leaned against the boulder behind him, his mind relieved. The other clansmen were also paralyzed at this moment. Uncle 5, move over. At this time, Li Yongchang, however, suddenly noticed the lapis lazuli on Li Cailiang's back and began to scrutinize it. Li Cailiang's face was puzzled, but he also moved away and looked over. With some poking around, the two men soon realized what was different about the lapis lazuli. This lapis lazuli, too special, seems to have been intentionally placed here. In addition, on the left and right sides of the lapis lazuli, there are even subtle traces. That is because of the palm prints left by the martial artist moving. Although it was imperceptible, it was very obvious when looked at closely. And on top of the lapis lazuli, there was also an odor that emanated if nothing else, which made the two feel extremely familiar. Mullein powder. In the next moment, the two of them said in unison, and the colors in their eyes changed a little. Yongsung, get out of the way. I'll do it. Li Kailiang, who noticed the man-made traces, moved the green stone in front of him, and the other clansmen also surrounded him, with curiosity in their eyes. Rumble. The lapis lazuli was quickly moved out of the way by Li Kailiang, and as the boulders moved away, a huge entrance to a secret passageway appeared in front of several people's eyes. This scene caused many clansmen to let out shocked sounds from their mouths. They didn't expect that in the depths of this mass burial mountain, there was actually such a secret passage hidden. And after Li Yongchang looked at the secret passage in front of him, his heart was enlightened. The only ones who could establish secret passages here were the three great clans of the massive burial mountain. The Lu clan was established not long ago in the mountain of mass burial, and this secret passageway looked to be some years old, so it was obviously not done by the Lu clan, and it could not have been built by his Li clan, so it could only be the Qin clan. No wonder at first, after putting the Chen clan under full siege, they still didn't see the Chen clan clansmen running low on food, thinking that they probably came to hunt at the mass burial mountain through this secret passage. The color in the eyes of Li Kailiang, who discovered the secret passage, changed extremely quickly. He was able to guess that the probability was that the secret passage led to the Qin clan's ancestral hall, and if he counterattacked now, was there any chance that the clan would take revenge? But soon, Li Cailiang's eyes had regained their clarity. His answer was no. Since the Qin clan had not pursued them, there were at least 4 blood condensation realm martial artists within the clan now, with 2 late-stage martial artists among them. How could it be its opponent just by virtue of the few people today? And to go in through the secret passage now would just be throwing themselves into the net. And there was another reason that made Li Kailiang afraid. The acacia leaf that he had seen before. He also didn't know what the divine tree that had caused their family to collapse was like. If not for the situation, He really wanted to take a look at that so-called divine tree. Yang Sung, what should we do? Li Kailiang on the side also guessed the side of the secret passage. At this moment, his fists were clenched, and he had the intention of killing over at the drop of a hat, but after remembering the previous battle, Li Kailiang changed his face, and the anger in his heart gradually disappeared. Since the Chen clan didn't come after us, I think they must have given up. In that case, this family secret passage is still safe. Let the clan rest here for the night first, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Saying that, Li Yongcheng took the lead and walked into the secret passage. Now that the clan was exhausted, it would be extremely nice to have a safe place to rest for the night, and this family secret passageway might be their chance in the future. So right now they were even more unable to be detected by the Qin clan. After entering the secret passage, the group remained cautious. Noticing that there was no movement coming from the other side of the secret passage, the crowd relaxed. At night, the secret passage was dark. Most of the clansmen had gone to sleep, but Li Yongcheng was looking at the other end of the secret passage in deep thought. Yongcheng, have you thought of a way out for your family after leaving the mountain of mass burial? On the side, Li Kailiang, who hadn't fallen asleep, suddenly asked. Li Yongcheng was slightly stunned, then nodded. Fifth uncle, as long as I can leave the mountain of mass burial, I am confident that the family will prosper again. Li Xilian's face was pleased as he smiled and nodded. Good, good. The family is relieved to have you, Uncle 5? Hearing Li Xilian's obviously wrong tone, Li Yongcheng's back that was leaning against the secret passageway instantly straightened up, and his eyes that were looking at Li Kailiang also had a slight doubt in them. You've seen the current state of the family, so let me ask you, if you leave the mountain of mass burial afterward, how certain are you that you will be able to avenge the family, and how many years will it take? Li Yongcheng listened and silently compared today's family to the Chen family, then fell into silence. Leaving the mountain of mass burial meant that the good land that the family had previously operated, as well as various resources such as hunting, were all gone, and they would have to start all over again. Although he did not lack the courage to start over and had the confidence to prosper the family again, he did wonder how long it would take for the family to develop before he could take his revenge in the face of the Qin clan, which was developing much better nowadays. Decades? Perhaps centuries? Or perhaps forever? Thinking of that acacia leaf of Li Yongcheng eyes also borne a trace of confusion. In the darkness of the night, Li Kailiang wore a bitter smile. Looks like you figured it out. Nowadays, most of the resources of the mass burial mountain are occupied by the Chen clan. Plus the Qin clan still has that so-called god tree to help them. So if there are no accidents, in a few more decades, the Qin clan will grow stronger and stronger, and even far beyond today's scale. If this goes on, my Li family, what will I be able to fight against? Li Yongcheng grew more and more silent. Indeed, with the previous strength of the family were defeated in the hands of the Chen family. After that, even if he started another stove and redeveloped the family, but compared to the Chen family with the divine tree, in the long run, the gap between the two families would only grow wider. Why was his Chen family able to survive the Jedi and bounce back? According to my guess, it's probably because of that divine tree. During the great battle before, I had a glimpse of what that divine tree looked like, planted right in the Chen clan's ancestral hall. And now that I've discovered this secret passage, I think the heavens have helped my Li clan. There's a high probability that this secret passage leads to the Chen family ancestral hall, so I can use the cover of night to go straight from the secret passage into the ancestral hall and destroy that divine tree. Without the divine tree, with your abilities, you can definitely make the family flourish again, and it's only a matter of time before you surpass the Chen family. Hearing the plan proposed by Li Kailiang, Li Yongcheng immediately objected. No, Uncle 5, it's too risky. Li Kailiang shook his head. I am already old. The late stage of the blood condensation realm will already be my limit. It will be difficult for me to advance to the innate realm in this life. And even if I leave the mountain of disorderly burials, I won't be of much help to the family. Since you've decided to change your path, with your ability, it's enough to take the clan safely away from the mountain of mass burial. How can we give up such a good opportunity? Besides, the Chen family is in a state of disarray nowadays. I'm afraid that there aren't too many guards in the ancestral hall. With my strength at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, it's completely sufficient. Perhaps I'll even be able to destroy that divine tree again before leading through the secret passageway, and then I'll follow the route at that time. After saying that, a hint of confidence appeared in Li Xilian's eyes. This also made Li Yongcheng's mouth swallow back the words of persuasion. The family had suffered a great defeat before, and he had analyzed the reasons after the battle. And the main reason for this was that those members of the Chen clan who had been seriously injured by their clansmen before had actually recovered from their injuries in a matter of days, combined with the weird acacia leaf. This led to the family's final defeat. Both of these reasons were clearly related to the Chen clan's extra divine tree. If things could really go as Li Kailiang had planned, it would indeed be a good thing for the family. It could curb the growth of the Chen family and at the same time a blood feud could be averted. But he was worried that Uncle 5, this time, would not be able to return. But he also understood that it seemed like the only thing the family could do at the moment, and that success would greatly benefit the family's future vengeance. Reason and sensibility collide. After a moment, Li Yongqing's gaze was composed. Fifth uncle. Then let's discuss the specifics. Yes. In the shrine, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight and yin qi. Today has been the 5th day of these white fruit growth. The original fist size of the white fruit in the size of no significant change, but the color above is gradually from white to gray, and the fruit on the face more and more clear and vivid. Just as Ji Yang was concentrating on absorbing the moonlight, in the middle of the shrine, there was a sudden sound that came from the ground as it landed. Thump! The sound of this over-the-wall landing made Ji Yang's heart jump. Normal clansmen use the gate, and this one that came over the wall is definitely not a good person. Just like Chen Xingha and Chen Qingmeng, who came to secretly cut themselves in the middle of the night before. He had thought that it was the two men who had made a comeback, but when Ji Yang looked, he only found a figure. The figure was somewhat familiar, and his footsteps were even lighter, so much so that Ji Yang's underground buried roots didn't notice it at first. At the moment, this figure was slowly approaching Ji Yang. However, Ji Yang didn't have much of a reaction, but only had some doubts. The person who came was no one else but Chen Xingyu. If it was before, he would have been extremely worried. After all, Chen Xingyu's realm wasn't low and he was disrespectful to this divine tree of his. He was really worried that Chen Xingyu would act impulsively. Now, however, he wasn't worried. As the genius of the younger generation of the family, Chen Xingyu had only wanted to save the family by making the patriarch wake up from his obsession with the divine tree in the first place. After he used his divine ability, displayed his divine power, and rescued the Chen clan. Although Chen Xingyu still appeared to be a bit rebellious, his heart no longer had the same mind as it did back then, and on previous hunts, it was dutiful. Under these circumstances, Ji Yang naturally didn't need to worry that Chen Xingyu would do anything out of the ordinary, only that he was still a bit puzzled as to what Chen Xingyu was doing over at this time. Chen Xingyu approached slowly, stopping 2 meters below the divine tree. Its gaze swept over the branches of the Jiyan tree one by one, finally resting on a white fruit. Following Chen Xingyu's gaze, Ji Yang also looked towards the white fruit. Without having to take a closer look, Ji Yang already knew why. Simply because the face on this white fruit bore a 7% resemblance to Chen Xingyu. It turned out that hanging from the tree was his father. Ji Yang swept his gaze over the spirit seats in the ancestral hall and found Chen Xingyu's father's name, Chen Tianshun. On it, Tianzi generation. And now the family's Chen Tianyu. Chen Tianjing is the same generation of people, Chen Xingyu's age. Chen Tianshun should also be the oldest of the same generation, but it is reasonable to say that now is only more than 40 or 50 years old. I do not know why the early death. Ji Yang didn't pay any attention to it and continued to absorb the moonlight. Chen Xingyu, who was stationed under the tree, did not cry as sadly as the other clansmen, but just stood quietly under the moonlight, looking at the familiar face above, and many memories were reflected in her mind at this moment. After a long time like this, Chen Xingyu had not moved her body. It wasn't until a slow-pacing sound came from outside the ancestral hall that Chen Xingyu came back to her senses, and then she quickly scaled the wall and left the ancestral hall. However, just as it was tumbling over the wall, its body suddenly stalled and it nearly fell off the fence. However, with the late stage of the blood condensation realm, Chen Xingyu exerted her hands and eventually left peacefully. Crunch! The doors to the shrine slowly opened. Without even looking, Ji Yang knew who the visitor was. After all, other than Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, there were few others who came over in the middle of the night. Chen Xingzhen, who had entered the ancestral hall, did not rush towards Ji Yang, but first glanced at the fence next to him. Although he was a bit older, he was still a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist anyways, so how could the commotion in the ancestral hall just now be hidden from him? Chen Xingzhen had already guessed the visitor, but was not prepared to reveal it, and merely shook his head inside, then approached towards the divine tree with a respectful face. Even though he had looked at it for a long time before, when he saw the white fruit on the tree again, his mood became complicated, but he hadn't forgotten the purpose of this visit either. Ji Yang knew his intentions, but he didn't know how to communicate with Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch. But it doesn't matter. Just as Chen Xingzhen was about to ask Ji Yang about the changes in the divine tree today, a light suddenly flickered from Ji Yang's branch above him. This light flickered, but it caused Chen Xingzhen's body below to lurch. Without waiting for Chen Xingzhen to react, he felt a new string of memories suddenly spring up in his mind. Chen Xingzhen carefully sensed this extra memory in his mind, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. This This is a yellow rank upper grade battle skill. Chen Xingzhen's mouth set in astonishment. His face greatly delighted. It was no wonder that he was so excited. Listening to the elders of the clan. When the clan was in its glory, there were not many of these battle techniques, and there were even more powerful ones. But that was only in its glory. He had only heard of it, never seen it. The family has been exiled so far. Not to mention the top grade yellow rank battle skills. The family doesn't even have any ordinary yellow rank battle skills, let alone the top grade yellow rank. One can imagine what kind of shape the Chen family has declined into nowadays. That's why the battle technique obtained in his mind made him ecstatic. With this battle skill, the strength of the family will definitely go to another level, especially the blood condensation realm martial artists. After having the battle skill, it is even more like a tiger with wings, and their strength is incomparable. Originally, I was thinking of inquiring about the divine tree's current state, but right now, it seemed that there was no need. The sacred tree is in good shape. Chen Xingzhen left the ancestral hall in a hurry after some worship. He needed to record this battle technique immediately and then pass it on to the family martial artists to strengthen the family. Since the divine tree had imparted this battle skill to him, it was thought that it also had this in mind. That's right, Ji Yang did have this intention. Otherwise he wouldn't have chosen to pass on his power to Chen Xingzhen. Great Ancestor Long Fist, Yellow Order Upper Grade Battle Skill, can be transmitted once. And when Ji Yang looked at the remaining number of times, his heart was pondering. This last time, to whom should it be passed on? Although Chen Xingzhen had already comprehended the battle technique of the Great Ancestor's Long Fist, and was even able to copy it down for the rest of the clan to learn. However, Ji Yang's transmission was a bit different. Battle skills is not a quick way, but need to self-comprehension, and practice in practice, and finally integrated. The battle skills will play out 12 points of power. The process is not a short one, and those who are gifted may be able to get started in a few days. For those who are not gifted enough, it may take months. Higher level battle skills, longer. And Ji Yang's transmission was tantamount to omitting the first learning step and directly instilling preliminary knowledge into their minds, allowing them to self-realize and thus achieve quick success. However, if you want to learn the battle skills to be more profound, you still need to make your own efforts, and hone them in the midst of constant actual battles. But even so, it could save a lot of time for some of the family's martial artists. Unfortunately, for one battle skill, Ji Yang could only pass it on 3 times. This last time, Ji Yan thought deeply. But he was not going to continue to pass on the power. He also wanted to see if there were any other people in the family with good talent, so that he could select them. Taizu Long Fist? In the room, Chen Xingyu closed her eyes and felt what she had just obtained in her mind. It was this sudden extra memory that nearly caused him to fall off the wall. However, after some sensing, Chen Xingyu snapped her eyes open, and a bright flash of color erupted from her calm eyes. Battle Tech, Yellow Order Upper Grade Battle Skill. He had long wanted to see what battle skills looked like. And he hadn't expected this kind of gain from going to the shrine today. Where the battle skills in his mind came from, Chen Xingyu's heart was very clear. Apart from the divine tree, who else had this kind of strength? Chen Xingyu silently experienced the operating techniques of the Great Ancestor's Long Fist, and as Chen Xingyu's battle techniques operated, the qi and blood in his body began to wander along with his tendons. Soon, the qi and blood in the body converged in the palms of the hands along the special tendons and veins. However, he was unable to express this qi and blood lyrically. In the next moment, Chen Xingyu changed his palm into a fist, and that qi and blood also violently erupted outward with his strike. Boom! A powerful qi and blood force came out of his hand and a popping sound was heard. The door of the room was also blasted into wooden slag at this moment. What's going on? What happened? It seems to be coming from clan brother Qingyu's room. Go check it out. The loud noise was extraordinarily loud, and it soon attracted a number of patrolling clansmen. It's okay, I just accidentally broke the door while practicing. Chen Xingyu opened her mouth to explain, and the clansmen who rushed to see this were also relieved. From the family war is only a few days. Their hearts have not yet completely settled. Just thought it was the family attacked, and after seeing the result that Chen Xingyu had just caused with that punch, several clansmen let out gasps of surprise from their mouths. What exactly is the strength of clan brother Qingyu? It's really too strong. When will I reach the realm of clan brother Qingyu? After a sigh of relief, a few people immediately repaired the damaged gate roughly before continuing to go on patrol. When the few people left, Chen Xingyu silently looked at her fists, and there was a hint of marvel in her eyes. He had only used 5 points of his qi and blood power in that strike just now, but he had exerted a power that would normally require 7 points of his qi and blood power. These 2 extra points were the enhancement brought about by the battle technique. If he exerted 10% of his qi and blood with this great ancestor Long Fist at this moment, he was even stronger than before. Moreover, he could feel that his battle technique was only just beginning, and the blood qi dispersed quite a bit with that punch just now. which led to the destruction of the gate. If he was able to coalesce all the chi and blood power he struck into a single point without a single bit going to waste, then this Tai ancestor long fist would be considered a true introduction. And there are more variations of the Teizo long fist in actual combat. Chen Xingyu's eyes grew brighter as she pondered over the details of it. Is this a battle technique? It was even stronger than he had imagined. But then Chen Xingyu frowned slightly. This kind of battle skill should not belong to him alone, but to the entire family. If the family martial artists all acquired this great ancestor's long fist, their strength would also be stronger. Considering that the matriarch had already rested, Chen Xingyu decided to go over early tomorrow morning. Chen Xingyu, who had acquired the battle technique, did not intend to sleep, but continued to begin to silently feel the operation of the battle technique in his body, striving to study it to its great completion as soon as possible. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang's consciousness had long since spread out, and the place where Chen Xingyu lived was not far from the ancestral hall. Although the roots had not yet spread to his room, Ji Yang had also sensed the scene just now. Ji Yang had already integrated this battle technique after comprehending it, but seeing the punch that Chen Xingyu had just thrown, his heart was quite satisfied. Although Chen Xingyu had already learned this battle technique after he had passed on the power, he could also see Chen Xingyu's talent in this area from that punch just now. In time, this son will surely become the light of the family. It seems that there is still a need to focus on cultivation while developing the family. The next morning, Chen Xingzhen pushed the door open. At this moment, Chen Xingzhen's eyes were red, and it was obvious that he hadn't slept all night, but his spirit was full, especially when he saw the battle technique Tai ancestor long fist in his hand, which had already been transcribed. His heart was even more pleasurable. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to remember this huge knowledge of battle techniques, but later on, he realized that it was as if the battle techniques had already been integrated into his mind and he couldn't forget them. Still, for the sake of the family's future, he picked at his lamp and eventually transcribed it. Just as Chen Xingzhen was about to summon Shen Tianyu's several blood condensation realm martial artists and teach them the battle techniques in his hands, he saw Chen Xingyu walking towards him. Xingyu, you've come at the right time. Quickly take this battle technique and learn it. The clan has battle techniques too? Chen Xingyu, who was about to tell Chen Xingzhen about last night's events, froze at the words, and in the next moment, Chen Xingzhen had already placed the battle technique in Chen Xingyu's hands, while his mouth said with joy, "This battle technique was imparted to me by the divine tree last night. It will be of great benefit to the clan. After you learn it, you can then hand it over to your second uncle and the others, so that they can make a few copies and pass it on to the rest of the clan. This battle technique is of great importance. Currently it can only be taught to family martial artists, and when it is finished, it will need to be uniformly turned in and not be spread out." Chen Xingzhen spoke to himself, but did not notice Chen Xingyu's slightly changed face to the side after flipping through the battle techniques in her hands. This was obviously the Teizo long fist that he had gotten last night. When you think about it, it makes extreme sense. Since the divine tree had passed down the battle technique to himself, would it not be passed down to the clan leader? This made Chen Xingyu, who originally wanted to inform Chen Xingzhen about the battle technique, change his previous thoughts. After he said it, wouldn't it mean that he would expose himself for sneaking into the ancestral hall last night? Although this was not a big deal, even with his position in the clan he could completely report to the clan chief and then strut into the ancestral hall to pay homage to his late father. But as the genius of the clan, he didn't want to expose his weaknesses to others, even if it was someone from the clan. Good. Chen Xingyu didn't say any more and turned to leave with the battle technique. Behind him, looking at Chen Xingyu's departing back, Chen Xingzhen sighed. Xingyu, this child, the talent is extremely high, although some impulsive character, but the family is also dedicated. But because of the early death of both parents, which led to its character compared to others more lonely and arrogant some, he was also able to guess the person at the shrine last night. Similarly, he understood what Chen Xingyu had gone in for, but he did not break Chen Xingyu down. As the patriarch, he knew the people of the family. Behind Chen Xingyu's seeming loneliness, she hides a heart that is more fragile than others. Unfortunately, even as the clan leader, he couldn't help the clan too much in this regard. He could only do his small part to give the clansmen a place to settle down and make the family the last harbor in every clan member's heart. Battle technique? Or an upper grade yellow rank battle skill? Ha ha ha, great, come on, let me see. When the Tai ancestor's long fist reached the ears of the clan's martial artists, it caused quite a fluctuation in the clan. Many of the clansmen had passed it around, wanting to get a glimpse of the wonders of this yellow rank battle skill. Not long after, the patriarch Chen Xingzhen even personally released words. The top 3 clansmen who comprehend the Tai Zu long fist will all be rewarded by the clan at the end of the year. As for the prizes, they were blood and flesh of ferocious beasts of the blood condensation realm. The clansmen who heard this news are extremely enthusiastic. Although the family will be distributed annually in accordance with the clansman's realm or merits of the ferocious beast's blood and meat, but this can be able to quench the body, condense the chi and blood of the thing, who would be too much. For a while, all the martial artists in the clan were practicing this Thai ancestor's long fist, wanting to be one step ahead of the others and become the first person in the clan to acquire the Thai ancestor's long fist. Chen Xingyu did not participate in it, although his seniority was not high, but his realm was already the highest one apart from the patriarch, and participating in it with the late blood condensation realm would inevitably demotivate the clansman. Most importantly, of course, he had comprehended it. Moreover, nowadays, the family still had quite a lot of things to do, so they could not spend all of their time on learning battle techniques. And even teenagers in their teens like Chen Xingha and Chen Xingmeng had to plant blood rice in their spirit fields right now. Only two people planting techniques are a little different. A closer look. It is not difficult to distinguish. The two people are planted in the Tai Zu Long Fist running way. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang listened to the excited shouts of the many clansmen in the clan, and his mood was a little happier. It seemed that this yellow order upper grade battle skill was quite helpful to the family, but it was a pity that he hadn't stayed in that underworld realm for a short period of time, or else he might have been able to comprehend more battle skills from those living souls. But then some doubts arose in Ji Yang's mind. Since this battle technique can be comprehended by oneself, it means that this battle technique and that living soul really exist. So does this world really have that underworld realm? What does the underworld do? Ji Yang had quite a lot of doubts in his mind. But unfortunately, with his eyesight today it wasn't enough to know why. Ji Yang didn't pay any attention to it and turned his gaze to the many gray fruits on his own branches. Today is the 6th day of growth of these fruits, but the appearance of the fruits is not much different from yesterday. Only the color gradually turns from white to gray. It is expected that one day, these white fruits will be completely ripe. After a few days, it was finally coming to an end. These days, the life force he gained from absorbing the moonlight every day was a little bit more than enough to make ends meet. Ji Yang opened the panel and checked his current attributes. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 16. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. Soul Concentration. Armor Covering. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Long Fist, can be transmitted once. Blood, 54, can be converted to life force. Spiritual Power, 11. Extrapolation Points, 0. Unpredictable. Status, you have changed your race after using the Gathering Een technique for a long time. But it doesn't really matter. You're still weak. These days the family was busy hunting and had yet to offer sacrifices. Even though Ji Yang was able to absorb the moonlight, the consumption of these white fruits was much greater, resulting in the fact that now Ji Yang only had 16 points of life force left. However, when Ji Yang noticed his suddenly changed race, he was startled. How did he become a spectral acacia tree? When Ji Yang saw the status column, he realized in his heart that it was the reason for the gong method. Although the new race sounded quite a bit better than before, Ji Yang still liked his green self, because that represents burgeoning vitality. Ji Yang tried to stop the Een gathering technique, and after stopping the technique from running, Ji Yang's originally black trunk gradually turned back to brown, and the leaves on the branches gradually turned from black to green. Isn't that okay? Ji Yang said in his heart, but then he realized something was wrong, only because those changes stopped abruptly halfway through, and there was no obvious change in his vision. The sparse Een chi around him still existed, and this time he was able to absorb it even without using the Een gathering technique. Today the trunks and branches of seasonal sun show a two-tone tangle, half brown and half black. Not only the trunk of the tree, even the acacia leaves on the tree were the same, except that half of them appeared to be dark green and the other half appeared to be black, which looked even more demonic, with a hint of strangeness amidst the demonic. Looking at his fancy self, Ji Yang was speechless, but appearance aside, his current self should have gotten stronger, as he felt his own strength higher both in the branches and the roots underground, and without running his gong methods, he could see living souls and absorb Een chi. That's all. Ji Yang no longer dwelled on it, then turned his gaze to the conditions he needed for his deduction. Considering that family sacrifices were quite difficult, Ji Yang did not rush to transform his chi and blood, and there was still spiritual energy left, but the number of deduction points was not growing at all now. It was only because in the past few days, the clan was busy with other things and no one was practicing, which caused Ji Yang's deduction points to make no progress. Without enough deduction points, he couldn't deduce, let alone multiply it. At this rate, how can he improve himself? After all, it was still that today's Chen clan was sparsely populated, and if the clansmen could be more numerous, it was thought that the situation would be better. It was a pity how he couldn't communicate with Chen Xingzhen. If he couldn't, Ji Yang even decided to extend his roots and write and communicate with Chen Xingzhen. Only in this way, It seemed that the reputation of his family's divine tree was somewhat in jeopardy. In addition, Ji Yang felt that the root that he had strengthened earlier seemed to be a bit ineffective. The previous strengthening had cost him 0.5 of his life force, but afterward, his life force had grown, and the underground roots had likewise grown, perhaps because the new growth had not been strengthened, which had led to the manipulation being ineffective, meaning he'd have to be reinforced one more time. But now that the family was at peace, he wouldn't need to use it for the time being, so he would strengthen it when he needed it. The night is getting thicker and the white moon is in the sky, but just on the other side of the secret passage that no one knew about, a figure slowly moved the huge boulder in front of him out of the way. This person was none other than Li Kailiang, the only late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist of the Li clan, and he was now in good shape after recuperating for a day. After moving the huge lapis lazuli out of the way, he didn't rush into action, but instead placed the blood and flesh of the ferocious beasts that had been prepared long ago around the entrance of the secret passage. The smell of blood is bound to attract ferocious beasts. Moreover, he had also put something special in the flesh and blood of these ferocious beasts, which was time that could make the ferocious beasts fall into excitement and rage. After this herb was specially refined, it could attract all the ferocious beasts in 100 miles. Although it was exaggerated, the effect was extremely good. This was developed by the family's pharmacist, and belonged exclusively to his Li family, while it was used for hunting on weekdays. And there are two reasons why Li Choiliang did this. If he had escaped after destroying the divine tree, these ferocious beasts would be an obstacle to the Qin clan's pursuit of himself. If he unfortunately failed, then the ferocious beasts attracted by this blood and flesh would also follow the secret passage deeper, thus causing some trouble for the Qin clan. After arranging everything, Li Chaoliang did not act in a hurry, but instead looked into the distance, muttering to himself under his breath, "I guess Young Sung and the others are far away by now." This was the reason why he had waited for one day specifically. Even if he failed, it would not affect the rest of the clan. There wasn't much time left for him, and it was time to act. A hint of determination appeared in Li Cailiang's eyes. Then he quickly stepped towards the Chen family ancestral hall at the other end of the secret passage. In the shrine, Jiang was silently absorbing the moonlight to make up for the deficit brought about by the white fruit on the tree. When he was bored, Ji Yang used his underground roots to sense the situation around him, listening to the conversations from the mouths of the patrolling clansmen every now and then. Although it was still boring, it was the only fun Ji Yang had right now. Just as Ji Yang was concentrating on listening to the conversation between the two clansmen, he was the one who suddenly detected an abnormal vibration from one of the root whiskers. The vibration came, not from anywhere else, but from the root that extended below his family's secret passage. This made Ji Yang have doubts in his mind. If he remembered well, the family's secret passage had been closed after the settlement of the Li clan, and no clansman had ever gone in after that. So where's this vibration coming from? Could it be that it was because the ferocious beasts at the other end of the secret passage had found the exit of the secret passage and then followed it over? No, Chen Xingyu had returned from her last hunt. Surely she wouldn't be so careless. Ji Yang shifted most of his consciousness to that route, and soon got a good look at the situation in the secret passage. A figure was cautiously approaching towards the shrine in the dark hole. When the figure saw the break in front of him, his face was delighted. However, when Ji Yang saw the visitor, his heart suddenly gave a start. He remembered this person, that late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist from the Li clan. Although he didn't know what his name was, this person was also extremely tricky during the great battle that day. Right now, this person came through the secret passage, so there must be nothing good about it. Ji Yang wanted to greet his clansmen to answer the enemy, but then he realized that he couldn't do it. Although there were two patrolling clansmen right outside the ancestral hall, the two were only at the mid-stage body tempering realm, so how could they be this person's opponent? And Ji Yang had reason to suspect that this person was coming for himself. As the crisis approached, Ji Yang's heart condensed and without any further hesitation, he quickly began to strengthen his roots, while not forgetting to disperse the eclipse technique. He didn't have a lot of life force, and he had wanted to save it for other things, but he hadn't expected this accident. Just as Ji Yang strengthened his roots, Li Chaoliang had already moved the green stone slab above his head and leapt out from the secret passage below. As a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, he had just sensed in the secret passage and there was no sign of other martial artists in the immediate area. Li Kailiang, who had left the secret passage, looked around, and his face was even more delighted that this was the Chen family ancestral hall. Where's the tree of God? Where's the tree? Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from not far away, Li Kaijun felt urgency in his heart and his eyes spread out in all directions, searching for the Chen clan's divine tree. Soon, he saw the so-called divine tree in a corner of the shrine. This divine tree was only about 2 meters tall, and its sparse branches and leaves were even more unimpressive. So if he wasn't a blood condensation realm martial artist, It wouldn't have been easy to spy it in the darkness of the night. This is the sacred tree? Although he had glimpsed it from afar during the previous family war, he still had doubts in his mind when he revisited it. But there were no more trees in this shrine either, so obviously there could be no mistake. Li Cailion's killing chance unfolded. While no longer hesitating, his chi and blood coalesced in his hands and darted towards the divine tree not far away. He wanted to destroy this divine tree before the Chen family discovered him, and then leave through the secret passage. The distance from the entrance of the secret passage to this tree was only a few meters away. With his strength, he was completely in time, and since there was still no one guarding the shrine, it was a godsend. But when he was halfway there and could already clearly see the lines on the trunk, the divine tree in front of him suddenly lit up. This sudden abnormality caused Li Cailion to be startled in his mind, and he couldn't help but look up, only to see that under the dim night color, the tree branches in front of them were fluorescently flickering, and in those flickering fluorescent branches and leaves, a gray fruit with clear features was swaying with the wind. The rustling sound was even more like the hideous laughter that came out of the mouths of these man-faced fruits when they looked at themselves. What, exactly, is this? Seeing the scene in front of him, Li Cailion's eyes were slightly disoriented, and a great fear arose, even making him unable to resist taking half a step back. As he was lost in thought, a sense of crisis suddenly erupted from his heart. Not good. With his sharp intuition, Li Cailion hastily dodged away, and just as he dodged out of the way, a rope-thick root violently burrowed out of the ground, directly causing the lapis lazuli slabs laid below to shatter into several pieces. Li Cailion's heart was flooded with a trace of coldness when he saw this. If he had just failed to dodge in time, then what this root had passed through would not be this lapis lazuli board, but his body. Seeing that the strike missed, Ji Yang said in his heart that it was a pity. Just now, he deliberately dispersed the lunar eclipse and strengthened his roots, wanting to sneak attack with this. However, he still underestimated the intuition of a blood condensation realm martial artist, and even dodged the root he was hiding. Ji Yang was not discouraged. This time he directly strengthened the 3 roots. He didn't believe that Li Cailion could dodge it. As the thoughts in Ji Yang's mind dispersed, under the ground, 2 new root whiskers once again exploded and killed towards Li Cailion. After the racial change, the strength of Ji Yang's root whiskers was even more on a higher level. Seeing 2 more roots, Li Cailion's mind was stagnant, but the attack he had just made also managed to restore his clarity, and he also remembered the purpose of his coming this time, especially after seeing these roots. Li Cailion's killing intent intensified. If this allowed the Chen clan's divine tree to grow, the clan would never have half a chance at revenge in the future. Even though the 3 roots were killing in unison, they still didn't make Li Cailion retreat. With his athletic stance and pace, Li Cailion dodged the strangulation of 2 root whiskers in succession and headed towards Ji Yang's main trunk. Its gaze was firm, its eyes determined. Ji Yang was slightly startled in his heart. Although his root whiskers were of good strength, they were not as fast as a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist when it came to sensitivity. But it was a good thing he had anticipated the situation at hand. Those 2 roots that were bypassed by Li Cailion were not retracted by Ji Yang, but instead, they struck straight at the ancestral hall door at the back. Boom! The sound of the shrine doors collapsing resounded all around. Not to mention the clansmen patrolling nearby. Even those who were a little farther away had heard the loud noise at this moment. What's going on? It's a sound coming from the shrine. Go check it out. The voices of many clansmen resounded in the clan. After the divine tree grand sacrifice, the ancestral hall was the most important place in the clan. Not only did it contain the ancestral spirit seats, but also the present-day divine tree of the clan, so it could not be half-hearted. Li Cailion, who heard the commotion outside, clenched his teeth. He still underestimated this divine tree too much, and didn't expect it to be so spiritual, but that didn't stop him from destroying the tree in front of him, not to mention the fact that there was only a single block of roots in front of him, which would in no way stop him. And facing the stranglehold of the last root, Li Cailion did not dodge this time, but directly charged forward. When the roots were about to attack his body, Li Cailion was quick on his feet and his hands actually firmly grasped the last root in his hands. The tremendous power coming from his hands almost caused Li Cailion to fail to grab hold of it, but as he mobilized the power of his entire body's chi and blood, in the end, he was unable to make the roots in his hands break free. Without the last root blocking him, Li Cailion took a big step forward. At the moment he was less than half a meter away from Ji Yang's trunk, which was already within reach. Just as he was about to use his foot instead of his hand to break this divine tree, which wasn't thick enough, a new root stretched out steeply below the divine tree. The root came too suddenly and too close, so much so that by the time Li Cailion reacted, the root had already reached his face. With the speed of this root, if he continued to strike at this moment, he might be able to hit the tree trunk in front of him, but he himself was bound to perish. It was a good chance, but he had to give it up. the secret passage behind him was his hope of escape. Stop! Li Kailiang, who had dodged away, had not yet launched his second attack, when an explosive shout came from behind his ears, followed by a powerful attack coming towards his back. Sensing the crisis behind him, Li Chaoliang could only continue to dodge. When he dodged the blow and turned his head to look, Chen Xingyu's figure appeared in the ancestral hall at an unknown time. The attack just now was issued by this person, and along with Chen Xingyu, there were also other people from the Chen clan who had rushed here. The people of the family were all slightly changed after seeing the scene of chaos in the ancestral hall, but after realizing that it was an enemy attack, the people quickly surrounded Li Kailiang. The surrounded Li Xicheng's conscience was already filled with despair. The few people surrounding himself not only included Chen Xingyu, a late-stage blood condensation realm, but also 2 other blood condensation realm martial artists. Realizing that he might have just missed the last chance to destroy the divine tree, Li Kai's conscience was filled with remorse. That passageway that seemed to leave himself a chance of survival. He didn't realize that it was the ultimate factor that led to the failure of his plan this time. Damn it! Li Kailiang raised his voice to the sky, venting his heart's dissatisfaction. Chen Xingzhen, who had hurriedly arrived, looked grave, but after seeing the divine tree unharmed, Chen Xingzhen's hanging heart was finally put down. If there was a failure of the divine tree this time, how could he explain to his dead ancestors and give an explanation to his clan? Surrender, Li Jie-ryong, you have no way out. Looking at Li Kailiang, who was trapped in the center of the crowd, Chen Xingzhen issued a final announcement. Ha! The only thing that responded to Chen Xingzhen was Li Cailion's disdainful sneer. Kill! Without another word, the clan struck again, with Chen Xingyu, a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, assisting him. Along with the rest of the family, Li Kailiang didn't have half a chance. After just a few rounds, Li Kailiang was already seriously injured and could hardly support himself. However, on the verge of death, Li Kailiang was suddenly looking at Chen Xingyu and opened his mouth to ask, "What battle technique is this? Why haven't I seen you guys use it before?" Instead of answering, Chen Xingyu managed to send him away with a Tai Zu long fist. Yes, Chen Xingzhen, who saw this punch, had an excited face. Strictly speaking, if one wanted to acquire battle techniques, one would need to be at the blood condensation realm at the minimum, and it would be difficult for a body-tempering realm martial artist to utilize the power of battle techniques when the chi and blood in their body was thin. But that didn't mean that the clansmen at the body-tempering realm couldn't learn it, and even if they couldn't learn it, they could still familiarize themselves with the route of operation of the battle technique in advance, in order to prepare for it later. However, Chen Xingzhen did not expect Chen Xingyu to learn so quickly. Even though Chen Xingyu had a more aloof personality, she was a little uncomfortable in her heart when she saw Chen Xingzhen casting a satisfied gaze. After all, he had been able to learn so quickly, not by himself, but by the divine tree. Chen Xingyu didn't make an explanation. He wasn't going to occupy the top 3 spots in the clan anyway, so misunderstanding was fine. This seems to be Taizu Longfist. Clan brother Xingyu is truly a genius. He actually learned it in one day. The words of praise from the clansmen came from his ears, but Chen Xingyu could only pretend that he didn't hear them. After resolving Li Kailiang, Chen Xingzhen, who was not too relieved, carefully checked the divine tree again and was relieved to see that the divine tree had indeed not been damaged. Chen Xingzhen then remembered the secret passage and then issued an order. Tianjing, you and Xingyu bring a few more clansmen into the secret passage to check for any mistakes. And by the way, check to see if there are any other Li clan members outside the secret passage. Although the secret passage was not considered a family secret nowadays, it was at least another passageway of the family that could not be lost and needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Looking at the damage done to the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen had a hint of remorse in his eyes. Knowing full well that the remnants of the Li clan had gone to the mountain of mass graves, he had failed to prevent it. Even though the chances of it happening were relatively small, he should have considered it in the first place. It was ultimately his own carelessness that had nearly caused the family divine tree to be destroyed. Fortunately, the sacred tree was still there and had not been damaged. Although he had the intention to chase after them, he thought that Li Yongchang and the others had long since moved away and would not stay in the same place and wait. And as there was still that innate realm green wolf deep in the mass burial mountain, Chen Xingzhen had to give up and instructed the few people not to pursue deeper. Only after everything had been packed up properly did Chen Xingzhen then turn his gaze to the divine tree in front of him, sighing in his heart. It's still too weak for the family, but the matter of family development is not something that can be said to be fast. All the big families are inherited for decades or even centuries before there is a little scale, let alone today's Chen family. Even the innate realm martial artists are not one. Above, looking at the Chen family members who were cleaning up the mess, Ji Yang's heart was finally relaxed. The situation just now was still quite dangerous, now that he was not yet fully grown. If he was approached by a blood condensation realm martial artist, there was a high possibility that the tree would be destroyed and he would die. And Li Kailiang was still in the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Luckily, at the critical moment, he strengthened one of his roots again, which managed to block the attack. It is also good that Li Kailiang did not fight for his life. Otherwise the situation is still a matter of opinion. The strengthening of the 4 roots just now had used a total of 7.5 of Ji Yang's life force, causing his life to fall below 10 points once again. In order to maintain his senses and state, Ji Yang directly transformed all the qi and blood that he had set aside earlier, which allowed the life force to fill up again. However, this also caused a new sense of crisis to arise in Ji Yang's heart. This time it was an accident, and could the current strength of the Chen clan, there was no guarantee that the next time there would be no accidents. He still needed to become stronger, and he also needed to make the Chen clan stronger, with the ability to deal with risks. If he really couldn't, he could only use his root whiskers to communicate with Chen Xingjian for a bit, at least with his eyes nowadays. The Chen clan still has a large error in the development of the family. According to this, the family wants to develop up, do not know how long it will take. And originally, Ji Yang did not want to get too involved in family matters. After all, he just wanted to be a tree. It would be nice to contribute once in a while enjoying the family sacrifice. If he had to do everything himself, then he might as well be the patriarch. Although there was some urgency, there was no rush. Ji Yang was prepared to wait until the fruit on the tree was ripe. After Li Cailiang's death, Ji Yang also saw a new living soul appear within the shrine. This living soul was a replica of Li Cailiang, except that its face was dull and unconscious, and it wasn't much different from the other living souls. It was just that the body was denser and in a more intact state than the many living souls that Ji Yang had transformed in the spirit seat before. Looking at the living soul in front of him, Ji Yang's consciousness made a move and that living soul was quickly absorbed by Ji Yang. This was a new ability that Ji Yang had gained after his race had changed, allowing him to no longer need to use his roots to act as a medium between himself and the living souls. Ji Yang ran his divine ability to condense his soul and attempted to transform it. But then, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The family has been bound, and no other living souls other than those of the Chen family may be coalesced. This prompt made Ji Yang froze for a moment, feeling that there was still this kind of restriction. How would this allow him to organize his army of living souls? He was counting on relying on this to make the Chen clan stronger. It doesn't seem to be working now. Seeing the uselessness of Li Cailiang's living soul, the branches of Ji Yang's tree swayed slightly, swinging out a breeze, and as the breeze blew by, Li Cailiang's living soul instantly dissipated, turning into a dense cloud of yin qi, which was absorbed by Ji Yang's tree trunk. After absorbing the yin qi, the gray fruits on the tree seemed to have grown a point larger. At this moment, Chen Xingjian was still waiting for the clan to return at the ancestral hall, and at the moment when Li Cailiang's soul dissipated, Chen Xingjian also felt a cool breeze on his face. This made Chen Xingjian face doubtful. After all, he was a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist. How could he still feel this coolness? Chen Xingjian turned his head to look at the family divine tree in front of him, and only then did he notice that the divine tree's appearance had changed now. But Chen Xingjian's face was as normal. The divine tree was changeable, and he was used to it. Half an hour later, Chen Xingyu and the others returned from the secret passage. While returning, a few people had a few ferocious beasts in their hands. According to Chen Tianjing, the lapis lazuli on the outside of the secret passage had been moved away, and a large number of traces remained in the secret passage, but there were very few traces once they were out of the secret passage. Moreover, as several people passed, there were several ferocious beasts beyond the secret passage. Unfortunately, these ferocious beasts were not of a high realm, and the strongest one was only in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, coupled with the fact that these few ferocious beasts were attacking each other. Instead, it allowed Chen Xingyu and the others to easily kill them. After killing the ferocious beasts, a few people checked the surroundings and did not find any traces of the Li clan. In the end, after cleaning up the secret passage, several people moved the lapis lazuli back again and reinforced it before leaving. After listening to Chen Tianjing's report, Chen Xingjian carefully examined the few ferocious beasts that had returned from the hunt again, and after smelling a special odor, Chen Xingjian's gaze became clear. Time, which is unique to the Li family. It seems that all these ferocious beasts were lured by Li Cailiang. Unfortunately, the depths of the massive burial mountain now had an innate realm green wolf. Even the ferocious beasts outside the secret passage were much less. Even this time could not lure too many ferocious beasts, but instead, it allowed the family to have this harvest. Well, it's getting late, so you guys go back and rest. As for these few ferocious beasts, sacrifice them all to the divine tree. Previously, Ji Yang's roots were also discovered by Chen Xingjian, which was an ability that the divine tree hadn't shown before, and it was thought that the divine tree had consumed quite a lot this time, and was also in dire need of replenishment. above. Ji Yang nodded silently as he listened. Count your blessings. This time, 3 ferocious beasts were sacrificed, 2 of which were in the early stage of the blood condensation realm and 1 in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm. If Li Kailian knew in his grave that his time not only didn't cause damage to the Qin clan, but instead allowed the Qin clan to pick up a few ferocious beasts for nothing, he didn't know if he would die without resting in peace. The 3 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts caused Ji Yang's qi and blood to rise to 33 points, but his spiritual energy was only 4 points more. Although there was enough qi, blood and spiritual energy, without enough deduction points, Ji Yang was unable to start a new deduction. Moreover, after tasting the sweetness of the last time, Ji Yang could no longer look at single-fold deduction. At least he had to increase the multiplier a little bit, so that the probability of obtaining divine ability techniques as well as battle skills for himself would also be greater. With the departure of the crowd, the shrine was once again silent, but in order to prevent this from happening again, there were 2 more patrolling martial artists at night, and they were also equipped with a blood condensation realm martial artist. After the last divine tree sacrifice, there were 2 more blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, and with the addition of clan chief Chen Xingjin, there were now a total of 6 blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan. It was also considered to be barely restored to the size it was before the fight with the Li family. The 7th day of the white fruit growth. At this time, the fruit on the tree all faded from the previous white, transformed into gray. The 5 senses on the fruit is also more lifelike, as if the ancestors in the world. But if a stranger sees it, it just feels incredibly demonic. Due to the orders given by Qin Xingjin 2 days ago, there weren't too many clansmen who came to disturb the divine tree, except for Chen Tianjing, a few blood condensation realm martial artists, who took advantage of the evening's gap time to come to the ancestral hall twice, to honor the memory of the 2's forefathers. After all, the gray fruits on the tree not only contained Chen Xingyu's father, but also their elders at home. On the evening of the 7th day, there was no longer much change in the gray fruit on the tree. At this time, Ji Yang was also paying full attention to these gray fruits after soul condensation, wanting to see what these gray fruits would look like after they matured. However, what made Ji Yang feel puzzled was that obviously he had sensed that these gray fruits were approaching maturity, but he did not see the faces on these gray fruits open their eyes. Under Ji Yang's watchful eye, another half-hour passed in this manner. It wasn't until the moon was high in the sky and Ji Yang began to absorb up the moonlight and yin qi that these gray fruits finally took on a new dimension, only to see that under the illumination of the moon, these gray fruits hanging on the branches actually slowly began to shake, and as the gray fruits shook, their eyes gradually opened. Ji Yang couldn't take his eyes off, carefully watching the changes in these gray fruits. It was the first time he had seen such an amazing scene. After a brief sway, a gray fruit located above the branch suddenly fell towards the ground, but just as the gray fruit was about to fall to the ground, an intense yin qi abruptly erupted from the gray fruit. As the gray fruit disappeared, a gray figure of an old man suddenly appeared in the ancestral hall, and his face was the same as the face on the gray fruit before. This is a living soul? Above, Ji Yang witnessed these ripe gray fruits with unabated doubt in his eyes. If it was still a raw soul, then what was the point of him condensing it? However, when Ji Yang looked closely, he found a difference in this living soul. First of all, the untransformed living soul was tattered and torn, with its entire body appearing grayish in color. Today's living soul has a solid body and an overall grayish color. Secondly, he seemed to sense something different from the other living souls in this fallen living soul, but for a moment he could not recall. While Ji Yang was thinking carefully, the other gray fruits on the branches had also pressed on, falling to the ground as if they were raindrops. Before each gray fruit even hit the ground, it had transformed into a new figure and appeared in the shrine. In just a few breaths of time, the shrine hall was already filled with countless gray figures, only that these figures could not be viewed by onlookers at the moment. Ji Yang, who had been observing these living souls, soon had a light in his eyes, and he knew where the difference was. Spiritual intelligence. These living souls have a different dullness from other living souls. They appear to be a little more dynamic, and even Ji Yang saw thinking in their eyes. Is it? After a brief pause in landing, the old man's living soul that was the first to land suddenly had his hand on his forehead, a hint of contemplation showing in his brow, and his mouth couldn't help but emit the 3 major philosophical questions of life. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? The other living souls were also frowning and thinking hard, searching their minds for memories that had long since been dusted off. After a short period of contemplation, a bright luster abruptly erupted in the eyes of this old man's living soul. He remembered. His name is Chen Changming, the 11th generation patriarch of the Chen family. But looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, a trace of doubt once again arose in Chen Changming's mind. If he remembered correctly, he had fought with the enemy back then during the last migration of his family and subsequently died. Why is he alive now? Soon, Chen Changming also noticed the change in himself nowadays, as well as the unfamiliar figures around him. At this moment, the other living souls' mouths also let out disbelief. Ah, who am I again? I remember I died too. In a battle with a ferocious beast. I seem to have died too. On the family migration. Why can't I touch anything? What's going on with me? What the hell is going on? A voice of doubt resounded through the ancestral hall. But the clansmen outside didn't notice it at all. And only Ji Yang above could hear the crowd's voices of doubt. At this moment, Ji Yan also knew the effects of his soul condensation. This divine ability seemed to be able to reconsolidate those departed living souls, and allow them to recover their memories from before they were born. Unfortunately, it was bound to the family, and only the people of the Chun clan could enjoy it. But even after solidifying, they still couldn't touch anything else, or even be seen. What can such a living soul be used for? Ji Yang did not pay attention to the many living souls below, but instead pondered the role that these living souls could bring after they recovered. Xingba, you're Xingba? Chun Changming looked at an extremely familiar-looking living soul not far away. His expression steeply became agitated, and he couldn't help but move closer towards that living soul. And on his way closer, Chun Changming noticed a few more familiar-looking living souls. You are my son Xingha. Build. Hearing the voice of Chun Changming shouting, the memories in the minds of the other three living souls gradually became clearer. When the three of them saw Chen Changming, their expressions were also excited and they shouted under their breath. Father! The approaching trio looked even more agitated when they saw their respective faces. Big brother, Ergo, Sandy, Duddy, cousin, is that you? Dad, it's just so good to see you. Uncle Sam, are you dead too? Nephew, so you're here too. The many Chin family members who had recovered their memories actually exchanged excited expressions after seeing familiar faces all around them. They either spoke of the nostalgia in their hearts, or the words that had not been spoken in their lives, or the elation of not having seen them for a long time. For a while, the entire shrine was in chaos. Above, Ji Yang looked at the scene in front of him decisively pretending to be deaf. These cumbersome family relationships were making his head spin, so he'd let them sort it out on their own, and it wouldn't be too late to talk about it after they regained their sobriety. These living Chen family members were not living spirits, but transformed living souls, and he should be able to communicate with the crowd, which would be quite convenient. With the passage of time and the continued communication of the many living souls below, the crowd soon also sobered up quite a bit from the confusion they had just experienced, especially after seeing the family spirit seats in the shrine room. Turns out they're really dead. Half an hour later, the voices in the crowd gradually became faint, and at this time the crowd also thought about what they should do now. At this time, Chen Changming also noticed the divine tree that was shimmering with fluorescence on the side. The instant he saw the divine tree, the memories of those 7 days slowly awakened in his mind. In his memories, he saw the state he was in when he was a fruit, the worship of his clan members below, and the current state of the clan today. Understanding all this, Chen Changming immediately floated up above the shrine and raised his arms. Clansmen, be quiet for a moment. Many of the clansmen who had recovered their memories also recognized this former family patriarch, but there were a few of them who did not know Chen Changming, which included the 3 clansmen who had died in the struggle with the Li clan not long ago. However, from the conversations of the other family elders, the 3 of them also understood the identity of the crowd almost as well. This Chen Changming in front of him seems to be the patriarch's father, that is, their ancestor. Gentlemen, now that we have come back from the dead and reunited at the family shrine, all of this is not by chance. It is the guidance given by the divine tree to my Chen family. After saying that, the crowd also focused their eyes on Ji Yang. Divine tree, is the family totem in the past? Several people present even older than the current patriarch Chen Xingzhen, also seen the glory of the family divine tree in the past. Although the divine tree was damaged nowadays, it was no better than 1% of the family's divine tree back then. But when they learned that it was the greatness of the divine tree that had brought them back to the world, all the people present had awe on their faces and bowed earnestly. Above, Ji Yang, who saw Chen Changming's move, nodded slightly in his heart. Not bad for a patriarch of yesteryear to get to the point in the present situation. When the lower party clansmen had finished paying their respects, Chen Changming spoke again. Are there any members of the clan present who have died in the last 10 years? As the words fell, several people stood out from the crowd. Among them were the 3 who had only died a short while ago. Amidst these few people's oral accounts, the family's situation in the last few decades also became clear to the crowd. Many people sighed in their hearts after hearing this. So it turned out that after their deaths, so many other things had happened to the family. After hearing about the struggle with the Li clan not long ago, the people present were even more distraught. But then after hearing the divine tree display its divine power and rescue the family, the people were even more grateful, kneeling down and bowing to the ground. Although they were dead, there were still their descendants in the family. And these descendants had the blood and heritage of the family flowing in them. After grasping the situation, Chen Changming continued. Everyone has heard about the current state of the clan. Now that the clan is in decline and the divine tree is in its infancy, the clan still needs our help. Even if we die in body, our consciousness still exists today. We can still make the family prosper. We can't. Our descendants can. It is incumbent upon my generation to revive the glory of the family. Many of the clansmen below also had hot blood on their faces after hearing this. How could the dead return again? Watching the family prosper step by step, watching their descendants grow every step of the way, how could they refuse? Patriarch, I want to see my son first. In the crowd, a figure suddenly stood out and opened his mouth to plead. Your Tenshun. Right. Go ahead. Chen Changming opened his mouth with a soft face. Although he had died for a long time, he remembered the young generation in the family very clearly back then. This child, Tian Shun, was gifted when he was young, but unfortunately, he died young, or sacrificed himself for the sake of his family. The good thing is that it is also alive today, though only half alive. After receiving Chen Changming's consent, Chen Tianxuan's figure quickly floated towards the outside of the ancestral hall. Although he was still a bit uncomfortable with this way of walking, it felt good, much faster than in life, and he could still penetrate walls. The others also remembered the descendant clansmen of the clan at this moment, and pleaded, wanting to go and have a look. Chen Changming did not stop him. He understood the longing of these clansmen. In fact, even he wanted to go and see his oldest, the current patriarch, Chen Xingzhen. Soon, the clansmen all scattered from the ancestral hall, leaving him alone in the ancestral hall. Although Chen Changming also wanted to go and take a look, he didn't leave in a hurry, but instead, he turned his gaze towards the divine tree, and then offered his worship with a respectful face. Today I was able to see my family relatives again. Chen Changming, the 11th generation matriarch of the Chen family, hereby pays tribute to the divine tree. Ji Yang did not reply, only that the yin qi that had just been absorbed from the trunk of the tree dispersed a wisp of it and drifted into Chen Changming's body. As this strand of yin qi entered his body, Chen Changming's eyes glowed, and he felt as if his body had solidified a bit more. This caused a trace of awe to grow in Chen Changming's heart. Although the family divine tree looked far less than it did back then, and one could even say that it was extremely weak, the power of the divine tree nowadays seemed to be even better than the family divine tree of yesteryear. At least, the divine tree back then wasn't able to do that, and the Chen Changming who received a response from the divine tree had an extra trace of excitement in his heart. The divine tree responded, representing that what he had just thought was not wrong. The divine tree resurrected them to make the family stronger. After Chen Changming paid his thanks again, he also turned around and left the ancestral hall. He wanted to go and see the current state of the family, and he also wanted to go and see Qin Xingzhen. Once he was gone, silence once again returned to the shrine. Looking at the current state of affairs, Ji Yang pondered in his heart, but did not intervene. Since these retransformed living souls had memories and spiritual intelligence, perhaps it was better than him personally. I've never heard that having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. Besides, they were all clansmen who had died once, so they thought that they should be more experienced in this aspect of developing the clan. It was just that he didn't know how to make them communicate, and he didn't seem to have acquired any divine abilities in this area himself at the moment, which made Ji Yang a bit distressed. But then when Ji Yang's buried roots sensed the situation not far away, his heart was startled. It was seen that a living soul that had just left the shrine, after seeing its descendant who had fallen asleep, actually threw itself into its body in the state of a living soul. Ji Yang wanted to stop it, but then he heard a murmur coming from the mouth of the sleeping clan member. Dad, what are you doing here? Did I dream of you? Ji Yang, who watched this scene, was in deep thought. I didn't expect the transformed living soul to have this ability. It doesn't look like he'll need to make a move. After one living soul discovered this ability, other living souls soon realized this and entered the dream worlds of their own descendant clansmen. This night, the Qin clan was destined to be unsettled. Muttered dreamy words came out of the mouths of countless sleeping clansmen. In the matriarch's bedroom, the other clansmen have long been resting, but Chen Xingzhen, who is the matriarch, is still thinking about the direction of the family's development afterward, as well as what the clansmen need to spend the winter nowadays. With the family at stake, he couldn't afford to be careless. The day is getting late, and the face of Chen Xingzhen, who has been busy all day, can hardly hide the color of fatigue. Although a blood condensation realm martial artist had plenty of qi and blood in his body, he was ultimately old, and the gradually decaying qi and blood in his body made it impossible for him to return to the state he was in when he was young. Chen Xingzhen stopped thinking and lay down to rest. In his sleep, a figure loomed in front of him, which caused the sleeping Chen Xingzhen to frown slightly, but after setting aside the mist and seeing the figure's face, Chen Xing shouted in shocked delight. Dad, is that you? Looking at the familiar face in front of him, Chen Xingzhen, who was over 60 years old, also looked very excited. The mold was even more clear than the white fruit on the divine tree, as if it was the same as when his father was alive. Xingzhen, you've suffered all these years. Chen Changming's face was soft, and there was a hint of heartache in his eyes as he looked at the old man in front of him, who was now similar in age to himself. But he couldn't be blamed for this. When the family moved, it was really difficult. Even if he was the patriarch, he couldn't stay out of it. But in the end, a trace of the family bloodline was preserved, which led to today's resurrection. It's not bitter. Dad, how are you doing down there? Chen Changming, who heard this question, froze for a moment. From the year when he died to today when he was awakened by the power of the divine tree, he had absolutely no memories in between, and he didn't know how he was doing. However, in order to comfort Chen Xingzhen, Chen Changming still smiled back. Dad's doing well down there. That's good. That's good. Chen Xingzhen murmured softly in his mouth as he listened, nodding his head repeatedly. As long as his father wasn't doing too badly down there, he could rest assured. By the way, later on, your big brother, second brother and the others will also come over to see you, so you guys can catch up then. Chen Xingzhen froze at his words. Big brother and the others are here too? Although the words were filled with anticipation, Chen Xingzhen's face was a bit ugly. Today, his father and the others had come to look for him. Could it be that this time, they had come to take him with them? Although he was older, his life expectancy was a bit too short, wasn't it? The affairs of the clan had not yet been dealt with, and the next clan leader had not yet been elected. So was he going to leave like this? Seeing Chen Xingzhen's changing face, Chen Changming also hastily patted his head, and didn't blame Chen Xingzhen for thinking nonsense. It was just that he forgot to explain clearly, and feeling his figure getting weaker and weaker in the dream, Chen Changming also hurriedly explained what had happened today. Xingzhen, listen to me. That's what happened. And now the souls of the clansmen are coming back to life, all thanks to the power of the God Tree. But Xingyu, for you to be in today's realm and become the #1 person in the clan, my father is really happy for you. A hint of pride also appeared in the eyes of Chen Xingyu, who had received her father's praise, as if she had returned to the days of the past. However, after hearing the souls of his dead clansmen come back to life, Chen Xingyu still had a trace of bewilderment in his eyes, even if this was what Chen Tianshan had personally told him. Just as Chen Xingyu wanted to ask about other things, the figure in front of her suddenly disappeared. Tianjing, quickly tell me which room my grandson is staying in. My father wants to see it in person. In his dream, Chen Xinghe, who heard this news, asked with an excited face. After all, when he died, Chen Tianjing has not yet married. Naturally there is no child, which also became his dying regret. Did not expect today is able to get rid of the heart of the regret, which makes him how not excited. After receiving the answer, Chen Xinghe decisively exited the dream world, and after bouncing around a few rooms, he finally saw Chen Xinghe in his sleep. Looking at this youngster who had a few similar faces to his own in his sleep, Chen Xinghe was relieved. Chen Xinghe, good name, handsome looking too. The delighted Chen Xinghe no longer hesitated and directly entered the dream with his soul. In the dream world, the two figures gradually appeared in a land of nothingness. Chen Xinghe looked at the strange and familiar teenager in front of him and immediately called out softly, "Son, I'm your grandfather." Chen Xinghe in the dream world first looked puzzled and curious, but after hearing these words, a trace of anger grew on Chen Xinghe's slightly childish face, which turned into a cold laugh. "I'm still your father." After saying that, Chen Xinghe swung his fist and directly shattered the figure in front of him, once again entering into a deep sleep. Chen Xinghe, who had been driven out, was at the moment at a loss. How was this different from what he had imagined? How on earth does Skydew teach his children? He'll have to talk about it when tomorrow night rolls around. As for today, he felt that he could no longer enter the dream world. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang silently sensed the situation in the clan and soon discovered this as well. Although these dead clansmen could enter the dream, it seemed to have many limitations, such as they would not stay in the dream for long, and if they happened to encounter the sleeper resisting, they would also quickly break out of the dream, and after each dream, the yin on these dead clansmen would be cut down a bit. Among them, Chen Tianshuanzin Qi was the fastest to be consumed and stayed for the shortest time. It seems to be because of the realm. A strong blood aura can likewise dissipate the yin qi. In this way, the attack power of these living souls was not strong. Nope, you could say it's unoffensive. But Ji Yang then thought of his other divine ability, the overlaying armor. It was also unknown if this divine ability could allow living souls to come into contact with living martial artists, and if it could, there was great potential in it. It's just that this overlaying armor requires the same consumption of one's life force. Right now he doesn't have much life force, I'm afraid he can't support it. It's better to talk about it later. In addition, Ji Yang felt that the biggest role of these revived souls of the clan today might not be to use them to fight against each other, but to utilize the experience and knowledge in their minds to make the Chen clan stronger. In the family, many living souls have long been moved out of the dream world, but their awakened consciousness is still very curious about the family nowadays, and at this moment they are even wandering around in the family, like ghosts that don't disperse. It's a good thing the clansmen can't see it, or else word of the haunting would have spread through the family by tomorrow. But with this night's entry, I'm afraid tomorrow's family will not be at peace. Time flew by and the sky grew brighter. The first rays of the morning sun slowly rose with the chirping of the ling-tailed chickens. As the sun shone, the living souls still wandering in the clan felt a blazing fire roasting their bodies. The originally dense yin qi in the body also dissipated quickly under the sunlight, which was far quicker than the dissipation during the dream entry. The faces of the clansmen who sensed that something was wrong had panic on their faces. They had only just awakened, and even in this state, they didn't want to quickly perish. The god tree, get back into the shrine. A wordless cry resounded through the family. It was Chen Changming who had reacted to noticing that the situation was not right. For a moment, all the wandering living souls quickly drifted in towards the shrine, and when the crowd reached the shrine, the yin qi that had just been rapidly dissipating gradually slowed down. It wasn't until all the clansmen had all taken refuge under the shade of the trees that the originally dissipating yin qi came to a complete stop. In the shrine, Ji Yang felt the fading yin qi of the crowd, and it seemed that these dead clansmen were not able to appear in the daytime. But his shade today is not enough to shield all his people from the sun, and when the sun rises, where will these living souls go? Between Ji Yang's thoughts, the many clansmen were also getting closer and closer, even crowding around Ji Yang's trunk. At that moment, a clan figure was suddenly squeezed towards the trunk of a tree, and then disappeared. The other clansmen had surprised faces when they saw this, but they didn't care too much and flew towards the trunk of the tree. Could the divine tree still harm them? Ji Yang looked at one by one surging into the trunk of the living soul as also the face of puzzlement, and when Ji Yang consciousness to look carefully, it was only then found that, I do not know when, his trunk has actually gathered most of the absorbed yin qi. These yin qi merged into his torso, giving birth to a space that resembled the original underworld realm. It was gray inside, but the space was not small, just enough to accommodate these dead family members. It seemed that this was also a new ability that had been added after his race had changed, and it had saved him a lot of work. Otherwise he wouldn't have known where to let these living souls hide. As the sun rises, the clan gradually comes to life and the clan begins to get busy once again. It was only that many of the clansmen looked uncertain, and after recalling last night's events, many of them had a trace of doubt on their faces. The face was so real that they couldn't tell if it was a dream or a real thing. Ching-ha, it seems like my grandfather came to see me last night. Chen Qingmeng carried the hoe on his shoulder and said to Chen Xingha who was on the side, dreams are fake. Tomorrow your grandfather will come back and you'll just give him 2 punches. Chen Xingha said carelessly. Chen Qingmeng listened in thought, then nodded. Yes. In the room, Chen Xingzhen frowned. The events of last night's dream struck him as somewhat absurd, but the faces of his father and his elder brother and them were clearly present in his mind. He remembered that his father was about to say something when the dream dissipated. This made it difficult for him to distinguish whether or not last night's incident was triggered by his own pining after seeing the white fruit on the divine tree some days ago. For a little while, Chen Xingzhen no longer dwelled on it. Yes or no, he would just go and ask the divine tree. Soon, Chen Xingzhen had arrived at the ancestral hall, and after he pushed open the gate of the shrine and saw the divine tree, the look in his eyes became a bit more complicated, because the many white fruits that were still hanging on the divine tree yesterday had all but disappeared today. The divine tree, on the other hand, remained the same as before. This surprised and delighted Chen Xingzhen. Could it be that what happened last night was not a dream? Clan brother, did you dream of anything last night? Yes, I dreamt of my father. He said for me to practice martial arts and reach the blood condensation realm early. The conversations of the clansmen outside even made Chen Xingzhen more and more certain in his heart that what happened in his dream last night was not a lie. If that was true, he would have to make some preparations tonight. He was worried that he alone would not be able to make the family stronger. But if he had his father as well as a few older brothers to help him, he felt that the family's future was bound to be far greater. However, the matter is of great importance, and the news must be blocked from outsiders. In the middle of the tree trunk, Chen Changming also instructed his clansmen in this way. Dead people come back to life, although it is only the soul body, but if it is passed out after the family is bound to suffer great difficulties. Nowadays, the family god tree, not the current Chen family, can be preserved. In the shrine, Ji Yang sensed the situation in the trunk and nodded his head in affirmation. However, he could feel that these raw souls that he had transformed were in fact within his control. When necessary, Ji Yang was even able to force manipulation. But this is not in Ji Yang's plan. He just wants to be a tree now. The family matters. It is better to let these two patriarchs headache. The time was fast approaching night. Night had just fallen. And Chen Xingjin had already gone to rest, as had the rest of the clan. Last night's dream and today's conversation with the clan had made them realize something wasn't right. So tonight they wanted to confirm it. Dad. In the dream, Chen Xingjin saw Chen Changming again and looked slightly agitated. This time, however, Chen Changming's emotions were not much more stable, and he spoke directly. Xingjin, there isn't much time. I can't stay long. This time, the divine tree resurrected the clansmen in order to strengthen the clan. And although the clan is stable today, there are still many deficiencies in it. Hearing these words, Chen Xingjin showed a guilty face. He was the patriarch for so many years, but still failed to let the family flourish, and was even almost exterminated, which was all his own fault. Chen Changming saw this and comforted. You're not to blame for this, only me when I died too young to teach you much. I said, remember. Yes. Chen Xingjin nodded. Half an incense stick later, Chen Xingjin looked at Chen Changming's fading figure and nodded once again. I wrote it down. Chen Changming smiled and nodded. These points of advice about the family are also what I have discussed with your elder brother and a few other clansmen. But nowadays the family's actual affairs are unpredictable. So perhaps some of these suggestions are not accurate. You may listen to them, but you cannot listen to them to the fullest. Remember, you're the patriarch of the family nowadays. Dad. I know. When the words fell, Chen Changming's figure disappeared again. And this time, Chen Xingjin was no longer uncertain, but his eyes were extremely bright. In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang was also seriously contemplating the decisions made by Chen Changming's few people during the day, nodding his head once again in his heart. Worthy of being the previous patriarch, he far surpassed Chen Xingjin in his insights on developing the family. With today's Chen family, want to develop rapidly, indeed less than a number of prepared decisions. Right now these several, indeed suitable for today's Chen family, he can also benefit from it. At night, the branches of Jiang's trees emitted a faint luminescence. Without the consumption of the white fruit, he now gets 2 for vitality per night. If he had enough time, it might not be long before he was able to become stronger. Within a short time, the living souls that had left the shrine also re-entered it. When they saw the divine tree emitting fluorescent light, they were actually unconsciously attracted to Ji Yang, and then one by one they sat on the ground, closed their eyes and stared, absorbing the silk yin qi that emanated from the trunk of Ji Yang's tree. With every strand of yin qi they absorbed, their bodies solidified even more. When the returning Chen Changming saw this, a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. He had long ago realized that although they were now revived, they would consume a certain amount of yin qi every day, and if they could not replenish it, their lifespan might not be very long. But it doesn't seem like that's a problem to worry about now. If they were able to become stronger in their current state, would they be able to conquer personally in the family's future? Chen Changming was excited in his heart. With the divine tree in the family would definitely be able to prosper, perhaps even surpassing the family's heyday in the beginning. On the second day, the Chun family martial artists gathered at the ancestral hall once again to hold a family assembly. Now the Chun clan members were smiling, and there was a hint of more confidence in their eyes, a sight that they had not seen before when they were fighting with the Li clan. Chen Xingjin stood at the very top, looking down at the various clansmen who were glowing and energized, and there was more than a hint of a smile on his face. The family was thriving, and he was relieved that everything was going in a good direction. But it wasn't enough. The family needed to become stronger to do so. This is the reason for today's family meeting. Below, many clansmen were whispering, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Just because the elders of the family dreamed again last night, once may be a coincidence, then twice is inevitable. And today's clan assembly was even more so as the clansmen's eyes also carried some anticipation. Qinghe, last night my grandfather came to see me again and taught me quite a few things. In the crowd, Chen Qingmeng said with delight. On the other hand, Chen Qinghe on the side was not very excited, only because yesterday his father repaired him again and told him that his grandfather would come to see him at night, and told him to be more obedient. Although the old man in his dream looked somewhat familiar, he still didn't get much sleep because he was so enthusiastic. Up above, seeing that the clansmen had all arrived, Chen Xingjin slightly raised his hand, signaling for silence. Only after all the clan members' gazes had gathered on Chen Xingjin did Chen Xingjin open his mouth. I believe many of the clansmen have sensed this in the past 2 days. I can tell you unequivocally that what happened in the dream was not fake, and that some of my Chen family ancestors, with the help of the divine tree, did indeed come back to life. This statement sent a wave through the crowd, although they had already guessed in their hearts, but now these words are personally from the mouth of the patriarch, which makes them how not excited. The resurrection of a dead ancestor was too bizarre. Among the shocked clansmen, there were also a few whose faces did not change. Among them were several blood condensation realm martial artists from Chun Xingyi's family, who had long known about this matter. After the voices in the crowd had died down, Chen Xingjin said with a solemn expression on his face, "This matter concerns the survival of the clan. I hope that all the clansmen present will keep it a secret and not tell anyone other than themselves. In order to keep the secret, everyone present needs to make an oath to the God Tree, which must not be broken, or else it will lead to the God Tree's punishment." Hearing this, many clansmen began to swear to the Divine Tree that they would never divulge this matter. Chen Xingjin's heart sighed in relief at the sight. In fact, he hesitated to tell the clan about it, but after some consideration, he still chose to say it. After all, even if he didn't say it, the clan would definitely be suspicious if they ran into their forefathers in their dreams for a long time. Moreover, the people present today are the core strength of the family, but also with the family to share the pain. The future is bound to be a pillar of the family. The people of the family need to be of one mind, so that the family can be made stronger. And in addition to the clansmen out there, father's side of the family will also take appropriate measures. Now with the Divine Tree as an oath, it was thought that the news would not be leaked out and would only be circulated among the clan. Besides, this matter was too mysterious, and even if it was spread, other people might not believe it. He had heard his father say that even back then, when the family was in its heyday, he had never encountered such a situation. It was precisely because of this that one had to be more careful, otherwise the family would be in for a devastating blow once it was leaked, unless the family was already strong enough. After announcing this, Chen Xingjin spoke again. Considering the development of the family, I have decided the following after discussing with several blood condensation realm martial artists of the family. First, all clansmen who have been promoted to the blood condensation realm can become clan elders of the family, enjoying special treatment, and under the clan elders, there are the positions of deacons and elite clansmen of the family, and if they have outstanding performance, they can be blessed by the God Tree. Second, taking into account the shortage of manpower in the family, decided to recruit family slaves in the outside world. The family martial artists only need to concentrate on practicing martial arts to enhance the realm and to make a monthly assessment. Third, all those in the family who have reached the age of 16 are required to marry. After a few decisions were made, many of the clansmen's faces were agitated. Whether it was the special treatment of the clan elders or the Divine Tree blessing, this was extremely attractive to them. Even Chen Xing's face was pleased after hearing that he didn't need to plant blood rice. But when he heard the third article, his face froze. If he remembered correctly, he was 14 this year, wasn't he? Doesn't that mean he only has 2 years left? As the clansmen left, the family assembly quickly ended. As for the several blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, they had already arranged their respective errands long before the clan assembly. In the shrine, Chen Xingjin once again looked to the Divine Tree and prayed sincerely. After seeing these decisions, there were some worries in his mind, such as whether these new decisions would be too sudden. There weren't many martial artists in the clan nowadays, and there were only a few blood condensation realm martial artists. But after hearing his father's explanation, Chen Xingjin no longer dwelled on it. There are family laws and clan rules. There are no rules. The only way to give the clansmen the motivation to raise their realm was better treatment. And as for the position of clan elder, when the clan became strong, there would naturally be higher requirements. According to his father, the family was weak today, and the core that supported a strong family was the martial artists. Nowadays, there were too few martial artists in the clan, and even planting blood rice had to be done by the clan's martial artists themselves, which greatly delayed the clan's time for practicing martial arts. It is important to know that the younger the age, the more suitable it is to harden the body. If it is too old, it is more difficult instead. These past few days, because they were too busy, no clansman had even learned the battle technique of Tai ancestor Long Fist. In addition, is the family population. Nowadays the family is scarce. Like Chen Xinghe, this kind of young man, the clan is only a dozen or so. Among them, there are also poor bones, may never reach the blood condensation realm. And because the family had often fought with the Li family before, the newborn population had slowed down considerably a lot. In the long run, it is difficult for the family to grow. Sufficient population is the key to growing the family. Even the Chen family, which was in its heyday in the past, did not fall behind in this regard. It was reasonable to say that with the family's economy today, it was not enough to recruit house slaves. After all, this winter, the family had not even prepared food for their own people. However, after annexing the Li clan's hunting range in the Mass Burial Mountain, the family hunting would definitely be able to obtain a better harvest. The family's focus after that would have to be on the family hunt as well. Compared to the many small villages beside the Mass Burial Mountain, the clan's several blood condensation realm martial artists were the clan's existing backbone. After this year, the situation will be much better next year, and by then, with the family's good land, there will be no need to worry about food, and the production of blood rice will also increase a lot. Unfortunately, there was still an innate realm green wolf in the mass burial mountain, and there was also a Lu clan next to it. If they could take the entire mass burial mountain in its entirety, they thought that the strength of the family would grow a lot, but it's a little too early to think about that. The Lu family. This family is like a sleeping tiger that might just show its sharp fangs at some point. Right now the family is growing and needs to be stabilized. P.S. I'll slow down. Inside a small bazaar at the bottom of the mass burial mountain, many people dressed in coarse linen or animal skins were vigorously yelling the things on their stalls. They were all villagers from the small villages around the mass burial mountain, and they would come here every once in a while to sell the excess things in their homes in exchange for other things they needed. Among those sold were various beast hides, dried meat, and some homemade iron weapons. Only these weapons were not exquisite and could only perform some basic functions. And here in the bazaar, there is no money, only goods for goods. This bazaar has gathered more than 10 small villages in the vicinity, and has been under the jurisdiction of the Chen family before, so if you want to sell here, you need to pay 1/10 of the value of the things sold by the Chen family. It's not much, but it adds up. Even though many people were dissatisfied in their hearts, many villagers could only hold their breath in consideration of safety and convenience. Not to mention that after the Chen family eliminated the Li family, the Chen family was in the ascendancy for a while, and there were even several blood condensation realm martial artists in the family, so they didn't dare to complain. Still, the struggle between the two families on Mass Burial Mountain had become a miscellaneous topic of conversation in the mouths of many villagers today. I thought that this bazaar would change owners, but I didn't expect that the Chen family would win in the end. Many people who set up stalls issued sighs in their mouths, for which the process is also inevitably curious, but these are really too far away from them. It is better to think about how to spend this winter. Hey, have you heard? The Chen family has been recruiting house slaves recently, a vendor said steeply, and this remark also set off a wave in the crowd, which inquired whether this was true or not. Of course it's true. A group of vendors heard also want to inquire in detail. After all, they themselves are only nearby villagers. The village martial artists are not one. If they are not careful to run into a ferocious beast into the village is very likely to perish. Although the status of a house slave was lowly, the Chen family was now a great family in the massive burial mountain. So if one could become a house slave of the Chen family, one's days would be a lot better. At this time, a strong and sturdy vendor heard this but said with disdain, "Humph, becoming a house slave and being governed for the rest of your life. Where is the freedom like now? Old me, Tian Meng, can go up the mountain to hunt and down the mountain to farm. I have plenty of strength. Why do I need to go and become a house slave?" He, the Chen family, has underestimated people too much. The other vendors also nodded slightly after hearing this. Indeed, they had some skills in them anyways. Why would they need to become some kind of house slaves when they could get by in life? They were inferior for nothing. However, there were also some vendors who looked at the many dried meats on the stall in front of Tian Mang with envy on their faces. This person was born with great strength, but also in the village of an old hunter in the hands of hunting skills, is now also the nearby villages in the ringing figure. I heard that the last time into the mountains is in a quenching realm of the beasts in the mouth to escape. With this kind of strength, there is naturally some disdain for the status of a house slave. On the contrary, they were weak in stature, merely able to maintain basic sustenance, and had no great ability in their bodies. So this Chen family slave might not be a good place to go. I've also heard that the conditions given by the Chen family for recruiting house slaves are extremely good. It is said that if you become a house slave, you can receive 2 pounds of blood rice and 1 pound of fresh ferocious beast meat every month. And if you have a great contribution to the family, you can also teach your house slaves the method of hardening the body. The crowd, who were originally quite critical, brightened up in their eyes after hearing these benefits. Blood rice was precious. Even if one wasn't a martial artist, eating it could enhance one's physique. And there weren't many good fields near the mass burial mountain that could grow blood rice, and even fewer in small villages like theirs. And apart from the blood rice, there was actually fresh ferocious beast meat. These 2 points aside, the last method of body hardening was something that made many people's hearts flutter. Although they were villagers, they were also aspiring for martial artists, but unfortunately not all of them were qualified to practice martial arts. For one thing, there was no method of hardening the body to get started, and secondly, martial artists consumed quite a lot. Not something they could afford. If one could really become a martial artist, then being a house slave didn't seem to matter. Just when the crowd was still thinking about the gains and losses, Tian Mang on the side had already gotten up and packed up the items for sale one by one. A trace of surprise grew in the eyes of the vendor he knew and opened his mouth to ask, "Tian Mang, you're not setting up a stall anymore?" "Stall? Tian Meng, can go up the mountain to hunt, and go down the mountain to farm, and I have plenty of strength, so I, Tian Meng, will be the head of this house slave. No one can compete with me. After saying that, Tian Meng had packed up his things and got up to leave. The others who heard this were frozen in their tracks. But then the crowd also reacted hastily and closed their stalls and left. Even Tian Meng and the others were moved by it. So what were they still hesitating for? This opportunity. They absolutely could not miss it. Not to mention that wanting to become a house slave is not a simple matter. I heard that the Chen family has a corresponding test. As the news spread, soon the many villages around the mass burial mountain were aware of it. The next day, Chen Tianjing led a few clansmen towards the outside of the clan. In the land not far from the Chen family, an open space had been cleared out. That was prepared for this recruitment of house slaves. He, on the other hand, was in charge of this house slave recruitment, although he had already known about it before Qin Xingzhen enacted it. But when he thought about the fact that there wasn't much food in the clan nowadays, coupled with the fact that there were still many clansmen in the clan, Chen Tianjing sighed in his heart and felt worried about the future of the clan. And when he stepped out of the family, the oncoming stream of people even caused Chen Tianjing's gaze to have a moment of stagnation. In front of me, there was a black mass of more than 100 people. It's even about the same number as the Chen family today. However, unlike the people of the family, most of the people in front of them were in rags, with yellowish and thin faces, a look of malnutrition. But he'd seen it happen too many times to be surprised. Without a family to act as a harbor, it was not difficult to survive in this mountain of mass burial with the strength of one person. Not to mention that there were no martial artists among those present. Facing the direct gaze of these many people, Chen Tianjing slowly walked towards the high place. And the few clan martial artists on the side also held their chests out and raised their heads. Family honor instantly rose to the top. I believe that everyone has come over here this time for the matter of my Chen family's recruitment of family slaves. And I believe that the specifics of the situation have been understood. But I will reiterate it once again. When Chen Tianjing finished recounting the treatment of the family slaves, many people had excited faces. This time, it was not a rumor, but someone from the Chen family personally said it, and it was extremely credible. But then Chen Tianjing's words caused the crowd to be doused with cold water. This time, my Chen family will only recruit 20 family slaves. Anyone who fails to meet the standard will leave on their own. I hope you can abide by the rules. What? To actually recruit only 20 people? That's too few. That's it. In the crowd, there were verbal outbursts of discontent. Chen Tianjing snorted coldly. The aura of a blood condensation realm martial artist emanated out, and as Chen Tianjing swung a fist towards the side, a millstone-sized stone instantly split into pieces. The loud noise also silenced the crowd instantly, and the arena was silent. They were not even martial artists. Where had they ever seen such a scene? If that palm had just slapped them, would they still be alive? This caused a hint of awe to grow in many people's eyes, but this also made many people's hearts even more excited. By becoming Chen family's family slaves, they could hope to become martial artists afterward. Perhaps they would be able to master this kind of power then as well? A trace of determination arose in the eyes of many. This time they would definitely become Chen family slaves. Seeing that the crowd was quiet and fearful, Chen Tianjing's face did not change. What he had just used was the great ancestor's long fist, and although he hadn't fully mastered it yet, the power of the battle technique was enough to easily shock the scene in front of him. You guys don't have to worry too much. Although my Chen family only recruited 20 family slaves this time, but next year, it may not be the case. When these words came out, many people showed hopeful faces. If they couldn't be chosen this time, they might have a chance next time. Okay, now for the house slave selection. Chen Tianjing began to select the family slaves according to the requirements discussed by the clan earlier. Family slaves, too, were part of the family, and in the future, they would also coexist with the Chen family. But family slaves could not serve as the core of the family, and it was impossible for the family to make all of the family slaves become martial artists. So this selection, when the first to examine the character, and secondly cannot be too thin. After all, the family slaves also need to engage in planting blood rice, and so on other things. In addition, if you have a skill, you may be admitted on the basis of merit. After half a day, 20 house slaves were selected. Among them there were stout and short people, but most of them had certain skills in their bodies. Tian Meng, also among them. He was strong and sturdy, although he was not a martial artist, but in terms of strength, he was not too far from the early stage of the body tempering realm martial artists, and was considered to be quite talented. After the selection, the others were dismissed one by one. These people had lost their faces, but there was nothing they could do about it, and they only prayed that next year, the Chen family would be able to recruit some more domestic slaves, and those who were chosen were naturally elated. especially after seeing the others leave in a state of loss. A touch of fulfillment could not help but arise in their hearts. Looking at the 20 people in front of him, Chen Tianjing opened his mouth. My name is Chen Tianjing. Now I am the clan elder of the family. From now on, you will be under my charge. 7 days after that, will be the assessment period. If those who don't meet the standard, then they are not related to my Chen family. In addition, after 7 days, 2 of you will be chosen to lead among the 20 of you, and the one who leads will receive more monthly pay. Qing Son, take them to my Chen family to familiarize themselves with it, and by the way, give them a lecture on the family's rules. Yes, clan elder. Looking at the departing 20 people, Chen Tianjing sighed a lot. Facing the family people, he does not need to be so, but now is not. These people in the heart of uncertainty, as if floating, currently on the family does not have any sense of belonging, not only need to knock some, but also the need to lure with profit. These were the knowledge that his father had taught him in his dreams, and although he didn't really understand it yet, he watched the crowd and had some ideas in his mind. It is not so easy to become a big family, especially for the Chen family today. On the second day, these 20 people had been put into various parts of the family, and they were either in charge of managing the blood rice or repairing the houses. Now the family more than 20 people. The corresponding food naturally increased, but also need to equip these family slaves with clothing, accommodation, etc., which seems to be a small matter, but cannot afford to be negligent. And the focus on the family side was all on the hunting side of things. With winter approaching, it was definitely too late to plant blood rice as well as other grains on a large scale, and the only way to keep the clan strong and allow the clansmen to raise their realms was to hunt. Before Qin Xingjian for this aspect although valued, but also did not take it as the family's top priority. But then, under Qin Changming's mention, he then put it in the first place. Now the family blood condensation realm martial artists are quite a lot, and there is also Qin Xingyu, this blood condensation realm late stage martial artist, now even mastered the yellow rank upper grade battle skills. As long as not deep into the chaotic burial mountain, hunting is not too much pressure. And wasn't it because of the rich resources and blood rice in this mountain that he chose it in the first place? However, in order to train the clan, the hunting party was still divided into several squads. Not only does this exercise the clan, but it also creates some sense of athleticism in the hearts of the clan. Family development cannot be like a pool of stagnant water. The need to throw a few stones in the calm water surface, resulting in ripples, so that the water can be active. All of this came from his father's mentions, and he was currently feeling his own lack despite his role as patriarch. It is no wonder that when the family declined, in addition to his blind sacrifice of the divine tree, the shallowness of his own insights had nothing to do with it. Good thing it's not too late. A few days later, things were getting better in the clan. The original slightly empty family plaza had been filled with many more teenagers in their teens at this moment. They were all martial artists in the family who had already finished quenching their bodies, and many of them had even finished quenching their bodies and entered the early stage of the body tempering realm, allowing them to practice the family's battle techniques. In the middle of the plaza, Chen Qingha ran the few blood qi in his body, clenched his palm into a fist, and slammed it towards the stone in front of him. Its gaze was firm, with a hint of confidence in its eyes. On the side, Chen Xingmeng and a few other teenagers from the clan were also carefully watching the scene with anticipation in their gazes. Ha! As Chen Qingha slammed out his fist, the eyes of several teenagers widened a few points. Could it be that Chen Qingha was the earliest amongst the few of them to acquire a yellow rank battle skill? Bang! As their fists made a sound of impact with the hardened lapis lazuli, the crowd rushed to look, but then he saw that the green stone in front of him did not react. Instead, Chen Qingha's fists turned red and a wail came from his mouth. Ouch! Pain, pain, pain. Cut! The others saw this and dispersed, continuing to start quenching their bodies. Qingha, are you alright? Chen Qingmeng stepped forward and expressed his concern, but both of his fists were also red. Clearly he had suffered a lot in practicing his battle techniques. Fortunately, both of them had already quenched their bodies, so they didn't have to worry about hurting their fundamentals. It was just that in the midst of practicing battle techniques, it was inevitable that one would suffer some traumatic injuries. Otherwise, let's just continue quenching our bodies. This battle technique is too difficult. Didn't the matriarch also say that? We currently only need to familiarize ourselves with the route of the battle techniques operation and memorize the moves. No, clan brother Qingyu learned it in a day. I need to learn it sooner too. Chen Qingmeng also stopped persuading after hearing this, and the two of them continued to start practicing their battle techniques. In the distance, Chen Xingjian watched this scene with a pleased face. Indeed, before his decision-making is a bit wrong. These clan teenagers should focus on practicing martial arts. Without the disturbance of other things, they can concentrate on practicing martial arts. But Chen Xingjian then sighed. If you want to practice martial arts, practicing is not enough. you also need a lot of resources. Every blood condensation realm martial artist in the clan. That was all piled up by the clan with resources. Nowadays, there was a shortage of blood rice and not quite enough ferocious beast meat, which greatly hindered the progress of the clan's martial artists. Fortunately, now that the center of the clan is placed on the mass burial mountain, the daily hunting is also a big catch, although most of them are ordinary beasts, but at least the clan's food does not have to worry about it. Maintaining this pace, another half a month would allow the clan to safely survive this winter. It was just that if one wanted to hunt ferocious beasts of the body tempering realm as well as the blood condensation realm, one would still need to put in some effort. Considering the innate realm green wolf deep within the mass burial mountain, one must not go too deep yet. In the long run, this will be greatly detrimental to the family. But the innate realm, this was just too far away. Even Chen Qingyu, who was the strongest in the clan nowadays, had only just reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm not long ago, and the gap between the late blood condensation realm and the innate realm was too great. Thinking for a little while, Chen Qingjin no longer thought much about it. Perhaps he was a little too eager. Family development, and not overnight. Now that the situation in the clan has improved, with neither internal nor external troubles, it is only a matter of time before it becomes powerful. Inside the Lu clan, a middle-aged man with a withered figure was standing in front of the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there is a green bamboo growing. Only at the moment the color of these bamboos are becoming gray and yellow. Even the bamboo leaves above have long fallen out. The middle-aged man stared quietly, seemingly thinking about something between his wandering eyes. Soon, a figure slowly stepped into the courtyard, then bowed and reported, "Patriarch, the Chen family has made some moves recently, not only recruiting house slaves, but also going on a hunting spree in the mass burial mountain. Do we need to?" With that said, the clansman looked up at the patriarch, trying to get information out of it. A little while later, the middle-aged man came back to his senses and turned his head to snort coldly. "It seems that you've stayed in this mass burial mountain for too long. Have you forgotten the true purpose of the clan stationing here? It's just a Chun family. It can be destroyed at will. So as long as they don't affect us, there's no need to pay attention to them. But this Chen family, to be able to survive in desperate circumstances and become the final winner in the midst of the last great battle, is interesting." The reporting clan member's heart tightened. Then he nodded. "I see." After he left, only the middle-aged man remained in the courtyard. Feeling the cold air around him, the middle-aged man's face was at a loss. It's winter again, and there's not much time left for the family to find that thing. This time, not long after, the sound of a grain of rice spilling came from the courtyard. "Kai Mao, where are you going? There are rules in the clan. As a house slave, you can't run around at night. I'm going to make it easier. I'll be right back." The youth called Kai Mao smiled back, then turned around and walked out of the room. After becoming the Chen family's domestic slave 2 days ago, the Chen family had specially constructed a place to live, 2 people to a room, and could also go home once a month, plus the monthly salary mentioned before. The treatment was still very good, and after staying in the Chen clan for these few days, his nervousness from the beginning when he entered the Chun clan gradually relaxed, and their daily routine wasn't too difficult. He was totally swimming in it. He had drunk too much water during the day and he now needed to go and fix his personal situation. In no time at all, Kai Mao walked out of the outhouse, ready to go back to sleep. But when Kai Mao's eyes moved around and saw the glittering light flickering in the sky not far away from the family, the trace of curiosity hidden in Kai Mao's heart was completely aroused. If he remembered correctly, it was the Chun clan's ancestral hall. On the first day, there were Chen family members who had taken them to various places in the family to familiarize themselves with the road. But the only place that was included in the family's forbidden places was the Chen family ancestral hall, where they were not allowed to go in and watch. And that, in turn, made many of them curious. Like what was in that shrine? He would have forgotten about it in the past few days, but the faint fluorescent light that shone under his eyes was making him itchy. He'll just go and have a look. Just one look. Watch it and come back to bed. And the reason why he dared to peek was also because he noticed that the clansmen of the Chen clan all seemed to have gone to bed very early, and many of them had already rested just as it was getting dark. Once the night came, the entire Chen family seemed especially quiet, and he hadn't even seen anyone patrolling in the past few days. That was the main reason he dared to go over there. If there was a patrol, he wouldn't have dared to go if he had more guts. Kai Mao carefully looked around to make sure that no one had noticed him before slowly walking in the direction of the Chun family ancestral hall. But before he went far, Kai Mao felt a coolness coming from all around his torso. This made him extremely puzzled. He was wearing quite a lot. Why did he feel so cold? Kai Mao didn't pay any attention to it and continued on his way. Soon, Kai Mao had arrived outside the ancestral hall. Looking at the closed door of the ancestral hall and the not-so-high outer wall, Kai Mao was struck with an idea. In no time at all, Half a head poked out above the outer wall. Kai Mao, who had scaled the fence, surveyed the inside of the shrine by the faint moonlight above. But a round of surveying down, but let Kai Mao suddenly feel bored. In this shrine, there was only a tree planted, and a room with a spirit table, and nothing more. It was as if the fluorescence he had just seen didn't exist. Without looking any further, Kai Mao got off the fence and turned to leave, but at that moment he felt his body go a little colder. On his way back, he passed by the rooms of the other clansmen of the Chen clan, where murmured dreamy words seemed to be coming out. Hearing the commotion, Kai Mao couldn't help but put his ear closer to the wall and listen carefully to the sounds in the room. Cut down? Oh, I see. So the blood won't flow. I'll find a to try tomorrow. The sound of words coming from beside his ears made Kai Mao's face change slightly, although he didn't listen to the whole thing, but the meaning in the words made him shudder. In addition to the coldness coming from the surroundings, it made his back break out into a cold sweat. It was as if several pairs of unseen eyes were spying on them in the dark at the moment. Kai Mao no longer hesitated and sped up towards his residence. In the dream world, two members of the Chen family were in the middle of an exchange. Handling the corpses of ferocious beasts is also a skill. Don't underestimate it. Back then Dad was relying on this skill in the family. Father, I know. I'll try tomorrow. In the room, the sleeping clan members were smiling lightly. Right after Kai Mao re-entered the room, the several living souls that had been following Kai Mao were the ones that started communicating. This man is too curious to be a house slave. Not bad. And there are two others with arrogant attitudes and too many ideas for their own good. After some communication, a few living souls left their place and rejoined the shrine. And the fluorescent light that had disappeared into thin air before had now resurfaced from the branches and leaves of the inconspicuous acacia tree in the shrine. Below the acacia tree, there were countless invisible living souls sitting on the ground. And these living souls were so rich in yin qi that the temperature of the entire ancestral hall dropped several degrees for them. And from time to time, there were still living souls floating out, patrolling around the family. It was because of these living souls that this allowed the people of the Chen clan to not have to worry about being attacked at night. And due to the characteristics of the living souls, it was even more convenient than the clan's patrol team. In the shrine, Ji Yang was silently absorbing the moonlight, and the sound of the exchange between several living souls just now also reached his ears. Just now, when this person came over, Ji Yang had already dispersed his lunar eclipse technique, so Kai Mao did not see any abnormality in himself. And unbeknownst to him, just when Kai Mao had the idea, there was already a living soul following him. These dead family elders can only hide among the trunks of the trees in Jiyan during the day, and the only time they can come out and move around is at night. It was hard to catch an unusual stranger, so naturally he refused to let go. If this person wasn't merely curious, I'm afraid that the people of the family would have woken up long ago and captured him. Ji Yang didn't pay any more attention to this trivial matter and turned his gaze to his own panel. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 44. 3. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind. Soul Concentration. Armor Covering. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Yin. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Long Fist, can be transmitted once. Blood, 33, can be converted to Life Force. Spiritual Power, 15. Extrapolation Points, 2. Unpredictable. Status, you have changed your race after using the Gathering Yin technique for a long time. But it doesn't really matter. You're still weak. Without the consumption of these living souls, Ji Yang's daily acquisition of vitality through absorbing moonlight had now reached over 40 points. Even the underground roots had once again extended quite a bit. Plus, now that the family was stable and there was no need for Ji Yang to use his divine powers, accumulating vitality was even faster. I just don't know how much of his own life force he will be able to grow new branches and leaves again when he does. Due to the short period of time, there weren't many people who had risen in the family realm, and during these few days, only 2 family teenagers managed to reach the early stage of the body tempering realm, contributing 2 deduction points to themselves. That was quite a bit short of what he needed for his next push. But Ji Yang wasn't discouraged. As long as the Chen family developed at the current pace, it wouldn't take long for them to become powerful and become the largest family in the massive burial mountain. Thinking of this, Ji Yang also remembered the other family left in the mass burial mountain, the Lu family. Although he is just a tree, but the roots spread underground 10 or so meters of his news is very circulating. Plus the shade of the tree, there are countless family life souls. Even if he didn't actively inquire, all the news from the clan would come into his ears. Upon hearing about the Lu family, Ji Yang instinctively felt that this was a big trouble. A family of the same size neither took advantage of the fire nor actively participated in either side when the Chun family and the Li family were fighting, and had not even shown any heart. There were only 2 such cases. Either this Lu family was out of touch with the world and just wanted to live their own lives, Either this Lu clan had bigger plans and couldn't see these resources in the mass burial mountain. The possibility of the former was too small. One mountain could not accommodate two tigers, whether it was the Chun family or the Li family. If one family was dominant, then it would definitely swallow the other families of the massive burial mountain, allowing the family to grow even more. Being uncontested with the world meant actively giving up resources. But other clans, would they think so? Similarly, how could the Lu family, as the three great families of the mass burial mountain, not know this? What's more, today's Lu clan had yet to reveal its full extent, and the clan wasn't even sure of the Lu clan's exact strength and how many martial artists were in the family. With closed information, the gap between the two families is not yet known, and now the initiative is even more in the hands of the Lu family. Chen Changming and his party had also analyzed these situations, and even had the intention of sending out their clan's living souls to poke around at night. But this plan was then internally rejected by several people. Although the living soul was invisible, after Chen Changming and others experimented, it was found that the martial artist's qi and blood attacks had the same effect on the living soul. The more powerful the qi and blood, the more damage it would do to the living soul. And the stronger the strength, the stronger the perception. A late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist like Chen Qingyu would already have a sense of the approaching souls. What if the Lu clan had a stronger martial artist? A rash probe would only serve to frighten the snakes. The enemy is not moving, and the situation at hand is the best development for the family. It wouldn't be too late to explore when the family was a little stronger. Jihu, Xian Snake, step forward. At the edge of the family square, Chen Tianjing looked at the list in his hands and opened his mouth to shout. And in front of Chen Tianjing were the 20 house slaves that had been chosen 7 days ago. At this moment, these family slaves' faces were a bit tense and excited, because today was the day when the assessment ended, and the criterion for judging was the performance of these 7 days. Hearing Chen Tianjing call out his name, the two figures looked apprehensive and then slowly walked out from the crowd. The two are the winged tiger and the Xian snake that have just been called out. Although the two names are a bit strange, but this is extremely common around the mass burial mountain, as it is mostly based on the names of the ferocious beasts of the mass burial mountain. These two didn't stand out in the crowd, and weren't good by any stretch of the imagination. After the two were named at this moment, a hint of celebration appeared in the eyes of the others present. Since these two weren't good, they must be the ones who were eliminated from the house slaves this time. But then Chen Tianjing's words stunned the crowd. The two of you have performed well in this family slave assessment, so the other family slaves will be under your two's control in the future. The two who heard this were overjoyed. They had thought that neither of them would have a chance to be the Chen family's house slaves, but they had not expected the peaks to turn around. Not only did the two of them pass the test, but their status had also been upgraded by 1 level. Behind them, the other house slaves were a bit puzzled, but they didn't dare to refute. But one of them, however, stood out from the crowd and shouted under his breath, "Clan Elder, this leader, why isn't it me? Tian Mang?" Chen Tianjing looked with sharp eyes, and although Tian Mang was a bit intimidated, he still didn't back off. Chen Tianjing sneered twice at the sight. Forgot to mention that Kai Mao and Tian Mang, for violating the family clan rules, are hereby expelled from the Chen family and may no longer be Chen family slaves. On what grounds? Did I do something wrong? Kai Mao, ignoring the family rules and stealing into the ancestral hall at night. In the crowd, Kai Mao's face went white, but he didn't retort. What just puzzled him was that he had clearly not been discovered that day, so how did the Chen family know about it? As for you, Tian Mang, bullying the weak and bullying other family slaves, this is likewise against the rules of my Chen clan. No fair. Hearing this, Tian Mang exclaimed under his breath. But this time, before Chen Tianjing could speak, a clan member stepped aside to teach him a lesson. With just one punch, Tian Mang has been knocked down. Humph. Since you want to become my Chen family's domestic slave, you have to follow the rules. This is a minor punishment. But collapsed Tian Meng's face was ugly. But the punch he had just thrown had also completely sobered him up. Although he had some strength, he was by no means a match for a mid-stage body-tempering realm martial artist. Not to mention that the Chen Tianjing in front of him was a blood condensation realm martial artist. Tian Mang slightly lowered his head, suppressing the hatred in his eyes. Alright, after that, I hope that all of you will strictly abide by the rules of my Chen clan. And if there are any offenders, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Also, this month's monthly salary will be sent to you in advance. The 10 or so people who were originally still scared to death all had excited faces when they heard this news. But as for the other two who were expelled, no one continued to pay attention. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye it was already half a month later. Nowadays, the Chen clan was peaceful, and every morning, there were clansmen practicing their battle techniques and tempering their bodies in the family square. Some of the wooden houses that were damaged in the early years have been repaired by the clan and are now stained with a special paint to protect them from corrosion. In the field, Chen Tianyu squatted down and scrutinized the growth of the blood rice in the ground. The family had long ago, half a month ago, planted all the good fields with blood rice, and half a month's growth had caused these blood rice to grow shoots. Unfortunately, not all fields grow bleeding rice. The only way to do this was to have some good fields. If the blood rice was planted in an ordinary field, the rice that grew out in the end would not make any difference. There weren't many good fields that could grow bleeding meters, even for the previous 3 great families. At first the family also wanted to know the reason, but finally after some inspection, there is not much to find, and finally guessed that the reason is due to the fertile soil in the good land. In terms of longevity, the importance of blood rice even surpassed the resources of the ferocious beasts in the massive burial mountain. After all, even if there were more ferocious beasts in the massive burial mountain, the number was limited, and the growth of the ferocious beasts, likewise, required a not-so-short period of time. As for the blood rice, it could be harvested at least 3 times a year, plus the yield was quite high, making it suitable for martial artists to quench their bodies. It will surely be the key to the family's prosperity in the future. When next year begins, the clan will focus on blood rice cultivation. Now that the family has annexed the Li family, the number of good fields has doubled, and if they can harvest once before winter arrives, the clan's martial artists will not have to worry about hardening their bodies for the time being. As the person in charge of this matter, Chen Tianyu would come over every day to check the growth of the blood rice, because the distance between the good land and the family is not too close. Taking into account the occasional wild beasts in the mountains, the family also built a few wooden huts next to the acres of good land, and sent martial artists from the family to watch over them day and night. As for the ferocious beasts, they had long been cleaned up by the family sending martial artists. After all, the blood rice was related to the future of the family. After Chen Tianyu had done some inspection, his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Blood rice grows quite slowly, and winter comes earlier in the massive burial mountain. Often in the middle of November, the weather will be particularly cold. When the weather gets cold, blood rice grows more slowly. It's now late September and I'm not sure if I'll have time to harvest a crop. If not for the delay due to the fight with the Li family, the family's 3rd crop of blood rice would have definitely been harvested long ago. Chen Tianyu slowly got up, and then no longer think about it. Planning is in the hands of others, and success is in the hands of heaven. Only wishing that this year's winter will come slower. In the mountain of mass burial, Chen Qingyu's group was fighting with an early-stage blood condensation realm merchant beast. In order to speed up the pace of the hunt, the clan divided the high-ranking martial artists of the clan into 3 teams, each led by a blood condensation realm martial artist. Chen Qingyu was the leader of this group. In the team, they were all youths in their 20s in the clan. There were 5 of them, only that their realm was not high. Among them, there were only 2 late-stage body-tempering realm martial artists, and the others were even only at the early stage of the body-tempering realm. Resolving this early-stage blood condensation realm woolly gold beast was naturally incomparably easy for today's Chen Qingyu. However, at this moment, Chen Qingyu did not make a move and was only watching the battle from the sidelines, simply because the patriarch had told him that the clan could not rely on just one person, and that the others had to exercise and grow in the hunt as well. Even if the clan has a body hardening method, but if you have not experienced the battle, it is difficult to be a great use. Life and death moments, it is even more difficult to play their own strength. At the moment, the 5 were using the trap to tangle with the ooze beast. Although it was at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, its intelligence was low and it only had brute strength. Even though this urchin beast was able to easily break a large tree, under the siege of the 5 people, its physical strength was gradually running out. However, it was still the early stage of the blood condensation realm anyways, and even though the 5 people had the advantage, they didn't dare to push too hard so as not to lose their efforts. Soon, the Auroran beast was having trouble sustaining itself and was close to being deflated. Finally managed to be solved by 5 people. Clan brother Qingyu, we made it. After resolving the urchin beast, a few people had excitement on their faces. Good job, Chen Qingyu complimented. Today his face is less cold and more down to earth, and it goes without saying why. Every night Chen Tianshan would teach him something in his dreams and tell him how to get along with his people. Although Chen Qingyu didn't care about it, it was his father's instructions and he had to listen. After a few people had taken care of the urchin beast, one of the clansmen slowly stepped forward and spoke. Clan brother, do we still have to continue on? There don't seem to be many ferocious beasts in this neighborhood anymore. The clan's hunting had progressively advanced over the past half a month, and the ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the disorderly burial mountain had been almost finished. Upon hearing the inquiry, Chen Qingyu's gaze looked ahead, and there was a hint of contemplation on her face. The place where they were now was already off-center of the outer perimeter of the massive burial mountain. and further forward. It was the inner perimeter of the massive burial mountain. Although there was still some distance from where the family's secret passage led to, but there are also many ferocious beasts inside. Moreover, the territory of the innate realm ferocious beasts was quite extensive, so if that green wolf really made its home in the mountain of mass burials, then if he continued to advance, he might run into the green wolf patrolling the territory. He alone could only run away when he ran into it, not to mention that he now had a few clansmen with him. Remembering his father and the patriarch's instructions, Chen Xingyu shook his head slightly. Today's harvest is almost done. Go back. Yes. The clansmen didn't say much, and the crowd immediately packed up and prepared to return. On the way back, Chen Xingyu also felt the blood qi surging within her body. From the time he broke through the late stage of the blood condensation realm has been close to a month. This January, he can feel his own progress. And for the blood condensation realm after the great success of the qi in blood like mercury has also had a corresponding feeling. This was all thanks to the acacia leaf from before. Not to mention that nowadays, as the first person in the family, he had a certain supply of resources in the family. However, today's family couldn't help him too much, and realm advancement, he still had to rely on himself. Although he had progressed quite a bit this month, it would still take at least a year to reach the self that he was after having used the acacia leaf. There was also the innate realm after that. He had absolutely no clue, and that was something that even his father and family could not help him with. After all, the strongest martial artist in the clan today was only in the late blood condensation realm, and there was a big hurdle in between the late blood condensation realm and the innate realm. In the midst of their thoughts, the group had already seen the family not far away. Chen Xingyu simply stopped thinking about it and prepared to go back and continue cultivating. Soon, the group walked outside the family gate. The two men guarding the gate also opened their mouths to cheer when they saw the returning Chen Xingyu. Clan brother Xingyu has returned. As the number one person in the clan, nowadays Chen Xingyu was already known and unknown in the clan, and even many of the clan elders were extremely polite to Chen Xingyu. According to the rules of the clan, now Chen Xingyu is the family clan elder, but Chen Xingyu did not promise, just said that his seniority is quite low, difficult to be competent. In this regard, Chen Xingjian did not force. Chen Xingyu's return caused a cheer to pass through the clan. Even many of the house slaves were filled with admiration when they looked at the several ferocious beasts behind Chen Xingyu. If they had run into these ferocious beasts, I'm afraid that they would have already become the fertilizer of the massive burial mountain on the second day. Clan brother Qingyu's team hunted 3 more ferocious beasts today. This time, it's definitely clan brother Qingyu's team that's in the lead. That's true. Clan brother Qingyu's strength is the strongest in the clan today. The compliments from the crowd did not make Chen Xingyu proud, simply because these compliments, his ears had long been calloused. It's not good. Someone come quickly. Cousin Uncle Tian Mo is injured. Just as the crowd was praising him, a figure came running from outside in a panic, his face extremely anxious, and behind him, another group of hunting clansmen were currently carrying a person towards the clan. This team was the other team of the hunt, and the team was led by Chen Tianlu and Chen Tianma, who had only become blood condensation realm martial artists a short while ago. Although the two were only at the beginning of the blood condensation realm, their hunting experience was not weak. Right now when the clansmen heard that Chen Tianma was injured, there was also a trace of surprise on their faces, but then after seeing Chen Tianma who was being carried back, they also rushed forward to check the situation, only to see that Chen Tianma, who was fine before departure, was now bleeding like a pillar in his chest. Even the clothes could not block the wound. His face was pale, his breath was weak. Obviously he was seriously injured and his life was not long to come. The many clansmen who saw the scene also panicked at this moment. The clansman at the side spoke up in a hurry. Our team hunted today, and after walking for a long time we didn't see a single suitable prey. So the two of us, cousin Uncle Tianma, discussed going a little deeper. But where did we expect that on the way? A ferocious beast in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm would suddenly attack us. Cousin Tianma couldn't react as well as he should have, and was seriously injured at that time. Then cousin Tianlu broke the back, and that's how he escaped back. Even Chen Xingyu was frowning at this time. It was difficult to save a person with such injuries, but at this time, Chen Xingyu had a flash of light in her mind and hurriedly said, "Quickly, send cousin Uncle Tianma to the shrine. Pray for the divine tree to save him. Qing Ming, take me back the same way at your speed to save cousin Tianlu." And hearing what Chen Xingyu said, the other clansmen instantly reacted. Yeah, how could they forget that the family still had the sacred tree? It was also their fault that they had been busy with many things in the clan lately, and with the closure of the shrine, they had forgotten to pray to the divine tree. Just this kind of injury, could the divine tree really save it? Many clansmen were skeptical. The last time the clansmen were injured, but not as serious as this time. At this time, Chen Tianma's 2 eyes were lost in thought. It was obvious that he could not hold on any longer. The clansman no longer hesitated, and immediately carried Chen Tianma and rushed towards the ancestral hall. Chen Qingyu, on the other hand, took the two of them and once again went to the mountain of mass graves to rescue Chen Tianlu. On the way to send Chen Tianma to the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen also hurriedly came after hearing the news. After seeing Chen Tianma's injuries, Chen Xingzhen's eyes were slightly shocked, not bothering to say much. He also hurriedly ran towards the ancestral hall. In the shrine, Ji Yang, who was listening to the conversation between the two living souls below, soon also noticed the line of people rushing towards the shrine. When Ji Yang sensed Chen Tianma, whose breath was weak, his heart was instantly enlightened. At this time the two living souls under the shade of the tree also stopped communicating when they saw this. These two living souls were no one else but Chen Changming and Chen Tianshan. With the shade of the trees above them, the two could be present at the shrine in the daytime. Only outsiders couldn't see them, and they couldn't be too far away. After the two men saw Chen Tianma who was carried in, a sigh escaped their mouths. Hey! This injury can't be saved. Both of them were also blood condensation realm martial artists in their lifetime. But even a blood condensation realm martial artist whose body had been tempered would still die after receiving a huge trauma. And since the sinews and bones of blood condensation realm martial artists were hardened, it was also more difficult to recover after an injury. With an injury like this, it would be hard to save it if the bleeding hadn't been stopped in the first place. The two showed sorrow on their faces, but as living souls, they could only watch silently, unable to help. In front, Chen Xingzhen's expression was also quickly calmed down after seeing the family divine tree, and he hurriedly went forward to pray. Please also ask the divine tree to make a move. Above, Ji Yang did not hesitate. As the acacia leaves swung, quite a few green points of light scattered out from the branches, drifting towards the dying Chen Tianma. This time, the green light dots were even denser and more in number than before because Chen Tianma was not only severely injured, but he was also a blood condensation realm martial artist. If there is too little life force, there is a good chance that you will not be able to pull it back. By then there will be one more living soul in this shrine. Although he was able to resurrect with his soul body, Ji Yang was now short of deduction points, and the living clansmen, naturally, were one that could be saved. There was a hint of amazement in the eyes of the two Qin Changming who saw this. They had only been resurrected a short while ago, or had they ever seen the divine tree display any other divine power? Besides, hadn't they already demonstrated the greatest divine power by resurrecting them before? The two men locked gazes, a hint of suspicion in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, even the previous family divine tree didn't seem to have this kind of aptitude. Did it? Could it be that this small section that had split off from the previous family's divine tree was instead more powerful than the original divine tree? The two of them looked at each other in dismay, but they didn't rush to judgment, but continued to watch. As a large amount of green light dots poured into Chen Tianma's body, the wounds that were originally hidden under the red-stained fabric that was constantly bleeding quickly began to heal. Chen Tianma's pale face, also by the dead gray, gradually began to turn white, followed by a trace of redness surged on his face, which redness more and more, while Chen Tianma tends to be close to no breathing, also pulled up again. In the next moment, Chen Tianma had opened his eyes blankly. When he woke up and saw countless gazes looking at him, a trace of doubt grew on his face. Matriarch, what's going on? After saying that, Chen Tianma leaped up from the ground. His body shape was extremely athletic, not at all like he was seriously injured. Seeing the red cloth stained with blood on his chest, Chen Tianma was also startled, and the memories of the injuries he had sustained at the mass burial mountain in his mind quickly began to return. Thinking about it, Chen Tianma hurriedly said, Patriarch, quick, Tianlu is still back there. Don't worry, Qingyu has already gone. Hearing this, Chen Tianma's heart sighed in relief, but when he saw the intact chest and the divine tree in front of him, he also understood, and hurriedly began to worship the divine tree. Watching Chen Tianma, who had just died for the most part, turn around and recover as before, the most shocked belonged to the two Chen Changming under the shade of the tree. As for the other clansmen, there was more joy and celebration on their faces at the moment. It turned out that the divine tree was actually able to save even this kind of injury. So didn't that mean that as long as they didn't die outside the clan, their lives would be safe? Wait, even if it's dead, it doesn't seem to matter, does it? In the dream, the elders of the clan said that it can be fun over there. Not only can they meet each other for a long time, but they also don't need to eat. And I heard that they are gossiping every day, and they are practicing and practicing when they have nothing else to do, so the days are not so happy. At the back of the ancestral hall, Chen Qingha and Chen Qingmeng, who were still practicing their battle skills, heard the news and rushed over from the clan square as well. While looking at the scene in front of him, Chen Qingha's heart moved slightly. He seemed to vaguely remember that he had once found a mutilated battle technique in the ancestral hall. What was it called? No, He'd have to look for it. This Tai Zu long fist, he couldn't practice it for a moment. Seems to give a jerk. Above, Ji Yang looked at Chen Tianma, who was instantly alive and well, and thought silently in his heart. Just now, he was worried that Chen Tianma would pass away in situ and directly use 2 points of his life force. Now, it seemed that saving a martial artist at the early stage of the blood condensation realm couldn't use so much. Next time, he would have to exercise some discretion. After all, this life force was something that he had managed to accumulate bit by bit. With the clan having left, the shrine became quiet once more. The only sounds of admiration came from the mouths of the 2 living souls in the shade of the tree. Just now, the 2 of them surrounded Chen Tianma and looked around, itching to strip Chen Tianma's clothes and look at them, wanting to see if the injuries were completely healed and if there were any after effects. And the 2 did check out nothing else, which took their breath away. But then Chen Changming sighed. If the family divine tree had this divine power back then, the family would not have fallen to the present state. But when you think about it, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Even the most powerful family would gradually go into decline with the passage of time. The decline of the family back then could not be separated from the conflicts that arose within the clan. And now since he was back in his life, he would never allow the family to take the same old path as before. Looking at the new branches on the divine tree that had only grown out not long ago, Chen Changming felt a deep sense of emotion in his heart, breaking down and building up. Perhaps it is only by discarding the old shell that new shoots can grow, as in the case of the present family. Above, Ji Yang looked at Chen Changming, who was caught up in his thoughts, and was puzzled. The old man was muttering something. In the clan, Chen Xingyu quickly returned to the clan with Chen Tianlu, who had broken the back earlier. Along with the 2 of them back in the clan was the corpse of an Azurox, the Tianqing cow. Its body is not big, its whole body fur is green in color, with a single horn. The most critical thing is that this kind of beast is good at hiding and sneak attack. This Tianqing cow is the culprit that caused the injuries of the clan members this time. However, with Chen Xingyu's hand, this heavenly green bull was quickly decapitated. Chen Tianlu, who came back together, was only slightly injured. Chen Xingzhen, who was informed of the specifics of the matter, decided to reduce the previous 3 teams to 2 after some thought. One of the teams was in charge of Chen Xingyu, while the other team was in charge of Chen Tianjing, incidentally dividing Chen Tianlu's 2 early-stage blood condensation realm martial artists into them as well. The ferocious beasts on the outskirts of the disorderly burial mountain had been hunted by the clan's martial artists for more than half a month and not much was left. And what was left were just unusual beasts. If you want to hunt ferocious beasts, you need to go deeper. In this way, the strength of the ferocious beasts encountered would definitely be stronger as well. Expanding the strength of the hunting team would be extremely important. As for the idea of stopping hunting, Chen Xingzhen had not considered it. Although there is no shortage of food in the clan now, and even every hunting harvest is extremely good, it can cope with this winter. However, the new blood rice had not yet grown, and the clan's martial artists still had to rely on the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts to harden their bodies, plus they still needed to offer sacrifices to the divine tree every week, in order to ensure that the divine tree's divine power was constant. Every week, no matter what, he would have to sacrifice a ferocious beast of the blood condensation realm. These expenditures are extremely necessary and cannot be stopped, otherwise the family's promotion will also become extremely slow. By the time next spring begins, the situation will not need to be so tense, and it is even highly likely that the family will see rapid growth. At the moment, Chen Xingzhen has nothing else in his heart, but hopes that the family can pass through this winter smoothly. On this day, Chen Xingzhen had just stepped out of his room when the shouts of his clansmen came from beside his ears. Matriarch, the divine tree has changed again. Chen Xingzhen, who had heard the news, walked quickly towards the ancestral hall. It had been 10 days ago since the last time the divine tree had displayed its divine power. In these 10 days, everything in the clan was smooth. The blood rice grew normally, and the 2 new teams did not run into too much risk in their hunting. Just yesterday, Chen Tianjing even comprehended the battle skill of the great ancestor's long fist during the hunt, becoming the second person in the clan to comprehend the battle skill. Coupled with the changes in the divine tree that came from the clan today, this was all good news. Chen Xingzhen, who had arrived at the ancestral hall, looked up at the divine tree with a delighted expression on his face, only to see that the original family god tree that was only 2 meters high and the thickness of a fist, now had a height of 3 meters, and even the trunk was a little thicker, and at the top of the trunk, a new cluster of branches and leaves had grown out at some point, and were extremely lush. The changes in the divine tree made Chen Xingzhen's mood much happier as well, as it represented that the family's weekly sacrifices were useful and that the divine tree's divine power was growing. Moreover, just a few days ago, his father had even asked him to memorize the 2 yellow-ranked battle techniques that had been passed down by the family before, through the means of dream communication. One of the battle skills was called Shadow Steps, which was a body flow battle skill. Although it was a lower grade of the yellow rank, it allowed the martial artist to move faster, giving them a greater advantage in battle. If the battle skill is practiced to a great extent, when used, it can create shadows on the feet and mesmerize the opponent. The other battle skill was an attack-type battle skill of the middle grade of the yellow rank, called the Heart Catalyzing Palm. This battle technique could explode the martial artist's chi and blood from the inside out, gaining uncommon power. If practiced to great success, can do to hurt the enemy's internal organs but not cause external injuries. This is also the family before the extremely famous war skills, although the grade is not high, but the inheritance has been a long time. In fact, these two battle skills, Chen Changming has long been in the dream told him. Only each of the battle skills extremely complex, a lot of knowledge, but also cannot have a little wrong place, coupled with the dream and the dream world is not a long time, which led to the progress of the progress is quite slow. It was a good thing that in this month's time, he had finally remembered all of it. When 2 more days passed, they could all be memorized and the new 2 battle techniques could then be passed on to the clan. With these 2 battle techniques, the strength of the clan would definitely be stronger. But it was precisely with this experience that he understood the preciousness of the divine tree transmission. One should know that the family divine tree had directly conveyed the Gong method into his mind, and there was no need for him to take the trouble to memorize it. After initially knowing about these 2 battle techniques, Chen Xingjian still had some concerns. After all, the family was defeated by a rival family back then and subsequently fled in defeat. If the clan were to use these 2 battle techniques now, would it cause the current clan to attract future enemies? However, Chen Changming's answer was what made him stop worrying. According to my father, back then, the hostile family after defeating them, the days are not good, but there are other families to take advantage of the fire, and would have been with the Chun family fought a big battle. The hostile family strength is empty, but also close to being extinguished. Plus it's been decades since then, and it's still unknown if the rival family exists or not. Moreover, these 2 battle techniques had been circulated at that time, and there were not a few martial artists who had acquired them. Chen Xingjian, who heard this answer, had no more worries in his heart. Only after worshipping the family god tree did Chen Xingjian leave the ancestral hall. As he left the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjian once again turned his gaze to the spirit seat that held the elders of the clan, and then a trace of bewilderment also arose in his eyes. Now that the family is in this situation, do we still want to worship these family spirits? Into the night, Ji Yang realized to look at the sky above remotely. The sky was dotted with stars, far clearer and brighter than in the previous life. As a touch of crisp moonlight rose, the acacia leaves on the branches of the Jiyang tree once again lit up with a faint fluorescent glow. However, unlike before, the fluorescent light on the branches and leaves was much brighter again this night, coloring the entire shrine a glowing white color. Simply because there is now a new cluster of branches in Jiyang. The reason for this extra cluster of branches and leaves was because Ji Yang's life force had broken through to 100, which had led to this change. Ji Yang silently absorbed the moonlight while opening his panel. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 100. 5. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. Soul Concentration. Armor Covering. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Long Fist, can be transmitted once. Blood, 78, can be converted to life force. Spiritual Power, 22. Extrapolation Points, 6. Can be deduced. Status, Absorbed in Moonlight. After his life force broke through 100, not only did he have an extra cluster of branches and leaves, but even the roots he had grown underground had spread out 20 meters from the shrine. 20 meters isn't too long a distance, nor is it possible to spread roots all over the family. But Ji Yang's roots didn't grow along a straight line, but rather spread and grew towards a 20-meter radius with itself as the center. If one were to peel away the soil above the roots, one would be able to peek at Ji Yang's massive roots that were now hidden underground. At this moment, Ji Yang also finally understood why he was unable to move after binding his family in the first place. People move to live. Trees move to die. Even though he was a family divine tree, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out for long if he was detached from the soil below. Only as he continued to get stronger, he felt that sooner or later, he would be able to drag out the underground roots and walk. The ambitious Ji Yang then turned his gaze to his chi and spiritual energy. These saved chi and blood and spiritual energy were from the Chun family's sacrifices earlier, and also reserved by Ji Yang for use in deduction, or just in case of emergencies. With over a month's worth of sacrifices, there wasn't a lot of chi, blood, and spiritual energy, so even if it was an ordinary deduction, it could be deduced 4 times. But the only thing that remains in single digits today is the number of points in the final push. Without enough deduction points, Ji Yang would not be able to perform new deduction or multiplier deduction. deduction points need to be gained from a family member breaking through the realm. But the martial arts realm breakthroughs, and not like eating and drinking water in general, quenching the body realm is just a month. There are several clansmen have made progress, but if it is to the blood condensation realm, each breakthrough layer of small realm is not a couple of months on the time. It can be as short as a year or two, or as long as several years. The number of deduction points had also become the most important part of the constraints on Ji Yang's deduction. But right now Ji Yang didn't have anything too good to do and could only leave the answer to time. Looking at the pushable button, Ji Yang was hesitant. Did he continue to save it? Or did he say that he would push it once now? In his thoughts, Ji Yang remembered the previous few deductions and then shook his head. It was too risky to just extrapolate like that, without carrying any abilities. And now he had too few multiples to get the optimal choice by comparison. When the number of thrusts increased, he would probably know which one suited him better. A little impatience leads to a big plan. Ji Yang decided to wait a little longer. Anyway, now that the family was growing steadily, his life force was extremely abundant and he could afford to spend it. After an hour, Ji Yang once again looked at the panel. The original 100 for vitality had grown to 109 at the moment. It was quite a bit faster than the previous growth, but it didn't reach the triple that Ji Yang had expected. That is to say, as the branches and leaves increased, he would be able to absorb more moonlight. But the further back he went, the less moonlight he would absorb. Although it didn't reach Ji Yang's expected value, at the current rate, he could absorb 3 points of life force every night. The lift is not bad. Unfortunately, he didn't know how much life force he could reach to make the trunk and branches grow again. If he had known that 100 points of vitality would be able to add an extra cluster of branches and leaves, he definitely wouldn't have kept his chi and blood untransformed. And the next critical point, Ji Yang, is still unclear. Can only grow quietly, waiting for its own branches to change. But next time before reaching a critical point, Ji Yang was ready to experiment. Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye it was already January. A trace of coldness had already drifted to all parts of the disorderly burial mountain at some point. In the Chen clan, many of the clansmen had already put on thicker clothing, most of which were made from ferocious beast pelts. Many ferocious beast furs not only protect against heat and cold, but even have a certain defensive role. But now, they have all been made into clothes by the family, and what many martial artists are wearing is even the fur of the blood condensation realm beasts. This makes Chen Changming quite heartbroken after seeing it. These things, if placed in the family of the past, can also be sold for a good price? When the family, behind the back of the family, there is not such a mountain, but it's a mix of good and bad, and where the family is now, it's too remote to sell even if they wanted to. Therefore, Chen Changming did not say much in the dream, but only asked him to collect things unique to some ferocious beasts. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingzhen paid his usual tribute to the divine tree before getting up and leaving from the ancestral hall. 2 days ago, he had already withdrawn all of his family's hunting party. There are 2 reasons for this. For one thing, the weather was cold, and many of the ferocious beasts in the mountains would become more violent and aggressive than usual in order to store enough food. Secondly, the family hunting party was already too far in, and continuing would only result in more losses than gains. During the hunt, there were a few people in the clan who were injured, but fortunately, with the blessing of the divine tree, this point was not a problem. Even many of the clansmen, after seeing the exaggerated divine power of the divine tree before, were exceptionally brave when hunting and even risked their lives. And that's where most of the injured in the clan come from. Chen Xingzhen, who was informed of the situation, was immediately enraged, and then ordered that if any more people were injured as a result of this, the family would be heavily penalized, and at the same time, deprived of the qualification of worshipping the god tree. As the patriarch, he certainly understood that the divine tree had a spirit, and that exerting divine power was not without consumption. So could he not let the divine tree lose too much because of the clan's recklessness? After the order was given, the clan settled down a lot. Just as Chen Xingzhen left the ancestral hall and was about to check on the cultivation of the martial artists in the clan, a figure in front of him arrived at a quick pace. Clan chief, news has come from the Tianyu clan elder's side, saying that he wants the clan chief to personally go over for a bit. Aha! Chen Xingzhen, who had gotten the news, did not show his face, but his heart was astonished. Chen Tianyu was in charge of taking care of blood rice, and even more recently, he had been living over there, only returning to the clan once in a while. With the news coming in right now, it was clear that there had been a change in the matter of the blood rice, and he needed to go and take a look at it right away. The weather is getting colder and colder, and if we can't harvest the blood rice before the snow arrives, I'm afraid we won't be able to harvest this crop. Winter is often 2 or 3 months long. Simply relying on the fierce beast blood and meat that the clan had stockpiled today was not enough to allow the clan's martial artists to temper their bodies for such a long period of time. That was why this crop of blood rice was also vital and could not be compromised. Chen Xingjin took 2 of his clansmen with him and set off in a hurry. Matriarch. When Chen Xingjin rushed to Liang Tian, he came face to face with a melancholy Chen Tianyu. This caused Chen Xingjin's heart to cool slightly. It seemed that the situation was not too good. What's going on? Chen Xingjin opened his mouth and asked, his face still calm. Matriarch, the weather has recently turned cold, and these blood rice have not grown for 2 days. After hearing the situation, Chen Xingjin quickly walked towards the middle of the good field, checking the growth of the blood rice. In more than 2 months' time, the blood rice plants, which were still just seedlings, were now more than half a person tall, and at the head of these plants, they had already borne rice spikes, which were light red in color. As far as the eye could see, the acres of Spirit Field looked like a sea of blood, swaying in the breeze. According to reason, nowadays, it has already reached the fruiting period of the blood rice. Only need to wait for another half a month or so. The rice will slowly grow blood rice among the ears. At the same time, the color of the ears will also turn into a deep red, and when the ears become full, it is almost ready to be harvested. But when Chen Xingjin bent down and peeled back the ears of rice, the inside was in a parched state. Apparently, as the weather turned colder, these blood meters stopped growing, even if they are now starting to firm up. Chen Xingjin checked the other blood meters again, and the situation was mostly the same. Some of the rice spikes have extremely small grains inside, while more have not yet grown any bleeding rice. If left unchecked, the condition of these blood meters would only get worse, and the clan's efforts over the past 2 months would be undone. The many clansmen on the sidelines at this time were also at their wits' end. After all, this hadn't been the case in previous years because then they would have avoided this weather and planted in advance. Seeing the other clansmen looking at him, Chen Xingjin knew that he had to think of a solution. After pondering for a little while, Chen Xingjin had an idea in his mind and then opened his mouth. Have the clan fence all around the good land with dirt and see if there is any salvation. Yes. Hearing what the patriarch said, the people began to move. However, Chen Xingjin did not have much joy on his face. Although this might increase the temperature in the good fields a bit, the temperature would only get colder and colder as the weather shifted. Chen Tianyu likewise understood, but right now there seemed to be no other solution. So he might as well give it a try. There's really no choice but to give it up, except that it would greatly affect the family. Looking at the clansmen who were busy, Chen Xingjin walked towards the clan after giving some instructions. The scope of the good land was not small. Even just enclosing a circle of earth walls around the outside was not an easy task. And these earth walls could not be too short. At least they had to block the growing blood rice. He was going to go back and pull some of his clan over to help. Chen Xingjin, who was quite a bit anxious in his heart, quickly returned to the family and sent all of the many free clansmen to the good fields. Before Chen Xingjin could take a break, another clan member came to report. Matriarch, recently the people of the clan seem to be practicing a new battle technique. Chen Xingjin cast a puzzled look towards the reporting clan member. Before January, he had already distributed the 2 new battle techniques that were completely recorded. And after the new battle techniques were distributed, many of the clansmen had already begun practicing them, due to the fact that the 2 battle techniques were not of a high grade. Nowadays, all of the blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan had mastered it, just not skillfully enough, and even quite a few of the clan's body hardening realm martial artists had gained something, but now it was telling him that the clan was practicing new battle techniques, which left him puzzled and hurriedly asked, "What battle technique is it?" The reporting clan member shook his head. Definitely not the 3 battle techniques that the clan had before. Hearing this, Chen Xingjin was even more puzzled. In addition to these 3 battle skills in the clan, could there be other battle skills? He is the clan leader. Why doesn't he know? Chen Xingjin immediately summoned a few clansmen and inquired about the situation, and soon learned of the source of the new battle technique, which was said to have first come from the mouths of Chen Xingha and Chen Xingmeng of the clan. This caused Chen Xingjin to vaguely develop a slightly unpleasant premonition in his heart. It was only because Chen Xingha had been restless since he was a child, and he suspected that the 2 open knives under the divine tree that day were Chen Xingha's doing. However, at that time, when the divine tree was first born, he did not pursue the matter, not realizing that there was now a new battle technique in the clan. Chen Xingjin's face was quite gloomy. Battle techniques were not some kind of cabbage. Each battle technique was only obtained by countless martial artists after countless experiments. Many battle techniques were often inherited from one family line so that they would not be broken. The creation of battle skills, but also has a great risk. The slightest error will make the martial artist's tendons and veins disorganized, and the serious will burst and die. Chen Xingha, who was only at the early stage of body tempering now, could it be that he was thinking of creating a new battle technique out of it just because he had looked at 3 battle techniques? This kid, he's got too much guts. No, he had to ask quickly so that he wouldn't put the family through a great deal of trouble. Soon, the two had been brought before Chen Xingzhen. Greetings, fourth uncle ancestor. Greetings, matriarch. Seemingly aware that the situation was not right, Chen Xingha had a smile on his face and did not address the patriarch anymore. Only Chen Qingmeng, who was on the side, had a curious look on his face, still not knowing what the matriarch had called the two of them over for. Seeing Chen Xingha sit close to him, Chen Xingzhen's face whitened for another minute and hurriedly asked, I heard that you've been learning a new battle technique recently? What kind of battle skill is it? Tell me quickly. Seeing Chen Xingzhen's solemn face, Chen Xingha didn't dare to hide it, and immediately took out a worn-out book out of his arms. The book was gray and yellow, stained with a lot of dust that couldn't be wiped clean, and only a few large words on the book could be vaguely seen. Ascension of the Five Organs. Seeing these large words, Chen Xingzhen's body froze abruptly, and a dusty memory slowly emerged from his mind. Human beings have 5 viscera, and it is said that the 5 viscera contain the powerful strength of the human body, only that ordinary people are unable to bring it into play, and after a martial artist quenched his body and condensed his qi and blood, his 5 organs were even more extremely powerful. This 5 viscera ascension technique was indeed a battle technique, and it was also a battle technique that was specifically used to utilize the power latent in a martial artist's 5 viscera. Moreover, this battle skill was extremely easy to learn, even if it was only a body-tempering realm martial artist. However, the use of this battle technique had a great negative effect, simply because every time it was used, one of the 5 viscera in the body would need to be blown up, thus stimulating the power in it. But even a martial artist of the strongest realm could only use it 4 times in his life. As for the 5th time, I don't think anyone has ever survived bursting their heart. This battle technique was unintentionally obtained by the family during the migration, and when the family valued its power, they let several clansmen learn and use it. The power of this battle technique was indeed good, but the cost was extremely serious. Even if it was just bursting a viscera, it would make the martial artist regret his life and end up miserable. After noticing the drawbacks of this battle skill, he hid it when the clan was established on the mountain of mass burial. It had been a long time, causing him to also have long forgotten, or rather unwilling to remember this battle technique. After all, every time he used it, a member of his clan would be sacrificed. Relying on this battle skill, even if one survived, it was impossible for the family to grow. It was also unknown what the martial artist who created this battle technique had in mind in the first place. It wasn't until he saw this battle technique again today that it brought back memories of that unpleasant past. Where did you find it? Didn't I hide this battle skill? Chen Xingha scratched his head. I accidentally saw it at the family shrine and thought it would be a waste to leave it there, so I took it out, thinking that the clan would learn from it. Chen Xingzhen, after hearing the beard, cannot help but tremble up. When he did not destroy this battle skills, so it will be placed in the ancestral hall inside, and placed quite hidden, wherever thought, or by Chen Xingha to turn out. This is not for the clan to learn a lesson, this is for the clan to die. However, recently, he had yet to hear other martial artists in the clan talk about this battle skill, so he thought that the news of the battle skill had not spread out yet. It should not be too late to remedy the situation. Thinking of this, Chen Xingzhen hurriedly asked, when did you get it? I don't suppose you've had time to pass it on yet? The clan doesn't even know about it, does it? Looking at the anticipation and supplication in Chen Xingzhen's eyes, Chen Xingha's voice was also much smaller and his mouth mumbled. I took it out about a month ago when I went to the shrine to honor my ancestors. Passing it on didn't go out. This is a family battle technique. I only told the clan. Most of the clan should have learned by now. By the way, a few days ago, clan brother Qingyu also borrowed it for a day of study. When it came to only telling the clan, Chen Xingha was full of smugness. He was a member of the family. How could he let this kind of battle technique be circulated? But every word from Chen Xingha was like an ice blade stabbing into Chen Xingzhen's heart. Until he heard that Chen Xingyu also borrowed to study for a day a few days ago. It was even more so that Chen Xingzhen's heart was cold. This kid, he's catching his own clan griping hard. If it's just a few more days, I'm afraid that the entire clan will have learned it. And then there will really be a clan war. Popping a kidney over here and a liver over there. The great war is over and the family is finished. Chen Xingzhen quickly calmed down. It was good that the family was stable now, and it was thought that there would not be a great war for a while, and everything could still be remedied. Matriarch. At that moment, a figure walked quickly from outside. The person who came was no other than Chen Tianjing. After seeing the standing Chen Xingha, Chen Tianjing immediately coldly snorted. I'll fix you when we get home. Tianjing, is something wrong? Seeing Chen Tianjing, Chen Xingzhen quickly detached himself from his contemplation. After taking the family hunting party back a few days ago, Chen Tianjing was sent out by him to spy on the Lu family. Patriarch, in these few days, the Lu family seems to have made some moves. Hearing this news, Chen Xingjian's expression became serious, immediately letting Chen Xing his few people leave. It was not too late to discuss the matter of battle techniques later. Skyview. In detail. Yesterday, I have found that the Lu family clan members appeared in various parts of the mass burial mountain. They held iron hoes and seemed to be digging for something. Among them there were also several blood condensation realm martial artists. I didn't dare to take a closer look for fear of being discovered by them. As Chen Tianjing reported, Chen Xingjian's frown deepened. Even during the previous family wars, the Lu family had not made any movements. So why instead was it that in these past few days, the Lu family had made movements? Digging? What can you dig up on a mass grave mountain? What is the Lu family up to? Did the Lao family engage in similar behavior prior to this? Many doubts appeared one by one in Chen Xingjian's mind. However, due to the fact that some years ago, the clan had been fighting against the Li family, they did not have the heart to check on the Lu family at all. So they did not know anything about the Lu family's current movements. But it was certain that the Lu family must have their purpose in doing so. And after hearing the number of martial artists from the Lu clan in the report, Chen Xingjian felt even more of a hint of worry and alarm in his heart. According to Chen Tianjing, he had observed no less than 7 or 8 blood condensation realm martial artists, and among them, there were 2 or 3 late blood condensation realm martial artists. Moreover, what was observed was only a corner of the Lu family, and was not comprehensive, meaning that the Lu family had at least a dozen blood condensation realm martial artists. Although the clan had promoted another member of the clan to the blood condensation realm in the month of January, even with the addition of him as the clan leader, there were only 7 blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, and 3 of them had only arrived at the blood condensation realm not long ago. This number and realm, and the Lu family is not comparable at all, and there is even a huge gap between the two in terms of battle power. If the Lu family wanted to make a move, the family was afraid that they didn't have much of a chance. Plus, the old ancestor in the family had also completely rested after the last great battle, and was now lying straight in his coffin, weakening the family's strength. And Chen Xingjian did not expect that the Lu family, which had been silently lurking, would be this powerful. But luckily, the family still had the divine tree, which could make up for a certain gap in battle power. But when he thought of this, Chen Xingjian's expression froze again. Since the Lu clan that has been secretly hidden is so powerful, will they have their own family totem? It was still understandable that the Li family didn't have a totem. After all, the Li family was still a small family belonging to the massive burial mountain. However, the Lu family had come from a mysterious background and had only been at the mass burial mountain for a few years. It was highly likely that they had their own family totem just like their own family. If the Lu family also had a family totem, the advantage of the divine tree would no longer exist. After thinking for a little while, Chen Xingjian slowly said, "First, withdraw the clansmen outside. Don't poke around. As long as the Lu family doesn't make any moves that threaten the clan, just ignore them." Aha! Chen Tianjing nodded silently. He certainly knew the gap between the two families, and if the Lu family really had other intentions, he was afraid that the family's current situation would be even more dangerous than the duel with the Li family a few months ago. Right now all the family had to do was to pretend not to see it, even when the Lu family made a move to cross the line. Although it didn't sound too pleasant, the gap in strength was such that the family could only be silent now. Family prosperity is imminent. Similarly, the clan was still lacking a high-ranking martial artist. It was also unknown when Xingyu would have any hope of breaking through to the innate realm. Chen Xingjian decided to ask his father, Chen Changming, at night. As the previous family patriarch, his father definitely knew more than himself in this regard, and would also be able to give Chen Xingyu some experience. The family is like this. If there are elders to break through a higher realm, that for the family descendants, will certainly teach, will not hide private, which is also the family can be the key to the origin of the long-lasting. Just as Chen Tianjing was about to leave, Chen Xingjian called out to him abruptly. By the way, regarding the clan's new battle technique, do you know about Tianjing? Does the matriarch mean the 5-organ ascension technique? Yes, this matter is also extremely important. Tianjing, you didn't learn this battle skill, did you? Hearing Chen Xingjian's inquiry, Chen Tianjing also scratched his head. Seeing this scene, where did Chen Xingjian not understand that Chen Tianjing had probably learned? Chen Xingjian let out a sigh from his mouth. AI. This battle technique is harmful to heaven and harmony. If it is passed down, it will be harmful to the family. Even though the family has a divine tree that can display divine power, it's still unknown whether the divine tree can completely heal the aftereffects left behind by this battle technique. Hearing what Chen Xingjian said, Chen Tianjing couldn't help but frown at the moment. Indeed, it was him who had thought too simply before. And the reason why the clan had learned this battle technique was because they had seen the divine tree displaying its divine power the other day. which had led to the clan scrambling to practice this 5 viscera ascension technique. But if even the divine tree was powerless after performing this battle technique, wouldn't the clan be in further decline? It was important to realize that every loss of a viscera would bring great damage to the body, and that there were descriptions of what would happen after the loss of the corresponding viscera in the battle techniques. Understanding the importance of the matter, Chen Tianjing immediately spoke. Matriarch, it should not be too late to remedy the situation. I will go and call over the clansmen who have learned this battle technique. But Chen Xingjian just waved his hand and said, that's just it. Most of the clan has learned by now, so I guess it's too late. Tell you what, I'll go and ask the divine tree this night before I say anything. Chen Tianjing nodded his head in response after hearing this. If the divine tree was able to resolve the aftermath of this battle technique, the strength of the family would also be elevated to a level out of nowhere, and could even explode with great power at critical moments. And Chen Xingjian also had his own thoughts in his mind. If it was before today, he would have definitely taken the appropriate measures to reblockade this battle technique. But now the Lu clan had made a move, and although it had not yet collided with the clan, it made him feel a hint of crisis. He needed to prepare for the worst. If it had the help of the divine tree, this 5 viscera ascension technique might not necessarily not be a formidable battle technique. Chen Xingjian then remembered the blood rice in the good fields, and for a while, he had quite a headache. Difficulties ensue, leaving him deeply powerless. Tonight he would have to ask his father if he had any good ideas. The 5-organ ascension technique? In the ancestral hall, Ji Yang, who had learned of this battle skill, was astonished. In Chen Tianjin's narration, Ji Yang also finally knew what Chen Xinghe was secretly looking for last month after paying homage at the ancestral hall, and after knowing the effects of this battle skill, Ji Yang's heart was even darker. Bull! He really couldn't imagine what kind of genius had actually created this battle skill. Using this battle skill, wasn't that no different from committing suicide? Even though Ji Yang was not a martial artist, he knew the importance of the 5 organs of the body. Although his life force healing effect was strong, but if he lost his brain and heart, even more life force would not help. He was only saving the dead and injured, but could not bring the dead back to life. But if it's a few other organs, it doesn't seem to be impossible. Ji Yang was thoughtful. Now that he had a leaf, he could also briefly boost his clan's strength. The two may differ in form. One transmits the life force directly, while the other changes it into chi and blood in the form of casting a divine ability. However, the essence of the two was the same. Whether it was casting the divine ability One Leaf Blind or healing the clan's injuries, what was consumed was life force. If this 5 viscera ascension technique was more effective and conserved less life force, it would not be a bad way to enhance the strength of the Qin clan. It's just the exact effect that remains to be experimented with. Below, Chen Xingjian, who had finished recounting the matter, silently waited for the divine tree's response. But seeing that the divine tree didn't make any movements for a long time, Chen Xingjian's heart was half-cooled. It seems that even the family god tree can't do it. In that case, tomorrow he should consider how to take back the battle techniques that had been spread out. And those clansmen who had learned this battle technique would have to be carefully instructed not to use it. Just as Chen Xingjian was pondering how the aftermath should be resolved, several green points of light floated down and landed in Chen Xingjian's hands, then disappeared. Seeing that the divine tree had responded, a trace of delight radiated from Chen Xingjian's face. If there weren't too many aftereffects from using this 5 viscera ascension technique, the power that the family erupted in the midst of a desperate situation would definitely surprise the enemy. However, Chen Xingjian also noticed that there were only 4 green points of light that had just floated down. Could this be the divine tree telling itself that it could only explode a maximum of 4 organs? But this also gave Chen Xingjian a bit of a bottom line in his heart. Subsequently, Chen Xingjian once again began to recount the recent family matters and asked, what should be done to resolve the blood rice growth issue as well as how the other Lu clan should respond? This time, however, Chen Xingjian was not praying to the divine tree, but rather narrating to himself to the air in front of the tree trunk. And in front of Chen Xingjian, who could not be seen, several living souls were listening attentively to Chen Xingjian's narration. This was what Chen Changming had told him in his dream earlier, saying that all of the family's dead lived in the ancestral hall. In order to save time in the dream world, Chen Xingjian then decided to talk things out before he went to sleep, and wait until he was in the dream world before his father told him the results of the deliberation, which was much more efficient and convenient. Above, Ji Yang naturally heard Chen Xingjian's description. Ji Yang knew nothing about blood rice or anything else. He had never planted a field. He had only seen the blood rice and thought it was a good color, but he couldn't be of much help when it came to planting it. However, after hearing the description of the Lu clan, Ji Yang's heart was also serious, especially after hearing Chen Xingjian's speculation that the Lu family was also likely to have a family totem. A family totem? Something unique to this side of the world. This was known when Ji Yang had just turned into a tree. but unfortunately there were not many memories about it. And after the resurrection of Chun Changming and other Qin family elders, occasionally it was inevitable to talk about this aspect of things. Ji Yang also listened to a general. For the family totem has a certain understanding. There are many types of family totems, and they are not limited to one. It could be a flower, a tree, or something else seemingly inconspicuous such as a rock. But as a family totem, the only element is that it needs to have a spirit. Only things with spirit have the potential to become family totems. Although this side of the world is large, there is a spirit of things but not much, and can even be said to be extremely rare. Even if there is, once found will also be the big families will be robbed, will not be left to the other small family, which seems to be the tacit understanding of each of the many big families. It was reasonable to say that in a small place like Mass Burial Mountain, I'm afraid that they didn't even know what a totem was, just like the Li clan. If the Li family had a totem, I'm afraid that the Chun family would have long ceased to exist today. As for the Chen family, it was an exception. After all, the Chun family was still a big family at least 100 years ago, and it was not surprising that there were some family residuals, and the Lu family of Mass Burial Mountain, similarly should not be underestimated. And this Lu family, the probability is that it is not a native family of Mass Burial Mountain. It doesn't seem surprising that there are family totems. Although Chun Changming and other family members had a certain understanding of the family totem, they did not know much about it. After all, when the family was glorious, several people were not very old. And even in the family, they could only look at the glory of the family's divine tree from afar. By the time a few people reached adulthood, the family had already fallen, leaving them with only a stump of the divine tree. Because of this, Ji Yang also had more curiosity about the other family totems. If the Lao family had a family totem, what did their family totem look like? What does it do? Ji Yang was eager to see it. Unfortunately, according to Chen Xingzhen's description, the Lu family of today was not something the Chen family could afford to mess with at all. The difference in strength between the two was so great that even if the clan now had the 5 Viscera Ascension technique, along with its own supply of life force, it would still be difficult to be an enemy to it, if they really fought. Not to mention looking at the other party's family totem, it was estimated that their own roots would have to be pulled up. Chen Xingzhen's narration also caused a sense of crisis to arise once again in the heart of Ji Yang, who had lived a peaceful life for 2 months. Looks like he won't be able to lay flat for a while. At the same time, it also made Ji Yang, who originally still had some hesitation in his heart, secretly make a decision. After Chen Xingzhen finished describing the situation, he left the shrine and headed towards his room. Under the shade of the tree, the living souls of Chun Changming and the rest of the family's backbone were currently discussing what Chen Xingzhen had just said. One man counts for the shortest, but all men count for the longest. Without a body, the family's safety and security, they cannot take care of, but the memory is still there. Can think, can advise the family. Today's dilemma lies in the growth of the blood rice and finding out the purpose of the Lu family. With some discussion among the crowd, a decision was quickly made. Not a moment later, Chun Changming's figure drifted away, preparing to enter the dream to inform Chen Xingzhen of the crowd's deliberative countermeasures. As for the other living souls, they were all sitting in various parts of the shrine at the moment, cultivating with the help of the yin qi emanating from the trunk of the Ji Yang tree. At first the people thought they were merely souls coming back to life, and that was all there was to life. But then they realized that with the increase of yin qi, their souls would become more solid and they could dream for a longer period of time. And even their memories were much better, able to recall things they had forgotten. And they also found that strength in life also seemed to determine the concentration of yin qi in the soul. Like Chun Changming, who was previously the only ascended realm martial artist in the family, there was also a clear gap with other living souls when it came to the soul body. The absorption of yin qi over the past 2 months or so had allowed Chen Changming to briefly move around in daylight and without the need to use the shade of the divine tree. Although the activity was extremely brief, probably only a few breaths of effort, the discovery made many living souls quite intent, because they also wanted to see the daytime family, to experience the vitality of the family, and to see the growth of the descendants of the family. However, with their current soul body strength, it was still difficult to realize, so they needed to work harder. Although it was possible to cultivate in the space of the tree trunk during the day, the effect wasn't as fast as clinging to the side of the divine tree at night. Looking at the many living souls sitting in meditation and practicing below, Ji Yang also slowly moved his gaze away. He could feel these souls gradually becoming stronger, as if they were those living souls in the underworld realm. But it's a good thing, because these living souls don't yet know that they have another avatar. Ji Yang was also curious as to how strong they could be when they were covered in armor. But soon, Ji Yang looked at his panel. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 200. 2. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. soul concentration, armor covering, feats, lunar eclipse, gathering in, battle technique, Tai Zu long fist, can be transmitted once, blood, 88, can be converted to life force, spiritual power, 24, extrapolation points, 14, can be deduced, status, absorbed in moonlight. It was now 1 month since the last time he had rescued Chen Tianma, and during this month, Ji Yang could absorb 3 points of life force every night. 1 month was not enough time for Ji Yang to push his life force to 200 points. Not to mention that Ji Yang would still be consumed by casting divine powers and healing his clansmen in the middle of the process. However, at 180 points of vitality, Ji Yang took the initiative to transform 40 points of qi in blood, wanting to see if 200 points of vitality would allow him to give birth to new branches again. Unfortunately, 200 life points doesn't work. This January, the Chen family sacrificed once a week, and sacrificed or blood condensation realm beasts, which also led to today's Ji Yang's qi in blood has quite a lot. If there is no transformation of life force, today's qi in blood has more than 100 points. It was just a pity that the increase in spiritual power wasn't much, and there were even 2 ferocious beasts among them that hadn't increased at all, but it was good that it was still enough. The number of deduction points now also amounted to 14, with 1 of the clansmen advancing to the blood condensation realm, and 6 of the body tempering realm clansmen improving, much better than the previous month. According to Ji Yang's original intention, he was going to save some more and then make a multiple deduction. But today, Chen Tianjin's narration was what forced Ji Yang to make up his mind in advance. People don't harm tigers, but tigers have the intention of hurting people. The difference in strength between the 2 great clans today had to make Ji Yang face up to it. Although the 2 sides had previously been well watered, now that the Chen family was weak, the Lu family had made a move. If the future of the family is entrusted to the kindness of the enemy, then the Chen family is not far from extinction. Being strong is the key. Even if not for the Chen family, Ji Yang had to think for himself. He didn't want to save many points that he hadn't used when the Lu family martial artists killed the ancestral hall. Turning the resources at hand into one's own strength is the most important thing. Even though there weren't many deduction points, Ji Yang couldn't care less. This deduction requires 20 qi in blood, 10 spiritual energy, and 10 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a double push, in which you may randomly bring one of your own abilities into the push. Note, the higher the deduction multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Looking at the familiar prompt, Ji Yang no longer hesitated and clicked yes. The familiar scene strikes again. Countless maps jumped before his eyes. Ji Yang saw in it the underworld realm that he had gone in during the last multiple push. If this push could also randomize this world, it would not be a bad result. After all, nowadays his very being was the spectral acacia tree. Growing in the underworld realm surely occupies a heavenly place in time, like a fish in water. Unfortunately, the underworld realm flickered and quickly disappeared before Ji Yang's eyes. When the walking map in front of him gradually began to slow down, Ji Yang's originally calm heart couldn't help but give birth to some fluctuations. Who the hell invented the dog system? When the image in front of him paused, a snowy white color appeared in Ji Yang's vision. Without waiting for Ji Yang to see the details, the world in front of him transformed once again. Once his sight was regained, Ji Yang had gotten a good look at his surroundings. Crowded, very crowded. This was Ji Yang's first feeling. At this time, he was still a small sapling, but it was a bit larger compared to the previous single-fold projection. But it was not like the last 5-fold projection when the size of his outside world was completely integrated into the projected world. It seemed that the more times he pushed, the stronger his own strength would be, as if he would carry one of his own abilities with every additional times he pushed. Thinking of his own ability, Ji Yang hurriedly felt it. According to the rules of the push, twice the push, he is able to carry an ability into the push. A little later, Ji Yang's eyes lit up as he felt it. This time, the ability you carry yourself is Root Beard Strengthening. That's probably for the best. He currently has 3 abilities: Root Strengthening, Heat Resistance, and Perseverance. 2 of the abilities, Root Strengthening and Resilience, were more versatile and could be used no matter where he was. And as for Heat Resistance, it could only be used for special situations. However, Ji Yang felt that the Root Reinforcement was a little better than the Toughness effect. Without giving Ji Yang too much time to think, a line of subtitles quickly appeared before Ji Yang's eyes. You were born in the middle of a snowy field. In order to become a tree, you started to grow. Looking at the subtitles in front of him, Ji Yang's heart then froze. Snow? It seemed right. And after randomizing to the screen he did see a blanket of white color. However, when Ji Yang looked around, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Where's the promised snow? Why did he see nothing but yellow dirt? Never mind. Ji Yang didn't count on this. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang also struggled to use the skill root beard strengthening. Although it could not be strengthened with life force in the world of deduction, it was able to make his roots more powerful, and it also allowed Ji Yang to choose the direction of growth on his own. Soon, Ji Yang had already found a suitable soil for his survival through his roots, and although the soil over here was very hard, it couldn't hold Ji Yang's heart to grow hard. With the acceleration of time, Ji Yang's stature more and more thriving. Originally just a seedling, he also gradually grew taller, only because of the complexity of the terrain above. Ji Yang a few twists and turns, which struggled to grow out. After Ji Yang's trunk had the thickness of a thumb, the crowding around him disappeared. Ji Yang looked around, only to see that all the surroundings were covered by thick snow. The sky and the earth were pale, and the only thing that stood out was a touch of green on the branches of his tree. It was only at this moment that Ji Yang realized that the original map was not wrong. It was just that he had grown in the cracks of the earth beneath the snow and had not been able to get the first glimpse of the landscape on the ground. But when Ji Yang's branches gradually grew taller, it was a quick discovery that it was not good. Simply because when he was underneath the snow, he could still defy the cold, but when the branches grew taller, he had to face the attack of the cold wind and cold air. He doesn't have hypothermia resistance, so he's probably going to have a hard time making it through. The thoughts in Ji Yang's mind had just surfaced when a new subtitle had appeared before his eyes. The snowy cold wind is howling and the weather is getting colder. In order to fight off the cold, you choose? More nutrients to the bark, more nutrients to the leaves, more nutrients to the roots. There were still 3 choices, but after looking at the 3 choices, Ji Yang's heart was hesitant. Different choices mean different outcomes, some of which may be good or bad. Ji Yang didn't know which option was better, but he could think about it based on his previous deduction experience. If you infuse the nutrients into the bark yourself, there is a high likelihood that your bark will become more resistant to cold. At the end of the push, surely it is also a relevant ability to gain the bark aspect. However, now that he was growing up in the ancestral hall and the family secret passage had been closed, there wasn't much safety for the time being, so Ji Yang ruled this option out. As for the second option, infusing nutrients into the leaves. Aha! Ji Yang thought about it for a moment and ruled it out as well. Where is the resistance to cold through leaves? He was worried he wouldn't last if he chose to. Of course, based on previous experience, choosing this might not necessarily go wrong, but Ji Yang was not prepared to take the risk. After eliminating 2 options, Ji Yang could only choose the third option. Injects more nutrients into the roots and whiskers. In fact, it stands to reason that choosing to infuse nutrients into the bark should be the optimal choice. After all, the bark is what keeps a tree warm. But Ji Yang is not reasonable, and neither is the world. Apart from the bark, the roots were also quite important. But of course, more importantly, the ability that Ji Yang carried this time was root strengthening. This was the reason why Ji Yang chose the third one. After deciding, Ji Yang decisively tapped the last option. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang was also able to sense the condition of his body. Originally, the nutrients absorbed by the roots should have gone towards the trunk and branches to make themselves stronger, but now these nutrients were staying on top of the roots and stagnating. As more nutrients are added, the original root whorls begin to expand rapidly. In the midst of expansion, Ji Yang slowly felt a warmth from the roots, but it didn't last long. When most of the nutrients were absorbed by the roots underground, Ji Yang's bark gradually stopped growing and began to change in color, and the green leaves, which were already few, gradually began to turn yellow, and then fell into the snow and were buried by the snow. From a distance, at the moment, Ji Yang did not look like a tree, but more like a dead branch stuck in the ground. Seeing that he didn't trigger a new subtitle after his choice, Ji Yang knew that his choice might not be right, but as long as he didn't die, then it was also right. Only the direction of growth was not quite the same. Slowly, Ji Yang's roots grew warmer and warmer, seeming to mutate after being infused with more nutrients. Even the snow on top of the root whiskers gradually began to melt. As spring goes by and fall comes and goes, time passes without fail. Whenever Ji Yang's roots expanded farther, the snow above melted with them. Gradually, with Ji Yang as the center, several miles in a radius were restored as before, and a piece of green gradually grew back from the cold snow. As the range expands and the temperature drops, the trunks of the trees that stopped growing in Jiyang are also revitalized, with new green leaves slowly growing. Seeing this, Ji Yang's heart was finally completely stabilized. This time it was a real fluke, and it was also fortunate that the new ability he carried was root beard enhancement. Otherwise he might not have survived until now. Slowly, Jiyang's trunk became thicker and thicker. The green leaves on the branches gradually became more and more luxuriant, and the underground roots spread wider and wider. A new oasis, as the change of seasonal sunshine gradually gave birth to this piece of dead snow. At this time, Ji Yang's growth height had already surpassed several previous projections, and it seemed to be the most successful one. At least he hadn't lived this long in the previous projection. When Ji Yang looked at the Greenland full of greenery with the many living creatures living in this Greenland, it also made Ji Yang's heart also give birth to a sense of fulfillment. When one man gets a government position, he gets a government position. MO is nothing more than that. But then Ji Yang was puzzled again. A long time had passed as well, but why hadn't he seen new subtitles appear? This made Ji Yang instinctively notice that something was wrong. New subtitles often represent a change in the plot, and while the wrong choice is likely to run into the danger of death, amidst the danger, there is also a glimmer of opportunity. At least most of the aptitudes or feats he got nowadays were due to choices made in new episodes. Blandness was a blessing, but he didn't feel as if too much of it would work. Most importantly, if no new episodes appeared, would he have gotten anywhere? Does it mean he'll just keep growing? Just as Ji Yang was thinking about it, he was aware of an abnormality in himself. Ji Yang looked around, only to see that the originally green leaves gradually withered, the rough bark slowly began to fall, and the hard trunk gradually lost the hardness he should have. The only thing that gets hotter and hotter are the roots underground. As it burned, he seemed to shrivel up. Without waiting for Ji Yang to save the day, a line of subtitles then appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The mutated root overgrew a great deal of your lifespan, and you died of old age. When the subtitles disappeared, Ji Yang's trunk quickly began to dismember, and the roots that had originally exuded vigor quickly lost their temperature. Ice and snow recovered this green area, hiding all traces of it, and everything was back to the way it had been in the beginning. The image in front of Ji Yang's eyes gradually faded. Just as Ji Yang sighed in his heart, he was able to see a youthful figure running extremely fast in the blurred image. This youth came to the place where Ji Yang had grown before, and wordless words spat out from his mouth. Ji Yang couldn't hear it, but he saw the regret on the youth's face, as well as recognizing what the youth was saying through the shape of his mouth. Too late. Ji Yang had mixed thoughts in his mind, and then the world before him completely collapsed. When Ji Yang reopened his eyes, he was still surrounded by the familiar shrine. This time, Ji Yang didn't rush to check the deduction harvest, but carefully recalled the scene he had just seen, and some doubts arose in his heart. He had thought that this deduction was just a walk in the park, and that everything in it was fake, nebulous, and non-existent. The whole world. For him, he opens his eyes and the world is born. He closes his eyes and the world is destroyed. But what he had just seen was a hint of doubt in his mind. Are those places really fake? If they were fake, why did the young man who appeared in the last picture show regret? But if that's true, how do you explain the rapid passage of time in the inferred world? Ji Yang couldn't think of much to understand, but this deduction was something that kept Ji Yang's mind. Perhaps the world of extrapolation is more interesting than one might think. Unfortunately, what he knew was still too little, and he needed to get the corresponding clues from more deductions to answer the doubts in his mind. When the thoughts disengaged, Ji Yang no longer thought much about it. Extrapolating the world was too far away from the current him, and not something he should be thinking about right now. Currently, he should be more concerned about when he would be able to gain a complete foothold in this side of the world, rather than worrying daily about either the destruction of the Chun family or himself being cut down. End of pushback. You have realized a new ability in this push, hypothermia resistance. You have realized a new ability in this push, free growth. You have realized a new aptitude in this deduction, thousands of miles of red earth. Low temperature resistance, you can grow in very low temperatures. Freedom to grow, you can grow into what you want. Red earth, you can expend a certain amount of life force to imbue the roots with terrifying heat. Ji Yang gazed at the new gains from this deduction, but his heart was not very satisfied. If he had survived for a long time this time according to the length of time, it was logical that the harvest should be good. But in fact, it is not. And it seems that he who pushes the world will have a lifespan limit. I guess there are still too few episodes to go through to trigger more than a few subtitles. Ji Yang understood in his heart. While no longer dwelling on it, he turned his gaze to the gains he had gained from this deduction. Low temperature resistance. Getting this ability was no surprise to Ji Yang. Cold temperature resistance seems to be more appropriate for Ji Yang right now than high temperature resistance. As the temperature of the mass burial mountain lowered, although Ji Yang was just a tree, he also felt it accordingly. If he waited for another period of time, Ji Yang felt that it was very likely that he would also be affected by the weather and undergo some changes. But with this ability, he didn't need to bother. Freedom to grow. Seeing this new ability explained Ji Yang heart envy. How nice it would have been to give this new ability to my former self. Unfortunately, it was of little use to the current Ji Yang. After all, he was just a tree now. What's the use of a tree that looks good? But it wasn't completely useless. At least he had the option to keep himself from splitting the pitchforks. Finally, Ji Yang turned his gaze to the only divine ability he had harvested this time. 1,000 miles of bare ground. It sounded as if it was extremely good. being able to make its own roots emit terrifyingly high temperatures. However, upon careful consideration, Ji Yang felt that the usefulness of this divine ability did not seem to be great. As the family divine tree, if it was his turn to strike, then I'm afraid that the family would be almost finished, and it would be difficult to change the big picture by relying on this divine ability. In addition, Ji Yang was always skeptical about this certain vitality. If the life force is too little, you may not feel anything. If the temperature is too high, the life force consumed may not be something you can afford. With all this life force, he might as well use a leaf to enhance his strength for his clan. But then Ji Yang thought of the family's most recent dilemma. The issue of the blood rice stopping growing because the temperature was too low. If he used this divine power, would he be able to solve this dilemma? Ji Yang pondered for a little while and prepared to experiment a bit. As Ji Yang performed his divine ability, the roots buried underground reacted, and a faint heat gradually emanated from the underground roots. When Ji Yang's infusion of life force increased, the heat grew stronger and was quickly conducted to the ground. Around the shrine, many of the clan bodies felt something. Did you feel as if it was warmer all around? Yeah, I found that too. It seems to be gone again. Amidst the doubts of the clansmen, Ji Yang withdrew his divine power. Let's pretend he didn't say anything before. Using this divine ability could indeed raise the temperature of the surrounding area, but there was a distance limitation. That is, it could only be not far from his roots, and could not spread too far. If he had exploded this divine power with full force, I'm afraid that without waiting for the blood rice to grow, the Chen clan's house would have to catch fire. However, if one didn't use this divine ability at full strength, it didn't seem to consume much life force. At least he had just consumed only 0.1 of his life force. I just didn't know how long he would be able to last if he didn't withdraw his divine power. However, in order to conserve his life force, Ji Yang wasn't even going to use it for the time being. Right now, the Chen family is not so extravagant that it needs underfloor heating. In the dream world, Chen Xingzhen's father and son are communicating, and after a few people conferred, a few solutions were figured out regarding the issue of blood rice stopping growing. For example, spreading straw next to the blood rice plants, or directly making fire without stopping in the good field. And even more troublesome, simply using some fabric and wood, wrapping the whole good field. The purpose of all these methods is to raise the temperature within the good soil, thus speeding up the growth process of blood rice and allowing it to bear fruit earlier. Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly after hearing this. He had also thought of these methods, but other than the first one, the other ones were quite troublesome and extremely labor-intensive. As for being covered with straw, I'm afraid the effect will not be great, although it will raise the temperature a little. However, Chen Xingzhen was still prepared to try tomorrow. Regardless of the outcome, they couldn't give up on this crop of blood rice. As for the Lu family's movements nowadays, Chen Changming said that he had all the clansmen scouting outside withdrawn. The matter is left to them. Martial artists probing will inevitably reveal clues, leaving traces. If the Lu family had no intention of making a move, and therefore upset, when the time comes, instead of making a mistake, so that the family is in jeopardy, and like the state they were in nowadays, it couldn't be more appropriate for probing. Considering that the soul body was also at risk of being discovered by martial artists, Chen Changming decided to only let the dead clansmen check for traces outside and not enter inside the Lu clan. Although this is slower, it is safer. Moreover, with such a big move by the Lu family, it was impossible to have blood condensation realm martial artists guarding every place, and this was also an opportunity for them to find out what they were up to. The two of them spoke in detail some more before Chen Changming's figure slowly disappeared from the dream world. On the second day, the family had a big action. A large number of clansmen were sent to the good fields, carrying out the work of blood rice insulation. It was just that the spiritual fields were quite large in scope, and the family's little bit of manpower was somewhat insufficient, and it took a whole day before all the good fields were covered with straw. In the following days, all the martial artists in the clan were busy in the good fields, and the clan's busyness was not without effect. When Chen Xingzhen saw tiny grains of rice sprouting from the originally dried out ears of rice, his face full of sadness also gained a hint of joy. But after rejoicing, Chen Xingzhen looked up to the sky again and sighed secretly. The busyness of the clansmen in these few days did have an effect, but now that it was almost December, the weather was getting colder and colder, and frost had even begun to condense high up in the massive burial mountain. According to the current situation, in a few days the frost will cover all the fields, and then it will still be difficult to harvest this crop of blood rice, and their hustle doesn't make much difference in this extremely cold weather. Looking at the clansmen who were still working hard and busy in the fields, even Chen Xingzhen had a trace of bewilderment in his heart. Is it really time to give up? But when Chen Xingzhen looked at the smiles that appeared on the faces of many of his clansmen while they were busy, his heart instantly became sprightly. Even if this crop of blood rice could not be harvested, It didn't matter. The big deal was that they would plant it again the following year. Chen Xingjin no longer dwelled on it, but simply shouted loudly to the clansmen in the field. Clansmen, extra dinner tonight. Thank you, matriarch. Holy wisdom of the patriarch. The work in the hands of the clansmen who heard the extra meal was done with more vigor. Matriarch, we've got something. Inside the Lu clan, the middle-aged man listening to the clansman's report rose violently, a regal luster bursting out from his eyes. And then he spoke. Show me. Seeing the patriarch's expression, the person reporting also hurriedly led the way ahead. A group of several people soon left from the family. In no time, several people had arrived within a deep pit. Outside the pit, there were quite a few Lu clan members watching from the side at the moment, and upon closer inspection, it wasn't hard to realize that these guards had a minimum of the blood condensation realm, and around this deep pit, there were several other tunnels that had been dug out. The tunnels were haphazard. The digging method was simple, and the pillars used to support the tunnels used only a few stakes, and together with the fresh dirt piled up outside the deep pits, it was evident that these tunnels had been dug in a short period of time. The middle-aged man didn't pay the slightest attention to these extremely dangerous-looking tunnels, and instead, led by one man, he quickly walked into one of the tunnels that had only been dug not long ago. Soon, the group came to the depths of the tunnel. When the middle-aged man saw the splash of red dirt at the end of the tunnel, he was even more excited, and immediately approached and reached out to touch it. Under the middle-aged man's kneading, a bright red color of blood seeped out of the bright red clay. Seeing the blood-colored middle-aged man's face was greatly delighted, and his mouth even said, well, keep digging. We must find the exact location of the natural blood spring this time. A natural blood spring? What is that? In the Chen family, Chen Xingjin in the dream world had a bewildered look on his face. Just now, Chen Changming entered the dream realm and told him about the information that had come back from the clansmen he had sent out in the past few days. And after some judgment, Chen Changming told him that the probability was that the Lu family was looking for a natural blood spring. Chen Xingjin, who had not heard of this name, certainly did not know what this was, but looking at the grim look on his father's face, Chen Xingjin's heart also felt a little bad. After a short silence, Chen Changming opened his mouth to explain. The heavens and earth are immense, and often in some places, some feng shui treasures will be born, thus giving birth to some strange effects. Natural blood spring is such a feng shui treasure. This kind of blood spring, born in the ground, but will not be like a spring general gushing out of the ground, but in the underground to form a dark current, will be surrounded by slowly change. After saying that, Chen Changming sighed again. In fact, the blood rice that the family grows now is also because of this natural blood spring. I only had a guess in my mind before and didn't confirm it, but last night I personally went to check out the tunnels dug by the Lu family, and it was confirmed that they were indeed looking for that one natural blood spring hidden in the mass burial mountain. Chen Xingjin, who heard this news, was in a trance. He didn't expect that the seemingly plain and uneventful mass burial mountain would have such a thing. But soon, Chen Xingjin reacted and opened his mouth to ask, what is the Lu family doing looking for a natural blood spring? Are they trying to take the blood spring here away? Chen Changming shook his head. Once a natural blood spring is born, it cannot be moved away. They are looking for blood springs. There must be other reasons. This kind of blood springs, although it is a feng shui treasure, but the effect in many feng shui treasures is not too surprising. It is only able to produce things such as blood rice. According to you, the Lu family didn't vigorously plant blood rice after coming to the mass burial mountain. It's obvious that they don't see the collateral effects of the blood spring, so the purpose is probably the natural blood spring itself. If there are no more natural blood springs, wouldn't it be impossible to grow blood rice in the mass burial mountain? Exactly. Chen Changming's affirmative answer caused Chen Xingjin's mind to wander with thoughts, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. As the patriarch, he knew the importance of blood rice, and without the threat of the Li clan, if the family develops in this mass burial mountain all year round, relying on the blood rice, it might not be impossible to become a great family in the future, restoring the glory of the past. However, without the blood rice, the progress of the family martial artist's body hardening would slow down or even stagnate, and the family's development would fall far behind. Although it was said that the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts could also quench the body, how many ferocious beasts could there be in the mountain of disorderly burial, and how many years of hunting can the family withstand? Things like blood rice, which had 3 crops a year, were too rare. Chen Xingjin originally thought that this blood rice is the reason for the unique land of the mass burial mountain, but did not expect that the depths actually have the relationship of this natural blood spring. If the Lu family really found it, and the blood spring disappeared into thin air, how should the family develop after that? At this moment, Chen Xingjin eyes resolute, must not let the Lu family to find the natural blood spring, otherwise the family's future road has been broken in half. But when he thought of the strength of the Lu family, Chen Xingjian's eyes became hesitant again. If the family really blocked the Lu family's move, wouldn't that be a mantis? If the family is destroyed now, what's the point of talking about development? Swearing to stop it would have almost no effect and would wipe out the family, leave it alone and lose the blood meter, but have a high probability of keeping the family. It was thought that the Lu family, who had found the blood rice, wouldn't make a move against the family, and if they wanted to make a move, they wouldn't have waited until now. I don't think it's hard to tell which is the lesser of the two. On the side, Chen Changming did not disturb the thinking Chen Xingjian, and after thinking clearly Chen Xingjian's face had more than a hint of helplessness. Right now, even if they knew what the Lu family was up to, they couldn't stop it. They could only pretend they didn't see it. Without the blood rice, it's not bad to be able to save the family's strength. Besides, the family still has the divine tree. Since the Lu family hadn't developed in the mass burial mountain in the past few years, it was thought that they wouldn't either after finding the blood spring. Perhaps the Chen family would be the only family in the mass burial mountain by then. In this way, the family might be better off than before. But this point of advantage compared with the blood rice, in a few moments will be gone, can only be regarded as the loss of blood rice after the heart of the consolation is just. Recalling the Lu family's actions over the past few years, Chen Changming, however, suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask towards Chen Changming with an expectant face. Father, the Lu family has been in the mountain of mass burial for several years now. So I think their search for the blood spring is not just for this year, but in these past few years, blood rice can grow in the good fields as usual. Is it possible that they can't find it this year either? Chen Changming shook his head after hearing this. Although there are quite a few tributaries of natural blood springs that are difficult to find, the Lu family has ruled out most of the places over the past few years even though they haven't found them. In addition, the mountain of mass graves is just this big, and this time the Lu family made a big fuss about it, so they obviously ran out of patience. And even if they didn't find it this time, they will definitely find it next time. Chen Changming's words caused the last trace of Chen Xingjian's expectations to vanish. That seems to be the odds that the family won't be able to make a change. However, at this time, Chen Xingjian was suddenly asking, Father, do you know where this natural blood spring is located? Chen Changming nodded and said calmly, I know, the natural blood spring, it's under my Chen family's ancestral hall. Oh, Chen Xingjian's face was as normal after hearing this, but when he reacted, surprise was written all over his face, and even as he slept, his heartbeat raced. He had only asked casually to answer the curiosity in his heart in the meantime, but he had not expected this natural blood spring to be right underneath the family's ancestral hall, which was really hard for him to accept for a while. Chen Changming continued, when my family migrated to this place, I was already seriously injured and unable to return to heaven, but by chance, I was able to discover this natural blood spring with the blood rice here. It is for this reason that a new family is being established here. To be precise, that natural blood spring is underneath the shrine's divine tree, and now that the divine tree has been revived, I think there is a reason for this blood spring as well. The secrets that spilled out of Chen Changming's mouth one after another had already left Chen Xingjian at a loss as to how to respond. However, when he knew the location of the blood spring, the original idea in his heart changed instantly. If the blood fountain was elsewhere, so be it. He could still pretend he didn't see it. But now his father had told him that the blood spring was under the shrine's divine tree, which meant that in order to find the blood spring, he would still have to dislodge the family's divine tree. The family god tree is also the family totem, the hope of family prosperity, and the god that saves the family from fire and water. In the middle of the blood rice and the divine tree, he would choose the family divine tree without hesitation. What's more, now that the two are combined into one, he has no choice. After pondering for a little while, Chen Xingjian nodded his head silently. Father, I understand. Looking at Chen Xingjian's expression, Chen Changming nodded his head in relief. The reason why he did not rush to tell Chen Xingjian this point is also to see how Chen Xingjian chooses. Now it seems that Chen Xingjian has an answer, and after Chen Changming had just learned of the Lu family's purpose, he already had an idea in his mind. If it weren't for this blood spring, the family divine tree probably wouldn't have revived, much less brought them back to life. Whether it was for the sake of the family's future, or for the sake of the family's present, this battle was unavoidable, and he hoped that Chen Xingjian, too, was of the same mind as himself. Even though the disparity was quite large, the current Chen family was not without the power to fight back. In the shrine, Ji Yang silently looked down at the piece of dirt below that was not covered by the lapis lazuli, but was stained with scarlet, and a hint of astonishment issued from his heart. Natural blood springs? Red earth? After Ji Yang's life force was enhanced, he could already glimpse the scenes of these souls communicating in their dreams. The conversation between Chen Xingjian and Chen Changming just now was also caught in his ears. He had thought that the scarlet clay was only because of the blood sacrifice, but he hadn't realized that there was this other layer involved. Ji Young slowly twitched one of the strengthened roots and probed towards the depths below. Soon after, Ji Young discovered an abnormality. His own roots had sunk to a certain distance when they touched a land that was like a quagmire, and the feeling coming from the roots is very different. I think this is that natural blood spring hidden deep in the ground, only it is slightly different from what I imagined. Ji Young tried to absorb it with his roots to see if he could draw life force from this blood spring, but the answer was no. When Ji Yang retracted his own roots, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Earlier, he had felt that the two clans might fight, but now it seemed that his feeling was right. Now, even if the Chen clan wanted to give up this blood spring, they couldn't because he couldn't move it after binding it to the Chen clan. And thinking about the strength of the Lu family, Ji Yang even more sighed that the road ahead was difficult. Luckily, Chen Xingjian did not let him down and was still his own little fanboy, and relying on his life force today, it might not be hopeless. He needed more life force while the two families were still at war today. If one simply relied on just absorbing the lunar eclipse, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to improve quickly. The only way to do that was to let the Chen family continue to offer sacrifices. Unfortunately, deduction points could not be obtained quickly, or else he could have continued to deduce. But even with plenty of life force, facing this Lu family of unknown strength, Ji Yang's confidence wasn't too high. Under the moonlight, the acacia leaves that emanate fluorescent light from the seasonal sun are all tinged with a bit of sadness. On the second day, without waiting for Ji Yang's signal, Chen Xingjian had already begun to offer sacrifices and was prepared to do so one day at a time. When Chen Tianjing and the others saw this, they were puzzled. Before it was a 7-day sacrifice, how did it suddenly change to a 1-day sacrifice? Even if the clan is currently raising enough domesticated beasts and there is still enough food, the following winter is difficult to obtain food, and considering the long period of time, there is no need to sacrifice so diligently even if you want to sacrifice, right? And when the few blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan learned about the natural blood spring, all of their faces changed drastically and they no longer had any doubts. The many clansmen who were originally drawn to Liang Tian were all withdrawn back by Qin Xingjian, allowing the crowd to continue to temper their bodies and strengthen themselves. Whether or not this crop of blood rice will be harvested is no longer the main issue for the family today. Protect the family, guard the family tree and preserve the natural blood spring. This, then, is what the family is about to face. Many of the clansmen were not sure what was happening in the clan, but they also sensed a hint of depression through the atmosphere of the clan and began to cultivate hard. 2 days later, inside the Lu clan, a figure was curiously watching the surroundings, with some excitement on his face, looking at the person leading the way in front of him. Tian Mang couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, "That, my lord, how much farther do I have to go, please?" Immediately, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. This time if your answer can satisfy the patriarch, my Lu family, there's no more than one of you to eat. Hearing the promise of the person in front of him, Tian Mang wore a happy face. Ever since he failed to pass the Chen family's house slave test last time, he had returned to the village, not realizing that today, it was a member of the Lu family clan who had come to his door. Lu family, that is also the great family of the massive burial mountain, although usually do not show the mountain, but from the time he came in, looking at the tightly guarded surroundings, but also can feel, this Lu family, the strength seems to be even stronger than the previous Chen family. If he was able to enter the Lu family, he might be treated even better than he was in the Chen family. It's gold. Sooner or later it will shine. And he, Tian Mang, was the piece of gold that had been obscured from the light. Thinking that it was the Lu family patriarch that he would be meeting soon made Tian Mang a little nervous and unconsciously rubbed his hands together. Here we are. Go in. My humble servant Tian Mang. Meet Lord Patriarch. Tian Mang, who walked into the room, bent down and saluted. Well, I've heard that you've worked as a house slave in the Chen family before, so tell me the details of what you saw. Hearing the Lu family patriarch inquire about this matter, Tian Mang had some doubts in his heart, but thinking of the promise he made earlier, he still immediately spoke up. During the exchange between the two, the patriarch of the Lu family gave a little response from time to time, and the sound of his gentle words made Tian Mang's originally still somewhat nervous mind vanish, and he even didn't forget to tell all the details of what he had seen. What family slave test they have? It's all fake, like me so. Speaking later, Tian Mang had already brought on emotions, considering that the opposite side was the Lu family patriarch. He still didn't say that he was too good or something like that to say out loud. Good, very good. I probably know everything you've said, so go on down. Thank you, Lord Patriarch. Tian Mang once again bowed his thanks, and then followed the person who led him away with an excited expression on his face. That speech just now had allowed him to spit out the injustice of the Chen family, and judging from the situation, This Lu family patriarch was very satisfied with himself, so he thought that he would have no problem entering the Lu family. So how could he not be happy? And after Tian Mang left, another person was brought into the room. This person was no other than Kai Mao, who had failed the examination that day and left with Tian Mang. Greetings, matriarch. Entering the room, Kai Mao looked very formal, somewhat fearfully glancing at the middle-aged man in front of him. The room was dim. He didn't see his face too well, and he didn't dare to look at it more. However, after half a cup of tea, Kai Mao had begun to speak eloquently, narrating everything that had happened since he had entered the Chen family. After he said that he went to the shrine because he sneaked to it in the middle of the night, the middle-aged man was the one who suddenly interrupted. What did you see in that shrine? Kai Mao tried to recall, then shook his head. I didn't see anything in the shrine. It seemed like it was just a shrine. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and asked again. Think harder. As he spoke, a faint scent of fragrance poured into his nose, and it also made Kai Mao's memory clearer. Soon, Kai Mao's eyes lit up. I remember. There was a tree planted in that shrine. Oh, the middle-aged man's tone rose slightly. What tree? It looked like an acacia tree, and it was so dark I didn't look much. It just seemed a little strange. Okay, I got it. Go down. The sound of the middle-aged man's words caused Kai Mao to say no more, and with that, he also left the room. But after leaving the room, Kai Mao's heart was slightly stunned. How could he have just said something like he felt strange? At the time when he peeked in, he thought it was nothing strange. Wasn't it normal to plant a tree inside a shrine? Kai Mao shook his head and thought no more. It turned out that the Lu family was only looking for themselves to inquire about this matter. This made his heart relieved. Before he came, he thought he had accidentally provoked this kind of big family. Patriarch, it's just a small Chen family. Is there a need to be so troublesome? One of the clansmen in the room asked in disbelief. The middle-aged man let out a light laugh. Ha, if it was before, there would be no need for such trouble. But now, this Chen family is a bit different. That tree in the ancestral hall, I think it's the Chen family's family totem. Right? If nothing else, the revival of the Chen clan's totem should have been at the time of the battle with the Li clan, which is why the Li clan suffered a great defeat, all because of the totem. After hearing the totem, the clansman looked back toward the compound inside the room, his face no longer puzzled. If there is a family totem, then indeed you can't be careless. Patriarch, what should we do after that? Go get ready. It's time to visit this neighbor tomorrow. The middle-aged man spoke meaningfully of his neighbors. Yes, matriarch. By the way, matriarch, those two just now, what should be done about them? Kill. Faint words spat out from the middle-aged man's mouth. The clan members just retreated in silence even after hearing this, with no other color on their faces. Killing two people was nothing more than a casual matter for them, and it was even much better than dealing with ferocious beasts. After the room was empty, the middle-aged man slowly walked towards the backyard, but it was hard to hide the elation on his face. 5 years. 5 years. The family had searched for 5 whole years in the mountain of mass burial, and if it wasn't for the fact that that natural blood spring would fall into dormancy during the winter, they would have definitely found it a long time ago. But it was also because of the silence of the blood springs in winter that they could search through the blood springs back. If it was any other season, when the blood springs revived, there were too many tributaries, and it would be difficult to find the exact location of the blood springs, unless they turned the entire mass burial mountain upside down. Unfortunately, with the manpower of the clan today, it was simply not enough, not to mention that with such fanfare, it would easily attract attention. Luckily, though, the family's 5-year search was not in vain. In yesterday, the family finally found the mainstream of the natural blood spring through the tunnels dug. After judgment, that blood spring, there was a 90% chance that it was under the Chen clan. 5 years had already allowed him to go from his initial eagerness to today's composure, and after knowing where the blood spring was located, he didn't rush to set off, but was prepared to poke around for news about the Chen clan first. If it was before this, he probably wouldn't have been this cautious, but the last time the Chen clan fought back in the middle of a desperate situation, it had to make him a bit more cautious. Most importantly, the family is not what it used to be. It wouldn't be too late to wait until tomorrow when he used the name of his visit to check out the exact strength of this Chen family before making his move. The middle-aged man continued to walk forward and soon came to a familiar courtyard. In the courtyard, the bamboo forest is getting thinner and thinner, and the color on the green bamboo is getting more and more yellow. In the middle of this not so many bamboo forest, a green bamboo that was not more than half a foot tall and thicker than his wrist entered the middle-aged man's line of sight. Only this green bamboo appeared even more dead. Not even a trace of green color was visible on it. The middle-aged man then burned incense and prayed. Lord Cheng Ling, this time, you must bless the family to successfully obtain the natural blood spring. After some worship, The middle-aged man sprinkled into the bamboo forest the blood rice that had already been prepared. When these bloody rice were thrown into the bamboo forest, they soon lost their proper color and became the same as ordinary rice grains. Unfortunately, the green bamboo that had absorbed the blood rice had not changed much. These blood rice can merely only sustain the vitality of the family totem. It is not enough to bring the totem back to life. The only way to save the family's dying totem is the source of these blood rice, the natural blood spring. It is for this reason that the family chose to make their home here. However, even though the family totem was decaying, it still retains some special effects, such as the clear fragrance emanating from the green bamboo when he was questioning Kai Mao just now, which was the divine power of the family totem. If the family totem is in good condition, this fragrance has a lot of strange effects, which can make the martial artist's mind sharp, and bring out the greater power of the battle skills and other wonderful uses. But it won't be for a few days. When the family gets that natural blood spring, the totem will definitely revive, and then they will be able to leave this small mass burial mountain, back to where the family belongs. Worship? Listening to the clansman's report, Chen Xingjin had a startled look on his face, and then he took a letterhead from the clansman's hand and opened it. Lu Zishan, head of the Lu clan, has come to pay his respects. Looking at the contents of the letterhead, Chen Xingjin's face was calm, but his heart had already grown wary. The family and the Lu family had never interacted before, and today's worship must have known the place where the blood spring was located. The Comer is not good. Without waiting for Chen Xingjin to put down the letterhead in his hand, another clan member came to report. Matriarch, there are a few people from the Lu clan coming outside, and one of them says he's the Lu clan patriarch. Coming so soon? Chen Xingjin was slightly shocked in his heart, but he still immediately called on Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing to follow behind. Since it was a worship invitation, the family naturally needed to show a certain amount of etiquette. Of course, the etiquette, in more cases than not, was to show off the family's strength. Although it was known that the blood spring was underneath the ancestral hall, the probability was that the Lu clan was also here for the blood spring. But now the two great families have not yet torn their faces apart. There may still be room to turn around. Besides, the family is weak nowadays, and if it is really inevitable, it would be good to delay it for some time. The worship invitation in his hand also made Chen Xingjin confirm that the Lu family was by no means an unusual small family, and that he needed to be even more careful in dealing with it. A few people soon arrived outside the family and saw the people of the Lu clan waiting outside. This time the Lu family came a total of 3 people, which stood in front of a middle-aged man. Middle-aged man elegant, although the shape of the body is slightly thin, but the whole body is through a thunder and lightning momentum. This person, obviously, was the Lu clan patriarch, Lu Zishan. As for the 2 people who accompanied him, although their aura was slightly worse, the 2 people's late blood condensation realm was what made Chen Xingjin's heart sink slightly. One of them, the qi in blood was extremely thick, as if he had already reached the blood condensation realm, to the realm of qi in blood like mercury. After hearing the news, many of the clansmen had also already run out to gather around. Facing the crowd of Chen family members, Lu Zishan's face was as normal, and the smile he carried on his face was even more so, making many of the clansmen feel like they were in the spring breeze. Only Chen Xingjin, a few blood condensation realm martial artists who were aware of his intentions, looked grave. After dispersing the clansmen, the 2 clan heads also met at this moment. The old Chen family patriarch, Chen Xingjin, Lu family patriarch, Lu Zishan. After briefly explaining his identity, Lu Zishan smiled and opened his mouth. I have taken the liberty of visiting today. Please don't be offended by Patriarch Chen. Patriarch Lu is polite. Please, please. Both sides smiled at each other, then slowly walked towards the clan. Soon, the group had arrived within the Chen clan's main hall. Someone, watch the tea. After the 2 of them exchanged pleasantries, Lu Zishan suddenly said, It's winter time. I saw your clan planting blood rice when I came over. I wonder how the harvest is going. I'm sorry for Patriarch Lu's concern, but with the recent cold weather, I'm afraid it will be difficult to harvest this crop of blood rice. Oh, Lu Zishan looked surprised, then nodded again. It's true that blood rice is difficult to grow in winter, but I remember that the clan seems to have a secret recipe that can make blood rice sturdy even in winter. Only now I don't know where I've put that secret recipe. If your clan needs it, I can send someone back to look for it and send it over. What does Patriarch Chen think? Chen Xingjin's face was overjoyed upon hearing this. There really is this secret formula? Then I will thank Patriarch Lu first. Patriarch Chen is polite. In a couple days, I will send someone to deliver it. That's more than fine. The 2 men spoke and exchanged pleasantries again. After exchanging pleasantries, several people stopped staying and prepared to leave. Chen Xingjin also appeared to be extremely enthusiastic, sending the 3 to the door until the silhouettes of a few people disappeared, and only then did he turn around and return to his clan. After turning around, the smile on Chen Xingjian's face disappeared. Chen Tianjing, who was on the side, also had an anxious face and said, "Patriarch, the Lu family definitely has bad intentions. Why should we agree to them?" Chen Xingjian sniffed and sighed. "Of course I know this, but since they have discovered the blood rice, they must also know the corresponding situation. And at this time, whether they can seal it or refuse it, isn't that a clear indication to them that we already know of its coming? The only way to keep from showing up is to say yes." After saying that, Chen Xingjian's face frowned, although it seemed to have solved the immediate problem. But after that, who knew what the Lu family would do? He needed to be prepared for the worst. "I just didn't know if my own performance today would be able to confuse the Lu family a bit and delay some more time for the family. In addition, I'm afraid that the strength of the Lu family is even stronger than what the family had previously predicted. At least one of the late-stage blood condensation realm martial artists beside Lu Zishan today was someone the family hadn't seen before when they were checking for news. And it wasn't these late blood condensation realm martial artists that worried him the most. He was worried that the Lu clan had martial artists of the innate realm. If it does, what is the family going to do about it? But with or without this natural blood spring, it was impossible to hand it over. Chen Tianjin then said to the duo on the side, "Inform yourselves, tell the clan to be ready to fight to the death at any time. Double the number of guards at night, and I'll consult the god tree and the elders of the clan again this night." The two who heard this also looked grave, and then left to start deploying the family's defense. On the other side, the three members of the Lu family, too, had walked out some distance. At this moment, the smile on Lu Zishan's face had long disappeared. To the side, the clan member who was following along spoke up. "Patriarch, this Chen family is still planting blood rice in winter. I'm afraid they don't know about the fact that the blood springs will fall silent in winter. And it's even likely that they don't know that the blood rice here is because of the natural blood springs." Just now, that Chen clan patriarch agreed so readily. "If we don't attack forcefully, we can probably exchange it with something else." Another member of the clan nodded at that. "Zicheng is right. This Chen family is indeed foolish and ignorant. And from what I've observed, there aren't many blood condensation realm martial artists in the Chen family. So if I can, I'll be able to bring my clan to attack down tonight and find the place where the natural blood spring is located." Lu Zishan shook his head. "You guys are underestimating the Chen family too much. This time I used a bamboo leaf that Lord Qingling had given down earlier. This Chen family is not as simple as it seems, especially within that ancestral hall. There are many things that I can't understand. Unfortunately, Lord Qingling is now in a deep sleep and is unable to give detailed hints. Moreover, all of the Chen family members are within the clan and have not gone out, so it is evident that they have long been preparing for a war with my Lu family. In which case, how could they not know about the blood spring?" After Lu Zishan pointed it out, the two men's faces also changed slightly. Indeed, they had concentrated on observing the strength of the Chen family, and had actually failed to notice this point of detail. Coupled with the warning of the family totem, "I'm afraid that if you want to get the blood spring, it's really not a simple matter." "Patriarch, then what should we do next? We can't really send the Chen family the secret formula to make the blood rice grow, can we?" Lu Zishan smiled faintly. His Chen family does have some strength, but it's about the family totem. The family absolutely cannot miss this time. Tomorrow you will inform all the martial artists in your clan to get ready. I'll go back and ask Uncle Ancestor Xingrong to come out." Hearing these words, the faces of the two who were originally still pondering how to resolve this matter abruptly became relaxed. Lu Xingrong, the elder of the clan, the only remaining innate realm martial artist in the clan today. This clan elders is the innate realm of the Great Circle, is about to step into the Chi 5 in the realm of the internal astral. But unfortunately, because of the family struggle, carrying the crowd fled to the mountain of mass graves when he was seriously injured. Not only the realm fell to the early innate realm, but also until now is still in seclusion to recuperate from their injuries. But even so, innate realm martial artists were an insurmountable chasm for blood condensation realm martial artists. He, the Chen family, couldn't possibly have an innate realm martial artist, or else he wouldn't have been pushed to the brink of extinction by the Li family last time. If this uncle ancestor could be asked to make a move this time, the natural blood spring would definitely be in the family's possession. Lu clan, inside a secret room. Returning to the family, Lu Zishan had a respectful front and shouted towards the secret room with his head bowed. Lu Zishan, the current patriarch of the Lu family, respectfully invites great uncle ancestor to come out. The shouts faded into silence through the stone cracks of the chamber. Lu Zishan didn't get impatient and just stood still and waited. Half a quarter of an hour later, a rumble-like sound came from the stone door of the chamber, and as the stone door opened, an old man with a vicissitude of face, white hair, and a beard several inches long slowly walked out from the stone door. Seeing the old man in front of him, Lu Zishan's heart breathed a long sigh of relief. The last time this great uncle ancestor was in a poor state of seclusion. he was really worried about its death in the secret room. It's a good thing that this great Uncle Joe is still alive and in good shape. Feeling the aura on the old man, Lu Zishan was surprised. Great Uncle Joe, are you healed? The old man shook his head. It's only slightly improved. Back to the middle of the innate realm, but it'll take some time to get back to the top. After saying that, the old man suddenly looked at Lu Zishan and opened his mouth to ask, before the seclusion, I said that I couldn't be disturbed without anything, and now that you're calling me out of the seclusion, Zishan, I guess you've made some gains, haven't you? Without any nonsense, Lu Zishan directly explained the matter of the natural blood spring, and after hearing that the natural blood spring could help revitalize the family totem, the old man nodded repeatedly. Well, the old man said 3 good words in a row, and there was a trace of delight on his face. Relying on himself to recover his realm alone was too slow, but with the help of the family totem, he would be able to save a great deal of time. Most of all, he doesn't have much longer to live. The life expectancy of a blood condensation realm martial artist is only 80 years, even a little lower than on some pampered ordinary people. The reason for this was that the first 2 great realms required the consumption of one's own potential. Only after reaching the innate realm, the lifespan could be increased by several decades to 150 years, and he was already 130 years old this year. His realm had fallen after his last serious injury, and along with it, his life expectancy was 10 years less, which meant that he only had 10 years of life left to live. Without the help of the totem, it would be difficult for him to break through the realm of the inner dipper. The news of the natural blood spring was the best news for him right now. The old man scanned Lu Zishan up and down and sighed. If the family totem is still good, it's almost time for you to break through the innate realm. Lu Zishan smiled bitterly. Yes, it was true that the family hadn't seen many new innate realm martial artists in the past few years because of the family totem's slumber. But it is not too late now. As long as the family totem is revived, the family will certainly be able to be strong. His Lu family, not only the chaotic burial mountain these clansmen, and with that, he would be able to integrate the other 2 veins and regain everything they had in the southern border when the time came. Take me to see Lord Green Spirit. In the courtyard, the old man came to the family totem and prayed reverently before he redirected his gaze to Lu Zishan and opened his mouth to ask, then does the Chun family have any innate realm martial artists? Lu Zishan shook his head. I guess there probably isn't one, but the Chun family has a family divine tree, and I don't know what divine power their divine tree has yet. Lu Zishan stated his plan and told the old man about the scene where he went to investigate during the day, but the old man laughed lightly after hearing it. Since there are no innate realm martial artists, there is no need for such trouble. It's a long night, so let's take the clan there tonight. The family totem, it won't last much longer. Get the blood spring earlier, or let the totem revive earlier. Lu Zishan listened with some hesitation. After all, nowadays, it is still unclear about the power of the Chun family totem. Rashly attacking may cause the clan to be injured, but when he thought about the realm of the great uncle ancestor, Lu Zishan did not have that last trace of worry in his heart. The strength of an innate realm martial artist was not something that the Chun family's totem, which had only been revived a short time ago, could block. Not to mention that great uncle ancestor was no simple innate realm martial artist. If the Chen family really had this kind of strength, they wouldn't have that kind of attitude today. Alright, great uncle ancestor, please also wait a moment. I'll go organize the clan to gather. Inside the shrine, Chen Xingjin also informed the divine tree and Chen Changming and the others who were listening below the divine tree of what had happened during the day. At this moment, Chen Changming's few people also had solemn faces. The visit of the Lu family in the daytime probably already knew where the blood spring was, but the Lu family didn't tell the news they got, and didn't even promise benefits to be used in exchange. This showed that the strength of the Lu family was most likely above their imagination. Whichever way you look at it, the family is in jeopardy. But how can they help the family out of the crisis when they are just living souls with no bodies? Nowadays, they still had to rely on the divine tree, as well as the many martial artists in the clan. Ji Yang, who heard Chen Xingjin's narration, also opened his panel at this moment. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 218. 2. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Condensation. Armor Covering, 1,000 Miles of Red Earth. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Tai Zu Long Fist, can be transmitted once. Blood, 108, can be converted into life force. Spiritual Power, 19. Extrapolation Points, 4. Not deducible. Status, Absorbed in Moonlight. In the past few days, Chen Xingjin had sacrificed a few more domesticated beasts captive in the clan, allowing Ji Yang's chi and blood to return to 108 points, translating into vitality, which also had more than 50 points. And with the addition of Ji Yang's absorption of the lunar eclipse, there wasn't quite a lot of vitality nowadays. However, if there were a large number of casualties among the clan leader's martial artists, these life forces might not be enough. Now that the crisis was imminent, there was no telling when the Lu family would strike. Just as Ji Yang pondered whether he could still make the family a little stronger, the roots far underground were suddenly having some sensations. It was a martial artist far beyond the blood condensation realm, and at the moment, it was rapidly approaching the Chen clan. Ji Yang was shocked in his heart and didn't wait for him to issue a warning. The living souls that had been deployed outside by Chen Changming had then returned. Patriarch, a large number of Lu clan martial artists have been spotted a mile away and are rapidly approaching the clan. Chen Changming, who heard this news, had a somewhat ugly face, but he was only a soul body, and Chen Xingjian had not fallen asleep, so at this moment, when he got the news, he was unable to inform Chen Xingjian in time for the family to prepare for defense. This caused Chen Changming to have an anxious face. Just as Chen Changming was about to pray to the divine tree, the many clansmen in the clan were suddenly shouting out, "What's going on? The heat is killing me." Chen Xingjian, who heard the shouts outside, did not care to say much and hurriedly left the ancestral hall to investigate the situation. Just after leaving the ancestral hall, Chen Tianyu and other blood condensation realm martial artists had already arrived. A few people said with grave expressions, "Patriarch, the Lu family is here." Chen Xingjian, who heard the news, was shocked in his heart, but it was not the first time that this kind of thing had happened, so he immediately ran his body's qi and blood and shouted, "Members of my Chen clan, follow me to meet the battle." The voice resounded through the clan, causing the clansmen who were still in doubt to stop obsessing over why the ground had just burned, and to gather themselves and prepare to engage. Just a number of clansmen still had puzzled faces. Now that the family is still peaceful, the patriarch of the Lu family even came to pay his respects in person during the day. Who is the enemy this time? Chen Tianyu's few people had long been prepared, but a few people did not have much confidence in the next engagement. Just as several people were rushing towards the outside of the clan, Chen Tianyu's mind was suddenly filled with a string of memories. This sudden memory caused Chen Tianyu's footsteps to stall, but then he felt that the Tai ancestor long fist, which he hadn't practiced successfully before, was suddenly integrated into his mind at this moment. This caused Chen Tianyu to show a hint of joy on his face. The great battle was imminent, and if he could increase his strength a little more, he would have a little more hope. With the departure of Chen Xingjian and the many living souls in the shrine, there was soon only one tree left, Ji Yang. The transmission just now was naturally done by Ji Yang, and at the current critical moment, there was no use in keeping the remaining one transmission. But even if he learned the Tai ancestor's long fist as a battle technique, it was still just better than nothing. Just as Ji Yang was about to borrow the underground routes to check out the situation outside, a figure suddenly fell from the air and landed directly below the divine tree. The person who came was no other than Chen Xingyu, who was now known as the number one person in the family. When Chen Xingjian came to the ancestral hall this evening, Chen Xingyu had already been sitting on the roof outside the ancestral hall, eavesdropping as he naturally learned of the family's current situation. And he, who had the strongest perception, at this moment also perceived that there was an extremely powerful aura not far away, and that was a strong enemy that the late stage of the blood condensation realm could not defend against. Although she knew that she would not be able to defeat them, Chen Xingyu did not have any fear in her eyes. Instead, she had a face of perseverance. He must guard the family. Clan member Chen Xingyu, please ask the divine tree for help. Chen Xingyu's face was sincere as she offered her obeisance towards Ji Yang. With Chen Xingyu's pious prayers, a piece of the acacia leaves emitting fluorescent light fell steeply. This acacia leaf was extremely bright, directly illuminating most of the shrine. When the acacia leaf fell into Chen Xingyu's hands, even Chen Xingyu felt an extremely strong life force from the acacia leaf. That was not the case with the two previous acacia leaves. He felt that he was not holding an acacia leaf in his hand, but a strong beating heart. Chen Xingyu once again bowed and without saying too much, he directly jumped out of the ancestral hall and rushed towards the outside of the clan. He has never been one to say much, and his actions are his best indication. And Ji Yang, who had watched Chen Xingyu leave, was silently praying in his heart at that moment. Hopefully this acacia leaf is useful. In order to maximize Chen Xingyu's strength, he directly used the divine passage of one leaf blind to infuse 20 points of life force into the acacia leaf this time. It was close to 1/10 of his current life force, and 4 times more than the last time. It was evident how much Ji Yang expected from Chen Xingyu, though Ji Yang also wanted to inject more. However, this divine power was not unlimited, or rather, it was not the limitation of the divine power, but the limitation of the martial artist's own strength. The only way to maximize the effects of this divine ability was to have a higher realm and a stronger body of one's own. 20 points was already the limit for blood condensation realm martial artists. If there were more, he feared it would be too much. Outside the Chen clan, A group of Lu clan martial artists had already approached quickly while the night was still young. The one walking at the front was that innate realm martial artist, and beside him was Lu Zishan, great uncle ancestor. Should we sneak over and kill them by surprise? Although he had confidence in his family's strength, as the clan leader, he still needed to avoid clan casualties, and the main thing was that the family was not as good as it used to be, and every clan member was the core strength of the family. The old man just waved his hand lightly after hearing this. No need. The Chen family has already discovered us. There was a hint of surprise in Lu Zishan's eyes after he heard this. Although he was not an innate realm martial artist, he did not sense any Chen family martial artists along the way. So how did the Chen family discover them? But since Great Uncle Joe had said so, there must be no mistake. Lu Zishan no longer thought about it, and then had the clan move forward quickly. So what if you find out? The difference in strength between the two families was indelible. Under the acceleration of the crowd, they had soon arrived outside the Chen clan. At this moment, the Chen clan's lights were brightly lit, and the clan's martial artists were even standing by, obviously ready for a big battle. Standing at the very front was Qin Xingjian with several blood condensation realm martial artists from his clan, but there was no Qin Xingyu among them. When Qin Xingjian and the others looked at the raging, murderous-faced crowd, their eyes became a few points more grave. With just a cursory glance, he had already spotted 5 or 6 late blood condensation realm martial artists. Together with the other blood condensation realm martial artists, there were about 10 people. With this kind of strength, you can fight 2 Qin clans. And what shocked Qin Xingjian even more was the white-haired old man located at the front of the crowd, beside Lu Zishan. This white-haired old man was flawless simply by standing in place, and the entire person even revealed a hint of the realm of physical perfection. Innate realm. Only an ascended realm martial artist could have this kind of aura. The appearance of the old man caused many clansmen of the Chen clan to hold their breath and realize that this engagement might be even more dangerous than the last time they fought the Li clan. But in a battle of life and death, there was no room for them to retreat. Behind them were their relatives, even if they died. Patriarch Chen, long time no see. Lu Zishan scanned around the many martial artists of the Chen family. Not feeling too much danger, a touch of confidence grew in his eyes. If these were the only people in the Chen clan, there wouldn't even be a need for great uncle ancestor to make a move this night. However, considering the Chen family totem, he didn't regret letting great uncle ancestor out of the gate. The lion wrestles with the hare, but he still uses his full strength. Lu Zishan, what do you want? Hand over the natural blood spring and I can still let your Chen family live. Otherwise, die. Lu Zishan, who had raised his clan, no longer concealed his purpose this time, and a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Humph. The blood spring is underneath my Chen family's ancestral hall. Come and get it if you have the ability. Qin Xingjian said nonchalantly. Many of the clansmen still had doubts after hearing about the natural blood spring. After all, none of them had ever heard of this thing in the clan. But when Qin Xingjian said that the natural blood spring was underneath the ancestral hall, many of the Chen clan's martial practitioners were no longer doubtful. In the shrine, there is the family sacred tree, which is the family totem. Claiming the blood fountain would be claiming the family god tree. So what's the point of explaining? Okay, found it. Do it. I'm going to destroy that what's his name divine tree. The others, you guys take care of it. The old man on the side spoke faintly. Yes. Lu Zishan no longer hesitated when he heard that the two clans were at war, so he wouldn't waste any time. The conversation just now was merely to allow great uncle ancestor to scout out where the Chen clan's divine tree was located, so as not to create too much of a storm. When the words fell, the old man leapt up in the air and headed straight for the Chen family ancestral hall. On the side, Lu Zishan even stimulated his own chi and blood and shouted, "Kill!" facing the onslaught of many martial artists, and the old man of the innate realm who was about to cross the crowd. Qin Xingjian also sensed its purpose, and with a rush in his heart, he roared out, "Stop him!" The divine tree was the hope of the family. If it was destroyed by the old man, the family would surely die. At this moment, say anything to stop this person. In the next moment, the two great clans were already fighting to a standstill. However, the huge gap in strength had caused many of the clansmen to be injured in their initial encounters. The family's respite over the past 2 months or so had not been enough to make a qualitative leap in the family's strength. Not to mention the fact that the enemy was very strong. As for the old man in the air, it seemed that he was using some kind of battle technique, and at this moment, he was even walking in the air as if he were walking on a flat surface, stepping and walking, and no one could stop him. Bang! With the sound of a ringing sound and the splattering of blood, the two blood condensation realm martial artists below were instantly repelled by Chen Tianyu, whose aura had risen greatly. After repelling the two men, Chen Tianyu immediately used his newly learned shadow steps and stepped forward to stop the old man. There are masters? Feeling Chen Tianyu, whose aura had risen greatly and whose realm had suddenly elevated to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. There was a hint of surprise in the old man's unperturbed eyes. However, after a closer look, the old man was no longer shocked and just laughed disdainfully. So it's using some kind of strength-boosting battle technique. Unfortunately, this kind of battle technique often had great after effects, and with just a sweep of his eyes, the old man could already tell that Chen Tianyu's 2 kidneys were already gone, and to try to stop him with the late stage of the blood condensation realm, one would be underestimating oneself as an innate realm martial artist too much. At this time, Chen Tianyu had already stepped on shadow steps and arrived in front of the old man, utilizing a newly acquired Tai Zu Long Fist. After using the 5 Viscera Ascension technique to explode 2 of his kidneys, Chen Tianyu's realm had already reached the late stage of the blood condensation realm from the mid stage of the blood condensation realm. And even though there was a burst of pain coming from his body, he felt that his own strength had risen greatly, and he was even more confident at this moment. However, in the face of his all-out strike, the old man in the air only casually returned the punch. In the next moment, Chen Tianyu had spat blood and flew out backwards. Seeing Chen Tianyu fall to the ground with a single blow, the old man's interest was gone. He had wanted to see what this Chen family had to offer, which was why he stopped. Otherwise, with his strength, Chen Tianyu wouldn't have been able to stop him at all. And with Chen Tianyu taking the lead after using the 5 Viscera Ascension technique, Pandora's magic box was opened at this moment. Bang bang bang! The loud sound was accompanied by a splash of blood somewhere on the body. Any clansman who had learned the 5 Viscera Ascension technique and couldn't hold on to it had exploded one of their own viscera, experiencing a whole new level of power. And this 5 Viscera Ascension technique, due to the lack of Chen Xingzhen's obstruction, had long been learned by all the martial artists in the clan. Even Chen Xingzhen, the patriarch, had observed it again in detail 2 days ago. After using this self-inflicted battle technique, the Chen clan martial artists' aura flourished. Originally, the Chen family martial artists who were still losing ground were actually able to fight with many of the Lu family martial artists, and even had the momentum of getting more and more courageous. On the contrary, the Lu family martial artists were all stunned by this scene. Even Lu Zishan, the well-informed patriarch, was somewhat caught off guard by the sight before him. He felt the great enhancement brought about by this battle skill, but he also saw the great disadvantages of this battle skill. It was fine for one person to use this battle technique, but now even a body-tempering realm martial artist was blowing himself up. I'm afraid that even if we win this fight, the family will still be ruined. How could such a battle technique be circulated amongst the clan? Wouldn't that allow the clan to self-destruct? Where's the head of the Chen family? What's he doing? Lu Zishan searched for Chen Xingzhen's figure in the crowd, and soon saw Chen Xingzhen, who had exploded 2 organs in succession, and whose strength had risen greatly. As the patriarch of the clan, Chen Xingzhen, of course, was given special care by the Lu family's martial artists, facing the siege of 2 late-stage blood condensation realm martial artists. If he didn't use this battle technique, I'm afraid that the aging and weakened man wouldn't have long to live. This left Lu Zishan speechless. There was nothing more he could say after what had happened. Seeing that many of the clansmen were also starting to get injured, Lu Zishan once again stood out and shouted, "Hold on. They won't last long." He was also curious to know how long the increase in strength brought about by this battle technique would last. As long as the people of the family were able to hold out, after great-uncle ancestor destroyed that divine tree, the Chen family would never have half a chance again. And even after using this battle technique, the Lu clan martial artist still had the advantage. The gap in family strength is not something that can be erased by this point. On the other side, Lu Xingrong had already reached the shrine 10 meters away. The scene in the shrine was in full view of him in the air. The acacia tree that stood in the shrine and had a faint luminescence emanating from its branches and leaves soon caught his attention. The moment he saw this acacia tree, Lu Xingrong had a trace of gravity on his face. He had thought that the Chen clan was just a small family with good luck, but this acacia tree had given him a different feeling. Lu Xingrong no longer hesitated and flew forward, ready to destroy the divine tree. At this time, a harsh wind sound beside his ear came steeply, which made Lu Xingrong's heart give birth to a great crisis. And the masters? Even though he was standing in the air and suffered a surprise attack, but with the middle stage of the innate realm, he was not too slow, and directly twisted his body into a twisted shape, and managed to avoid this sneak attack. The sound of fists swept past his ears. When Lu Xingrong dodged it, he then noticed the person who had just sneaked up on him. This was a handsome young man, looking at his age but more than 20, but actually has the realm of the innate realm. This surprised Lu Xingrong greatly. Didn't they say that the Chen family didn't have any innate realm martial artists? Then where did the person in front of us come from? But when Lu Xingrong carefully observed, but quickly found the wrong, although the youth in front of the innate realm, but its sinews and bones and chi and blood are not completely integrated, missing a trace of the real innate realm of the divine charm. Ha! So it's an innate realm that was borrowed from something else to reach. Looks like this is the ability of your family's divine tree, right? Understanding Lu Xingrong's face once again regained its blandness. Chen Xingyu did not reply, having used the acacia leaf. Although he had barely elevated to the innate realm, he could not support himself for long. He needed a quick battle. Chen Xingyu, who missed with one strike, once again stepped on shadow steps and attacked towards Lu Xingrong using the Taizu long fist. As long as he was around, no one could touch the family god tree. Lu Xingrong has the middle realm of the innate realm, using even more of the family's Xian-ranked battle techniques, and himself has fallen from the great circle of the innate realm, whether it was combat experience, or every other aspect. At this moment, they were all completely superior to Chen Xingyu, who had arrived at the innate realm by relying on external forces. Facing Chen Xingyu's attack, Lu Xingrong felt even more broken, but after really exchanging hands, Lu Xingrong's face changed slightly. This kid isn't even afraid to die. Every time he attacked, he fought to exchange injuries for injuries, even fighting for his life. Lu Xingrong didn't want to get himself injured. He also didn't think that this Chen family could get himself injured, and after he was injured, it would most likely affect the recovery of his strength and disrupt the rhythm of his breakthrough to the inner Dipper realm afterwards. Therefore, in the face of Chen Xingyu's style of fighting, Lu Xingrong chose to avoid his frontal attack, and turned to his own Xian rank combat skills and rich experience to fight with him. After several rounds, Chen Xingyu was already pale and had many wounds on her body, while Lu Xingrong on the opposite side was still unharmed. That's the difference between the two. Only Chen Xingyu's style of play still made Lu Xingrong quite annoyed, and for a while it didn't really break through its defenses. Sensing that the engagement of the other clansmen was still continuing, Lu Xingrong knew that it was time for him to make quick work of it. Bang! 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 Just as he was about to use his full strength, several popping sounds suddenly came from beside his ears. When he looked at Chen Xingyu again, several smears of blood color were revealed between his upper body. But with that, Chen Xingyu's original early innate realm was actually violently elevated to the mid-innate realm at this moment, and even vaguely had the meaning of approaching the late innate realm. In terms of pure realm, it was even that much higher than his current realm. This caused Lu Xingrong's face to darken. This damn battle technique. Rather, he had underestimated this Chen clan. But how long can you hold out with an empty realm but no corresponding strength? Although Chen Xingyu, who had exploded 4 organs in succession, was pale, his eyes were extremely clear. Sephora Leaf lasted for a short time, and if this person could not be dealt with in a short period of time, the family would surely be defeated. This was also the reason why he had just exploded 4 of his organs one after another. He still needed more power, and this power could only be brought about by the 5-organ ascension technique. At this moment, Chen Xingyu felt himself wrapped in a powerful force, and even the pain coming from within his body was ignored by him one by one. After another breakthrough in his realm, his speed and strength were even greatly improved. And even the knowledge that he had previously been puzzled about in the great ancestor's long fist was also clarified at this moment. Time was running out. Chen Xingyu didn't hesitate and attacked towards Lu Xingrong once again. This time, Lu Xingrong didn't deal with it as easily as he did before. Instead, he cowered because of Chen Xingyu's attack. In his eyes, Chen Xingyu was already a dead man. As long as he was able to delay for a small period of time, Chen Xingyu would surely die. So why would he need to injure himself? Outside, the people of the Qin clan had been slowly defeated, getting closer and closer to the ancestral hall. Although with the 5 viscera ascension technique, they could exchange their powerful strength for a short period of time, but with the loss of qi and blood from the people, their own strength was rapidly decreasing. In order to win more time, many of the clansmen had already begun to explode their second and third filth. However, the effect of the latter few organs was not as good as the first time, simply because the crowd's qi and blood loss accelerated after they were injured. But this also cushioned the clan for quite some time. Damn it, we don't have bodies. What can we do? Is the family dying again? This Lu family is just too strong, and there are still innate realm martial artists. Otherwise how could the family be trapped in this situation? Hey, if I'd known, maybe I should have let the blood springs bleed. In the sky above the family, Chen Changming and many other soul bodies sighed while observing the engagement below, but they didn't dare to get too close. The might brought about by the eruption of a martial artist's qi and blood had quite an impact on their soul bodies as well, not to mention the fact that there were quite a few blood condensation realm martial artists down below. At the moment they could only watch from a distance and could not even help the family. This made the crowd anxious and impatient, but they could not solve it. Chen Changming floated into the shrine, wanting to pray for the divine tree to step in, but after praying, he did not receive any response from the divine tree. This made Chen Changming sigh. It seemed that the god tree had also reached its limit. Without that acacia leaf of the god tree, perhaps the family would have perished by now. How could he ask for so much? On the other side, Lu Zishan had a big headache. These people really just don't want to die. He'd heard the popping sound beside his ears dozens of times, and now he was used to it. The Qin clan members' explosive viscera battle technique was not without effect, and although they were still undefeated, the Lu clan members had suffered quite a few casualties. It was good that it was finally coming to an end. Looking at the several splashes of blood above the body of yet another Qin clan member due to the bursting of their organs, Lu Zishan snorted coldly. He would like to see how many times these people could explode. At this moment, Lu Zishan also had blood oozing out of his abdomen. That was the result of Chen Tianjing's successive bursting of 3 organs. If he had not dodged in time, he might have perished in a single blow just now, but the balance of victory was still tilted towards the Lu family. Just as Lu Zishan was about to order his clansmen to boost their momentum and wipe out the Chen clan members in one fell swoop, he saw countless green spots of light steeply seeping out of the originally calm ground. These green points of light were like fireflies in the darkness of the night, and at the moment, they were slowly drifting towards the sky. What is this? Look out everyone! The Lu clan martial artists who discovered this green light spot were all astonished and hurriedly dodged away so as not to be contaminated by this weird thing. But when the original invincible, and because of the use of the 5 viscera ascension art after the burst viscera and injured many of the Chen family members, in the sight of these floating on the ground green points of light is the face of joy, shouting in the mouth. The God tree, the divine tree has struck. Suck it up everyone. Before the words fell, these green points of light had already floated towards the bodies of the Chen clan's many injured clansmen, and then dipped into them. As the green points of light entered their bodies, many of the clansmen who had just been seriously injured already felt their injuries recovering rapidly. This repair was not just external injuries. Even the 5 viscera that had exploded due to the use of the 5 viscera ascension technique were actually being reborn at this moment. Feeling the recovery of their injuries and that the power of the exploding viscera had not diminished, the Chen family members' aura increased greatly, and a steady stream of green points of light were pouring out of the ground. It looks like a sea of green. With such a large amount of reserves, this caused the Chen family members to become more and more excited. Bang! A body-tempering realm clansman couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart, and a splash of blood splattered out from his heart. He wanted to see what kind of enhancement would come from exploding this 5th organ. Wouldn't it allow him to directly break through the blood condensation realm? Karma! In the next moment, the clan member fell to the ground in response to the sound of his voice, cold through and through. On the side, Chen Xingzhen, who was recovering from the injuries in his body, was stunned upon seeing this, and then with an annoyed expression on his face, he shouted, "No bursting of the heart, or no entry into the family shrine after death, no results allowed." The scene just now and the patriarch's words caused many clansmen to suppress the excitement in their hearts, and their original desire to try it came to an abrupt end at this moment. They had thought of going to see their deceased relatives after they died in the war, and went over to experience life over there in the meantime. This way fame and fortune are gained. But if you're not allowed to enter the shrine after death, and you're not allowed to get results, then aren't you really dead? On the opposite side, Lu Zishan, who was watching this scene, took in a deep breath of cool air. Especially after hearing Chen Xingzhen's words, Lu Zishan was even more difficult to understand. Is it really that important to enter the family shrine when you're dead? What's the point of not allowing results? When he looked at the many members of the Chen family who were gradually recovering from their injuries, Lu Zishan felt even more alarmed. Is this really the power of the family totem? Even Lord Qingling at his peak didn't have this kind of effect, right? Lu Zishan immediately noticed those green light spots as well. Obviously the recovery of the enemy's injuries was because of those green light spots. Suck it. Suck me. Lu Zishan issued an order. And many of the clansmen also approached towards these green points of light after sensing the situation. But when they got close to these green points of light, they realized that they couldn't even touch them. This situation caused Lu Zishan's face to become extremely ugly. Shit. Kill for me. Lu Zishan's eyes turned red. He just couldn't believe it. With the strength of the family today, it was surprising that they couldn't take down this tiny Qin family. Just how did it take so long on Big Bozo's side? In an instant, the two sides were once again at war. Only this time, the situation was directly reversed, and the clansmen with many green points of light were as if they had eaten stimulants and vigor pills, directly charging over with no intention to kill. And not only were the Lu family martial artists greatly affected in their mindset, at this moment their aura was even more attenuated beyond words, coupled with the fact that many of the clansmen were already injured. They were instead outmatched in the engagement. The situation was almost tilted towards one side. Even the few late-stage blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan were suffering at the moment. It was reasonable to say that their strength was considered upper class among the two families of martial artists. Not to mention that the Chun clan only had a few blood condensation realm martial artists, many of which were still in the early stages of the blood condensation realm. However, When these few people burst their guts, their strength was extremely powerful. And like Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu, this kind of mid-blood condensation realm martial artists, after bursting their 4 organs, their strength was even stronger, almost reaching the blood condensation realm's grand completion realm, able to fight against 2 without losing. Several blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan had died in these 2 sudden bursts of viscera, not to mention the fact that there were now those green points of light to add to their fearlessness. If it wasn't for the fact that Ascension Rongbei clan hadn't returned yet, they would have wanted to withdraw. What the hell is this? Outside the ancestral hall, Lu Xingrong, who was fighting with Chen Xingyu, looked at the green point of light that suddenly appeared, his face slightly ugly. These green points of light directly made his previous battle results go to waste, and also made Chen Xingyu's state become better. Even his continuously decreasing aura and realm came to a halt after absorbing the green points of light. However, he was also experienced, and soon turned his gaze to the silent divine tree in the shrine. All of this, surely, is because the tree is doing something. Noticing the source, Lu Xingrong was prepared to destroy this divine tree first. However, the distraction in the middle of the exchange of hands had caused him to inattentively eat Chen Xingyu's Tai Zu long fist. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was hard for Lu Xingrong to accept, because just now, he still had the complete upper hand. Chen Xingyu could not touch the corner of his coat despite his empty strength, but now, it had been able to hurt him. If he hadn't reacted in time just now, he would probably have been seriously injured. Damn it, why? Lu Xingrong's face was unsightly and his mouth let out a shocked question. You're old. You're afraid to die, Chen Xingyu said indifferently while exchanging blows. And these words of Chen Xingyu made Lu Xingrong's beard tremble and his face lose face. During the first engagement, he had already detected Chen Xingyu's progress, and the gap between the two had gradually closed under his brazen attacks. Although there was still a gap in the proficiency of the battle techniques, during this period Chen Xingyu had quickly familiarized herself with the shadow steps and the great ancestor's long fist, and from time to time, she even had a move of the heart-destroying palm. He sensed that this son was progressing at a rapid pace, but in the bottom of his heart, he didn't feel that Chen Xingyu would be a match for him. The injuries he had just sustained had to be squared away as well. Indeed, he's old, he's 130 years old, he's also afraid of death. As long as the family totem was revived, he could still return to the top, break through the inner dipper, and renew his lifespan for another 50 years. 50 years was not a lot of time, and he even had a chance to go further in those 50 years. The sky and the earth were vast. A bigger world awaited him, and he was confident that he could succeed. With a broad future ahead of him, why should he fight for his life with the kid in front of him? All of this was true, but he didn't want to admit it. How could he, Lu Xingrong, once that genius in his family, be afraid of death? How could he be afraid of death? The thoughts in his mind rose up, and Chen Xingyu's attack struck again. Looking at Chen Xingyu, who was exerting his Taizu long fist with all his might, this time Lu Xingrong did not dodge, but instead gathered his chi and blood in his palm, and as he struck out, a trace of white light shone out from his hand. The bright moon is like frost. This is the family's Shin rank middle grade combat skills, but also his long famous combat skills, practiced to the fullest. Each palm can catalyze frost, so that the enemy's actions are blocked. If you can reach the realm of the inner deities, the use of the bright moon is accompanied by the vision, increasing the power. Although he hadn't refined this battle skill to its full completion, but now that he had struck with all his might, there was still a lot of frost floating out of his palm. Feeling the power of this strike, the face of Chen Xingyu, who had thrown the punch, also became grave. Though he had just had a green light point boost that allowed him to recover quite a bit from his injuries, but he had already felt the effect of the acacia leaves fading, and the strength of the 4 organs that had exploded was slowly decreasing, and had even been on the verge of causing him to fall to the early stage of the innate realm. Although the 5 viscera ascension technique had a good effect, even after being repaired by the green light points, it still couldn't be used for a second outburst in a short period of time. At least it had to wait until after January. It was for this reason that he spoke out to provoke Lu Xingrong. Although he had poked the weakness in his heart, he had to win this strike. Otherwise, there would be no more opportunities like this. Chen Xingyu's face was resolute as he gathered all the chi and blood in his body into his fists, while in his mind, the memories of the Tai Zu long fist, a battle technique, surfaced, rising like the wind, striking like electricity, shaped like a swimming dragon, moving like lightning, blessed to the core. Chen Xingyu's mind flashed with a spiritual light, and there was a slight realization in her eyes. At that moment, a humanoid silhouette condensed out from behind him, its movements consistent with Chen Xingyu who had thrown a punch. This is the great fulfillment of Tai Zu long fist. Boom! When the 2 fists and palms met, the 2 people who had struck out were sent flying in unison. As the frost penetrated his body, Chen Xingyu felt that his body had become much more sluggish, and the injuries in his body prevented him from moving. Just now, there was still the middle stage of the innate realm, but at this moment, it had also fallen to the early stage of the innate realm, and it was still falling rapidly. However, when Chen Xingyu looked at Lu Xingrong, who had also been knocked out, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lu Xingrong had no more decency just now. His palms couldn't stop trembling, and he clasped his hands back in a position that he couldn't do on a normal day. At its chest, there was even a huge fist mark, directly causing its body to sink inward by a few centimeters. He won after all. The huge injury caused Lu Xingrong to also come to his senses, feeling the destruction his body had suffered, recalling the state of mind he had just been in, and looking at Chen Xingyu, who had already fallen off the realm. Lu Xingrong regretted it. Why didn't he avoid it? And when he saw the countless green points of light once again surging towards Chen Xingyu, who was also severely injured, Lu Xingrong actually had a hint of retreat in his eyes. Although he was annoyed inside, the current situation was indeed not very good for him, especially since the clansmen outside hadn't been able to finish off the rest of the Chen clan for so long. This made him even more irritated in his heart. Damn it, I won't lose. Lu Xingrong slowly stood up. His body's qi and blood flowed, quickly recovering the injuries on his torso. Innate realm martial artist with strong vitality. How could he lose so easily? As for the right hand that was broken, Lu Xingrong directly used his left hand to harden his right hand. The sharp pain in his arm caused his already pale face to become incomparably grim. Click, click, click. With a few rattles coming from among the bones afterward, the right hand had returned to normal, only that it could not be used for a short period of time. However, looking at Chen Xingyu, whose realm had fallen to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, Lu Xingrong's hideous face revealed a smug smile. So what if he only has one hand left? He can win just the same. You, all of you, must die. Lu Xingrong didn't hesitate. Dragging his injured body, he once again ran towards Chen Xingyu at an extremely fast speed. He was already fearful. He was worried that this kid would once again raise his realm, and after he resolved Chen Xingyu, he would then go back to resolving that tree. Seeing Lu Xingrong attacking, Chen Xingyu, who had recovered most of the injuries in his body, also got up quickly, but the fallen realm had slowed down his strength too much. Chen Xingyu's face was calm as he once again used the great ancestor long fist, but this time, there was no virtual shadow following him, simply because the realm of great accomplishment just now was only caused by him with the help of the realm and by virtue of a bit of aura in his mind, far from being a true great accomplishment of the battle technique. But Chen Xingyu's face was fearless. At that moment, several roots steeply extended out from the ground and surrounded towards Lu Xingrong. In the face of these roots that suddenly appeared, Lu Xingrong ignored them and only locked his gaze on Chen Xingyu in front of him. When a root stopped in front of him, Lu Xingrong directly grabbed the root with one hand and tried to rip it off. But before he could exert any force, the extreme high temperature coming from the root was what caused him to quickly let go of his left hand that was grasping the root, and his advancing footsteps came to a standstill as a result. What the hell is this? Looking at the large burns on his left hand, Lu Xingrong was astonished in his eyes, but by this time, several roots had already trapped it. Good chance. Chen Xingyu's eyes brightened as his body approached, once again using a Tai Zu long fist. Lu Xingrong, who was plagued by the roots, didn't even have time to defend. This Lu family's only martial artist of the innate realm completely fell in eyes filled with unwillingness. Yes, great. Xingyu won. Ha 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 ha. The divine tree blesses my Chen family. In the sky above, the many living souls couldn't help but shout in delight at the sight. The biggest crisis for the family tonight was this innate realm martial artist. But now this innate realm martial artist is finally dead. On the other side of the battlefield, the Chen clan had also gained a great advantage with the help of a large number of green light points. Many of the Lu clan members were already heavily injured and were gradually becoming undefeatable, and the only thing that was keeping them going at the moment was the clan's uncle ancestor who was a martial artist of the innate realm. As long as Bozu returned, victory would still belong to his Lu family, but Lu Zishan waited for a long time, watching the clansmen around him fall one by one, but he never saw the family's great uncle Zhou return. This caused a hint of bad feeling to rise in Lu Zishan's heart, but on second thought, he guessed that big uncle ancestor might have gained something else over there, or was being entangled. Knowing that big uncle ancestor had mastered several Xian rank battle techniques, and was still a middle stage martial artist of the innate realm, with the strength of the Chen family, it was impossible for them to be a match for the great uncle ancestor. If they just held on a little longer, the family would surely be on their way to victory. Holding this kind of mentality, even if the body is injured, but Lu Zishan is also more and more courageous. But unfortunately, the Chen family members under the endless green light points, just like the undead little strong, the only way to hit the vitals, can be killed in one blow. However, The Chen clan's martial artists also knew this, and the seemingly brazen attacks were all defended against the head and heart, which could be extremely difficult to deal with. Just as Lu Zishan was about to boost the morale of the remaining clansmen and ask them to hold on for a little while longer, the corner of his eye was steeped in the sight of a figure returning from the darkness. Lu Zishan was overjoyed at the sight. Bozu was back? As the figure approached, Lu Zishan's delighted face gradually carried a hint of astonishment, and when he saw the visitor clearly, the astonishment on Lu Zishan's face turned into trepidation and shock. It's the return of Great Uncle Zhou. Only at this moment, the Great Uncle ancestor was lifted in the hands of a youth as if he was lifting a chicken, just like he had no breath. The blood flowing out of the corpse was even paving and coloring a bloody path behind it, making people shudder. Even if he didn't want to believe it, this scene still impacted Lu Zishan's mind, causing him to freeze in place. How is that possible? He's just a blood condensation realm. After the facts were laid out in front of him, the determination in Lu Zishan's eyes disappeared, and the sounds of killing beside his ears brought him back to reality. Looking at the remnant and few remaining clansmen, Lu Zishan took a deep breath and shouted at the remaining clansmen, "Retreat! Retreat!" With these words, the aura of the Lu clan clansmen who were still holding on also instantly disintegrated and fled. "Chase! We can't let them go!" In the crowd, the sound of Chen Tianyu's words rang out. Previously, although he failed to resist Lu Xingrong's blow, he quickly recovered under the recovery of the green light points, becoming the strongest person in the subsequent engagement, and the bursting of the four viscera, even more so, allowed him to directly condense the blood realm into a great success, and had the courage of 10,000 enemies. After seeing the corpse of Lu Xingrong that Chen Xingyu was carrying, he also froze for a moment, but when he heard that the Lu clan clansmen were trying to escape, he could not let it go, and immediately went forward with only his own body, ready to chase and kill them. When they chased them to the outside of the clan, many of the clansmen were still furious, but with the resistance of the remaining Lu clan clansmen, many of the clansmen also realized that something was wrong. They had chased them out, but those green points of light had not followed them out together. Although there weren't many people left in the Lu family, most of the remaining ones were late blood condensation realm martial artists. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Just as the crowd hesitated, Chen Xingzhen, whose strength was failing, stood out from the crowd. "Stop chasing." The clan had been able to fight through it, relying more on the power of the divine tree. But the power of the divine tree was clearly limited to only one range, and by continuing to pursue it, the situation might be directly reversed. Having already used the 5 viscera ascension technique, they were also unable to raise their strength again in a short period of time. It's just not sensible to keep chasing it. Moreover, now that the clan members seem to have recovered from their injuries, but the aftereffects of the 5 viscera ascension technique were more than just that, and even the power of the divine tree would not be able to restore them to their original state in a short period of time. Patriarch, letting the tiger return to the mountain will lead to endless trouble. Chen Xingzhen sighed at his words. How could he not know this? This time, although the Lu family had lost a lot of people, but the remaining ones were also the family's elite. When they recuperated for a period of time, the Lu family still had a strong force. On the contrary, on the family's side, there were simply too few high-realm martial artists. This was very different from the last time the Li clan. After all, the remaining martial artists of the Li clan at that time were no longer enough to pose a threat to the family. This time, when the Lu family martial artists went back and regrouped, the family might not have a great advantage. However, the situation might not be any better if he led the clan's martial artists to chase them out now. There is no need to say more. My mind is made up. Chen Xingzhen waved his hand to stop a few clansmen who wanted to chase them out. In the ancestral hall, Chen Changming and the others were also frowning. If you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring. Moreover, the news of the natural blood spring, the Lu family also has some information. Now there is only one Lu family to fight for it, but if the Lu family realizes that there is no hope for revenge, after conveying the news, will there be other families to seize it? These are unknown risks. Unfortunately, with the strength of the family today, it was not possible to finish off the remaining members of the Lu family. What makes it even more regrettable is that they can only watch from the sidelines and cannot help the family. The powerlessness of life lapsed into silence for many of the souls present. I thought the reanimation was a good thing, but now it seems that it's not such a bad thing. Just as the crowd fell silent, the divine tree in the shrine once again emitted a dazzling light. This caused Chen Changming and the others to look up. Only a few acacia leaves floated down from the branches of the divine tree. The crowd watching this scene had a puzzled look on their faces. They already knew the role of this acacia leaf. That is, it could allow the family martial artists to enhance their strength, and even be able to briefly enhance their realm. And the effect is better than the upper 5 organ ascension technique. At least there are no side effects, but they were only souls, and had no bodies. And this acacia leaf, what did it do to them? Even if the soul body was strong, they couldn't touch anything in the real world. Wait. At this time, Chen Changming suddenly realized that something was wrong. Simply because this time the acacia leaves, instead of appearing bright green, were black. What's the difference? The faces of the people were bewildered, and the acanthus leaves soon fell into the hands of many living souls. Chen Changming reached out to catch an acacia leaf, and just at the moment he received it, the acacia leaf in his hand quickly changed. A layer of black armor stretched from its arms, all the way to all parts of its torso. In just less than half a breath of effort, his soul body was already completely wrapped in black armor, revealing only a pair of empty eyes. Feeling the armor outside his torso, Chen Changming's expression abruptly froze. Does it? Without hesitation, Chen Changming directly landed from midair. Ta-da! A slight ringing sound reached the ears of the crowd. Although the voice was small, it was clear and unusual in the ears of the crowd. In the next moment, Chen Changming's face was overjoyed. The black armor made of this acacia leaf was actually able to allow them to touch the entity. Doesn't this mean that they can also fight for the clan? After the other clansmen saw this, they also instantly thought of this, and each soul body caught an acacia leaf one after another. In a few breaths of effort, the 20 or so soul bodies in the shrine were all wrapped in black armor. Some clansmen even discovered that the acacia leaves could not only be transformed into armor, but could also give birth to blades based on what they had in mind. Thank you, Lord God Tree. Chen Changming immediately bowed towards the divine tree, then floated up into the air once again and spoke. My Chen family sons and daughters, come with me to hunt down the enemy. Kill. The many soul bodies that felt the changes in their bodies were emotionally charged. For the battle for the family, they had waited a long time. Under Chen Changming's leadership, these souls floated out directly from the sky above the ancestral hall and headed towards the place where the Lu clan was located. Outside the shrine, Chen Xingzhen, who was on his way here, also spied the scene overhead. He couldn't see the faces of these figures wrapped in black armor, but he sensed familiarity in them. Tree of God. It must be the power of the sacred tree. Chen Xingzhen quickly thought of the cause, and there was a trace of joy on his face that was originally still worried. If father and the others were able to settle the remaining clansmen of the Lu family, then the Lu family would surely die. Chen Xingzhen, who was the patriarch, quickly thought of something and immediately turned back and shouted at the many clansmen who were cleaning up the battlefield. All blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, follow me in pursuit. ? Hearing Chen Xingzhen's command, the crowd had puzzled faces. Hadn't they just said that they couldn't pursue? Why did the patriarch suddenly change his mind? They hadn't noticed the figure floating out from the sky above just now, and naturally, they didn't know what had happened. Chen Xingzhen didn't explain much, while several blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan were sensing something, and immediately didn't bother to clean up the battlefield and left the clan together with Chen Xingzhen. Patriarch, Bozu, is he really dead? Within the Lu clan, the remaining clansmen had already returned. Only the people were in a depressed state and there was a hint of disbelief in their eyes. When they were just engaged, they were too busy fighting to notice that scene. Greeting the expectant gazes of many clansmen, Lu Zishan nodded helplessly. Until now, he was still in a daze. Why did the great-uncle ancestor of the innate realm just say hang? There's no little defense. What is the strength of this Chen family? Could it be that more than 2 months was enough for a dying Chen family to give birth to an innate realm martial artist? But now was not the time to be thinking about it. They lost this time, but not completely. Lu Zishan looked around at the clansmen who had escaped back. There were a total of 8 blood condensation realm martial artists. Taking him with them, there were 4 late blood condensation realm martial artists, and the others were in the middle blood condensation realm. Despite the poor state, the core of the clan is still there. Moreover, he noticed that those green points of light did not come out after them as they fled the Chen clan. This also made the Chen family members have no intention of pursuing. The reason why he failed this time was all because the Chen family's battle technique was compatible with the power of the divine tree. But he didn't believe how many of the Chen family members had 5 organs that could explode. He didn't believe that there were no drawbacks to the battle technique. And he didn't believe that the Chen family's so-called divine power of the family's divine tree was able to be unceasingly sourced. After his clan members recovered from their injuries, he, the Lu family, would make a comeback. Natural blood springs, they must. Matriarch, then what should we do now? Should we leave the clan? A clan member said with a slightly alarmed face. Lu Zishan glanced at the other clansmen. All of them were the same. This battle had caused the clan to lose a great deal of confidence, and it was necessary for him to reintegrate the clan's confidence. And he immediately prepared to open his mouth to explain, to boost the clan's morale, and to analyze the gap between the enemy and us. At that moment, the screams of a guarding clan member suddenly came from outside the door, which made a few people's hearts startled. Patriarch, Is it the Chen clan and the others catching up? What can be done about it? Lu Zishan frowned, and the majesty of the patriarch flowed out once again. What's the point of panicking? Without the help of that divine tree, who are the people of his Chen clan to dare to chase after us? Hearing this, the crowd also came to a realization. Yes, they were blood condensation realm martial artists. If it wasn't for those green points of light, would they have fled this time? Go out and look. I don't believe they really dare to come after us. Having said that, several people were also carefully rushing towards the place where the tragic screams were emitted. When a few people arrived at the place, they only found a few long dead bodies in the clan. Lu Zishan's fists were clenched, his eyes were attentive to the surroundings, and his heart couldn't help but let out a shocked suspicion. Is this really the Chen clan martial artists catching up? But why did he feel that something was wrong? If it was really them, where were they? Why had he not seen the slightest trace of them? Just now, the crowd rushed here only a few breaths of time. There is no reason for them to disappear so quickly. Is it possible that they are still in the sky? The instant the thought surfaced in his mind, Lu Zishan's face changed drastically. Get out of the way. After the reminder, Lu Zishan was the first to dodge away. Just after he dodged, a wind sound came from behind his ear, followed by an explosion from the ground. Before he had time to turn around and survey the situation, the screams of the other clansmen came to his ears. These screams were accompanied by a strong sense of panic. What the hell is this? Lu Zishan was shocked and was about to turn back, but suddenly felt the crisis of death coming from all directions. When he looked closely, it was in the dim light that he saw a dark shadow covered in armor. No, it's 2, 3, 4 channels, those who hide their heads and tails. Give me death. Anxious Lu Zishan no longer suppressed his anger. A palm-bright moonlike frost hit, although it didn't have the same aura as the great uncle ancestors, and there was no frost. It was still a middle-grade Xian rank battle technique anyways. Hit! Lu Zishan's face was delighted, feeling that his palm did not fall short, but actually struck the black shadow in front of him. But the next moment, he saw that the black shadow that he had struck was actually unharmed and attacked towards him again. This caused Lu Zishan's heart to be startled, and a trace of puzzlement to grow in his eyes. He was confident that even an innate realm martial artist would be affected by this palm strike of his, and it shouldn't be like this. When the black shadow came forward, he also saw the situation clearly, only to see that the black shadow that he had struck had a huge palm print in his chest, which ran through the black shadow's body, and he was even able to see the wall behind his body. Wait a minute, why the wall? It was only at this time that he noticed that the chest of the black shadow that he had pierced through his armor was not even half bloody. When Lu Zishan raised his head to look at the black shadow's cheeks, he then saw the empty and lifeless eye sockets. Lu Zishan looked perplexed. He finally realized why the inexplicable sound of panic came out of the clan members' mouths just now, and at this moment, a thought could not help but arise in his mind. What the hell is this? At this moment, Lu Zishan's mind was lost. His consciousness then sank into darkness forever, under the attack of many living souls. Within a few moments, there was already no life within the Lu clan. Matriarch, it's all been taken care of. Aha! Chen Changming, who heard the clan's report, nodded. These remnants of the Lu family martial arts state of 10 does not exist, not to mention their current state of ghosts is a person to look at all afraid. A short period of time to easily take down is also reasonable. After the armor covered their bodies, it gave them the ability to touch the entity, and Chen Changming noticed the difference. Like the richness of his soul body, the color of the armor on his body was also darker, and his defense was stronger. Though in terms of strength, it's still not as good as it was in life. However, it was also possible to use some of the battle techniques from before they were born. It was just that the chi and blood power used to catalyze the battle techniques had turned into soul power, and it was not as effective as it had been before. However, the corresponding benefit is that they are now moving faster. Without a body, they can even fly in the air. In addition, after being attacked by a martial artist's chi and blood, the armor on their body would shatter and their own soul body would be affected accordingly. This means they get hurt just as much, just in a different way than normal people. However, after being injured, it doesn't affect their battle power too greatly unless the armor is all broken. With just a little bit of thought, Chen Changming had already felt the help that this armor could bring to the family. If the clan could have such a team of brazen clansmen, perhaps this would become the clan's greatest killer. But then Chen Changming noticed the details on the crowd, only to see that the armor that originally appeared black, after they finished resolving the remaining people of the Lu clan, the color on the armor had gradually started to fade. Apparently, the armor was not permanent, but would disappear with the passage of time. It was all still thanks to the divine power of the family's sacred tree, and he had prayed to the divine tree before, and at that time, the divine tree did not make a move, but instead sent down such divine power only at the end. It could be seen that the armor's consumption of the family divine tree was not small. Still, this outburst caused many clansmen to be extremely excited. Well, we'll leave the rest of the family to the rest of the family next. We'll withdraw first. Chen Changming greeted his clansmen and left without staying too long. The color of the armor on their bodies was fading, and they couldn't do anything else. Right after Chen Changming and the others left, Chen Xingzhen also rushed outside the Lu clan with his clansmen. Seeing that there was not a single sound coming out from within the Lu clan, Chen Xingzhen was still quite cautious and was prepared to check it out first. Matriarch, dead, all dead. Hearing the cheers coming from the mouths of the clansmen, Chen Xingzhen's face was overjoyed. This must have been done by father and the others. Go, get in. A group of people immediately flooded within the Lu clan. After pushing the door open, what came into view was Lu Zishan and a group of other remaining martial artists who had escaped back. Only at this moment they had all been turned into corpses, and in their eyes, there was a residue of panic, and it was not known what kind of shock they had suffered before they died. This made Chen Xingzhen even more certain, although he was also a bit puzzled. It was not too late to go back and talk about this matter. Afterwards, Chen Xingzhen carefully examined the corpses, confirming that the escaped Lu family martial artists, including the remaining others within the Lu family, had all been resolved, and the big stone in his heart finally fell. After settling the Lu family, the natural blood spring was also considered to be saved. The family's subsequent growth is bound to be unstoppable. Patriarch, this way, come and see. Soon, Chen Xingzhen and Chen Tianyu and the others gathered in a courtyard. Matriarch, blood rice. So much. Next to the courtyard, there were quite a few cloth bags, and in these cloth bags, they were all filled with blood rice. After seeing the blood rice, Chen Xingzhen smiled. With this blood rice, even if the acres of good land in the clan didn't harvest this winter, it wouldn't be a loss. However, Chen Xingzhen quickly turned his gaze to the broken bamboo forest in the middle of the courtyard. This area is already the core area of the Lu clan. How could some green bamboo be planted? After a closer look, Chen Xingzhen quickly discovered the incense ash in front of the bamboo forest as well as the bloody rice that had lost its luster in the middle of the bamboo forest. This caused Chen Xingzhen's pupils to shrink slightly. If he guessed correctly, this was probably the Lu family's family totem. It was just that this family totem didn't seem to be as vibrant as his own family's divine tree, and he hadn't seen the Lu family totem reveal its divine power during this engagement. After confirming that there was no danger here, Chen Xingzhen waved his hand. Take them all back, sacrifice them to the god tree. As the same totem, sacrificing to the divine tree was naturally the best way. Afterwards, Chen Xingzhen found other harvests within the Lu clan, such as grains other than blood rice, some captive domesticated beasts, and some cultivation tips from body tempering realm and blood condensation realm martial practitioners, all of which were useful for the Chen clan today. The seemingly inconspicuous Lu family in the Mountain of Mass Graves was more affluent than the Li family and his own family combined. It's hard not to rejoice. Considering the lack of manpower, Chen Xingzhen decided to send someone to guard the area tonight and bring more clansmen over to collect it tomorrow. In the ancestral hall, Chen Changming and the others had returned. After a few people reached the family, the armor on their bodies faded completely and then disappeared. Chen Changming silently estimated how long the armor lasted. About only a quarter of an hour. But even a moment is enough to change the family. Moreover, the divine tree was only in its infancy, and if they waited for the family divine tree to grow, this time would inevitably lengthen. After returning to the ancestral hall, Chen Changming immediately paid his respects. Lord God Tree, clan member Chen Changming, fortunately, has taken care of all the remnants of the Lu clan. When Chen Changming and many other living souls returned, Ji Yang had already predicted it in his heart. But when Chen Changming said it himself, the big stone in Ji Yang's heart finally fell to the ground. After solving the big threat of the Lu clan, the Chen clan's development would think a lot smoother. However, after Ji Yang opened his attribute panel again and looked at his current vitality, he didn't seem to be that happy anymore. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 25. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Condensation. Armor Covering, 1,000 Miles of Red Earth. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Taizu Longfist. Blood, 0, can be converted to life force. Spiritual Power, 19. Deduction Points, 4. Not deducible. Status, Absorbed in Moonlight. The original 218 points of vitality, plus 108 points of chi and blood, now only had 25 points of vitality left, calculating that the battle had consumed a total of 247 points of his vitality. A large part of this was due to the divine ability of reversing Dan Xing, which consumed life force and provided healing abilities to the clan. Originally, there was no need to consume so much, but the clan's martial artists were not strong enough, so they could only explode their organs. This would consume a lot more life force than a normal day's healing. Ji Young converted his calculations, and compared to treating the injuries of his clansmen and the divine ability of One Leaf Blind, it was the former that was more cost-effective. However, this didn't mean that the One Leaf Blindfold had no effect. On the contrary, this avatar took a great deal of credit for the reason why he was able to win this time. If he hadn't used One Leaf Blind to raise Qin Xingyu's strength to the innate realm, I'm afraid that the family wouldn't have lasted. And aside from using the reversal Dan Xing, the one that consumed the most vitality was the avatar overlay armor that he had obtained earlier. Before the big battle, Ji Yang had repeatedly pondered over his own aptitude and the strength of his family in his mind. And the aptitude of overlaying armor Ji Yang certainly hadn't forgotten. But it was ranked last by Ji Yang, because he wasn't sure how much strength these soul bodies after being covered in armor would be able to exert, and whether they would be able to save the day for the family. If he couldn't waste his life force on this. And the facts told Ji Yang that he was right. These soul bodies weren't weak, but they didn't consume a lot of life force, and the stronger the soul body was, the more life force was needed to cover the armor. Like Chun Changming, the highest realm among them, whose soul body had consumed 5 points of his own life force after overlaying his armor. For the other 20 or so people, the life force consumed by the overlaying armor was probably between 2 and 4 points. After covering his armor, Chen Changming probably had the late stage of the blood condensation realm. But in the end, without a body, it was no match for a real martial artist. And if he were to fight a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist who was in great condition, Chen Changming would probably not be his opponent. Qi and blood in Yin Qi were already mutually restraining. While the power of Qi and blood in a martial artist's body could be alive and well as the Gong method ran, Chen Changming and other souls, however, were unable to absorb enough Yin Qi during the battle. Although they were unbeatable at the same level, soul bodies also had the advantage of not being restricted by terrain and not being afraid of ordinary injuries. Count on the advantages and disadvantages of each. So it wasn't until the big picture had been decided that Ji Yang let them go and take care of the remaining martial artists of the Lu family. However, there was another advantage to these soul bodies, and that was that they could continue to get stronger, rather than being limited by their current realm. Although the life force consumed by the overlaying armor would definitely be more when the time came, it would not be worth mentioning compared to the corresponding benefits. Under these two divine abilities, the life force consumed by the One Leaf Barrier as well as Ji Yang's strengthening of the new roots was not too much. The massive loss of life force caused Ji Yang's state to plummet. Although there was no obvious change in the roots as well as the branches and leaves, it caused Ji Yang's consciousness to shrink quite a bit, and the acacia leaves on the branches also looked dead. The feeling was as if he was still 5-0 vision and went blind the next day. But all in all, it always ends well. After the absence of the Lu clan, all the resources near the massive burial mountain were now owned by the Chun clan. And no one was robbing them, which also included quite a few good fields capable of growing bleeding rice. And he, as the Chen clan's god tree, thought he could live a good life. At least there was no need to worry about the Chen clan teetering on the brink of extinction. As long as he was given enough time, the lost life force would be made up sooner or later. When you do the math this way, these life forces aren't a loss, they're a profit. Outside the shrine, many of the clansmen had already begun to deal with the aftermath, repairing the house and other tasks. The family slaves who were originally hiding in a safe place had also gotten busy. Only when they saw the corpses spread all over the ground, their hearts still couldn't help but exude a trace of coolness. But the look on their faces was a little more respectful. They certainly knew what a battle this night represented. It represented that in the future, there would only be one Chen family in the Mountain of Mass Graves. The words of the Chen family are the iron law of the Mountain of Mass Graves. And with the expansion of the family's power, they, the house slaves, were bound to have better prospects as well. Moreover, after the Great War, it was thought that the clan should not have enough manpower, so perhaps they would still have the opportunity to be entrusted with important duties and their status would rise one step further. Many house slaves understood this, so they behaved more vigorously as well. Only when they were packing up the corpses, they were surprised to find that they hadn't seen the corpses of a few Qin clan members during the previous fierce battle. This made them feel surprised and at the same time, there was also a hint of gratitude in their eyes. I'm glad they entered the Chun family and not the Lu family. It was not until daybreak that the Chun clan's interior was restored to its usual freshness and cleanliness, only that the smell of blood emanating from the air was still strong. Every surviving clan member was in a trance, as if last night's great battle was just a dream. It's not their fault, it's just that last night's battle was a little too outrageous. A member of the clan touched his heart and felt that it was still beating, which made him let go. Turns out it wasn't an illusion. However, after they saw the many corpses that were carried away, a trace of sadness radiated from their faces. Those were the clansmen who died in this battle, a part of the family. One of the clansmen looked slightly agitated. his eyes gradually turning red as he prepared to express the suppressed emotions in his heart. "Cousin, there's been a mistake. These corpses belong to Lu clan martial artists. There are the bodies of the clansmen." Another clan member saw this and hastily explained, which caused the still more agitated clan member to touch the bridge of his nose in embarrassment, and then turn his head to look away. "Ha, just a few?" After saying that, he quickly realized that he had said the wrong thing, simply because there were indeed far fewer bodies over there. Only 3. And he remembered that the clan member of one of the corpses still seemed to have died because he was so excited last night that he accidentally burst his heart. The other 2 were accidentally struck by the important parts of the body and died, otherwise under so many green light points. Even people with crippled legs can get up and run 2 steps. "Don't be sad, cousin. These clansmen will visit us in a few days in our dreams." When these words came out, the other clansmen who were still a bit sad also instantly realized, "Yeah, it's just dead. It's not really dead. The family still has the sacred tree." The many clansmen who thought clearly were no longer sad, but were happy to look at the still good family. As for the 3 bodies on the ground, let's leave them here for now and see what the patriarch says. It's just that these 3 dead clansmen were only at the body hardening stage, and I'm afraid that their corpses can't be sacrificed to become the family's guardians. It's really a shame. Before they died, their realm must reach the blood condensation realm, or higher. How else can we honor our ancestors? Many clansmen thought silently in their hearts. It wasn't until the afternoon that the clansmen who had been dispatched out this way rushed back to the clan. Only at the moment, they were all carrying a lot of loot from the trip in their hands. Inside the family hall, Chen Tianjing and a bunch of other family backbones were already present. "Patriarch, all of Lu's family's things have been emptied by us. Only the eaves remain. After the clan's statistics, a total of 1,500 pounds of blood rice, 4,000 pounds of unusual grains, and more than a dozen spirit-tail chickens raised were harvested this time." Hearing Chen Tianjing's report, Chen Xingzhen's face was pleased. This time can be called a great victory. The most important thing is to completely solve the scourge of Lu's family. Since then the mass burial mountain is a family, but also to preserve the natural blood spring. That's the biggest gain for the family. Matriarch, in addition, we also found a secret room within the Lu clan, and all of these items were recovered from the secret room. Looking at the several ancient books in Chen Tianjing's hands, Chen Xingzhen also became interested, and then took one of the ancient books into his hands to view it. "The bright moon is like frost." After seeing the name on the ancient book, Chen Xingzhen's eyes lit up and he immediately flipped down the page. When Chen Xingzhen finished flipping through it, the joy on his face intensified a few points. This was clearly the family battle skill that Lu Zishan and the others had used earlier, and it was still a middle-grade Xian rank battle skill. However, the Xian class battle skills for martial arts realm requirements are relatively high, at least to condense blood realm martial arts to learn. If you want to be proficient, you need to be innate realm. Want to become a big success, you need to reach the realm of the inner dipper can be. The previous statement that it takes an exogang to be accompanied by a vision of a bright moon is now slightly changed, but its value is not to be underestimated, and can even be used as a family battle skills, passed down from generation to generation. It was just that the martial artists in the clan were not at a sufficient level nowadays, so I was afraid that not many people would be able to learn it. But Chen Xingzhen was still careful enough to put it away. Chen Xingzhen then checked the other 2 ancient books, which were still battle techniques, but they were only of the yellow class rank. If it was before this, these yellow rank battle techniques would definitely be a great enhancement to the clan. But after the clan elders were revived, the clan's need for these 2 yellow rank battle techniques wasn't as strong. However, different battle techniques have different directions of focus, and in some cases, they are even different from person to person. Having 2 more battle techniques would also give the clan 2 more options in selecting battle techniques, which was also excellent. As Chen Xingzhen was flipping through the books, a yellowed piece of paper abruptly fell out of the books. Chen Xingzhen had a surprised face, but his hand speed was not slow, grabbing the paper that had not yet landed in his hands. The writing on top of this paper is not too standardized, and it's still handwritten content. However, after Chen Xingzhen carefully looked over the contents of the paper, his face was born with some surprise. The paper recorded nothing else but a way to make the blood rice firm when the natural blood springs were silent. This discovery caused Chen Xingzhen to look startled. He had thought that the secret method Lu Zishan had mentioned before was just coaxing him, but he hadn't expected it to be true. According to the records on the paper, it is only necessary to use the blood of ferocious beasts, to be watered, and watered beside the blood rice plant every day. Then it can accelerate the growth of the blood rice. Chen Xingzhen didn't know whether this approach was true or not, but I think this paper is sandwiched between these ancient books, so it shouldn't be fake. Furthermore, even if it was a fake, the family's loss would not be great. And anyway, This crop of blood rice would not be able to produce blood rice anyway according to the current weather. On you. Bring a few of your clan members to try this solution tomorrow. Good. Chen Tianyu received the paper, and after seeing the contents on it, he also had a surprised look on his face and then nodded his head. After inspecting the harvest, Chen Xingjian's face gained an extra trace of gravity before he looked at Chen Tianlu, who was at the side, and opened his mouth to inquire. How many clansmen did the clan lose this time? Several other people also had a grave expression on their faces after hearing this. They were too busy today and didn't notice this, but the corpses they saw after returning to the clan were not many. I'm afraid that the clan has lost a lot of martial artists this time. Back to the clan leader. We lost a total of 3 clansmen this time. They are Chen Tianma and Chen Qingjing. Hey, although it was a great victory, I didn't realize it was a loss of so many clansmen. Hearing Chen Tianlu's report, Chen Xingjian had a sad face. However, after he heard it clearly, a little bit of suspicion was born in his eyes. How many? Just 3? Well, just 3. Confirmed the results of Chen Xingjian faced sadness no longer. Just 3 people. This result is far beyond his expectations. Where is the battle of the clans where people don't die? Only 3 people were lost, thanks entirely to the power of the divine tree. Besides, the 3 who died could still bear fruit under the divine power of the divine tree and go to their father's side. Rounded up, it equals no deaths in the family. That's good. Thinking of the divine tree, Chen Xingjian's face had remorse. Too busy after the Great War, he had almost forgotten to worship the divine tree, so he hurriedly greeted the people present. Quickly, go and prepare the offerings. This time when there will be another great sacrifice for 7 days. Don't forget to take those green bamboos along with you. Inside the ancestral hall, Ji Yang is eagerly awaiting, but waiting left and right, but did not see the clansmen come in, only to hear the busy crowd in the clan. As the person who had contributed the most to this family war, he was now suffering from a cold shoulder. Ji Yang sighed in his heart. The world is going downhill. Just as Ji Yang was sighing, the many clansmen outside had already prepared their offerings and were walking towards the ancestral hall. Some of the house slaves, who were busy, were also called off. This caused many family slaves to have puzzled faces. What were they preparing to do with such a large array? They hadn't seen the great battle situation, nor had they seen the family divine tree, so they were naturally at a loss at the moment. However, when the crowd saw the many clansmen with grave faces walking towards the ancestral hall, they also followed the clansmen, ready to go forward and take a look. Chen Xingjian did not stop it. The matter of the family having a divine tree, there was no need to hide it at the moment. Even if it was known by outsiders, there was no harm. After all, there was only one Qin clan in this mass burial mountain today, and the proclamation of the divine tree would also increase the cohesion of the clan. As a family totem, it deserves to be worshipped by all. The great sacrifice ceremony began soon after. Ji Yang had no intention of paying attention to this tedious ceremony, and only turned his gaze to the sacrifice this time. After some viewing, Ji Yan nodded slightly. It wasn't bad. With 2 blood condensation realm ferocious beasts, 5 spirit level chickens, and 3 body tempering realm ursine beasts, most of which were obtained from the Lu family. And when Ji Yang saw a few green bamboos mixed in with the offerings, a pang of doubt could not help but arise in his heart. He eats meat, not veggies, and these green bamboos aren't fresh at all. What's the point of sacrificing a few dying bamboos? However, as Ji Yang gathered his consciousness and after some careful observation, he soon noticed a difference in these green bamboos. These few green bamboos, they seem to be extraordinarily spiritual. There is a spirit. Ji Yang's heart instantly lit up, thinking of the Lu clan's totem. It now appears that this is probably the item. Only the totem didn't look spiritual, as he had just crossed over to become a tree. In this way, the Lu family's purpose of claiming the natural blood spring was simple. It is also good that this Lu family totem is this appearance. Otherwise this family battle, the result is not yet known. Right, sacrifice. After performing some tedious rituals, it soon came to Ji Yang's favorite part. Considering that the divine tree had lost too much of its divine power after the great battle, Chen Xingjian took the lead in sacrificing those ferocious beasts. And as for the seemingly extraordinary green bamboo, it was placed last. This move was also quite sound, and Ji Yang didn't really care. As the sacrifice began, Ji Yang's qi and blood began to increase rapidly. After the last ferocious beast was sacrificed, Ji Yang's qi blood had come to 60 points, and his spiritual power had increased by 6 points. These 60 points of qi and blood, Ji Yang did not save them, but directly converted them into 30 points of vitality. Although these 30 points were not much compared to the loss of life force, with the rapid rise in life force, Ji Yang's state was much better, and his consciousness had recovered a bit. In the end, Ji Yang turned his gaze to the green bamboos that were not too distinct in color. Logically, as the totem of the Lu clan, there should only be one, but right now there were 4 or 5. Chen Xingjian did not rush to make the sacrifice, but first explained the origin of the green bamboo to Ji Yang, and only after seeing that Ji Yang did not respond did he begin to make the sacrifice. When the clansmen placed the green bamboos on the sacrificial soil, they saw that the bamboos quickly began to take root, and the color of the bamboos gradually changed to green, which was actually a sign of resurrection. The clansmen present were shocked at the sight and could not help but take a few steps back. Chen Xingjian is also a little nervous watching the scene in front of him, always ready to turn automatic to manual. If he found something wrong, he would immediately destroy this green bamboo, but seeing that the divine tree had not yet given clear instructions, he did not act rashly, and at this moment, he was also certain that this was definitely the Lu family totem without a doubt. Seeing this, Ji Yang didn't hesitate and hurriedly moved his roots to entangle the bamboo roots of the green bamboo. This place was his, and he would not allow other totems to grow unchecked. The moment the roots below entwined, a strange consciousness instantly connected with Ji Yang. This trance of consciousness seemed to be still asleep, and the growth of the green bamboo seemed to be only its instinctive reaction. Without hesitation, Ji Yang directly utilized the roots to teleport his consciousness and instantly invaded towards the consciousness where the green bamboo was located. Feeling the invasion of an external enemy, that sleeping consciousness reacted, while sending a weak conscious response. Who is it? Dare to disturb my lord's slumber? Ji Yang paid no attention and directly forced his way through with his powerful consciousness. Noticing that something was wrong, Qingju was also revived from his daze, but he had been sleeping for a long time, and he was no longer as strong as he used to be. When the green bamboo consciousness was revived, the green bamboo in the outside world also underwent great changes. Countless bamboo leaves grew wildly, and a faint fragrance lingered in the shrine, making people feel relaxed and happy. Chen Xingjian saw the situation is not right, ready to move to stop the growth of the green bamboo, but before Chen Xingjian raised his hand, the crazy growth of the green bamboo was suddenly withered down. The tender green bamboos gradually begin to fade in color, and the newly grown leaves become withered. And in Ji Yang's sight, the situation at the moment was also very different. After invading Qingju's consciousness, Ji Yang directly wrapped it up and devoured it with his consciousness. This came entirely from Ji Yang's instinctive reaction. The green bamboo wrapped in Ji Yang's consciousness was also resisting desperately, trying to escape. His struggles and resistance, however, seemed extremely feeble, and in a fruitless attempt Azora began to convey a new realization. And please, my lord, spare your life. Qingling would like to serve beside his excellency and assist the family together. Ji Yang ignored Qingju's pleas for mercy, glowing, one is enough. Seeing the futility of begging for mercy, the green bamboo consciousness began to fight back with a vow of death. And once again came a furious thought, I won't let you go even if I die. You'll never devour me. Under its fierce resistance, the little remaining consciousness of Qingju burst into pieces. Ji Yang was slightly shocked and prepared to defend himself. Then he felt that the explosion was like a fresh wind blowing over him, making him comfortable and warm. Ji Yang froze for a moment and looked at the remaining fragments of consciousness and didn't waste them, devouring them one by one. In the middle of the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjian was constantly aware of the situation in front of him, but just a few breaths of effort, just now was full of vitality of the green bamboo is completely turned black, powerless to fall aside, as a burning stick. The scene just now was like a flash in the pan. The many clansmen looked at this scene with bewildered faces, not knowing what was happening, and could only pray silently. And after Chen Xingjian saw this, his face once again regained its composure and calmness, although he didn't know what had just happened. Judging from the vibrant branches and leaves of the divine tree, it wasn't a bad thing. After the sacrifice, Chen Xingqian prayed some more before leaving the divine tree grand sacrifice. As the patriarch, he should have been praying by the side at all times, but there were quite a lot of affairs in the clan right now, so he thought that the divine tree wouldn't blame him. As for many of the clansmen, they also started to get busy individually, and as for the divine tree sacrifice, Chen Xingjian left it in the hands of Chen Xingyu. Ji Yang, who had finished devouring the fragments of his consciousness, also had some more unfamiliar and broken memories in his mind at the moment. In his memory, he was a green bamboo growing in the bamboo forest, not different from the ordinary green bamboo, but I don't know when he started. He gradually had a consciousness and gave birth to a spirit. It wasn't long before a human martial artist found him, transplanted him to a new place, and made daily offerings for him. After that, he had a new name, Green Spirit. Only those who worshipped him called him Lord Qingling. Time passed and it didn't take long for him to become the totem of that family, and he himself gradually became powerful, and the bamboo leaves on his body had special abilities. Ji Yang wanted to continue the experience, but then the memories were like countless flickering snowflakes, unable to see the contents. When Ji Yang rechecked it, it was the last lucidity of this green bamboo. In the image, a man transplanted him in a courtyard, and Qingju's consciousness fell into a complete slumber. This last transplanted person was clearly the current Lu family patriarch, Lu Zishan, and after the complete defeat of the Lu family, this green bamboo actually split into several, but its body, still only one. It was thought that this was the last struggle done by the green bamboo, but unfortunately, Chen Qingjun directly dug it all back. After reading the memories, Ji Yang was puzzled. It seemed that this was the origin of the Lu family's green bamboo totem. It was only because of the shattered consciousness that led to incomplete memories, allowing him to not get a glimpse of how the Lu family had declined. But think there are only a few scenarios, and what made Ji Yang feel astonished was the ability of this green bamboo. Its own bamboo leaves can make the martial artist's comprehension ability stronger, and when used normally, it can make the martial artist's comprehension of the realm increase and know the battle techniques by heart. Even that bright moon like frost is also when the Lu family in its heyday, the clan in the realm of an internal astral martial artist in the use of bamboo leaves after the creation. When used in battle, it is more than capable of making the martial artist awake and rational, able to handle the battle situation with optimal solutions. This ability, like artificiality and Al, is how Ji Yang evaluates his ability. It was also good that this green bamboo had fallen into a deep sleep and could no longer provide the Lu clan with this ability. Otherwise, it was unknown who would win or lose this family battle. It was no wonder that the Lu clan wanted the natural blood spring. If this green bamboo was allowed to reawaken, it would only be a matter of time before the Lu clan rose to prominence. Unfortunately, after devouring the green bamboo, Ji Yang did not gain the corresponding ability, but Ji Yang didn't regret it either. He's above this green bamboo, not to mention that he himself couldn't even gain new abilities by this method, and the odds were that the totems of other clans wouldn't be able to either, which made him even safer. Otherwise, with the abilities he was displaying now, he wouldn't be coveted on by other clans. Ji Yang detached himself from his memories and felt as if his consciousness had become much stronger again after devouring the green bamboo, and when Ji Yang looked at his attribute panel again, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 55. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Concentration. Armor Covering, 1,000 Miles of Red Earth. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Taizu Longfist. Blood, 66, can be converted to life force. Spiritual Power, 45. Extrapolation Points, 4. Not deducible. Status, there are people who are dead, but he's still alive. Only to see that the original Qi and blood that had been converted to 0 had actually gained 66 more points after devouring the green bamboo, and compared to the Qi and blood, the spiritual power increased even more, directly reaching 45 points, excluding the 5 points provided by the ferocious beast that he had just absorbed and the 19 points that he had already had before, which meant that this green bamboo had increased its spiritual power by a full 21 points. If there were a few more, there would be no need to sacrifice any ferocious beasts. Unfortunately, a totem with a spirit like this was not something that was so easy to obtain. I'm afraid that in the whole of Mass Burial Mountain, besides himself as this alien green bamboo, in the long run, it would still be necessary to sacrifice ferocious beasts. This extra Qi and blood, Ji Yang still didn't hesitate and converted all of it into life force. Right now, he didn't have enough deduction points. Besides, the sacrifice afterward, the Qi and blood thought wasn't going to be bad. Letting his own state recover was what he should do now. Vitality is what makes one strong. Winter had arrived, and considering the fact that the family didn't have much of a crisis now and had become smooth, Ji Yang decided to be a little more generous. In the next moment, the divine ability, Red Earth 1,000 Miles, also transformed into a ground warmer, causing the temperature of the ground to rise rapidly. In the family, the many family slaves who had just participated in the Divine Tree Grand Sacrifice were talking about it. Although they were not qualified to enter the middle of the ancestral hall, they were outside the ancestral hall, and through the cracks in the door, they also glimpsed a few moments of the scene inside. The fragrance coming from the tip of their noses amazed them even more, thinking that it was the oracle they had received after praying. It was just a pity that, as house slaves, they didn't seem to be able to get the gift of the divine tree. Just as the group was about to get back to work, the heat coming from the ground surprised several people. It was now the beginning of December, and although the snow had not yet arrived, the temperature would get colder day by day. And when a few more days passed, the clothes they were wearing would not be enough to completely shield them from the cold. However, it was good that they were in the Chen family, so they weren't worried about freezing to death. But now the heat coming from the soles of their feet was giving them the feeling that they were still in June, and even the clothes on their bodies seemed to be a little heavier. A few even suspected it was their illusion, for they had heard that when a person was frozen to death, he would not feel the cold. but would only feel his body getting hotter and hotter, and would want to strip his body of its clothing. The anomaly caused several people to look alarmed and want to find one of their clanmates to ask about it. However, when a few people turned their heads, they saw that the Chun family members were greatly elated and had begun to pray, their mouths speaking words of thanks to the divine tree. After the last great sacrifice, the divine tree showed its divine power and healed the clan's injuries. It was not a strange thing for the divine tree to display its divine power again in this great sacrifice. Some clansmen directly took off the heavier clothing on their bodies for the sake of convenience, but after they left a certain range of the clan, they realized that the temperature gradually became lower, and it seemed that the power of the divine tree was only blessing the clan. Chen Xingjin, who was busy with various things, was also overjoyed on his face after hearing the clan's report. If the family can maintain the current temperature, there will be no other worries for the family this winter. 2 days later, good news came from the spirit field side. After using that new secret method, the blood rice that had stopped growing in the spirit field began to firm up again, and probably in a few more days, this crop of blood rice would be harvested. Hearing this news, Chen Xingjin had a small smile on his face. Although there was no shortage of blood rice in the family for the time being after collecting the 1,500 pounds of blood rice from the Lu family, which family would have too much of this kind of thing that could allow a martial artist to harden their body? Moreover, nowadays, there are about 20 martial artists in the clan, and a body-tempering realm martial artist can eat 1 kilogram of blood rice per day, 1,500 kilograms of blood rice, which is only enough for the clan to consume for 2 months. This is still based on the premise that the number of martial artists is small. But that wasn't what Chen Xingjin was considering right now. He had conferred with his father in his dream 2 nights ago, and had confirmed that the final destruction of the Lu family was due to the divine tree's hand. Chen Changming had explained it all to him in the dream, but what he discussed with his father more than anything else was the development of the family afterward. Now that the family was at peace and had no enemies in the mass burial mountain, it would be possible to try to convert the entire mass burial mountain, all of it, into a family turf, rather than confining it to the Chen family's acreage, as it had been before. In addition, there was also the issue of the natural blood spring. Although the natural blood spring was located within the Chun clan, there were quite a number of tributaries to the blood spring, resulting in the distribution of the spiritual fields that were able to grow out the blood rice to be scattered and not centralized. The clan could completely take the initiative to control the tributaries of the blood springs and plan the good land autonomously, thus allowing the blood rice to be easily planted and harvested. But the matter will have to wait until after winter. And the biggest problem plaguing the clan today is the number of clansmen. According to what my father said, the family is now sparsely populated, and in recent months there have been a series of great battles. Although there are not many deaths and injuries, but for the family, which already has few people, the loss is not small. The goal has been given before, but it has not been fully implemented. The immediate focus of the family should put this issue at the forefront. In this regard, Chen Xingjin also extremely agree. The family man is, indeed, too small, but it can't be helped. The previous struggle with the Li family has left most of the already small clan missing, and after that, they were even more busy hunting through the winter, resulting in a number of clansmen of the right age in the clan nowadays, who have yet to be married. The clan's martial artist marriage candidates naturally still had to be selected from the many small villages near the mass burial mountain. Don't look at the small number of people in these small villages, but when gathered together, the number of people was more than 10 or even dozens of times more than the Chen clan. Although nowadays, the Chen family is dominant and says one thing, no one dares to resist when they come in strong. However, Chen Xingjin felt that the family was established in the mountain of mass graves. When careful planning, this kind of exhaustive fishing and losing the hearts of the people is not appropriate. Moreover, with the strength of the family today, it was entirely possible to rely on strength to attract some villagers who wanted to join the family. Just before that, there is still a need to get the family's reputation out, for which Chen Xingjin already has a corresponding plan in mind. On the second day, on top of the Chun clan's marketplace, many villagers converged, appearing quite lively. All kinds of hawking sounds are also heard. Grain rice, good grain rice, 1 pound of meat for 3 pounds of rice, fresh venison for 5 pairs of straw shoes, iron, only for animal skins. On a normal day, there would not be so many villagers exchanging at this place. However, winter has arrived and all the fields are frozen and cannot be planted. As for hunting, even less so. Nowadays, even martial artists wouldn't easily set foot on the mass burial mountain, let alone ordinary people who only hunted some unusual beasts on weekdays. Often, this is also the time when the fair is at its busiest. Many villagers will choose to exchange what they can't use on weekdays or what they have extra of, for what they need, so as to make this winter a little more comfortable. Unfortunately, this place could only be exchanged for goods, and very often, the villagers might not get what they needed, but they have lived here for a long time, to this point has long been accustomed to, and do not feel that there is something wrong, just did not change to, or will let a person's heart some regret, but the time left for them to exchange is not much. If they wait for a few more days, the snowfall, the nearby villages to the market road closed, then this market will also gradually closed. Isn't that winged tiger? I've heard that he's recently become the Chen family's domestic slave, and he's living the good life. That's true. Hasn't Tian Mang gone to work as a house slave then? Why haven't I seen him in the last few days? A smile grew on the face of the winged tiger who was listening to the crowd's murmurings. No, now his name is Chunny Hu, and now he compared to the previous months he, indeed has changed quite a bit, even the clothes on his body, that is also made of fine furs, but also do not have to worry about the problem of not having enough food to eat. Behind him, he was even accompanied by 2 house slaves whose status was 1 level lower than his. Greeting the envy of many villagers in the bazaar, the winged tiger also couldn't help but raise his head slightly, a hint of the family's glory rising on his face. However, after thinking about the mission passed down from the clan this time, a trace of seriousness was added to the winged tiger's face. This was the first task issued by the clan after he became a house slave, and he must accomplish it properly, striving to make the patriarch look at it and remember it in his heart. Folks, I, Chen Hu, on behalf of the Chen family, will now announce 2 things to all of you. The people who heard this also began to gather around with curious expressions on their faces. Although there were quite a few villagers who felt that being a house slave could not enter the stage, but whether it was Chen Hu's dress or his mental state, he looked good and better off than them, which couldn't help but make them envious. And at this moment, they also wanted to hear what Chen Hu wanted to say. Seeing the crowd looking towards him, Chen Hu then opened his mouth. The first thing, on the other hand, is that my Chen clan patriarch, Chen Xingzhen, has personally decreed that as of today, the bazaar will be open for everyone free of charge, and that the Chen clan will not be charging you all any more head money this winter. Hear this, many villagers are happy. Although the head of money is not much, but for them there are a lot. If you cannot pay, that is certainly excellent. This is a real matter of interest to the people. The second thing, considering the hard living conditions of the villagers around the mass burial mountain, my family head decided to distribute 2 pounds of grain and rice to each person in each village. Hearing this, many villagers are surprised, at times some hard to believe, and even the crowd did not sound happy. Tsubasa, is this true or not? It can't be that you're lying to us, can it? A slightly stooped old man asked half-heartedly. Grand Master Chang, what I said is true in every word. If you don't believe me, you can inquire at the family. Probably in a few days, the grain and rice will be delivered. Chen Hu swore, but many villagers still face skepticism. After all, this kind of thing, before the other 2 families did not do so, exempt from the head of the money, but there are so 1 or 2 times, but also less. Seeing that the crowd still didn't believe in it, Chen Hu didn't explain much, waiting until a few days later, they would naturally believe in it. Chen Hu then began to chat with many villagers, incidentally informing them of the news of the Lu clan's demise and reassuring them that now that the Chen clan was in charge of the massive burial mountain, their days would definitely be better than before. Messy burial mountain news is closed. The Lu family extinction is only these 2 days of work, but there is also a little wind out. Now that it was confirmed, it also made the villagers present have different expressions. They didn't care about fighting between clans. They only cared about how this would affect the village and themselves. After completing the task given by the patriarch, Chen Hu rushed back to the clan with the 2 people behind him. Brother Tsubasa, what do you think is the significance of the clan doing this? Why are you distributing grain and rice to all the villagers in the neighborhood? That's right. With so many villages, how much grain and rice must be used? If this were given to my family, it would be enough to feed my family for years. Chen Hu stopped his steps and looked at the 2 people behind him with a grave expression. Don't talk nonsense. Have you forgotten the 3rd rule of the house slave rules? As a house slave, you may not discuss the affairs of the clan without authorization. If you don't want to be house slaves, don't harm me. Hearing this, the 2 men also changed their faces. They have no skills in their bodies. They only know how to farm. If they can't be house slaves, they won't starve to death this winter. Chen Hu, who had finished reprimanding the 2, was equally puzzled in his mind. He also didn't really understand what the clan was doing with this kind of effort. However, he understood very well that he shouldn't ask more about things that shouldn't be asked, and shouldn't think about things that shouldn't be thought about, and that there must be a significance for the family to do this. What he should do now was to fulfill the Lord Patriarch's order and strive to become a martial artist with the help of his family. This was also the idea that popped into his mind after he was chosen to be the leader of the house slaves. He didn't have much of an advantage over the other house slaves, but he was pretty lucky. But luck can't continue. The only way to make your day is to work hard and keep moving up. He still needs to improve. Matriarch, it's just some villagers. Do we need to waste so much food? Inside the family lobby, Chen Tianjing asked curiously, while Chen Tianlu and the others on the side were also a bit puzzled. Of course it's needed. After the absence of the Li and Lu families, the family territory has expanded quite a bit, and with so much land, even if it's not planting blood rice, planting ordinary cereal rice would require a lot of manpower. In the long run, how will the family develop? When next year comes, the fields can be leased to the villagers to plant on their behalf. With this relationship we have today, I think there are a lot of people who would be willing to give them more grain and rice, but wouldn't the clan lose a lot of food in that case? Chen Xingjian shook his head slightly. What supports a family is the martial artists in the family. Unusual grains and rice, even if there are more of them, are useless. Only blood rice is the most important resource for the family, but even the blood rice will be handed over to the house slaves to plant next year, so that more clansmen will have time to harden their bodies. Although there's no more Lu family today, there's no guarantee that another Lu family will come out of the mountain of mass graves. Family, when it's time to save for a rainy day. Below, a few people were also in deep thought after hearing this, and several people's reactions Chen Xingjian had expected. After living in the massive burial mountain for a long time, the clan's eyes would of course only see the massive burial mountain as if he was there in the first place. Even the clan's blood condensation realm martial artists, not to mention the rest of the clan. If it had been the old him, he probably would have been satisfied with that. But with a mention from his father, he's looking a little longer term, so he also had to transmit this idea to every member of his clan and change the concepts in their minds. The clan had the divine tree and the blood rice. The clan's development shouldn't just be limited to the mass burial mountain, but should look further afield. But with the family's current strength, that's not enough. Apart from his own side, his father's side had also acted accordingly, and he thought that there were probably a lot of clansmen in the dream world who needed to be inculcated by the elders of the clan. In addition to the reason for the lack of manpower, Chen Xingjian naturally had other ideas in mind. If we do not have good relations with these villages, where will the marriage partners for the young people of the clan's age come from? The future family slaves, naturally, had to be selected from these villagers, and when the family's interests were tied to the village's interests, this would make the family's path smoother afterward. Chen Xingjian looked ahead. For a moment he could not see what the future of the family looked like, but he could see the light of the road ahead growing. At night, the moon was bright. The inconspicuous acacia tree in the shrine once again bloomed with a faint fluorescent light on its branches and leaves. The great family sacrifice hadn't stopped yet, and every day Ji Yang would increase his vitality by a certain amount, and it had only been 2 days, and Ji Yang's vitality had already broken through 100 points once again. Coupled with the fact that he absorbed the moonlight every night, he thought that it wouldn't take too long to recover his previous state. Clan member Qin Qinghao breaks through to the middle stage of body tempering realm. +1 deduction point. A new tip appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes, which caused some surprise in his heart. He did not expect Chen Xinghao to be able to break through to the middle stage of the body tempering realm so quickly, which was indeed beyond his expectations. Although the increase in deduction points was not much, it represented that the stagnant Chen clan continued to start developing. In these 2 days, Chen Xingjian's plans were also seen by Ji Yang. Of course most of the plans had Chen Changming's mention. It is also good that there is this deceased previous patriarch. Otherwise the family development, I am afraid there are still many shortcomings. But now, there was no need for Ji Yang to intervene. The key was that he didn't know how to develop the family. Even if he was a little ahead of his time in his consciousness, this world had the rules of this world, and his experience might not be suitable for today's Chen family. It would be better to be strong and be a good family tree. Under the moonlight, the yin qi was also denser than in the daytime, converging under the attraction of the Ji Yang tree trunk. In addition to the gathered yin qi, there are also many living souls with blank faces. After seeing the living souls, Ji Yang then remembered that the clan seemed to have some casualties this time. Only yesterday he was immersed in absorbing the moonlight and forgot about it. Most of the living souls that were attracted to the area were the living souls of the deceased martial artists of the Lu family. These living souls, Ji Yang could not be transformed, nor was he prepared to do so. Directly using the power of consciousness, he crushed them and then absorbed them, turning them into nutrients for the many souls under the shade of the tree to cultivate. After taking care of all the Lu clan's living souls, there were only 3 people left. These 3 were the martial artists who had died in the clan's battle this time. No, not 3, 2. As for one of them, his soul body was slightly weak at the heart. Apparently, this was the same clan member who had gotten too excited and opened his 5th organ. Thinking of the family's small number of both martial artists and living souls, Ji Yang could only transform helplessly. After using the soul condensation avatar, 3 more fruits once again appeared in the branches and leaves of the acacia tree. The fruit is small and still needs 7 days to grow. After doing all this, Ji Yan once again transformed into an acacia tree and stood quietly in the middle of the shrine. 3 days later, there was a harvest of blood rice in the clan. This crop, the family planted a total of 4 acres of good land. On average, each acre of good land yielded 700 pounds of bleeding rice, 70% of the rice rate, which means that 1 acre of good land can eventually produce roughly 500 pounds of blood rice. 4 acres, about 2,000 pounds. However, if the tributaries of the natural blood spring are planned for next year, coupled with the newly acquired Lu family's spiritual fields, the blood rice harvest will certainly be able to grow exponentially. Although the number is still not too much, but this blood rice, a year is able to plant 3 crops, completely for the clan martial artists. There can also be a lot of surplus. All the clansmen had excited faces when they learned of the blood rice harvest, especially when the clansmen watched the many bags of blood rice being shipped into bags to fill the clan's barn. The smiles on their faces came from their hearts. Even though the clan was quite large, it took the clan 2 days to harvest the blood rice and then produce it. You want to go into the mountains and hunt? At the family ancestral hall, Chen Xingjun, who had finished worshipping the divine tree, looked at Chen Xingyu, who had just spoken these words in front of him, with a hint of surprise on his face. Well, I've been feeling stagnant chi and blood in my body lately, and I can't go any further, so I'd like to give it a try. After hearing what Chen Xingyu said, Chen Xingjun did not hastily agree, and there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Nowadays, the weather is getting cold. Although the snow has not yet closed the mountain, but the weather of the massive burial mountain is unpredictable, and it is likely that it is just these few days of work. It was too risky to go hunting on the mountain at this point in time. Besides, Chen Xingyu was now the precious seed of the clan, and the family's high hopes of being the first to advance to the innate realm martial artist was also pinned on him by Chen Xingjun. As a matter of fact, not only Chen Xingjun, but the other clansmen also felt the same way. It was because of this that Chen Xingjun hesitated. Most importantly, Chen Xingyu's hunting in the mountains was definitely not just outside. It was very likely that he would go deeper into the mountain of mass burial, and then there would be a risk of bumping into that green wolf. Don't look at the last time Chen Xingyu was able to defeat Lu Xingrong, a martial artist of the innate realm, but that was outside of the ancestral hall. With the divine power of the divine tree, plus countless green points of light, innate realm green wolves, packs of ferocious beasts, in the mountain of mass burial, it would not be weaker than Lu Xingrong, who was alone, and even more dangerous. How can he be relieved in this way? Moreover, Chen Xingyu was prepared to enter the mountain alone, so the risk was even greater. But looking at Chen Xingyu's unwavering eyes, Chen Xingjun understood. The boy, if he objected, he would probably choose to go into the mountains as well, and he couldn't stop himself. Under the shade of the tree, several unseen living souls were also in the midst of communication. Tianshan, the boy is somewhat after you. Hearing Chen Changming's words, Chen Tianshan revealed a helpless smile, but he did not speak out against it, but rather supported it. The breakthrough of the innate realm was not so simple. The first thing was that one needed to reach the blood condensation realm. The current Chen Xingyu was already very close to this step, but had not yet reached the realm where chi and blood were like mercury. This time, I'm afraid that I also want to use the sharpening from the life and death battles to reach the blood condensation realm's great achievement realm. It's just that while this is possible, it's too dangerous. He, as a father, was worried, but he understood even more about the stubbornness in Chen Xingyu's heart. It was stubbornness and at the same time the essential heart of a martial artist to practice martial arts. So how could he stop it? The most crucial thing was that he couldn't stop it now. Everything still depended on what Chen Xingjun, the patriarch, thought. Although he didn't know that Chen Changming and the others were watching him, Chen Xingjun was indeed very hesitant at this moment. He really didn't feel comfortable with Chen Xingyu going into the mountains alone. Is there a way to stop it? Chen Xingjun thought left and right, and had an idea in his heart the moment he saw the divine tree, and then opened his mouth. Tell you what, you pray to the god tree, and if the god tree responds, I'll let you enter the mountain. What's it to me? Ji Yang, who was silently observing the scene, was speechless in his heart, but he could also see Chen Xingjun's thoughts that innate realm fierce beasts were, indeed, dangerous. For the sake of love and peace, naturally, Chen Xingyu could not be allowed to enter the mountain alone. Actually, Xingyu didn't simply go into the mountains this time to make a breakthrough. There aren't many ferocious beasts left in the clan, so I'm going to hunt a few back and sacrifice them to the divine tree. Before Chen Xingyu's words fell, a light suddenly lit up between the branches of the divine tree, and a brand new and greenish acacia leaf slowly floated down. Looking at the sincere-faced Chen Xingyu, Ji Yang sighed in his heart. You can't suffer a child any more than you have to. If you have a strong heart for martial arts, then you should support it. If you have a dream, anyone is great. Qingyu pays her respects to the divine tree. Chen Qingyu, who had received the acacia leaf, saluted, while Chen Xingzhen and Chen Tianshun, who was a living soul, and the others on the side also paid their respects. Since the divine tree is all for it, then I have nothing to say. After paying his respects, Chen Xingzhen said with a smile on his face, just as if he had no hesitation just now, and this performance of Chen Xingzhen made Ji Yang freeze for a little while. This old boy, was this his idea from the beginning? Obviously. He wanted him to grant him asylum, but he didn't say so outright. Ji Yang felt that he had suffered a loss, but the mind didn't react much. The family was free of crisis, and the patriarch, who was under a great deal of family pressure, seemed to have changed a little, but for the better. Although the divine tree grants shelter, you must keep in mind that you must not seek out that innate realm green wolf. Qingyu will definitely keep that in mind. Chen Qingyu left, shortly after getting the acacia leaves, which did not affect the family too much. Once the many clansmen were freed from the work of harvesting blood rice, the main direction of the clan had switched to delivering grain and rice to the villagers of the nearby villages. 2 pounds of grain and rice per household in each village is not much, but it represents the friendliness of the Chen family. And this workload is not simple. The villages around the mass grave mountain are scattered, and the distance in between is far. Even if it's only 2 pounds of grain and rice, it can be accumulated, but it's also a huge number. For this reason, the clan had already sent out all the clansmen who could go out, leaving only a small number of martial artists in the clan. Worrying that the clansmen would run into ferocious beasts along the way, they were even divided into groups of 2 to ensure the safety of the clansmen. But as long as you don't die out there and make it back to the family alive, it's not a big deal. And things also went extremely smoothly. Many villagers who received the grain rice were all astonished, until they saw the Chen family members far away. Then they reacted, somewhat unrealistically touched the 2 pounds of grain rice, and a trace of gratitude sprang up on their faces. 2 pounds of grain and rice can give many villagers who live in poverty an extra glimmer of hope of surviving this cold winter. And send the rice is not a thankless task. In sending the rice, Chen Xingzhen has long instructed the clansmen will be nearby villages. The village is still how many households are recorded. This is to facilitate the control of all the villages in the mass grave mountain. Secondly, most of the clansmen Chen Xingzhen had sent out were unmarried, and he didn't believe that the clansmen wouldn't be able to find a few desirable objects out of such a huge number. As long as they look at each other, it's a good start. In the family, 2 figures were hiding behind a house, carefully looking at the surrounding situation. At this time, Chen Qingming suddenly spoke. Qinghe, do we really have to do this? What if the matriarch and your mother find out? Chen Qinghe froze upon hearing this. Why did he feel that there was something familiar and something wrong with this? Oh, he remembered. His dad hadn't been in the clan lately. Out. What are you afraid of? The matriarch is in the ancestral hall. My mother, she is busy making clothes. It seems that I heard the matriarch say that it is the new clothes to be engraved with the family totem. It can't be found. Just follow me. By the way, are you all packed? Well, healing medicine, a canteen, and this. Chen Qing fiercely turned around to reveal the mountain opening knife behind his back. Although the blade was worn out a lot and had lost its sharpness, it was still wrapped in several layers of thick cloth. That's good. Last night I went to the god tree and secretly picked an acacia leaf. It should be useful. Let's go. Let's go. The 2 men, heavily armed, looked around and soon had made their way to the family entrance. However, just as the 2 were about to step out of the family gate, a figure appeared steeply in front of the 2, a huge shadow directly enveloping the 2, and a hint of gloom seeped into their hearts at some point. Qinghe, where are you going? The one who spoke was a woman with pretty features and in her 30s. She had a rather sturdy figure in the middle stage of body tempering, and the gradually growing age and the wind and snow of the disorderly burial mountain had made her have more than a hint of inconspicuous wrinkles at the end of her eyes, but it was still hard to hide the beauty of her youth. It seemed like a gentle question, but there was a hint of frost freezing in the woman's eyes, and the 2 who heard this familiar voice couldn't help but have their bodies tighten. Chen Qinghe slowly raised his head and looked at the smiling woman in front of him, stuttering a little under his breath. Mother, we, the matriarch, asked us to deliver food. Yes, send food. Seeming to find a reason to do so, both of them nodded quickly. Oh, what about food? The woman asked with a smile on her face. Yeah, I forgot. I'll get it now. Chen Qinghe couldn't hold back the panic in his heart and hurriedly tried to escape, but the woman grabbed his collar, followed by a roar. Chen Qinghe, let's see if I don't open your ass up today. Qing Meng, quickly run, quickly go and call the clan leader to come and save me. Looking at the escaping Chen Qingmeng, Xiao Zhenfang had a black line on her face. These 2 little brats even wanted to go into the mountain of mass burial to hunt, and if it wasn't for the clan's dream that told her about it, she hadn't really realized it. P.S. Don't argue. I'm not very good at writing female characters, so I don't usually write much. As for Chen Xingyu, you guys can just assume that his parents both died when he was a few years old. After a meal, the two of them, Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng, still managed to leave the family without any problems. Only the things the two had previously prepared for the hunt had been confiscated. Along with the two men, there was a wooden wheeled cart pulling dozens of pounds of grain and rice. At the moment, Chen Xinghe was in the front and Chen Qingmeng was in the back. The two of them pushed the crate and headed towards the village that the matriarch had spoken of. Although the grain rice was a bit heavy, the two of them were also body-tempering realm martial artists, so this weight was not a problem for them. If clan brother Qingyu can go, why can't I go? I'm at least in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm. Maybe I'll be able to make a breakthrough in the hunt too. Qingmeng, do you think it's the right thing to do? Chen Xinghe pulled the crate while huffing and puffing. Actually, I think it's okay to send food. It's all about contributing to the family anyway, Chen Qingmeng said without caring. This instantly dumbfounded Chen Xinghe. But hunting, it seems to be a little more fun. That's it. After all, they were teenagers, and the emotions in their hearts quickly disappeared under the novelty of being surrounded by an environment that was different from their family. The two of them were pulling the crate and walking on the still flat path when Chen Xinghe suddenly asked, Qingmeng, what do you want to do in the future? Chen Qingmeng returned without thinking. In the future, I want to be as powerful as clan brother Qingyu. And then what? After having clan brother Qingyu so powerful, what do you want to do? Chen Qingmeng revealed a long-lost thought after hearing this, but also quickly replied, of course it's to guard the family and make it stronger. When the time comes, I'll hunt 2 ferocious beasts a day. Eat one and raise one, that way the clan won't have to worry about running out of food in the future. After saying that, Chen Qingmeng subconsciously licked his lips, and his eyes seemed to have already thought of how the hunted ferocious beasts should be eaten. After hearing Chen Qingmeng's thoughts, Chen Xinghe's tender face also had a hint of a helpless sigh on it. Qinghe, what about you? What do you want to do in the future? Chen Qingmeng, who had regained his senses, asked rhetorically. Chen Xinghe also replied, I also want to be as powerful as clan brother Qingyu first. Then, I want to go outside of the massive burial mountain and take a look. I heard from Grandpa that the outside world is a big one, with a lot of great people and a lot of great places to see, and I want to go and see the different sights. Chen Xinghe's eyes crossed over the surrounding mountains and looked into the distance with a hint of yearning in his eyes. Qingmeng, or else you can come with me then too. I hear there's so much good food out there. Chen Qingmeng also had a trace of yearning in his eyes, but then he shook his head. No, my grandfather said it's dangerous out there. It's better to stay in the family. Chen Xinghe did not have a disappointed look on his face after hearing this, but said with a smile, good, then when I return to my clan then, I'll bring you delicious food. I'll make sure it's the kind you've never eaten before. Okay. The two were smiling and thinking about the future. The light of the setting sun hit the two men, stretching their shadows. It didn't take long for the two to see their destination ahead. That is an extremely simple village. The village around, built with half a person high and crooked stone wall. Stone wall is not complete. Every distance will have a gap. Let a person is difficult to believe that the defense of the stone wall. In the midst of the enclosing stone wall were a dozen or so houses built of wood and straw. The houses are still simple, and the roofs are covered with straw of mixed colors, as if they have only been repaired recently. The two were also relieved to see their destination and slowed their speed down. Then came to the entrance of the village. The family's distance from this village wasn't short, and even though these dozens of pounds of grain and rice weren't considered too heavy, they still made the two of them expend quite a bit of strength. Ishigaki Village. Chen Qingmeng looked at the 3 big words on the wooden board above the village entrance and unconsciously read them out of his mouth. But when he read the second word, Chen Qingmeng started scratching his head and then looked at Chen Xinghe. Qinghe, what do you pronounce this word in the center? Chen Xinghe looked up and gazed for a long time, then shook his head. Doesn't matter. Let's just call it Stone Village. Let's get it done and then head back before it's too late. Looking at the increasingly late sky, Chen Qingmeng also hurriedly nodded. According to the speed of the two, they should have been able to arrive faster. Only that they were greedy and stayed for a long time in the middle. Seeing that there seemed to be no one in the village, Chen Xinghe, who wanted to speed up the progress of the two, were not ambiguous, and directly pushed the crate behind them into the village, and quickly came to the door of a house. Clang! Open the door. Old-timer, we're here to deliver food. You open the door. In the midst of Chen Xinghe's several knocks, the already insufficiently sturdy wooden door let out a hissing sound before collapsing under the gazes of the two men. Chen Xinghe's hand that still wanted to knock on the door also stopped in midair, and after noticing that he had knocked someone else's door down, Chen Xinghe's face also underwent a slight change. He had forgotten that he was already a martial artist in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm, and having just elevated his realm, he was not yet able to perfectly control his own strength, causing him to use a little too much force. That was fine. After the door fell down, Chen Xinghe swept his gaze across the middle of the humble room and found the master and daughter who were hiding in the corner and were shivering. The master and daughter didn't dare to say much even as they looked at the knocked-down door, but only looked at Chen Xinghe with a fearful gaze. Chen Xinghe had an awkward smile on his face. So you guys are home. I have come to deliver the grain. Come, take ye the grain. Chen Xinghe tried to use the friendliest and sunny smile, but the room was gloomy and lightless, and Chen Xinghe's figure directly shrouded the entire doorway, revealing only a set of shiny white teeth. At this moment, this smile of Chen Xinghe's was like a mandrill with a weird smile in the eyes of this master and daughter. Hey, hey, finally, someone. From the side came Chen Xingming's untimely words. The words completely broke the silence in the room. My lord have mercy. My lord have mercy. My lord have mercy. There is nothing of value in my home. Please spare us. Ooh, grandpa. I'm scared. The old man struggled to shield his granddaughter from the world and kept begging for mercy. This made the smile on Chen Xinghe's face stagnate, and Chen Xingming, who was moving the grain and rice down from the crate, also stopped his hand movements and scratched his head in puzzlement. They had never encountered this situation either. Bastard, stop it. My stone village isn't that easy to bully. Just as the two were at their wits' end, not knowing what to do, a dozen or so villagers quickly rushed out of the other houses on the side. These villagers are both men and women. At the moment they are holding the usual work tools in their hands, just from the many villagers' slightly fearful eyes, or unable to hide the fear and panic in their hearts. And when these 10 or so people saw Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingming who were blocking the doorway, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes, simply because these two men didn't look, well, like bad guys. But the old man's pleas for mercy and the young girl's cries inside the house were the revelation of the two men's crimes, coupled with the damaged gate. The situation needs no further explanation. Bastards, what have you done? A middle-aged man holding a wooden stick, teeth clenched, said angrily, we're here to deliver food. Chen Xingming replied directly and placed the bag of grain and rice that had just fallen on the ground towards the crate so as not to dirty it. You call that delivering food? The other villagers were also extremely angry when they saw this. This was clearly a robbery in front of them. The crowd was rattling their swords, ready to strike. Chen Xinghe was a bit dumbfounded, but he didn't know how to explain this situation. However, in order to avoid the villagers from making a move, Chen Xinghe directly and silently operated his blood chi, and then with a single kick, he kicked the boulder placed aside into several pieces. Feeling the pain coming from his feet, Chen Xinghe was expressionless, trying to recall the indifference that clan brother Qingyu displayed from time to time. It was also good that he was now in the middle stage of the body tempering realm. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to kick it to pieces. The villagers who were originally prepared to make a move to surround the two men were all stunned after looking at the scene in front of them, looking at Chen Xinghe with unbelievable eyes, and their desire to make a move disappeared in an instant. Where is their body compared to that boulder? The middle-aged man at the head of the group was also stunned when he saw this, and his mouth set in shock. A martial artist? Seeing that the situation had become stable, Chen Xinghe then slowly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, I am Chen Xinghe of the Chen clan, and I am here today to deliver grain and rice to all of you on the orders of the clan chief. As for just now, there was some misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. Chen Xingming, who was on the side, also nodded his head. Seeing Chen Xinghe, the two of them fell. Their faces were calm, and their temperament was subdued. Remembering the scene where Chen Xinghe had just kicked the boulder, a hint of skepticism also appeared in the eyes of these villagers, and the many grains and rice on that crate didn't seem to be something that could be searched out of old man sons and his daughter's homes. Everyone make way, the village chief is here. Soon, an old man rushed over panting. Although he did not see the scene just now, the villagers had already described it for him. After seeing the grain and rice on the crate with Chen Xinghe and the two of them, the old man hurriedly said, "Get out of the way. What are you doing? These two are members of the Chen family. They're here to deliver food. Old son, come out and explain." The old man in the wooden house was also quick to step out, and after seeing that the two people at the doorway, Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingming, were just teenagers, the look on his face that was still a bit intimidated changed a bit. But you can't blame him for that. How dare he open the door when he hears someone banging on it? Not to mention yelling at him to open it? Fortunately, the misunderstanding was quickly explained, and after a few villagers apologized, Chen Xinghe also said that it was okay, and that he had acted a bit too recklessly. Soon, the two men had distributed grain and rice for the people in the village. This time, the two men brought a lot of rice, but this stone village only has about 10 families. There is still a lot of rice left. Under the deliberation between Chen Xinghe and Chen Xingming, the remaining grains and rice were also quickly glowing. As for the master and daughter, In order to compensate them for the loss of the wooden doors, Chen Xingyu sent some more. While distributing the grain and rice, Chen Xingmeng did not forget the number of people in the lower village as well as the number of households, which could be something that the patriarch had explained in advance. By the time the two had done this, it was dark. Are the two young friends leaving now? It's so late. Why don't you stay in my Stone Cave village for the night? Although I don't have much good stuff in Stonecrag village, I still have some rough tea and food, so the two young friends shouldn't have eaten yet, right? Upon hearing that the two were returning to their clan, the old man, who was the head of the village, quickly stepped in to retain them. Not only the old man, other villagers were also warmly invited. In the face of the enthusiasm of the villagers, Chen Cheng and the two are also hesitant. The two stomachs cannot help but make a gurgling sound. Although martial artists were strong, they could consume food quickly, not to mention that they had used up a lot of their strength rushing around in the daytime. Besides, it was indeed rather dark, so the two were hesitant at the moment. Two little friends, we have been poorly entertained during the day. Why don't we just stay for one night as an indemnity from the villagers, and then go back tomorrow? Under the village chief's persuasion, the two Chen Xinghan no longer hesitated. They were indeed hungry, and it didn't seem impossible to go back tomorrow. Matriarch, how's it going? Where are the two of them now? In the Chen clan, Chen Tianjing inquired with a worried face. The other clansmen of the family had returned, but Chen Xingyu and the two of them were slow to show up, so he just had to find the patriarch and ask. Don't worry, I've just asked the divine tree and the elders of the clan. The two didn't run into any danger and seemed to be staying in that village. Chen Tianjing, who heard the news, was no longer worried, since the divine tree had given instructions. There must be no problem, but when the boy returns, he will not be soft. Tianjing, how have things been these past few days? Hearing Chen Xingzhen ask about the main matter, Chen Tianjing also said immediately. Matriarch, according to the clan statistics in the last few days, there are 38 villages of all sizes near my disorderly burial mountain, the largest of which has 40 households, and the smallest of which has only 8, with a total of about 1,500 people, and this time, more than 3,000 pounds of grain and rice have been issued. In a few of these large villages, several body-hardening realm martial artists were found. Aha! Chen Xingzhen nodded slightly after hearing this. This amount, he expected. It was thought that nowadays, the name of the Chun family in Mass Burial Mountain had already been known by the nearby villages, which greatly facilitated the family's development afterwards. As for there being martial artists in the village, it wasn't surprising, but as long as it didn't have anything to do with the Li clan and Lu clan, the few martial artists who were discovered had also only entered the body-tempering realm by chance, but without the merit method, they were never able to enter a higher realm. As for whether or not the family absorbed these martial artists, the answer Chen Xingzhen gave was no. Families always valued blood ties. The high-ranking martial artist who sustained the family would necessarily need to be a member of the family, so as to ensure that the family would have a long history. Although absorbing other martial artists could quickly increase the strength of the family, it was always not their own family, and if it continued for a long time, it would not be conducive to the development of the family. However, when there are more martial artists in the family and the family's strength is stronger, it is not impossible to recruit some similar guards or martial artists with some experience to teach the clan members. Although there were ancestors in the clan who had entered the dream, they were all at night and were unable to instruct the clan in person. And like the blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan, they actually looked very weak in front of some realms of experience. These were the weaknesses of the clan, but the family has not yet reached that condition, and there is no hurry. Chen Xingzhen then called Chen Tianyu and the others to ask about other details. After learning that many of the clansmen had gained something from the distribution of grain and rice, a smile appeared on Chen Xingzhen's face once again. In this way, after a while, the major villages could be notified and a suitable place could be chosen to hold a matchmaking convention. The people of the family are in a favorable condition, so I think there should be many people in the major villages who are willing. P.S. Originally £2 per household, changed to per person. At the entrance of Shijian village, the village head and a group of villagers had sent them a long way, but they were slow to return to the village. Seeing this, Chen Xingha and Chen Qingmeng hurriedly opened their mouths. Mayor, don't see us off. We're leaving. If we send it any further, we'll have to send it back to the clan. So, okay. The village chief was hesitant to speak and scratched his head from time to time, wanting Chen Xingha and the two men to see through his disguise and enter his heart. But when he had done this sequence of movements, he heard the villagers beside his ears say, Mayor, they're gone. Ha, that's gone? The village chief looked up. The figures of the two had already gone a long way away, and it seemed too late to go after them now. This caused him to let out a long sigh and hurriedly asked towards the Hanyu at the side. How many pounds of grain and rice did they eat last night? 15 pounds? Mayor. His heart slowed down 2 beats when he heard that answer. Perhaps he had been a little too enthusiastic last night, and had known better than to keep the 2 of them. But he didn't expect these 2 teenagers to be able to eat so much. If the 2 men hadn't sent more grain and rice, this stay overnight would probably have been clean. It was because of this that he had just been too embarrassed to speak. After all, people came all this way and delivered food for the village, just for a meal, even though it was all his family ate. Oops, looks like he'll have to tighten his belt after that. This grain rice is so unpalatable. It's better to have blood rice. Yeah, I was just full last night and I'm feeling a little hungry again. On the way back to the clan, the 2 Chenxinghua talked, but in reality, this was not the case. Simply because after eating blood rice on weekdays, both of them would quench their bodies and digest the blood rice. Unusual grains and rice, on the other hand, do not produce much qi and blood. This, coupled with the fact that the 2 had consumed a lot yesterday, had caused them to get hungry extremely quickly. As for the meaning expressed by the village chief's look and actions just now, the 2 indeed did not realize it. Following the path of yesterday, the 2 of them didn't take long to have rushed back to the family. It was only after the 2 saw Chen Tianjing and Chen Tianyu guarding the doorway that the elation that had just been exchanged instantly dissipated. Bang! As a Tai Zu long fist closed, the predator beast in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm in front of him was directly killed by Chen Xingyu with a single punch. But after resolving this ferocious beast, Chen Xingyu's face was not elated, but instead, there was more than a hint of sadness. Previously, when he fought with Lu Xingrong, he had the honor of comprehending the mysteries of the great ancestor's long fist. But now that he was executing the great ancestor's long fist, he had no such comprehension, and it seemed as if he was always a hair short of the mark. As for the newly learned bright moonlight frost, a Xian-ranked battle skill, he had yet to be initiated. Xian-rank battle skill. The difficulty of comprehending it was still above the great ancestor's long fist, but he felt that in 2 more days this battle skill could almost be initiated. The battle skills were just that, but now Chen Xingyu wanted to break through even more in her own realm. Not just the blood condensation realm grant completion, but the innate realm. He had briefly broken through the innate realm before with the help of the divine tree's acacia leaves, and although that wasn't a breakthrough on his own, and there was a slight difference from the true innate realm, it was still the innate realm, and it was also an extremely valuable experience. It was because of this experience that made Chen Xingyu want to break through to the innate realm even more. After the elders of the clan resurfaced, his father had already told him in his dreams how to quickly break through the realm in several ways, and the one that suited him was the current combat breakthrough method, which stimulated one's own chi and blood during high-intensity battles. And just now, this mid-blood condensation realm ferocious beast's strength was too poor, completely insufficient for him to fight fiercely. He still needed to look for ferocious beasts of a higher realm before he could do so, but it couldn't be the innate realm either. That would only be asking for death. However, these 2 days of traveling to the mountain of disorderly burials had already given him a lot of gains, and he felt that he would soon be able to reach the great achievement of the blood condensation realm. Only after Chen Xingyu disposed of the hunted ferocious beasts' corpses did she prepare to leave. As he left, there was a sudden cold touch on his forehead, which caused Chen Xingyu to look up. Only the white sky was actually slowly drifting down with snowflakes. These snowflakes were crystalline and translucent, melting quickly upon contact with the skin and then turning into a coolness. After Chen Xingyu briefly lingered for a moment, her figure quickly disappeared in place. It's snowing. Snow falls silently, and the cold has entered the bones. However, the family was under the shelter of the divine tree, but the Chen clan members did not have this experience. But looking at the snowflakes falling in the sky, many of the clansmen still had excited faces. This excitement was not due to the mere sight of snow. It snows every winter in the massive burial mountain, and snow is normal for them. On the contrary, they didn't like the coming of winter. It meant that the clan couldn't plant or hunt, and it might even give a lot of the clan wind chills from being too cold. But now it was different. The clan had completely established its roots in the mass burial mountain. The clan was warm and cozy, and even if the first 2 still didn't work, the clan didn't have to worry about food. Thinking back to the last winter, the clan was still fighting with the Li family and the clan members were living without enough food. The very different state of mind and the changed for the better clan made many of the clansmen feel differently, which made them notice the beauty of the snowy landscape. Many clansmen were even surprised to find that whenever the snowflake drifted down to the top of the Chen clan, it had completely melted, and did not leave the slightest trace. And a few meters away from the Chen clan, the falling snowflakes had already created a thin layer of white frost on the ground. At first glance, it looks like 2 worlds inside and outside the clan. Have all the clansmen returned to their clans? In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingchen questioned Chen Tianjing and the others on the side. Matriarch, the many clansmen who were outside before have all returned to the clan, and all the major villages have received the rice distributed by the clan. and now only Qingyu has yet to return with news. Chen Xingjin nodded slightly at his words, plowing in the spring and hoeing in the summer, harvesting in the fall and storing in the winter. Although the clan couldn't do much in the winter, it allowed the clan to devote themselves to practicing martial arts. As for Chen Xingyu, it was too late to worry about it now. The only thing left to do was to hope that he could make it back to the family before the snow closed the mountains. Only after the snow, but it will make the previous Chen Xingjin's plan collapse. Nowadays, although the family is not afraid of the wind and snow, but the many villages that are attached to the surrounding of the mass burial mountain are not. The snow blocked the road, which would have made it impossible for the clan to reach the villages, and the previous idea naturally did not work. That was an oversight on his part. Now it's just a matter of waiting for the snow to stop. After thinking for a moment, Chen Xingjin turned his head and said, "In these few days, you'll be in charge of the cultivation of the clan's martial artists. And in a few days, by the way, you'll assess how well the clan's battle techniques have been learned." He hadn't forgotten the promise he'd made earlier to hand out rewards in the first 3. However, considering the realm relationship, blood condensation realm martial artists would not be tested. Yes, matriarch. After the several clansmen had left, Chen Xingjin redirected his gaze towards the family divine tree, and then made a pious offering. The divine tree is responsible for the family being what it is today. In the coming year, the family is bound to offer more sacrifices. Above, as if hearing Chen Xingjin's pious prayers, the branches and leaves of the acacia tree scattered dots of green light that merged into Chen Xingjin's body. Although it couldn't help Chen Xingjin raise his realm, it could make the blood qi in his body a bit more active. With active qi and blood, you will naturally live longer. For this Chen clan patriarch who blindly trusted the divine tree and carried it with persistence, Ji Yang had admiration in his heart. Although this blindness did not seem rational to the other clansmen, Ji Yang, who had inherited the will of the family's divine tree, was unable to comment. After Chen Xingjin left the ancestral hall, Ji Yang turned his gaze to the snowflakes falling from the sky. In his previous life, he had not seen such a beautiful landscape. In order to feel it up close and personal, Ji Yang even controlled the temperature above himself, allowing quite a few snowflakes to fall on top of his own branches and leaves. Unfortunately, now that his was a tree, the thick bark didn't allow him to feel the way he used to, and only added a touch of sadness. It was only after a while that Ji Yang averted his gaze and turned to his attribute panel. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 172. 5. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Concentration. Armor Covering, 1,000 Miles of Red Earth. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Taizu Long Fist. Blood, 35, can be converted to life force. Spiritual Power, 50. Extrapolation Points, 11. Can be deduced. Status, there is a man alive, but he is dead. The clan's several days of sacrifices had restored his life force back to full strength, and after absorbing Qingju's consciousness, Ji Yang was able to see farther. Before, only the place where the roots extended could be seen, but now the outline of the entire family could be seen, and when the life force continued to increase, the root expansion naturally allowed him to see even further. It's just that the big family festival has passed, and the sacrifices will have to be once a week after that. Luckily, Ji Yang himself still had the eclipse technique, so as long as he had enough time, he would grow up extremely fast. With Ji Yang's current absorption rate, he could absorb 3 points of life force every night. But some days ago, Ji Yang had used the divine ability of Red Earth 1,000 Miles to maintain the temperature within the clan. Although it was simply allowing the underground roots to emit heat, after Ji Yang's calculations, roughly every 2 hours that passed would consume 0.1 of his life force. In other words, if it was maintained for a day, it would require 0.6 of one's life force to be consumed. Although it wasn't much, it was quite a lot cumulatively. And remembering that the winter days of the disorderly burial mountain were exceptionally cold, Ji Yang wasn't prepared to withdraw this avatar. Now that the family has no external worries, then of course the family should be allowed to develop rapidly. If the weather is too cold, I'm afraid the clan won't have the heart to do anything else. Soon after, Ji Yang looked down at the number of deduction points below. In the past few days, under the accumulation of large amounts of blood rice and ferocious beasts' blood and flesh, some ordinary people in the clan also managed to quench their bodies and become martial artists. Even though it was only the early stage of body tempering, it added a handful of extrapolation points to Ji Yang. It was only that they were already old and didn't have enough qi and blood, so even if they barely entered the body tempering realm, they wouldn't be able to go any further. But how it was still a martial artist. It was still much stronger than normal people, and when Ji Yang looked at the pushable buttons, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Although this point of deduction points is only enough to double deduction, single deduction can only be deduced twice. but it is really a bit boring. Ji Yang is a bit unable to hold back. While high pushes certainly unlock rare maps, single pushes seem to be fine. For example, the first push that was still fresh in Ji Yang's mind, he had obtained the lunar eclipse feat. If he could do it all over again, he might still have a chance to obtain another technique, and if he really stumbled upon it, it would certainly be a great enhancement for Ji Yang. This made Ji Yang very heartwarming, now that there was nothing going on within the clan. With the current rate of snowfall, it wouldn't take more than a few days for the clan's surroundings to be covered in thick snow. With this kind of weather, he thought that the family wouldn't run into any danger, and he had quite a bit of life force now, which was completely enough for another family war. Thinking this way, Ji Yang no longer hesitated. Considering that the purpose of his deduction was to obtain eclipse-like feats, Ji Yang decided to deduce it singly and try the effect, and twice is a much better chance than once. Methinks, this deduction consumes 10 chi and blood, 5 spiritual energy and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? There was no time given to Ji Yang to react, and there was no running image. The instant he tapped yes, Ji Yang had changed the scene in front of him. This caused Ji Yang to spit in his heart. Wasn't it just a few less points of chi and blood? No matter how you look at it, you won't let him look at it. You were born in the middle of a dense forest. In order to become a big tree, you started to grow hard. Just as Ji Yang was spitting in his mind and observing his surroundings, the hints in front of him instantly refreshed Ji Yang's spirit. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that his first deduction, the one where he obtained the lunar eclipse technique, was also in the middle of a dense forest. Does it? He's going to get lucky. Without the bonus of multiple extrapolation, Ji Yang did not carry any abilities, and himself was just a nascent seedling with no special features. As the subtitles faded, Ji Yang also began to look around carefully, searching for the spring and autumn cicada. But after searching several times, Ji Yang had not seen it. But when he thought about it, with his size and height today, even if he saw the spring and autumn cicada, he probably wouldn't be able to draw it over. Might as well wait and see what happens. Time began to accelerate again. Ji Yang himself slowly began to grow. Did not use for a long time. Ji Yang already has more than half a man high. Just as Ji Yang was growing, some movement came from the grass not far from the dense forest. This made Ji Yang couldn't help but look over. The first thing that appeared in Ji Yang's field of vision was a pair of bright white fangs, and as the owner of these fangs got closer and closer, their full appearance was revealed. This was a ferocious beast that Ji Yang was quite familiar with, the Wujin beast, only it was a little different from the Wujin beast of the mass burial mountain, with a different color. In a previous life, he had an alias, Boar. It was only that this urchin beast in front of him seemed to be in an exceptionally high realm, and even in its dull gaze, there was a slight spirituality to it. But after the transmigration, Ji Yang's powerful consciousness did not come with it, and could not distinguish its specific realm, but only through its body type to guess one or two. After passing through the grass, this urchin beast actually quickly leaned towards Ji Yang. This made Ji Yang feel a little bad in his heart. Without waiting for Ji Yang to have time to react, the fangs of this urchin beast had already appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. In the next moment, Ji Yang's eyes went black while some chewing sounds accompanied his ears. The urchin thinks you're delicious and you're dead. As the prompt in front of him disappeared, Ji Yang's field of vision began to transform once again, and when that urchin beast had devoured Ji Yang, its gaze became much brighter, and its eyes searched around, seemingly looking for any more saplings of the same kind. Ji Yang, who had re-entered the shrine, couldn't help but pass an angry curse in his heart. Single-fold extrapolation again, he's a dog. End of pushback. You have realized a new ability in this deduction, sensitive perception. Sensitive perception, you can easily detect the malice of others. Ji Yang's face was astonished, not expecting to die so quickly and gain a new ability. It's not bad. However, the remaining deduction points Ji Yang was not planning to use. It does seem more risky to have a single push that can't carry its own abilities, so it's better to save it for the next time you use it for a multiple push. Now want to open the family situation, also not a moment's effort, to wait for him to be silent for a while. Hey, ha! 3 days later, the sound of fists came from the family square. As far as the eye could see, many family martial artists were gathered here, practicing their battle techniques. 10 meters away from the family, snow flurries were flying, but they were much smaller compared to the previous days. But the snowfall for several days in a row had matted the outside of the clan with a thick layer of snow. But the temperature within the clan was pleasant, and many of the martial artists practicing battle techniques were wearing thin clothing, with heat emanating from their bodies. Hey, when will I learn this battle skill? In the square, Chenxing has sighed under his breath. The long Taizu punch that was thrown had little strength left in it. Even if it was only a yellow rank battle technique, it still required a lot of practice to learn it. On the side, Chen Qingmeng looked resolute. still swinging his fist continuously, experiencing the operation of qi and blood within his body, merging the movements of his hands with the operation of his qi and blood into one. Seeing that Chen Qingmeng had not even given up, Chen Xing has stopped complaining and continued to start practicing. Not far away, Chen Xingzhen looked at the scene in the square face with gratification. Although most of the family body-hardening realm martial artists have not yet learned, think it will not take long. As for the battle skill Bright Moon like Frost, it had only been passed down to the blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan for the time being. However, the difficulty of acquiring a Xian rank battle skill was also extremely difficult. Afterward, Chen Xingyu looked into the distance. The heart also has a little worry. These days more than snow. Chen Xingyu but still did not return, if not to the divine tree to ask for instructions. Learned that there is no problem. He is afraid to have sent the clan to look for matriarch. The clan's new clothing is all ready. On the side, Xiao Zhenfang came up and reported. Hearing this, Chen Xingzhen nodded repeatedly. Hard work. It just so happens that I've written the new clan rules, so let's send them out together later. Yes, matriarch. Xiao Zhenfang led the two clansmen towards the square, and in the hands of a few of them were the new clothes of the clan. When a few people arrived at the square with their new family clothes, many of the clansmen had their eyes drawn to them. The new clothes are made of fine furs, in the style of a tunic, with 2 layers to keep out the cold in winter, and only the outer layer to be worn in summer. In terms of clothing style, it was similar to the clothing worn by the clan, and although it seemed simple, there was an additional piece of embroidery on the cuffs of the new clothing. On the pattern, the tattoo is, naturally, a family totem. The green and black colors are also used in the embroidery, interspersed with embroidery to perfectly depict the family's sacred tree today. So it is clear that the clan has put a lot of effort into this. The clansmen who received new clothes all had happy faces and held them in their hands with extreme preciousness, worried about getting dirty. Many clansmen were even prepared to store them away, but then they were told that in the future, whenever the clan needed to go out, they would need to put these clothes on. This was naturally an idea suggested by the family's departed elders. The family wants to be strong, not only need a certain strength, but also need a new scene, so as to create a strong family. And carrying a totem also allows the clan to always worship and pray in their hearts. The family logo will also be used in the future. And in addition to the new clothing, new clan rules were handed out. The family rules have always been there, only in the past. The rules is not very suitable for today's family, also abandoned a lot, but now it's a no-go. Chen Xinghe turned over the clan rules in his hand. If the matter is not urgent, the clan shall not use the 5-organ ascension technique. Second, even if you use it, you must not explode the heart, and if you find one, you are not allowed to enter the family shrine. Third, it is strictly forbidden to pass on the last stance of the 5-organ ascension technique to an unknowing member of the clan. Fourth, if you meet a danger outside that you can't defeat, you should rush back to your family at the first opportunity. Looking at the new family clan rules, Chen Xinghe froze for a moment. These first 3 were the clan rules regarding the 5-organ ascension technique, but thinking of the previous clan member, the crowd did not object. Only the clan rules were quite long and they had to look at them for a while. In the distance, Chen Xingzhen was also paying attention to the reactions of the clansmen. Although these clan rules had quite a few restrictions, they were ultimately for the sake of the safety and security of each clan and family. With the power of the divine tree, the 5 viscera ascension technique might really be able to become a help to the family. But the last style, it is necessary to beware of. In the future, even if this battle skill is passed down, it is necessary to remove that last method of bursting the heart. The next day, the snowflakes were nowhere to be seen in the sky. The snow has stopped, but the weather is still cold, and it will take about 2 months to wait for the snow to melt, during which time it is also very likely to snow again. After noticing that the snow had stopped, Chen Xingzhen also quickly issued an order for the clansmen to open up the family's roads to other villages. The winters are long, and even though you can't plant or hunt, the family can't stand still. The many clansmen who heard the news also began to get busy. Blood condensation realm martial artists are rich in qi and blood, and the use of battle techniques is also able to melt the snow. And every blood condensation realm martial artist is an automatic snow shoveler. As for body tempering realm martial artists, they could only use the tools in their hands. Even with the full assistance of the clan's martial artists, it took the clan 10 days, which opened up the clan's road to the many villages. It was also good that it didn't snow on massive burial mountain during these 10 days. On the second day of the family shoveling snow, Chen Xingyu dragged her injured body back into the family. Although he had suffered a considerable amount of injuries, the light in his eyes was even brighter, and his realm had even arrived at the blood condensation realm grand completion. The injuries were quite serious, but under the divine tree's treatment, they had recovered as normal in just a moment. Recovering from her injuries, Chen Xingyu appeared to have gained something and directly chose to retreat in the clan. Chen Xingjian naturally looked delighted upon hearing this, and immediately prepared the room and did not allow the clan to disturb it. The other side. When many villages realized the arrival of the Chen family members, they were all astonished. After all, on weekdays when the mountains were closed by heavy snow, the villagers could only shovel the snow off their own village, which was already the limit of the village, and would not waste their efforts to open the road outwards. And after learning of the Chen family members' intentions, the village heads of the villages all had happy faces and began to discuss the matter in their villages. Opportunity. 2 words came to their minds. Nowadays, there was only one family in the mass burial mountain, and both the good land and the hunting area of the mass burial mountain were controlled by the Chen family. Although they usually hunted and farmed, that was where the 3 great clans didn't want them before. There are not many wild beasts in the hunting area, and the resources are not abundant. Even the fields planted produce only average harvests of grain and rice. As for the blood rice, they could not grow it at all. The good fields that could grow blood rice were all held by the 3 great families, but now the Chen clan is trying to marry outside. Wouldn't this be a great opportunity for them? The villages. As long as a villager married within the Chen clan, the relationship between the village and the Chen clan would inevitably become closer. The mountain of mass graves is not too big, but it is not too small. With a connection, at least the villagers will be better off afterward, in one way or another. In addition, the Chen clan had quite a few martial artists, even blood condensation realm martial artists. Moreover, there were quite a few Chen clan martial artists among those who came to announce the news this time. Although most of the villagers were not clear about the boundaries, they knew that this was already the limit of what they could touch. It is said that strong martial artists are even able to hunt ferocious beasts. It was no ordinary beast, and it was said that a piece of meat would last for a day. After the village people marry in and give birth to heirs, can they not be martial artists in the future? Even if she is a member of the Chen family, but her mother also went out from the village, and when she has a future, she can still not help the village? Either way, the matter of the union was an extremely favorable situation for the village, both now and in the future. After the Chen family people explained their intentions, many villages directly agreed without even thinking about it, and asked about the exact time of the union. Some of the villages, after thinking about it for a moment or two, also came back immediately. Of these villages, large and small, all agreed, except for a few villages where the population was depleted and there were no marriageable women. As for the exact time of the union, the family had set it for 3 days later. The clansmen who had gotten the news also had faces of anticipation and began to make preparations for the subsequent union. In this side of the world, when one is over 16 years old, one is already an adult. There were already quite a number of adult clansmen in the family, most of which were clansmen of the Qing character generation. And these clansmen had not yet had the time to get married due to the previous family wars. But right now with so many villages participating, I think it shouldn't be too much of a problem. What? Your father wants you to marry into the Chen family? In the everlasting village, a young man looked at the young girl in front of him with an astonished face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Well, my father said that the Chen family is now the big family in the massive burial mountain and asked me to marry into it. Jaizhe, what should I do? The young girl's face was sad, and there was a hint of prayer in her gaze, and the youth who heard the maiden's words was ashen. He did not fail to ask the maiden's father to betroth the maiden to him, but he was penniless, but failed to enter his eyes. Right now, after learning that his beloved woman was about to marry into the Chen family, the youth looked dejected, but he couldn't say anything for a while. Now that the Chen family was dominant, all villages had known about it. He was just a villager, not even a martial artist. Even the young girl's father didn't agree with it, so how could he compete with the Chen family members? The youth lapsed into silence, not even knowing when the maiden had left. The weather was cold, but the youth's heart was colder. Damn it! 30 years east, 30 years west. I, Zheng Taizhu, will never give up. 3 days later, a new pavilion had been erected outside the Qin clan. The pavilion was simple, but with the power of the divine tree sheltering it, it looked unique in this white snow. And one after another, villagers from various villages brought young girls of the right age from their clans, in order to prevent someone in the village from forcibly forcing unwilling women, or to prevent breaking up the village's already existing childhood sweethearts. Chen Xingjian even asked the young girls who came one by one whether they had a lover of their choice and whether they were willing. Although with the strength of the family today, it was perfectly fine not to care about that, but for the sake of family and village harmony, this kind of thing, it is better not to appear. With so many villages, with the marriageable clansmen in the clan today, there is no need to worry about not having enough. And after Chen Xingjian's exhaustive investigation, he really found a few, although they said that they didn't. As a late-stage blood condensation realm martial artist, The eyes and movements of these few people had nothing to hide in front of his eyes. Of course, this is just a hiccup. The total number of young girls brought by the major villages this time was more than 100, and there were only 10 or so marriageable members of the Chen family. If it wasn't for the fact that age didn't allow for it, plus the unwillingness of Chen Xinghe and the others, Chen Tianjing and the others would have been ready to force a marriage. Although there weren't many marriageable clansmen in the clan, such a big scene attracted many clansmen to come and watch. Qing Meng, what are you looking at? Chen Xinghe looked at the slightly demented Chen Qingmeng and opened his mouth to ask. Chen Qingmeng did not reply, while Chen Xinghe followed his line of sight to a young girl in front of him. This young girl is not very old, wearing a long braid, her face is slightly delicate, but her muscles are very sturdy, and in the crowd, she is also quite bright. Qing Meng, you like this? Chen Xinghe asked again. Chen Qingmeng nodded unapologetically. My mother said that such a one has strength, and that's the way to choose a daughter-in-law. When I get 2 more years, I'll pick one even bigger than that. Chen Xinghe didn't refute it. As a matter of fact, most of the young girls present were like this, and the other clansmen didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and even the selection would prioritize these strong-bodied ones, and as for the weak-bodied ones, most of them were ruled out by the clansmen in the first place. But Chen Xinghe was not too fond of this, mainly because these young girls, he felt very similar to his mother. The thought of getting married and having an extra mother, Chen Xinghe was a little scared in his heart. The blind date went exceptionally well in the bonfire burning outside the clan. Some of them had been eyeing them for a long time, and some of them had agreed to them after some communication. And after confirming the marriage partner, Chen Xingzhen also had his clan members escort the partner they had their eyes on back to enhance the relationship between the two. As for the other young girls, they were also escorted back by the other clansmen. Although the weather was cold, there was no guarantee that there were ferocious beasts in the wild. Since this matter was initiated by the Chen family, it was necessary to protect their safety. After confirming the candidate, it was time to choose a date for the wedding. Although the time between meeting and marriage is short, marriage is a family matter and needs to be taken seriously. The ceremony is held on the right day, at the right hour, and at the right time, and also requires the approval of the family's sacred tree. Only then can he be considered to have entered his Chen clan. As for the time, it was also set for a few days later, with the time in between for the families and villages to make their own preparations. As the great family of the massive burial mountain nowadays, the bride price naturally could not be shabby, although the two were not equal in strength. This was from the family's emphasis on the clansmen. P.S. Both days are transition chapters. On this day, the Chen clan was decorated with lights and colors. There was a lively atmosphere both inside and outside the clan. Today was the big day for many of the clansmen, and clan chief Chen Xingzhen had already arranged all aspects of it, with weekday martial arts practice being set aside, and the rice wine that had been brewed from the grain and rice before also being carried out. The rice wine is not very strong, but the wine is not drunk. Even Ji Yang, who was in the shrine, tasted it, though he didn't taste anything. In addition to the wine made from unusual grains and rice, the family also brewed a portion of blood rice. This blood rice brewed rice wine not only tastes good, which contains more qi and blood than the blood rice itself, is also more suitable for martial artists to quench the body. Just brewing time is longer. Want to produce rice wine? Have to wait until next year's spring. In the shrine, a number of living souls were being filled with joy, for among them were their descendants in the big wedding. These living souls even worshipped at the shrine. I didn't expect to see this scene after they died. The only 2 living souls in the corner sighed under their breath. In addition, the family had invited the mayors of many villages to attend with them this time, and the mayors of the villages were terrified. But after 3 rounds of wine, they were no longer formal, and the purpose of inviting these village chiefs was simple, for the smooth running of other things after the family. There is no shortage of places to use people after the family. As night approached, the moon rose above the willow. The acacia trees in the ancestral hall were dotted with fluorescent light, and the originally lively family gradually began to quiet down. As for the heads of the villages, they had already rested in their families for the time being, waiting for the return journey tomorrow. Matriarch, let me help you inside to rest. No, you go to bed early too. Chen Xingzhen waved his hand and slowly walked towards his room. As the patriarch, he naturally couldn't be absent today, and after seeing the many clansmen's marriages settled, Chen Xingzhen couldn't help but drink a few more cups. However, he was already a martial artist in the late blood condensation realm, so this bit of rice wine was nothing to him. He could even use the power of qi and blood in his body to disperse the alcohol. But he didn't. Many of the clan members were drunk, but there were still family elders in the clan watching from the sky, so why not get drunk if there was nothing else to do? Chen Xingzhen cleared his head slightly and settled down on the bed. As his breathing steadied, Chen Xingzhen slowly fell into sleep. Dad, you're here. In the dream world, looking at Chen Changming in front of him, Chen Xingjin opened his mouth to greet him. However, he always felt that today's Chen Changming looked as if he had something on his mind, which made Chen Xingjin unable to resist asking, "Father, what's wrong? Is there something else in the clan I've forgotten lately?" Chen Changming shook his head and pondered for a little while before slowly speaking. "That, Xingjin, you see, you are not small in age, but so far you have not been married, and no children." Father considered. "You are not?" Hearing this, Chen Xingjin's drunkenness disappeared and then woke up from his dream. This overwhelmed him even more than the day he heard that the natural blood spring was beneath the shrine. Chen Xingjin touched the non-existent sweat on his forehead, remembering what his father had just said in his dream, which made Chen Xingjin unable to hold back a bitter smile. "Father, I'm old enough, and now I'm even more of a patriarch, so I can't anymore." In the room, Chen Changming, who had been ejected from the dream world, sighed. Actually, he didn't think it mattered. Only a little bit older, but the blood condensation realm martial artist body was still there and could continue to shine. He was simply thinking about Chen Xingjin from the position of a father, but seeing that Chen Xingjin was against it, Chen Changming did not intend to continue to persuade him. "Well, although there is no direct descendants, but the clan's descendants are quite a lot of people, but also do not worry about the family population is not good." On the other hand, Chen Tianshan was also wandering left and right outside a secret room with a worried look on his face. In the secret room was Chen Xingyu, who was in seclusion. As his father, he naturally thought of Chen Xingyu today after seeing that many of his clan members were already married. Moreover, Chen Xingyu's age is not small. Next year will be 24. This age, according to the normal rhythm of the mass grave mountain, now should be the father of several children. However, Chen Xingyu had yet to marry, which also made him worry a little in his heart. Is it possible that this boy doesn't like women? Chen Tianshan was a little anxious in his heart, but then he turned away. He was prepared to wait for Chen Xingyu to come out of the gate before asking carefully. On the second day, the family has already returned to business as usual. After sending the village heads away, the family also began to operate normally. But now the family, but plus a lot more lively, taking advantage of the winter season, which was not yet busy. The Chen clan was also prepared to expand its territory by 1 or 2%, lest there would be an increase in the number of clansmen in the future and there would not be enough houses. The family is thriving with snow. Time passes and it is the beginning of February. The coldness had not yet subsided, but the ice and snow of the massive burial mountain had slowly melted as the temperature rose. One of them was centered on the Chen clan, and the ice and snow around it melted rather quickly. 2 months' time. The family is also not a small change. The original family, in the winter expansion, has been the initial family twice, and Chen Xingjin also and a few elders under the guidance of the family building one by one planning, so that the family is more perfect, more reasonable. In addition, there are even more women with slightly bulging bellies in the clan, who bear the hope of the new generation of the clan, and with the divine tree in place, there was no need to worry about the child dying prematurely. During the 2 months, many of the clansmen had also learned the Tai Zu Long Fist, and under the blood condensation realm, the first one to acquire the battle skill was actually Chen Qingmang. This caused many of the clansmen to be a bit surprised. After all, Chen Qingmang's talent for practicing martial arts was not considered too good. Seemingly inspired by Chen Qingmang, Chen Xingha also initiated the Taizu Long Fist on the second day. Although the two of them were not able to utilize the power of this battle technique today, with the elevation of the realm and the increase of qi and blood power in their bodies, the rest, it was only a matter of time. As for the third clan member who had acquired a battle skill, it was Chen Tianquan who had the late stage of the body tempering realm. But at this, Chen Tianquan expressed quite a shame. After all, how can he say that he was also the elder of the two, or the late stage of the body tempering realm? But surprisingly, he was still not as fast as the two juniors in learning. But talent is something that has always been there regardless of generation. The progress of the younger generation of clansmen had also caused many middle-aged martial artists in the clan to accelerate their own refinement. You can't be outdone by the younger generation in every way, can you? The ice is gradually melting and new arrangements have been made in the clan. When the weather warms up in the disorderly burial mountain, the most important thing is still the need to plant the first crop of grain rice and blood rice as soon as possible. This winter, not much food was left in the clan, and the blood rice was gradually bottoming out. While the first crop of blood rice for the new year had yet to be harvested, the clan's hardening of their bodies could not be delayed. The good thing was that after the snow melted, the family could continue hunting in the massive burial mountain again. And with the blood wine brewed during the winter, there was no need to worry too much. At night, the bright moon hangs high. In the ancestral hall, after Chen Xingjin had routinely worshipped the divine tree, he did not leave in a hurry, but instead paced from side to side, thinking about the affairs of the clan. it would be 2 days before the ice melted completely. But the family needed to get busy early. After taking over the territory of the Li and Lu families, the family's fields had expanded quite a bit, and the spirit field alone that was capable of growing blood rice already had more than 10 acres, and together with the other fields, there were dozens of acres in total. These spiritual fields are not evenly distributed. Even if the mass grave mountain is not big, it is extremely troublesome to run around, coupled with the remote location. In order to prevent accidents, such as ferocious beasts intruding into the situation, it is also necessary to send more clansmen to guard. This makes the family, whose manpower is already small, even more stretched. After all, the family still needs some martial artists to go into the mountains to hunt. During the last year, the family's plan was to prepare to divert the natural blood spring so that all of its tributaries would be transferred to the Chen clan's fields, unifying the good land and making it easier to manage. The ground has been thawing for the last few days, and the family has sent people to work on this plan. But then it was a realization. This natural blood spring was buried deep and wide, and if the family wanted to divert its tributaries, they would need to dig a tunnel first and then divert the flow. However, this was far from enough time, and if we waited until the family restreaming was complete, it was estimated that it would take at least a month. This will greatly delay the harvest of the first crop of blood rice. Although only 1 month, it does not seem long, but now the family blood rice is not much left. But also count on this first batch of blood rice harvest to make up for the emptiness of the clan. This was a situation he hadn't considered before, and it was also because the family heritage wasn't enough to deal with these situations. Apart from that, the hunting in the massive burial mountain was also a cause for concern. In 2 months' time, the family beasts raised by the clan were almost gone, and they could only barely ensure the sacrifice of the divine tree. Yesterday, the family sent out an advance team to go in and see what was going on at the mountain of mass graves. However, when Chen Tianyu and other blood condensation realm martial artists entered the mountain of mass burial, they found that the ferocious beasts were much less than before, but there were more green wolves. This discovery made Chen Tianyu and the others not continue their journey and turned back to the clan. Although the green wolf found was only at the body tempering realm and at most at the blood condensation realm, the crowd had not forgotten that in this mountain of mass burial, there was still a green wolf at the innate realm, which was a ferocious beast that the unusual clansmen were unable to cope with. Apparently, the green wolf that had been seen last year had thoroughly taken the massive burial mountain as its territory and had cultivated a pack. The wolves were more difficult to deal with than a single innate realm green wolf. If not stopped, I'm afraid that there won't be any other ferocious beasts in this mass burial mountain in the future. The mass burial mountain, as an important resource for the development of the family, second only to the blood rice, would be extremely unfavorable to the family if it were to be lost. As for Chen Xingyu, who was the most promising person in the clan to advance to the innate realm, he was still in seclusion, and he didn't know how the situation was. The spring is just around the corner, but these emergencies are more tricky and leave him at a loss as to what to do. Chen Xingjian let out a long sigh, then turned his gaze to the family divine tree. During these 2 months, the clan sacrificed once a week and didn't stop, but the divine tree seemed to have stopped growing, still at the same height as 2 months ago. Chen Xingjian even suspected that the family god tree is not because of the last family war problems. Otherwise 2 months' time how have not grown some. Chen Xingjian, who was worried in his heart, was not in a good position to directly inquire about the divine tree, and could only inquire about the patriarch's deceased elders. According to fathers and their descriptions, the divine tree was in good shape, and many of their souls could feel that the divine tree was growing stronger and absorbing yin qi faster on its own. If the divine tree exhibited its divine power again, they would definitely be stronger this time, and according to his father's senses, he would even be able to go further with his soul body, and perhaps not long after that, he would be able to advance to the innate realm. Although it was different from the true innate realm, if it was augmented by the armor, the strength would definitely far exceed the last time. Hearing what his father said, Chen Xingjian was no longer worried. As long as the sacrifices in the clan didn't stop, the divine tree's state would definitely get better and better as well. What made Chen Xingjian feel relieved was that in these 2 months, the number of martial artists in the clan had increased quite a bit more, and there were even 2 Tianzi generation clansmen who had broken through the blood condensation realm under the motivation of the younger generation in the clan. There were also quite a few clansmen who were further along in the body tempering realm. For example, Chen Qingmeng, in the middle of last month, had also managed to break through to the middle stage of the body tempering realm. Roughly counting, now the family's blood condensation realm martial artists already have 8 people. Body quenching realm martial artists even have about 30 people. The situation in the clan is getting better and better. Thinking this way, Chen Xingjian was no longer worried, and although the problems facing the family at the moment were a bit tricky, they were not insurmountable. For example, if you have good land, you can send out a few more clansmen, which is a bit of a hassle. but not too much of a problem, and then change the flow when the family has enough blood rice. As for the ferocious beasts in the mountain of mass graves, if it was not possible, the divine tree would be called upon. With the divine power of the divine tree, the late blood condensation realm martial artists were also able to burst out with the strength of the innate realm, and with the clan's 2 months of time spent on cultivation, the 5 viscera had recovered almost as well. Even if it was an innate realm green wolf, I don't think it would be a big problem. However, now Chen Xingyu is still in seclusion. Chen Tianjing and other mid-blood condensation realm martial artists have not yet broken through. It is necessary to think about the candidate. After all, although the power of the divine tree is strong, the martial artist's own realm cannot be too weak. If you can't, you're on your own. Though he is old, his arrows are still sharp. It was just as well that he also wanted to experience the power of the innate realm. After Chen Xingzhen left, Ji Yang's consciousness also gradually began to focus. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 306. 5. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Condensation. Armor Covering, 1,000 Miles of Red Earth. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Taizu Longfist. Blood, 99, can be converted to life force. Spiritual Power, 52. Deduction Points, 26. Can be deduced. Status, there is a man alive, but he is dead. With 2 months of moonlight absorption, Ji Yang's vitality reached a new height, but still no new branches grew. The increase in life force, however, had caused his trunk and roots to grow. However, considering that a big tree attracts the wind, and that today's Chen clan didn't have the strength to protect against the wind, Ji Yang used the ability to grow freely to maintain his image to the extent that it was today. When the day came that he felt the family was strong enough, then he would have no need to hide. But for now, it's better to hide it. And during the 2 months, the family's sacrifices and the growth of the clan's realm had greatly improved Ji Yang's deduction points. If he could, right now Ji Yang would be able to use the 5-fold deduction. But Ji Yang wanted to wait a little longer. He already knew the lower limit of the extrapolation, and he wanted to see the upper limit of the multiple extrapolation. Ji Yang had also heard a little about what the clan was worried about in these 2 days, and on top of the natural blood spring redirection, Ji Yang felt that he could try. After growing in vitality, his roots had spread tens of meters out of the shrine, with the ability to strengthen the roots. Although it was impossible to reach the good fields, it wasn't impossible to appropriately change the direction of the blood springs underground. As for the matter of the ferocious beasts of the massive burial mountain, Ji Yang was out of his reach. If the family prayed for help, he wouldn't mind losing a bit of his life force. Nowadays, the family seems to be at peace, but it lacks substance and needs some time to develop. In the dream world, Chen Xingzhen, who heard this news, had a delighted face. If the divine tree was there to help, there would be no need to worry about blood rice cultivation, but he still had to plan out the extent of the new good land tomorrow for the god tree to see. At night, the moon and stars are thin. Countless living souls were sitting under the shade of the trees, quietly absorbing the yin qi. Ji Yang's consciousness wandered away from heaven and earth, looking up at the wonders of the universe and sighing at the greatness of heaven and earth. It was one of the few pleasures Ji Yang had left. Clan member Chen Xingyu breaks through to the innate realm. +3 deduction points. The sudden message caused Ji Yang to detach himself from the wonders of the universe, and after seeing the content of the prompt, Ji Yang's heart was a little delighted. Chen Xingyu has broken through to the innate realm. This is extremely important to the Chen family today. The innate realm was already the pinnacle of what an ordinary martial artist could achieve, and no matter which mountain they were on, they were considered top martial artists. Like the previously clan, there were no innate realm martial artists in the clan. Even for an outsider family like the Liu family, there had not been an additional innate realm martial artist in the clan during the few years they had been in the massive burial mountain. It was evident that innate realm martial artists were still relatively rare. Most importantly, nowadays, Chen Xingyu was only in her 20s. Ji Yang didn't know how the outside world was, but placed in the family, placed in the entire mass burial mountain, this should also be considered an excellent talent. This also meant that in the future, Chen Xingyu still had unlimited potential, and if she had enough resources, she might even be able to reach a higher realm, such as the realm of the Inner Dipper. A pair of eyes emanated a shimmering light in the darkness of the chamber. Chen Xingyu slowly walked out of the secret room, and a trace of long-lost elation was added to her always calm face. After 2 months of seclusion, he had finally reached the innate realm. Although he had previously utilized the power of the divine tree to briefly reach the innate realm, that was not a power that belonged to him, nor was it a true innate realm. Only right now, after his own breakthrough into the innate realm, did he realize the difference? The innate realm is the body-quenching realm and the blood-condensing realm merged into one. It is the quenched sinews and bones and chi and blood rounded into one, and finally allows itself to reach a wisp of the innate state just like in the baby period. Therefore, it is called the innate realm, and most of the blood condensation realm martial artists were also stuck at this step, unable to comprehend this state. It was good that he had the experience of reaching the innate realm before, and he had experienced it in advance, which enabled him to break through in the middle of 2 months. After breaking through the innate realm, he felt the increase in his lifespan and the strength of the chi and blood in his body. He was stronger than before. At this moment, recalling the battle with Lu Xingrong that day, Chen Xingyu secretly said that it was a fluke. If not for the fact that Lu Xingrong was quite old and did not want to get hurt, he did not have a chance of winning. But none of that matters now. Chen Xingyu slowly walked out of the secret room. Seeing that it was already dark, he prepared to inform the family tomorrow. However, when it left the secret room, it felt an invisible shadow in front of it. Though he could not see it, he was sensing it today. "Dad, is that you?" when Chen Xingyu inquired. Some response came from the shadows. Chen Xingyu opened her mouth in delight. "Father, look, I've broken through the innate realm." Unable to receive her father's congratulations, Chen Xingyu is not sad and prepares to go back to her room to sleep and meet her father in her dreams. Dreamland. Chen Tianquan's face was overjoyed and he celebrated Chen Xingyu in his dream. In the midst of the conversation, Chen Tianshan also told Chen Xingyu about the recent events in the clan. As for the marriage, he did not say much. This child, Xingyu, might be the future hope of the family, and a premature marriage might affect the refinement of his realm. Those who are gifted should not be bound by anything else and should climb higher mountains to get a glimpse of the summit. Father and son had a long talk all night long, but unfortunately the dream world did not last, not to mention that Chen Xingyu was now at the innate realm, so the time was even shorter. Well, my Chen family finally has an innate realm martial artist. Truly the divine tree blesses. The next day, the shouts of Chen Xingzhen's delight came from the family. For a while, the news of Chen Xingyu's breakthrough into the innate realm was also instantly known by the clan. Clan brother Xingyu, what's the difference between the innate realm and the body tempering realm? Clan brother Xingyu, quickly tell us about it. Xingyu, that, uncle wants to ask you. The clansmen who had learned of the news flocked to Chen Xingyu's doorstep with their own doubts. And Chen Xingyu did not treasure her own broom, but taught her own experience. If it wasn't for the final word from the matriarch, the threshold of Chen Xingyu's house would have been stepped over. Considering that Chen Xingyu was the first martial artist to break through to the innate realm since the family migrated to the mountain of mass burial, Chen Xingzhen even decided to carve his name into the family shrine. The clansmen who learned the news were even more envious. It's a family shrine. The names carved into it are already down there. If they could, they would also like to have their names engraved inside the family shrine, so that when they died, they could still look at it more, and when they talked to their descendants in their dreams in the future, they wouldn't have to worry about not having any accomplishments in their lives. Many clansmen were also quite excited after knowing this, because the family finally had an innate realm martial artist, the first great family of the massive burial mountain. His Chen family was done for. Many of the clansmen began to rise to the occasion, aspiring to become the second martial artist in the clan to break through to the innate realm. After learning about the messy burial mountain, Chen Xingyu volunteered to go to the messy burial mountain and kill that green wolf, but Chen Xingzhen did not rush to agree. Chen Xingyu was only at the beginning of the innate realm, while that green wolf, perhaps having reached the innate realm a long time ago, with the advantage of the beast's size, a martial artist of the same realm might not be its opponent. Plus nowadays, in the mass burial mountain, there wasn't just that one green wolf, there were also wolves, which made it even more dangerous. Still need to come up with a more stable solution. However, on the very next day, after Chen Xingyu had demonstrated the battle skill Bright Moon like Frost once more, as well as praying once more from the divine tree and receiving shelter, Chen Xingzhen no longer hesitated. Even Chen Xingyu, who was at the late stage of the blood condensation realm, was able to break through to the innate realm under the divine power of the divine tree, not to mention the fact that Chen Xingyu was now at the innate realm itself. Moreover, Chen Xingyu still had the 5 Viscera Ascension technique as a battle skill, and the innate realm green wolf should not be enough to worry about. Considering the wolves, Chen Xingzhen even directly sent out all the blood condensation realm martial artists in his clan, plus several body tempering realm clansmen. In this way, even the wolves had no more worries. Before you can say you've won, you can say you've lost. On the eve of their departure, the family had also worked out a detailed strategy. Wolf-type beasts, suspicious by nature and extremely vindictive, if they can't kill it completely and let it escape, it will inevitably bring many troubles for the family. The family base camp is just a matter of having the divine tree to shelter it. So I think that the green wolf shouldn't have the guts to do so, but after spring, the clan would still need to be busy outside, which would give that green wolf a chance to take advantage of the situation. That's why this family plan requires decapitation. As long as the wolves have no leader, the pack will not be broken. Otherwise the family is bound to suffer greatly. This time, the plan can only succeed. Considering that the terrain of the mass burial mountain was complicated and finding that Green Wolf might take a lot of time. This time, Chen Xingxian decided to let the clansmen who went hunting to enter the mass burial mountain by taking the clan's secret passageways, which should not just be used as escape routes, can shed some of their inherent rules if necessary. In this way, it would shorten the battle lines and ensure that the clan had something to supply. After perfecting all aspects, the clan prepared to leave on the second day. Even though it was quite well prepared, there was still a small amount of risk involved in this operation, but the resources of the mass burial mountain, the family couldn't give up. Moreover, after that Green Wolf had established itself in the mountain of mass burial, how would it know if it would have the intention to expand? One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Instead of being passive and defensive, we should be proactive. The night before departure, many of the clansmen had excited faces, simply because this action was not the same as the previous clan war. Before the family war, they were on the weaker side. But now, it was the family that took the initiative. It means the family is slowly getting stronger. The stronger the clan is, the more confident the clan is. When the clan has confidence, the clan is stronger. The next day, Chen Tianjing, Chen Tianyu, and about 10 other clansmen were waiting at the ancestral hall and were fully prepared. Among these 10 or so clansmen, the blood condensation realm martial artists alone had already taken up half of them, and the rest were either the clan's late body tempering realm martial artists or some of the clan's good hunters who were proficient in laying traps, plus Chen Xingyu, the martial artist who had just entered the innate realm. This kind of strength is already the strongest lineup of the family. For all intents and purposes, before they left, Chen Xingjian led the crowd in a silent prayer to the divine tree before they set off. This time, Ji Yang did not descend the acacia leaves, with the 5 viscera ascension technique of the crowd. As long as the head and heart were still there, even if there was only one breath left, it could be saved. This was the bottom line that the family god tree gave to many clansmen. After the group walked out of the secret passage, they placed the emergency items prepared by the clan at the exit of the secret passage, and only carried 2 days of dry food with them, so that they could ensure that the clan members were all lightly loaded. In the crowd, Chen Xingyu had long since lowered her own aura and blended in amongst the crowd. If he spread out his aura, it was highly likely that the Green Wolf would avoid fighting after sensing the danger. The disorderly burial mountain was not small, and if the Green Wolf truly wanted to escape, no one in the clan would be able to stop it. Tianjing, you and Tianlu open the way ahead. I'll break off with Tianma. Xingyu, you are responsible for checking the two sides, and if you find any movement, quickly notify us. Soon, the group had deployed their formation. The clansmen who came out this time were all the elite of the clan, and most of them were sky character clansmen, and they had cooperation with each other. Plus there was also Chen Xingyu, an innate realm martial artist. Even if it was that innate realm Green Wolf, the crowd was confident that they could strangle it. Without saying much, the group slowly headed towards the center of the mass burial mountain after leaving the secret passage. Where the wolves lived, there were bound to be traces, and with the experience of the crowd, it wouldn't take long to find where their lair was. Along the way, the crowd even encountered several green wolves raiding them. However, these few green wolves were only at the body tempering realm, and without Chen Xingyu's hand, they had already been killed by the few Chen Tianlu blood condensation realm martial artists who had opened up the way ahead. But the appearance of these green wolves also caused the faces of the clansmen present to be wary. They hadn't traveled for long before several green wolves appeared, so it was evident that in today's mass burial mountain, the number of green wolves was perhaps even greater than they had imagined. This did not demotivate the clan. However, although there were many green wolves, they were not weak either. Wolves are ferocious beasts that live in packs and tend to return to their dens at night. It was because of this that the crowd soon made a discovery and found the suspected place of the green wolf's lair. Wait! Just as the crowd was marching, Chen Xingyu, who was in the crowd, suddenly raised her hand, signaling the crowd to stop. Seeing Chen Xingyu's reaction, Chen Tianyu and the others also had a grave expression on their faces, thinking that the innate realm green wolf was not far away from the crowd. Qinghe, do we really have to do this? What if your parents find out? In the dense forest, 2 heavily armed teenagers were carefully checking their surroundings and listening to the movements ahead. After hearing Chen Xingming's doubts, Chen Qinghe said helplessly, "We've already done that. If we find out, we find out. Didn't I say nothing the last time I got beat up? Wasn't that a shirt your mother stuffed in your mouth? Just tell me I didn't say a word." Chen Xingming thought seriously for a moment, then shook his head. That won't do. How can we both say that we are now mid-stage body tempering realm martial artists? And the clan's battle techniques have also been learned. The family is so big that they don't let us participate. What do you think my father and the patriarch and the others think? Besides, aren't we out practicing? How else can we save the family in the future? Listening to Chen Qingha's long list of discourses, Chen Qingmeng pondered, but after hearing the last 4 words, Chen Qingmeng nodded his head resolutely. That's right, save the family. Ha, why isn't it moving? Come on, follow them, you can't lose them. Seeing that there was no movement coming out from the front, Chen Qingha hurriedly said, although he had some guts, he had been following the crowd silently, and the two had followed at a distance for fear of being discovered. If they really got lost in this mass burial mountain, it would still be extremely dangerous for the two of them. The 2 men moved forward quickly along the cleared path ahead of them, but after walking for a while until the traces were all gone, there was still no sign of the group of clansmen. This made Chen Qingha a bit dumbfounded. Where are the people? Qingha, stop looking. Let's go back. The sound of Chen Qingmeng's words came from behind him, but Chen Qingha just waved his hand, then earnestly squatted down on the ground and carefully examined the surrounding traces, while his mouth returned. How can we stop looking? I don't believe they can get rid of us. Wait for me to take a closer look. Ho ho ho. At that moment, the cold laughter behind him caused the serious look on Chen Qingha's face to change. When he turned his head, he suddenly realized that the elder who had come out from his family this time was standing not far behind him with a smile on his face, and his father, Chen Tianjing, was looking at him at the moment with a slight mischief in his eyes. Facing the eyes of the crowd, Chen Qingha scratched his head somewhat helplessly, and a slightly dull smile also appeared on his face. He remembered that Qing Mang was usually in this state, so he rarely took a beating. He tries to laugh, violating the family's orders and sneaking into the mountain. And you still dare to laugh? Let's see if I don't kick your ass today. Chen Tianjing's breathing was a little short, and his eyes eagerly looked around. Soon, a branch as thick as an arm was snapped off by an angry Chen Tianjing, who then walked towards Chen Qingha with a slow pace. Seeing Chen Tianjing's movements and anger, the smile on Chen Qingha's face froze for a moment. No, why isn't it working? Seeing Chen Tianjing getting closer and closer with his wooden stick, Chen Qingha had an anxious look on his face and hurriedly opened his mouth. Father, listen to my sophistry. No, let me explain. Chen Tianjing ignored it, but the clansman on the side said with a smile, Tianjing, just listen to his sophistry. That's it, let's see what reason he has. The dissuasion of the clansman on the side caused Chen Tianjing to stop his steps as well, and then he pinched the wooden stick in his hand and sneered under his breath. Okay, go ahead. I'll see what your excuse is. Father, Qing Mang and I are now in the middle stage of the body-hardening realm, but we haven't even gone into the mountains to hunt yet. If we keep doing this, how can we grow the family in the future? How can we take up the family's important role to share the family's worries? Although this mission is dangerous, it's also a good opportunity for us to practice. With so many elders from the clan around, would we still be in danger? We snuck out this time for the sake of the family's future. Chen Qingha's face was full of righteousness, and there was a hint of determination in his expression. The other clansmen present also nodded slightly after hearing this. Well said. For Qingha to think like this is much better than that brat in my house, who only knows how to farm. Yes, the future of the clan still depends on these young people. It's time for some training. Listening to the comments from the mouths of many elders and looking at his father who was in thought, Chen Qingha was relieved in his heart. Steady, steady, steady. I don't think we'll take a beating this time. But then Chen Tianjing let out a cold snort. It's no use talking nice. It's still necessary to fight for violating the family's order. But let's forget about it now. It's not too late to go back and fight again. Chen Qingha's elation that hadn't dissipated quickly disappeared. However, no one noticed the corner of Chen Tianjing's mouth that could not be pressed down as he dropped the wooden stick in his hand. You'll walk in the center later and learn the art of hunting. Yes, father. Chen Qingha was a bit downcast. In fact, he would have preferred to take the lead, but it seemed that he didn't have that chance. But it's fine for now. At least they're not getting beat up for a while. Go back and fight again? We'll talk about it when we get back. He wouldn't be the same person if he went back. So what's the point of taking a beating? Wait, have you guys noticed that we've been walking for so long and yet we haven't stumbled upon a single ferocious beast yet? After walking for some distance, Chen Tianjing suddenly stopped and said in a puzzled voice. The other clansmen nodded quickly as they listened. Indeed, according to reason, even if there are no green wolves, there must be other ferocious beasts. After all, this is the center of the massive burial mountain. There should not be a ferocious beasts have not encountered. Qingyu, do you have any senses? At the back of the crowd, Chen Tianyu opened his mouth to inquire. Chen Qingyu shook her head. I didn't find any ferocious beasts, but as we were rushing along, I sensed some faint auras, but as we advanced, those auras disappeared. Upon hearing Chen Qingyu's reply, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing both frowned slightly. It looks like that innate realm green wolf has discovered us. A little while later, Chen Tianyu stated his speculation, and several other clansmen were not surprised after hearing it. Wolf beasts. IQ is not low, and extremely good at hunting. Often there are wolves, there will be no other beasts. This was also very much in line with what the crowd had stumbled upon now that they had probably walked into the middle of the green wolf's territory. And that leading green wolf, after sensing the crowd and sensing the danger, told the other green wolves to disperse and not to come into contact with them. In this way, their beheading plan was not defeated. So what do we do now? A clan member inquired. Chen Tianyu pondered for a little while and then spoke. It's getting late and it's not easy to move at night, so my advice is to station here and move out tomorrow. Skyview, what do you think? Yes. The crowd didn't hesitate to get ready to build a fire and cook. This time, they had intended to spend the night in massive burial mountain, and the things they carried also had a few days of surplus, plus there were still some supplies in the secret passage, so it was not a problem to live in massive burial mountain for a couple of nights, and this time the plan is something they will never give up. However, if that green wolf never showed up, it would be extremely troublesome. There were quite a few of them, and it would be difficult to pursue the chances of an innate realm beast in this mountain of mass burial, but all the more reason for the crowd not to scatter, or the wolves will surely attack them one by one. Such ferocious beasts must not underestimate their intelligence. As night approached, tall trees and vines obscured the starlight. The gradually decreasing temperature of the mass burial mountain caused the crowd to tighten the clothing on their bodies. Luckily, all the people on this trip were martial artists, so this cold was nothing to the crowd. Still, the darkness around them and the sound of insects in the grass made the mind a little less comfortable. Bear! A fire suddenly appeared in the darkness, lighting up the surroundings and dispelling the cold, and the dancing firelight reflected the delighted faces of many clansmen. But it's kind of lit. The wood was slightly moist as the snow had only recently melted. It was good that on this occasion the family had prepared something called skin oil, which was extracted from a tree called Sapium sabiferum, and could aid in combustion. As one fire rose after another, several more shone all around. If you want to spend the night in the mountain of mass burial, you must be careful of all kinds of insects and ants at night, and the place you choose should not be too low. If you really can't find a suitable place and can't make a fire, you can also choose to live in a tree. Beside the fire, a few clansmen were explaining some basic skills of hunting outside to Chen Xingha and Chen Xingmeng. These are the lessons that the clan has learned from experience. But all of these experiences can be ignored in the presence of a high enough realm. Blood condensation realm martial artists' sinews and bones were quenched, and their bodies were surging with blood chi. So as long as they didn't run into ferocious beasts, they weren't in any danger, except that this would reduce a lot of trouble. However, body tempering realm martial artists, whose bodies chi and blood had yet to coalesce and could not stimulate the power of chi and blood, would need to pay some attention. If it was an innate realm martial artist, it would be even more different. Chen Xing had turned his gaze to Chen Xingyu, who was sitting on the ground on the side, only to see that his surrounding chi was complete, and even if he did not display his chi and blood power, he still did not see any bugs or insects around him. The night was getting darker, but the fires around them were getting brighter and brighter. In order to get through the night in peace, the clan had a lot of wood in their search for a place. After cooking the blood rice that he carried with him, and then pairing it with some roasted and dried pieces of ferocious beast meat, reflecting the light of the fire, it had a unique flavor. A few body-tempering realm clansmen had even leaned aside, their breathing gradually becoming steady as they prepared to rest. Although the green wolves were not coming to commit crimes for the time being, however, Chen Tianjing and the others still decided to keep separate vigils to avoid accidents. Ow! Just as the crowd was preparing to rest, a bright wolf howl resounded in all directions. This wolf howl directly woke up the clansmen present one by one. The awakened crowd looked to where the sound came from. All of them had a shocked look on their faces, and after this first wolf howl sounded, there were several wolf howls coming from not far away from the surrounding area, and several of them were not far away from where several people were. The clansmen who were originally still ready to rest were also gazing slightly at this moment, their eyes becoming wary. Everyone be careful. It seems that this coyote is not afraid of us, but is prepared to wait until night to attack. Chen Tianjing opened his mouth and reminded, and the many clansmen were not panicking. After all, they were the ones who took the initiative this time, and although there was a slight accident now, it was not a big deal. Not to mention that there was also an innate realm martial artist among the clan. The sound of wolves howling all around them added a touch of excitement to the clan's demeanor. Coming, Chen Xingyu, who had never slept, had a calm face and spoke. As soon as Chen Xingyu's words fell, the sound of rustling already came from a short distance away. By the time the crowd stared, several pairs of ghostly green eyes had already flickered out of the darkness. As they drew nearer, the wolves gradually revealed themselves in the light of the fire. It was a green wolf clad in green fur, half a man's height. They were stocky and angular, with a hint of grimness and ferocity in their sharp gazes. At first glance, there were no less than a dozen green wolves around, while there were also wolf howls coming from the distance. They'd been surrounded by wolves. These green wolves were not ordinary beasts. The lowest of them were also ferocious beasts of the body-tempering realm, and the bonfire did not pose any threat to them. Seeing so many green wolves surrounding them, the clansmen present showed vigilance and slowly formed a circle around Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who were in the lowest realm, in the center, not giving the wolves any opportunity to take advantage of them. Though the attack by the wolves had taken them quite by surprise, it was right in line with the clan's plans for this time. But when Chen Tianyu looked around, he didn't see the innate realm blue wolf, not to mention the innate realm. Even the blood condensation realm blue wolf didn't see. Chen Tianyu immediately had a judgment and opened his mouth to remind him. It seems that it is preparing to let these body-tempering realm green wolves consume our physical strength first. Everyone must not slack off. After saying that, Chen Tianyu lowered his voice again. Xingyu, don't make a move for now. Your target is that innate realm green wolf. Aha! Chen Xingyu nodded, keeping an eye on the darkness at all times. As long as that green wolf appeared, he would not need to hide. He was confident that with his current strength of the innate realm, he could completely kill him. In the crowd, Chen Xinghe, who had not yet had this kind of experience, was slightly flustered, but the wall organized by the clansmen beside him made him feel a sense of peace. I may not be able to take care of you guys when we fight later. You two must be careful. Don't be reckless. Dodge if you can. And remember to protect your heart and head if you can't. Beside his ears came Chen Tianjing's solemn reminder. Dad, I know. Chen Xinghe replied seriously. Chen Qingmeng on the side also nodded his head. Ow! Once again, a loud howl came from the distance, even more impassioned than the last. The wolves of the pack that surrounded the crowd also began to prowl their bodies from side to side as they heard the voice, searching for places of weakness in their clan. Watch out! They're going up. As the words fell, a green wolf leapt up from high in the sky, laying straight at Chen Tianyu's face. As this green wolf launched its attack, the other green wolves no longer hesitated and attacked towards the crowd. Bang bang bang! In just a single glance, several flying green wolves were knocked away one by the clan members. The outermost circle were all blood condensation realm clansmen, plus they had all learned the great ancestor's long fist, and the body-hardening realm's green wolves were not enough to be feared. However, the green wolf that was sent flying did not completely collapse, but after struggling a bit, it slowly stood up again. The only one who never managed to get back up was the green wolf that Chen Tianjing's few people had knocked away. Without waiting for these green wolves to fully climb up, another batch of green wolves that were still in good condition once again launched an attack towards the crowd. Don't hit them in the head and back. Hit them in the waist. In the midst of the fierce battle, Chen Tianyu opened his mouth and reminded, even ferocious beasts have weaknesses in their bodies. If it was an ordinary beast, they could crush its skull with a single punch. But the head of this ferocious beast, the green wolf, was a lot harder, and even a martial artist a small realm higher might not be able to kill it with a single blow, and could only look for its weaknesses and kill it with a single blow. It was extremely simple to say, and many clansmen knew this, but when they fought, they were unable to accurately hit their weaknesses for a while. Coupled with the fact that these green wolves were not low in intelligence and knew to avoid their weaknesses, the battle was not easy. Taking the time to settle the green wolves in front of him, Chen Tianyu looked around at the surrounding battle situation. Seeing that quite a few of the attacking green wolves had not been killed in one blow, Chen Tianyu frowned tightly. Now that it was still only a body-tempering realm green wolf, at most a late stage of the body-tempering realm, it was so hard to cope with it, and I was afraid that it would be even harder to deal with it if it appeared as a blood condensation realm green wolf. And the most troublesome thing was that the people's chi and blood power had been depleting. In contrast to the surrounding darkness, countless deep green awns emerged again. When the power of chi and blood is exhausted, the surrounding green wolves are endless. At this rate, even the safety of the clan is in question, not to mention the beheading. Although Chen Xingyu, who was in the highest realm, had yet to make a move, if he was allowed to make a move, the innate realm green wolf would definitely not show up, and this plan would fail. Contemplating this, a green wolf pounced on him. Chen Tianyu smoothly struck out with a palm strike while a dazzling white light flashed in his hand. This was the Lu family's family heirloom battle technique, bright moon like frost, but now it belonged to the Chen family. Although he was only in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, the previous 2 months were enough for him to learn. Although he had not yet reached the proficient level, and no frost had surfaced in his palms, the power of the Xian rank battle technique directly allowed him to kill the incoming green wolf with a single palm strike. However, Xian rank battle techniques also consumed more chi and blood power than yellow rank battle techniques, and could not last against each other. And at the moment of the palm strike, Chen Tianyu's mind was a flash of light, and he immediately said to the surrounding clansmen, use the family battle technique, the heart-destroying palm. Hearing Chen Tianyu's reminder, the crowd also came to a realization. They had all been learning the great ancestor's long fist lately, and they had almost forgotten about the family's other battle skill. As powerful as Taizu's long fist was, Green Wolf's head was also hard. On the contrary, the family's other yellow-rank middle-grade battle skill, the heart-destroying palm, wasn't it applicable to the battle situation in front of him? The heart-destroying palm was about exploding the struck chi and blood from the inside out, and although the Green Wolf's skull was hard, there was no difference underneath the skull. This was where the unique charm of this battle skill lay, and with the addition of it being a yellow-rank middle-grade battle skill, it was much easier to learn. Even if it hadn't yet come to great completion, it would be enough to deal with these green wolves whose realm wasn't that high. The clansmen who heard the reminder changed their attacks in their hands and used the heart-destroying palm to deal with the wolves. This battle technique was indeed more suitable for the situation at hand. These green wolves relied on the hardness of their heads and directly shook the crowd. But after the clan used the heart-destroying palm, the hard heads they were so proud of became their fatal weakness instead. After a few palms, many of the green wolves had fallen to the ground, even without wounds appearing on their bodies. The skull can be opened up to reveal that it is already a mushy mess inside. If he had attacked the waist of the green wolf with the heart-destroying palm, it would not have been as effective instead. If the power wasn't too weak, this family battle technique should be more than just a yellow class level. A moment later, the many green wolves that attacked gradually became much less, and the green wolf corpses piled up around a few people were dozens of them. However, under the onslaught of these green wolves, the defensive circle that the clan had originally formed was in much disarray. Even the duo of Chen Xinghe and Chen Qingmeng, who were only in the middle stage of the body-tempering realm, had killed a green wolf in the midst of the chaos. Although the two people who resolved the demonic beasts with their own hands were a bit exhausted, there was a trace of more accomplishment in their complexions. This was the first ferocious beast they had killed. Ow! A loud and clear wolf howl sounded again, and the few remaining green wolves around slowly retreated. But before the clansmen present could breathe a sigh of relief, several pairs of bright awns were once again revealed in the darkness. The wolves, once again, attacked. This time it wasn't ghostly green eyes, but dark blue, and after these green wolves with dark blue pupils revealed their forms, Chen Tianyu and the others' faces were filled with a look of gravity. This time, the green wolves were no longer at the body-tempering realm, but at the blood condensation realm, and there were even several green wolves at the late blood condensation realm among them. They were tall, and when they stood, they had even exceeded the height of the clansmen present. Even before they made a move at this moment, the crowd could already feel the immense power contained in the bodies of these green wolves, and although the clansmen present were not injured, the impact of those body-tempering realm green wolves just now had caused the power of chi and blood in many clansmen's bodies to gradually become unsupportable. At this moment, facing these blood condensation realm green wolves, the clan felt a heavy sense of oppression. The clan didn't say much though. They hadn't given their full strength yet either. No one noticed that there was a figure missing from the clan at this moment, and that was Chen Xingyu, who was originally sitting steadily in the center. These blood condensation realm green wolves didn't howl and charged straight over. As for the clansmen present, most of them were at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, and it was difficult to block this kind of attack. But after an unusual ringing sound was triggered, it was as if the clan had opened up some kind of restriction. Bang! 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 One after another, bursts of sound came from the bodies of the clansmen. After the explosion of the organs, the realm of the clan has also risen. Like Chen Tianjing and the others, they directly promoted to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. A martial artist who was originally at the early stage of the blood condensation realm was directly promoted to the middle stage of the blood condensation realm after bursting a single organ. But this was not enough. The incoming green wolves were much stronger. Although they could not use battle techniques, their robust bodies gave them strength that normal people did not have. Bang! Several more loud noises came. The martial artist who had only reached the middle stage of the blood condensation realm had managed to ascend to the late stage of the blood condensation realm after bursting his 4 organs. This time, the family had come with a total of 6 blood condensation realm martial artists, and at this moment, all 6 of them had become late blood condensation realm martial artists, and their aura instantly overwhelmed the attacking green wolf. Once and for all, clansmen who had used the 5 viscera ascension technique could not last, so these wolves had to be taken care of completely on this occasion. The clansmen present all understood this and directly gave up their defense, choosing to take the initiative to attack. This caused the green wolves that surrounded and killed to be somewhat at a loss as well. It has always been them strangling their prey, but I didn't expect that today there would be prey that would kill them back. But they did not shy away from the fight either. The two sides were soon at war. Qinghe, do you think we should go out and give my father and the others a hand? Behind the trunk of the tree, Chen Qingmeng cautiously peered at the fierce battle on the side and inquired in a low voice under his breath. Chen Xingha had already brought him to hide when the blood condensation realm green wolf attacked. No, I trust my dad in them. Besides, there's clan brother Qingyu, Chen Xingha said confidently, while casting his gaze around, looking for Chen Qingyu's figure. Where's clan brother Qingyu? Have you seen him? Surveying around, Chen Xingha let out a shocked doubt from his mouth. I seem to have seen clan brother Qingyu leave earlier in the direction the wolf howls came from. Hearing this, the confidence on Chen Xingha's face was absent. This if clan brother Qingyu wasn't there, maybe the clan and his father were really in danger. Kyo-ha, so are we going out to help? Chen Xingmeng asked again. Chen Xingha shook his head. The two of us have only just reached the middle stage of the body tempering realm. We can't break through to the blood condensation realm even if we explode our organs. And now that there are all blood condensation realm beasts out there, aren't we sending them to their deaths if we go out? So what do we do? Just stay here and watch? Chen Xingha still shook his head. No, we can still help my father and the others collect their bodies. Think about it, when my father and the others run out of strength and don't have the help of the divine tree, they can't even go back to the family. But it's just like a corpse, so we'll be useful by then. Hearing Chen Xingha's analysis, Chen Xingmeng felt that it wasn't wrong, so the two of them carefully observed the battle and hid themselves. The moonlight was crisp and clear. Above a relatively flat plateau in the center of the mass burial mountain, a green wolf whose fur was bathed in moonlight was overlooking the movement in the distance. This green wolf was not big, one size smaller than a blood condensation realm green wolf, but its every move was filled with calmness and composure. If one were to look closely, one would feel the intense chi and blood contained within this green wolf. While observing the battle in the distance, this green wolf once again howled, seemingly giving orders and mobilizing the battle. But right after this green wolf finished howling, its originally leisurely stance suddenly began to tighten up, and turned its head suspiciously, looking behind it. Finally, I found you. A voice of words rang out beside the green wolf's ears. In the green wolf's line of sight, a figure was slowly approaching towards him. The green wolf's gaze was slightly condensed, and a trace of a humanized expression appeared in his eyes. It remembered. This was the human he had spared last time. However, after feeling the powerful chi and blood in the other party's body, King Wolf's expression was slightly grave. As the Wolf King, it had always been cautious. And even this time when the Chen clan had sent their family elites over, it had not shown up, only giving orders remotely. But I didn't expect his wolf howl to still reveal where his position was. But he wasn't impatient either. As the lord of the wolf pack, he had run into many dangers, but he had still made it this far and was in charge of a pack. It wasn't just by his caution, but also its absolute strength. Instead of focusing on the battle in the distance, the green wolf gave his full attention to the human in front of him. Chen Xingyu carefully sized up this green wolf, and actually saw a touch of confidence and openness in its eyes. The smooth fur glistened under the moonlight, and the powerful force of chi and blood brought Chen Xingyu a lot of pressure. Middle of the innate realm. This green wolf had actually raised another small realm in just a few months. It was no wonder that this already cautious green wolf did not run away after realizing his arrival. It turned out to be even more powerful, but it was just what he wanted. The other side of the clan was still in the midst of a fierce battle. Chen Xingyu didn't say much as she quickened her pace and headed towards the green wolves, a trail of residual shadows surfacing behind her. Family battle technique. Shadow step. Having reached the innate realm, he had a more thorough comprehension of the yellow rank battle skills, and this yellow rank battle skill, shadow steps, had already been mastered by him. While using the shadow steps, Chen Xingyu's chi and blood coalesced in his hands and converged into a fist. Teizo long fist. The innate realm chi, blood, sinews and bones were fused into one, and even within the body, there was still a weak defense, and using the hypnotic palm, it was likely that it would not be able to break through the defense. The only way to fight is with the Teizo long fist. Boom! The sound of the fist broke through the air, and the powerful force of chi and blood directly flooded where the green wolf was, splashing up countless amounts of dirt. However, there was no joy on Chen Xingyu's face. Instead, he quickly dodged after throwing a punch. As Chen Xingyu dodged, a silver aura crossed his waist. Those were the sharp claws of this innate realm green wolf. Even though Chen Xingyu reacted in time, the clothing around her waist was still cut open. After the figures of the man and beast had swapped, Chen Xingyu's face was grave. This green wolf was very fast, even faster than the last time he sneaked up on him, and even that much faster than when he used shadow steps. Chen Xingyu had no fear on his face and threw another punch, but it was still the same result. Not only did Qing Wolf perfectly dodge his attack, he was even able to take advantage of the gap between Chen Xingyu's punches to counterattack. Even if Chen Xingyu was quick to dodge, after a few rounds, Chen Xingyu already had quite a few blood marks on her body. This green wolf was still cautious. Even though it attacked, it never went deeper, but retreated with a single strike. not giving Chen Xingyu the slightest chance to touch itself. As if Chen Xingyu did not know this, he instead continued to attack using the great ancestor's long fist, and with each punch, he brought great destructive power. Within moments, the surrounding area had been destroyed beyond recognition. Seeing that Chen Xingyu only had brute force and no moves or techniques to speak of, a hint of contempt flashed in King Wolf's eyes. When Chen Xingyu swung his next punch, the Green Wolf was still prepared to borrow its own extremely fast speed and strike first afterward. However, this time, it no longer attacked tentatively, but struck out with all its might, aiming for Chen Xingyu's neck. After successfully dodging Chen Xingyu's attack, the Green Wolf had circled back, its fangs revealing a razor-sharp edge. Bang! There was a strange ringing sound beside his ears and the fishy smell of blood coming from the tip of his nose, which made the Green Wolf a little unclear as to what it was. However, he was only inches away from Chen Xingyu's neck at the moment, so there was no reason to give up. Just as its fangs were about to bite through Chen Xingyu's neck, he saw that Chen Xingyu, who had been unable to react, actually turned his head in an instant. Without the slightest hint of the sluggishness he had just experienced, the two men's eyes met each other, and Xing Wolf saw a hint of a smile in Chen Xingyu's eyes. This caused the Green Wolf to feel bad in his heart and wanted to retreat, but it was too late to retract his attack. In the next moment, a sliver of white light erupted from Chen Xingyu's hands. This strike directly sent the Green Wolf flying several meters. With one strike, Chen Xingyu didn't give the Green Wolf time to catch his breath, his feet stepping into shadow as he continued to close in. The Green Wolf that was sent flying hurriedly climbed up at the sight. Although it had a hard body, that punch had just directly hit its neck, causing it to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. But it didn't hurt him at all, it was still fast. But just as the Green Wolf was preparing to dodge this attack, he suddenly realized that his body was unknowingly stained with a lot of frost, which hindered his movements and prevented him from dodging the charging Chen Xingyu in time. As the qi and blood within the Green Wolf violently erupted, the frost around its body instantly melted away. But at that moment, Chen Xingyu had already arrived in front of it once again. It was too late to dodge, so the Green Wolf could only take it on the chin. This time, Chen Xingyu did not use the great ancestor's long fist, but instead used the bright moon-like frost. After he reached the innate realm, this battle technique was also comprehended, reaching the level of emitting frost. But the distance from proficiency is still some distance. At present can only let the frost cover the surface of the enemy. If it is really proficient, this battle skill after hitting, can let the enemy's body blood for the condensation, completely unable to move. Even so, right now, with the help of this battle technique, it was still possible for the Green Wolf to not be able to pull away from the distance between the two. Chen Xingyu was like a maggot attached to the bone. Whenever the Green Wolf finished clearing the frost from its body, the next palm followed it, making it impossible to get away. Chen Xingyu, who had exploded one of his organs, had greatly increased his strength and had shadow steps with him in the engagement. The Green Wolf was powerless to fight back, and a moment later was already seriously injured. Sensing that if it continued like this, it might die at the hands of Chen Xingyu, the Green Wolf no longer stayed its hand. Ow! After a howl, the Green Wolf's body steeply erupted with powerful qi and blood, forcing Chen Xingyu back. Although he did not want to give up this chance to get close with great difficulty, Chen Xingyu's reasoning was still intact, and he dodged out of the way in time. The main thing was that he now had a steady upper hand, and the Green Wolf no longer had the speed it had before. The advantage is in him. After a wolf howl, the Green Wolf did not rush to attack, but looked up to the white moon in the sky and let out another howl from its mouth. Chen Xingyu's eyes revealed surprise and suspicion, and she did not rush forward, only to see the Green Wolf in the howl. The body is actually a rapid change. Its limbs surge, soon from the original half a person to grow to a person high, bones, but also issued a clicking sound. And that's going up extremely fast, with no intention of stopping. In just a breath of time, the Green Wolf in front of him had already completed its metamorphosis. At this moment, the pupils of the Green Wolf were covered in red aura, without any previous sanity, and the body of several feet was blocking the moonlight, reflecting a huge shadow, and the explosive muscles of the whole body did not make people doubt the enormous power it possessed. Natural skills. Watching the change in the Green Wolf, this thought surfaced in Chen Xingyu's mind. Martial artists had battle techniques that could be improved, and although the ferocious beasts didn't have much brains, they were equally blessed with natural talent. This kind of talent wasn't obvious when the realm was low. It might just stand out in a certain aspect, but once they broke through the innate realm, this talent would become their killer mace. It was obvious that this innate realm Green Wolf had begun to fight for its life. While Chen Xingyu was surveying the situation, the Green Wolf whose sanity did not exist had already pounced towards Chen Xingyu. No fancy tricks. The main one is Mang. This time, Chen Xingyu was no longer careless and hurriedly used shadow steps to pull away the distance between the two. Boom! After Chen Qingyu left, the ground was directly shaken out of several huge deep pits by King Wolf's powerful qi and blood. Chen Qingyu's eyes were even more stagnant after seeing this. This kind of power, if it struck on his own body, it was hard to imagine that he had a few pieces of his body remaining by then. As the blow missed, the green wolf turned its body in time and pounced towards Chen Qingyu once again. After getting bigger, the speed of the green wolf was cut down quite a bit, but the increase in size was perfect to make up for it. As the qi and blood in his body decayed, Chen Qingyu's face underwent some changes. The strength gained from bursting the first dirty has gradually started to slow down, and after the power of qi and blood decayed, his speed would likewise slow down. He didn't know how long-lasting this green wolf was, but what he could be sure of was that he definitely couldn't afford to wear it out. Looking at the green wolf that was charging over again, Chen Qingyu also no longer hesitated, bursting open the other 3 organs at the same time. There was also an additional acacia leaf in his hand. This was the shelter that the patriarch had gotten when he went to pray to the sacred tree before he left. The green wolf that saw the acacia leaf's scarlet pupils shrunk slightly, seemingly recognizing the object. Immediately, he accelerated forward, wanting to finish Chen Qingyu off before he used his acacia leaf. However, the acacia leaf was casually crushed by Chen Qingyu, and a brand new and powerful qi and blood power surged into Chen Qingyu's body. The original early stage of the innate realm once again gained a boost, reaching the middle stage of the innate realm. Seeing that it was useless to stop it, the green wolf's sanity was gone and it quickly pounced. The strength-enhanced Chen Qingyu's aura had risen greatly, and she was no longer retreating at this moment. Both sides are playing for a quick win. This time, Chen Qingyu no longer used the bright moonlight frost. This battle technique he had not mastered properly. It was okay to use it to stop the green wolves from moving, but it was not powerful enough. Right now, the green wolf wasn't escaping, so there was no need to use this battle technique. Boom! 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 The collision of bodies and fists and feet made a cracking sound in the dark mountain forest. One person and one beast gave up all kinds of techniques and fought with their physical bodies. The sparring match between innate realm martial artists was plain and unassuming. It was just that the waves of qi and blood that erupted around them due to the fierce battle between the two raised all the surrounding trees to the ground. After a fierce battle, each of the two retreated. Chen Qingyu's gaze was calm, but his torso had a number of claw marks that were deep enough to be seen on the bone, and he looked like he was seriously injured. However, the loss of the 4 viscerae in his body had instead caused his 3-turn Xian Gong to run particularly smoothly. The few qi and blood that he had began to circulate once again, causing his eyes to grow brighter and his aura to surge. On the opposite side of Chen Qingyu, this green wolf that had used its natural skill was also in an extremely sorry state. Its originally smooth fur had now been dyed with blood, and on its torso, there were several sunken fist marks that were traces of injuries inflicted by the great ancestor's long fist. Inside the green wolf's body, at this moment, the qi and blood were no longer flowing well enough. As the overcast clouds overhead covered the moon, the scarlet pupils of this coyote faded in color, and sanity regained control of its body. Sensing the poor state of its own, this green wolf's eyes showed a fierce light, and a loud howl came out of its mouth. Ow! Chen Qingyu's face was also grave as he prepared to strike again, but the green wolf that finished howling did not charge up, but turned its head and ran towards the dense forest. As it fled, its originally enlarged body gradually shrunk and returned to its original state, only that the injuries left after the great battle did not subside, but instead became much more serious. Seeing the green wolf change back to its original form and try to escape, Chen Qingyu naturally would not let it go and immediately chased after it. This time, this green wolf must be killed, otherwise there will be endless troubles. On the other side, the many green wolves that were originally prepared to continue attacking Chen Tianyu and the others, after hearing the howl of that innate realm green wolf, they actually turned around and left without looking back. This caused Chen Tianyu and the others to look bewildered, but after noticing that Chen Qingyu was not among the crowd quickly realized why. At this moment, the qi and blood brought about by several people after exploding their organs had already decayed, and they were unable to continue their pursuit, so they could only pray that Chen Qingyu's side would bring about a good result. Seeing the wolves retreating, Chen Tianjing, whose body and spirit were both relaxed, slowly leaned against a mound of earth to the side, his eyes tightly closed. Father, don't scare me. Chen Xinghe, who had been hiding on the sidelines, rushed out when he saw this and ran to Chen Tianjing's side. When Chen Xinghe touched Chen Tianjing's nostrils with his hand, his face instantly turned white. It's over. It's not breathing. Looking at Chen Tianjing who died just like that, Chen Xinghe was overcome with grief and opened his mouth to cry. Father, don't die. I can't live without my dad. Woo woo, little brat. I'm just resting for a while. I'm not dead yet. See if I don't clean you up when I get home. Chen Tianjing, who had just closed his eyes, opened his mouth and cursed angrily before he had a chance to rest. This caused Chen Xinghe to be startled. Dad, you're alive? Aren't you not breathing? Where's the breath when your lungs are bursting? Chen Tianjing said without any good humor. Thinking of the description inside the 5 viscera ascension technique about what happened after the 5 viscera burst, Chen Xinghe came to a sudden realization. The other clansmen also had an extremely hard time due to the lack of healing from the divine tree. Although a martial artist's body was relatively strong and could still support themselves for a while after losing their 4 organs, if it was a long time, they really had to ga. Qing Meng, quick, let's bring them back. Just as the two men were discussing whether to drag or carry back a group of mobility-impaired clansmen, several lights lit up not far away. The many clansmen who sensed someone coming over barely stood up, their faces wary. But when those torches came closer, the crowd realized that it was the clan coming. At the head of the group was Chen Xingzhen, who had heard the howling of the wolves and realized that something had changed, accompanied by many other clansmen. After seeing the condition of the scene, Chen Xingzhen did not hesitate and immediately had some of his clan members carry the injured Chen Tianyu and the others back to the clan to receive treatment from the divine tree. And after hearing what happened, Chen Xingzhen led another part of his clan in the direction where the wolves had just retreated. Chen Xingyu, who had been chasing the green wolf all the way, looked at the cave in front of her with a hint of hesitation. Just now, this green wolf had resisted his 2 punches and had no intention of fighting back, which made Chen Xingyu feel a hint of something wrong. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, Chen Xingyu decisively followed her in. The cave was dim and lightless, but innate realm martial artists were already able to see in the dark and were not affected. However, it seems that this cave was not dug out by these green wolves, like it was naturally formed. Chen Xingyu followed the blood trail left behind by the green wolf after it escaped all the way, and soon saw the green wolf at the center of the cave. What surprised Chen Xingyu was that in front of this green wolf, there was actually a large plant with 5 leaves and red flowers growing. These red flowers were both large and small, but without exception, a faint light bloomed between their flowers, dazzling in this dark cave. At the moment, this green wolf was standing next to this red flower, with a hesitant face. However, when it saw Chen Xingyu, who had followed it all the way in, the hesitation in the green wolf's eyes disappeared, and then it swallowed one of the larger flowers into its stomach with a single bite. Even if Chen Xingyu didn't know what these flowers were, she looked at the green wolves in the midst of desperation and instead of fleeing elsewhere, she specifically ran to the cave to graze on the grass, and she knew that these red flowers must be extraordinary. As expected, after the green wolf devoured a flower, the injuries on its body actually slowly began to recover. The green wolf still wanted to devour the second one, but Chen Xingyu, who had long since sensed that something was wrong, had already attacked. This made the green wolf unable to care about continuing to devour, and only responded to the battle. However, its injuries had not yet healed and it had eaten 2 more hard punches from Chen Xingyu before entering the cave, and the red flower that it had just swallowed had not yet had time to take effect. So at this moment, the green wolf was not a match for Chen Xingyu at all. In just less than 2 rounds, the green wolf had already been sent flying by Chen Xingyu once again. At this time, the aura on Chen Xingyu's body also began to decay. His body half squatted, a mouthful of blood was spat out from his mouth, and his original realm of the middle stage of the innate realm also plummeted, falling to the early stage of the innate realm. This turn of events caused the green wolf's eyes to light up, and it no longer turned around to run away, but instead pounced and bit towards Chen Xingyu. As a wolf-type ferocious beast, its intelligence was not low. Of course the choice was to take him while he was sick, but just as it flew to pounce and bite, it saw that Chen Xingyu, who had just acted very weak, actually stood up steeply, with a smile at the corner of her mouth, where there was still the appearance of weakness just now. In the next moment, Chen Xingyu's eyes were firm as she clenched her fist with her hand, and a human-sized silhouette also condensed out of the darkness behind her. Teizo long fist. The 2 fists converged, and the pouncing green wolf had no chance to dodge. Cunning villain. This was the last thought in the green wolf's mind before he perished under Chen Xingyu's Taizu long fist, which had already reached great success. Looking at the gasping green wolf, this time Chen Xingyu didn't pretend anymore and a hint of exhaustion appeared on her face. Just now, he had already felt that his state was gradually getting worse. If he couldn't find a chance to kill this green wolf, he would be in trouble. Good thing he succeeded. This green wolf just ate the loss of having intelligence and didn't know that there was another trick called fraudulent surrender. The weak Chen Xingyu did not leave in a hurry, but instead looked towards the many red flowers in the cave. Although one had just been eaten by the green wolf, there were still quite a few left, only that many of them were not large. Although she was quite injured, Chen Xingyu did not choose to devour these red flowers like the green wolf. With the divine tree in his family, he didn't need to take any risks, and even after losing his 4 organs at the innate realm, he still had some strength left. Who knows if these red flowers are poisonous or not? The green wolf is a ferocious beast. He is not. Chen Xingyu, who was sitting in the cave, preparing to regulate his own chi and blood, soon heard the sound of wolves howling from outside the cave. This caused Chen Xingyu to frown slightly. He had forgotten that there were other coyotes besides this one, but now that the wolves were leaderless, he was fearless. Just as Chen Xingyu was about to continue killing the enemy, the voices of many clansmen came from outside the cave. A moment later, the green wolves who had not received a response from the Wolf King had understood the result and left decisively. They needed to pick out a new Wolf King to lead them in plotting a new territory. A wolf pack will never die out through the loss of a Wolf King, as in a family. Xingyu, how are you doing? In no time, the clan followed the traces and found the cave. And after Chen Xingzhen looked at the Wolf King who had fallen to the side and Chen Xingyu who was still in good condition, his face was pleased. Good for you. Quickly, go back to the clan first to treat your injuries. In the shrine, countless points of green light drifted down between the swinging branches and leaves of the divine tree, landing in the bodies of the many injured clansmen. The original loss of the 4 viscera also recovered quickly under the treatment of these green light spots. Phew, finally alive. A clan member breathed in the air, a hint of celebration on his face. The last time the 5 viscera ascension technique was used in the clan, the crowd was unimpressed and didn't have much of a feeling about it. They only felt that this battle technique was extremely effective, and with the divine tree in place, it was completely worry-free. But today, they didn't receive the divine tree's healing in time, and with the loss of their 4 organs, their entire body was tormented by pain, which made them realize the magnitude of the after effects of this battle technique. If it wasn't for the fact that he had tempered his body, I'm afraid that he would have died after bursting his 4 organs. This also gave the crowd a new feeling about the power of the divine tree. The family can't live without the sacred tree. As for the 5 viscera ascension technique, it should still be exploded. Despite the more painful results, the moment you explode your organs, the huge boost in power is still overwhelming. And there was another important point. That is, they found that after using the 5 viscera ascension technique to raise their realm, it was also a bit easier for them to reach the next realm themselves. After all, they had personally realized the power and realm of the next stage. I don't recognize what it is either, but I brought one back with me and thought the other elders of the clan might have seen it. On the side of the ancestral hall, listening to the inquiries of Chen Tianyu and the others, Chen Xingzhen looked at the red flowers in his hand and shook his head. Although he was older, he did not have as much insight as his father's generation of clansmen, but from what Chen Xingyu said, this red flower was certainly not an unusual thing. Perhaps that innate realm green wolf chose to make its home in the mountain of mass burial because of those red flowers. Chen Xingzhen just picked one back and did not pick too many. Anyway, that cave is not far from the family secret passage. Without the wolves, this mass grave mountain is not too dangerous to the family now. Father, what is this? In the sky above Chen Xingzhen, several invisible living souls were surrounding the red-colored flower in Chen Xingzhen's hand, their mouths emitting questions. On the side, Chen Changming's gaze was slightly condensed and his expression was thoughtful. And after hearing Chen Xingzhen's description of the flower and the effects of that green wolf devouring the flower, Chen Changming's eyes gradually brightened. Patriarch, what should we do with this innate realm green wolf? Looking at this innate realm green wolf corpse that he had brought back in passing, Chen Xingzhen did not hesitate and opened his mouth. Sacrifice to the divine tree. Also, select 2 more blood condensation realm green wolves and sacrifice them to the divine tree together. This time into the mountains, the family harvested a lot, many green wolf carcasses, but also enough for the clansmen to eat for a period of time. And most of the green wolves this time are ferocious beasts, but also allows the clansmen to quench their bodies. It's just that this encounter with the wolves has resulted in the disorderly burial mountain having a lot less resources for ferocious beasts nowadays. In the following months, family hunting must not be too frequent, or even the ferocious beasts would be depleted. Understood. Above, Ji Yang nodded silently in his heart in recognition after listening. This time, the injured clansmen were not many, just 10 or so, but they were all blood condensation realm martial artists. Chen Xingyu was still an innate realm martial artist, and treating their injuries had also depleted a lot of Ji Yang's life force. Although Ji Yang had quite a bit of life force, it was extremely good to be able to replenish it back. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 280. 5. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Concentration. Armor Covering, 1,000 Miles of Red Earth. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Taizu Longfist. Blood, 146, can be converted to life force. Spiritual power, 60. Deduction points, 30, can be deduced. Status, there is a man alive, but he is dead. When the clansmen were done sacrificing, Ji Yang once again opened his attribute panel. An additional 47 points of chi and blood and 8 points of spiritual energy were added on top of the original. while the green wolf in the middle stage of the innate realm contributed 25 points of life value and 5 points of spiritual energy. Although it wasn't as much as Ji Yang expected, this was the only beast that contributed more than 20 chi and blood points. In addition to that green bamboo, and the increase in spiritual power was far better than the other beasts. In other words, as the strength of the clan increased, the higher the realm of the ferocious beasts that would be sacrificed in the future. The chi and blood and spirit power would not be a problem for the deduction. Deduction points, on the contrary, is particularly important, but the clan is now not many people. High-level martial artists are even more scarce. Otherwise a few more innate realm martial artists to break through. Deduction points are not enough to worry about. Looking at the pushable button, Ji Yan once again chose to fall silent. 5-leafed flowers, what is this? In the dream world, Chen Xingjian looked at Chen Changming, who had a happy face, with a puzzled look on his face, and a question came out of his mouth. The heavens and earth are vast, not only with all sorts of feng shui treasures, many spiritual things, but also with all sorts of heavenly materials and treasures. These heavenly materials are also blessed with their unique and magical effects, only that these heavenly treasures are also extremely rare, slow growth time, and cannot be cultivated. Even when the family was in its heyday, it was not common to see them, but this 5-leafed flower, there were so 2 of them in the family treasury in the old days. This flower has the ability to recover from injuries and help blood condensation realm martial artists break through the realm. After hearing Chen Changming's explanation, a bright aura also flashed in Chen Xingjian's eyes. Recovering from injuries, it didn't matter if this effect was there or not, the power of the divine tree was much more effective. However, helping blood condensation realm martial artists to raise their realm was a great possibility. There are not many blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan nowadays, and most of them are still in the early stage of the blood condensation realm. And after Chen Xingyu's breakthrough, the late stage of the blood condensation realm is even more so with only 1 of him. The number is too rare. If this item really has this kind of effect, then it is of no small use to the family. And as the patriarch, Chen Xingjian quickly gave birth to another idea, and then opened his mouth to ask, Father, since this 5-leafed flower can't be cultivated, is it possible to protect that cave and wait until those 5-leafed flowers have grown before picking them? Chen Changming nodded. I am also this idea. This thing is born and raised. Picking it down will not survive. If all the picking, it can only provide a little role for the family. And according to your description, a lot of 5-leafed flowers in that cave have not yet grown completely. The role is very little. It is difficult to let the clan realm to be refined, but if the clan protects that cave, it will definitely benefit the clan in the future. Chen Xingjian, who had received an affirmative answer, showed delight, not expecting to have this kind of harvest this time, although according to his father, this kind of heavenly treasure has a slow growth time and often takes years or even decades to be effective. As long as the 5-leafed flower in that cave does not become extinct, this is the family's future heritage. This was extremely important to the Chen clan, a fledgling family. More importantly, the family plan was successfully resolved this time. After that innate realm green wolf was killed, the wolves under its command would also disperse, and the massive burial mountain returned to the Chen family's control. Now that there are no other clans, the Chen family can enjoy the resources of the mountain alone. One must know that in the mass burial mountain, apart from the resources of the ferocious beasts, there were also quite a few medicinal herbs. It's just that lately the family has been drawing on the power of the divine tree, not sending anyone in to pick it. It could be after the clan went out and couldn't be healed by the divine tree in time. Picking herbs, it was still necessary. A few days later, Chen Xingjian came to the side of a good field outside the family. In front, Chen Yihu and Shen Xianxian Snake had long been waiting at the same spot. In the fields, there were still quite a number of family slaves who were busy, and occasionally a family man could be seen. After the temperature of the mass burial mountain had increased 2 days ago and the snow had completely melted away, the family had been ready to start planting a new crop of blood rice, and with the help of the divine tree, the natural blood spring was also successfully controlled by the family, and was finally transformed into the 10 acres of good land in front of him. As the temperature continues to rise, the natural blood springs will become more active, and by the time summer rolls around, these good fields capable of growing bleeding rice will have added several more acres. Greetings, matriarch. Chen Yihu meets the patriarch. Looking at Chen Xingjian, who had come to inspect the blood rice, the 2 men hurriedly greeted him. Well, is the blood rice you 2 are responsible for growing okay these past few days? Planting blood rice is not much different from planting ordinary cereals and rice. In the year before, the family has already prepared to hand over the work of blood rice planting to the family slaves in the clan, and now it is also implemented normally. However, in order to ensure that nothing happens to the blood rice, the clan still sent a few clansmen who were good at planting over to guard the good fields, but the main work of the blood rice was still taken care of by these 2. Back to the clan leader. The 5 acres of good land that I am responsible for have grown seedlings today, and nothing else has happened. Chen Xiansnake opened his mouth to report, and then said no more. Chen Xingjin nodded slightly after hearing this. On the side, Chen Yihu also opened his mouth to report. Back to the patriarch. The 5 acres of good land that I am responsible for now grows well. About half a month later, we'll be able to fertilize these seedlings. According to today's growth continues. This crop of blood rice family will certainly be a bumper harvest. Well, you guys did a good job. Chen Xingjin praised under his breath. Chen Xiansnake did not say much, but Chen Yihu on the side had a fawning smile on his face. Many thanks for the patriarch's compliments, but the villain is merely following the family's orders. All of this is because the patriarch is wise and instructive, and only now have the results. After the villain, I will definitely redouble my efforts to live up to the patriarch's and the family's expectations. Looking at Chen Yihu, who spoke eloquently and had a mouth full of wonderful words, Chen Xiansnake's gaze was a bit dull. Even the 2 clansmen following Chen Xingjin touched their heads. That said, it sounds like it's quite comfortable. A faint smile appeared on Chen Xingjin's face as he asked again, are there any difficulties in planting blood rice these days? Hearing this, Chen Xiansnake hurriedly said, Patriarch, the manpower on this side of the field is quite insufficient. It would be good if we could have some more people. Chen Xingjin didn't rush to speak, but instead turned his gaze to Chen Yihu. Back to the clan chief. It's just the beginning of spring. There are quite a lot of things going on in the clan. This side of the field is a bit bigger, but I'm confident that I can still be busy for the time being. Chen Xiansnake? I know. The clan will recruit another group of house slaves in a couple days. This matter, let it be in your charge. Chen Xingjin turned his gaze to Chen Yihu. Hearing this, Chen Yihu's face showed joy, and he then paid his respects. Thank you for the trust of the patriarch. I will definitely get this done and contribute to the prosperity of the family. Chen Xingjin smiled faintly and didn't say anything more, and after checking the growth of the blood rice today, he turned around and left. After Chen Xingjin left, many of the family slaves came forward to congratulate him. To be able to have the Lord Patriarch value him, Chen Yihu's future was unlimited in the future. On the side, Chen Xiansnake fell into silence. Chen Yihu being like this made him look dull, and although he was also curious about Chen Yihu's changes, he couldn't seem to learn them. But as long as there is an increase in manpower, there is no harm. Chen Yihu, who was enjoying the compliments of the crowd, was also in an extremely pleasant mood. It seemed as if the effect of that ancient book he had picked up in the bazaar a few days ago was good, or at least the first results were being seen so far. The Lord Patriarch has remembered him, but after that, he needed to work harder and not screw things up, or else he would have lost all his work. Before he went to bed tonight, he would have to study the tattered ancient book more closely. Patriarch, would it be inappropriate to leave the matter of recruiting family slaves to Chen Yihu? Well, I feel the same way. This person feels too frivolous and not quite like the others. On the way back to the clan, the 2 clansmen behind him talked under their breath. Chen Xingjin just smiled after hearing this. Wrong, you must not see what he says, but what he does. The clan is in a time of need today. Relying on the clan alone is a bit too busy. The clan needs people like this. The enrollment of the house slaves was given to him, and it was a test for him. Martial artists are the core of the family. It's too early for you guys to be exposed to these things. Just practice martial arts properly. The 2 young clansmen had puzzled faces, but nodded in response. These past few days, the family had planted quite a lot of cereal rice in addition to blood rice. After all, as the clan grew, relying on blood rice alone wasn't enough, and most of this blood rice would be consumed on the clan's martial artists to quench their bodies. The unusual fields are several times more than the good ones. However, before that, Chen Xingjin had already gathered the village heads and made his intentions clear. According to Chen Xingjin's plan, apart from the blood rice, all the other fields of the family were handed over to the people of the nearby villages for planting. As a reward, the family will take 70% of the output from the fields, although only 30% of the major villages, but many villages are happy to agree. There is also a difference between fields. The Chen family's fields were not the same as the ones they had planted, and even if they were unable to grow bleeding rice, the quality and yield of the grain and rice produced was far superior to the fields they had planted grain and rice in before. These fields, too, were previously in the hands of the great clans of the massive burial mountain, and would not allow outsiders to plant them. But now the family is short of manpower and can't grow so many fields. What's more, several of these villages also have marriages with the family, and the relationship is quite close, so naturally they won't object. In addition, the family gave the many villages a hunting license in the mass burial mountains. In the past, the chaotic burial mountain is also controlled by the 3 big families. Like the major villages, can only find some common beasts in the surrounding area. which also led to a lot of village hunters or also home embarrassment. But now that the family had granted them permission to hunt in the mass burial mountain, the harvest would definitely be much better. The family valued the resources of the ferocious beasts in the massive burial mountain. Fierce beasts, non-martial artists cannot deal with, and ordinary hunters do not dare to go too deep into the mountains to affect the family. Instead, it will increase the goodwill of the family in many villages. This information made many villages grateful to the Chen family. If there were good fields to grow cereals and rice, and if one could also go into the mountains to hunt, then the development of the village would inevitably be better, and the villagers wouldn't have to worry about starving, and in winter every year, there would be even fewer corpses and bones that would be killed by starvation and freezing. 2 months later, in the family hall, Chen Xingjin and the others had delighted faces. A few days ago, the clan sent someone to pick a few of the 5-leafed flowers that were previously found in the mass burial mountain back. According to Chen Changming's description, these 5-leafed flowers already had a certain utility and could be harvested just in time for the family's strength to increase a little more. And after swallowing this flower, several blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan had all improved, like Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing, who were originally in the middle stage of the blood condensation realm, had broken through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Of course, there was also the reason why the two had stayed in this realm for a long time, although a few others failed to break through the realm, but the same in their own realm on the basis of some progress. And these 2 months, the clan has another blood condensation realm martial artist, several body quenching realm martial artist. The original number of 10 or so house slaves had also reached 40 by January. Those who came in afterward were all selected from the major villages. Although the matter was handled by Chinny Hu, the family had been observing in secret, together with the family slaves and the original number of people in the clan. The number of people in the family has finally broken through more than 100 people. But this number of people is still too small. But the abundance of life and the strength of the family have given the clan peace of mind. It is expected that many new lives will be added to the family throughout the year. In 2 months' time, the blood rice planted at the beginning of the year was also harvested not long after. And in the mass burial mountain, there were quite a few more ferocious beasts. The clan had not gone on a hunting spree, and with the food in the clan today, it could fully support the first crop of blood rice. However, the family had done quite a bit of protection in that cave with the 5-leafed flowers, so that some ferocious beasts would not break in and accidentally eat the family's underpinnings by mistake. The smoothness of life has left many in the clan smiling and energized from time to time, and at this time last year, the family was still struggling with Li. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin routinely worshipped the sacred tree, his eyes filled with thoughts about the future of the family. Nowadays, the family's strength was already considered quite powerful. Even if they bumped into another Lu family, the family could easily deal with it. In the years that followed, as the number of clan members increased, the number of martial artists in the clan would surely increase as well. In time, it's time to think about moving outward. 2. According to his father, if the family wanted to be strong, it would inevitably have to connect with the outside world. The mountain of mass graves is too small, so small that there can only be one Chen family, but this matter is now too early. At least have to wait for the family has a number of innate realm martial artists before considering it is not too late. But by that time, it was thought that he, the patriarch, would have long since abdicated. Chen Xingjin looked up at the divine tree in front of him and paid 2 obeisances. The divine tree hadn't changed much in these 2 months, but on the branches of the divine tree, there was a new cluster of branches and leaves, which made the divine tree a little more lush. Although he couldn't see the more obvious growth of the divine tree, but listening to what his father said, he seemed to have reached that state of the innate realm, and the other departed clansmen had also made progress. So he thought that the divine tree should be even stronger. He also wondered if he would still be able to see the light of the divine tree of the past and the once still glorious family in his lifetime. Or, perhaps, beyond the family it once was? P.S. I'm sorry for writing this almost to the end. It's hard to let go, but thanks for watching. The author May. It's time to write the next volume. Good iron. Come and see. Lou Blacksmith crafted it with care. It's definitely better than last year's. So new clothes that can be customized, using the finest animal skins. Gumi, last year's gumi. Bah, who wants last year's grain and rice? In the bazaar, people were coming and going, and it was even more lively than in the previous years. The reason for this lies in the changes made by the Chan family more than 2 months ago. Many villagers are able to lease land and plant, with better harvests than ever before, plus they can go into the mountains to hunt, with richer harvests than ever before. Some grains and rice, ripening earlier, have already been harvested. The villagers didn't have to worry about food anymore, so naturally they would pursue a higher quality of life, or have time to delve into ways to make a living. And even the hoes in the hands of the people digging the ground became much more meticulous. These changes may seem unusual, but they have been subtle, affecting the surroundings of the mass burial mountain. Outside the bazaar, a middle-aged man with an unfamiliar face, about 30 years old, slowly walked into the bazaar and arrived at a stall selling the fur or fangs of wild beasts. How do you sell this feather? The middle-aged man picked up a feather from the stall and opened his mouth to inquire. The stall owner glanced at the tricolored feather that was picked up and said without looking up, "A pound of grain and rice. Last year's is fine." The middle-aged man frowned slightly, then pulled out a piece of white jade and threw it on the stall, saying under his breath, "1 jade coin. For sale?" Looking at the strange jade that landed on the stall that was no more than the size of a thumb, round in shape, only as thick as a leaf, and with a touch of red in its white color, the stall owner couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What the hell?" When he looked up, he realized that the middle-aged man in front of him was dressed in a flying butterfly brocade suit, with a white jade silver crown on his head, and the whole person looked plump and handsome, like a modest gentleman, which could not help but give rise to a trace of goodwill in one's heart. "It's just a gift." The stall owner waved his hand, and the middle-aged man's face could not be seen as he put away the feather and got up to leave. But he did not take back the jade coin either. As the middle-aged man strolled around the surrounding stalls, the gazes of the crowd were also attracted to him and couldn't help but whisper under their breath, "It doesn't seem to be someone from Massive Burial Mountain. Doesn't look like the Chen family either. Never seen them before. Should we report it to the Chen family?" As if he didn't hear these murmurs, the middle-aged man just strolled around the not-so-long bazaar, and then walked out of the bazaar. As he walked out of the bazaar, the middle-aged man slightly raised his head and saw the pattern representing the Chen family at the entrance of the bazaar. In the pattern is an acacia tree with 2 colors intertwined. The middle-aged man muttered softly in his mouth, "Interesting, interesting. I didn't think that a tiny mountain that doesn't even recognize jade coins would still have clans with totems. I'd love to see it." As the middle-aged man whistled, a huge shadow swept past his head. "Remember, you've only been in the clan for a short time. You must know the rules of the clan. You mustn't be careless in planting blood rice either, or if the clan blames you, I won't be able to protect you." Next to the good fields, Chinihu was admonishing the many house slaves on the side with a serious face. At a cursory glance, the number of house slaves around them was no less than 20, and all 20 of them are now under his authority. This was also all due to the fact that he had done a good job of recruiting the clan last time. He was originally a villager from the 10-mile village near the mass burial mountain, and as a matter of fact, this time when the family recruited house slaves, he had great power, and he could even let in some of the people he knew in the village. But after he had studied the tattered ancient book all night, and then considered it from the family's starting point, it was the drawbacks that quickly came to mind. Afterwards, he recruited family slaves. He did not miss the love of the same village, but in accordance with the family rules to recruit, do not dare to overstep the point. In hindsight, he did the right thing, or he wouldn't be the one standing here leading the charge right now. But this was only a small step forward for him. His ultimate goal was still to become a family martial artist, but relying on his immediate performance didn't seem to be enough. He needed to work harder. This time, the blood rice harvest, he also wanted to do it beautifully. Under his careful care, his own side of a few acres of land could yield better than Chen Xian Snake's acres of land, which was entirely due to the fact that he had taken the time to consult a number of people who were proficient in planting. Just as Chunihu was contemplating, the sound of chiding and clamoring came steeply from not far away. Without waiting for Chunihu to get closer to understand the situation, a house slave has run over quickly and said hurriedly, "Brother Tsubasa, there's an unrecognizable man who burst into the good fields. You go check it out." Chunihu frowned with a cold expression on his face. Who in the neighboring villages doesn't know that this good land belongs to the Chen family? He'd like to see who was so bold. Soon, Chunihu had arrived at the scene. At this time several family slaves are surrounding a person, stopping in front, not allowing it to continue to move forward. The person's face is calm, cannot see the joy and anger, but in the flat expression is to let a person feel a hint of coldness. And when Chenihu saw this person's attire and demeanor, the original anger on his face disappeared. It didn't look like someone from the family, and it wouldn't be someone from a nearby village. An outsider? Although the mass burial mountain was remote, there were likewise people who accidentally came here. Only the number was so rare that they might not see one for several years. Chenihu had an answer in his heart, while a touch of caution was added to his face. After summoning one of the house slaves, Chenihu muttered a few words beside his ear before quickly stepping forward. There's a lot of things taught in that ancient book. This person was definitely something big, and he needed to deal with it carefully. Brother Tsubasa is here. Seeing Chenihu approaching, the many family slaves also had a backbone, ready to drive away the person in front of them. Seeing the many house slaves being so blinkered, Chenihu shook his head in his heart, but fortunately, things were still within his control. All of you spread out. I'll take care of this guest. Chenny waved his hand to disperse the other family slaves, then said with a smile on his face, "Dare I ask what business this lord has come to my Chen family's good land?" Chenny face was humble, and a smile filled his face. This caused the middle-aged man's originally calm face to once again gain a touch of interest. Interesting. A small family, but there are still people like you who know what's right. I'm getting more and more interested. Chenny who heard this was slightly startled in his heart. He had brought up the family name, but this person didn't seem to care. The middle-aged man did not answer Chenny question, and then squatted down, looking at the blood rice in the good field, and opened his mouth to ask, "This blood rice of yours, how many crops do you have a year? How much blood rice does one mu of land produce?" The middle-aged man's questions made Chenny even more convinced in his heart that this person was not from the massive burial mountain. While answering one by one, it was only when he replied that Chenny reduced the amount of blood rice produced by a slight amount. The middle-aged man looked at Chenny with a smile and did not say much, but just stood up and looked around the surrounding good fields and opened his mouth. The Chen family's people should have received the news as well, right? Let's go. Take me to see this Chen clan. The middle-aged man's gentle words carried a hint of certainty that could not be denied. Hearing this, Chenny heart was even more shocked. I didn't expect that he had just secretly whispered, but it was actually all heard by the person in front of him, and he even offered to take the initiative to go to the family. There were quite a lot of thoughts in his mind, but at this moment, Chenny did not dare to be slow in the slightest. Just a smile. "My lord, please also follow me." "Stranger?" Hearing the news reported back by the house slave, Chen Xingjian fell into deep thought. Massive Burial Mountain has always been remote. When the family migrated here is also a lot of effort. All the way through the thorns, kill many beasts, which reached this place. An ordinary person would probably not be able to come here if they were unlucky. To be able to come alone, you either have luck on your side or a certain amount of strength. And according to Chenny description, it was most likely that this person was the latter. This caused Chen Xingjian to have a trace of worry on his face. Now that the family has only initially established its foundation in the mass burial mountain, it has not yet had much time to develop, so don't give birth to any accidents. At that moment, another clan member came to report. Patriarch, Chenny was leading a person who was almost at the family entrance. "I know. Go ahead and inform." After Chen Xingjian issued the order, he rushed towards the outside of the clan with 2 clansmen. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Today the family has some strength and is not powerless to fight back. Of course, maybe he was thinking too much. Just a strange visitor. But as the patriarch, he had to consider all aspects, so that the family could go farther. In any case, it was better to go out and meet this person and see what happened. "Guest, this is my Chen family." Looking at the family not far away and Chen Xingjian waiting at the door as well as the family's many clan elders, Chenny heart slightly stabilized a bit. On the way, he deliberately slowed down his pace just to let the family be prepared. In this way, if he had rashly brought this person to the clan, he thought that the patriarch should not blame him afterward. That's his little mind. After returning to the family, Chenny confidence was also a bit higher, and there was a trace of obvious relaxation on his face. The middle-aged man seemed to be able to see it, and just revealed a faint smile, but didn't care. At the entrance of the family, Chen Xingjian and Chen Tianyu and the others had already waited here. After Chen Xingjian looked at the unfamiliar figure not far away, his heart gave a start. This kind of prosperous clothing and uncommon temperament. This person is by no means an ordinary person. After sensing this, Chen Xingjian stepped forward, arching his hand with a smile on his face. "I'm the head of the Chen clan, Chen Xingjian. I didn't know that your guest had come, so I hope you'll forgive me." The middle-aged man just raised his hand lightly. "Yunmeng City, Zhou family, Zhou Huayan." Chen Xingjian was slightly shocked in his heart, even though he didn't know where Yunmeng City was, nor did he know how big the Zhou family was. But with a city, this Zhou family is certainly not comparable to a small family like the Chen family. The many clansmen on the side also looked puzzled, but still had a wary face. Before Chen Xingjian could inquire about the reason, Zhou Huayan had already slowly opened his mouth. "I've heard that your clan has a divine tree and would like to go and have a look. I wonder if Matriarch Chen would mind." After Zhou Huayan finished speaking, many of the clansmen became agitated, and there was a hint of unkindness in their agitation. The family divine tree, but the family totem, that was the symbol of the family. The fact that this person wanted to view their family divine tree as soon as he arrived was clearly a sign that he did not place his Chen family in his eyes. Many of the clansmen's chi and blood surged with rage. As long as Chen Xingjian gave the order, they would immediately open fire. This was in their own family. With the divine power of the divine tree, they didn't believe that they weren't this person's enemy. After hearing these words, Chen Xingjian's face also changed slightly. Naturally, his thoughts were the same as most of the clan. The divine tree is the root of the family. How can it be viewed by outsiders at will? However, when Chen Xingjin saw Zhou Huayan in front of him, his heart instantly calmed down. In the face of the crowd's slightly agitated emotions and angry eyes, Zhou Huayan remained stoic, his expression natural and calm, as if the words he had just uttered were just a simple and unusual greeting. Although it was only alone, it was even more extraordinary. It was absolute self-confidence and the blandness of the eyes, something that ordinary people could not possess. If the guest wants to see it, naturally, he can. Please. Chen Xingjin didn't refuse, but instead took the initiative to lead the way on the side. Although the many clansmen were puzzled as to why the patriarch didn't make a move, they didn't say much since the patriarch had said so. On the side, Chen Tianyu slowly left the crowd, his face slightly gloomy. Seeing Chen Xingjin agree in one breath, a light smile appeared at the corner of the calm-faced Zhou Huayan's mouth. And the reason why Chen Xingjin agreed was simple. Before this person has revealed his strength, the family should stabilize him. And if he has any misbehavior, the family can also use the power of the divine tree to resolve him. But hopefully it won't come to that. Even though there was Chen Xingyu, a martial artist of the innate realm, in his clan, he felt a sense of profoundness in this Zhou Huayan. This person must also be an innate realm martial artist, and the realm was even higher than Chen Xingyu. This was Chen Xingjin's intuition. Soon, the group had arrived at the shrine. As the gate of the ancestral hall was pushed open, the family sacred tree in the ancestral hall also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Today's family divine tree had only grown a little compared to a few months ago. Above the trunk of the divine tree, there were several clusters of luxuriant branches and leaves, and on top of the trunk, the brown and black lines were intertwined with some weirdness, and even the acacia leaves were half green and half black in color. It was just that the trunk that wasn't thick or tall, making the family god tree in front of him seem not so spectacular. But in the eyes of the clan, that didn't matter. After Zhou Huayan saw the family divine tree in front of him, a flash of interest appeared in his eyes. However, after he saw the scarlet land not far below the divine tree, a flash of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Then he shook his head. It's a bit peculiar looking, but unfortunately, it's just an inferior totem. Hearing Zhou Huayan's grandiose words, many clansmen silently clenched their fists. It was just as well that this person was unreasonable, but he actually said that their totems were inferior totems. Chen Xingjin was calm in his heart, and after hearing this, he could not help but ask in doubt, "Dare I ask the guest, what is an inferior totem?" Just as well. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll explain it to you. Anything in the world that has a spirit can become a family totem, but even totems are divided into upper, middle and lower classes. The lower totem eats blood, the blood of ferocious beasts. A medium totem eats air, and eats the air of incense and fire. Superior totem eating spirit, eating the spirit of heaven and earth. Zhou Huayan's words caused Chen Xingjin to fall into deep thought. In that case, the family divine tree did count as an inferior totem. After all, they usually sacrificed ferocious beasts, but no matter what kind of totem it was, that didn't matter. Nowadays the god tree was the symbol of the family and the hope of the family. There's nothing more to see. Let's go. Patriarch Chen, I've come all the way here. Aren't you going to greet me? Zhou Huayan, who had seen the divine tree, asked with a smile. Chen Xingjin also detached himself from his thoughts and hurriedly spoke. Guest, this way please. Soon, several people had arrived in the middle of the family hall. It was said to be a large hall, but it was also extremely simple. As the tea was brought up, Zhou Huayan took a shallow sip and spoke again. Patriarch Chen, if my guess is correct, below your clan, there should be a natural blood spring, right? Chen Xingjin's hand on his teacup stopped instantly, and there was a hint of vigilance in his expression. However, thinking that this person was brought over by Chen Yihu, it was thought that this person should have gone to see the family blood meters in advance, and with Zhou Huayan's experience and insights, it would not be difficult to discover this. Chen Xingjin slowly put down his teacup and nodded in response. Not bad, my Chen family, indeed, has a natural blood spring. Zhou Huayan, who had received Chen Xingjin's affirmative answer, did not look surprised in the slightest on his face, but only had a smile on his face. Patriarch Chen is a straightforward person, so I'll be straightforward. My Zhou family rules one side, with countless small clans below it, and although this place is called the Disorderly Burial Mountain, it also belongs to the Cloud Dream Mountain range, and is under the jurisdiction of my Cloud Dream City. If I say this, Patriarch Chen can understand, right? Chen Xingjin's face was slightly ugly after hearing this. He certainly understood the meaning of Zhou Huayan's words. It was just that he, the Chen family, had been here for 20 years, and suddenly he was divided into the territory of another family, which was difficult for him to accept for a while. And at this moment, if he answered yes, then wouldn't the family be relegated to the Zhou clan's territory where Zhou Huayan was located afterward? Will the family's blood rice be preserved then? Nowadays, these blood meters could be considered the most important resource of the family, and the foundation for the family to become powerful afterward. Seeing Chen Xingzhen's hesitant face, Zhou Huayan smiled blandly. Patriarch Chen doesn't need to get entangled. There has never been any paradise in this heaven and earth. Even if I don't come this time, there will be others who will come next time. The Chen clan is but a small clan of over 100 people, and one innate realm martial artist and a lower class totem are not enough for you to stand firm here. On the contrary, you should be glad that it's me who's here. If it's someone else from my Zhou family who comes over, the mountain of mass burial will cease to exist, Zhou Huayan said, turning his gaze to Qin Qingyu, who had rushed over after learning the news, his expression still calm. Between the words, Zhou Huayan lifted his palm lightly, and the teapot on the side actually floated up in the air, and finally slowly landed in his hands. After it had filled the cup with tea, the teapot was once again gently pushed back to its original place. This scene caused Chen Xingzhen as well as Chen Tianyu and the others who had rushed over to the scene to change their faces slightly. It should be known that even a late-stage martial artist of the innate realm could not achieve such a degree, and there was not a single trace of qi and blood spilling out from Zhou Huayan's entire body just now. It was obvious that this Zhou Huayan was, after all, a qi royalty realm powerhouse. Above the innate realm was the inner dipper realm. After reaching the inner gang realm, what a martial artist cultivated was not qi and blood, but astral energy. Using qi to control things, this was the means of a qi royalty realm martial artist. Even if it was only the realm of the inner dipper, it was not comparable to a martial artist of the innate realm. The powerful gap in strength in Zhou Huayan's words just now caused Chen Xingzhen's mind to lose control, and after seeing that poured cup of tea, Chen Xingzhen also immediately reacted and spoke with a bitter smile. What Lord Zhou said is extremely reasonable. My Chen family is willing to come under the Zhou family's jurisdiction. After Chen Xingzhen spoke these words, Chen Tianyu and the others in the Great Hall had mixed emotions in their hearts, but in front of absolute strength, they could only be silent. Chen Qingyu frowned and stepped forward. Compared to the means Zhou Huayan had just displayed, he was more willing to trust the fists in his hands. Qingyu, stand down. Don't be rude. Chen Xingzhen saw Chen Qingyu's mind and hurriedly stopped it. Under Chen Xingzhen's solemn eyes, Chen Qingyu did not continue forward and simply turned around and left the main hall. That's a good talent, Zhou Huayan said with a smile. Your honor is too kind. It was just a fluke. Zhou Huayan didn't continue to talk about this topic and spoke instead. Since Patriarch Chen has agreed, in the future, all blood rice produced by the Chen clan will need to be supplied to the Zhou clan at 50%. Does Patriarch Chen have any objections to this? 50%. Chen Xingzhen was bitter in his heart, but he could only nod his head in agreement. Since Zhou Huayan was all an expert of the 5th level of the royal qi realm, then this Zhou family, there must be more than just this one. There must be others. On the contrary, the family, nowadays, there was only an early stage of the innate realm, Chen Qingyu, who was unable to break through to the inner dipper realm even with the help of the power of the divine tree. So how could they compete with the Zhou family? Compared to the destruction of the family, 50% of the blood rice was acceptable. At least the family still had the other 50% left. In fact, it's not just your Chen family. Many of the small families in my southern border have been sheltered by other families. The Chen family has neither strength, but it holds a natural blood spring, which is a sin in itself. Now that the Chen family has been sheltered by my Zhou family, there's no need to worry about other families coveting this natural blood spring. After half a month, the blood rice should be ripe as well. I will bring people over to receive it at that time, so I hope your clan will make preparations earlier. I've said all I can say, and I think that Patriarch Chen has a clear idea in his heart. Farewell. After saying that, Zhou Huayan no longer stayed and turned around to leave the main hall. Chen Xingzhen followed closely behind. After leaving the family hall, Zhou Huayan whistled. A shadow floated over the heads of many of the clansmen the moment the whistle sounded. Only after the shadow landed on the ground did the crowd realize that it was actually a flying beast half a zhang tall and at the late stage of the blood condensation realm. This beast looks like an eagle like a falcon. Its claws are sharp. 2 wings on the back. Spreading wings can be several feet. When landing, it is on the ground to set off a gale. Many clansmen were forced back by it, and some clansmen thought it was a ferocious beast attacking and were about to call on other clansmen to respond. But the next moment, Zhou Huayan made a leap in the air and landed on its back, and the beast spread its wings and flew towards the sky. Soon, Zhou Huayan and this ferocious beast's figure transformed into a small black dot in the air. However, on the way out, the sound of Zhou Huayan's words fell on the ears of every member of the clan. Patriarch Chen, I'll see you in half a month. I hope that Patriarch Chen won't let me down by then. It was only after the silhouettes of the one man and one beast had completely disappeared that the many clansmen came back to their senses. That ferocious beast just now was actually just Zhou Huayan's mount. But when placed in the family, it was already able to become a clan elder. Chen Xingjin frowned and stood in place for a long time in silence. But in the end all the words turned into a long sigh, a sigh filled with helplessness. This change in the family was unexpected. Patriarch, does the family really have to belong to the so-and-so Zhou family? In the family hall, all the blood condensation realm martial artists in the clan were gathered here, discussing what had just happened, especially when they learned that the clan's blood rice would have to be supplied at 50% afterward. This made it difficult for many of the clansmen to accept. Chen Tianlu and Chen Tianma were a few people who were filled with righteous indignation, with many unwillingness on their faces. However, Chen Tianyu and Chen Tianjing, who had seen the scene just now, did not say much. The difference in strength is too great, and the family can't do anything even with the help of the divine tree. And according to this person's bemused expression after having seen the divine tree before, this Zhou family, most likely, has a higher quality family totem, which makes the family how to rebel against this injustice. After a few moments of discussion, the clansmen in the Great Hall also fell silent. Ultimately, the family was still not strong enough, and they needed to become stronger to do so. But this is not an overnight thing. If we can give the family a few more years of development time, perhaps the end will be different. But when you think about it, even with a few more years, it doesn't seem like things are going to end up much differently. Perhaps the blood rice that the family would turn in could be reduced by 10% by then? There was a trace of helplessness on the faces of all the clansmen who thought clearly. At that moment, a clan member entered the hall and reported, Patriarch, this person first appeared in my Chen family bazaar. This object is what he left behind. I think it's called a jade coin. Looking at the jade piece held in the clansman's hand, Chen Xingjin received it in his hand for a while to survey it, and then realized that although this jade coin was light and thin, it was hard and unparalleled. And with his late stage of the blood condensation realm, he was unable to destroy it. The others also tried, but after trying, a touch of powerlessness also emerged in their hearts. They couldn't even break this piece of jade coin, so how could they deal with a more powerful enemy? Well, let's leave the matter for now, until after I have conferred with my father and the others tonight. Chen Xingjin waved his hand and prepared to go back to his room to sleep, but after sleeping for a while, it occurred to me that it was not yet night, and that my father and the others had not yet come out. This caused Chen Xingjin to have another point of worry on his face. The night is appalling. In the shrine, a faint luminescence once again shimmered on the branches and leaves of the acacia tree, which had been flat in the daytime. A few moments later, the entire acacia tree was wrapped in moonlight, which was quite dazzling. Name, Zhou Huayan. Age, 33. Realm, Big Dipper Realm. Introduction, one of the 3 royal Qi realm martial artists of the Zhou family in Yunming City. This was the information that Ji Yang had detected using the Eye of Insight when Zhou Huayan came to the ancestral hall in the daytime. Zhou Huayan was not at the inner Dipper realm, but an outer Dipper realm martial artist whose realm was even better. The highest realm martial artist in the family was only in the innate realm, and compared to the outer deity realm, there was a difference of 2 major realms. Although he had never seen the power of a martial artist of this realm, even if he tied his entire family and this divine tree of his together, it was estimated that he would not be a match for others. And after a martial artist reaches the middle of the 5th level of royal Qi, there is no longer a distinction between middle and late stages. This didn't mean that it was simpler for martial artists to raise their realm at the 5th level of imperial Qi, but it was more difficult. After reaching the inner Dipper realm, there was a qualitative change in every realm that a martial artist advanced to, especially those in the last 2 realms after the 5th level of imperial Qi. One Zhou Huayan had the Big Dipper realm, not to mention probing out that the Zhou family had 2 other Qi royalty realm martial artists. This kind of strength was definitely not comparable to the tiny Qin family. When Zhou Huayan came to the ancestral hall, Ji Yang's sensitive perception ability did not detect that this person had too much malicious intent. It's sort of a blessing in disguise, but neither the Chen family nor Ji Yang himself could pin their hopes on the goodness of the enemy's heart. If he wanted to protect his family and himself, he still needed to be stronger to do so. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 520. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reversal of Dan Xing, One Leaf Blind's Eye. Soul Condensation. Armor Covering, 1,000 Miles of Red Earth. Feats, Lunar Eclipse. Gathering Een. Battle Technique, Taizu Longfist. Blood, 201, can be converted into life force. Spiritual Power, 70. Extrapolation Points, 55. Can be deduced. State, the trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. People want to be at peace, but their minds are restless. Looking at his vitality today, Ji Yang's heart felt more than a hint of relief. For the past 2 months, after not having to turn on the underfloor heating for the family, he had been able to absorb 3 points of life force every day. In the first few days, his life force had finally reached 500 points. After the life force broke through 500 points, Ji Yang also grew a new cluster of branches and leaves. And this new cluster of branches and leaves was able to allow Ji Yang to absorb an additional 0.4 of life force every night. Compared to the previous growth, it had dropped another notch, but it still made Ji Yang quite happy. A tree is born from the end of a thread, a 9-tiered platform is built on a base. Given enough time, he can rocket up the ladder. In fact, according to the normal rhythm, Ji Yang's life force did not grow so fast. However, after the beginning of spring, Ji Yang was the one who realized that his life force grew a little faster. And this was not the effect of the eclipse technique, but from the underground. The blood fountain, which had been silent in winter, seemed to have played its part in the revival. Although it didn't make Ji Yang's life force increase significantly, it was able to provide Ji Yang with 0.1 or 0.2 more life force per day. I guess that's why my own dead tree was able to sustain itself before. Ji Yang didn't think any more about it and then moved his gaze to the qi and blood column. After he had saved up for months, now Ji Yang's qi and spirit power as well as his deduction points had reached a new level. According to Ji Yang's original intention, he was still prepared to save in a deposit, but now time is running out. The family has appeared a new crisis. He also needs to save for a rainy day. These points into their own or family strength. Looking at the pushable buttons, Ji Yang no longer hesitated. This deduction consumes 10 blood, 5 spiritual energy and 5 deduction points. Do you want to continue? Yes? No? This deduction consumes 20 blood, 10 spirit energy, and 10 deduction points. This deduction requires the consumption of blood 30, spiritual energy. Before the hints in front of him became fully apparent, Ji Yang had already begun to double his deduction. Under Ji Yang's extremely fast speed, the deduction conditions also reached a new multiplier. This deduction requires 100 qi in blood, 50 spiritual energy, and 50 deduction points. Do you wish to continue? Yes? No? Note, this is a 10-fold push, in which you will randomly carry 9 of your own abilities into the push. Note, the higher the deduction multiplier, the easier it is to unlock rare maps. Ji Yang had wanted to double it again, but then a new prompt appeared in front of him. The deduction multiplier has reached its limit and cannot be increased. Ji Yang was a bit surprised in his heart. It seemed that 10 times the deduction was already the limit. Just as well, let him see how different this 10-fold deduction is. After Ji Yang tapped on the confirmation, a different scene once again appeared before his eyes. This time, however, Ji Yang was the one who found a difference in it. Only this time, the scenes that appeared were places that he had not seen before. As the image was fixed, Ji Yang's consciousness also quickly surged into it. Father, where does the family go from here now? In the dream world, after recounting today's events, Chen Xingjin had a disheveled face. He had thought that after the family had stabilized itself in the mass burial mountain, it could develop slowly and slowly, waiting until the time was ripe for the family to expand outwards. But today, Zhou Huayan's arrival had disrupted the original plan in his mind. It made him, the patriarch, lose his confidence for a while. Looking at the bewildered Chen Xingjin, Chen Changming gave a spontaneous smile and said with relief in his mouth, Father is able to understand your feelings. Back then when I became the family patriarch, the clan was already failing and unable to recover. I forcefully decided to stay away from the original site of the family. Although the journey has been difficult, haven't we come over now? At least the clan is still there. And the hope of the clan is still there. Chen Xingjin gave a beat after hearing this. But, Chen Changming shook his head. Fortune is a blessing. Misfortune is a blessing. The arrival of this person may not necessarily be a bad thing for my Chen family. If the family wants to develop, it is inevitable that it will have to leave the mountain of mass burial. It is only a matter of earlier or later. Even if there are a few more innate realm martial artists in the family, what will be the result? What's coming is just another Zhou family. Nowadays, the clan has neither inheritance nor resources, and it's even harder to move up to the innate realm. In that case, what's the harm? Besides, doesn't the family still have the divine tree? With the power of the divine tree, how could it be the inferior totem that this person is talking about? At least I've never seen it. As Chen Changming's figure slowly faded away, Chen Xingjin in the dream world also fell into deep thought. Yes, sooner or later the family has to deal with that. Perhaps he valued the blood rice resources too much. Although blood rice could ensure a constant output of family martial artists, what determined the core strength of the family was still high realm martial artists. Chen Xingyu had already reached the innate realm, but the family didn't seem to have much other resources that could help him anymore, whether it was blood rice or 5-leafed flowers. At most, they were only effective against blood condensation realm martial artists. Even if they lost 50%, the remaining 50% of the blood rice would be enough to support the daily needs of the clan. Not to mention that these good fields were also obtained by the clan after defeating the Lu and Li clans, so there was not much to talk about in terms of loss. The family divine tree was still there. the clan realm was slowly getting stronger. And these were more tangible than 50% of the blood rice, with 50% of the blood rice in exchange for the Zhou family's patronage. Even if it was only verbal, the result didn't seem to be unacceptable. Moreover, the family could use the Zhou family to open up a path from the mass burial mountain to the outside world, connecting with other families and the outside world. Being stuck in a rut will only keep the family trapped in a cage with no future in sight. It was a shame that he usually told the clan to look a little more long-term, but when he looked back, it turned out that he himself was still stuck where he was. The arrival of the Zhou family this time might give the family some constraints, but this was not an opportunity for the family to get out of the mass burial mountain. You were born in a barbaric world. This place is full of crises. In order to turn into a big tree soon, you start to grow hard. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Ji Yang, who hadn't yet had time to observe his surroundings, froze. Savage worlds? You call this an advanced map? Has he been tricked again? As the hints disappeared, Ji Yang also began to observe the surroundings. At the moment he was growing on top of a flat land. The tenfold projection of him no longer began to grow in the state of a sapling, but directly in the state of himself in the shrine, which counted as an advantage of the multiple projections. Although he was without his divine powers and techniques, all of his own abilities were alive and well. Ji Yang recalled the ability he had comprehended at the end of his previous deduction. They are, root reinforcement, high temperature resistance, toughness, low temperature resistance, free growth, sensitive perception. The ability is not much, only 6, but the effect of several of them is extremely good. Think enough to let him have some defense power in this place, not like the last time, by the Yu's beasts gnawing. However, when Ji Yang took a look at his surroundings, the mood that he had just enjoyed disappeared, only to see a giant tree growing dozens of meters away from him. This giant tree is about 10 feet wide, the height of a glance cannot be seen at the end, straight into the sky, and like this huge tree, there are actually many more around. Zooming in, he was not growing in the middle of a flat land, he was clearly growing in the middle of these huge trees, counting on survival in the cracks. But why do these trees grow so tall? Ji Yang was slightly shocked in his heart. How long would he have to grow to such a degree, before time began to accelerate? A new prompt quickly appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The barbaric wilderness is rich in spiritual qi, and you quickly developed spiritual intelligence and began to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He thought that he had triggered a new plot, but what Ji Yang didn't expect was that this time, he had directly skipped it and didn't give him a chance to choose. Could this be the special thing about tenfold extrapolation? But soon, Ji Yang felt a different feeling coming from his body. Under the nourishment of this heaven and earth aura as well as the acceleration of time, his trunk began to grow rapidly. In just a few moments, Ji Yang had already grown to a height of over 100 feet, already far exceeding the several previous projections. But this height was not outstanding in this savage world. But as he grew himself, Ji Yang's vision looked farther. He saw a hissing roar coming from his mouth in the distance, with a body of about 10 feet and wings on his back, like a giant tiger-like ferocious beast. He saw the mountainous giant ape whose body was like a lofty mountain, shaking the ground with its hands. He saw the dragon's tail that was covered in golden scales and looming in the clouds above. He also saw a colorful phoenix perched on a sycamore tree. What he saw in his eyes made Ji Yang's heart give a start. It seemed that he had misunderstood. This savage world was, indeed, an advanced map. Would it just be a little too advanced? He's just a tree. Is it really appropriate to grow here? But when he thought of the many divine beasts he had just seen, a different thought arose in Ji Yang's heart. In the world of deduction, the richer the plot, the more things one obtains after deduction. Not to mention these divine beasts that seem to be unusual. If we can make contact with it and generate new storylines, we may have a good harvest this time. But what should he do to attract these divine beasts over? And you need to keep yourself safe to do so. Ji Yang looked around and began to silently pick out the targets he wanted to attract. That ferocious beast similar to a giant tiger was no good at first glance. Attracting it over would probably be the end of himself. This mountain giant ape looks as if it is not too smart. Which good guy likes to hammer around? Not very reliable. The real dragon in the clouds above his head was nice. And the claws, it seemed, were still 5-clawed. However, when Ji Yang saw with his own eyes that the true dragon hidden in the clouds casually struck and then swallowed a passing giant bird alive, he shook his head in his heart once again. It was too vicious, and he was afraid that this small tree trunk would not be able to carry it. Finally, Ji Yang turned his gaze to the 5-colored phoenix perched on a huge sycamore tree not far away. At the moment, this 5-colored phoenix was grooming its feathers and looked extremely gentle as well. That's it. Ji Yang instantly had a plan in his mind. And most crucially, this colored phoenix liked to live in trees, which was perfect for him. He could completely utilize the root reinforcement. Coupled with his own fast enough growth rate, to suck all the nutrients out of that sycamore tree. Not only that, but he could also use free growth to grow his trunk into something suitable for this colorful phoenix to live in, paired with a living room and a balcony. He couldn't believe this colorful phoenix wouldn't be moved. It doesn't matter if it's a sycamore tree or not. If he couldn't, he would eradicate all the other trees around him, leaving this colored phoenix with no choice. The moment the idea rose in his mind, Ji Yang had already implemented the action, extending his original normally expanding roots towards the sycamore tree under which the colorful phoenix was located. The acceleration of time and the rich aura of this place made Ji Yang's growth speed up. Originally, he was only surviving in the center of a few giant trees sandwiched between them, but a few moments later, Ji Yang had become the thickest tree around, and Ji Yang's purpose was about to be achieved. At this time his roots had already extended below that sycamore tree, gradually siphoning off the nutrients that belonged to it. Without the assistance of the underground roots, even if this barbaric world was full of aura, this sycamore tree would not be able to survive. The colorful phoenix perched under the sycamore tree also seems to have discovered the changes in its own residence. The sycamore tree withered more and more, which makes the colorful phoenix has a little anxious, but it does not know why. Can only scan the surrounding area, seems to be looking for a new residence. Soon, this colorful phoenix noticed Ji Yang not far away. The point is that the trunk, it's just so unique. The size, as if it was made for it. This made the colorful phoenix have more than a hint of heart in its eyes, but there was still a hint of hesitation in its eyes, as if it hadn't made up its mind completely. But the corner of Ji Yang's mouth, who had sensed Kai Feng's heartbeat, had already let out a give laugh. Seeing that the sycamore tree was about to die, the colorful phoenix also made a move. At this time, I do not know where to fly a wooden spear, straight into the sycamore tree, although not inserted in the colorful phoenix, but the already withered sycamore tree from which shot through. The frightened colored phoenix didn't care about picking a new address and immediately lifted its wings and flew away from this place. Looking at the departing Kai Feng, Ji Yang's heart froze, but he was just a tree. He could only look at the Kai Feng whose figure gradually disappeared from afar, unable to retain it. Damn it, who the hell is it? Watching the plan that was already half successful being destroyed, Ji Yang was quite annoyed in his heart. Before he could look around, a new subtitle appeared in front of him. A group of hairy people noticed your specialness and decided to perch under a tree. You decide? Acceptance, remove it, ignore it. Momin? Surprised in his heart, Ji Yang immediately moved his gaze down and saw the description in the subtitles. This was a huge human who was several feet tall with thick hair all over his body, but he was not quite the same as ordinary people, and he seemed to have retained some ancient features on his body. It was only at this time that Ji Yang realized that the other behemoths around him seemed to have all disappeared with the arrival of this group of Maoists. Right now, there was no longer a colorful phoenix, so after Ji Yang pondered for a moment, he decisively chose to take the initiative to accept it. After the selection was completed, the tree branch above Ji Yang changed once again, gradually transforming from its original strange shape into a giant tree with lush branches and leaves, huge shade trees that sheltered the surrounding area from the wind and rain. The change in Ji Yang had caused many of the Mayamans who were in the shade of the trees to have surprise on their faces, and even waved their hands in celebration. A new group of Maoists, centered on Ji Yang, gradually began to develop. Not long after, new subtitles appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. The Mamen have decided to sacrifice to you, but don't know what to sacrifice. Your choice? The blood of the beasts, the breath of incense, the spirit of heaven and earth. Looking at this newly appeared subtitle, Ji Yang fell into a deep thought, and in his mind, he could not help but recall what Zhou Huayan had said in the ancestral hall yesterday. Lower totems eat blood, medium totems eat air, and upper totems eat spirit. This is the division of totems in this world. But I just didn't expect that the three choices that appeared to him right now would be the same. According to the family offerings, Ji Yang eats blood and should be an inferior totem. But Ji Yang doesn't feel that way, because in addition to eating blood, he can also absorb the moonlight. In a way, the moonflower, likewise, belongs to the spirit of heaven and earth. If he chose the spirit of heaven and earth at this moment, then after the deduction was over, it was highly likely that he would acquire a new one. The technique used to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth. This helps his native life force and allows him to grow faster. However, after thinking about it for a while, Ji Yang chose the center of the aroma of incense. There was no other reason. Whether it was the blood of ferocious beasts or the spirits of the heavens and earth, the outside body had dabbled in all of them. Even the spirit of heaven and earth, he could obtain it through other worlds in the deduction. But the only thing that he hadn't run into before was this incense breath, and he didn't know what it did, so it was necessary to try it out. After Ji Yang's choice, the Ma folk below seemed to have a slight realization and began to pay homage towards Ji Yang. While in the unseen vision of these Maoists, Ji Yang saw several wisps of faint gas like smoke. overflowing from the bodies of these worshipping Maoists and converging towards himself. It seems that this tiny wisp of white smoke is the so-called aroma of incense. After absorbing the wisp of incense and fire chi produced by the Mao people's worship, Ji Yang felt from it the thoughts that surfaced in the heart of the owner of this wisp of incense and fire chi. In the thoughts were the wishes of that Maoman who sincerely prayed that the pack would fare better. After a trace of incense and fire chi was injected into Ji Yang's trunk, there was no obvious change in Ji Yang, but after absorbing several strands, dozens of strands of incense chi, Ji Yang felt a great change in his own torso. His trunk seemed to be harder. A faint sheen had risen on his otherwise brown bark, and he was able to communicate his thoughts to each of the Maomen. This change caused Ji Yang to be slightly startled in his heart. The effect of this incense breath seemed to be even stronger than he had imagined. The most crucial thing is that these incense and fire chi can be produced continuously, and there is even no need to consume other things such as resources of ferocious beasts, as long as each of the hairy people prays sincerely every day, which can be said to be an unceasing source. The acceleration of time and the increase in the number of Maomans allowed Ji Yang to absorb more and more of the incense chi with each passing day. Gradually, a faint golden color emerged on top of Ji Yang's trunk, which was the result of the collection of incense and fire chi that he absorbed daily. The increase in the aroma chi made him feel like he had several extra divine abilities in himself. Even when the Maoists encountered ferocious beasts that could not be solved, he could also display his own magical powers to help them. As the number of praying Maomans grew, Ji Yang could absorb countless strands of incense chi every day. Only these aroma breaths were now colorful, instead of the initial simple white color. Ji Yang saw it, but ignored it because the more incense chi he absorbed, he felt himself getting stronger and stronger. This kind of power was not only in terms of strength, but also occurred in Ji Yang's physical size. Initially, he was only 100 feet tall, but later, he went all the way up. The height of the trunk gradually broke through 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, and even continued to grow without stopping. From afar, it looked like a huge golden pillar poking through the sky. As the tree trunk increased in height, Ji Yang's vision looked farther away. But even with this height, Ji Yang still couldn't see the end of this barbaric world. But Ji Yang wasn't worried in the slightest. The person he was today wasn't the same person he was a few seconds ago. He's fast. He's growing fast. The many ferocious beasts that he had seen in the beginning were now no more than ant-sized in his eyes. He didn't even need to make a move. Just a thought, and the furry folk below would help him out. With Ji Yang's current growth rate, he thought that there would not be any other accidents, and it would not be long before he could see the true meaning of this world. This caused a trace of excitement to surface even in Ji Yang's calm heart. This time it was the most successful one he had ever deduced. And with Ji Yang as the center, the Mao folks perched in the shade of the trees had expanded to a large enough territory to become a hegemon in this barbaric world. Their own aura is also to make these hairy people gradually enlightenment. They learn to think, have more ideas. The original single weapon also gradually began to improve, and the daily absorption of incense and fire chi by Ji Yang had gathered into a colorful river, dyeing Ji Yang's trunk into a dazzling gold color. Even if Ji Yang didn't actively send out thoughts for the Maoists to pray, he could absorb the incense produced by their prayers no matter where these Maoists were. With this much incense and fire chi, Ji Yang was on the verge of touching the end of this savage world, even just a few feet short of it. Seeing that Ji Yang would be able to peek into the mysteries of this world and understand the true meaning of the world, a new line of subtitles steeply appeared in front of Ji Yang's eyes. You've absorbed too much of the aroma. You're dead. In Ji Yang's shocked eyes, his tree trunk gradually transformed from a dazzling golden color to black, with an aura of decay emanating from it. The original proud, incomparably sturdy tree trunk also collapsed at this moment. Ji Yang tried hard to push the underground roots that stretched for miles and miles, trying to save the end that was on the verge of shattering, but it was all just in vain. His originally strong and sturdy underground roots had already rotted at some point. The building was about to fall, and the many hairy folk perched under the trees looked horrified and moved away. Ji Yang still wanted to struggle a bit and tried to stop it with his incense chi, but when he used it, he realized that these incense chi had lost control and no longer obeyed his command. And Ji Yang sensed the thoughts in the hearts of countless Maoists and that many aromas of incense. Why am I not as strong as he is? It's not fair. Oh God tree, please make me stronger. Why should he share more than me? It's not fair. Oh God tree, please let me have more food. Why is he the leader of the pack? It's not fair. Oh God tree, please open your eyes and see. What was originally a pure prayer has at some point become intermingled with the many distractions of the Mao Mao people. And the sacred tree that was supposed to carry their good wishes has now become a grievance in the hearts of many Maoists when they pray. The incense is poisonous. When the huge branch collapsed and the world in front of him shattered, this was the last thought in Ji Yang's mind. In the shrine, Ji Yang finally got rid of the vision he just had and came back to reality. The impact of the savage world still made him feel a slight drop in his heart. if he from that world was moved over. Even if the Chen clan only had a few people, it would be the most powerful clan in this world, right? But then Ji Yang laughed lightly in his heart. How can a moment of pleasure be worth the long years? Not as much as a moment's peace? Although he was weak nowadays, he might not be unable to grow to that point. End of pushback. You have comprehended a new technique in this deduction, incense and fire golden body. You have comprehended a new technique in this deduction, spirit eating. You have realized a new aptitude in this deduction, enlightenment. You have realized a new ability in this deduction, facetious. You have realized a new ability in this deduction, boundary breaking. Incense and fire golden body, sucking in the breath of incense and fire, casting the supreme golden body. Spirit eating, sucking in the free spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into one's own spiritual energy. Enlightenment, you can spend a certain amount of life force and spirit energy to open up a creature's spirit and accelerate its growth. Note, unenlightened creatures only. Faceted, you're stronger in every way. Boundary breaking, you are no longer bound to growth heights. The harvest of the deduction made Ji Yang gently sway the acacia leaves on the branches of the tree, and the results of this deduction seemed to be quite good. However, when Ji Yang saw the incense and fire golden body technique, his heart stuttered. However, Ji Yang still took a closer look at this technique. After cultivating this incense and fire golden body, he would be able to draw on the incense and fire chi produced by his clan's prayers to cast his acacia golden body. Just like in the barbarian world, the more the clan grows, the stronger he becomes, and there is nothing consuming for the clan, just one daily prayer. Coupled with the clan's ferocious beast sacrifices and his own ability to absorb lunar eclipses, it could be described as a three-pronged approach, and his growth was bound to soar. Moreover, this incense and fire golden body was very strong. As long as he absorbed enough incense and fire, he could also give birth to many marvelous divine abilities. To say that he wasn't moved was naturally a lie. But after the heartbeat, Ji Yang did not act. He hadn't forgotten that in the barbarian world, he had ended up hanging up because he had absorbed too much incense and fire chi. Or else he wouldn't have collapsed with the power he had at that time. And the last scene of the scene made him feel fearful in his heart. The aroma of incense is good, but there are too many distractions in it. This is true even of the unenlightened Mayan people of the savage worlds, not to mention everyone else. The point was that once he had practiced, he couldn't refuse, but he can't guarantee the purity of the aroma either, and that would inevitably lead to a repeat of the same mistake. On the other hand, the aroma of incense may have been inherently impure. After all, even the most sincere prayers, that represents a thought in the mind of the praying person, regardless of black and white. Ji Yang shook his head and turned his gaze to the second feat. Spirit eating. Looking at the introduction was extremely simple, but what made Ji Yang curious was that this spirit eating technique didn't seem to be drawing in life force, but rather spiritual force. If it's really psychic power, it's not bad. The deduction would also consume spiritual energy, although it could be obtained from the ferocious beasts sacrificed by the family on weekdays. It was not much, which resulted in the spiritual energy being almost equal to the number of deduction points. If the sacrifice was a spiritual object such as a totem, there would be quite a bit of spiritual power, but spiritual objects were too rare and the family could not provide them nowadays. If he was able to draw from the heavens and earth, then he would not need to worry about the spiritual energy needed for his deduction afterwards. Ji Yang didn't hesitate and directly chose to run his gongfu, then turned his gaze to the only divine ability he had gained from this deduction. Enlightenment. This divine ability seemed to have a mediocre effect, just opening up the spirit, accelerating growth, and even consuming one's spiritual energy, which could be considered a first. Could it be that he could still organize an army of ferocious beasts for his family? And Ji Yang didn't know how effective it was, and likewise didn't know where its upper limit was. We'll just have to wait and try it out afterward. As for the last two new abilities, they're all additions, but after getting that facet, he did feel himself in better shape, and everything from the acacia leaves on up to the roots on down was enhanced. Maybe one day he'll actually be able to use his roots as feet and get up out of the ground. After summarizing this harvest, Ji Yang shook his head slightly again. So it seemed that the biggest gain from this deduction was instead that fragrant golden body. However, the aroma of incense and fire contained an endless crisis, which made it difficult for Ji Yang to choose between them for a while. It would be nice to have a compromise. The night was silent. Ji Yang looked at the vast starry sky above his head and fell into deep thought. In the family, many clansmen had heavy faces. In the past few days, all the clansmen in the clan had known that the clan would be under the territory of the Zhou family in Yunming City, and that they would need to hand over 50% of their blood rice. Although the clansmen already knew that this Zhou family was powerful and far from being an enemy of today's clans, many of the clansmen who had always been free and easy in the massive burial mountain still found it difficult to accept in their hearts for a while. In the family martial arts arena, many teenagers also knew that the family's situation today was not very good. and worked hard to learn the family's battle techniques, wanting to rely on their own efforts to liberate the family. Ching-ha, what do you think the family should do nowadays? Is it really going to belong to that Zhou family? The always stagnant Chen Qingmang abruptly stopped the Tai Zu long fist in his hands and opened his mouth to ask Chen Chenghe who was at the side. His brow was troubled, and his face was filled with sorrow, so that it was evident that the matter did indeed linger in his mind. Seeing this, Chen Qinghe also stopped punching and kicking in his hands, while his hands were negatively backed, his gaze looking into the distance, the slightly childish look on his face carrying a slightly inscrutable meaning, and said in a slightly heavy tone, "That Zhou Huayan is at least a Qi royalty realm martial artist, and the Zhou family's strength is even more unfathomable, so with the family's strength today, it's impossible to fight against it. If the clan wants to get rid of, and stand on its own feet, the clan needs at least one Qi realm martial artist, or more, to be able to do so. Qing Meng, you have to work hard." Chen Qinghe's words caused quite a few teenagers in the martial arts arena to stop their hands and listen carefully while showing a look of determination. Chen Qingmeng, on the other hand, looked at the Chen Qinghe in front of him with unfamiliar eyes, and his brows became even more sorrowful by one point. Compared to the future of the family, he was now more worried about Chen Qinghe's state. However, before he could finish thinking, he saw Chen Qinghe break in the next second, spreading his hands and saying in a helpless tone, "That's what my grandfather said last night." Looking at the Chen Qinghe who had returned to normal, Chen Qingmeng felt relieved in his heart, and the frustration he had just felt disappeared, and perseverance returned to his face. As long as he became strong enough to be like, no, surpass, the Qingyu clan brother, he would surely be able to make the clan better. In the distance, Chen Xingjin nodded his head slightly, the worry he had felt a few days ago missing from his face. The status quo of the clan, as bad as it may seem, is not entirely bad for the development of the clan. At least the clansmen cultivated a little harder in this pressing environment. There are certain times when external oppression is more likely to galvanize the fighting spirit in the hearts of the clan. And Chen Xingjin finally understood what his father had said that night. What goes around comes around. These few days of thinking had also given him a preliminary plan in his mind. A plan about the direction of the family's development afterward. But before that, the family still had to prepare the blood rice for the offering. In a few days it will be time for the blood rice harvest. Blood rice grew well this spring and produced better than last winter. It was expected that for every acre of good land, approximately 600 pounds of blood rice could eventually be produced. The family had planted 10 acres of good fields and expected to produce 6,000 pounds of blood rice, half of which was supplied, leaving the family with 3,000 pounds of blood rice. This was more output than the family's 4 acres of good land in the past, and it was also enough for the needs of the clan's martial artists. Due to the Zhou family's factor, the blood rice harvest could not be delayed, and the ripe blood rice would most likely attract some ferocious beasts. For this reason, he had already sent most of the blood condensation realm martial artists in his clan over. After pondering for a while, Chen Xingjin turned around and headed towards the family shrine. The gate of the shrine was not closed. The atmosphere of the family was heavy these days. Many of the clansmen had come to pray to the divine tree. He was no exception and had come the most often. Upon entering the shrine, Chen Xingjin routinely prayed and then turned his gaze to the now divine tree. In a few days' time, the divine tree had not changed much and was still the same as before. But just as Chen Xingjin retracted his gaze, he suddenly saw an unusual acacia leaf in the luxuriant branches and leaves. There seemed to be more than a hint of light gold color in the leaf that was supposed to be half black and half green. Chen Xingjin thought it was his own illusion, and couldn't help but open his eyes wide and look at it carefully again. Confirmed. No mistake. Despite the dull golden light, it was indeed different from other acacia leaves. Chen Xingjin wasn't sure if this change was normal, and he was ready to ask the divine tree for some advice. But before he could say anything, a passage of never-before-seen thoughts came steeply into his mind. Daily worship is sufficient. It's the guidance of the divine tree. After sensing what was conveyed in this thought, Chen Xingjin's face was pleased. The family had declined so far, and the clan had lost the means to communicate with the divine tree, which led to him, the patriarch, not even being able to receive the divine tree's guidance in the first place, not knowing what the divine tree's state was today. But now, that problem doesn't exist. The divine tree was able to communicate with him, which also meant that the divine tree was getting in better and better shape, which naturally made him very happy. With the guidance of the divine tree, the family would definitely get better and better, which also gave him a little more confidence in his plans afterward. Chen Xingjin, who had received guidance, respectfully bowed, then turned around and left the ancestral hall. With Chen Xingjin's departure, silence once again returned to the ancestral hall. But in the midst of this silence, there were several wisps of gas like white mist drifting towards the shrine from the family. This was clearly the incense breath that Ji Yang had absorbed in the savage world. After every strand of incense and fire chi floated to the shrine, it all converged towards Ji Yang. However, the power of these incenses did not converge on top of Ji Yang's trunk, but were all absorbed by an acacia leaf on the branch. The acacia leaf that had absorbed the aroma of the incense had a hint of light gold color on it. It's a lot less divine, but it seems to be fine. In the shrine, Ji Yang looked at his own acacia leaves that had undergone a strange transformation and muttered in his heart. In the past few days, he had been thinking left and right, and finally found a compromise. That is to use one of your own acacia leaves, instead of your own trunk, to absorb the aroma of the incense. And after several experiments by Ji Yang, the experiment finally lived up to its expectations and succeeded. In this way, even if the incense was poisonous, he could get rid of that acacia leaf without worrying about damaging himself. Accordingly, Ji Yang was unable to obtain the power of incense and fire to enable himself to achieve the same rapid growth as he did in the barbarian world, as he did not use this technique to shape his golden body. Along with most of the divine abilities of the power of incense and fire afterward, he was unable to use them, and could only make simple use of the power of incense and fire, such as conveying a hint of his own thoughts and understanding the prayers in the hearts of his clansmen, and other small tricks. But that's much better than wasting this feat. And as the power of the incense gathered and settled, Ji Yang was likewise able to utilize that acacia leaf to exert monumental power. However, the prerequisite was that the power of the incense and fire absorbed should be sufficient. In the savage world, there were countless hairy people who inhabited his shade, and he could spend as much as he wanted. But in the mountain of mass burial, he can only rely on the prayers of the few clansmen in his clan. It's slower, but it's better than nothing. Given enough time, this acacia leaf could also give him a nice surprise. In these few days, apart from this fragrant acacia leaf, Ji Yang also studied another technique, eating spirit, which has the same effect as its description. This technique did not increase his life force, but it could increase his spiritual force. It seemed that the difference between the two worlds was too great, and his daily operation of this technique could only increase his spiritual power by 0.5, which meant that it would take 2 days to have a little spiritual power. But for this Ji Yang was already satisfied. At least there was one more way to increase his spiritual power. In addition, it was the avatar enlightenment. Because he was busy with the incense, Ji Yang had not used it for the time being, and now it was time to experiment with the potential of this avatar. Ji Yang's consciousness wandered away from the clan and soon found a clan member who was patrolling, ready to try the effect. But after using the avatar, the result was obtained. The creature already has a spirit and cannot be initiated. This result was also expected by Ji Yang, and it seemed that he could still only seek out ferocious beasts with undeveloped spiritual wisdom. Ji Yang's consciousness wandered and quickly arrived at the place where the family kept their domestic beasts. After his life force surpassed 500 points, the underground of the family was all spread by the roots he grew. The family's long-term domesticated beasts include the spirit-tailed chicken and the urchin beast, of which the spirit-tailed chicken is much easier to raise. And even if it is an adult spirit-tailed chicken, it is at most only half a person tall, and its attacking power is not that strong either. And like the urchin beast, even if it was only at the body-hardening realm, it was still quite ferocious, but it was one of the few ferocious beasts that could be domesticated in the disorderly burial mountain. Ji Yang's gaze moved between these two dens before he targeted the one that housed the spirit-tailed chickens. The last two spirit-tailed chickens that the family had raised at the beginning had long since become Ji Yang's offerings, and these few spirit-tailed chickens in the shack today were obtained after paying homage to the Liu family. But because of the sacrifice, there are only 2 spirit-tailed chickens left in the rather large nest at the moment, one male and one female. Obviously the clan still holds sustainability in mind. Ji Yang set his eyes on the male spirit-tailed chicken that had brightly colored feathers and was currently standing on top of a wooden stick taking a nap, and cast the enlightenment avatar. After casting the divine ability this time, no prompts came before his eyes, and Ji Yang also felt the flow of life force as well as the attenuation of spiritual power on the panel. With the avatar having been cast, Ji Yang calculated that he had lost roughly 2 points of life force and 1 point of spiritual energy. This consumption wasn't quite a lot. Knowing that even rescuing a severely injured blood condensation realm martial artist would use less than 2 points of life force, not to mention losing a bit of spiritual energy. However, Ji Yang didn't care too much about it, and after casting the divine ability, Ji Yang stared closely at this spirit-tailed chicken, wanting to see how it was different. Under Ji Yang's observation, this spirit-tailed chicken was still in the middle of a nap, and its drooping eyelids hadn't opened. Everything was unchanged. But who let Ji Yang be a tree? The long night is long. He has plenty of time. Consciousness is strong in him, even he is able to be one mind at a time. Jian looks on, and spirit-tailed chicken sleeps. Jian looked again. The spirit-tailed chicken was sleeping. Jian was still watching, and the spirit-tailed chicken was still sleeping. It went on like this for several hours. And even Ji Yang's calm mood couldn't help but cause a ripple at this moment. Could it be that one's divine ability had little effect, but at least give some reaction? Or is it that the immediacy of one's divine ability is not strong? Just as Ji Yang was preparing to look at it again tomorrow, the originally sleeping spirit-tailed chicken suddenly woke up, which made Ji Yang's heart rejoice. There is an effect? Ji Yang's eyes burned as he observed the movements of this spirit-tailed chicken. The awakened spirit-tailed chicken seemed to appear a bit hyperactive, constantly looking around from side to side, and even the colorful red crown on top of its head was also swinging from side to side. Soon enough, this spirit-tailed chicken searched for its target and turned somewhat excitedly towards another spirit-tailed chicken that was still sleeping on the side. Don't look! Go away! Ji Yang took a deep breath in his heart, and his consciousness then left this place. A few days after that, Ji Yang also observed the performance of that spirit-tailed chicken, but other than its body shape being a bit richer and fatter, he didn't find much of a difference in other aspects. This made Ji Yang slightly worried. Could it be that this divine ability really wasn't much use? In the good fields, ripe rice ears fluttered in the wind, and in each of them, there was full of blood rice. This crop of blood rice yielded a few more points than Chen Xingjian had expected earlier. The faces of the many clansmen who were harvesting the blood rice at the moment were also filled with the joy of a good harvest. This counts as the best harvest the family has had in years. However, thinking that in 2 days, half of this blood rice would be turned in, many of the clansmen's moods became unattractive again. Chen Xingjian stood beside the good fields and nodded slightly to the many family slaves, including Chen Yihu, who were on the side. Good planting. In a couple of days you can all go to the clan to receive 5 pounds of blood rice. Because of the time, the harvesting of the blood rice had been contracted by the clan's martial artists, like Chen Yihu who didn't even have the body tempering realm. It was hard to speed up, but instead, it was easy to slow down the harvesting pace. Thank you, matriarch. Thank you, matriarch. Upon hearing the family's reward, many of the family slaves showed delight and thanked them. Like they're ordinary people, eating 3 or 2 a day will already feel the blood chi in the body surging, full of energy. 5 pounds of blood rice was completely enough for their needs in January, and they could even share it with the rest of the family to try. Chen Yihu was also overjoyed at the moment. What he rejoiced in was not getting these 5 pounds of blood rice, but the merit that this crop of blood rice would bring to him after the harvest, coupled with the fact that he had delayed some time for the family last time. He thought that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to become a family martial artist. Just as Chen Yihu was caught up in his thoughts, the sound of Chen Xingjian's words suddenly came to his ears. Chen Yihu, Chen Xianxian snake. For the merit of planting blood rice, the family may make an exception and pass on the method of body hardening to the two of you. As to whether or not it will succeed, it all depends on the two of you. Hearing this, Chen Yihu, who was still in deep thought, had a trace of consternation on his face, but what came immediately after was great joy. That's what he was waiting for. Even if he was not young now, already in his 20s, and not the best time to harden his body, if he didn't give it a try, then what difference was there between him and a salted fish? Moreover, once he became a martial artist, it would be qualitatively different from ordinary people, and perhaps he would be able to go 100 feet further then. But what gave Chen Xian Snake the right to have this opportunity as well? No matter which aspect, he was more outstanding than Chen Xian Snake alright. Looking at the equally elated Chen Xian Snake on the side, Chen Yihu had some doubts in his heart, but was not foolish enough to refute the patriarch's words. But when he turned his head, he was greeted by the gaze cast by Chen Xingjian. Chen Yihu, for outstanding merit in planting blood rice, the family allows you to quench your body with the blood and flesh of ferocious beasts. Chen Yihu, who originally had quite a few words in his heart, brightened up in his eyes when he heard this and hurriedly thanked him. Fierce beasts' blood and flesh quenched the body. That effect was better than blood rice. The greater the hope of becoming a martial artist, it was the family's trust in him and the patriarch's regard for him. Chen Xingjian, who had finished his reward, looked at the delighted house slaves, and a small smile appeared on his face. If it was before, he might not have been so generous. After all, today's house slaves also had almost 40 people. And with 5 pounds of blood rice per person, there were also about 200 pounds, close to half of the output of an acre of good land. But today he is looking beyond that. It's just some blood rice. It's perfect for buying people's hearts. Perhaps outstanding characters will emerge from these house slaves. As for the clamor, Chen Xingjian even more do not care. These family slaves are not young, not even a martial artist. If you can really come out 1 or 2 people with strength, it would be a surprise instead. Allowing Chen Xian Snake as well as Chen Yihu to become martial artists was only a small matter to the family today. After becoming a martial artist, you will also be able to do more things for the family. Chen Yihu, on the contrary, can focus on training. There's a difference between a foot and a foot. This person can speak well. Last time Zhou Huayan's arrival, this person also dealt with it extremely appropriately. Nowadays, the family is missing such a character. As for the rest of the clan, they are somewhat weak in this area instead. This is good and bad. A family can't have just one kind of person. That would put the family in a quandary. Looking at the busy clansmen in the good fields, Chen Xingjin did not continue to pay attention. 2 days later, it was the time he had agreed with Zhou Huayan, and he still needed to prepare for it. However, right after Chen Xingjin returned to the clan, a member of the clan came to report suddenly, "Matriarch, the clan's spirit-tailed chicken is missing." Looking at the clan member in front of him who was scratching his head with a face of confusion, Chen Xingjin also froze for a moment, but still opened his mouth and said, "You give the details of what happened." "Matriarch, it's like this. I went to feed early this morning, but when I arrived at the chicken shed, I only saw one spirit-tailed chicken in the shed, and the other, it seems to have disappeared. Those 2 spirit-tailed chickens that you, the matriarch, purposely left behind to use for breeding." After talking about the process, the clan member was a bit frustrated, feeling a pang of self-loathing for losing the spirit-tailed chicken. When this matter was told, I'm afraid that the other clansmen would laugh at him for not even being able to watch a spirit-tailed chicken. Seeing this, Chen Xingjin smiled and comforted. "No harm done. It's just a spirit-tailed chicken that was lost. It doesn't matter much. Just wait for a few days and I'll have my clan members go to the mountain of mass burial to catch another one." Comforting this clansman, Chen Xingjin walked towards the ancestral hall, preparing to pay homage to the divine tree. Such trivial matters were not on his mind. What? Lost the chicken? Ji Yang in the shrine was not surprised, but when he realized to check it, he found that it was his chicken that was lost, which made Ji Yang a little surprised. In the previous few days, he had also checked the reaction of that spirit-tailed chicken after having cast the divine ability every day, but in these few days, he hadn't paid much attention to it. But I didn't expect that in this short period of time, this spirit-tailed chicken would be lost. No, he had to get it back. It wasn't an ordinary spirit-tailed chicken. It was a chicken that had cost him 2 points of his life force and 1 point of his spirit force. Ha! Chen Xingjin, who had walked into the ancestral hall, let out a shocked question under his breath, and his face had a slightly bemused look on it. After confirming the thoughts conveyed in his mind, Chen Xingjin was then convinced that this was indeed the divine tree's will. Something that could make the divine tree pay attention must be somewhat unusual, although he didn't know what was unusual about it. But since the divine tree had said so, then he had to give it his all. But now that most of the clan was harvesting blood rice, there didn't seem to be any suitable hands to search for the lost spirit-tailed chicken. But Chen Xingjin quickly thought of a suitable candidate. In the room, Chen Xingyu was continuously swinging her fists, which were the moves of the Taizu long fist. However, between each swing, there was no blood bursting out. After reaching the innate realm, he had been able to perfectly control his own chi and blood, and was able to skill his battle techniques without emitting his chi and blood. Since his last battle with that green wolf, his Tai ancestor Long Fist had comprehended more thoroughly and had already reached the stage of great accomplishment, which was due to his talent. But more than that, it was still from the comprehension conveyed by the divine tree in his mind. Just as Chun Xingyu was practicing her battle techniques, it was the sudden sound of a clan member's words that came from outside the door. "Clan brother Xingyu, are you there?" Chen Xingyu pushed open the door to her room, and then she saw the clansmen who were gasping for air and running quickly. "Kyo Su, is there something wrong?" Chen Xingyu inquired suspiciously. "It's the patriarch. The patriarch told me to tell you." Before Chen Xingxiu finished his words, Chen Xingyu's eyes lit up, and his whole body's aura even shook, directly shocking Chen Xingxiu's remaining words back into his stomach. "Okay, I know. I'll fight with all my might," Chen Xingyu said in a firm and determined tone. These days, he was already worried about the future of the family, and that day, if the patriarch had not stopped him, he would have definitely wanted to fight with that Zhou Huayan before saying anything. It was now the day of the blood rice harvest, and before the Zhou family came, the patriarch had the clan members come over to convey the news. So they must be preparing to make a move against the Zhou family. Then he will go all out, never back down. Looking at the imposing Chen Xingyu in front of her, Chen Xingxiu had a hesitant face. Seeing Chen Xingyu cast a puzzled gaze, Chen Xingxiu gritted her teeth and quickly said, "The patriarch sent me to inform you that the family has lost a spirit-tailed chicken and asked you to look for it." Chen Xingyu, who had just been ready to swear to fight to the death, froze for a moment after hearing this, and after learning that the patriarch had asked him to find a lost spirit-tailed chicken, Chen Xingyu's face darkened. He, Chen Xingyu, a martial artist of the innate realm, was considered the family's #1 expert and the hope of the younger generation anyhow. Now he's actually asked him to find a spirit-tailed chicken. The patriarch said it was the will of the divine tree. Seeing this, Chen Xingxiu hurriedly said, and after hearing that it was the divine tree's decree, Chen Xingyu's face quickly returned to normal, and although she was still a bit puzzled, she just nodded her head and replied, "I know." Chen Xingyu, who had learned what had happened, followed the traces of the chicken coop and tracked her way, soon leaving the family. Although she knew that the two spirit-tailed chickens were used by the family for breeding, Chen Xingyu was still very confused. Why would the god tree be specifically concerned about this? But the god tree seldom gave orders, and it was necessary for him to get this done. Chen Xingyu put away the doubts in her heart and looked towards the traces left on the ground in front of her. Although the traces were slight, an innate realm martial artist had a keen sense of perception and was able to detect the minuscule traces. If you are able to achieve great success in the innate realm, you will be able to briefly enter an innate state. In this state, all 5 senses of the martial artist would be exponentially enhanced, enabling the martial artist to have a greater advantage in the midst of battle. After finding the traces left behind by the spirit-tailed chicken's escape, Chen Xingyu tracked his way over and soon arrived outside of the mass burial mountain. And by this point, the traces left by the spirit-tailed chicken along the way had disappeared. This caused Chen Xingyu to frown slightly. Could it be that he had run into the mountain of mass graves? But the massive burial mountain is so big. How can he retrieve the lost spirit-tailed chicken of the family? And was the one he found the one the family had lost? Chen Xingyu pondered for a little while and finally chose to enter the mountain. However, after walking for some distance, Chen Xingyu was suddenly stopped in her tracks, and there was a lot more doubt in her eyes. It was only because after entering the mountain, he instead did not find any traces left behind by the spirit-tailed chicken. There were quite a few traces of other beasts, but the spirit-tailed chicken was the only one that seemed to have completely disappeared. It is important to know that although the spirit-tailed chicken has 2 wings, those wings are rarely used for flying, and they spend most of their time using their feet to catch up with the road, and the distance he had just traveled had far exceeded the flight distance of the spirit-tailed chicken. It was impossible for there to be not a single trace present around him. Looking at the vast mountains, Chen Xingyu fell into thought. Outside the mountain of mass graves, within a field full of grain and rice, a spirit-tailed chicken hid inside at some point and began to feast. This spirit-tailed chicken had a glowing red crown on top of its head, and although the rice was still protected by the ears, its sharp beak was able to quickly strip the rice out of the ears. And every time he ate for a while, this spirit-tailed chicken would stop and stick his head aside, seemingly listening to the movements around him. Seeing that there was no other movement coming from it, this spirit-tailed chicken continued to eat. But just as it was eating happily, a shadow appeared steeply above its head, which immediately alerted it. Sensing the danger, the spirit-tailed chicken immediately shrunk its head, and was ready to escape from the large area of grain and rice that had not yet been harvested. But not waiting for him to run out how far, its feet suddenly vacated the air. The mouth is also issued cackling like screams, putting it far away. It turned out to be a youth who had lifted it by the neck. The spirit-tailed chicken that was grabbed struggled for a little while, and when it saw that it could not break free, it stopped. However, Chen Xingyu, who was looking at the spirit-tailed chicken in her hands, had more than a hint of doubt on her face at this time. Just now, after he entered the mountain of mass burial and failed to find the traces left behind by the spirit-tailed chicken, he retreated and searched again around the area where the traces of the spirit-tailed chicken had disappeared. He then found traces of the opposite of what he had seen before in another place not far away. In other words, this spirit-tailed chicken was supposed to be preparing to enter the mountain, but before entering the mountain, it chose to fly for a short distance, and then went towards the other side, and did not enter the mountain. But why did this spirit-tailed chicken not fly earlier or later, but only when it was about to enter the mountain, which led him to misjudge? Was it intentional, or was it accidental? Chen Xingyu lifted the spirit-tailed chicken in his hand and carefully observed it. It didn't seem to be any different from an ordinary spirit-tailed chicken. Maybe he was overthinking it, but since it could make the divine tree convey its will, perhaps, this spirit-tailed chicken was indeed a bit different. But no matter how different it was still just a spirit-tailed chicken. Forget it, his mission was done. It was better to bring this spirit-tailed chicken back and let the patriarch deal with it. In the clan, Chen Xingjian carefully examined the spirit-tailed chicken in Chen Xingyu's hands, and again didn't see anything special. But it was good that he had caught it. Put it back in the coop. Chen Xingjian opened his mouth and said, not doing anything special to the spirit-tailed chicken, which was also the divine tree's intention. Chen Xingyu did not ask more questions and nodded in response. Before leaving, Chen Xingyu was the one who suddenly asked, Patriarch, does the family really have to stoop to the level of the others? Chen Xingjian lapsed into silence and did not answer, but Chen Xingyu already knew the answer. After taking 2 steps, the sound of Chen Xingjian's words came from beside his ears again. In a couple of days, you'll take the family's place and go on a walk up to see the outside world. Good. Chen Xingyu's eyes brightened slightly when he heard this. He did want to go and take a look. He wanted to see what the outside clans looked like and how they were different. The night is low. In the shrine, Ji Yang consciousness drifted to the clan's chicken coop. Soon, Ji Yang saw the spirit-tailed chicken that had fled the family a few days ago in the familiar enclosure. This time, however, the clan had reinforced the fence around the perimeter so that this spirit-tailed grouse had nowhere to run. At this moment, this spirit-tailed chicken was still sleeping, but compared to its size a few days ago, it was now several points larger. And according to the clan's report, this spirit-tailed chicken's food intake had increased greatly in the previous few days. Ji Yang's consciousness did not move away as he prepared to continue observing this spirit-tailed chicken. In the late hours of the night, this spirit-tailed chicken slowly opens its eyes. On the side was another sleeping spirit-tailed chicken, which according to Ji Yang's previous observations, should have made a move. Strangely, though, it didn't seem to have any sexual interest this time. Instead, looking over the chicken coop fence, seeing the reinforced fence, a hint of disappointment appeared in the eyes of the spirit-tailed chicken, but it didn't give up, and instead began to patrol around the chicken coop, seemingly searching for the weak points of the coop. Ji Yang, who was watching this scene, was pondering in his heart. It seemed that this divine ability was consistent with its description, only that the enlightenment required a certain amount of time, and the effect of the enlightenment seemed to be extremely good. Ji Yang withdrew his consciousness and did not look again. He had learned exactly what the avatar did, but then Ji Yang pondered, if he really wanted to use this divine ability to form an army of ferocious beasts for his family, then what ferocious beasts should he choose? Preferably higher growth, not too weak and obedient. Such a ferocious beast didn't seem to be that easy to find in the disorderly burial mountain, and after enlightening the spirits for the ferocious beasts, how would one know if these ferocious beasts would be like this spirit-tailed chicken, who was no longer satisfied with a life of ease and chose to pursue the freedom that they aspired to? Things with spirits are often difficult to control. In the midst of his thoughts, Ji Yang abandoned his original idea and continued to absorb the moonlight and the aura of heaven and earth. On the third day, many of the clansmen gathered at the family square, but some of them were arranged out by Chen Xingzhen. These clansmen were the younger generation of the family, and it was also deliberately done by Chen Xingzhen. Today, it was the time agreed upon between the family and Zhou Huayan, although he had already made an agreement with Zhou Huayan before, but when it really came to this day, Chen Xingzhen still had some worries in his heart. After all, the strength is not as good as people. If this time Zhou Huayan is not goodwill, the family also needs to leave a trace of incense. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. Well, is all the blood rice ready? Chen Xingzhen asked Chen Tanyu, who was on the side. Matriarch, it's ready. Good. Matriarch, they seem to be coming. Chen Tianjing pointed at several small black dots in the distance of the sky and opened his mouth to remind him. Many of the clansmen also turned their gazes in unison after hearing this. Only the small black dot in the distance quickly took shape in the eyes of many of the clansmen as they drew closer. It was a giant bird, the same as the mount Zhou Huayan had ridden last time. Only its body was a bit smaller than the one Zhou Huayan had ridden last time. And above these flying ferocious beasts, there were several figures standing, dressed in brocade clothes, and on top of the brocade clothes, there were white butterflies embroidered. Originally, Chen Xingzhen thought that this was just a style of brocade clothing, but now it seemed that this white butterfly, most likely, was the Zhou family's family totem. In no time, these several giant birds had already arrived over the family, and after circling twice, several giant birds slowly fell towards the position reserved for the family square. As the giant bird descended, a light laughter also came from the air. Patriarch Chen, long time no see. As the words fell, a figure flew down directly from the back of the giant bird, and this person was none other than Zhou Huayan. After detaching from the giant bird, its figure seemed to be unaffected by gravity, but instead landed on the ground as smoothly as a feather. Lord Zhou can be considered to have come. It's a long journey. Why don't Lord Zhou rest for a while? Looking at the smiling Chen Xingzhen with the blood rice that had long been prepared on the side, Zhou Huayan laughed. Good thing too. After saying that, Zhou Huayan turned around and opened his mouth to the others who had come this time. You will load these blood rice first, and then you will depart for your clan later. The 10 or so men nodded in response, then nimbly began loading and unloading the bloody rice. These 10 or so people appeared to be mediocre, but most of their realms were in the blood condensation realm, and several of them were even in the late blood condensation realm. Placed in the mass burial mountain, they were already able to form a not-so-weak clan, but now they were only used to load and unload blood rice. I'm happy that Patriarch Chen has made this choice. In the family hall, Zhou Huayan said with a smile on his face, not caring. Chen Xingzhen, on the other hand, laughed bitterly in his heart. Don't look at the fact that Zhou Huayan didn't bring many people with him this time, but with just those dozen or so giant birds, the family was afraid that it would be difficult to deal with them. However, Chen Xingzhen did not stay on this topic and turned to have wine poured. Lord Zhou, This wine is a rice wine specially brewed with blood rice by my clan. Please taste how it tastes." Oh, hearing the origins of this wine, Zhou Huayan's face showed more than a hint of interest. Then he shook the wine cup made of ceramic in his hand, and after gently sniffing the aroma of the wine, he then began to taste it. As the rice wine entered his throat, Zhou Huayan's eyes were slightly closed as if he was feeling the flavor of this wine. A little while later, Zhou Huayan then opened his eyes and slowly said, "The taste of this wine is refreshing. Although there is less of a trace of dryness and intensity, it adds a trace of the unique flavor of rice, which is not bad, but unfortunately, the blood rice that produces this wine does not seem to be pure, resulting in the taste of this wine to be another level lower. But considering that this wine can help lower realm martial artists to quench their bodies, it's not bad." Chen Xingjun was slightly shocked upon hearing this, and then explained, "What your lord said is right. The blood rice used for this rice was planted last winter when the blood spring was silent, in order to produce rice, so the blood of ferocious beasts was added to catalyze it. So it is." Zhou Huayan nodded his head slightly, and after taking 2 small sips, he then turned his gaze to Chen Xingjun and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that Patriarch Chen didn't specifically invite me for a drink this time, right? I think there's something else going on. And now that the Chen family has come under my Zhou family, Patriarch Chen might as well speak up if he has something to say." Chen Xingjun wore a bitter smile on his face. "Everything still can't be hidden from Lord Zhou. I do have a request from my side. This time when Lord returns to the clan, can you bring one more person with you? My clan, Chen Xingyu, has longed for a long time to go outside of the mass burial mountain, and would like to go out and have a look. It's that innate realm martial artist from your clan, right?" "Exactly." Zhou Huayan listened with a light smile and then opened his mouth. "This is a small thing to do. I am here to thank Lord Zhou. This is a small token of my clan's appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Saying that, Chen Tianyu on the side had already taken out the 2 pots of rice wine that had been prepared. "That's fine. Since it's Matriarch Chen's intention, then I'll accept it. It's almost time. There are important matters in the clan, so I won't stay much longer. My lord, please." Seeing Zhou Huayan get up, Chen Xingjun followed. When they came outside, all the blood rice that the family had prepared earlier had already been placed on top of the individual giant bird bodies. Instead, Zhou Huayan, who was ready to leave, suddenly turned around and opened his mouth. "Almost forgot. This is my Zhou family's order. Patriarch Chen still needs to keep it, and in the future, if any other family comes to ask for blood rice, Patriarch Zhou will be able to show this order himself." After saying that, Zhou Huayan threw out a token. The token was the color of white jade, with the word Zhou engraved on the front and a white butterfly that was spreading out its 4 wings and preparing to fly engraved on the back. Chen Xingjun also hurriedly put away the token in his hand after hearing this. One Zhou family was enough. A few more times and the family wouldn't need to develop. Zhou Huayan and his party came and went quickly, and this time, along with Zhou Huayan and his group, there was also Chen Xingyu. Looking at the several black dots that were far away, Chen Xingjun's face was finally relieved that things were not as bad as expected. At least today's result was still acceptable in Chen Xingjun's mind. But this was only the first step in opening up the family, and after that the family had a lot of things to do. But this time, Zhou Huayan's arrival also gave Chen Xingjun a little more confidence in his heart. At least with the strength that the Zhou family had shown today, it wasn't weak or even strong. It wasn't too much of a loss for the family to temporarily fall under the Zhou family. Despite the loss of blood rice, if the family could open up a path to the outside world, this would also be extremely important for the future of the family. Besides, the family can't be like this forever. He firmly believed that the family would be able to get better and better, and when the family was strong enough, then there would be no need to belong to another family. "Uncle, this Chen family is just a remote small family. That blood rice I have also carefully looked at, although it can quench the body, but in fact, the effect on the blood condensation realm of the middle stage of the martial arts practitioner is not big. This small matter, let me come over is, Uncle you, and why do you need to come over in person?" On the way back, on the back of the bird flying at the very front, a young-looking youth with a puzzled face inquired about Zhou Huayan at the side. Although they were traveling against the wind, the two of them on the back of the bird looked happy and comfortable, and did not feel anything at all. Looking closely, it was not difficult to realize that on top of the bird's back, there was an invisible layer of astral energy enveloping the two, and it was because of this layer of astral energy that the two were not bothered by the wind and could talk easily. Hearing the youth's inquiry, Zhou Huayan shook his head slightly and opened his mouth. "Hong Lang, let me ask you, what is the situation within the clan now?" The youth mused, then replied, "Back to uncle. Now that the patriarch is about to abdicate, many clansmen are still observing the situation, and the only ones within the clan who can compete for the patriarch are cousin uncle Huai Ming and cousin uncle Huai Chang. When it comes to this, Zhou Honglang is more puzzled. After all, Now the clan is being renewed. The position of the patriarch is particularly important. This time, uncle should not be more in the clan to fight to get the recognition of the other clansmen. Thinking about the support of the clan, Zhou Honglang was thoughtful, while Zhou Huayan spoke faintly. Not bad. Nowadays the situation within the clan is unclear. The position of the clan patriarch is always won by the one who is able to do so, and the desire to resist the outside world must first be secured. But if you want to get the support of the clan, it is not possible to rely on just saying it. The effect of these blood rice on blood condensation realm martial artists may be a little worse, but many of the clan's descendants can still be body-quenching realm. And this blood rice can be harvested every 3 months. In the long run, this blood rice can certainly become a big help for the family. It's worth it for me to personally run up a trip. After hearing that this blood rice can be harvested in March, Zhou Honglang's face was slightly shocked. Even the clan's wind immortal flower, with the help of the clan's totem, could not produce much in a year. When compared to this blood rice, the quantity is even rarer. Although the effect of the two is different, but there is enough quantity and quality to relax the requirements a bit. Uncle, since this blood rice is in abundance, why don't we just take the Qin clan down? Then wouldn't the blood rice all belong to the clan? Zhou Huayan let out a light laugh after hearing this. Fine, then we'll send you over to plant blood rice at that time. Are you willing? Zhou Honglang thought briefly and quickly figured out why. This place was so remote that even the clan's wind-chasing falcon would take 7 days to catch up. In addition, this place is not in front of the village, not behind the store. It is difficult to buy something to refine the realm. So remote. Let him come over. That is not equal to exile? Moreover, planting blood rice also required a lot of manpower. So I'm afraid not many clansmen would be willing to come over. Zhou Honglang, who wanted to understand, said no more. Seeing this, Zhou Huayan continued to speak. Although the yield of this blood rice is not bad, the upper limit is not high, and destroying the Chun family is just a matter of lifting a finger. But it's not just a Chun family that belongs to my Zhou family, there are other small families as well. It is the martial artists in the clan that determine the strength of the clan, but the reputation of the clan is equally important. If we send people from the clan over to plant blood rice, it will inevitably disperse the clan's strength. One Qin clan is just a matter of time, but if there are 2 more Qin clans, and a few other types of blood rice, how will the clan members be able to cultivate? Zhou Honglang, who heard Zhou Huayan's analysis, bowed his head slightly. Uncle says so. You're about to break through the innate realm, aren't you? Zhou Huayan suddenly asked. Zhou Honglang had a shameful face. My nephew is foolish. I'm afraid it will take some time before he can make a breakthrough. If one cannot become proficient in the realm one, then one must also consider moving in other directions. Come over here for the next collection of blood rice. Zhou Honglang nodded in response. Family cultivation of clansmen. The same will focus on the direction. If the martial arts talent is good, then the family will certainly focus on training in this area. But if the martial arts talent is mediocre, then the family also has other paths to choose from. Although he also wanted to take the former path, this thing called talent varied from person to person and could not be forced. Zhou Honglang gazed around, while also noticing Chen Qingyu on the wind-chasing falcon behind him. Its age seems to be about the same as their own, or a little-known family origin, but now even has a congenital realm. This makes Zhou Honglang even more sigh. Fate is not fair, but there was so much unfairness that he did not get annoyed. The clansmen with talent in the family were not below this Chen Qingyu. At the same time, Zhou Honglang also had a puzzled face and once again asked Zhou Huayan, who was on the side. Uncle, why did you bring this man with you? Zhou Huayan replied lightly. The Chen family is located in a remote area, bordering too little with the outside world. This person is the person with the highest realm in his family, but he is only a frog in the bottom of a well, and it is inevitable that he will have other thoughts in the future. This time, I brought him to walk up to the clan, but also to show him the clan's strength. Those who don't know have no fear. When he knows the strength and status of my Zhou family, he will naturally have no other thoughts. Zhou Honglang's face suddenly realized, and a trace of pride was born on his face. Although his realm was not as high as this person's, he still had his family behind him. The innate realm might be this person's limit, but it definitely wouldn't be his Zhou Honglang's limit. This wave, the advantage is on him. Behind the two of them, Chen Qingyu sat on the back of the wind-chasing falcon, silently looking at the otherworldly scenery below. Although this was the first time he had experienced this kind of flight, his expression remained calm, and in Chen Qingyu's mind, he was also recalling what Patriarch Qin Xingzhen had told him at that time when he was on his way out. He didn't come out this time to swim in the mountains, he also had a family mission with him. The first task was to see the strength of the Zhou family. The second task was to memorize the roadmap that he had taken, preferably with a map, which would allow the family to analyze the situation here and choose the most suitable route that would connect with the world outside of the massive burial mountain. The task was heavy and he needed to be careful. In the clan, with the departure of Zhou Huayan and the others, the clansmen were already preparing the preparations for the second crop of blood rice planting. Although there was a natural blood spring flowing underneath the good land, after every crop of blood rice had been planted, there was still a need to renovate the land as well as burn the rice poles to make the good land more suitable for the growth of blood rice. In addition, there are not many family beasts bred in the clan anymore, so the clan members need to go to the mountain of mass burial to catch some back for mating, and the family divine tree still needs to be sacrificed every 7 days, so there is no delay. In addition to these necessary family matters, Chen Xingjin even mobilized his clan members to open up a new road out in the mountains north of the mass burial mountain. The end point of this road was unknown to Chen Xingjin, but the direction of this road was open towards the direction that Zhou Huayan and the others had left. The family had been living in the mountains for a long time, and they didn't have those giant birds that the Zhou family rode on to use to catch the road, so they would inevitably need to open up a new road out. As for letting the family develop in a different place, Chen Xingjin did not have such an idea. Where the sacred tree grows is where the family resides. Not to mention that there is also a natural blood spring here as well as the rich resources of ferocious beasts in the massive burial mountain. Maybe these conditions don't seem too good to other families, but they are two factors that are essential to family development today. It doesn't matter where you are as long as the family is strong enough. On the contrary, it wasn't all bad for the family to stand here. At least they didn't have to worry about raids from other families. However, it was not easy to create a new road out here. Not to mention the fact that the number of clansmen was small nowadays, and creating a road was also a tedious project. In order to speed up the process, Chen Xingjin then began to gather villagers from all villages, enlisting village youths and paying them in grains and rice. The family grain rice harvest is still before the blood rice. In addition to the good land, the family unusual field is quite a lot. A crop of output of grain rice, enough for the family to eat for several years. The current use of grain rice as a reward. In the right place. When the villagers heard that the Chen family had called, they also rushed over with their tools. They didn't know what the significance of opening up the road was, nor did they know what the Chen family was up to. Perhaps it seems to them that such things are rather thankless. After all, many of them, having lived here for generations, had long been accustomed to this kind of life. But after hearing that it was the Chen family summoned, they did not ask the reason, directly rushed over. Many villagers even said that the food will be fine. By the time the second day rolled around, the number of people who had come to answer the call had reached about 500, which was several times the number of people in the family, and almost as many as all the youths in the villages. And this scene also made quite a few Chen family members quite surprised. They also did not expect that the family had such a great calling power nowadays. With the combined efforts of the clansmen and the villagers, the people made paths through mountains and bridges through water, and the progress was several times faster compared to before. Although these 500 people eat a lot of grain and rice every day, plus the family also needs to give a certain amount of remuneration, the consumption is quite large, but that was nothing compared to what the family was doing now. At night, a faint fluorescent light once again shone on the acacia leaves in the shrine. It had been 7 days since Chen Xingyu left the family. Below the divine tree, Chen Xingjin and Chen Tianyu were reporting on the status of today's road opening, along with Chen Tianyu and several other family blood condensation realm martial artists. The number of people to open the road is quite large, but most of them are villagers, no self-defense skills, and at the time of opening the road, but also will meet a lot of ferocious beasts. If the beasts attacked, the villagers are bound to have some injuries, and at this time it will be necessary for the family of the martial arts force to work together, to take precautions in advance. Fortunately, the manpower in the clan is still abundant, and in these few days, no major accidents have occurred. It was just that even though the clan was quite large, it would still take quite a bit of time to open up a complete path. In these 7 days, with the concerted efforts of many villagers and clansmen, only a road of about 1,000 meters was opened up. At today's rate, it will probably take quite a bit more time. However, according to the clan's report, the opening of the road has been much smoother in the past 2 days, and there are not too many obstacles along the way, so it is thought that the speed will be increased quite a lot afterward. After reporting on today's situation, Chen Xingjin turned his head towards the family divine tree and muttered to himself under his breath. I don't know how Qingyu he is now, whether he has already arrived at the Zhou family, but I hope this trip goes well. On the side, Chen Tianyu's few people also began to pray to the divine tree, praying for Chen Xingyu's smooth return, praying that this time, the family would open up the path smoothly. While several people were praying, an acacia leaf with a light golden glow above the divine tree suddenly shone with a faint luster. As this acacia leaf shone, a white curtain of light also rose in front of Chen Xingjin's eyes. The few people who saw the curtain of light had surprised faces, but they also quickly understood that this curtain of light was probably the work of the divine tree. And after a few people looked at the not-so-large light screen in front of them, A hint of surprise appeared on their faces. Only a familiar figure was seen within this white curtain of light. As this light screen gradually became clearer, several people also quickly recognized the person in the light screen, which was clearly Chen Xingyu, not realizing that the divine tree actually had this kind of divine power. Chen Xingyu's few people, after some prayers, gathered in a group and began to watch the scene in the light screen. Finally, looking at the familiar family in the distance, Zhou Honglong's mouth exhaled a trace of turbid air that had been pent up for a long time. Although there is a wind-chasing falcon to catch the road, but because the time to come back to carry the blood rice, resulting in the wind-chasing falcon speed slowed down a little, so that the seventh night to the family, the other clansmen accompanying them together also let out a long sigh at the sight, with a hint of delight in their eyes. The very moment a few people landed on the ground, a clan member immediately came forward to salute. "Welcome back, Wyvern Elder, to the clan." Zhou Huayan nodded slightly and then said to Zhou Honlang, who was at the side, "You take care of this side. I'll go back to the clan first to report." "Uncle, take your time, leave this place to me," Zhou Honlang responded with a single bite, and then instructed his clan members to start removing the blood meters from the wind-chasing falcon. These chasing the wind falcon is the family over the generations. From childhood to domesticate the beast, chasing the wind falcon strength is quite large. Full flight speed is extremely fast. In the past is the family used in the war, now used to pull the goods. It is a big use of some. After this trip, these wind-chasing falcons also need to rest for a few days before. After all, now these wind-chasing falcons are not only used to catch the road, but also the family in addition to the totem outside the special sign, need to be taken seriously. As several people unloaded the blood meters, Chen Xingyu at the back also jumped down from the wind-chasing falcon, and when Chen Xingyu saw the sight before her, there was also a trace of awe in her originally calm eyes. What came into view was a huge mansion built in the center of the city. Outside the mansion, there was a high wall built. The wall was flat, like a paper surface, which seemed to be strictly engraved, and outside the wall, it was covered with a layer of white paint. At the gate of the mansion, there were a few red trees several feet high as the support of the gate. Chen Xingyu could not tell what material these red trees were, but he could smell the faint aroma coming from the redwood. On both sides of the mansion, there were glowing white stones hanging every few meters, and these stones were also incomparably dazzling in the darkness of the night, illuminating the surrounding area extremely brightly. And above the gate, there was a carved plaque hanging, on which was engraved the four big words Yunmeng Zhou family. The handwriting was written in a magnificent manner, which even had a few subtle points, not like what ordinary people had engraved. After Chen Xingyu looked around, she turned her head to look behind her, and there was even a hint of stagnation in her eyes. Previously, he had only caught a glimpse on the wind-chasing falcon, but now that he was standing at the entrance of the Zhou family, looking down, he was able to see the entirety of Yunmeng City in its entirety. Below the bright lights, Jade Tower towering, although it is night, but the street is heavy shadow, even if the distance between the distance is far. But Chen Xingyu vaguely heard the ears of hawking and yelling. Looking further into the distance, a river cut off Yunmeng City. The river was calm and gathered in a corner of Yunmeng City, forming a not-so-small lake. At the edge of the lake, the lighted boats are lined up, and on the boats, the warblers sing and dance. Such a prosperous scene also caused Chen Xingyu to lose some of his concentration, but he also quickly recovered as usual and turned his attention back to the Zhou family in front of him. After unloading all the bloody rice, Zhou Honglang then noticed Chen Xingyu in the back. Seeing the disorientation in Chen Xingyu's eyes, a faint smile surfaced at the corner of Zhou Honglang's mouth. A small family was a small family, and before he had even seen the strength of his Zhou family, he had already been shocked in place. "You will take him to the guest room for the night." Zhou Honglang thought for a little while, then said to the clan members on the side, "The family guest room, generally used to entertain guests." In his eyes, Chen Xingyu could not be considered a guest of the family, but considering what his uncle had said before, Zhou Honglang did not mind showing off the family's brand and strength. Under the leadership of a Zhou clan member, Chen Xingyu quickly entered the Zhou clan. Along the way, Chen Xingyu saw a lot of ordinary days have not seen things. The family, from time to time there are many blood condensation realm martial artists patrol. They wore fine armor, solemn look, the hands of the sword in the light of the light shining faint cold light, at a glance as after countless times polished from the fine knives. He heard his father say that even knife weapons have levels, from the most ordinary iron weapons, to the sharp weapons crafted with rare ores in the middle as well as the divine weapons crafted with materials from the bodies of high-level ferocious beasts at the very top. This god was not the other god, but a god of the condensed god realm. Ordinary iron. There are hundreds of forging, thousands of forging. Forging layer more, also more sharp and hard, can be innate realm martial artists to play the body chi and blood. Sharp weapon. Need to be able to carry the martial artist's astral energy, to play out some specific battle skills power. can be called a sharp weapon, can be used by martial artists of the fifth realm of the royal chi. Divine artifacts, said to be capable of generating spiritual intelligence, were often held in the hands of God condensation realm martial artists, and ordinary people were unable to penetrate the mysteries of them. And with the weapons used by the family today, I'm afraid that they haven't even reached the worst of iron. They can only be considered relatively hard, but most of the time they're not as good as the fists in the hands of a martial artist. Chen Xingyu sighed slightly in her heart, and wondered when the family would be able to develop to such an extent. In no time, Chen Xingyu had been brought to the Zhou family guest room, although only the guest room, but quite luxurious. The walls are hung around the exquisite murals, the room is in the center, but also has a light incense. Let a person relaxed and happy. Even the bedding is also as smooth as silk, and with a beautiful pattern. For these, Chen Xingyu was not feeling too much. Instead, it was not as attractive to him as those sharp iron weapons. A martial artist, when sharpening his heart, where he lives does not affect his heart to practice martial arts. He believed that in time, the family would certainly be able to develop to this state, or even better. Thinking of the task given to him by his family, Chen Xingyu did not sleep, but chose to run his internal gongfu, striving to advance further in his realm. After the elders of the clan were revived, the clan's 3 turns Xian Gong had 3 more turns, reaching the 6 turns level. 6 turns of Xian Gong can break through to the royal Qi realm, but unfortunately the family heritage has been lost. In this regard cannot help him too much, can only rely on his own comprehension. However, he was only at the early stage of the innate realm now, and there was still a distance to the inner Dipper realm. In the shrine, as the image in front of him faded and then disappeared, Chen Xingzhen, who had been watching the light screen scene from the sidelines, was also detached from the perspective in front of him. Although his heart had already expected it, the scene he had just seen still made several people greatly marveled. This Zhou family, indeed, was not something that today's Chen family could compare to, and perhaps only the family at its peak could compete with it. Unfortunately, even back in the family's heyday, they had never gotten a glimpse of it. It's hard not to feel sorry for them. However, Chen Xingzhen quickly detached himself from this kind of emotion, and at the same time, the belief in his heart became a few points firmer. As the patriarch, he must make the family strong. The only way to keep other clans from overriding the family is for the family to be strong. After praying some prayers, Chen Xingzhen's few people turned around and left the shrine. Although the scene in the light screen was beautiful, and the gap between the two families was large, it did not dampen the confidence of several people, but instead made them more motivated. After a few people left, the many living souls in the shrine also sighed a lot. The scene in the light screen they also have seen, but unfortunately they can't help the family nowadays. They can only try to absorb the yin qi and strengthen themselves to fight for the next time to contribute to the family. And recently, another clan member broke through the innate realm in the state of a soul body. This was something to be congratulated on. At least they spent more time practicing daily than the clan had alive. They don't need to eat. They don't need to sleep. Both day and night, they can absorb yin qi. It's just the difference between more and less. Moreover, many of the clansmen also realized that they seemed to have no realm bottlenecks, and as long as they had enough yin qi, they could break through logically and would not be stuck in a certain realm. If it wasn't for the family conditions, they would have wanted to persuade their offspring to come over earlier. Above, Ji Yang was speechless as he felt the thoughts of these soul clansmen. However, recalling the scene he had just seen, Ji Yang also had a trace of yearning. The Chen family was too small in number. He had almost finished eating melons lately, and the daily whiteness of not being able to absorb the moonlight was just a little too boring. And the curtain of light just now was a small divine ability that Ji Yang used by borrowing the energy of incense. As long as the clan had prayed, he could use the power of the incense on that acacia leaf to observe the clan's surrounding vision. If Ji Yang had molded his golden body with the energy of incense and fire, then when he used this incidental divine power, he could also convey his own power from afar and manifest his own divine power. But for now, it's all about watching TV, but it's not bad for the Chen family today. At least you can visualize the outside world with the strength of the Zhou family. It was June, and the weather was gradually warming up, though the temperature of the Chen family could never be raised. And in the last few days, the family has resumed its previous rhythm. The days are spent repairing the roads, preparing for the summer planting of blood rice as well as grain rice, and in the evenings going back to the shrine to watch TV. The days went by. With the light screen, Chen Xingzhen and the others were no longer worried about Chen Xingyu's safety. After all, they could see the situation on a daily basis. This day, evening, Chen Xingzhen's few people continued to the ancestral hall after dealing with family chores, and after praying to the divine tree, they saw the scene in the light screen as they wished. 3 days ago, Chen Xingyu had left the Zhou clan, preparing to rush back to the family. However, this time, the task Chen Xingjian had given him was slightly more onerous, and Chen Xingyu still needed to explore the routes to the outside world of the massive burial mountain as well as the other clans one by one as he rushed back, which would take some time. And these days of watching have helped them learn more about the outside world and have a heart, just as several people were watching with all their hearts. A baby's cry suddenly came from the clan. At the same time, an exultant shout quickly reached the shrine. Great! I'm going to be a son. Hearing this, Chen Xingjian and the others all froze for a moment, but then they remembered that these 2 days seemed to be Chen Tianxuan's daughter-in-law's due date. Chen Tianquan, as the clan's Tianji generation clansman, his age was already more than 30, although he was quite a bit younger than Chen Tianyu and the others, but so far he had not gotten any children. However, last year, Chen Tianxuan's daughter-in-law was pregnant, but at that time, the family was trapped in a time of crisis and had no time to pay attention. The few people who heard the shouts didn't care to continue focusing on the scene in the light screen and turned to walk out of the shrine. It was the first baby born in the family's new year, and represented a good omen of new hope for the family. The baby's cries made the clan quickly become lively, and many of the clansmen carried their own thoughts forward to greet them. Ji Yang's consciousness was so powerful that the baby's cries clearly reached his ears. It's a boy. Ji Yang didn't feel much, but seeing the birth of the new generation of the family, Ji Yang was still quite happy in his heart. Quantity doesn't mean quality, but when there's enough of it, then the quality goes up. The baby cried more than once. Ji Yang withdrew his consciousness and stopped paying too much attention, instead focusing on absorbing the moonlight. But then Ji Yang was suddenly stunned. Babies cry because they are not yet spiritually enlightened, do not know the outside world, are unable to speak, and can only be protected through their instinctive cries. Although after 2 more years, they will not be able to speak either, but by then the babies, with their spiritual wisdom already opened, already have their own thoughts. But why can't it be a little earlier? Enlightenment, you can expend a certain amount of life force and psionic energy to open up a creature's psionic mind and accelerate its growth. Ji Yang repeatedly pondered over the effects of this divine ability, and his heart grew brighter and brighter. Who said that we must enlighten the spirits of ferocious beasts? And this baby that has not yet been enlightened, isn't it just as good? Before perhaps he had fallen into a misconception and hadn't thought of that. If we can open up spiritual wisdom for the babies in advance, we think that the development of the clan will also become much faster. Before Ji Yang experimented, Chen Xingjian and Chen Tianquan and the others then brought the newborn baby to the ancestral hall. According to the family custom, after the birth of newborn babies, they are required to pray to the sacred tree to bless them with healthy growth. It's not about anything else, it's just a refuge. In the past, when the divine tree had not manifested itself, the family had already had this tradition. Not to mention that now the divine tree had a spirit. The group quickly entered the shrine, came under the sacred tree, and began to pray. The one who held the baby was a woman around 30 years old, whose face was slightly pale, but her good physical condition and her own attention to the child was what made her personally hold it. In the woman's arms was a child with white skin and bright eyes without a speck of dust. Only at that moment the child kept crying and did not stop because he was in the woman's arms. After some prayers from the clansmen, Ji Yang no longer hesitated. As the light flashed up between the branches and leaves of the acacia tree, many green spots of light shivered down from the leaves. These green points of light soon burrowed into the woman and the child she was holding. With the green points of light pouring into the body, the child who was still crying stopped instantly and quickly looked towards the divine tree in front of him and the many falling green points of light above the field of vision, and his mouth let out a playful laugh, appearing to be extremely excited. On the side, Chen Tianquan was overjoyed and once again made a sincere offering. His child was the first in the clan to be blessed by the divine tree, which must have made the rest of the clan envious. While Ji Yang was casting the reversing Danxing avatar, Ji Yang was also casting another avatar on this baby. Enlightenment. After casting the enlightenment avatar, no prompts came before Ji Yang's eyes. At the same time, Ji Yang's life force and spiritual energy began to cut down. Success! When Ji Yang's vitality dropped by 10 points and his spiritual energy dropped by 5 points, he finally stopped. The loss of life force and spirit power was roughly 5 times that of the spirit-tailed chicken, which did not cause fluctuations in Ji Yang's heart. Now that he had plenty of life force and his spirit power could be replenished on a daily basis, compared to the loss of life force and spiritual energy, he was more concerned about what special changes the baby would have after the spirit enlightenment. However, based on what he observed on the spirit-tailed chicken, it would take some time for this divine ability to fulfill its effects. At least for the moment, the baby in the woman's arms didn't seem to be anything special, just like a normal baby. After some prayers, the crowd left. At this time, Ji Yang also checked his current state. Name, Ji Yang. Race, Underworld Acacia. Vitality, 553. 2. Avatar, Eye of Insight. Reverse Dan Xing. One Leaf Blind. Soul concentration. Armor covering. 1,000 miles of red earth. Spirit enlightenment. Feats. Lunar eclipse. Gathering een. Incense and fire golden body. Eating spirit. Battle technique. Taizu long fist. Blood. 115. Can be converted to life force. Spiritual power. 23. Extrapolation points. 8. Can be deduced. Status. Absorbed in moonlight. The sacrifices of the clan. The revival of the natural blood spring and the growth of his own feats allowed Ji Yang's life force to grow at a much faster rate than before. Even though he had just consumed 10 or so points of vitality, Ji Yang had still increased his vitality by 30 points in these 10 days, not counting the ones that could be transformed by qi and blood. As for spiritual power, it is currently sufficient, but only if there are few enough babies born in the clan. According to the situation in the clan today, in a few months, his spiritual energy would see a large wave of depletion, and he still needed to pre-save some in advance so that he wouldn't be unable to activate his spirit at that time. And after the last tenfold push, his push points were back in the single digits, and it would take quite a bit of time until the next multiple push. The clan's daily prayers also gave the special acacia leaf on Jian's branch an extra hint of pale gold color, and as his underground roots grew, more and more yin qi was absorbed each night, which was why these souls were lifting faster. If a few more months passed, it was estimated that the strength of the soul body would far exceed the strength of the clan members who were still alive today, and by then, when he was covering them with armor, he thought that it would be a surprise for the clan. And the bad thing is that even now, when the weather is warming up, the temperature in the clan never raises, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least the clan wouldn't have to worry about the temperature being too high once summer arrived. Matriarch, that spirit-tailed chicken of the clan has escaped again. In the clan, Chen Xingjin, who heard the clansman come to report, froze for a moment, and looking at the dejected-looking clansman in front of him, Chen Xingjin did not know how to comfort him for a while. However, seeing that the divine tree did not convey new thoughts, Chen Xingjin then spoke. Run away. Run away. No need to pay attention. Anyway, the other spirit-tailed chicken in the clan is almost due to lay, so if it's not possible, just go to the mountain of mass graves and catch another one back. Right now the clan needed quite a few people both to plant blood rice and to open up roads. As long as the god tree didn't convey the order, he didn't have time to look for the lost spirit-tailed chicken. Looking at the patriarch's departing figure, a trace of confusion arose in the eyes of this clan member who was responsible for taking care of the spirit-tailed chicken. January later, in Yangon City, Chen Xingyu was stopping in front of a prosperous store. The store is called Stone Warming Pavilion. This city was his last stop, and it was also the closest city to the family that he had found after his investigation. According to his estimation of the distance from the family to this place, he only needed to drive for 3 days. Of course, this was at his own speed. If it was an ordinary person, the speed would still be much slower. After all, there was no wide road from Mass Burial Mountain to Yangon City. If one were to ride on a wind-chasing falcon, the speed would be even faster. Although the city in front of him was a large city, compared to Yunmeng City where the Zhou family was located, there was a huge gap. But this is also more prosperous than today's family too much, at least in front of a wide range of stores inside, all of which he has not seen things. Previously, he was too busy rushing as well as completing his family's tasks, but he hadn't gone in to observe. Right now, the map in his hand was pretty much recorded, so he could go in and take a look. Guest, please go inside. Chen Xingyu had just stepped into the middle of the store when a green-clothed boy came forward to greet him. This boy had a fawning smile on his face, but he was at the late stage of the body-tempering realm. The innate realm martial artists all had a unique flavor to them, and Chen Xingyu's realm was quickly discovered by the boy, whose face was heaped with enthusiasm. I don't know what you need to buy, sir. This store is the biggest store in Yangon City. We have all sorts of things. Just ask. Sir. Oh, anything? Chen Xingyu asked in surprise. The green-clothed boy smiled twice and then spoke. Behind this store is the Shi clan, one of the 4 major families in Yangon City. Although my Shi clan is slightly less powerful, it is not comparable to the other 3 major families in terms of selling and trading. If you don't believe me, you can go to the other several stores to take a look. If you can't buy it even within my Shi's store, then naturally you can't buy it in this Yangon City, my guest. A burst of pride rose on the green-clothed boy's face as he spoke of the Shi clan, and coupled with the distinctive clan logo on his clothing, Chen Xingyu had a bottom line in his heart, and then smiled and said, I'll see about that first. Okay Lu, guest, take your time. The green-clothed boy was also extremely sensible, no longer bothering him too much, and turned to follow behind Chen Xingyu, and from time to time introduced Chen Xingyu at the place where her eyes stopped. And this store does live up to its name, which sells a lot of things, like unusual 100 forging 1000 forging iron, some special materials on the body of ferocious beasts as well as some unique ores, and there are even martial arts cultivation techniques as well as battle skills. When she saw the back, there was a glimmer of light in Chen Xingyu's eyes. Although the family had a few battle techniques, such things were not too much. Chen Xingyu casually picked up a war skill called Fierce Tiger Fist to watch, but after looking through it, he found that it was just an ordinary yellow rank lower grade war skill, and did not have any advantages. And even when practicing this war skill, he still needed to learn the posture of a fierce tiger when it was hunting for food. This kind of battle technique was naturally something he couldn't look at. Immediately afterward, Chen Xingyu looked through 2 more books, but without exception, they were all yellow order lower grade battle skills, and the only yellow order middle grade battle skill was a special type of battle skill that required a specific weapon to be used. This caused Chen Xingyu to frown and inquire, could it be that there are no battle techniques of a higher grade here? The green-clothed boy looked at Chen Xingyu in surprise after hearing this, and then explained with a bitter smile, "You're joking, sir. Battle techniques of higher grades are treasured by all the great clans and circulated only within the family. How could they be circulated? Even if there is the occasional appearance of a yellow rank upper grade battle technique, it will often be pocketed by the various great clans, and naturally, ordinary martial artists won't be able to see it. In addition, the jade coins for purchasing high-level battle techniques is also a large amount, so how can an ordinary martial artist take it out?" Hearing the green-clothed boy's explanation, Chen Xingyu was no longer puzzled, and at the same time, she no longer continued to watch these battle techniques, and even the gongfu on the side was no longer watched. None of the battle techniques were good, and naturally the feats were the same. Moreover, what the green-clothed boy said was also true. The price of these battle techniques was quite expensive. Like the Fierce Tiger Fist that he started to read at the very beginning, it actually required 3,000 jade coins. Jade coins? This was something that Chen Xingyu had only learned about after leaving the mountain of mass burial. This is a kind of currency circulating in various places. Its material resembles jade, but it is somewhat different. It is said to be mined from a kind of mine called blood jade, and finally polished and circulated in the market. Blood jade mine. This kind of ore Chen Xingyu hadn't heard of it, but he thought that those who mastered this kind of ore should only be the top families. And the reason why this jade coin can be used as currency, which is more important, were the trace of blood chi in the jade coin, which is also the unique construction of blood jade, difficult to imitate. The purer the jade coin, the thicker the blood chi inside, of which there were 3 grades. They are the unusual jade coins, the white jade coins of the upper layer, and the blood jade coins of the best quality. They are converted at a ratio of 1 to 10 to 100. Unusual jade coins contain only a trace of blood chi. The white jade coin has half of the blood energy in it, while in the blood jade coin, blood chi filled the entire jade coin. It is said that at critical moments, martial artists are even able to draw out the blood chi in the blood jade coin and turn it into their own chi and blood. However, it was extremely difficult to do so, and one would need at least a chi realm martial artist to do so. When the blood chi is withdrawn, the jade coins will also shatter. Chen Xingyu didn't have a single jade coin on him, and after eating all the dry food he carried on his body since January, he relied on his strength of the innate realm to not starve to death, let alone take out 1,000 jade coins to buy battle skills. However, this did not affect Chen Xingyu's viewing in the slightest. He also came in to learn about the outside world, so he could go back and report to his family. Chen Xingyu circled around and soon arrived at another corner of the store. The things for sale here were quite unusual. Everywhere he looked, it would take hundreds or thousands of jade coins to buy them, not inferior to the battle skills he had just seen. And when Chen Xingyu read the introduction of the object in front of her, there was also a hint of surprise in her eyes. Bodhi fruit can accelerate the progress of body quenching for body tempering realm martial artists, priced at 300 jade coins. Purple Ganoderma can enhance the chi and blood in the body of a blood condensation realm martial artist, priced at 300 jade coins. Tianan Star can increase the chi and blood in the body of a martial artist of the innate realm, priced at 5,000 jade coins. The things that I saw are all heavenly treasures that can help martial artists to enhance their realm. If the family can have these things, I think that the martial artists in the family will be able to refine their realm a lot faster. And after seeing what was listed at the top of the grid in front of her, Chen Xingyu had a hint of heartbeat in her eyes. Wind Fairy Flower, a special product of the Zhou family in Cloud Dream City. A martial artist of the innate realm has a chance to comprehend a trace of astral energy after taking it. The higher the realm, the greater the chance of comprehending astral energy. Each martial artist can only use it once. However, when Chen Xingyu looked at the 20,000 jade coin selling price, her heart quickly calmed down. Not to mention this wind immortal flower. Even the 300 jade coins required for that Bodhi fruit, he couldn't even take out. No, it wasn't just him who couldn't get it. The family couldn't get it either. Sir, these things are all unique to Yangon City. do you need to buy some? Like this Bodhi fruit. After taking it, a body-quenching realm martial artist can accelerate the body's quenching progress by 20%. And if he takes a few more of them, in less than half a month, he will be able to improve in the body-quenching realm. There's also that Tian Nan Xing. The effect is also extremely good. The guest will know once he tries it. The green-clothed boy was still trying his best to introduce himself, but Chen Xingyu slightly waved his hand and said, "No, I'll just look." After saying that, Chen Xingyu turned around and left the stone-warming pavilion. Thinking back to the introduction of the green-clothed boy, this Bodhi fruit was obviously much better than the family's blood rice body quenching effect. Even if the clansmen eat blood rice every day, it will take several months to improve. But I think this kind of thing, even in this store, there should not be much. The family blood rice should be able to dominate in terms of numbers. After memorizing the information he observed in his mind, Chen Xingyu walked towards the outskirts of the city. This time out, he had seen too many unseen things, and too much prosperity. He needed to inform the family of this information as soon as possible, so as to facilitate the development of the family afterward. And thinking back to this journey, Chen Xingyu had even more of a sense of urgency in her heart. He didn't want his family to become a vassal of other families for a long time, but after seeing the Zhou family's strength with his own eyes, he also understood the gap between the two families, a gap that couldn't be wiped out even in a short period of time. Now recalling the patriarch's helpless sigh at the time, Chen Xingyu empathized. Not long after Chen Xingyu left, in the stone-warmth pavilion, the green-clothed boy was reporting what had just happened to a big man in fancy clothes, also bearing the Sure clan's logo. "Oh, a strange innate realm martial artist? Back to clan elder. This person is indeed unfamiliar. He is not a member of the other three great clans, nor has he ever been in the family records. Clan elder, should we follow up and investigate?" After listening to the clan's account, the big man shook his head slightly. Forget it, this person even asked about the basics like battle techniques, probably just a fluke promotion to the innate realm. Even if this person has a family behind him, it's probably just some small, unknown family. It's not worth paying too much attention to. Nowadays, what the family should be concerned about is still the Xia family. If that Xia Yanma can really advance to the inner Dipper realm, then this Yangon city, I'm afraid there will be some changes. After leaving the city, Chen Xingyu operated his body's qi and blood, accelerating the speed of his feet until he felt that no one was following behind him, and only then did Chen Xingyu relax between his eyebrows. He had just entered the city for a quick look around, but he didn't expect to be targeted. Innate realm martial artists were not rare in this Yangon city, and were considered rare. Not to mention that he was a strange innate realm martial artist, so it wasn't surprising that he was being noticed. However, according to the description of that green-clothed boy just now and what he himself had found out, the water in this Yangon city was just as deep. But again, it was the closest city to the family, and it was not known if the family would be able to occupy a place in this Yangon city. Chen Xingyu no longer thought much about it, looked at the family's bearing, and continued on in the direction of the mass burial mountain. He had been starving for several days. Even if an innate realm martial artist was powerful in resisting hunger, it was inevitable that his qi and blood would decline after starving for a long time. It looks like Xingyu will be able to return to the clan in less than 2 days. In the ancestral hall, Chen Xingjin and the others looked at the light curtain in front of them and said with delight. In the middle of this January, the family had already planted another crop of blood rice, and due to the rising temperature of the mass burial mountain and the gradual revival of the natural blood springs, this time there were 2 more acres of good land for planting blood rice. On top of that, the path opened up by the family was going well, and now 20 miles of avenues had been opened up, though they weren't too smooth yet, but as soon as more people walk, the path gradually forms. However, according to the judgment of the family elders, it would take a few more months to open up a complete path to the outside world. The family is in no hurry. Although half of the blood rice was missing, the clan's blood rice was still plentiful nowadays, and it was completely sufficient for the clan's needs, and in the middle of January, the clan gained 2 more body-tempering realm martial artists. Although there was an additional Zhou family, the family was still moving towards the expected course. 2 days later, the returning Chen Xingyu saw the familiar massive burial mountain not far away, and a trace of relief was added to her tired face. Then she quickened her pace. Even though he was an innate realm martial artist, it was inevitable that he would feel a hint of fatigue after being out on the road for so long. It was a good thing that he was about to return to the clan, and he wondered how the clan was doing in the past month or so, how his father had been doing lately, and what had happened in the clan. Chen Xingyu quickly sped up and soon arrived outside the clan. However, what surprised Chen Xingyu was that Chen Xingjin and several other elders of the clan were all standing at the entrance of the clan at this moment, seemingly aware of her return. And when a few people saw Chen Xingyu's figure, a smile appeared on their faces. "Matriarch, I'm back. It's good to be back. Let's eat first." and we'll talk about the rest later. Good. Chen Xingyu nodded her head silently, a warm current crossing her heart. No matter where he is, his family will always be his final home. Clan Brother Qingyu, what's all out there? You quickly tell me about it. Clan Brother Qingyu, is Cloud Dream City really big? Is it as big as Mass Grave Mountain? Clan Brother Qingyu, what's the name of that dancing place you mentioned? Do they really not wear clothes? Upon learning of Chen Xingyu's return, many of the clansmen came to greet her. The most active among them were the teenagers in their teens, such as Chen Xinghe, who didn't know that they could watch TV in the ancestral hall, and were filled with curiosity about the outside world. And at this moment, they were sending out their own questions. Chen Xingyu also told them one by one about the sights she had observed.